The instrument called a knife is the first tool that has been in his hand since he was born. He was very young when his father gave it to him. He's 10 years old, and his father was a sculptor. He taught him how to use a knife. He taught him how to be a man. And in a moment of work, he decided he was using his incredible intelligence and talent. That day, he finished what he'd been working on for 10 years, a sculpture of his father, and he finally finished this masterpiece. Before he died, his father told him that from now on, he should be more careful. In this world, he is his only son. And now he's asking him to be careful. There are a lot of bad people in this world. He doesn't want him to get hurt and let him trust no one but the master of the Kang family. But suddenly, a deadly epidemic fell to the village. Not a single living soul left. The master of the Kang family passed away 3 days ago. His father and he are the only survivors. They live in the mountains behind the village. But he decided not to upset his father with the bad news. The father told his son that he was proud of him, and he was the smartest and the most handsome. While working on the sculpture, the guy said that his father had a beautiful smile. He must be happy because his father would be happy too. But suddenly he felt only emptiness inside. And if he left his father here, would he be bored? Luckily, right next to his father was his mother's grave. Though he has creative talent, he's not special at all. And his hands are quick. It won't be long before another masterpiece is born. His mother died when he was 5 years old, so he doesn't remember much about her. But he does remember that she was incredibly beautiful. Toward evening, the guy said he was finally done with both sculptures. But suddenly, someone behind him asked if he had made those graves. And that's how he met his bloody master. When he was a kid, his father told him not to talk to strangers. He's not sure if he should talk to this suspicious old man. The old man asked the guy, did he really make those graves? The guy realized that as a child, he should respect his elders as long as he didn't do anything wrong. Everything would be fine if he answered politely. The guy put himself proudly and answered him that it was his work. The old man was surprised and asked, did he create these sculptures? The guy was surprised because he didn't think an old man passing by would be so impressed by his art, and he replied that he had created them. The lad wondered, for considering his age, old man, what would he want him to do to make him a sculpture for his grave? The old man asked if he would like to follow him. The boy asked in surprise, why him? What does he mean? Why does he want him to follow him? The old man replied to the guy that if he followed him, he would teach him the best martial arts in the world. The guy asked the old man, is he kidding me? What is he talking about, and why should he believe such nonsense? The old man decided to demonstrate his abilities and told him to watch carefully. The old man pointed his hand into the forest, and after waving a couple times, he released a beam so strong that it destroyed all the trees. The guy couldn't believe that just a passing old man possessed such an incredible martial arts technique. To be honest, the old man asked the boy, how was he? Now, did he wish to learn as well? The boy thought it was a martial art of incredible power anyway. He had nowhere to go. And now for the moment, he had decided that he wanted to get the most out of this life. The boy held out his hand and said he was in. And at that moment, he wanted to do something stupid, so he decided to take a chance. As he began his difficult training, his master sent him into the water to learn everything underwater. And that was the beginning of his bloody fate. After doing a breathing workout, he immediately used the beach shot. The shot was so powerful that it traveled underwater and shot skyward. But Master said that when they first met him, he looked like an acceptable master. But the fact that he would brutally trample his generosity, his good heart, and his future in the mountains is what he learned the day he arrived at the dilapidated shack. But arriving at the house, Guy walked into the room and felt that the place was shabby. Why would a powerful martial artist live in such a place? But he didn't really believe that he was super strong. It was just that the way he blew down all the trees was quite impressive. But something else suddenly came to his mind, and he thought, don't strangers in stories like this live in seclusion, practicing discipline? The guy looked at it and said it was fine. The most important thing is school, after all. He's a good-hearted kid, so he shouldn't particularly care about appearance. The boy asked the teacher what he was going to study today. The teacher was very surprised and asked, is he sure he is ready? But they did nothing that day, and it wasn't until the next day that the master told him that he would only show once, so let him watch carefully. The teacher took the vessel and threw rice inside. He said that the grains of rice are strong, but at the same time they are fragile enough to be destroyed very easily. Here you need to proceed carefully and gently, but at the same time thoroughly, using the strength of your fingers. But you don't need to change the water more than 3 times while he's washing his hands. And how well the pot is sealed affects the cooking result, so it will need to be covered with a lid. And when he cooks in the mountains, you can put a stone on the roof. It will let the real flavor of the rice come out. And that's his secret method. The next day, Guru said that absolutely every food has its own characteristics, so one should use different cooking techniques. But although there are versatile techniques, such as pan frying, that can apply to vegetables and meat and tofu, briefly the ingredients are placed in hot oil and briefly fried. And the food is ready when the smell and taste of the dish become unified. When cooking soup, the extract of the ingredients should enter the broth, but at the same time they should not become a homogeneous and lifeless mass. Ingredients need to be handled with care, and that's why in any cooking, the main aspect is his senses. And if he cooks from the heart, the whole world will become his strength. The boy said he understood and asked the master if he was a cook. And will he really study to become the best chef in the world? The master replied that he doesn't see the whole picture, what he's trying to teach him. And that includes lightning hail, thunderstorm flying sword. It's a technique that requires an incredibly skillful yet careful hand. And on top of that, incredible insight is required to use this technique. So cooking trains his stamina and brings his techniques into harmony with the art of cooking. The guy thought that all the words of the wizard sounded like just nonsense, but the name of the technique sounds tempting. The master asked the disciple if he would try it, but the boy at that time was thinking, should he try? And now that he remembers it, it was his last chance to give up and run away. But every time he cooked, he got hit on the head for not cooking properly. After a month, the kid had already learned how to use everything and set the table. The master said that the table looked acceptable today. The guy told the master to forget about cooking and asked how come he was now in charge of setting the table. Doesn't he feel guilty for making his young apprentice plow through while he himself just relaxes all day long? And maybe if the master tries some exercises, he will feel a little younger. And on this day, the master finally showed his true self. A good beating could solve many problems. On this day, he learned that his master could hit very hard if he wanted to. The realization of this fact had a great effect on his personality and upbringing. The master pointed to a pile of firewood and said that he was getting tired of such activities. And now one of his duties would be to chop wood for cooking. The boy was offended and wondered how that old fart could do such a thing to his tender body. The boy looked around and saw that there wasn't even an axe. He would go and ask nicely, or he might get mad at him again. The boy asked the master, "Where is the axe? Isn't he supposed to chop wood?" But the master replied that he would not need something like that. The guy was surprised and asked, then what should he use for chopping? Should he use his fists? Just like he did when he was beating his young and tender body. The master replied that if he didn't want to receive more, let him close his mouth and watch carefully. The master immediately took the knife out of his pocket. He asked the guy if he was surprised. The guy thought that no matter how you looked at it, it was just a cheap knife. But he's trying his best to look cool. The master told the student to watch the movement of his brush. The master immediately ran his knife over the wood and chopped the tree in half. The boy didn't expect such a turn and looked at it with his mouth open. The master asked, "Simple, isn't it? Now let him try it." The boy asked the master, does he really believe he can repeat this technique? The master asked, why not? He should be able to do something like this without even exerting any force. It's all about speed. You just have to move the brush instantly. The guy picked up the knife and thought that the most important thing was speed. And the most important thing is to move the brush instantly. But waving his hand over the wood did nothing but leave a small cut in the wood. The master asked the apprentice, "You ought to buy apprentice. Can he do something that simple?" "Well, there's nothing you can do about it." This time, along with the brush, let him move his elbow. When he strikes, you should try to make a half-circle motion with the knife. The boy tried again, but again he failed. The master said that it was surprising to him that even with the help of his elbow, he failed. The master accepted everything and told him to try to cut using his shoulder as well. The boy immediately swung the knife in anger, and the stump flew away. The master looked at everything and said he still didn't have enough speed. He shouldn't put so much force into cutting the log. Next time, he would only use the brush. The guy realized he didn't screw up because he wasn't trying hard enough. And how dare this old man scoff after making him do something impossible? The boy told the master that he was only 10 years old. Even though he is a genius, his body is still weak. He can't cut a log with that little knife. He needs something big and heavy. Until he is strong enough, could he teach him something else? The master hesitated and asked, "Big and heavy? And if that's what he wants, he'll give it to him. Let him wait here while he finds him something." The master went into the house and started going through everything there. Suddenly, he cried out that there he was. And so far, he's using an axe. At this time, the boy thought, what did this old man find? He saw the master bringing him an axe, and it would be much easier with him. And if he had an axe the whole time, then why the circus with the knife? Is he kidding me? The master asked his apprentice, what was he looking at? But however, it didn't matter anymore. Here was his axe. The boy took the axe in his hand and suddenly collapsed to the ground with it. The guy decided to try the axe for real, but the moment he swung it, he grabbed his shoulder. The guy asked, what kind of axe is that? Why is it so heavy? He almost dislocated his shoulder. The master asked him why he was complaining. It weighs only 70 guns. The boy didn't understand anything and asked what was he talking about. But in his head, he realized that the master had just told him to hold an axe that was heavier than himself. The guy asked, what's the point of this? For example, they figure 70 juns equals 1120 ryans, which equals 1100 dons, which equals 112,000 punas, which in turn equals 112,000 ryans. The boy asked the master, how could he think that a child like him could lift such a heavy axe? With his delicate and frail body, Master told him to stop pretending to be such a lowlife. At least let him raise the hilt a little. He can do anything, he just needs to put in more effort. And even someone like him can lift that axe if he exerted himself. Let him then stop giving up so quickly. The master said that he was looking that the apprentice's clothes were getting dirty quickly. Apparently it was time to teach him how to do laundry. Either way, he could get rid of one more worry. The foreman brought him to the lake and told him he could do his laundry here. The boy replied that he didn't mind staying here, since it only took 30 minutes to get from home to here. And besides, it's pretty cool in the summer, and apparently hot in the winter. The guy pointed at the basket of clothes and asked, what is this disgusting pile of smelly clothes? The guy thought that maybe he should do all of this by himself, with his delicate hands. The guy picked up one of the items and asked what he thought it was. Had it all been stored since last winter? How long ago was the last time he did laundry? The master looked at him strangely and asked, what of it? Is there any problem with it? The boy was immediately startled and replied that there was no problem. He was just surprised by the amount of clothes. But since he's his apprentice, he can do it for his old master, right? The master gave him one item and told him to just take this. He could use this row. It would be easier with him. Let him get to work now, before it was too late. The boy wondered and thought, what is this familiar, terrifying feeling? The guy immediately fell to the ground and said that again, and again his arms. What kind of heavy paddling is that? The master asked him, what do you mean by heavy? Its weight is only 50 guns. It is even lighter than that axe. The boy asked that it was so light that the earth cracked. The guy thought about it and said that it also equals 800,000 bospari. That kind of mass is more than enough for him. Does he really need to use it? Besides, this kind of rowing would just tear all his clothes. The master got angry and replied that he had told him to stop pretending to be such a weakling. Of course, if you use the normal method, all the clothes would tear. And so he must possess a method called Yui, which will allow him to give any force a softness. With it, he'll be able to handle the laundry. Besides, it will be a good workout for his shoulders and arms. It's a secret technique that has been passed down in their lightning clan for centuries. It's called the secret of laundry. Does he understand now? But the boy didn't understand anything and asked, what? The master replied that he should just try to learn the technique. The guy asked again, what other technique? The master replied that he had just explained it all to him. Let him just remember what he told him. The boy said to at least have him teach him this Yui method before he left. The master replied that he should finish his laundry before sundown and not forget that he still needed to chop wood and prepare dinner. The guy told the master that he never taught him anything. What should he do? When he turned around, he saw that the master was gone. But the guy remembered everything. and how the master had said that if he failed, only punishment awaited him. The boy was very frightened and didn't expect this. The master at this time lay back in his chair and asked why he was holding it so strangely, and it would break if he kept dragging it like that. The lad was hard up and answered him that such a rowing would not break. Rather, his limbs would break. But arriving home, the guy fell to the ground and asked the master why he was treating him like that. The master replied, telling him to stop roaring at the broken trough. He's not that heavy. So what? What has he been doing all this time? It was almost supper time and he still hadn't chopped wood. The boy realized at once that he was going to be sick and started to run away slowly. The master walked up to him and grabbing his clothes asked, "What are all these rags? Where are all the clothes?" The master was very angry with him and did not even know how to punish him for such an oversight. He immediately told him to speak and not to be silent. The guy replied that just in spite of how hard he tried, no matter how often he brought that tender body to the extreme point. The boy asked the master why it was so hard to use. After all, he had tried his best. And his clothes became like this because the master didn't even teach him the Yui technique, not to mention that damn rowing. The master asked the apprentice, does he mean it was all his fault? The guy immediately realized that it was bad. He had forgotten about the master's anger issues. It was too dangerous to push him like that. The boy said for the master to forgive him. He had almost forgotten. He should despise the sin, but not the sinner, right? After all, the master is human too, so they better just blame it all on the paddler. The master laughed and replied that apparently he still had a lot to teach him. After the beating stepped the second lesson. Due to his master's rough upbringing, as a child, he could only blindly obey his words. He convinced himself that it was all just part of the training. But the master said that here came the evening of training to increase the sensitivity of the hands. The master asked the boy if he understood now. Let him get started, and he won't forget to use canucks, idle stitches, cross-stitching, stitches, tambour stitching, and all the other methods he taught him to mend all his torn clothes. Sewing up all his clothes will do him good. His hand sensitivity should improve. Doesn't he want to sew? The boy tried to sew, but immediately stuck the needle right into his finger. The boy tried to sew, but immediately stuck the needle right into his finger. It was early morning of outdoor workout for the lower body. The guy had already started running for water to the lake in the morning. Every morning was a training session to sharpen his skills, his senses, and his speed. And he even had to cook. Every morning he practiced, and at lunch he cooked, and in the evening he chopped wood. But at sundown he practiced to sharpen his skill, feeling, and speed. After a week of hard training, Guy couldn't even feel his body and collapsed to the ground on his way to the furnace. The master asked him, not as easily as he would like, and since he was having such a hard time, let him give him a couple of tips. They'd make his life a lot easier. Let lightning spirit, a spiritistic technique to use which the user must be familiar with the inner power. And another spiritistic technique that calls forth the path of the judge spirit. First, he must understand that thunder and lightning do not just appear in the sky. The yin and yang energy from the mountains, rivers, and oceans create thunderclouds. A mixture of little yin and a lot of yang can cause a blinding flash. This is what they call lightning. Let lightning spirit allows the user to summon a lightning spirit with inner strength. The human body was created with the ability to absorb the energy that hovers around them. This energy affects their body from head to toe, though they sometimes do not notice it. The breath should not stop in the nostrils, but should gather and disperse. This will teach him to control the flow of energy. He must subdue the energy with unwavering will, strength, and intelligence. Like all human beings, they instinctively know how to breathe properly. However, most of them live their lives without learning it. He'll tell him a story that will help him understand what he's talking about. Once upon a time, there was a madman who sprayed gas on random passers-by. By instinct, most people covered their noses first. But everyone who did that died. The point is, if he can't control his true breathing, his body will inhale the poison. But if he breaks the mastery of inner strength and learns the path of lightning spirit, he would have nothing to fear. His body will be able to absorb the essence of lightning, giving him a power that would shatter mountains and oceans. And did he now understand why it was so important to know the path of the lightning spirit? The lad had embarked on a difficult meditation and was trying to deal with it. The guy took a breath of air and realized he liked the story, but he still didn't understand what he wanted him to do. Maybe this time he really should put more effort into it. The boy asked the master what exactly he should do. The master asked him what he meant. All he has to do is to gather the energy, disperse it, and subdue it to his will, using only his inner will, strength, and reason. But to do this, he must use basic breathing techniques while practicing Qigong to open his meridians. Only after discovering the 12 meridians will he learn how to properly control the flow of energy. And he will have to memorize the vast number of arteries and veins that are in the human body, but still he will only explain once, so let him listen carefully. If he asks him to repeat it, because he is terrible at repeating, he will think the student is not trying hard enough and will punish him. The guy started yelling that it wasn't fair. How was he supposed to memorize it all by ear? At least have him give him some notes. The master hit him with a stick and told him to keep his voice down. If he really thinks it's unfair, he can write it all down so that he can pass it on to his disciple. And in any case, once it breaks the way of the condemned spirit, memorizing it all won't be a big deal. The guy asked, "Is it really that easy? Would this technique turn him into a super-duper genius?" The master replied that he didn't even know what the technique was. The basis of any control is to systematically control the physical and spiritual self while controlling the mind and heart. The path of the condemned spirit twists his head like a string, maximizing his mental potential. This spiritual thread is virtually indestructible. It is even like a lake in terms of purity, tranquility, and transparency. Having reached it, his body will attain an almost natural immutability. The guy replied something that didn't sound natural. The master hit him again and said that if he wanted to become the best, let him learn to focus. This spiritual technique is important if he wants to move forward. The boy asked the teacher, wondering how he could learn it. The master replied that although someone like him would not agree with such ineffective methods of training, he would teach him the way of the condemned spirit through various outdoor training, strict diet, and other methods. He doesn't need to worry. This technique was developed by the blood, sweat, and tears of the previous generations of the Lightning Clan. The kid got really scared and said he had a bad feeling, and it smells fried. The boy asked, "So how could he get through all this?" The master replied that he did not agree with such ineffective methods of teaching. He will teach him the way of a convicting spirit through various outdoor exercise, strict diet, and other methods. This technique had been developed by the sweat and blood of the previous generations of the Lightning Clan. The guy immediately thought he had a bad feeling. Here comes body training number 1. It's outdoor training. Master had asked him earlier if he knew when a person could concentrate the most. And it happens when he's distracted for a split second and his head is about ready to fall off his shoulders. Guy understood that the body shape training method utilizes this principle and is designed for outdoor workouts. 1 hour a day, he will at least go to the mountains and collect leaves, mushrooms, fruits, medicinal herbs there. And thanks to such training, he will not only be able to develop sensitivity and add to his knowledge of the mountains, but every time he meets animals there, he will gain an experience that promotes the development of concentration reaction and body quickness. And this place is called Honapong because the tree cats who meet wild beasts in the forest used to dye the bushes. And thanks to that, no one had been going there lately, and it had become very quiet and peaceful. So he should not raise his voice there either, but be more careful. Seeing a big bear in front of his nose, Guy got very scared and started to run away, while the bear stood on 2 legs. But the master had been watching him all this time, and at just the right moment, he took his knife and stuck it right into the bear's head. The master immediately took the bear to him and began to carry him. And now came the second training session called the diet. The guy came to his house saying he barely survived. But what is it? The master had already managed to bring the bear home and carve it up. He asked him how what. The master said there was bear soup for lunch today. The boy looked at it and replied with surprise that it didn't seem like it could be called just bear soup. The master asked, "What? It's from a bear. That's how you get bear mup. And what's he picking on the soup for?" The guy thought for a moment and replied that they were past that. And about him being a jerk, they do have lunch together. But for some reason, the menu is very different. The master replied that during training, the body and soul should be light. It's obvious. The diet is so elementary. And such fatty and unhealthy food he will eat himself, but he eats healthy and tasty grass. In time, he will realize he cares for him. But the guy got angry and turned the table over and started telling the master to stop lying to him. After all, he can eat meat and fish too. The boy realized in his head that at this rate his life would end at the age of 10. The master asked him why he still had not eaten. The boy looked at the empty table and thought, how did the master eat it all so quickly? And meat is not air to disappear like that in one bite. The master replied that he had this look on his face that he was determined to eat everything quickly, that he was picking on the little things again. And now they have to practice, so let him eat soon too. Whoever is last does the dishes. He knows that, right? The guy got angry and said he would have harnessed him to do the dishes anyway. When he came to the training session, the master told him to say hello. This wood-carved child has trained many generations of disciples. He may call him the wooden martyr. The guy asked, martyr? This is a joke, right? The master asked, is there something he doesn't like? The guy replied, he looks like that. It ruins the whole mood. It's not just the looks, it's this. This is the most annoying. The master said it's a wooden statue made in the shape of a person to learn acupuncture. The whole body is made very naturally. The master asked him if he really wanted to take that rag off. The boy replied that no, they would leave it like that. The master said to learn acupuncture properly, you have to start with 12 meridians and 8 points today. We'll try to learn 12 meridians. Have him memorize how he's going to stab the statue and then have him repeat the same thing. Can he do it? The boy asked, the meridian is only 12, right? That's too much for normal kids, but he's a genius, but we can try. Master asked with surprise, really? Then let him try to learn it. If he makes a mistake, he will personally give him a punishment. The guy felt like he had a feeling he was walking into a trap. He's wrong, isn't he? The master immediately began to show everything. The master said he would show him all the pressure points on the wooden doll, and it's his job to learn them. And he hopes the boy can do it. The boy replied that if it's called 12 paired meridians, there are only 12 points. Ordinary boys wouldn't have thought of it, but he's special. It's time to start. The master asked him if he was sure. Then let him watch carefully how grievous the error, how heavy the punishment that would follow. The boy was very frightened and thought he was in a big mess, and it seemed so to him. The master said that 12 meridians are located in the human body along the channels of circulation of energy of internal organs. The meridians are connected to the internal organs and, depending on the organ itself, the meridians are divided into yin and yang. And as a general rule, the meridians that are on the outside of the arms and legs are yang, and those on the inside are yin. The meridians on the hands are called sugen, and those on the feet are called jokin. And there is a central one in the heart itself. The meridians on the yang hands consist of the meridians of the large intestine, the meridians of the 3 bags in the small intestine. The meridians on the feet are yin from the spleen meridians, liver meridians, kidney meridians. And thus, 12 paired meridians can be visualized as a set of meridians of the lungs, colon, stomach, and the last, closing the circle, connects with the meridian of the lungs, because of which the circulation of energy key. And in short, the meridians on the yin hands circulate from the chest to the fingers of the hands. The meridians on the yang hands from the fingers of the hands to the head. They form a single chain. The guy was very surprised and said, there's a whole mountain of terms, and he wants him to understand it all the first time without repeating it. He doesn't even have the knowledge. And not only that, but he was gibbering like Tina Kandelaki. The master asked, who called himself special, a prodigy? Before you complain, at least let him try. The guy replied to just have the master tell him who he should beat. The master said to start with him, let him show on his fist what he had learned. From the lung meridian to the bladder, 1 stroke for each mistake. Does he understand the terms? The guy was really pissed off because he didn't remember anything, and he was going to get screwed by the master for sure. The boy remembered that when he was 5 years old, he had memorized books about 1,000 characters, and he never understood how everything was connected, but he should do it again. And having made up his mind, he said he would just repeat the actions of the sabu. The master told him that the respiratory meridian flows from the chest. Then comes the pericardial meridian, followed by the central meridian, which originates at the heart. The abandoned cavity has the meridian of the large intestine. There's the meridians of the three bags. Then there's the meridian of the small intestine. It in turn flows into the spleen meridian. And now here comes the liver meridian, then the kidneys, and from the stomach another meridian corresponding to it. But lastly, the gallbladder meridian, and finally the bladder, and they all form a vicious circle, right? The master thought about it and said that he seemed to be a good teacher. He was still learning, of course, but there was still a little hope. Su asked the master why he was saying that. He had just seen with his own eyes how very surprised he was. Is it so hard to just praise? The teacher replied that he was actually surprised at the number of extra moves he made, and he thought he had passed the test with flying colors. Then have him show the lung meridian on himself. Su was greatly surprised and asked, on his body? Su started pointing to his points and asked the teacher, like this, right? But the teacher replied that he was correct, waiting for the punishment. Although the 12 meridians are so named, there are actually many more. The pulmonary meridian alone consists of 11 channels of both arms. The teacher took everything in his hands and said, here are the impact points, Junbu, Unmun, Chenbu, Hebek, Chektek. The teacher showed everything in detail and asked how, but Su got very excited and thought it was a great massage for his body. Su thought that his back and shoulder had been aching lately, and heartburn had noticed, but now everything was fine. Master said that judging by his facial expression, he liked it. Let him try to memorize with his body, it was the meridian of the lungs. Su got angry and asked, couldn't you start with this example? The master asked him, did he want to be shown all the points at once? Is he sure? But he doesn't accept objections on such a matter. Su thought for a moment and replied that he had overreacted, and he thinks the current teaching option is good too. The master heard this and said that he was a smart guy. When studying the circulation of blood flow, you can't practice lethal and paralyzing points, although it's a pity. And it's all about the potential lethality. And since he's so chatty, maybe he can show him the tongue points. Su said for him to stop joking around like that. It's time to start their class already. Right there, as he's showing correctly on the wooden puppet, the master replied, that's right, they agreed on punishment for mistakes, right? The teacher calculated and said that on the wooden puppet he had shown 309 points of influence on each side, making a total of 618. He was only able to repeat 43 on the left and right side correctly, making a total of 86. So that makes it 532 strikes? Su replied that it can't be that. How can he even count? It's 12 meridians, so there must be no more than 12 beats. The master started laughing and asked, why did he think it was called the teaching of body structure? At each stroke, he would show which points he had shown wrong. Let his body memorize them. Su was very frightened and, running away, started to say that he would die after these blows. The master was surprised by this and asked where he was running to. Su accepted everything and started practicing even harder. But master liked it a lot and even helped him. After 4 months, Su had improved his training qualities and even learned a lot from his master. As he was practicing, the master approached the disciple and asked, is he still not finished? And when is he going to cook? Chop wood, do laundry, and clean up? Su asked the foreman. Hadn't he noticed? Here's his food, firewood. There's drying, cleaning. And that's it? He will go then. He still has to learn Narensimbab and Nensasimgol. The master replied that he had only learned the basics but was acting like a know-it-all. If anyone heard him, he would have thought that he was his servant and not his disciple. Su asked, isn't he? The master told him to take his time or he would make people laugh. He was not yet ready to learn martial techniques. But since he thinks he's ready, they can try something. And starting today, he's going to learn this instrument. The master said that wielding the Sword of Thunder is like playing in an orchestra. Playing the kayagema involves exquisite finger technique and exceptional concentration. And especially on this nagam, it is believed that not everyone can master it. Playing an instrument involves not only technique, but also something else, something special. This is nothing that will help him wield the Sword of Thunderstrike in the future. If he learns to play this instrument, he's halfway done and he can quickly learn to wield the blade. Su was surprised to say that before, he wouldn't even let him wipe the dust off this instrument, and now he would finally learn to play it. He was already imagining girls saying he was handsome, and his face under the moonlight especially shining. And his wistful look won him over. His sad melody cut her soul, But one of the girls waited for another and said he was his prince. Su said, "That's great. All the more reason for a warrior to wield not only a sword, but also a musical instrument." The master asked him if he was sick. He didn't tell him that there was a part of his plan to learn a musical instrument. He's still a little kid, but he already likes to show off. This Najim is a priceless treasure of their school. He's honored to learn to play it. Su looked at the instrument and saw that it was beautiful. But the master realized that he would first have to teach him how to play the kayagim, and then he would have to proceed from there. Su decided to try it and hear what it sounded like. But the master saw it and shouted at him not to touch it. Su didn't even have time to touch the string before his finger was cut. Master said he told him to, and asked him not to touch everything. How many times do I have to tell him? He should thank God or he could have lost a finger. The master said that this tool is made of a special thread material that controls thunder. It cuts anything that touches it. You have to know the special technique. Su said that the master told him that he would teach him how to play this instrument. He thought it was okay to touch it from today. He didn't say he was so dangerous. How is it even possible to learn on one of these? Does he want him to lose a finger? The master replied that he was a wooden head. The great Sabu will play a melody for him personally. He asked him to listen to it with reverent feeling. Su felt that awe-inspiring feeling. A wooden head, and he would now wait for the master and grow old. When he no longer had the strength to beat him, he would laugh at him. The master began to play the instrument, and everything around suddenly froze. After all, this music was simply pouring out a man's soul. Master finished and said, "What a face Su has. How can he play the great Sabu's Nagimi? That's the power of Bunresu." Is he surprised? Bunresu is not a fighting technique. It's more of a skill. There are no rules. But if you learn it, your palms will become so strong that neither thread nor sword can hurt them. And if practiced, not only the palm, but also the hands can also become stronger. In controlling the sword, the main ingredient is the thread that controls the thunder. And so it is necessary to master Bunresu, reaching at least level 6, and learn to play kayagim well, or his hands will be cut in half. Did he understand? Su asked. Then would he need to start learning Bunresu first? How long would it take him to reach the 6th level? The master answered him that one must study it with patience, and to him he thought it would take 10 years to master it. Su asked with surprise, how much? Then would they leave him behind when he was going to learn Naren Simbab? He had said he would teach him how to play the Najim. The master laughed and asked, who told him he wouldn't teach him? He simply said that it was too early for someone like him to play the kayagim. He had 100 years to live, especially since he doesn't even know the notes. And he's already whining that he doesn't teach him how to play the Najim. Let him learn to play something easier first. And he still thinks he's more or less ready for martial arts. Starting tomorrow, they'll start learning the basics. Su asked with surprise, starting tomorrow, they would be learning the basics? Then what was he studying before that? The master replied that it was all necessary to eliminate the sore muscles and prepare his body for study. And he doesn't know why Su asks him. In his mind, it's clear enough. And tomorrow, after he finishes all the chores, have him come to the backyard. Su went outside and thought that Sabu technique, this is a martial art class for sure. And is it all true like that? The master asked, why would he want to trick him? Knife throwing is the main foundation in their school's martial arts. And now it's time to stop talking and let him try to hit those cones. And they're going to start with this tree. And since this is the first lesson, let him try to hit from 15 meters. And in order to succeed, let him not rely on strength alone. It is necessary to use Yen Sasamgol and let him visualize the vector between the knife and his target. With Narensim's help, let her control her breath and body energy. And finally, you will need to throw the knife right along that invisible line as hard as you can. Su immediately threw the knife and thought he had hit it. But the knife didn't get stuck in the lump and immediately fell to the ground. Su started to get angry and said that he missed. The master replied that he had to hit the target accurately from this distance to advance to the next level. And he thinks that if he shows his effort and diligence in a month of 4, he'll make it. Then he'll have to increase the distance, and he'll have to practice until he hits at least half the time. And before that, there is no need to disturb the master. Did he understand everything? Su asked with surprise. Master is leaving. Could it still be delicate for him to try teaching? The master replied that he had already told him everything he needed to know. Why should he stay here? He would have to train for at least 2 months to reach level 3. Su said he heard everything. He doesn't want to teach him, and master thinks he's left him alone. Su said he's only going to get in so he can have a good life. It's as simple as that. Su immediately threw the knife with the speed of the wind. After a month, he started hitting from a distance of 15 meters. Then after another 3 months, Su started screaming that he had finally hit it. While at that time the master was lying at home drinking. Su came home and said he was hooked. The master looked and replied that it was only in 6 months. And the speed is such that you can only see it once in 100 years. Su started to get indignant and showed a disgruntled face. Master said he is whining again. Even in the songs, there is a grandfather teacher does not give gifts to those who whine. Does he remember that? Su replied that he had never heard such an outrage. So would the master give him a gift? Master replied that yes, he would. He said it was his birthday the day after tomorrow, and he was going to visit his father at the cemetery, right? And he's also making progress in his studies. So he has a gift for him. Su replied that it's not like a master. He hopes he's not sick with something serious. Master punched him and told him he was an asshole, so he didn't need his gift? Su replied that he doesn't need it. He really does. The master told him to straighten both his arms. He immediately put a bracelet on each of his limbs. Su was surprised and asked, "What is this?" The master replied that it is called a muhuan. They are bracelets for the hands and feet, which are now in trend among the youth. It's a trend among young people. Su said that beauty and exercise, 2 in 1, no way. These are just heavy shackles. The master replied to the disciple to stop deceiving him, and he thinks his master is lying. All in all, one muhuan weighs only 20 gun. It is much lighter than a wooden wash stick or an axe, so no need to whine and let him carry it always. And in training, and in the toilet, and in the bathroom, and at night, never let him take it off. Did he understand? Su said 2 arms, 2 legs, 48 kilograms total. To call that light, that's a total lie. The master said that when he went to the cemetery to visit his parents, they would keep him company. And don't let him take them off without permission. The master thought about it and decided it was time to start a new knife-throwing class. So far, he had been aiming at standing targets, but now he would try to hit moving targets. And first, you have to try it from a distance of 15 meters. Su asked the master, then could he take the muhuan off him? And how will he get in with it on his hands? The master replied that his only apprentice would soon be without arms. He does not, never had weak whining disciples. He has studied Yensas Mogel and Narensim Bob. Then what is preventing him from doing the simplest task? Su replied that it was because he lacked diligence. Su said he had to hit it, but he didn't even come close. Let him try again, and again, Su misses. The master thought about it and said he felt like he would have to start from scratch. But though no, Su replied that there seemed to be a problem with this way of training. The master said it was right. He had the right idea. While he's practicing, it's not like he can just stand there and shake that lump all the time. The master thought seriously and said that it would still be better if he shook it himself and then threw the knife from a great distance. And he feels like he's going to have to learn the Phoenix move. The Phoenix move is a movement technique. It involves the body moving like a bird of fire. The reception series includes Gengan, Sinbab, and Baobab Gen movements, involve the body moving fast, long, and as far as possible with the ease of a feather. Shinbab is similar to Gengan. But the teachings say that Shinbab is a technique that allows you to control the weight, positioning, and shape of your body. That is, this technique allows you to strengthen your body like iron or to spin in the air. Sometimes people use Chokolgon, which is a kind of Shinbab, and allows you to reduce the size of a person's body. But this technique often has side effects, so he won't teach it. And finally, Baobab. This technique allows you to move your arms and legs very quickly like a ghost when fighting an opponent. And of course, this does not mean that only the legs move. Foot movements involve working the muscles of the whole body, so it is more correct to say that this technique allows you to accelerate the whole body. Su said it certainly sounds tempting, and so he would be learning these techniques in shackles? The master replied that absolutely, but since everything is clear, then they will begin Sadil Punan, which is the basis of the Phoenix reception. He'll need this technique on the way to the cemetery if he wants his back to stay intact, Let him watch carefully. A little later, the master looked at Sue and asked, "What is this pose? Here's a chapalak for him and have him wake up immediately. And if he doesn't learn, the master will beat him all night long." Sue immediately ran to his parents' cemetery and placed flowers. But Master did not leave him alone and watched him every time. The master thought during training why he was shouting so much when he was running. He was wasting energy. Though to summarize, he's learned a lot in half a month, and he feels like the time is right. The master said to shake that lump himself now and practice throwing knives. As long as he doesn't hit it from 30 meters away, don't call him. Sue said that Master was too lenient, but at this time Master was sitting at home, eating and drinking all the time. But suddenly Sue came in and said that he could now hit a moving target from a distance of 30 meters. But really, Sue was annoyed by everything. He heard everything. Of course he knows he's sloppy, but how can you drink sake with a long stick? Isn't it hard to take the bottle in your hands? The master told him to stop chirping in his ears immediately. Tell him to take this and go and study. The master gave him a stick and told him to try to hit the target with the stick, and instead of a cone, he should hang this one left-right. Sue asked, "Is he really that annoyed to be taught something? Why would he want to train with that stick? Does he think he'll ever fight with that stuff? What a waste of time." The master asked why he thought he wouldn't fight without a blade puppy. For a true master, even a bird feather is a weapon. Suddenly a bird flew by and the master said, "Here's the target. Let him watch carefully and learn." The master immediately threw the stick at the bird and it hit the target, and the bird died instantly with one blow. Sue was greatly surprised by such a thing. The master thought and said that he hoped that he had killed him, that the wand could also become a terrible tool. The master said that when he learned how to hit a coin with his wand and would practice hitting his quill. Did he understand? Here came the cold season of the season called winter. But the master was not afraid of it and was always ready. But suddenly he felt someone approaching him. When he turned around, he immediately saw a tiger. The tiger was very hungry and was ready to eat everything in its path. But the master was not afraid and was ready to fight. The master grabbed the tiger and started beating her on her back with a stick, saying she was a bad cat. And he told him not to jump on it. It was too heavy. The master immediately smacked him upside the head and said she'd been missing for over a year. He even thought she was dead. And suddenly she shows up and jumps into the fire? The master said she decided to say hello. But he doesn't need his greeting, for she annoys him. But the tigress was too cute and twisted around in front of the master as best she could. The master asked her why she was showing her belly. Did she give birth to tiger cubs? Master said he understood. She might not pretend to be so nice. Does she think he'll share sake with her? Master said if she wanted a drink, let her sit still and not touch anything while he was gone. Tigitsa stood in front of the fire and looked only at the food. But suddenly Sue came and was very frightened when he saw the animal. Sue started shouting that the tiger had killed the teacher, covered his corpse with a blanket, and was now sitting quietly and basking by the fire. Sue saw the look in her eyes and said that it couldn't be. There's no trace of blood, and Master's not a weakling either, is he? Sue was already thinking of throwing that feather in his eyes and running away. He started shouting that he would avenge the Master's death when he was older. But Master saw such a thing and immediately threw a stone at the tiger, saying he told her not to touch anything. Sue was very happy because the Master was alive. The Master asked the guy that he was talking nonsense and not blushing. Master asked, and how else to understand that he would avenge Master's death sometime later? Sue asked, how could he get back at her if she defeated him too? You have to master the skill first. And he asks, why is there a tiger at home? As if that's the norm. And what corpse is still under the blanket? The Master answered that under the blanket is his wooden doll, and he has known her for a long time before he met him. And her name is Belenka. Sue asked, what do you mean have known each other for a long time? Since when did the tiger become related to the neighbors? And what a stupid name. Suddenly, Sue said that the tiger was coming to eat the Master. But the Master asked the disciple why he thought that was what he wanted. Sue decided to walk away from the conversation. Suddenly, the Master said that the guy is strange. And why is he, by the way, something early? Let him go and train, and he'll tell him right away. Just in case. The meat he's roasting now is lamb to be eaten with warm sake. It's good for the elderly, so don't let him think of claiming it. Su said that if he wanted to lie, let him at least try to lie more believably, especially since he came because he had completed his assignment. The master replied that he had told him that when he was done with the wand, let him start throwing the feather at Soyu. Su suddenly threw a feather and hit right into the food and said that now he could hit anything with a feather too. The master was surprised and asked him why he had thrown it there. It was food that he had made himself. But Belenka reacted to it very angrily. The master asked him, "How does it look to him? Without the feather, does the food look edible? Let her see. All the dates are intact." Su asked with surprise, "Are the dates intact? Is this tiger the father of date palms? Why is he behaving like this?" The master replied that she already did not like her food to be touched. Su was surprised and asked, "Does the tigress drink sake? Does the tigress drink sake and eat dates instead of meat?" Su kept walking beside him and thinking he didn't mean it. And she's a tigress. She could have been kinder to him. Su decided to take a different course of action and said that he was very cold and perhaps he too would warm himself by the fire. The master asked him what he was doing. Does he want to touch her? Is he going to part with his hands? Tigre immediately started growling after saying that. But Su asked the master, why did he say that? She wouldn't have noticed. The master asked him, in his eyes a white pet, like a cat or a dog. She's 10 times his age, maybe more. Let him think to himself, if some puppy was stroking the back of his head, would he sit still? Su asked with surprise, 10 times? This tigress is 110 years old? So maybe he should call her not just white-haired, but anti-white-haired? The master asked him, what kind of nonsense is he talking about? Although many say he looks younger than his years. Su thought, what does that even mean? Does he mean that he is over 110 years old? Just a little more and he will call himself a Holy Spirit. But it would be better if he didn't talk. Suddenly the master said that since they had eaten everything, then could they go and test his abilities? After all, this time they should see with their own eyes. Su said they didn't even leave him one sip. They drank it all. The master replied that if he stayed, he would order Belenka to drag him with his teeth. Did he understand everything? Arriving at the forest, the master asked him how he was doing. Let him show him. Su asked in reply, what do you mean how? Immediately he threw down the feather and said, this is how he shook it. And next he used the phoenix technique and then used a feather attack of concentration and the moment the target was visible. And taking into account the wind direction and speed, the movement of the target, and immediately throws the pen straight into the target. Master and Belenka were greatly surprised. While Su said that he had made an accurate hit, Master said that it was strange at all. He can't reach that level so quickly. Su replied that the master could just be pleased with his students' rapid growth. Is it really that hard? The secret to success is that he is a special boy. Plus, he has the ability to focus on training. The master said he understood and asked him to come here for a moment. Su asked the master why. Does he really want to beat him because of jealousy of his talent? But the master told the tiger to fetch him with his sharp teeth. Su immediately ran to the master and said, here he is. Approached him as he asked. The master replied that the phoenix reception. The master asked him how good he was at bunresu. Su asked with surprise, bunresu? It was nothing special. Master said to try to hit his arm using bunresu as hard as possible. Su asked, hitting the master? The master replied that this was correct. No matter how hard he hits, he won't scold him. He makes a promise. Su asked, why all of a sudden? He's his student. How could he hit him? He can't afford to. But on the other hand, he can't resist his orders. Su said that the master left him no choice. The master replied that if he did not strike on the count of 3, he would do it himself. Su thought about that punch for a long time and immediately slapped his palm with all his might. Suddenly, the master said that it was unexpected. The master immediately grabbed his hand and said that he was caught. He asked Su what he was taking in secret from him. Su replied that there was nothing and said that he didn't understand the master's words. Master asked if he took nothing. How was he able to reach such a level so quickly? His strength could be felt in his hands. Su asked the master, what kind of power was he talking about if he was currently sitting in front of him intact? The master replied that his strength was felt when he struck. As he watched how aptly he threw the pen at Soyu, he realized that his skill had already exceeded that level. He's already level 4 in Bunrisu, and Narensimbab is as proficient as his kind can achieve after at least 7 years of training. And then there are his eyes. When one comprehends Narensimbab too quickly, it is difficult to clearly separate the internal forces in the learning process due to inexperience, and it shows up in the eyes as a side effect. And thus they conclude, if he hadn't eaten anything extra, he wouldn't have been able to reach such a high level so quickly. Sue said he's not guilty of anything. He is only to blame for being born a poor prodigy. He practiced hard and finally succeeded, and the master, instead of praising, scolds. Of the two of them, they are the only ones who hobble the food without him. The master said, he's whining again, and there's no need to make a spectacle of it. Let him get up immediately and follow him. Sue replies that he didn't, and he says he didn't take anything. He sighed, for he had almost blown it. He's so smart, isn't he? On the 22nd, late at night, Sue went to the forest. He said it was such a cold night, and where would he find greenery in the forest? That cold-blooded master. But suddenly, he saw mushrooms under a tree and said he would pick them too. But somehow there were very few. But his nose sensed some strange odor, and he stood up thinking, where is this smell coming from? But as he lowered his head, he saw a flower standing there, and he was very much surprised. And how in such a cold weather, and with such a smell, what kind of a flower? No berry. But it must be worth a lot, and thinks the master will be happy with this fruit, even if he only brings it. One must be careful not to damage the roots. He started digging, and his hands got very cold. But suddenly a statue appeared in front of him and told him that it was probably the first time he had seen such a rich-looking root. The statue said his name is ginseng. He can enhance his health for the rest of his life. But people say he looks like a human, so they call him Ginseng Doll. Sue plucked the flower and said, great, because this ginseng almost fooled him. It must be one of the 3 plants that fool people. The best healing herb that is legendary. It must be the ginseng doll. And now his luck has smiled on him. Why don't he go to the market? He might even be able to save up some money to escape. But it's dangerous for young creatures like him to go to the market with such expensive things. And besides, there are more valuable things in life than money, aren't there? That's why he endures all the master's humiliation. Suddenly, Sue said that he had finally decided that he would eat him, and his body would get stronger and he could become an invincible master faster. But Sue sat down in front of it and thought, how could he eat it? He began to remember what master had told him before. When Sue came home, he asked the master what he was eating. Is it not poisonous? The master asked him, what is he talking about? It is Nadan. It is very hard to find. It's us. Although people like him shouldn't eat such things, it could end badly. So if he sees something like that, always let him carry it to him. Sue asked why. What could happen to him if he ate it? The master replied that if one took it without following the rules, he might fall into the state of Junwaima, or even die. Sue asked, what are the rules? Let him tell him. The master replied that he could tell him, but it was unlikely that he would remember the first time, so why bother? Sue asked the master to tell him. The master said that rule 1, when taking healing plants, it is mandatory to follow diets until the body has fully mastered the power of these plants. And nothing will happen from not eating and sleeping for a few days. It is necessary that the healing properties and the inner strength of the body reunite into one. Rule 2, sweet medicines such as Daewon, if they are not fake, can be taken without special instructions. And when taking medicinal plants that have yin or yang properties, they are very different in relation to each other. Sue said that he hoped it didn't apply to his plant. He ate the same greens every day, so ginseng was just right for him. But a special instruction to consult a specialist if side effects occur. But Sue was not deterred and decided to give it a try. Sue immediately felt all indescribable feelings and the inner world of Biryuan. Careful, they are different from reality. But ginseng appeared in front of him and asked how he dared to eat it. Does he think he has enough strength to master it? And he would turn him into dust in one flick. Sue was not afraid and went to fight him, and immediately grabbed his head. Sue said that it was the best of all the herbs he had eaten. He immediately waved his fingers and said goodbye to him. Sue came to his senses and thought, did he really make it? And the first feelings he felt were that his body was as light as the wind, and that power is now in his veins. It felt like he had eaten 100 bears. But it had already cooled down, and he expected to be in flight for a long time. And now he'll go home and pretend it never happened. But if the master finds out about it, but will slap him, Sue decided that he wouldn't say anything. But suddenly, the master crept up behind him and patted his shoulder. The master asked him what he had been doing so far. He hadn't been home since yesterday. He thought he'd been eaten by animals or died of cold somewhere. Where has he been? Sue asked. What do you mean since yesterday? Did he go out yesterday? But he realized that he had pretended then that he had become forgetful due to overwork. But sometimes the master is so naive he believes so. But then he thought he believed it. When Sue came home, he asked the master, "What is this leaf?" The master replied that this was the new schedule for his day. Sue began to say from 5 to 11 a.m., a task for every half hour. And there's hunting in between. But why can't it be moved to the second half of the day, which is scheduled to be completely free? Because his only student will die. The master replied that he had grown stronger and would be able to do anything. So why was the afternoon completely free? Sue replied that it turns out that the master will teach him new martial arts techniques at this time. The master replied that no, from tomorrow onwards, he would be coming down from the mountains to the people. Sue asked in surprise, descending from the mountains to the people. The master thought and replied that all was right, and it was time for him to know the world alone and go out into the people. Coming down the mountain, Sue started talking out of surprise that it was his first time here, and it turned out to be so beautiful. But master didn't leave him alone and asked him why his eyes were bulging, and stopped procrastinating and let him move faster. Sue said he just hadn't been to a village this big in a long time. Where are they going now? And with gold too? To a trading house for a shot? The master replied that he would find out soon. There was no need to hurry. Sue immediately noticed that this old man was behaving strangely. Before leaving the house, the master asked the boy what was that outfit he was wearing. Sue replied that the master had told him to dress neatly because they would be going to the village. The master punched him and asked him what he thought looked neat. Or was he just pretending to be a tramp? And who would choose him dressed like that? Sue asked with surprise, what will he choose? And yes, the master hadn't yet said where they were going and for what purpose. The master thought a moment and replied that when they reached, he himself would guess the great plan. Now have him quickly change into something clean and comfortable. And let him take his bangs down. His yellow eyes stand out a lot. Sue all realized that the master had been acting very strange since this morning. Did he really bring him here? Sue was walking through the city and thought, where is this liquor store? But when he entered the establishment, he told the elder that Merchant Chen was at his service. Chen told the elder that his request was too much. He looks to be about 11 years old. How can he allow him to perform on stage, especially since he's a boy? The master asked him, does he mean to say that he is rejecting him because of his age, appearance, and gender? But he is at least Yun and a bon, and he tells him that in playing the tangjim, he has no equal. He's going to play, let him prepare the stage. Chen said that the guests of their Chenghayan-ru drinking parlor should not only be pleased with their ears, but also with their eyes. Even among the girls, there is a strict selection process. How can he allow such a young and even such a dark boy to perform on stage? The master asked if his principles were so old-fashioned. He is very much disappointed. Chen replied that he was asking the elder for forgiveness. The master got angry and told them all to be damned. Houses with easy girls and drink houses have obvious differences, but why is it that only looks and gender are important to both, and they don't even plan to look at the game itself? The master told Sue to remember today's offense and let him try to become a better person. But Sue replied to the master to stop talking about such things. He wondered what they would do when they came down from the mountains. And it turned out they were planning to sell his only good, poor, gifted underage student. The master asked him who he was talking about. Did he have such a disciple? He hoped his chatty apprentice would learn something new today. Sue asked, playing tangjim in a drinking parlor is a lesson in his opinion? Let him stop lying. It's a crime of human trafficking. The master grabbed him by the hair and replied, how dare he contradict him, you talkative contagion. Sue started yelling that a criminal slave trader was killing an underage boy. Let them help the poor, gifted underage boy. The master asked the disciple what kind of place was this called a shot shop. Su replied that it must be a place where alcohol is sold. The master replied that this was how little he knew about life. He guessed his thoughts, so he wanted to send him there. He doesn't know how much his master cares for him. Su realized in his head that the master was actually not worried about him. And now, if that grimace was removed from his face, maybe he would believe him. The master said that a drinking room is a place where people of different classes gather and talk about this and that. That's where all the information is concentrated. For a young person like him, the drinking room is the place where you can plan how to change the world. And moreover, the people who go in there pay money to sit there, and in turn, he will be able and earn the skill of playing tangent, and he can accept who would refuse such an offer. But why would he be born a dark-skinned boy and miss out on such a chance? Su immediately realized that this was the real reason. Su said that still, to summarize, he failed everything. Since that's the case, should they go home? Master asked. What home? He doesn't have the word fail in his vocabulary. He won't leave him. And they still have plenty of places to visit. So let him get up. Su in his head wished he'd better give up. Where else was he going? The master told him that he would be out for a while. Let him wait for him here. Su was thinking at this time, what was his house called? Costume jewelry? But after a few hours, the master came, and Su asked him what he had. The master replied that he would explain later. They didn't have much time. They had to hurry. Su followed the trail of the master and wondered what was going on here. But he sensed something was wrong. But suddenly the master told him that he would leave him one more time. Su thought that the more time passed, the more it stressed him out. Su asked the master what was behind his back. She first looked at him and then handed over those bags. What was really inside? The master replied that he would know everything later. And now going to the next place is the most important thing. Su kept following him and wondering why he didn't say anything to him. But what was this old man up to anyway? But when he came to the house, he saw that it was the blacksmith's. And it turns out that this is the place where iron takes on a new appearance. The blacksmith asked the old man why he wanted such a boy. Should he make a sword to his size? The master replied and suggested that they discuss the details inside. Dear Mom. Su thought, was master really going to order a sword especially for him? And was he such a good person? But suddenly from home the master asked the lad why not. But the blacksmith replied that he was quite green. Don't you understand? The foreman replied that he was 15. He's an adult. He has 3 times the strength of a normal man. Su thought, he'll be 12 soon. What does the master say anyway? But the blacksmith said he had his own principles and would have to pay 2 silver coins. The master was greatly surprised and replied that he said he was not an ordinary boy. He lifts a 30-pound iron with ease. He would replace it with 3 or 4 laborers. Su realized that it was only a wooden stick. The blacksmith said it was too expensive. And 2 coins in daily installments. How so? The master got angry and asked, does he have eyes for decoration? He can't see this full of vigor young body. The blacksmith said it was good. It will be, according to his judgment, 3 silver coins in daily payments. The master agreed and replied that it was good. For that price, he would give him the boy. Let him keep him safe. Su was greatly surprised and realized that he wasn't worth that cheap. Maybe the old man from the blacksmith is a pervert who likes minors and was sold for one night. The master asked the guy what he was doing. He'll be working in this forge from today, so he'll quickly stand up and say hello. Su thought, it turns out, work of a traditional nature. But working in a forge is considered one of the hardest jobs. Dirty, hard, and unsafe. And how could the craftsman sell it? Su asked the master how could he do that to him. He wouldn't work in a place like this. But the master shut his mouth and said that they were having a conversation for a moment. He replied to Su that if he couldn't overcome the simplest test, how was he going to become an invincible martial arts master? This work is part of the training. While he's pounding iron, he'll gain strength. His hands will get stronger, and his hands will get stronger. And he will also learn patience. The master asked if he understood him. It's all to his benefit, so let him not whine and work hard. Su asked, does he think he doesn't know the real reason? He wants to harness him to make money. Su said that hard work such as ironworking cripples the hands, and as a result, the sensitivity of the fingers is lost. The master started laughing and said, what a thought. Let him not be troubled. Let him say who he is. He is a great master who can wield the invincible sword of thunder. He has already thought of everything. Su asked him what he came up with. Let him tell him. The master replied that he would tell later, at home. If he does a bad job and gets kicked out, punishment will follow. So let him do a good job. Sus asked him for the master to stop. After all, he's just a slave trader and left his apprentice behind. There was a blacksmith in the town of Chawachin that specializes in making armaments. Only here and nowhere else can you buy top-notch clinics for mere pennies. But there were the main customers of the forge Ami people living in the mountains, followers of the female martial art. And the other customers are people who work for Amy's followers, merchants, travelers, and generally ordinary people. And he thinks that instead of Chawachin, this forge could have been called it Amichan. So come to think of it, all the buildings in this village could use the prefix Amy in their names. And in this village, everything in one way or the other is related to the followers of Ami. But Master Chobaichen is considered the best among the dippers. That's why he's called the Master of the Sword. But when Ami's followers come to him to pick up his order, he can't help himself. When meeting with customers, Guy said that this sword was forged from high-quality steel. And how was he? The girl replied that it's a good length and the quality is great, but it's a little heavy. She specifically asked them to make a sword of good quality, but as light as possible. And it's a sword for young Samae. And how are they going to explain that to her? The guy replied that the sword is designed with a special technology. First, they process the soft and hard steel separately, even making the two ingots run 9 times. And so the sword may be heavy, but if you compare it to other swords of this quality, this has the perfect weight. And they can see for themselves by taking another blade. Let it strike in the middle or on the edge of the sword. The girl struck the sword and saw it break. She said the broken sword was pretty good too, and this one didn't even have a scratch on it, and let them think there was no claim. The girl told Sami to take it and try it. And how is the sword? Is it not heavy for her? Same replied that it's not too hard, and she likes it, and the blade is so shiny. The girl said that since Same liked it, she would buy it, and asked her to forget the unflattering words. She just cares for the young creature. The blacksmith had been following them all this time and said that he was still alive. But suddenly Sue asked what was wrong with him. Did they come to him for debt? The blacksmith replied, how else is debt? They are scarier than death. The blacksmith asked the fellow why he had brought this heavy load. Sue replied that the other men were ready to work, but the boss was not, and they said to give him a little kick in the head to hurry up. The blacksmith asked with surprise, give these a smack on the head? That's deadly. Yes, and he is so scared to death because of the last customers. Sue asked, are Ami's followers really that scary? Are they guilty of something in front of them? Why is he so afraid of them? Smith replied that he didn't know himself. They just don't like him. And he is afraid of even a woman's silhouette because of them. He remembered in a moment how he told the customers that this sword was so smooth. If she tied it to her waist, she wouldn't lose it. Would she want to try it? The blacksmith told Sue that he had tried to sell a sword to Amy's followers once long ago and tried to be very polite. And they put a sword to his neck. There's a saying, you don't spit in a smiling man's face. But they order swords from him, and to know there are requirements, they have to communicate face to face, and he tries not to conflict with him. Sue said that they understand. It depends whose face is smiling. Sometimes you want to put a sword to it. And his face is just like that. The blacksmith asked in surprise, what part? What part of his face? Sue replied that he did too when he came here for the first time. The blacksmith said that his master asked him to give him a 30-kilogram iron hammer. Would he really be able to lift it? Sue thought, how could this be possible? That damn master means he also left a special request. He's really happy and had to tell the blacksmith to give him the hammer. Sue took a hammer and asked, you have to pound this and make its surface flat, right? The blacksmith was very surprised and replied that he was a strong man and asked, where did he come from? The blacksmith asked where they got those from. The boy can, and from today he will live with him, and uncle will take care of him. Sue said that it was good that the men had time to pull him away, or else he was already ready to use that hammer. The blacksmith replied that he didn't understand. Why is he, such a kind man, being treated like this? Suddenly a guy came in and said they were about to get rich. The sword they sold to the Ami followers today was very much to their liking. It seems like they'll be ordering it in bulk soon. The blacksmith asked with surprise, didn't he? And they hadn't told him any such thing a few minutes ago. The boy replied that a girl from the clan had come to order another sword for herself and had told him about it in confidence. And she also said that this sword is of very high quality and costs nothing at all. So the other students will also be coming soon. And it seems that the girl who received the sword today is the niece of Chief Master Ami. Sue asked. He hoped that they weren't going to increase his assignments now. The blacksmith replied that he had increased his payment to 4 silver coins 2 months ago. From today's month, he would be giving him 5. He'll get a good daily bonus too. He's only been with them for 10 months, and that's an unrealistic salary for a newcomer. Sue replied that he would refuse, since he wasn't the one spending the money. Especially does the blacksmith think that's all he does all day? Smith replied that it would be solved if he talked to his master. But Sue replied that it's not nice. Sue was very angry and thought that they had found a slave, and it was not difficult to die like this. If it wasn't for the ginseng doll, he would have fed the worms by now. When will it end? 10 months ago, the first day after working at the forge, Sue said that he had come home. The master replied that he still hadn't had dinner and was waiting for him. Master told the guy to agree that eating after work is even tastier. Given his accomplishments, he's allowing him to eat meat from today, so let him eat. Sue realized that it was delicious. But what was this old man up to? It was unlikely that his conscience had awakened, or he wouldn't have sold it. Master said that since he was done eating dinner, could they start their training? He was afraid he'd lose sensation in his fingers. He had prepared something. Sue realized that, of course he did. He had decided to mess with him again. The master asked his apprentice if he remembered what he had told him in the village, that he already had a plan to help him. Let him look at Beetle. Sue was surprised and asked what could be made of him. A poor disciple like him, who worked tirelessly all day, has no idea. The master said, meaning what can be done with it. Practice, of course. Here, he is now. Suddenly, Sue thought, what did he pull out of his sleeve? The master told Sue that he would pick it up in his hands and toss it. And lo and behold, all the colors of the rainbow in that order. 5 times, 35 pieces he must put on one thread. Did he get it? Sue replies to the master that it turns out that before he became a criminal and child exploiter, he worked in a circus. He thinks master could still come back now. The master replied to tell him to stop talking nonsense. This activity will help him train his optic nerves and also his hand speed. It's the ending that counts. Let him watch carefully. The master said he had to tie the 2 ends together first. And he has booms. And how did he understand? No more than 35 per line, no more and no less. So that there's no gap between the balls, let him try to tie the ends together. At first, they'll start with 100 a day. They would be paid 2 bronze coins for each busu, so let him try his best. Sue replied that it wasn't training, it was work. And another 100 beads a day would be worth 200 bronze coins. And how much does he plan to earn in exchange for the health of his only apprentice? The master asked him, does he think it's all about the money? It's the training. And if the training also generates income, then it's 2 for 1. Sue replied that in his opinion, this was not training. The master told him to shut up and listen further. So, he has a knife that he gave him for self-defense. That's just the knife he's going to do something with every day. Sue asked, what will he do? The craftsman replied that he would create wood products, a small souvenir Buddha, a comb and other things. And he would negotiate the price. So no need to worry, it's time to get started. Sue asked the master, did he bring him here to mock him? The master asked, what is he saying again? This is just another way to restore the sensitivity of the fingers of the hands after working at the forge. Sue was angry and thought the old man was unscrupulous. And if the forge master talked to him, he would probably make him work the night shift as well. And at this rate, he's sure to die soon. And it seems that it would be better to play the Kaya Gym in front of an audience than to forge iron day and night in a forge. Sue decided to leave the master, and on the way thought that he hoped he was doing the right thing. And maybe the overexertion had made his mind clouded. But he began to move even faster. But suddenly he felt sick and began to wonder if he was doing the right thing. But if he didn't run away now, he'd be dead. But what had he done to him? Why did he feel so bad? And sure enough, he'd skated off in the woods at some point. But suddenly, a monkey pounced on him. But Sue used his feather and defeated it with ease. And he should have kicked their ass earlier. But for him or right now, whatever happens, it's better to keep saving money. It's only for his future. Sue said that there had been a whole invasion of monkeys lately. It had better be boars, though he would get some meat. Or maybe the monkey master. Eating? He grabbed one of the inn and asked the master, "Is it edible?" He picked it up on the road. The master asked his disciple, would he eat it himself? He had brought one of his own kind and would eat it. And now he had spoiled his mood, and he let him throw it away and made dinner. Sue asked, where does that make him look like him, plowing all day long? And when he comes home from work, she makes him cook dinner too? The master asked, so what? Should he do it? Sue replied that he thought he should cook. He's the younger one. And he's going for dinner right now. The master asked him where he was going. He's got to go to the Cunha. And where did he take that stinker? Sue replied that he had forgotten, for this monkey he must throw away. But the master wondered what his apprentice was doing in the forge. But Sue immediately went to his room and hid the bag, hoping that master didn't notice what he brought with him. But Sue immediately took to the beads and said he would do this one first. And then the wood carving would follow. But suddenly he went to the master's door and heard him snoring. And Sue said that the child exploiter had fallen asleep. Sue took hold of his bag and decided that first he should try practice. But should the skirt be worn over pants or on a bare body? He doesn't know. He didn't really look at women's legs. And they said he should powder his cheeks with it so he wouldn't be recognized as a boy, so he decided to put more on. He was told that women use all that makeup. You have to look older. And it's a good thing there's an eye pencil in here too. Everything has to be perfect. He looked at the mirror and was surprised. And he thought maybe it's because it's a cheap mirror, and he thinks something's wrong. Suddenly he remembered that he needed to do his hair. Since he was like an unmarried woman, could he just leave his hair loose? But Sue decided that he would make more effort to look like a girl. But then the master came in and asked him, does he think he's asleep? Oh, well, let him see what he's doing. He's been acting really weird since tonight. But suddenly he dropped his stick, and seeing the student's face, he asked, what did he get? Even ghosts look more decent. Master said that the bottom line was he wanted to get a job in a shot shop, fooling everyone and easily make money by moving only his fingers. Sue replied that he understood he had overstepped his bounds, and he won't do it again. The master said, of course, he's way out of line. Is that what he taught? Good thing I pretended to be asleep and went in to see him. Sue thought that this old man, he was snoring. So was he faking it? That's so mean. He's going to be a joke for 100 years with Zayas, especially since he's caught red-handed. He can't get away with it. The master said he'd have been caught in a liquor store and only embarrassed. If he's going to do something, let him do it more believably. What kind of a travesty is that? Especially if something doesn't work out, he refuses to do it. Is that what he taught him? And if he decides to pretend, he must forget that he is a man and think like a woman. He must become a woman so that no one suspects him. So he tells him to study and study again. And what would he do without him? The master said that from tomorrow, after working in the forge, they will make a girl out of him. And he'll make a perfect woman out of him. Until then, don't let him dream of working in a liquor store. Sue thought, what does all this mean? Why does he have goosebumps running through his body? And he felt like he had lost something especially important. Sue apologized and thanked him, saying he wouldn't do it again. Today's masquerade is the result of overwork, so he asked them to forget everything they saw. The master closed his mouth and said that he might. He started at will, but he could not finish at will. The next day, the master brought everything and said, here is everything the girls wear when they go out over all their clothes. From underwear to outerwear, put everything here in order. Let him try it on. From now on, after work, this is the only thing he'll wear after work. He'll teach him how to behave. Sue said he couldn't be serious. He'd rather be in the forge working day and night. The master replied that he would not give up easily. Moreover, whether he gets a job in a tavern or not, it's good training. But suddenly, Sue said that every day he makes him do strange things and excuses himself that it's all training. Master got angry and asked what he thought it was not training. And why not try to become one of them? With this experiment, he would be able to see the world from a different perspective and learn a lot of new things, Sue asked. Did he really think he could really turn him into a woman? The master replied, to make the impossible possible. Has he forgotten the saying? He may not become a woman, but he should at least try. Try to get closer to the ideal. And he also wants to point out right away, when he dances, don't let him take off his clothes. Sue was surprised and asked, what do you mean undress? And he will not dance. Sue thought that the damn master had decided to sell him to some vulgar establishment. Suddenly, the master said that from the look in his eyes, he had guessed everything. And yes, those bracelets he gives him every year for his birthday. Sue replied, he's about these iron things that get heavier and heavier every year. The master replied that he was a talker, and to develop his flexibility and grace, he allows him to use the Phoenix techniques as a basis for the dance. Let him try to look pretty with these bracelets. But if he relies only on martial arts, he will get a kick out of it, Sue asked. Why is he making him dance? The master replied that that's the way he wants it, and that's it. If he doesn't like it, he can try to run away from his blows. Also, have him take this and put it on the bracelets. Sue asked, what are the bells for? The master asked. Don't you understand? They are not supposed to make a sound when he dances. He's allowed to shake them once during the performance. Sue said he certainly doesn't understand. The bells themselves are constantly ringing. Why is he tormenting him like this? The master replied that when he grew up, he would understand all the great thoughts of the master. Now when he comes back from the forge, let him try to imitate women. Since he will become a girl, we should give him a new name still. Sue said he's not a girl. He will just wear a woman's clothes. Suddenly the master said he'll call him Yenbi. From his name Be Ryu Yen, he'll take out Ryu, and if it's reversed, it'll be Yenbi. And Yen just means beauty, and it sounds beautiful. And since everything is perfectly prepared, let him go and change. He gives him 15 minutes. Later, the master lay down and said he was as slow as a wasp. What is he doing there? Let him come out immediately. Suddenly, Sue came out and said that he had changed his clothes. But the master was very surprised and froze when he saw his disciple. Sue asked, did he do it right? But the master looked and replied that he knew where to hook, but he has no idea how. And since he's dressed as a grateful lady, let him behave accordingly. Isn't he familiar with the concept of elegance? Hair neatly gathered behind the ears, knees slightly bent. Sue asked me where I'd seen that. It's a bit feminine, isn't it? And no, first of all, if you move so gently that you don't even make the sound of bells, it is, though feminine, suspicious. The master thought about it and replied that the disciple was right. Who knows? It may be prejudice. Still, right or wrong, let him forget it. And in the midst of these prejudices, a woman was born. Let him sink into his role, and one must accept the pain of being a woman and having to become a true maiden of this era. No, he will even transform. She still hasn't accepted her new self. Suddenly, Sue realized that Master had broken up again. Master said that this book is all about hair and makeup. Let him study it thoroughly. Although it makes no difference if he has hair or not, Sue asked, do you have to go that far in this women stuff? Master said that guy is one martyr. Did he say girl? Is he a guy? What is this manner of speech? Let him forget the past as a man. It must be repeated. He is without doubt a feminine and elegant girl. Speech and voice more gentle. The master said so. From now on, having studied everything well, he should show a real lady. The master decided to take a little walk and took the tiger with him. But on the way, he saw berries hanging on a tree. Suddenly, he shook the tree with his foot, and all the berries fell to the ground. The tiger was very happy and began to play with them. The master said that fall is indeed harvest time. Suddenly, he remembered that that guy was over 2 months old, and now the other side must be harvested as well. They'll rest here, and he still has things to do. Staring at the moon, he doesn't know how to drink, and only the shadows follow him aimlessly for a moment frozen. But before fall is over, he wants to enjoy it. But in the meantime, the man poured a drink and told the guy not to worry about wake-up time. The guy asked, how about having a drink with him? And how pathetic he is, daring him, the great teacher. The teacher replied that it was for 4 months of such a long journey. He thinks they have become friends enough. The guy smiled and said, that's the trouble, just let him look at him. And that he didn't mean it. The teacher replied that he apologized. If that was an order, he would take the cup immediately. The boy said that it's impossible not to have a cup of kumnamchun on such an autumn night. He has such a thoughtful look. But suddenly, on the street, the superintendent said that, no, this time, even though it's a woman, you can't do it again. Is she really 11 years old? Years? And he took a good look, at the very least. And for all his sanity, poisoning this child on the tavern stage was too much. The master asked him, does he only live by deceit? And besides, shouldn't she be entertaining the eyes and ears of visitors? Let him not delude himself that because of her age, the girl will not meet with these problems. But suddenly the boy got very angry and said that she was so young and already she was being sold to a tavern. And suddenly the master replied to the chief that he would say that he did not know the truth about this fellow. The boy said it was hard to forgive. The teacher asked the captain to reconsider. There are too many eyes in this case. The teacher said the neighborhood is within range. As long as he's willing, he'll follow the old man. The boy told him to keep his head down and also with his stubbornness. But the master tried to tell him and asked the captain where he was going. The guy replied that if he couldn't erase the memories, leaving the place was also an option. And the excitement subsides, and the remaining alcohol seems to fade away. The master said to the chief, isn't it obvious? He came to him with gold. Let him prepare the scene today. The chief replied to the old man that he would not forget it in his life. He would do so. Let him wait a little while. Suddenly, Sue asked the master what he was looking at. Did he hurt his feelings with his words? And now he's here to get on his nerves? The master asked, what was the big deal, he said. He just missed a couple jokes, but Sue asked him, who is it? What's going on behind there? The master replied to ignore the useless things. Better let him get ready. And also need to act without extraneous thoughts. Did he understand everything? Sue replied that everything had already been decided. But at this time, people in the tavern were asking what kind of child. And the tool is bigger than her. And she's pretty but too young, don't they think? Could she be the tavern owner's daughter? Judging by her eyes, there's something Western about her. And what kind of bell is that? It looks like a piece of jewelry, but it doesn't make a sound. It's an unusual child indeed. Sue began to play the instrument, and people said that it was a good start. Could such a sound really come out of these young hands? Sue thought in his head and saw that this grandfather was like a ghost. By golly, how did he know again? Even though he had become a girl, working at the tavern had not badly transformed his life. But suddenly the master came home and saw Sue already working. He asked, what kind of ignorant type is this? Chopping wood is a must. The master began to laugh and said he was speaking the softness of a woman. Does he chop wood there? Or what else does he do? The words cat, and to make not a sound of a bell. Trad a noble's wisdom, though difficult, need not be afraid of change. Master said, and as long as the lanterns shine, let him practice. Sue replied, what kind of bullying is this? Or girls apparently give a basin, they'll immediately scoop out the pool. But suddenly, the master slapped him and told him to speak softly. Sue asked, why does the master slap an innocent girl? Did the master give her a slap to make her gentler? The master asked him if he had seen a master separating students by gender. He's not like that, floor discrimination. Sue replied that it is already an insult, actually. But Sue got really angry and saw that it only got harder. But if he tried his best today, he believes this image will be over with. And luckily, it seems I haven't made any mistakes yet. Everything is going according to the plan. Although you can fail if you do it by rote. You can fail if you only do as you're told. During the music, Sue thought, why are they doing this? As if intoxicated by the music, let everyone look at her. Can't they hear the rhythm? They should open their eyes already. Let them sing and dance and enjoy the music. And he sees that uncle is pleased with everything. But what was his name? I think it was Hansen. And he hopes he'll remember his performance for a long time. And now it's time for them to wake up. Hansen said the chances of success are great. They'll make a contract to start with. And how about starting with 5 silver coins a day? The master was surprised and asked him, he calls himself an honest entrepreneur. Is he too cunning for that? He still remembers the reactions of the audience to this child's performance. Sue remembered that there was applause from the entire audience. They all listened so hard. He felt embarrassed because he was playing without trying hard. The master said, by the way, would he like him to reveal one truth to him? Hansen asked in surprise, what was he talking about? The master replied that when he met this child, he gave her the name Yen Bi, where Yen means swallow and Bi means flight. Extraordinary beauty flying in the sky is the meaning. Hansen asked, and that should surprise him? The master asked, did she really not understand the meaning of that expression? If talent was only in playing an instrument, he would have named her after a lark or an oriole. Yet, the name is named it after a beautifully flying swallow. This is due to the fact that this child can dance. And incredibly mesmerizing, so much so that he would immediately forget even the playing of the instrument he had just heard. Hansen replied that it was the first time he had ever heard him praise him like that. And in that case, before the treaty was concluded, they should have seen not singing but dancing. The master replied that what he had seen was more than enough. Why show everything for free? It's a waste of energy. Su realized at this moment that the teacher was not only philosophizing with him, it turns out that he also knows how to philosophize with others. The master said that if he insisted, they could of course show the dance, but then both he and this child would be completely tired and they would have to raise the terms of the contract. 3 times? Hansen asked with surprise. At 3? Before reflecting the list of works in the contract, he has to check everything. It's a compulsory process and he's overdoing it somehow. Su was surprised, and it's a lot better than the forge. It's like stealing in broad daylight. The master said that given his position, it was the best plan. He would thank him later. Hansen asked, what plan is he talking about? The master said to trust him and only double the fee. When he later saw her dance, and if he thought she wasn't worth the money, he would give it back to him any minute. Hansen replied that since the elder says so. Suddenly the master stood up and said that they would summarize their agreement. The first one is 10 silver coins a day. And here's another thing, this child will only perform on even numbers of the month. No performances on the day of the full moon or new moon. He realizes himself, if the physical wears out every day, the art won't look as graceful. It will need rest. And all the tips that the guests will give on top are theirs. Hansen replied that it was fine. They decided and he agreed. Suddenly the master replied that this child would only dance when she wanted to. Hansen said, that's already outrageous. This agreement is made precisely because the oldest emphasized her dancing skills. The master replied that it would, on the contrary, increase the demand of his business. People would be enthralled by her performance and would think, if her singing is so beautiful, what is her dancing like? They will come every day, hoping to see this spectacle. And he thought he had outstanding management skills, but it turns out they were so-so. Hansen replied that his words made sense too. He had once been nicknamed Mount Cum. How could he compare to him? And thanked him for teaching him. In the evening, Su asked the master if he must necessarily follow this path. The master replied that it was the direct way home. And unfortunately, work at the liquor store ends late at night. So, since he's a girl now, so that he doesn't get harassed by anyone, let him take the shortest way home. Su asked angrily, what kind of girl is he to him? Does he know how hard it is to walk down such a road in a skirt? The master replied that he doesn't know. It's not like he's a woman and doesn't wear a skirt. Anyway, what doesn't kill them makes them stronger. But suddenly, as Su asked, what else is that stone wall? Where does he see a road here? Does he think if he drew a straight line on the map, he can follow it? Every day he repeats that he's become a girl. So what? How on earth is he going to get in there in those clothes? It's too much. The master replied that he is a grump. There is a woman who even after childbirth walks this road with ease. Suddenly Su asked him who was he. The master replied that their tigress was Belankaya. From now on, 7 times a fortnight, he would have to walk this road. So let him stop whining and follow him faster. Suddenly, Su thought that he was actually a fool. He shouldn't have listened to him, but still he must ask. He senses a trick in his actions. Su tried to ask him something, but the master turned around abruptly and asked, what does he want? But suddenly, he saw that the stone wall leads to this road. And this road is really short. Su said that it is clear that because of the forge, he will perform in the drinking room once every 2 days. But why did he exclude the day of the full moon and new moon? Are those days dedicated to martial arts? The master replied that the wooden toy workshop said they wanted to see him once and twice a month. He made good toys. Why did he sometimes create such strange things? But suddenly he asked, what was the cry of the monkeys? In the creation of heaven and an earth, in the dream of the river catfish is something with something. And then Sue replied that without a new attempt, the arts cannot develop. The master told him to stop. When he goes to the village, let him take the toys with him and try to sell them himself. It'll help him for the future. He will know how the market turns. It will help him from time to time to put a price on goods. Sue said the master means to say that all he's going to do for a month is make money, always making him work, and he's not going to teach him martial arts. But suddenly, Seo was surprised that the master didn't hit him. After all, he had gone too far. The master said they had to work it out, and asked if this house was even whose house it was. Sue replied that this was master's house. The master asked who had picked up the boy, who could not hunt, clean, or speak, and had taken him in for 3 years and was teaching him music and martial arts. Suddenly, Sue replied that the answer was obvious. Master said how rude he was. Suddenly, Guy felt that he was now hitting him without even putting his hand on him. The master asked what would be the last question. Which one of them is younger? Sue replied that he was. The master asked, then what else is he lacking? He brought him here, gave him his home, and is teaching him. He must work and earn money, mustn't he? In fact, Sue feels he is right. He is being treated unfairly, but he can't find anything to say to him. Can't find any arguments. The master said to try complaining like that from now on, and he would watch his behavior. Sue realized that this was the bitterness and resentment of a brilliant boy who had nothing. But if it's about money, you can earn it. If it's about strength, you have to train, and that's it. That's right, you've got to get your will together. He'll train his strength like he's doing now. The main thing, it is necessary, first of all, to save money unnoticed by the master. And that's right, he is not going anywhere, and the master will spend his money until he goes from being a boy of genius to a general old man. And when he gets rich, he will answer him for everything with the same stone. Maybe when that day comes, he will cry and beg him and live with him together. And they'll see about that, you damn master. And today's genius boy will soon be a genius rich man who owns a lot of asses. The next day, Sue set to work. In the morning, he headed to the bazaar and then went to the forge. But a man stood in front of the tavern and told them to come to them. If they didn't mind, you could go inside. But the man replied that no, he would go in when he saw Yun Bi enter the establishment. If he doesn't see her today, he'll have to wait 4 whole days for them to meet. After all, the day after tomorrow is the new moon. The man said he wondered if she would show the dance today. I mean, today is the last day before a 3-day weekend, and he hopes she will be for them. The guy replied that he doesn't know that ahead of time. But suddenly, B came in and people started telling everyone to look at her gracefulness. Their B is now 16 years old, and let them look at her skinny body, her short stature. Could they give her a treat? But B walked into the tavern and stood behind the instrument. The men immediately all ran inside together and tried to take seats. But suddenly, Guy heard the sound of hooves and said that they had arrived. Chun Hyangru said to prevent information leaks. When they booked the bonfire, they didn't announce who they were, and it seems that's why no one met. But suddenly, the man came out and replied that he had done the right thing. He was worried because it was a hotel together with a liquor store, but it seemed in vain since it was so quiet. And it's time to go inside. The man said they would stay here for a while. Isn't Ye Rin tired? Rin replied to her father that she was perfectly fine. The man asked if she wanted to go for a walk and she could use some fresh air. The guy said that Yun Bi is not even close to her. She's so small, but her eyes are so mesmerizing. He's so happy. Rin stood in front of the tavern and lifted her robe to look at her with her soft eyes. The boy said she was so small and his legs were already pumping. But suddenly the protector appeared and drew his blade in front of their faces. The defense attorney said she was out of their social circle. If he saw those sly eyes again, let them expect no mercy. The boys were very frightened and said they understood everything thoroughly and apologized to her. The protector said for them to call the host here immediately and have him tell him that important guests have arrived. The boys immediately ran off and into the tavern. The protector told Rin to accept his apology. He would tell the owner of the establishment to give them a good punishment. The man said he had it all figured out and it was okay to go. At the end of the evening, B went out in front of the audience and showed herself. The guys were saying that they would finally get to see B dance. Now he could die in peace. But the other guy told him that their B shows the same dance 3 days in a row, and on the fourth, he invents a new one. And it's only the 10th day he's been in their drinking parlor. Isn't it a little early to die? The guy replied that he didn't mean it literally, and he's got a dead body lying next to him. The other guy asked, "What about him?" "It's a side effect of Wunbi's new dance. Don't let him be surprised. He acted the same way in the beginning. Now he's used to it." The guy said it makes sense now, because his heart is racing now too. He thinks it's with him. And suddenly the chief said they couldn't go up to B with the whole crowd. Whoever makes the biggest donation collects the money from everyone else and goes alone. All of a sudden, people started saying that he paid 8 silver coins. There's a lot of competition because everyone wants to talk to her personally at least once. The guy heard such words and said, "Who knew that she had such a story, and why does not participate in the auction?" He is also her fan. It turns out that he does participate, and how. But suddenly, the second guy said he has no family or parents, so why does he need the money? And he'll give it to Unbi. But suddenly she asked the guy, "Is his name Mr. Joe?" She would gratefully accept this gift. Joe said with joy that their Yun B had memorized his last name. But Guy told him to pull himself together. B ran away at this time and felt that the sack weighed in at 43 coins. She has a good score today, and to the master he will tell that he earned 21. But suddenly someone shouted at her to stop. The man in charge said he understood that it was time for her to go home, and his offer would seem indelicate. But could she make an extra appearance in front of special guests? He'd pay twice as much. B replied that it wasn't in the terms of the contract, but a double fee for night work. But if it was triple, one would think. The chief began to laugh and said that he and the elder were alike, and he agreed to pay 3 times as much. And he only asks that she try to perform well. There are high society people sitting in the ballroom. Can she do it? B replied that she would try her best, and thought he was saying high society people, and that means there are rich people here. B was not shy and went out in public, and immediately began to sing the most tender music on her instrument. B finished her music and wondered why they were so quiet. Maybe they didn't like something? But suddenly, the man started hitting his hand on the table and saying good music. And no, it's even great music. He had heard nothing better in decades, and her note torments his soul. And the technique is top-notch in the ability to convey emotion. She is so young, and in her notes, one can feel the bitterness of life. Let her say, "What is her name?" The girl replied that her name is Unbi. He is too generous, but she is just starting to play, so she still has a lot of growing to do. The man said she has a beautiful voice. She doesn't speak. She sings. Since she thinks she's still growing, does that mean her songs will be even more beautiful after a while? And he thinks that she has already reached a good level, and his name suits her. But suddenly, the protector says that this girl is also good, but she is not even close to his daughter in beauty. Her beauty is already intoxicating to many men at such a young age. It is hard to imagine what kind of woman she will grow up to be. But suddenly, she saw the face of the man in charge and said that he didn't mean anything like that. And the man replied to Bay that though she was so young, she was a very amazing performer. And he thinks she had a very strict teacher, and she's very good. And suddenly he asked his brother, what does he think? The guy replied that he didn't know. And unlike her, he doesn't have a hand. Therefore, he cannot understand either his or her musical sensitivity. The man immediately called Cheon and said that Mr. Namgung seemed to have had too much to drink. Let him take him to his room and let him rest. Namgung got very angry and told him not to touch him, but things were not so easy. There was a team of people heading into the forest at that time, and the guide said that this was where they should stop. And to avoid being overheard, he asked them to continue on foot. The boy replied that when they reached Mount Hen, he was in a great hurry. He thought they were going home, but it turned out they were not. Would he tell him what order the pigeon had conveyed to him? The guide replied that he had conveyed the order of the Lord. He and His Royal Highness the Prince are ordered to wipe out this village this night, and the building and the people, and even the last of the pets are to be killed. I'm told to check it out for myself and only then return home. Cheon told the guy not to touch him and started laughing loudly. But B was thinking at this time that he didn't bring his sword with him to the scene. Should we use this hairpin? but there are guards around him. It would be better for him to break dates and eat them at home. Cheon said he only said one sentence and he's already calling him a drunk. Now he can't talk to an ugly brother like him? I wish he had cut off his tongue instead of his hand. The man told Cheonu that he could see he had a lot on his plate. Cheonu replied that he was joking, so why is he so serious? Cheon tells Namgung that he hopes he's not offended because he just yelled at him. He's the second of the Namgung brothers, so what was his name there? Namogan replied that his name was Jin. Su thought that was it. So that drunkard had his own brother cut off his arm. And it's hard to judge. You have to listen to both sides. They're at the same table together. Maybe it was just an accident. Cheonu told Namgung that they say he is much more talented than his brother. Namgung replied that of course not, and how can he compare to him? Cheon said, or maybe he's saying that because he's here now. The man asked, what is he talking about? Does he have some kind of grudge against him? Cheon was surprised and replied that he was here too. He didn't even notice, and he feels like he's having a hard time with his hot brother too. And people who are born first get a lot of heat in life, and there's no way they can understand their offense. He can agree, can't he? Cheon told Mr. Namgung to take care of his brother. Mr. Namgung replied that unlike an invalid like him, he was the firstborn of the family and the hope of the clan. Cheon took the bottle and said, sure, if he has to, he'll give his life. And those are beautiful words. And good luck to Mr. Namgung. And this drunkard, at his beck and call, brother, is leaving this place. As the Lord has commanded, they will not interfere. The guy saw the swords and said they were their weapons. So he's ordered to go into the village alone and massacre them. The servant asked, what are their orders then? The boy replied that they were commanded not to let any living creature out of this village until they had finished their work. The boy asked them, what if he doesn't go there? And what if he refuses to obey such an order? The servant drew his sword and replied that until he complied with the order, they couldn't go outside of this village either. The guy said they had no choice, and it seems their real mission, if he disobeys the Lord's order by any means necessary, is to eliminate him. The guy took the sword in his hand and told them to tell them who the owner of this village was and how many people he had to kill. The servant replied that the settlement belongs to them Jokbu. As they know, there are only 37 people living there. The guy said to fight the likes of Jokbu, he needs to solve one thing. It seems he will need their help. The servant replied that they would obey him. They would do anything to carry out the order. The guy said that the problem is that he has never killed anyone before. If he takes someone's life for the first time in such a place, he will be left with psychological trauma. So he wants to try them beforehand, or forehand for the sake of experimentation, and how many of them can he test? At the drinking parlor, the guy asked, what kind of atmosphere is this? And he's heard about Eunbi, but her coolness amazes him. B said that she thanked him for his generous words. The guy replied that he had heard that B from Chengyanru had other extraordinary talent besides singing, was he right? B replied, what a talent that is. Unfortunately, rumors are always overblown. The man asked, besides singing, is there something else? And what is that? And he doesn't know what it is, but let him be kind enough to show them. The guy said it's a talent, and they say it's harder to see a swallow from Chengyangru fly over the guests than it is to see an angel dance. And he doesn't know if she'll show. B replied that fortunately it was only a rumor. She is on the contrary afraid, what if she spoils a good evening? The guy started laughing and said he thought so. They say that visitors to this establishment can't wait for B to perform, that their prayers are heard even in heaven. And it seems to be true. The guy said, is it really that serious? Well, if it's that kind of dance, he'd like to see it too. The guy said that if it was such a dance, he would like to see it too. And if her dance is as amazing as everyone says it is, and she can revive their fallen spirits, she'll be well thanked for it. And how will she dance for them? B asked them with surprise, really? And if high-ranking people like them say, well, she can't imagine if she can master this weight. The guy started laughing and said, what a clever girl she is. She only looks so young. Even bad old men will pay before her. He held up both hands in front of her. He can't wait any longer. Let him not drown them. They are begging him. B smiled and replied that since it is so, and as the saying goes, good sock is made from good water and dance from music. I would like to ask their famous musicians to play her a Kimsi Bisolia. B said that with their permission, he would take a little time off to prepare for the show. The guy said Gum Sibisol's song, Golden Wings covering the snowy night. I wonder what dance she will show to that music. The man said the very beginning is different from the other dancers, and it seems like she's not going to keep them waiting long. B was on the second floor at this time, and pulling down the large tablecloth in front of them, everyone was greatly surprised. B began to demonstrate her dancing abilities, and like a fairy, she descended the tablecloth and spun around. The musicians began to play the song she had asked for, and began to spin around showing them the dance they had asked of her. But in the forest at this time, Guy demonstrated his battle abilities on his men. But he was so strong that even as he attacked, he broke the sword of the servant who came out against him. But even after that, Guy didn't stop and thrust his sword into the chest of the servant who was weak. But the ringleader stepped in front of him and said that he hoped that was the end of the training. They're afraid he'll waste his strength, but if he doesn't have enough blood, they would gladly sacrifice their heads and decorate the road to Changwon with them. The servant replied that he should not procrastinate and make it quicker. The guy smiled and said, "What a caring thing to say." He even got teary-eyed. But looking to the side, he saw so many corpses that he left behind. But Guy lifted up the robe of one of the slain and asked who it was. The servant replied that his name was Ju Ren. The boy was surprised and said he was Ren speaking. The servant replied that they would take care of the corpse. Let him not try to memorize him just because it's his first corpse. He, as well as the others, are not worth it. But B kept dancing in the meantime, and the bells on her limbs jingled every time she danced. The guy thought at that moment that it was a very beautiful movement. A simple scene turned into a beautiful painting that depicts snowflakes falling in the dark night. And it's just unearthly beauty. But man saw differently and thought she was a golden bird on a dark snowy night. This is truly the most beautiful dance. B decided to show them mystical and brightly shining eyes at the moment of the dance. The golden bird was herself. Finishing her dance, she just stopped and looked at the audience. The man in his head didn't know what words to use to appreciate her dance. He feels like he's lived today just to see this. Cheon was walking by the house at the time and said that he thought everyone was having fun. Maybe he should join in. After the show, the head of the tavern asked B if she really didn't need security. It's late, and it's raining, and she has to go to the mountain. B replied that it was no big deal, just have him take care of her instrument. Because of the weather, she couldn't take it with her. And no need to worry, it's not that far to the house. And all the more just a drizzle. And at that moment, suddenly the thunder began to sound even more strongly. B said that it seemed like it was starting to pour. Still, she can't afford to have his guards climbing the mountains at this late night. The head asked her if she was going to the bank. Maybe he could walk her there. B replied that she told him not to worry about her and she's on her way. On the way, B talked and was angry because her clothes were soaked. They were her most expensive. She had a good day today. She made a lot of money today and she has to sell the gold coins quickly or the master will smell them on her. Upon arriving at the bank, she was greeted by Guy and told to speak up. Their Cheonggren bank is welcome at any time. He was waiting for her. B said she wanted to deposit these silver coins today, also to change these into cash. The man saw the box and said it was gold. B replied that it was pure gold of the highest quality. The guy asked her how she liked it. He valued her dance not at 10 gold coins, but at 10 gold flowers. Actually, he was preparing it for other needs, but he decided to give it to her. B replied to him that she was expressing her gratitude to his generous soul. The guy said that since she was so grateful, maybe when her honored guests wanted to see her, she could dance for them. B replied that he said he would thank her well, but now, on the contrary, he was asking her for a favor. She would try to fulfill all his requests if she could. B at the bank said it's a gift from heaven to someone who works hard, and since gold is worth so much now, she thinks she can get as much for them as he thinks. The man replies that she is remarkably knowledgeable. She marvels at her, how does she know the value of precious metals? B replied that she had read in a book. She remembered that studying works such as 30 Secrets You Don't Learn About in War, 300 Types of Precious Metals and Stones had clearly helped her. The man replied that he understood and said that when he looked at her, she often thought of a young man. Her age, he had a knack for making good investments. He's incredibly rich, but he wears regular clothes and has long hair. He thinks she might find a lot in common. Well, how about arranging a meeting? B replied that if she wanted to, she would tell him. At parting, the man said that her wealth was their joy. May she come again? B replied that she would come by the other day. B was very angry, and the banker's words hurt her. She wondered when they would say the same thing about her. And if he hadn't run out to dinner now, they'd be praising her for real. B realized she had to run. Even the umbrellas don't help in this weather. And it's not rain, it's a deluge. But in the city at this time, Cheon went into the room of the man he was supposed to kill and had his cherished wish fulfilled. But the kid didn't stay away either and walked into the brothel and was covered in blood after labor. But suddenly he saw that there were people standing on the roof and even someone was watching her. He immediately threw a knife at her and finished her off in the street. But suddenly he saw that the girl was not alone. A white-colored dog came out from under her and was very much frightened. The guy saw her and his eyes changed immediately, but he grabbed his blade because the order had already been given to him. Cheon did not stop just there and sneaked up to his niece's room and told Rin that they hadn't seen each other in a while. Rin was very scared and asked him to stay away from her, and immediately she shouted to Father. At that time, Father was standing in front of the house and heard everything, and immediately threw his umbrella away. The man did not think long and ran to his daughter's room. After all, he had to save her if she was in danger. The next day, the blacksmith asked Sue why he was holding that baton at the table. And why did he bare his chest? He was disgusted to look at it. Suddenly, the blacksmith said it was happening again. Let him drink water normally. We have to pour it into a glass. Sue said that lately he feels like if he doesn't act like this, he will lose the most important thing about himself. He realizes that it looks rude, but it's a way for him not to lose his male ego. But after 4 days, Sue turned to Bae, and on his way to work, he was thinking why he was wearing that outfit again. And it seems to him that he's been living B's life more lately, or is he just imagining it? But suddenly, a man met her and said that it was forbidden to walk here and asked her how she got here. B replied that she came here to train. It seemed to always be free. She didn't know what was forbidden today, and she wouldn't bother them. The man replied that he didn't and said maybe it was for the best. Maybe her music will cheer them up, and they're asking her to help them. B thought, and what could she do to help them? What did he mean by that? At this time, Rin was lying in her bed and didn't move. Her bird was singing songs to her and suddenly woke her up. She looked at it, and she thought it was very strange. But she remembered that night, and Rin asked her uncle to stay away from her. But Cheon said she's just the way he likes her, and her shivering like a rain-soaked kitten. And why is she driving him crazy? He can't hold his temper anymore. Rin said she didn't want to. Cheon asked what exactly she didn't like. Her body will get to someone sooner or later, so he better be the first to touch her. He won't give her to anyone. He will take her into his arms. But Rin didn't want to and started yelling to her father. Cheon asked her why she was calling him. Everyone only wants him. But no one will help her now. Daddy's got better things to do. And her pretty face, she's dirty, but he's still turned on. Her sweet eyes, delicate like crushed pearls. Her body, red as a pomegranate, her lips. And he wants to undress her faster. But suddenly, Rin's father came and told Cheon that he was an animal. And how dare he touch her daughter? Cheon was telling her to beg him for not having time to give her a taste of what a grown man was like. She was horny too, but he would definitely spoil her someday. Rin decided to stand up and let her bird out, and she asked her not to look at her like that. And that day, things were really awful, but the bird started pecking Rin's hand and even managed to hurt her hand until it bled. Rin thought at that moment what she had done, and she shouldn't be with her. She opened the window and told her to fly away. Rin let go of her bird and yelled for it to fly away faster. But suddenly she saw B dancing below. She couldn't take her eyes off her and watched her movements intently, which she liked very much. But in Rin's mind, it was different. She immediately stood on the corner of the window and looked up at the sky and took a step outside. She was ready to say goodbye to her life, for she had a terrible one. But suddenly B saw it and ran to catch her. She immediately rushed into the air and grabbed her. B thought she'd thrown herself out of a window. And what an eccentric onlooker. B said she sprained her leg, and the esteemed security guard, he's going after people now, isn't he? The guard was greatly surprised, for she caught a man falling from such a height and not a single scratch. She even reacted faster than him, and so cold-blooded. B said that when he was coming back here with people, have them wait there until she called them. B took his leg and told him that he was scared, that she would be scared if she saw a crowd and she needed to heal her leg. The guard told her not to touch it, let her keep it. B replied that if she didn't hurry, her father would show up and it would be harder to treat her. B told him to be quiet, for she was coming to her senses. Let him go quietly, but the water must be left. B asked Rin how she was feeling. The girl opened her eyes and asked where she was. B said she seems to have come to her senses and she thinks Rin guessed it. She's in heaven. B started laughing and said it was a joke and gave her a drink of water right away to bring her to her senses. B told her to drink some water and he thinks her whole body hurts. And after introducing himself, he asked her what her name was. B looked at her face and saw that she was showing signs of dehydration with abrasions. Elegance of movement, high-quality fabric, an expensive robe, expensive. He thought, judging by the guards and everything else, that she was from a wealthy family, but she didn't look like much. And I think the men were saying something about her today. In the moment, B all but heard the men talking about her in the tavern. The men said she was so beautiful. He'd like to take one look at her. And they say she wanted to kill herself over another kidnapping attempt. And on that rainy night, all the guards died and no one saw her after that. We don't know if she's alive or not. And I wonder what happened that night. B didn't really think these men were worth believing, but still, she had a story to tell. Rin herself introduced herself as well. B said it was a pleasure to meet her, but can she find out the reason why she threw herself out of the window? Let her pretend she's confessing to a monk. But if she doesn't want to tell, she can choose not to. Let her just nod her head when she asks a question. And does she understand it? B said that, of course, if she told her, she would be happy to hear her out. She asked Rin what motivated her to jump out of the window. But Rin froze at that moment at such a question and remembered the worst night of her life when her uncle had attacked her and had cried a lot. B immediately hugged her tightly and didn't let go. But at this time in the bushes, the guard asked the master if they should intervene. The master replied that there was no need, she would be fine. The Lord closed his eyes and realized that Rin was crying. He had no idea how long she had been crying. She thought her tears might agitate him or her mother, so she wouldn't let herself cry. Does he have any idea? The first time Rin was kidnapped was when she was 3 years old. Then she and her wife thought she was kidnapped to get back at him. But when she turned 5, then 6, the older she got, the more often she felt the perverted stares. And in such a terrible situation, she began to think that she was the cause. She tortured her soul, and she completely shut herself in. And even if millions of enemies walk all over him, he won't blink an eye. But what he's really afraid of, it's like hundreds of poisonous snakes trying to creep up on his daughter, poisoning and tormenting her fragile soul, and she can't even cry. And now let him look over there. His daughter is finally crying. The tears will bring out all the horrible things that have been lodged in her soul. And if she can spit out all that poison, he'll be glad of her tears and have him watch over her. And that girl named B, have her call him. B said at this time to put a handkerchief to her face, and then she should feel better. And let her drink some water, or she'll look like a dried date. It was the first time she'd ever seen a girl cry for so long. She thought she'd drown in her tears. But she didn't. The important thing is that she's alive. B said there would be meat for dinner at his house tonight. She had marinated it in a delicious sauce this morning. If she's even 15 minutes late, the grandfather-like master will eat it all by himself. And she can't let that happen. Rin said she almost became a monster. B was surprised and asked, "What? Is she now telling why she climbed out of the window?" Rin immediately started nodding at her questions. B said no, and she certainly looks like a homeless person, but calling herself a monster is overkill. And maybe she has a big monster mouth on her back that only shows up at night, eating poor chickens? Rin asked her in surprise. Homeless? B replied that she was the one with the skinny body, dull eyes, and pale skin. B said she could do it. She feels like all she does is sit in a locked room like a sick person. Suddenly, B realized that it was wrong again. He was constantly speaking out at the old man's unjust actions. It seemed his tongue had now become uncontrollable. Rin asked, "She is homeless and sick." B at this time didn't know why, but she seems to be smiling. We should change the topic of conversation while she's in a good mood. B said to tell her why she felt like a monster. Rin replied that she could see it, but it was creeping up on her. Sticky, murky, dark thoughts of people. and she's very afraid she's going to be the same. B asked, then how is she to her? Does she have something inside her too? Rin replied that she didn't know yet, can't see anything yet, and she doesn't know what it's about, but it's a shame she can't see it in her. B said that since she had such a gift, surely she couldn't be fooled by bad people. Rin replied that it's not as easy as she thinks. All people are monsters. B replied that you don't have to do that. He's a human being too. And in her opinion, is she a monster too? And it seems like she's been around too many bad people. Let her say when she looked at the cute babies, at her parents, how did she feel? Surely she felt good, light at heart. Rin replied that there were sticky, nasty creatures crawling all over her then. B said that in that case, have her do a purge. Sticky, nasty creatures. They can be killed and replaced with good people. Rin was greatly surprised and asked her, kill? But at that time, Cheon was able to escape and was on his way in the desert. Cheon went to his man, who made him an iron hand. The old man said that he had preserved it perfectly. Among soldiers, and not only, this steel prosthesis is called the crown weapon of the Western Sky. There are those who refer to it as the West Wind Riot. But in fact, they gave him the name of Bol Manjusu, and she would hardly have found a different master. It was an honor to work with him. And this prosthesis cannot be used by one-armed people who have a right arm. It will also have no use if the arm is longer or shorter than the prosthesis. And he's got everything going for him. The physique, the arm length, the bullpen was made just for him. Cheon said that was enough flattery. The rest of his arm was a little longer. I had to adjust his arm to fit him. It seems like that's how much longer his arm was with the prosthetic. The old man asked with surprise, what? Did he cut it off? Cheon replied that people try not to look much at what they consider ugly. Now his right arm is a little shorter than his left, but no one even suspects. The old man asked him if he could look at his hand. Cheon replied to let him have a look. Cheon asked, did they cut off his legs? Before making prosthetic legs for others, he should have made his own legs. The old man replied that if he made prosthetic legs, the poison on his legs would spread throughout his body. Cheon asked, is it to guarantee safety? He heard that everyone here is mute except him. It's done that way on purpose. The old man replied that among his guards there were those who were mute from birth. They could neither read nor write, but they spoke in sign language. So he can be calm. He has to interact with customers while working, so they made sure he can't run away. But suddenly the older man was surprised and said that his bone was exposed. He must have been in a lot of pain. How did he stand it? Cheon replied that it hurt, but it was worth it. Last night he went to a friend's room. The guy saw him and asked, did it have to be so abrupt? He didn't knock and scared him some more. Cheon said that after all, this city was one of the main palaces of their clan. Who here could attack him? He looks ridiculous. The guy replied that he wasn't going to listen to him. He had had too much to drink and went to bed. Why show up at this late hour? Cheon replied that he had important information about the Western Sky. The guy was greatly surprised and asked what. He's talking about what he's thinking about right now. Is he referring to one of the celestial spirit's bloodthirsty subjects? Cheon replied that yes, he was talking about the Western Sky he was currently searching for. The one who is said to be a one-armed man with two arms. The guy said he understood and asked how he knew about it. He'd never told him about the Western Sky, much less that he was one-armed. Cheon wondered why his brother, the clan head, had decided to visit these parts then. It's obvious. And they had told their friends that he was one-armed. The guy had said his brother had given him a directive about the Western Sky just an hour ago and added that no one but him should know about it. Therefore, neither in front of Yok Hak nor Tak Jong did he say this name, and he also instructed that no one should tell him this information. And in the meantime, not only has he managed to find out everything they're working on, but he somehow found information on this man, and then he went straight to his sword. And suddenly, Cheon showed his face and said that he seemed to have guessed, and Boy was very surprised when he asked where his right hand came from. Cheon replied that he had had that prosthesis for a long time, and immediately stuck his iron hand into the guy's chest. The guy said that it was previously said that the spare sky was over 100 years old. Cheon replied to just assume he was representing the second generation. The guy said to tell him why he hated him so much. Cheon asked with a sneer, he hates it? He doesn't, he just despises firstborns. People like them get everything on a platter because they were born first. And now we have to fix it. And immediately said goodbye to his brother. Cheon said he was talking about Bulmangisa, but he can't forget the adrenaline he got back then. His only regret is that he can't capture 14's heart. It had been a year since he had gotten a new hand, which people had begun to call the madness of the West Wind. But that day he realized he was weak and could not capture the heart of his great brother. But after that he went to see his niece. But suddenly his brother arrived and started defending his daughter. Cheon immediately attacked him. The head told his brother that he was an ill-mannered asshole, but Cheon left right after that through the window and replied that he'll see you next time. Cheon said that if he hadn't paid attention to his cute niece, he would have been in for unnecessary trouble. The old man replied that they would fix the severed part of his arm, then they would remake the prosthesis a bit, and it would be easier for him to control it. Cheon started to smile and said that the old man made him happy, but suddenly a woman came up to him with a box and he asked, "What is it?" The old man replied that it was a material similar to facial skin. It was used to develop a mask. They've just taken a mold of it, and this old woman will now go to make his mask. Here, let him choose the material. Cheon said he's getting more and more excited about him. Let's go with this one, so no one will recognize him under the mask. The old man replied that they would try to make it as comfortable as possible so he could wear it forever without any problems. And from now on, no one would be able to know what he really looked like. Meanwhile, Rin said she wanted to clean up the mess, but how to do that? B asked her, "Is she about cleaning?" Well, there are many ways. If she's strong, she can kick it with her foot. If she's rich, she can hire people to clean her up. If she's talkative, she can morally attack her opponent. And what is she good at? Rin asked with surprise, what can she do? B replied that she did. She probably has something she's good at, but one must find that skill and develop it, and then it will become her strength. Rin wondered at that moment, did she really know how to do anything? She hadn't done anything in her life, had she? B said to think hard about it, and she had to go to work. And she should go to her parents' house, right? Someone's been waiting for her there for a while. But suddenly a guard came out, and B asked her, did she know him? But Rin replied that she didn't really. B told her that when talking to people, let her try to express more precisely what he wants from them, and then they will respond to her in kind. Ri thought hard about those words and told B to go with her, and it would be easier for her that way. But the guard came over and told B to follow them. Their mistress's father wants to communicate with her. B replied that, alas, she couldn't make it. She had to go to work. She immediately said goodbye to Rin. The guard said they would tell Chen Yangru that she went with them, and the lady's father really wants to see her. B tells them to let her refuse. She doesn't understand why she has to go to him now. She made a pact with Chen Yangru, not him. She's bound by the terms of the contract, that's the law, and she hopes their lord respects contracts and promises. But suddenly, Rin said she didn't either. And let's B make a pact with her. B was surprised and asked, what? Rin asked, then she would be able to see her again, right? Or wouldn't she? The guard told the mistress if she realized that such a thing was not called a contract, but a promise. B replied that no, that wasn't what was important. If she made a pact, what could she give her in return? Rin replied that when you make a contract, do you have to give something in return? B smiled and replied that yes, it was obligatory. And they decide to do so henceforth. If she puts a red ribbon on the window, within 2 days she will definitely come to her. Due to personal circumstances, she unfortunately won't be able to come whenever she wants. And in return, she asks them to grant her 3 wishes. And what they will be, she'll think about it and tell you later. How's that? The guard thought that she didn't seem to know who their mistress was. And the promise sounds like childish pranks. Maybe we should stop them. He doesn't like it. Rin said she agreed. Did they make a pact now? B said yes, they did. The head, after delivering the information, said that he certainly imagined she wasn't an easy one. She turned out to be not only talented, but also brave. The guard said there are some oddities that are suspicious. According to the guard's report, she has very high skills in martial arts. The head said he already realized that when she danced. She looks like a perky little girl, but judging by her dancing, she's much stronger than they can imagine. And he doesn't know if it's good or bad for him. The guard asked what he meant. The head replied that if she were a boy, he would have to find out about her master, and choose one of two things: entice her to join him or kill her. And if he wasn't a danger, he'd take him in. If he was, he would have to kill him. The guard thought that his words meant that in any case he did not plan to leave the boy near the mistress. Nevertheless, his regrets about the sex of this child hint that he wouldn't mind taking her into his submission. The guard said that, unfortunately, I have to remind him that 3 months ago, a female guard almost put Madam in danger. So to be on the safe side, he suggested that we find out about Unbi. The head said that his daughter already owes her life to her. Since Unbi isn't a boy, he thinks it won't be nice of him. And he doesn't know for what reason the master sold her to a shot shop, but he thinks he's either a clan receiver or a powerful female master, and let him not forget that this village is run by Amy clan receivers. And if anything, they could be in trouble. When Rin meets with her, have him try to leave fast guards around, have them keep an eye on them, and judging by the skill, it's unlikely any of them can beat her. But unfortunately, neither he nor anyone else can sit by his daughter. They have too much to do. The guard said that the head was right about everything. The head replied that he was very sorry for him and his family. He still remembers everything as if it were real. At this time, the guard looked at the carpet and saw the body of his brother lying dead in that spot. The head said he would have broken every bone in his body with his own hands. The most frustrating part was that he couldn't even announce to everyone who did it. He wondered how he could tell everyone that the younger brother of the head of the martial artist community was an outlaw nicknamed Western Sky. Then the whole world would turn into a bloody field. The head told the guard that he must see his brother off now, but he, again, could not send him home. And may he forgive him for such a thing, for he has no excuse. The guard said that the most important thing for him now was that he knew who the perpetrator was, especially since it was his decision. He will stay close to him and await his arrival. His last target is surely the head. That's why he belongs here. Not next to his brother's cold corpse, but by his side. He told his brother he would skin the man who killed him, burn his bones to the ground, and would drink his blood for him and would not return home until he had finished him off for good. At that time, the boy's body was brought to the Namgung family. Everyone gathered around him and mourned. But there was a boy on the street. The boy asked Sang Yi, "Is he crying because of his uncle too?" But Yi didn't answer anything and only let a tear fall. The boys said that their uncle loved him and his sister very much. Their father is now looking for their uncle's killer, so let him get a grip. They will study hard and try to be useful to their father. He said he understood everything, and starting tomorrow, he's going to study at Chewon Mukakwang. But then his sister came in and said he was a fool. Cheon Mukakwang is just a school. To help his father, he has to go to the martial arts community. The sister was telling her brother who she was talking to. She can help her father more than that crybaby. But Yi said she's the crybaby. She cries more than him. The guys said they're both good, and they can help their father together. It's time for them to see their uncle off. They're going with them, aren't they? Aren't home. And since their father couldn't join them, maybe they could at least try to see their uncle off with all the honors. But at this time, Su was walking around the city and enjoying his life. But suddenly he looked at Rin's window and saw the ribbon. Every single day he kept seeing the red ribbons on her window. And every single time he came to her and comforted her by talking to her. But one such day he was taking a walk after work and saw a ribbon so big he even liked it. That same night, Rin slept. But suddenly in the night, she woke up and immediately started crying. Raising her head, she immediately looked at her bird's cage. But what she saw with her eyes was not a bird, but something terrible. But she remembered Rin telling Bei that it was a river fish. Can it be kept in a cage? Bei replied that even though their catfish was a fish, it had wonderful wings. It replaces its legs with whiskers, uses its fins underwater, and its wings for flight. It is silent because it doesn't chirp and doesn't need to be fed. She agrees that she is unlikely to find such a bird anywhere else. She immediately started laughing after this memory and decided to get up and look at the fish in the cage. The next day, the head saw that her daughter had hung a red ribbon by the window, and he became very curious. The guards at this time saw that the window was getting brighter each day. A stranger might think they were having a wedding. Namgung told the head that if he didn't like it, he would tell Bei to change the way they communicate. Or maybe tell her to visit the lady periodically. The head asked him back, what could he possibly dislike about this place? Let him get it wrong, it was just that his eyes were a little sore from being so brightly colored. The head began to deny everything and said that they should go now. They had too much to do. The guard replied to the head that everything would be as he ordered. The head asked him, maybe telling Rin to hang blue ribbons on the windows when she wanted to see him? How would he like that idea? He could run in quickly just to see them. The guard replied that if there were no blue ribbons, he would feel uncomfortable. Is he willing to do that? The head got angry and asked him what he was carrying. What do you mean there won't be blue ribbons there? His Rin put so many of those red ones there, he thinks she won't put at least one blue one. The guard told him that he and the lady ate breakfast and dinner together every day, and that sometimes even during the day he came to see her. She was always with him, so she was unlikely to hang a blue ribbon or give him a flower. The head told him that they were late, they should get going. But the head remembered all through her childhood that she always gave flowers to everyone, even her new pets. But at this time, Sue said that he had his face powdered, his lips painted, his hair done, all done. The makeup is complete. And that's a very good thing. She can go to work now. But suddenly the foreman comes in and tells him that as he sees it, is he really having fun? Sue immediately covered himself with his hands and told him what he allows himself. He walks into a girl's room without knocking? How tactless he is. The master asked, a girl? He's a boy. Sue answered him. He told him to be a real girl, and now he's changing his word? The master thought a moment and replied that his cunning so-and-so called for punishment, but his skill in making arguments made him look more and more like a girl. What he can't figure out is that he's always whining about not wanting to work in a liquor store, and now for some reason he thinks he's starting to like it? And it turns out that this kid is hiding something from him and trying not to show it. Sue realized at once that the old man was smart. Sue asked him if he wanted him to weep constantly every day because of the evil mastermind who sold him to a liquor store for money. If he was destined for such a fate, she decided to find joy at least in the fact that his body was not so fatigued this day. But how dare he insult a fragile creature like him? He is too cruel. The master was surprised and replied that he even got goosebumps. Let him stop his trickery. Maybe he should go to work. He was beginning to lose his patience. Sue realized that today, once again, the poor, frail creature was going to work barefoot with a heavy musical instrument on her back to earn money for a drunken old man. But suddenly, someone threw a rock at his head and said maybe she could go silently. She's in the woods. She could be attacked by predators. Sue was surprised that he was 100 paces away from the house, and then he got him. He's so cruel. It's a ghost, definitely a ghost. But at Mount Hen, the warrior said that if it wasn't a ghost, there was no way to explain how such a thing happened. This village was Namjokbu's hideout. It's strange that they were killed so easily, and now they must try to find the evidence. The warrior said the whole place burned down. I don't know how they could have burned such a large area. What do they think? The second warrior replied that even if they poured oil all over the place, it was impossible for it to warm up that quickly. Certainly not gunpowder, or they would have found his body, and he thinks it's Sogol acid. The warrior asked with surprise, Sogol acid? Is he talking about that legendary powder, 1 cup of which can kill 5 or 6 ambulances? They say no one knows how to make it. The second warrior replied that yes, it was about him. Even for 10 gold coins on the black market, it was very hard to buy. But for destroying evidence, it's just right. The warrior said, understandably, indoors it wouldn't need as much, but outdoors would require quite a bit of powder. Why waste such a fortune? The second warrior said that if you mix this powder with flour and set it on fire, the range increases. The warrior replied that it was the first time he had heard of it. The second warrior said, right, not many people know that. He just found out about it recently himself. And given the radius of the fire, he thinks it took somewhere around 48 liters of Sogol acid here. The warrior asked, is it D very much? Who would spend so much to wipe out the Namjokbu clan? The second warrior replied that given the wealth and power, there were only 3 communities that could do this. The first was Mashingak, and the second was the Black Heavenly Warriors. But if you remember who Cheon Hak of Namjokbu is, the 2 communities have no motive. The warrior said that they do. If you think back to what Namjokbu is, those 2, on the contrary, showed their respect to him. Maybe, of course, someone wanted to eliminate them. And does he mean heavenly spirit? But the second warrior said not to yell. They're just here to investigate. Let their master decide the verdict. But suddenly a servant came and told the commander that they had a report. Several human bones have been found. Everything is well disguised, of course, but it seems to him that the murder was committed by one man. The commander turned around in surprise and asked, "One man?" The warrior replied that yes, one blade was plain, the other was very thin like paper. He thought it was a master wielding a thunderbolt sword. But at this time at sea, the guy who destroyed everyone in his path was sitting in a ship looking at the beauties. The head got the information and said that it turns out that cunning Namjokbu's hideout was destroyed by one person. The guard said it was unlikely. He thinks it was one killer and a dozen of his henchmen. The report says the village was large. The head said his eyes didn't see the report. Have him come into the room immediately. They were in a hurry. They came here. But why? It's unclear. Is it so hard to come in instead of talking to the wall? The guard asked, the head of the martial artist community. Has he forgotten who they are? They are members of the White Shadow Group. They even have shadows. So they are also called the Shadowless Squad. He is their leader after all. He can't show them his face. That would be reckless of him. But he's the leader of the martial arts community. He should have the patience. The head told Namgung-san he will give him the letter, have him send it to the Chunghong League headquarters. It seems like they are funding the bestiary squad too much. And he thinks he needs to cut the budget, wasted on their supervisor. Namgung responded that he is listening. But suddenly someone came from behind the door and said he was coming in. The man said for once they should try to enter his position. He's the leader of the Shadowless Squad, and they need to see his face all the time. The leader told him to stop talking. Tell him to get his ass over here. The head said to give him the report he spoke of there. He wishes to see it. Right, that he lacked patience, so he would rather read it all himself. The man replied that if it was about the report, but he had it right here, and tapped his head with his hands. The head said to send a letter immediately to the Zhongshan League headquarters, ordering them to fine him an amount equal to 1 year's salary. The man said he couldn't read it anyway, this report is coded, and he could just tell him the conclusion. The man said that the heavenly spirit people dragged themselves to Namjokmu's hideout. One of them killed everyone and the rest covered their tracks. The head asked in surprise, "Heavenly spirit people?" The man replied that yes, only 3 factions could burn down a village with an explosion. They were the Machongsak, the Black Heavenly Warrior community, and the Heavenly Spirit people. And given that John Huck of his Jokmu was disliked only by them. He was popular in the Dark Circle, he agreed. He was a friend to the Machongsak faction and a loyal subject to the Black Heaven Warriors. The head asked if he might have been killed in their sign of justice. The man replied that he hadn't killed him. His boys had been busy searching the western skies lately. They didn't have time to think about such a pathetic person. Maybe he killed him quietly. The head replied that no. The man said it was unlikely that any of them were their men. When crimes were severe, he could agree. People of heavenly spirit were always involved. Does he remember the massacre at Machongsak 6 months ago? That time it was at the hands of the heir of the Black Heaven warrior community. He thinks this case has something to do with him. The head asked, is he referring to that mass murder that was committed by the grandson of the Musima family, Kalhibon? The man said yes. Did he know that the granddaughter that John Hack of Namjokmu was fond of was engaged to that Kalhibon? At that point, he was seen as a prince. Everyone had read that he was going to be the main character in the Black Warrior world. And this prince during the training suddenly changes and brutally kills everyone he was training with. And they can't believe it themselves. He thinks the sly John Huck missed it? Of course he didn't. He thought there was a conspiracy here, and he tried to investigate it himself. The head asked if it was Ma Chong-sak's men or the relatives of the victims who eliminated him then. The man replied that if it was Ma Chong-sak's people, they would first try to free the head's son from prison. And the relatives of the victims would want to punish Jong Hak because he is investigating in favor of the killer of Kal Hebong. They would have killed the head of Ma Chong-sak in the first place. The head asked, then why does he think it was heavenly spirit people? Where is the motive? The man replied that he thought it was definitely them, and because he has a feeling. Motive, it doesn't matter because his hunch has never failed him. The head thought and said that he seemed bored with life. Now he was going to give him a kicking. The man replied that no, there was some motive there. Let him think for himself. First the massacre at Machongsak, then the massacre at Namjokmu. And one must consider what will happen as a result. There will be a rift between the Machongsak and the Black Celestial Warrior community. If they're not involved, who else would benefit? Only the Celestial Spirit. The head said that although he was right, the firstborn of the head of the Black Heavenly Warrior Community chapter had committed a brutal massacre in Machongsak. And John Hawk of Namjokmu, who tried to exonerate him and was leading the investigation against Machongsak, was killed by someone. The man replied that there was a redistribution of power within their clan. Before the incident, the son of the head of the Black Heaven Warrior Community, Kal Hebong, was considered the official heir of Machongsak. And now the heir of Machongsak is the son of the current head of Machongsak. He is not the firstborn, but everyone respects and recognizes him as the eldest son. And his name is Bai, and it's said that his training mates called him just a second son. Compared to the famous Kal Hae Bong or his brother Kal Hae Ren, he didn't stand out much, so there's not much information yet. They say he didn't go out in public for 6 months before that incident, so there are no survivors who have seen his face now. In short, after the proclamation of the heir, they've had internal upheavals. They'll see what happens next. Now from Machongsak, they have ordered him to go home. He thinks he will be back soon, and then we will see. At this time on the Namgung family's property, the guy was asked what he was considering there. The guy replied that someone had messed up the fence. Who did it? The man replied that it must be some grumpy person. Let him leave it. They'll fix it soon. No need to take it to heart. And already the tea is getting cold. The guy started laughing and replied that he was on his way. He threw the stones he found in the wall and immediately threw them aside. But Rin was telling Bei at this time that it was very dangerous. Let her be more careful. Bei immediately used her techniques and easily climbed through the window. Bei told Rin that she welcomed her, and she seemed to scare her. She tried to run over as fast as she could, and when she saw her, she immediately jumped up without even thinking that he might scare her. Rin replied that there wasn't even such a thing. It's just her eyes. They look a lot like diamonds. But Bei realized what she was talking about and said it was kind of a side effect, and she hoped someday she can get her color back. And in Bei's head, she hoped it would happen soon. Rin saw that she was getting uncomfortable and asked, was she uncomfortable? Rin apologized with surprised eyes and said it must have been unpleasant. She must have thought she was ogling her. Bei didn't expect that and asked her what she thought she was looking at her for. What on earth was she saying? Rin replied that of course it could be uncomfortable when people complimented her, and at the same time she glares at her. She too had just said a compliment and continued to look at her, and that was why. But suddenly Bei stopped her. Bei said she understood what she meant. She doesn't think Rin can get as sweaty, dirty, and ugly as those people, even if they run over the mountain where she lives billions of times. And for complimenting her, and she's thanking her now, she did the right thing. Rin replied that she wasn't for that, Bei really is beautiful. Bei thanked her and said that she thought she was the one who was prettier on the contrary. Let them show her their face, and even the wounds on her face are gone. She turns out to be beautiful too. Rin blushed at this moment and felt her hand warm. Bei said there is a flaw in the fact that she doesn't seem fully recovered, especially her exhausted eyes. Also her hair, and even her bluish skin. Bei asked her if she was bored being in a box all the time. She wouldn't last 4 days. There are lots of interesting things to do outside. Rin replied that she didn't know, didn't think much about it. There are a lot of people on the street. Bei asked, is she scared to leave the room because there are a lot of people outside? Bei remembered that she'd said she'd been hit on by men all the time, and it still seemed hard for her to look at them. Bei asked her, what if we went to a place where there was no one? Rin asked, is there such a place? Bei replied that of course, about 15 minutes by carriage, and she was already at a deserted place. Would she like to show her where it is? And go to where she lives, Mount Ami. How would she like that? They'll have a lot of fun. Rin asked him to Manhwa. Bei replied that yes, she just has some free time tomorrow. She worked a few days in advance yesterday. But at work, Smith said, they all know he's a man. Make him stop acting like it, Sue asked. Does he think everyone realizes that? He really doesn't. He's trying to protect his ego, so the way he would be kind will be tolerated. Smith asked in surprise, wondering if he might be having those very days. In boys at puberty, men's egos kick into overdrive. Sue asked, what does that mean? There's nothing wrong with his body. The blacksmith said that it seems like it's time for him to take care of his psychological state. Since he finished the big orders today, he thinks there won't be any more work for 10 days. So have him take a day off for those days. Sue said that instead of his psychological state, it would be better to take care of his earnings. He has one old fox living at home that needs to be fed. If he loses his earnings because of his vacation, he will probably come here. Smith replied that he would give him a paid vacation. So he begs during this time to find a friend or dream of something. Let him kill the evil demon that sits in his soul. B told her that she had tomorrow off, so they would go for a walk on the mountain. There are no famous landmarks there, of course, but there is plenty to see. But suddenly, Rin replied that she didn't. But Father Bay was surprised and asked what she was saying about that gentleman. In his head now, he realized that that old man was her father after all. I mean, he looks 100 years old. Weird. But although the main thing is that he's kind and resembles more of a concerned invalid than a villain. B said that yes, he would definitely be worried about her. But doesn't she think he'll worry more if she's in the room all the time? Parents are the kind of people who worry about their kids anyway. Rin asked with surprise, yes? B replied that it's like that, so she suggests that she should choose the option she likes better herself. Going to the mountains or sitting in her room. Rin asked, she says there aren't many people there. B replied that yes, you can go by carriage first and then walk. There are no people there. In the place where she lives, she really never saw anyone. Rin asked, her house? Her family must be living there? B asked with surprise, family? But at home, she has a lazy master lying around all the time, and her parents died early. At that moment, Rin visualized this picture of how she experienced this life without her parents. Rin said she wants to go to the mountain with her. She even wants to go very much. B was surprised and asked, really? The girl replied that it was right. Late at night, the girl was telling the boyfriend that she had to go on the road tomorrow. Why is he still awake? Let him go to bed. The guy replied that he wanted to watch her fall asleep. He won't be able to see her for a few days, so he wants to watch her all night. The girl was greatly surprised and asked, what is he saying? She asked Sika, does he want to seduce her? Sik replied that she thought she was doing just that, but he didn't care. Let it be as she wanted it to be. The girl said that actually she's trying to complain, and why is her father only calling for her? Sik replied that the oldest of the Namjokmu was her father's friend. It's imperative to find out who the culprit is, and her father was right not to include him in the investigation team. He's from Cheonmokakwan. The girl got angry and asked, what do you mean you did it right? It doesn't matter from where, whether it's from Cheonmuhagwang or not. She's her person now, so she's on her side. Sik said she was right about everything. The girl lay on top of him and replied to ask him to ask her. Doesn't he regret staying in Machongsak because he married her? Sik replied that the best thing that had happened to him in this life was a marriage with her. The girl immediately let out a tear when she heard those words. The girl asked, he's obviously trying to seduce her now, right? Sik replied that so be it. The girl said she had to get up so early tomorrow, but let it be as he wanted. But Sik didn't leave it at that and continued. In the morning, the girl told him that she would be back quickly and let him wait for her in peace, and no need to be sick. If he went out with anyone, she would kill him. Sik started laughing and replied that he had one, so let him ride in peace and try not to get sick. Sik told the servants that he would be in his room until his wife arrived and asked him not to be disturbed with eating, cleaning, or any other business. And he asked them not to come in until he called. But in town, B came to the girl and said she didn't know how to tell her, and she had, of course, prepared well. Rin asked if they should have prepared something like a sun umbrella after all. B replied that no, the most necessary thing for them is in her hand. And the mountain that you're going to is no place for a girl who looks like an angel after all. On the way to the mountain, she began to run as fast as she could. B was surprised and said, her breathing quickening again, is Rin okay? The girl at this time was trying to climb up the mountain and even picked up a stick. B said that there was just a little more to go. Climbing up the mountain, she had already prepared everything in advance and made them a picnic. B cheered hard and shouted to Rin that she was almost there. One more step, and she is very beautiful. Rin was able to overcome the obstacle, and B said congratulations to her. But the guard was watching them the whole time and wondered why they had to overdo it like that. And he hopes she's okay. An hour had already passed, calling as he did to their pigeons to show them where he was now. And at once he whistled into his pigeon. He realized that human ears could not hear the sound of this flute, so he could not know if the pigeons heard it or not. He would try again, just in case. He didn't stop and continued whistling, but Bay couldn't take it. Rin asked her what was wrong with her. Did her ears hurt? B replied that everything was fine. It was just the sound of the wind, a little annoying. She knew right away that they were being followed, and she wished he would whistle more quietly. Before leaving the house, B had told the guards that Rin was afraid of people, so she had specifically chosen a mountain as the place to walk, not a crowded place, and here they were. Namgung said that their master originally wanted dozens of their guards to go with them. Since they didn't like it, they had a cut-down version of that in front of them, him and 3 others. B said, do they know that with that outfit, not only Rin would be afraid of them, but other people as well. They look more like a group of assassins. B suggested that when they traveled by carriage, they could all follow them. But when they would go up the mountains, let someone follow them alone. And she asked the others to wait at a distance and join in if necessary. It's deserted where they'll be going, especially since Rin will be wearing men's clothes, so she doesn't think there's anything to worry about. Namgung replied that he thought she was wrong. Their lady's beauty could hardly be covered by men's clothes. Suddenly, Rin came out and said she was ready. Rin hid behind the house and said there were a lot of people around her. B asked him if he heard. Rin can't even come out here because of them. Namgung replied that then he would follow them, and the others will walk at a distance. They would communicate with each other with pigeons. B said it was a good option, but I wish someone else would go after them. Not him, for sure. His face is very angry. It feels like he could easily attack innocent people. He's too scary for Rin. B immediately looked around and said, here he is going to go with them. He has a cute face and she thinks Rin won't be scared. But at that time, the others were sitting in the bushes, saying that that guy would be of no use. If anything, he wouldn't even last half an hour. Namgung hoped he had the sense to at least blow the flute periodically, and hoped that if anything happened, Bay could protect their mistress. Suddenly, the warrior said it was signal time. The pigeon immediately heard it, and Namgung told the pigeon to fly. B was massaging mistress at this time and asked how she was doing. Rin was completely relaxed and replied that it was fine and she liked it. B said that was great and said it was time for Yum Yum. Rin was very surprised and asked, Yum? The guard heard everything and couldn't understand what they were saying, but they seemed to understand each other. And he hopes that soon their boys will get there. The guard didn't even take his eyes off them and saw even them rising. And it seemed to him that they were going somewhere again. B asked her how she was doing. Rin got very excited and replied that she was fine. B said that was good and now the road would be smooth and thought she wouldn't have a hard time traveling. Rin asked her, is this a smooth road? B replied that it is. She walks on this road when she feels bad. Normally she walks on the other one. Rin decided to ask her how she ended up in a place like this. But B interrupted her, saying that she wanted to probably ask her why she lived in a place like this, and it's because Master lives here. B said that if you exclude the fact that she has to go to the waterfall several times a day to fetch water, or having to go to the market, which is dozens of kilometers away, or even have to encounter wild animals. But it's very nice here. There is beautiful nature, quiet all around, no taxes. Rin asked if she could touch her. B replied that yes, of course. But suddenly she realized the question and asked, Rin, what did she ask? Rin put her hand on her face and said warmly, and yet she is alive. B asked, did the girl really think she was a ghost? Rin replied, just a little bit. She has unusual eyes that look like diamonds. She looks like a flying angel. B asked her where she had seen a ghost who was constantly making money all day long. She's more like a ghost. She sits in her room all day long. She needs to work out. And sports are a lot of fun, And maybe they could start practicing. But by the look on Rin's face, she wasn't even dreaming of anything like that. On the way, B said what she hoped. Was Rin used to walking through the forest yet? The girl was tired and replied that she wasn't at all. B asked if she was still having a hard time. She needs to get more exercise. And she suggests that every time they see each other, they take a walk on that mountain. How does she feel about that? But Rin froze at that moment and thought of what to answer. But B started laughing and said it was a joke. Rin was surprised and asked if it was a joke. B choked and replied that she didn't even know. Her face changed so much. She's so excited to make fun of her. Suddenly, she began to realize why Master delivered her all the time. He was enjoying it, and now she was becoming like the Master. And if you keep this up, it might become a habit. Rin told her that her face was so scary right now. But B realized that in front of a fragile girl like Rin, he shouldn't act like that. He should put such scary thoughts to rest. B said that when she builds up her muscles a little, she will be able to climb this high with ease. She can even walk here now with her eyes closed. Rin asked her, "Really?" B replied that it's over. Let her watch it. Immediately, she began to demonstrate her abilities. Rin was really scared at that moment and asked her to be more careful. B suddenly stepped on a rock and couldn't hold on and immediately fell face down on the ground. Rin asked if she was okay. B pretended she was fine and asked where that rock had come from and let the stone show its true face. But Rin couldn't help herself and started laughing at her. But B said that it wasn't nice. She's in pain and she dares to laugh at her. But Rin again couldn't stop and kept laughing all the way. Suddenly B saw an eagle and said that it was the master of this mountain. And there, where they are now heading, lives their king. Soon all their difficulties will be over. Just a little while and she will show her indescribable beauty. She even makes her a promise. Rin was surprised and said he was so beautiful. B replied that the sky this side of the mountain is under the dominion of that white falcon. She always flies with the wind, not even catching her. Rin noticed that he's not like her, who's always sitting in a room. He's a free spirit, and she too dreams of being free like him. Suddenly she said he flew away. B told her not to be upset. Where they are going, that their king lives, so they can still meet him. B thought about it and said they're going to fly now. Pretty soon there will be a good road, and she promises it will show her an extraordinary place of indescribable beauty. But on the way out, B stopped and said it was strange. It's too quiet, and supposedly as she thinks there's something wrong here. So I decided to listen. Closing her eyes, she started to hear the sound of the wind, the sound of the water. There's an uncle stomping around. The sounds are all audible, but why does it feel like she's missing something? All of a sudden, B said there are no animal sounds. She couldn't hear any birds. But raising his head, he saw actually a bird that was flying. B told Rin that she was suggesting that she not go any further today and go home. He didn't know what it was exactly, that something alarmed him. He couldn't put Rin in danger. Rin asked him, "Home? Is the nest of that white falcon far away?" B replied that no, not far at all, just beyond that forest. It was just that something was bothering her. Rin took her hand and told her to just take one look at the white falcon then, and home. Can't we do that? B realized that she really liked that white falcon a lot. She didn't take the initiative that often, and she was sure she would be very upset if she turned her down. B says she doesn't know, but since she insists, and considering they have bodyguards following them, she hopes they'll be okay. So they decided to go. After removing the bush, B said that this is where the white falcon lives. There is a white falcon's nest in that tree over there, and that nest is a royal nest. The king's nest asked Rin with surprise. B said that they seemed to have had babies. Does she hear the chirping? Rin replied that she could hear everything. Rin said they are little white falcons. B replied that she would have to come here again to watch them grow. B said that she was actually planning to take her there right behind those rocks. That's where the rainbow waterfall is. Does she want to go through? You want to go? Rin asked, "Rainbow waterfall?" B said yes. There are 6 watercourses flowing behind those rocks. They combine into one big waterfall that creates a beautiful rainbow. B asked Rin if she had ever touched a rainbow with her hands. Suddenly, Falcon appeared above them and started shouting. B immediately realized that things were bad and took Rin under her wing to protect her. She was really scared, but B told her to be quiet. But suddenly, a white snake appeared behind the mountain. It's very dangerous and poisonous, as quietly as possible so that he doesn't see them, and you have to walk back slowly. Suddenly, B said that now it made sense to her why she was here. Decided to fight the white falcon. But B saw the guard who was watching them come in. She immediately showed her hand to tell him not to do anything. B said she wasn't interested in them so they wouldn't provoke them. They immediately hid behind the rock. But the guard at this time thought to call their men, should he go up to Madam. But suddenly she saw the blood spill and Rin said, "What seems like the white falcon is losing." B said, "No, the falcon has wings. It can't lose. It's different here. He is trying to protect his cubs who are now in the nest. And so the white snake came here to kill baby falcons to breed." Rin asked if he wanted to kill baby falcons. B replied that the earth crawls on the ground. It can't fly, so it can't defeat the falcon. For the white snake, the white falcon is the most hated enemy, so it doesn't want those to breed. And it's a shame there's no male now. One poor female is struggling. But suddenly Ba saw the second falcon and said that the male had returned. Rin was happy and said that was very good. The male immediately pounced on the snake without fear, and with his beaks began to chisel at the snake's eyes. Rin saw this and became very frightened and started to clam up. She asked B why the white falcon. B said he tried to go back to the nest but couldn't get away from the snake. Suddenly she left Rin and said she had to go away for a while. But everything flashed before B's eyes. He saw everything and realized that once again everyone was dying around him. But a full, solid, crumbling earth. Everyone who dies becomes part of this earth. And everyone dies in this life and becomes earth. But suddenly he decided he wanted to stop it. He saw the snake slowly begin to walk up the tree and up to the chicks. And B decided that he wanted to stop the death. And before him, no one and nothing else would die. B said for Rin to let him go away for a while. And whatever happens, let him sit quietly without making a sound. But Rin was very scared for her and realized what she wanted to do. B immediately jumped out and picked up a rock. Throwing it right at the snake, told it to stop. He was so accurate that he hit the snake's head with his stone. Sue rejoiced and said that he had hit it right on the spot. But Sue saw that things were bad and the male was losing. He immediately realized that he had to get him the Sword of Thunder. But he saw that he wouldn't make it in time. She was too fast. Rin at this time saw everything and got scared. But the guardian decided he had to call their men. Sue wasn't scared of anything and was telling the snake to distract him. But suddenly he heard the guard blowing the flute. But Sue tried to stop him because the snake wasn't allowed to go there. He tried to keep up with it so it wouldn't hurt Rin. Sue immediately looked at Rin and saw that she was completely alive. And he saw that she had eaten the guard who blew into the flute. B told Rin that he had called for help. People will be coming here soon. Let her wait here. And don't let her make a sound under any circumstances. Sukosh realized that the guards would run through that clearing. He thinks they will find her, so would tell her to run, but she doesn't know the way and might get lost. That's even more dangerous. And now he has to get this thing's attention before the guards come running. But Sue saw the snake heading straight for them. And if he steps away now, Rin will die. He has to stop that thing here. So he decided to use Bunresu's technique. Sue saw that the snake didn't even stop, and after colliding with it head-on, he flew back to the tree and gained more speed to attack. The snake just stood still at that time, and Sue's knife didn't even hurt him and flew back. But in the same second, he felt sick and started spitting blood. Sue realized that he had purposely made a backward turn to reduce the force of the impact, but still his internal organs seemed to be torn apart. But Sue saw that this thing was approaching them again. If he used Bunresu's technique once more, he would definitely fail. But Sue realized that he couldn't let himself be eaten by some snake. He wants to live a little longer. What this old master does all the time is mock him. He can't end his life like this. And suddenly he had removed all the rings from his limbs and was willing to risk everything to destroy her. Sue decided to remember at this moment what Master does at times like this. Suddenly he remembered Master saying that he didn't know what he had eaten, but his inner strength had increased greatly. Master said that he still doesn't know how to use the sword, the thunder slash. He's frustrated by his stupidity. The master had told him that from today he would be practicing throwing 4 daggers at once. He's so stupid. Sue asked the master, is it hard for him to praise him? Or if he praised him, would he have a heart attack? Sue said that he had learned to throw 2 thunder-striking swords at the same time, and he had learned to throw them so that the 2 swords made a turn in the air. And everything he told him to do, he did. And he tells him, a young gifted creature, that he doesn't know how to wield a sword of slashing thunder. But the master was surprised and asked, He didn't think that what he was holding in his hands now was a sword of slashing thunder. Did he? Sue was surprised and asked, "Then what is it? Isn't it a thunder-slashing sword?" But Master just looked at him and didn't even remove his gaze. Sue didn't know where to go and asked, "What?" He had said when they gave him these daggers that he was going to learn how to wield the thunder-striking sword. The Master shouted and said he was a brat and told him to come to him immediately. And he raised his dagger and asked him if he could see. The Master decided to show him how to do it. So he threw the dagger straight into the tree and then used the technique of the Shaq descendant. The Master showed him everything thoroughly and asked him if he understood everything. This is the true sword of thunder. In order to wield this thunder-striking sword, he would first need to learn how to wield 10 daggers at once. Did he understand everything? But Sue didn't understand anything and asked, "What?" But the Master replied that he was a real fool. Let him look at the characters on the field. And it's people like him who think they already know how to do something that get into trouble. He's going to tell him one universal method for all occasions. Let him listen and learn it. The Master said that if a man stronger than him got in his way, he should stay away from him. Did he understand? And if he's in a situation where he can't get away from it, then let him turn around and start running away with all his legs. Sue answered him then, "What kind of a way is that?" The Master asked, what was he thinking? The one who is weaker is the one who runs away. He even using Naransani's technique can destroy the rock. He thinks he has another option. But Sue told him not to lie. If it wasn't for those heavy bracelets, he could have shattered the rock with that dagger alone. But the Master looked at him and told him not to even think of doing that. Not only would it suppress his power, but it would also protect him. If he takes off those bracelets and uses his power to the max, his still growing body won't be able to take it and he will explode from the inside out. Let him remember that. There is no way he can't use his power to the maximum yet. But Sue said that he understood that, but he thought that if he didn't use his strength to the maximum now, he wouldn't have the next time. And then Sue threw out the bracelets and said that he had been there and decided to put it all on the line for the final blow. But the snake wasn't even scared of anything and was on its way to eat him. But Sue said that there would be no next time. He would fight as long as his legs would stand. Sue realized that he would imagine that it was not a snake, but a master, and try to concentrate his strength. That small, bloodthirsty, cunning, greedy, covetous, two-faced master. Sue threw his sword straight at the snake's head, and when he saw its entire body begin to collapse, he realized that he had hit the bullseye. But Sue didn't want to give up and realized that he needed just a little more. He had to hold out. So he immediately attacked the snake again. Sue had nothing to lose. He pounced on it and decided to use his last strike. And when the dagger collided, the snake died. The snake started to get angry and destroy everything in front of it. But Sue had time to run away and realize that he almost got caught in its tail, and it was a good thing he had moved beforehand. And he hopes that this time he will die, although his body has completely dried up, and he has no more strength left to fight. He immediately laid down and realized that just a little more and he wouldn't have been able to stand. Rin saw Bee fall and immediately ran over to her. Rin asked her if she was okay, is she in pain, and could she lie down for a while? Bee replied that she thought she'd be fine. How's Rin doing? Rin told her to forgive her. If she obeyed her and went home, everyone would be safe. Bee was surprised and asked what. Bee said she was so kind. If she were in her place, she would be angry and say why they brought her to the mountain, why she climbed up to the white snake. She's the one who should apologize. To her and to that guard. Rin replied that she was just trying to save the white falcon. Rin realized that if she wasn't so worthless, Unbi wouldn't have hurt herself. No one would have followed her to protect her, and no one would have died. Bee asked, what about the little white falcons? They need to check on them to see what is wrong with them. But suddenly Rin saw her hand and asked what was wrong with her hand. Isn't it hurting her? Bee replied that it was nothing special. Rin said she wasn't in any pain, so she's going to see the little white falcons herself. Bee said they'd go together. She didn't hurt that badly. He inwardly realized that his body was dying and he was in a lot of pain. Bee said she just wanted to watch too. Yeah, and she doesn't want to be around this carcass. But suddenly, all of a sudden, the snake started moving and wanted to attack them. But Bee saw it coming and pushed Rin to the side. Rin didn't realize what had even happened, but seeing that the snake was still alive, She was very scared for it. The snake was only aimed at B. She didn't have time to react and the snake hurt her shoulder. But B realized he should have killed her like that and cut her head open. But then he attacked him with a knife right in the head. B was completely exhausted and didn't even have the strength to land calmly on the ground and had to collapse. Rin didn't leave her alone and immediately ran up to her. She started crying because Bede had hurt herself and saved her at the cost of her life. But suddenly, Rin looked back and saw a snake that was behind her, aiming to eat them. Rin pushed B and realized that she couldn't let it eat Unbi. But suddenly, she turned around and saw some old man starting to fight with a snake. The master didn't even give the snake a chance and began to abuse him as he wished. He didn't even make any effort and fought with his bare hands. But suddenly, the master said, what a stupid student he was. He told him to stay out of the way. Why did he go after her? He had broken all his legs, and now he would know his place. But Rin didn't understand anything and just cried. Rin fully realized that this person was looking at being. Master was telling Sue that he had decided to pretend to be dead. Have him get up immediately before he gets kicked by him. But Ren immediately ran up to her and told the old man not to dare to hit Yenbi. Let him leave immediately. The master was surprised and immediately tore off Sue's clothes where his wound was. He immediately examined it and saw severe lacerations. They looked at her wounds, and both of them were silent. But at that time, the guards ran after the pigeon, and the commander said that the sound was coming from there. The commander was pretty pissed and thought they had come almost immediately after the signal, and he hoped they weren't too late. But suddenly, the guards saw that the old man was holding a snake in his arms. They immediately thought it was very strange. Sik was sitting at home at this time, staring at the bare walls. But before he left, he took the sheet in front of him and still hadn't even written anything. But on leaving the room, he left the door open, and his fox was blown outside by a strong wind and caught right in the downpour. Namgung originally thought that that old man wanted to harm Madame with that big snake. So immediately he decided to take action against him. But as he assumed an attacking posture, he sensed something amiss. The old man reached his hand out and flicked it lightly. He swiped as if he wanted to push the fly away. The movement was neither defense nor attack. A person who wanted to practice martial arts would not have made such a move in such a situation. At that moment, he realized that he was not dangerous and there was no need to attack him. The head asked him, he that an experienced warrior, and so he was probably able to stop in time, while the others were unlikely to be able to, right? And this innocent old man must have killed. Why did his boys get hurt so badly? Namgung replied that was the point. The movement of his hand, reminiscent of scaring away a fly, made them all fly away. There was obviously no malice in it, but the force was so great that they simply couldn't resist. The head said, what an interesting technique. With a single movement that resembled scaring away a fly, he was able to unleash such power. Namgung said that by opening the 5 fingers or closing them, the force should come from the palm of the hand. Even if you clench it into a fist, the force will still come from the palm of the hand, not from the outside of the palm. The head said that he thought this old man was a strong warrior since they were able to fly away from such a simple movement. Did he carry a sword or any other weapon? Namgung replied that he might have been hiding something under his clothes, but in general, he didn't notice anything on him. The head asked him if he had time to see what his walking technique was. Namgung replied that when he, after flying off, stood up and looked at him, he had already drunk Yenbi with the snake's blood. Right, he literally lost sight of him for a couple of seconds, and in that time he had managed to drag the big snake over to Bai and drink the blood from the carcass. And he fed this blood to B because it was necessary to neutralize the snake's venom. It seems that she was badly injured trying to protect her mistress. But after a while he realized the whole situation. He told the old man that he apologized to him for their actions. They'll try to cure B. And he tried to apologize, but without a word he stood up and turned around, and in an instant he was gone. Rin started crying and asking where he was taking B, and then Madam's condition was also critical, so they couldn't follow this old man. Rin said that it seemed like they wouldn't be able to catch up with Unbi. She fell to her knees and started crying. The head said he understood, and Namgung was right not to follow him. They could have gotten hurt even more, and he is most likely the master for B. His disciple did a good deed, and at the critical moment, instead of thanking him, they tried to attack him. And it seems he now owes them both for saving his daughter. Namgung apologized and replied to the head to forgive him. It was all his fault. The head said no, thanks to him, it just ended right there. And this old man must be very angry. Maybe send a famous healer or gift some good medicines. I wonder if he would accept. He thinks that's where they live. Let him try to find it first. He'll just have to be careful. And if he left without even saying hello, he thinks the master doesn't like people and probably lives somewhere deserted. Judging from the ease with which he lifted that huge snake. Yes, considering the strength coming from his arms and that incredible walking technique, he must be a strong warrior. And even if we remember Bee's unusual hand movements and her amazing walking technique, not even taking into account the trinkets on her hands and feet that made no sound, he's definitely her master. And frankly, he had no way of understanding why her master had decided to send such a young creature to the drinking room and thinks she has made good money in the meantime, but they still live on the mountain, closed off from people. Sake and money are not the main thing. The main thing is information and experience. He wanted her to learn how to get the information she needed on her own and to build up experience in dealing with various messes. The goats in the drink shop were full of them. Of course he doesn't know. Maybe it's necessary for further testing of his student. Or maybe he needs the information himself. In short, you shouldn't provoke him. For strong warriors like this old man, the body itself is a weapon, so one should probably be careful with him. This girl could be his personal servant or something else. Since he lives closed off from people, have him try not to get too close to where he lives. You just need to know roughly where they are. But Namgung recalled the moments in his head, and to him, the old man didn't seem like a pervert. But the head was right about that and answered him that he had ordered and understood. The head asked as he said, was the name of that guard Wan Il? And he was sorry that it was impossible to find his body. He would like to personally convey his condolences to his family. Let him tell them how he was doing. Namgung replied that he had an old mother and an older brother, but a few years ago, as far as he had heard, they had both died in an epidemic. He asked the head, does the lady still blame herself? The head thought about it and said yes, but then changed his mind and answered that no. After all, her condition was hard to convey with one phrase, blame yourself. He didn't even know that such a small body could hold so many tears. She's crying so hard, she's sure she's going to pass out soon, and he thinks, and now she is grieving. At this time, Namgung remembered that in the forest, a nest fell to the ground and broke. Only one bird survived, and the rest died. Rin realized that now all she had left was this bird. She must save it. But when she saw the fish in the cage, she immediately remembered the moments with Bee, how much fun and joy they had. Rin kept telling herself that it was all because of her, but at the same time, Sue was lying at home and heard the master yelling at him and calling him names. In his mind, Sue thought, who is he hearing? Could it really be the master? The master was telling him to only look at himself. Did he think he was able to match such a monster? And he's going to break his legs to keep him out of the way. Sue told him that his student was about to die. Do you have to see off the last moments of life with a scolding? But he's sorry too. And if he could come back, and from now on, he would be sure to check the corpse for signs of life. The master said he was an asshole and told him to wake up. He can't die that easily. Let him not dare to die. Sue was surprised and asked, is he crying because of him? Then why did he treat him so badly? The master got angry and said he was an ill-mannered infestation. Is he going to die without his permission? He still has a lot of things left to accomplish. Sue was surprised and said that he thought the master was grieving, and now it was up to him to decide when he would die. Of course, he wasn't planning on it now, but he can't sign anything anymore, and he hoped she was all right. Sue said honestly, he didn't want to lose her, or maybe he could ask Master. But Master told him that he was an ungrateful boy. Let him get to work now. Sue. The Master said that if he drops out, he'll be after him in a heartbeat. He'll get him a job in hell too. But Sue said he didn't have to. The Master said that's where he was going. He'd be a slave for another 300,000 years. And he won't say it again. If he wakes up now, he'll make him work 30,000 years for every 7 minutes. But suddenly Sue came to his senses and slowly opened his eyes. Master asked, did the boy come to his senses? Master, after defeating the snake, shouted at Sue to wake up immediately. He can't die that easily. The master decided to give him a compress on his back to prevent his organs from inflaming. So he started hitting him on his back. But Su was screaming when at this very time that he was being killed. How can he beat his wounds so mercilessly? He wants to kill the only disciple he has in this world. And the master answered him that he was caught, and he knew Su was faking it. The master got very angry and said he was an ill-mannered bastard. Is he going to die without destroying him? He still has a lot left to do, doesn't he? The master left his apprentice to rest and went to prepare medicine for him, for he would soon wake up and ask for food. But he couldn't stand it and came into the room and said he was an ungrateful boy. Let him open his eyes immediately. And if he dies, who will feed and water him? He needs to get up and get to work. But Su wouldn't wake up and lay down all the time. He had to take matters into his own hands and even fed himself with a spoon. The master used his powers to try to bring him to his senses. In the morning, he asked him to get up at once. And if he fell back, he'd go after him in a flash. He'd find him in hell. The master could not cope with his anger and kept saying that he would have another 300,000 years of labor in hell. But suddenly, Su opened his eyes and turned to the master. The master asked him what was wrong. The boy replied that he thought their destinies would cross in hell. But the master immediately slammed his hand into his head. Su said he was in pain, and why was he hitting him? The master replied to shut his mouth, and if he talks nonsense, he will give him another one. Su asked, "Is he alive?" The master asked, "How does he think he can die without his permission?" Let him not even think about it. Of course he doesn't. Su was thinking at this time, why did his master look pale? Was he really scared for him? No, it couldn't be. The master immediately told him to stand up. Su replied, he is in a critical condition. He is not feeling his body at all right now. At least let him try to show a little pity once in a while. The master looked at him and said that he seemed to miss his fist. Let him stand up immediately. Su immediately realized that he was definitely not joking with his fist. Su in his heart immediately felt his strength returning to him. Maybe it was the result of endless violence and fear. Su tried to slowly stand up and shout at his body as his body would creak. He realized that his strength was slowly arriving, but his body still hurt, even too much. But Master handed him a plate and told him to drink this. Su asked the master, "Surely this is not poison?" The master asked with surprise, "What kind of poison?" "Medicine," he tells him. "You have to drink it immediately or it will get cold." Su asked, "Is he giving him medicine?" "No way. Could it be poison after all?" The master looked at him menacingly and replied that he was clearly hungry for his fist, as he could see. Well, since he was asking for it. But Su replied that he had misunderstood him. But Su had to do it. He took a plate and started to drink. But after drinking, he felt very sick and the taste of the medicine was terrible. But suddenly, Su found something and asked what it was. He'd seen it somewhere. "It looks like the scales of a white snake." The master replied that he was the one who could pronounce the name with such ease. Let him be thankful that the carcass of the white snake was lying right next to him. He had already told him that there was no antidote for the white snake's venom. What was he listening to then? Su asked. Then what did he just drink? The master replied, to get the white snake venom out of the body in the first few minutes after the bite, one should drink the blood of that white snake. This will stop the poison from spreading in the body. And then you need to make an infusion of scales and heart of this white snake and drink it for 3 days and 3 nights. In half a month, you need to follow a diet, and only in this way you can remove the poison from the body. And if he was even 7 minutes late, he'd already be on the other side of the world. But suddenly, Su was surprised to hear a lot of bad words. It's better to keep quiet today, or he'll kill him for sure. Su turned to him and said that he wanted to ask him, the girl who was next to him, what's wrong with her? Su realized that he was guilty of child abuse. How dare he talk about free time when he was dying of overwork? The master asked him with surprise, "Girl, what is he talking about? He doesn't know at all." Su replied that the girl must have been there by his side. She was wearing his clothes. What became of her? The master replied, "Who knows? The tramps must have dragged her along." Su asked, "Vagrants? It must have been the guards who came up. Was she not injured?" The master asked if he was already hormonal. "I can see why he's been so cheerful lately. Is that why he ran into the white snake? He wanted to get that girl's attention?" Su replied that he didn't, But Master told him to calm down. And so, the last time he saw her, she was safe and sound. There were still people there who called her mistress. Realized that meant Rin was fine. The last thing he heard seemed to be her squealing. Or was he just imagining it? Then he wouldn't ask Master about Rin again, or he'd start saying strange things again. Sue asked, "Where is the white snake carcass located? Is it there?" The Master replied that of course he dragged it here. "Is he a fool or what?" The Master replied that he would split it up and sell it. Such a thing is not seen in the market every day, so he would be able to make a good profit. He would also get a good sum for the heart, but he couldn't because of him. Sue told the Master that he hoped he hadn't cut the belly open yet. The Master asked why. Whoever killed it belongs to him, so he might not even think of claiming it. Sue replied that that's not what he's talking about right now. "There is a person in the belly of the white snake," Master asked. "Are they all his acquaintances?" Sue asked with surprise but at this time Rin was in a lot of pain and looking at the fish realized that she couldn't take it anymore. She remembered everything and said she didn't want it all to happen again. But what can she do? She doesn't know how to do anything. But she remembered B's words that she had told him to find this skill and develop it, and it would surely become her strength in the future. Rin realized that Bei had done exactly that. She fought despite her fear, tried despite her disgust. She had nurtured that strength in herself. Rin thought, what was she going to do? She wouldn't just cry anymore. She decided to become smarter and stronger. But morning Rin came to her father and said something. The head was surprised and asked her what she had just said. Rin replied that she wanted to learn how to fight. Let him send her to a place where she can become strong. The head asked, where can he send her? He's glad she wants to be strong. Maybe he can just help her. He'll solve all her problems for her. Why would she want to go anywhere? The head asks, does his lovely daughter want to learn how to fight? In other words, does she want to kick someone's ass? Who dared to hurt her? Let her tell him. But Namgung thought that he seemed to have misunderstood him. The head yelled that he'd make a chop out of him. Let her just tell me who he is. How dare he hurt his sweet daughter? Rin said it was her. The head was greatly surprised and asked who? The girl replied that she was unable to fend for herself. And so other people died instead of her, while she just stood there like a pillar. It didn't even seem to occur to her that she should do anything. She just stood there trembling with fear. She couldn't stand to look at her helpless self anymore. But suddenly the head looked at her hands and said that her daughter's hands were covered in blood. Tell them to get a doctor here immediately. The head said that he understands that she is very upset about what happened, and becoming strong is a very good thing. But she doesn't have to go anywhere for that. Let her stay by his side always. He'll give her all his knowledge of martial arts. She'll be his strongest in no time. And if she doesn't want to learn from Daddy, he can bring in good teachers. He'll teach her a lot, so she doesn't have to go anywhere. But Ron answered her father that she didn't want to. The head was very frightened by these words, and he didn't even know what to say to her. Namgung saw that the gentleman had been silent for an hour, and he hoped he was okay. The head asked him if he knew what the phrase "don't want" means. The head said it was the first time her daughter had ever said something like that to him. Also, she always called him Daddy. Father, who's that? She always called him Daddy. Namgung realized that his master was not okay after all. He said that children first call Daddy Daddy when they want something that only a father can give, not Daddy. The head was surprised and asked what he thought it was. Namgung replied that it was only respect. Children never grow up in the eyes of their parents, but every year they wait more and more for them to start seeing them as an adult. They expect their parents to believe in them, and despite the harshness of the conditions, to bless their decisions to live independently. Rin realized that if she wasn't constantly being coddled by someone, she couldn't become stronger. Only a father, not a dad could show respect to his child. She begs him to send her to a place where she can become strong, where she can overcome all the bitterness of life. The head said that if a child wants to set foot on the warpath, how can his father calmly bless his path? But he himself, after all, knows how restless things are around him. Namgung replied that he thought the father should do everything to make the child a phoenix instead of a rooster. Namgung replied that he thought the father should do everything to make the child a phoenix instead of a rooster. A father must help a child to stand firm in their less than cruel world. He thinks that it is not only the parents who bring up the child, But sometimes the children themselves bring up their parents. Let him see. His daughter has grown up and turned them from daddy to father. It is certainly a double feeling. He is happy and sad at the same time. He feels that he has grown very old. The head said that with his head he understands, but when he imagines it's about Rin, Namgung replied that he understands them. It is not without reason that the people say that parents, when seeing their child off on a long journey, put on them shoes made from their heart. The head asked if he could say, do his children call him dad or father? Namgung replied that his twins had been calling him father since some time. They told him that they were adults now and wanted him to give them real swords. The head asked what he had given them. Namgung replied that no. He promised that he would only give them real swords when he couldn't get them both up at the same time. The head said he didn't think he was going to give them swords for another 50 years. His words contradicted what he had recently advised him. Suddenly the guard came in and said he had news about Unbi. According to the note brought by the pigeon, we found Unbi's place. It's not far from where it happened. An hour ago, the guards were sitting in the bushes saying they think they're here. Certainly not to say he's sure they've come to the right place. Maybe it's not here. They said the old man shut himself away from people, so the house must be in the middle of nowhere. But the second guard replied that no, it was probably here. The white snake tracks led here. Though maybe he's right, this is the only house here in the neighborhood, and they need to get closer. Then they'll know for sure. But the commander said no, they were told not to get close under any circumstances. They need to send a pigeon, leave a couple of men here and come back before the next order. But suddenly someone came up from behind with a shovel and threw it right in front of them. And the guards realized that they had been spotted. The master put them to work. The guards asked each other why they were doing all this. No, of course he realized that someone has to do it. The second guard said that if he understood, let him keep quiet and dig a hole. It's worse over there. That's definitely not where he wants to go. Namgung said that it says that master went on to take care of Unbi, and their guys are now burying the corpses disemboweled from the belly of the white snake. As soon as they're done, they'll come back with Wang Il's body. The head replied that it was a good thing, and since the old man let them take care of their man's corpse, it meant that Unbi was fine. And on top of that, it can be noted that this old man is a well-mannered man, since he shows compassion for other people's losses. The master asked the student what was that look on his face. There were some loiterers in the neighborhood just now, so he told them to take care of it. He could worry no more. Su said that he's not feeling well right now, so he really admires the master in his heart. He really admires him in his heart because it's not like him. The master showed them everything and told them everything in detail, and when the tools break, he asked them to have them pay the costs 3 times over. The master told the apprentice to study while he lives, and he accepts gratitude in finances. He's nothing but trouble. When these idlers are gone, he'll make a quick trip to the village. Let him stay here, lie down and rest until he returns. Su was surprised and asked why to the village. Maybe to sell the white snake? The master replied that on top of that, he needed to take a vacation from his employer for him. He won't be able to work for a while. He'll demand a month at the forge and half a month at the others. And Chongyang Ru will say he won't work there anymore. Su asked with a surprised voice, he won't work at Chongyang Ru anymore? The master asked, what did he think he could hobble around, moving his ass forever? He will soon start to show male features, so he won't be able to work anyway. But as soon as he recovers, his body will immediately become very muscular, and his arms and legs will be twice as thick. At this time, Su was angry because the sun had set and the master was still gone, but the longer he was gone, the better. It was scary to imagine how he would be bullied by him. Will he try to relax and sleep? He should enjoy his freedom while he has the opportunity. But suddenly he felt someone coming this way, and there were even several of them. But someone knocked at the door and apologized for disturbing him. He asked, Unbai and the master are here. Su immediately recognized from the voice that it was Rin, her old father and head of security. But in this form, he can't show himself to them. Bai tried to get up, but immediately fell to the ground because everything hurt. Rin heard it and said it was Unbi's voice. Rin asked B if she was okay, but B answered her to make them stop. The girl was greatly surprised and didn't understand why she was acting like that. B told them not to open the door. Okay? She said her wounds made her a little naked. She doesn't want them to see her like this. The head asked, besides her, "Is there no one else here right now? How could a wounded girl lie alone at home in such a wilderness? They can guard until her master returns." B replied that she thanked them, but unfortunately he didn't know exactly when her master would return. B said that it was quite cold here, and she didn't think they should stay long. Rin replied that they wanted to deliver something, so they were in a hurry, but apparently they didn't get here in time. Maybe they'll stop by some other time. Sue realized that was a bad option. And he doesn't want that. Sue told them to wait because it was very difficult to get here, and her master didn't like visitors. Maybe they'll tell her and she'll tell him. The head replied that they wanted to thank her and bring her healing plants and other gifts. There is also a doctor with them. He knows firsthand that not everyone can heal a warrior. That's why they have a very famous doctor with them. They wanted him to examine her if her master would allow it, but unfortunately he's not here. Maybe they should leave her presence here. Really, they hope there are no burglars here. Sue thought, what kind of gifts? They must be medicinal herbs or money. But why give something like that to the master? And suddenly B said that she thought she could answer them herself, and she's sure master wouldn't allow strangers to examine her, but still she is very grateful to them. Sue realized that there was no way he would let that happen. Any doctor would easily recognize that he was a boy. If word got out, Chung Yang-ru would be in trouble, so master would definitely refuse. Bai said, what? And refusing all their gifts? She thinks it would be impolite. So if it's not too much trouble, could they leave them at Chung Yang-ru? She'll take their words to master first, and then she'll take them from there herself. The head says, okay, they'll do that. He hears her voice lighten as soon as she heard about the presents. Good thing he had them ready. And he was told that she was very badly wounded protecting his daughter. And is she badly wounded? Is there anything she needs to get her health back? B replied that he didn't. She thinks that in a month she will recover and will be able to see them. The head said that on the head he thought she didn't have a deep wound. It turns out that things are worse. B replied that it was. But that's okay. It will recover in time. Rin was greatly surprised at this time and said, a month. The head replied that they were planning to leave Chongyanggra in half a month. It seems that this is their last meeting. B asked, are they leaving? Rin too? Sue realized that of course he had assumed that they would leave at some point. But just like that, without even seeing a face? The head said yes, so did she. Maybe she'll let Rin enter her place to say goodbye. She doesn't know how to fight and won't hurt her. Especially since they're both girls, they'll back off. Sue realized that was the thing. They weren't both girls. What should he do? Should he tell her to close her eyes? But no, that would look weird, especially since he had a feeling that she would definitely see everything. B told Rin that unfortunately she couldn't let her in right now. But if it's not too much trouble, could she come closer to the window? Rin got excited and immediately ran to the window. B said she could see her, and yes, very clearly. Rin asked, does she see her? B replied that, to be honest, she could see her shadow. And then she too went to the window and said that now she was around too. Rin said she can see, and her voice she can hear well. B replied to forgive her. They came to visit her and she can't even let them in. Rin said no, she's glad she can at least hear her. Especially on the contrary, she's the one who wants to apologize to her. If it wasn't for her, they wouldn't have met. She wouldn't have been so hurt. B told her to take those words back. It was her choice. Why is she apologizing to her? B said that their agreement was with her. A walk on the mountain and the snake fight. It all happened on his initiative. So all the joys and sorrows are the result of her decision. She has no idea how happy she was to see her. And she doesn't want her to take those happy memories away from her. Rin said okay, and she wouldn't take it away. She was very happy to see her too. Yes, she was very happy the whole time. The head at this time was saying that the two girls seemed to be socializing, and their conversation was giving him goosebumps. And to be a good father, he has to overcome all this. Rin said that after her parents Eunbi, she is the most important person in her life, and thank her so much for everything. B said she had never heard such words spoken to her in her life. For her, she is the most beloved person alive. The head heard everything and thought, can girls really say such things to each other? And what was Namgung looking at like that? Namgung saw the things and realized that that old man master was of small build. But no, he couldn't wear such clothes. But how come there's children's men's clothes? Maybe she purposely changes into men's clothes when she walks around the mountain. She gave their mistress similar clothes. Sue was thinking at this time, what's with the children's menswear? What are they talking about right now? Suddenly the head said that if he wasn't wrong, then it meant that a boy lived here. Sue at this moment was greatly startled by the fact that, did the master really wash his clothes? After all, he never does laundry. Why would he suddenly think that now? That's how he wanted to set him up. Rin asked B if she was okay. Is she sick a lot? B replied that she was fine. Let her wait for a minute. B turned to the others and said that they seemed to have questions for her. The head replied that they seemed to be talking too loudly. Then he would ask her directly. The head asked if they had a boy living at home. Suddenly Bowie said that yes, master has an apprentice, a boy. But Run in a moment remembered Bia's words as she said that only the lazy master lived at her house. At that time, Cheon arrived on the other side of the island by boat, but Seek immediately recognized him, and even their gazes crossed. Cheon smiled after seeing a familiar face and, stepping out of the deck, stepped right into the dirt. Cheon looked at it and said that it turned out to be nothing special. He thought if he could come back here one more time, something incredible would happen to him. But at least what he was hoping for. The road is still a road, dirty and endless. And maybe he could go to the other side, see if it was cleaner. Sick at this time was already on the boat on his way. But suddenly, the boy asked if he was not feeling well. It was very dangerous to stand here like this, and it would be better if he went inside and slept. Sick said he'd do that right away. The boy said it was very dangerous to look at the sea on such a dark night. He could fall in. And the water is so unpredictable. Sick asked him why he was standing here. The guy replied that he might not worry about him. He's got this. The guy said it's a pebble from his house. When he lets his guard down, he keeps looking at it. That's when his mental clarity returns. And he keeps telling himself that someone is waiting for him. And he has to get back any way he can. Sick said he has a talisman like that too. And this stone from the fence of his house, he wanted to throw it away at first. But then he changed his mind. The guy replied that he understood him. He did. There's no getting rid of it. He himself has not been able to throw away this stone for 40 years. The guy said he advised him not to stay here too long. He'll go to bed. And when they get to Ikion, he'll go to a restaurant because he misses Kuksu a little. But Sick looked at his stone and thought of his wife Ikion. It had been so long since they had seen each other. The head was at B's house at the time and said that it seemed like they were talking too loudly. Then he would ask him directly, "Do they have a boy living at their house?" Sue immediately realized that over his head he seemed to suspect something. Maybe Master had washed more than just the outerwear. Maybe there was something on the hangers that couldn't be shown to Rin. And if he does, he won't forgive the damn Master. He doesn't have time to hate him now. He has to think now. And Sue thought that since the opposite party already suspected something and it was impossible to conceal it, there's only one way out. B said that yes, Master has a boy apprentice. He realized that he had to lie in such a way that 90% of that lie was true. But suddenly, Rin remembered B saying that only the lazy Master lived at her house. B had said that without Master's permission, he couldn't say anything more about him. She's like a girl, hardly ever encounters this boy. And B thought he believed it. B said that's how she does things at Cheonghyangru all day long. And he, as a boy, does a lot of activities and is hardly ever at home. The head thought that she seemed to have a lot of buildup in her soul. Their relationship was complicated. Rin also realized why B had said back then that only Sabu was staying at home. But he probably comes home from time to time. In such a small house, she doesn't live with her family, but with two strange men. It must be scary and hard for her. Sue at this time wondered, why is she silent? Is there still something that is still suspicious? B asked him, could they have something else? The head replied that he didn't. Could B forgive him for interrupting his conversation? Rin also told her that she didn't know she was having such a hard time. Sue at that moment immediately thought, what kind of reaction is this? Rin turned to Bei and said she had a question for her. B asked, what kind of question? Rin replied that if she offered to go with her, she couldn't, could she? The head told Rin that you can't say such a thing to a person who already has a master. But Namgung stopped him and suggested that he finish listening to the lady first. B said that yes, she couldn't. Unfortunately, she has her own reason too. Sue realized that Rin would forgive her, but Eunbi would no longer be there. Rin said she knew she would respond like that. Namgung said that he feels like their masters are getting bolder. Could it be because of Eunbi? Rin tells B that she would like to see her again someday. She doesn't know, but maybe in a few years when she's as strong as B. But no, that would happen when she became capable of protecting her. Rin asked, then could she come back here to see with her? B said that she was grateful to Rin, but what would they do? She was actually planning to leave here after she recovered. And in Changyangru, she probably won't work anymore. Rin was surprised and asked if she would leave. B replied that it was unlikely that she would be able to find her. And since that was the case, she'd have to do it another way. B said she would have to find her. Rin asked if she was hers. B replied that of course she was, especially since she certainly can't lose her. And according to the contract, she still has to fulfill her 3 wishes. She hopes she won't forget that. Rin replied that no, she hadn't forgotten yet. She remembers everything, but she doesn't know where they will live. Namgung realized that Eunbi was in a difficult situation. Besides, they don't know what kind of person her master is yet. They can't take such a risk. He realized that they were here unofficially, one might say undercover. And all the more so if we remember the last case. If their master tells Eunbi who she is and what happened to her recently, then Eunbi will know where to push them, which is already very dangerous. B said it was no big deal. Like she probably has her own reason too, and right now she wants to tell her one wish. The head heard and hoped she wouldn't ask to tell the location of their house. Namgung also said that things were bad. All martial artists are very much worth promises and agreements. If she asked to be told, they have no way out. B said that such promises should be made in private, but unfortunately there's this big door between them, and there's nothing to be done, so let her put her hand here. B said fine and asked if she was listening to her. Rin replied that she was listening and feels the warmth of her hand. B tells Rin that she plans to become very strong, so strong that they won't even recognize her when they meet. And her goal is to become the strongest person in the world. Rin said that she was sure she could do it. She will definitely become the strongest. B said that Rin was just saying that she wanted to be strong like her and strong enough to protect her. Rin replied that yes, she really does. B said, asking her to keep her word. Let her become a strong Rin. This is the first wish she requires her to fulfill according to the contract. And even more so, it is the only way she'll be able to find her. And when she finishes her training and leaves the master, there will be no one stronger than her in this world. So she will be able to find her easily. Rin said she would keep her word. B asked, because then she would be able to find her, right? The girl replied that of course. B said she would be sure to find her. She asked Rin if they had an agreement. The girl replied that she agreed. Namgung asked, has Madame come to her senses yet? The head replied that it was nearing sunset and she was still sleeping. Namgung said it had been 20 hours since she lost consciousness. The doctor said there were no injuries on the body. Shouldn't we call another one? The head replied that he had already looked it up himself. I think she fell asleep. She had been crying all the time lately. Yesterday her body couldn't take it. The head said, maybe they could wait a little longer today. Suddenly a guard came and answered that the lady was awake. The head came into her room and said that Rin had already returned. Namgung thought, what kind of back? Her eyes, they had changed. Her gaze doesn't just look at a person, but penetrates into their soul. It seems that she finally knows herself. But at that time, the girl came home on horseback and told her people that she was off. And immediately she jumped over the fence. The boy asked her, what about the horse? But Mu told him not to bother. He knows she can't hear him anymore. If only he knew why he was in such a hurry. Max started laughing and said she mentally had been home for a while. Well, they're a hot couple. The girl started yelling that she was home. She walked to the room and yelled to Sick that she had come home, just like she said she would. But suddenly, before her feet, she saw the paper that Sick had in front of her. By this time, a boy suddenly came in and addressed the lady. The girl asked, why didn't anyone know? After all, he didn't seem to have been here for a long time. The boy apologized and replied that the Lord had told them not to come here until she returned, not to interfere with his training. The mistress said that the paper must have gotten wet and dry by now. It seemed to have rained after he left. And while she was away, when was the last time it rained, she asked. The servant replied that only once. the day after she left. Mistress said that meant he left the same day she left. But why did he do that? For what reason? But Mistress remembered the moment of saying goodbye to him and angrily slapped her bare hand on the wall. The servant told her that her arm was wounded. The lady replied that it was nothing, she had to go. The servant asked where to go. Mistress replied that tomorrow is his birthday. She thinks he will be back soon, now she will wait for him. But Sik went to the city of Ikion and approached the merchants and asked where the most delicious kuksu is prepared here. The salesman showed his hand and said he had to go to that building. Sik thanked him and went, but he noticed something before the entrance. Sik came through and said he needed one room for one night. And they also say they make the best kuksu in town, so have them bring a portion to the room. Sik tossed the coins and said that he would pay with this. The boy was surprised and replied that he would count it now, and his room on the left is the last one on the second floor. When he went to his room, he saw a man eating at the table and asked if he had gotten the wrong place. But suddenly the guy said he got there right, but he was too late. The only thing they cook here is those damn noodles. Did he know that every day the desire to see him grew greater? One more time and would have been ready to go to his soul. Sik asked him. He had changed his face again, so he didn't recognize him, especially since he didn't know he was here waiting for him. Sik said they haven't seen the lords in a long time. Cheon asked with surprise, Lord? Does he think he's a lord? Sik replied that he changes his mask every time, so no one knows what he really looks like. He is a great shadow that commands the martial arts world, but it's his peculiar voice that gives him away with a sense of overconfidence. It wouldn't be hard for anyone to tell who he is in a heartbeat. Cheon said the undercover brother's mission and everything changed him. He knows how to placate a man. Cheon said that this mission has come to an end as well. Undercover marriages tend to be easy to start and difficult to finish. He was certainly 2 days late, but he still completed his mission with distinction. Sik replied that he had completed it. If he had refused his order, would he have had a chance to stay there? Cheon replied that of course not. Until now, there hadn't been a single person who had been able to get away from him. And honestly, there hadn't been a single person who had even tried to betray him in the past dozen years. And yes, he had always fostered such a nature in them that the mere thought of betrayal was abhorrent. And they come into being because of him. Therefore, it is not proper for the shadow to oppose the light. Or is he wrong, 427? And it seems he still has feelings for that pretty girl. The information he gave him by playing the role of Jang Hong Sik, the son-in-law of that famous family, is not much needed now. And even more so, the circumstances have now become more weighty. A body similar to Sek will appear in the vicinity of Dongchen Lake in a few days. And 47 will tell all the information he has learned lately, change his face, and get a new mission. Cheon said it's an order, and let him obey the order. 47? The guy was surprised and asked, in order? But in the moment he saw a memory with the girl he was spending time with. But he couldn't resist pulling out a knife. He immediately stuck his hand in with that knife and said he couldn't do it. Let him rescind that order. The master said he remembered Su once resisted, and now he's reincarnating without resistance? Does he see that the boy's getting the hang of it? Su told him to stop. Who is it that has gotten into the taste? The master asked. What isn't? He thought it would take him a whole month to recover, and he had already gotten up in 2 weeks, and the first thing he did was to reincarnate as a girl. Master asked, not upset that he wouldn't be going to Cheonjiangru anymore from tomorrow. Don't let him get too upset. Later, when he grows up and becomes a martial artist. Su asked, in his opinion, did he look like a crazy person? He will never wear that again in his life. Especially its day, he said, as soon as he can leave, to go into the shop and show her that she's very sick. The master replied that it was because the owner of the tavern said that he would only give him his wages if he saw him personally. Anyway, have him tell him something to make him believe it. Also, on the way home, have him buy sake. But suddenly, Su replied that he wouldn't. On the way, Su was very tired and said that it was hard for him to step. And today he had to pack all his things and pick up the gift that the gentleman had left. He has to hurry. And he wondered if Rin was still here or had already left. But suddenly she saw the window and thought, isn't this a dream? Su came down from the mountain and passed the village, and he's already so heavy. It's even hard to breathe. He didn't expect that his body could become so decrepit. The head liquor store manager was surprised and asked B, has she recovered yet? And is she okay? The guards were surprised at how long it had been since they had seen her. And if you look at her face, she looks so bad. The man in charge said, her face. Why is she up so early? I think she's about to faint. Maybe he can help her. B replied that she thanks them, of course, but she's fine, and she has somewhere to go. And there's a man there who's been waiting for her for a long time. See you soon. The chief said she looks very bad. He was asked to take her there if she showed up, but since she went herself. The guards thought that even in sickness, she was so beautiful and graceful. The main thought that maybe the person waiting for her, she was confused about something. But at that time, Bao came into the room and shouted to Rin. But she didn't see anyone but the gift. The room was Rinless. But he found the letter and took her to read it. Rin had written him a letter that would allow them to recognize each other in an important moment, something akin to a talisman. Sue opened the box and said that he would look at it now. So Rin has the exact same set as well. Sue said it was the most precious thing to him now. But the people who listened to it, always in the drinking room, said that they would never forget it forever. And what a beauty she is, after all. They wanted to ask her to stay on with them, but the way she looks, she's really seriously ill. And they also say she got an incurable disease. What kind of disease is that? But at that time, B was feeling sick and weak. People saw her leaving and asked how they could live without her. But how long does it take for her to heal? The men told her she must get well and come back to them. Here's the money. Let them help her. B said she was grateful to them for everything. She could only exist because of them. But she would try to live up to their expectations and recover quickly. B immediately said goodbye to them. At this time, Sik arrived in town in a carriage and heard people wishing for someone to make her well. Though they let her go now, let her remember, the memory of her would warm their hearts forever. Sik squeezed his hand and said he wanted to resign. When he met with the man in charge and told him it wasn't a betrayal, he just wants to live a simple life. Cheon told him that he surprised him. He had sworn loyalty to him, and now he wanted to disobey his orders and resign. Cheon said that the Warrior 47 specialty is undercover work. The main tasks are information gathering. He always followed his orders perfectly, so he never disappointed him. He sent him to Cheon Mukhakwan under the name of Sek to give him information about the forces among the white world of martial artists that possessed great power so that he could recruit them. And let him now put himself in his place. Could he have resigned such a man, leaving him alive? He knows full well that there is no retirement in their profession. He'd better let him tell him what put him on this. After all, he had lived quietly under his shadow before. There was no discontent. Sik replied that he still doesn't have any grievances, but he wants to live the rest of his life with her. Cheon was surprised and asked, "Is it like love?" Well, yes, he had heard that it clouds the eyes, but unfortunately he had to point out. In his opinion, it wasn't him she loved. Name, age, date of birth, stories about his childhood, and even the type of martial art he learned. It's all just fiction. Or is he wrong, Warrior 47? Sik replied that he didn't care. If he could be with her, he was willing to live up to that name for the rest of his life. Cheon replied that he didn't know what to say, whether to admire him or to say that he had cracked his head. Well, he's matured. Well, let him tell you he thinks his rich, pretty girl will stay with him even after she finds out who he really is. Of course, they say that love is all about feeling. Don't let him look at him like that, like he's saying something weird, especially since infertility is a key reason for divorce for many people. Sik asked, "What is he saying?" Cheon asked, when he first joined them in one day and became a shadow when he swore allegiance to him. He drank the blood cocktail, remember? Did he think it was just unflavored sake diluted with blood? Let him think for himself. If people like them for fun or for business sleep with someone, and then a cub comes between them, what do we do then? Then everyone might think about betrayal, or being a father would make it difficult to go on a murder mission. So he had to take care of that in advance. Sik thought, was this really such shocking news? But is there a cure? Who knows? The world is big. Maybe someone knows. But if someone knows, but what to do next? The shadow can't come into the light. And if he wants to be free of him after all, let him become a master from Wende and decide for himself what he will do. And since he is unwilling to obey him, he gives him the opportunity to fight him. He's not ready now, so he offers to train him. Does he accept? Sik realized that he himself had been a little bored lately, and his body was aching. He'd love to retire. The training place is very far away, and the course is not short, but he will be considered missing for now. His rich wife, he will not send Hong Sek's body for now. Shadow said that the training place was beyond the desert on 10,000-year-old Mount Manhwa. The most famous martial artists come there from all over the world. He thinks he'll have something to learn. And most importantly, of course, the duration of the course. It will be 10 years. He can, of course, shorten it. It all depends on his academic performance. The Shadow asked his rich lady, is he sure his feelings won't change in the meantime? And a man's feelings do change very quickly, but if he wants to test fate, there's no stopping him. And now they can try to make a bet. If he wins, he'll become a Shadow Lord and can go out into the world. At this time in the forest, Sue came across a tiger that was slowly coming out of the forest. He said that he could see an expensive fur coat on the tiger. And it is very dangerous to prance around in such expensive clothes alone. Sue said that he was a brave tiger and asked if he was the white girl's new lover. But the tiger immediately pounced on him with its sharp claws. And Sue said that it was not him. Sue threw the basket and asked, how was he not ashamed to attack a young, fragile creature like him? Suba realized his hand and said that it left him no choice, and having made the attack immediately said goodbye to him. Su used his knife-throwing abilities, and cutting the tiger from far away didn't even leave it a choice. Su said he almost forgot, safety comes first. It's a mandatory process. Su went to the pawn shop the next day. The man said that things were getting more and more interesting every day. Where does he find such valuable treasures? Sue replied that Mother Nature had taken pity on him and decided to give him a gift. And their meeting was brief, but how fruitful. Does he hope he can leave him that tiger claw necklace? The man said sure. He was a very important person in their bank, so he would charge him 1 gold piece for the commission. Everything would be sold as quickly and expensively as possible, and the money would be added to his account. Sue replied, lest he forget, no one must know of his origin. The man said that of course he could take it easy. Even in death, he'd keep quiet. And such things would be more profitable for him to sell directly to a costume jewelry store, and he brings them to him. Maybe he has a conflict with the owner of that store. Sue replied that he doesn't know. Let him think that he is still embarrassed to sell goods of his own production. Sue realized in his head that this master was friends with his master. Paying a commission is also a pity, but every time he finds gifts from nature, he can't give them to master. But Sue always cursed his master and said that he had already grown so much and the old man was still not weak. Sue suddenly asked the master, did he have something wrong? The master asked, so is it not clear? Let him keep quiet and leave. It's a good thing he's the best of the best. Otherwise, if someone else had been in his place, would have been distracted by him and the tiger would have been finished. Sue replied that he was just wondering if it was possible to transfer human energy into a tigress's body. And where did she hurt herself so badly? The master replied, why is it impossible? What he wants to do, he does. He had just stopped the bleeding and was now giving her back her life force. And it seems she had a fight with a new tiger they had in their neighborhood. The master said that this tigress, both of them so decrepit, and once she recovered, he would turn her into a strong man so she could take revenge. Sue realized that revenge was unlikely. And did the white girl really lose to that tiger? And isn't the white one so weak? But yes, even he almost chickened out in front of her once. He was so sweet back then. The master asked, what was the look on his face? He doesn't have time. He has to go. Since he is free now, let him take care of the white girl. Let him treat her wounds and stitch her up. Sue asked, where's he going? Does he want to find the one who hurt the white girl? The master replied that he should stay out of it. It was his own business. Sue started to treat the white one and poured alcohol on her wounds. The white one was even in pain and began to growl. White started growling at him and even tried to bite him. But Sue punched him and told him to shut up and called her a decrepit tigress. But the master saw this and said, how dare he beat a wounded tigress? Where's his manners? Sue replied that his pet is dying and he is lounging around. Doesn't he care about her? The master laughed and asked, sprawled out, he said, hanging around idly. He is his great master, now thinking how the tigress's strength will need to be restored. Master said that once he finished thinking, his tigress would turn into the strongest among the pack. Stupid his apprentice. How dare he judge master just by his cover? What young people are nowadays, they can't think and talk for nothing. Su thought that the master had started again. It would be better if he kept silent, and replied that, as always, the master was right. Su said he wanted to stitch up her wounds while she slept. Would he be kind enough to keep quiet? He needs to focus. Su didn't bother much and used the secret bird's foot stitch technique. Master decided to take a look, and Su said it was perfect. The master took a look and said it looked decent. How long had it been since he had switched from training daggers to a real thunder-slashing sword? He then kindly showed him the sword technique at the same time. Su asked, 3 years old, why is he suddenly asking? And what do you mean kindly? In all the years he had lived with him, he had never once shown him courtesy. The master started laughing and said that the student had a tongue. He was at it again. He missed his education. Is it so difficult to just answer the question straightforwardly? But Su saw the look in his eyes and realized that the master was obviously planning something bad. Su apologized and said that he had wanted to show him what he had learned in these 3 years for so long. And so far, he had paid no attention to him. Now he could wield 6 blades at once. The master asked with surprise, 6 in 3 years? Is that true? Su replied that yes, and what's the big deal? Master patted his shoulder and said surprisingly, very surprisingly, 6 already? He congratulates Su. The master told him that he seemed to have eaten a lot of useful things in secret. Without such dirty deeds, how could he be able to achieve such incredible results in such a short time? Su replied that he didn't know what the master was talking about. In his opinion, it's all thanks to his innate genius and constant training, of course. And he believes that the heavens have taken pity on him and decided to endow him with at least such a gene. But suddenly the master started laughing and said he didn't care. He could do what he wanted. He was ready to forgive him for any deeds. He is a great master. His soul is as wide as their vast sky, and he is willing to forgive and even celebrate his accomplishments. The master said it was time to wrap up his congratulations. And since he had learned 5 swords, it was time for him to move up a level. Su realized that he had trained so much, and it turned out that all those skills were average. Master said to leave the white-robed one here to rest, and followed him. The master said that the training for the advanced level would focus on learning the flaws of the Thunderstrike sword, and the top-level training would be to learn the disadvantages of the Thunder-Smashing sword as a silk sword and how to overcome them. And based on what he had just told him long and hard, he suggests that he start learning the advanced level with the water sword. Does he agree? Su asked. He doesn't mean what he's thinking right now, and the master is such a joker. He agrees with him. The joke is good. The master replied, what other jokes? Let him learn immediately, and immediately pushed him off the rock into the water. Su didn't even know that the master would do such a mean thing to him, and falling down shouted for help. At this time in the base of the Cheonanru martial arts community, the head said that the warriors being raised in Cheonmokakwan are the hope and future of their country. And he wants to know how things are going this year? Can he have any hope for them? The man replied that he had already selected the top 40 of the best and divided them into groups, 10 in each. And the training was conducted specifically separately by group, depending on the destination they would then be sent to. The Cheonren group is planning to be sent to Mount Shaman, Beko's group to Day Mountain, Henmu's group to Fire Mountain, and Stranger's group to Omni Mountain. Su couldn't swim and could drown. And every time he went under the pillow, he started shouting that he had bracelets on his hands and feet. But suddenly, Su went underwater and said that the master is a villain, a monster, an enemy, a murderer. He's wearing heavy bracelets. And if he hated him so much, it was weak to tie up his rock and throw it with him. The water sword of thunder. Even the name itself is weird. Does he think he's going to die like this? Su went straight down into the deep water and removed the bracelets from himself. And immediately afterward, he climbed out of the water. Su said he survived. But what about those bracelets? If he goes home without them, the master will destroy him for sure. Su immediately realized that he would have to climb back up to get the bracelets. And this stupid training, he would have to do it too. The master shouted at him that he was a retard, not a smartass. He still hasn't learned how to control a water ball of thunder. He's only good for making money, that's all. Su became very angry and shouted at the top of his voice for his master to be cursed, and immediately went back into the water. And after 3 months, the base of the martial arts community, Shonanru Mujek, said that the curriculum was made up according to their performance. Not that the levels between groups, not much difference. Here's the list. The man said he added literature, history, and logic in addition to martial arts to his overall grades. But in terms of martial arts proficiency, all 40 students are on par. That's good, but there are still some things that are a little alarming. The head asked, he probably means that grades aren't the main thing, but he of the outsider group because of the fact they have grades lower than the rest of the group, it can feel like they have become outcasts. The man said yes. So when he divided the first 16 students into groups, he wanted to immediately assign 2 of them the position of the commander of all groups and his deputy and add them to the group of outsiders. But then he changed his mind based on the growth potential of the boys in the group, especially since 2 boys and 2 girls among them have been studying with them for only 2 years. The head said that in 2 years they have already taken 3rd and 4th place. They are very interesting. They really have good potential. The head was glad that Rin hadn't joined the stranger group, or else she would have gone to Amy's mountain again. Mount Amy time has certainly passed, but he wouldn't want to go back there after all. He doesn't like it there. The man said that Mr. Jin-un is coaching them now. He thinks we can hope for a good result. The head replied that Mr. Jin-woon is one of the top 100 martial artists. He's going to be 80 years old soon. How is he feeling? The man said he told him that he was now, on the contrary, getting younger. Mr. Jin is a very quiet and kind man. He thinks Un can teach the boys a lot. Master Un told his men to take a break here. The waterfall is beautiful. It's so hot today, may they forgive him for making them work in this weather. The guys replied that they could still go, but the foreman seemed tired. But the other guy got angry and said, "Where are they going again? He's carrying this time." The other guy yelled that it's hard and hot in here. There is no one here, and suggested that we stop playing the goody-goody. Teacher Un said that they had helped him well. Now they could go their own way. They could just tell him how to go. It was so kind of them to follow him to show him the way. The guy told him there was something he wanted to ask him. It was quiet and empty, and since he was so grateful, they would take all his things away from him. But the other guy said, "No, that's not enough," and he saw the money on him. "Let him put everything in his pocket." Un replied that it turns out they are very hard-working robbers, and the money that's in that bag he can't give them. It's all his. Un said there was nothing to be done about it and threw the bag of money in front of their feet. Un said that he was using the rejuvenation procedure now, so it would be hard for them to defeat him. If they want to take anything from him, let them raid him. The guy started laughing and said that if he, the old man, had given him everything at once, they would have kept him alive. Let him die. But Un immediately attacked them with 2 balls. The guys were greatly surprised and thought, what kind of water bombs are these? But Un didn't stop and attacked them a couple more times. The boy thought that maybe he was some kind of wizard who decided to help them. But suddenly, Un saw a knife being thrown at him. He immediately dodged it and tripped. He then hit his head on a rock. 7 minutes before, Sue had been underwater and had been practicing the whole time. He came out of the water and realized that he could have been in the water with those bracelets for 30 minutes already. He throws the thunder-smashing sword with something, which means that he's still at level 1. He's been practicing for 3 months now. But he still can't break even one of them. Under the water, he began to draw his master, and with each drawing, he tried to convey how he saw his master. Sue said that he couldn't concentrate his power in the water. Kind of honed the technique, but why he can't do much in water? Could it be his limit? He realized that an old murderer who lived at home was no help at all. He could have explained, at least. And he shouldn't have asked. He shouldn't have asked. Sue realized that he couldn't fail. He had still suffered so much humiliation from this old man. He wouldn't be doing this kind of dumb training for the coming 10 years. Suddenly, Sue didn't stop and released his energy. He threw the slashing knife at him out of the water with all his might and showed what he was really capable of. In the morning, Sue came out of the water and said with a sigh that it was a good workout. Honestly, he hadn't expected that the desire to eliminate evil would stimulate him so much. Though, of course, this was all possible because of his innate talent. But suddenly he heard something and asked what it was. Looking to the side, he saw an old man and 2 men lying on the ground, not even moving. Sue walked to the shore and thought about what had happened here. And now, according to his analysis, what he just saw happened as follows. 2 men who looked like hooligans tried to kill the old man, but they ended up killing themselves. First guy's ribs are broken, presumably with an iron ball, internal hemorrhaging. COD is cranial trauma. hit something small and hard like a rock. And he thinks the main reason is because of the blow. Dagger calluses on the palm of his hand, and next to the old man's corpse is a cheap knife, just like the ones made in the local blacksmith shop and sold wholesale to robbers and hooligans. Sue thinks it belongs to this guy, and judging from the knife, the guy's build, and his appearance, he's definitely the robber. The other guy died under similar circumstances. Supposedly, at the last minute, stuck a knife in this old man, based on appearances and the overall situation. Both men were in cahoots. I wonder where the stones came from. Maybe from the sky as a sign of punishment? Why was this guy hurt in the first place? He's supposed to be a martial artist, and judging by the scars on his hands, the iron balls lying around belonged to this grandfather. And if he could break the first guy's ribs, the old man was a master. How'd he let the second guy stick a knife in him? Maybe he'd done something wrong to them, so he decided not to fight back. And if you think about it, sprained leg, head injury. So he tried to run away, stumbled and fell. Luck was not on his side, of course, and he hit his head on a stone. And the second man, losing consciousness, fell on top of him, but unfortunately with a knife. But what a stupid death. Sue wondered why the old man was even trying to escape if he was good at fighting. They could certainly speculate here for a long time, but it was unclear why. That was a very good question. After all, he is the most gifted person on the planet, and that's him. Found a dislocation and a head injury. They are, of course, both simply unmatched. Sue thought and said they had it figured out. But the thing is, you can't just leave the bodies here. So I guess he's going to have to clean it up. It was already evening, and Sue kept working and burying all the corpses. He told his grandfather that he was now lying in the best place on this mountain. He buried the other two, but he buried him properly with all the honors and traditions. And as a token of his gratitude, he thinks he'd be willing to pay for his work. With some items, he'd be very grateful. Sue went to the bag and said that he would now see what he had here. Suddenly, he found a small bag and felt a heaviness. When he opened the sack, he was greatly pleased at what he saw, for the sack was full of gold and silver. Sue said he hadn't seen them in a long time. 230 gold coins and many more silver and bronze coins. He only makes 20 a month at the forge. This is his entire year's salary. Sue said, "That's the score. It's even too good. And in this life, fate thanks him." Sue decided that he would put the coins back in his gold bag and look further to see what else was here. Sue put it all to one side and said it was strange stuff, and it seems to be a skin mask. He's heard of them. But what a nasty-looking thing. Sue was getting very curious about who their grandfather was. Maybe this would give him some answers? Sue took the letter and said that it said Lord of Iron Mr. Jin, and judging from his nickname, he is a martial artist. But there was also an invitation for training, and it will be for 3 months. He is waiting for them, without fail, Stonehand Peng Su head of Cheon Mukakwan. Sue at this moment wondered, who is Peng Su's stone hand? So is his hand as hard as a stone? Or maybe if he hits someone, that someone would immediately turn into a cobblestone. He is certainly an obscure but very interesting nickname. Sue started to smile and said that he was very lucky today. But suddenly, Sue decided that he would save the fun for later. It says here that a teacher is needed, and if he can't keep them, an invitation to teach costs 20 gold coins. And if more is needed, let them ask for it. He is an honest and well-mannered man and cannot leave those who need help in distress. And 230 gold coins is certainly a gift from heaven. But since he's got it, he's got to work it off. And moreover, at the end of it, he'll be paid extra. And how can you refuse? And that makes 10 students. And he doesn't know who these guys are, but let them wait for their moment. The next morning, the group of people were in the forest, and the girl said it was very hot. She asked Namgung if they had a long way to go. Namgung replied that he thought they would reach it soon. They're already on Mount Ami, and they'd better hurry up. But suddenly, the guy said that all his clothes were wet with sweat. Namgung replied that he was too. Namagan asked Un, has he already chosen the subjects he will study next semester? Un replied that he had. And of course, military science, geography, and from the category of practical use of the fist and control of 2 swords. He'll take Chongchuk as his foreign language. And Namgung, what will he do? Namgung replied that it means Chongchuk. He chose this language too, though he is afraid it will be difficult to get a good grade. He chose the ideology of the South medium level, the astrology of China, the sword of smashing thunder, and one of the walking techniques. All subjects are easy. He just wants to get a higher GPA. Un replied to him that he always picks the hardest ones and still gets excellent grades. Let him tell me how he does it. Namgung replied that he was just having bad luck with lectures, so he was practicing his grades in practical classes. If he knew what he had recently received in Mr. Sim's subjects, the science of martial arts. Namgung said he'd better tell him how he was doing on his own. I heard he recently got a perfect score in foreign language, and he got first place among all the other students. Un replied that he had completely failed Mr. Kang's subject, the ideology of the ancient South. He had hoped that he could finally catch up with him that semester. Namgung started laughing and said that he was a descendant of a clan of shamans living on a sacred mountain, and he didn't expect to have such a simple wish. Un laughed and told his friend to be afraid of him, for he would soon take the first place away from him. Namgung replied that he would look forward to it and study hard. But behind her, the girl asked someone that he was from the Ami clan, and yet he had never been to this mountain. The girl replied that yes, it's just that it's so big, and according to their clan's rules, they can't wander around it unauthorized. But still, he feels at home here. The girl said she just heard that they were heading to Mount Ami, and his eyes sparkled and his face brightened. The girl said that she herself became somehow cozier nearby, but the friend told her to stop, and she's definitely teasing everyone. The girl asked the person walking next to her, her name is Yang Ok-yun, right? Since they were in the same group and would be studying together, could they use the first name? Yen listened to her suggestion and replied, okay. The girl said then they agreed. Does she know what her name is? Yen replied that as far as she could remember, her last name was Dan, and her first name was Moon High. The others were saying that the guys in front were so tough. They must have high grades to be so fast. The guy said he was so hot and he's dying. So her sister's score is going to be higher than hers? The girl replied that it was because she wasn't feeling well on the day of the exam. But at the very end, there was a guy who was exhausted and said that he did not know what so great they would learn there, but it was not necessary to go to such a distance. Namgung said that they seemed to have arrived. This is really their camp. He wants to go there as soon as possible. Un shouted that to the boys. He suggested that whoever gets there first gets to pick the bunk first. Namgung replied that he couldn't afford to lose then. At the end, the guy was shouting in amazement where they were rushing so fast and it was so stuffy. But at the end, the guy was very tired and said he didn't understand what was so funny. But suddenly, Namgung saw leaves start to fall, and he didn't realize what was even happening. A stranger suddenly came down. Namgung, as the strongest, asked who he was. The guy replied that he was welcoming them. And welcome everyone. At the camp on Mount Ami at Cheonmukakwan, a man said he had no name. Let them think he doesn't. The guy said that, and there's another point. His face is far from looking like the real thing, and now he's wearing a mask. All the guys were really surprised and didn't understand what was going on. The guy said that he would teach them, but he couldn't tell them what he was like yet. The teacher asked them if they were surprised. Well, they can be, but unfortunately or fortunately, all these factors play no role. He does this only for the benefit of their education. If he tells them who he is, he will have to treat them in a special way whose parents he once knew. Well, this is fundamentally wrong. The learning process should not be influenced by any external factors. That's why he decided to hide his face. It is still necessary to treat each of them equally. The guys didn't expect this, and they could sense a lot of courage and strength in him. And he says the right things. The teacher said that, of course, in time, when they fully see what tools and fighting techniques he possesses, perhaps they would be able to guess who he was. But let them keep in mind, even if such a thing were to happen, from now on, they are students to him, and he is only a teacher to them. If they want to develop truly real talent, let them forget who they are. They need to erase their social status. From now on, only their diligence will affect their grade. But he knows only one thing will be necessary, and that is that he is their teacher. Sue was with them at this time, and it was flattering for him to hear this nickname from others' mouths. And for him, it's all the result of his painstaking 2 weeks of work. He even had a plan and decided what it would look like. He won't be able to stay in it long, of course. It would be very stuffy, and he should buy a white wig, too. And he can't make his whole body age. And the guys will probably guess quickly that he's wearing a mask, and they'll definitely point it out to him. But what should he do? But suddenly, the master came into his room and asked him what he was doing here. And he hopes Sue is not wearing makeup here. Sue replied that he didn't. He just dared to look at his face. And is it so hard to knock before opening the damn door? The master replied that yes, it is difficult. The master has the right to visit his apprentice at any time without knocking. Otherwise, a child might get a little too relaxed and do something like that, especially like today. The master told him that he saw that there was no meat on the table, so he decided to drink sake first. But there wasn't any, and in his opinion, at his age with a healthy student, he should go to the village himself. He took him in, trained him. And he even has time to look at his own face in the mirror, but no time for the master. He's very disappointed in him. Master said that they will see what he will do tomorrow. By the way, if there was a sudden urge to apologize, he's thinking of finding meat, and that neighbor's sake will think about it. Sue thought it was too much. He thinks the master is the most unattractive and hypocritical person on this earth. And if he told them to their face that he was wearing a mask, they would hardly question anything. And that's the solution. He will simply say that it is extremely important to him to conceal his identity. Arriving at the library, he realized that the key to the successful execution of his plan lay in a slippery tongue, a wit, and a cold, reserved heart. And for him, such a righteous man, such a thing is literally unacceptable. I will have to read suitable books and develop a talent for this field. Sue began to study, and after reading a few books, he said it was perfect. A man of genius, after all, and a man of genius plans. And now only the little touches remain. And then came laborious job number 3. The blacksmith asked him, did he want a free schedule? For 3 months? They're kind of still in the forge. Does he think that's possible? Sue asked, why not? Even now he works day in and day out, yes, while doing twice as much work as the other uncles. And it doesn't matter when he comes. He can do all his errands in the evening. He could just as easily drop by in the morning. It's all about productivity. The blacksmith replied that it was, and asked him what he was saying there. Does he want to order something from him? Really, he could use a new sword for training. Sue said no. He needed about 40 of these bracelets and a few other small things, a few household items. He doesn't have to worry about the design. He will do them himself. From the final price, he asks to deduct the cost of his work. Since he will be involved in the creation process, it will not be difficult to make a discount. The blacksmith asked, and why did he need such tasteless stuff? And 40 of them? Is there anyone else who would wear such a horror but him? Sue replied that there were, or rather would be soon, and he went straight to work. Sue gathered all the tools he needed and said that everything was now ready for him. He is looking forward to them, dear students. And since he will have little slaves, he is now a master too. Sue said that he even got goosebumps running down his skin. I guess it will always be like that. And yes, being a master is awesome. Sue told his new students that this would be the end of it. And lastly, he has only one thing to say. Though in the midst of their long and difficult lives, their meeting will be fleeting, once bound, it will be impossible to separate them. They will be his disciples forever, and the master for them. And to that end, to seal today's day for years to come, he had prepared gifts for them, some precious jewelry to be exact. And there are 4 of each. They don't look like much, unfortunately, but they'll definitely help them learn. And he designed them personally for each of them. The teacher said, it's for both girls and boys. Everything looks identical. The students responded that they were grateful to their dear teacher. The teacher told the boys that he was in the yard on the training field. Time is gold, so when they put on his gifts, let them come out with their weapons. They will introduce themselves to him, and he will evaluate their skills. The students obeyed, and the master answered that they understood everything. The students started to give the gifts and said that they did not think that they would receive gifts upon their arrival. At this time, the teacher was thinking, what did they think about this? The teacher hid behind the door and realized that the bracelets were too heavy for everyone. He immediately thought that these guys were skinny, but for those who know at least a little bit of martial arts, they were quite weak. And once there, they have a long way to go to power. He went to the training ground and said that it was a sad sight. The teacher asked them what was wrong. Did they not like his gifts? The student replied that it was not that, They were just heavy and difficult to move in. The teacher asked in surprise, "Are they heavy?" Strange, after all, it seemed to him that the bracelet weighed only 30 kilograms. The students were very surprised to hear that they were 30 kilograms each. And it turns out that in total, they make up 120 in total. The guy turned to the coach and said that he promised that they would work on their physical fitness. But could he please go easy on them? Because his wrist would break if he swung the sword with that thing. The second student said he was right. Let him think about the wrists and ankles of his students, and especially his female students. They are studying martial arts based on speed and agility. The teacher replied, "What do you mean?" "The one who said that the wrist will break from swinging a sword, what is his name?" He ordered him to take off the bracelets and show his technique. He wants to understand what exactly the bracelets are interfering with. The boy replied that it was fine and said that his name was Namgung San, the third son of the main branch of the Namgung clan. He is currently the captain of the Redbird team. The second student at this time believed that his captain would cope. He would succeed because their wrists were at stake. Namgung stood before the teacher and said that he would like to ask for his guidance. The teacher replied that he should start already. As he said, "Time is golden." Namgung said that their clan's main martial art is sword technique, which focuses on strength and speed. The student thought, this is lightning sword art? Probably to make attacks like lightning, it is very important to work on speed. Namgung immediately showed lightning sword art, but everyone was very surprised by the end of the attack. Namgung was very scared and shouted to the teacher to be careful. But the teacher stood his ground and fought off his attack. The students thought at this moment, why does it sound like metal when he hits it with his hand? The mentor easily took the sword from Namgung's hands and began waving it in front of his face, showing that he was weak. The mentor said it didn't look particularly fast or powerful, despite the fact that he was without bracelets. And now a question for him. What does he see on his wrist? Namgung looked and told the gentleman that it was a heavy bracelet. The teacher began to nod and said that these were his shackles. The ornaments, that is, are called black dragon bracelets and weigh 84 kilograms each. The students were very surprised and thought that he was now weighing 336 kilograms. This can't be. How is this possible? The old man is lying. The mentor said that if you listen to them, then his body has been training with these bracelets since he was 10 years old. The teacher began to demonstrate his skills and said that he should not be able to practice martial arts. The disciples were very surprised that he cut down that tree, and he remained in place and did not move at all. He was able to cut down a tree with a sword, and with someone else's sword. Amazing technique. He doesn't have a sword with him, and he doesn't look like a swordsman. That's some power. Who is this man? The mentor said that it seemed to him that their prejudices were not based on anything. And what do they think? Namgung replied that he thought he was stupid. He would do everything to become better under his leadership. The students thought that the master wanted them all to wear these bracelets, and they showed the captain that it was too much. Namgung understood that this couldn't be, because at this rate, they wouldn't stay here long. The mentor turned to the student who said that his name was Gusan, and he is very glad that he came to such a conclusion, even if it took time. And he hopes his sword isn't stuck in the ground. The bracelets just made him too strong. The mentor said who was next. What was his name? He had previously agreed with Gun-san and was worried about the students. What did he think now? He could fight him if he doubted. The guy replied that his name was Haenun, a disciple of the Wudong sect, and he believed that his bracelets would definitely improve his fighting skills with every move. Hunan said that he was wrong before because he wasn't used to them, but now he even feels how his skills are improving. The mentor asked, does he really not want to fight? Feeling alone isn't enough, right? Henan replied that in fact it was not just feelings, but almost knowledge. So that was enough for now. Skills were slowly but surely growing. The students immediately considered him a traitor. What does he feel there? Let him not lie. He changed his tune very quickly. The mentor asked in surprise, really? And said that those two students might disagree with him. Since he said that he should let them not wear the bracelets, didn't he want to fight for them? Or was he speaking on their behalf now too? The girl showed herself and answered the mentor that at first they too thought that the bracelets were too much. So they kept silent, but he would not speak for them. Let him ask them instead. The second student said she was right. He was in no position to speak for them, and Honan said that was true, he was just stating his opinion. He hadn't thought it through. And Jinren should have spoken for them, or the deputy captain, or other students. The mentor asked with surprise, right? The mentor began to smile and asked what they thought. Everyone was quickly surprised and froze for a few minutes. After that, the mentor sent them to the rock. They were not happy and said that it was wrong. And why were they doing this? The girl told the student to calm down. Otherwise, things would get messed up. The student asked how she could be calm. Wasn't she angry? They've been doing nothing but building for 10 days. And with that blunt, heavy steel stick, the girl said they did a lot of things besides washing. The student asked, what else? Weaving beads? Carving wood? This is all just work. They came here to train martial arts and not to do menial labor. She will report this as soon as they return to the academy. But one of the guys heard this and told Monka to be quiet. They were near the training center. Who knows when the mentor would show up? Monke sighed and replied that fortunately he was not around. But Enho was right. She needed to be quieter. Monke asked if they remembered what happened to Nozak, right? And if they weren't careful, they might suffer the same terrible fate as him. 5 days ago that day, they were returning from doing laundry for lunch, and they sensed something was wrong. And one of them was worried. The students began to say that they could not stand it any longer. But Goosen, that is their captain, learned of what had happened and tried to intervene. Goosen told Hawk to calm down, and that would only make things worse. Hawk threw down the axe and told him to get away from him. Could it get any worse? How much longer do they have to do this nonsense? Did they come all the way to Mount Imei to make them do this nonsense? The mentor replied that it was training. How could it be otherwise? Hawk asked in surprise, what was this? He called this training? Even a dog would laugh at that. From the very first day, he put them in shackles like slaves. And then he created terrible conditions for them. And he also said that money and everything that glitters will only interfere with their training, and even their clothes with weapons. And then Hawk realized one thing: whoever had the most money on the team was the main victim. And why did he make them all talk and say it was basic training? Why did he assign Jiren and Hunan to the kitchen? And the rest he divided into washing, chopping wood, hunting, and gathering food. He made them do all the work. And then, after all this hard manual work, he started talking some nonsense about sleight of hand and beads. And the worst thing is that during the break, he makes them carve wooden figurines and says that this is psychological training. They don't even get proper breaks other than to go to the bathroom, eat, and sleep. If he's going to make them do all this crap, at least give them a break. Hawk immediately grabbed his head and said that there was no need to force them to do all this. They needed a normal training. The coach asked, is this a normal workout? So he's just upset that this workout doesn't feel like the real thing? Hack replied that this was not even close to training. It was exploitation. And that's all he makes them do. The mentor immediately remembered how he had asked them if they had enough strength to walk. And it seemed he had treated them too easily. And today they only tasted a grain of what awaits them tomorrow. Hawk said that this is just torture. He won't tolerate this anymore, even if he beats him to death. If he continues like this, he will leave the camp and return to the academy. The teacher was surprised and asked, is there a riot here? Hawk answered, yes, there is a riot. Will he teach them martial arts or not? The teacher said that he decided to start a rebellion because he wants to teach real martial arts, right? The mentor thought, what a homeless bum. How dare a student rebel against a mentor? He needs to be beaten up. People like him only understand force. The captain told the guy to stop. They were looking at him. He had to be careful. The others would be affected by how he dealt with him. Hawk asked in surprise, is he suggesting not to beat him up? The captain replied that of course not. He was only saying that if he wanted to punish him, it should have some educational value. A fight or a demonstration would be better. Hack said he thought about it. There seemed to be one way. It would be just right for situations like this. The captain said he remembered it too. The fucking old man who lives in their house said he learned it from a sad martial artist. Hawk answered that he was right, and he even told his story. Long ago in a mountain village, a martial artist lived with his beloved dog named 15. And one hot summer day, the dog disappeared, and the master went to look for it. And then he found the red collar of the tag. But the 15 had already become dinner for the tramps, who cooked a stew out of it. And from the grief of the 15, At that moment, this terrifying martial art appeared. Legend has it that from that day on, that martial artist uses this terrifying technique whenever he sees someone bullying dogs or behaving worse than a dog. And it's a brutal technique, so he didn't want to just use it, but now it will come in handy. The captain replied that it was a terrible and inhumane martial art. But what can you do? You need to teach the student a lesson. The mentor said that in that case he agreed. He would personally teach him the technique. Someone give him a weapon. Everyone was very surprised at that moment and could not even say a word. The mentor told him to attack when he was ready. Hack picked up a stick and decided to use his technique. But the mentor used dog days against him. Then came the fist beating the dog. And then came the dog days again. And once again, the fist beating the dog. The mentor did not play with him as a beginner student and beat him in a way that the boy had never felt such pain in his life. Monkey said at that moment that in the worst case, they could suffer the same terrible fate as Nohak. And now he still can't forget how terrible he looked, unable to even scream or fall to the ground from the fists that flew at him from all sides. The girl told her not to scare them. She was talking as if Nohak was dead. Monkey asked, did he think she had ever seen him since that day, ever talked to him, ever? The girl replied that she had heard that he had finally been able to leave his room today, but she had not seen him herself. Monkey said that the Nohak who went with them to Mount Imei, is no more. Enho said that, frankly speaking, he had seen him too. And he agreed with her. He was a righteous guy who was not afraid of evil, even if he was a bit rough. Monkey asked him, did he see him too? Today, when Nohak came out of his room, the teacher told him to wash himself, and he went to the spring, washed himself quietly, and did not ask any questions. Enho asked in surprise, did he wash himself? How is that possible? He always said that it was enough for him to wipe himself in the rain. Enho said it was so creepy. When he went to get the sticks for washing, he saw Nohak staring at the axe, and water was dripping from his hair and clothes. The girl asked her, she doesn't think that he's going to use this axe against the demon, that is, the mentor. Monkey answered that no. She thought he would go and do his job. He had to chop wood. But he hadn't done that for many days. The girl was surprised and asked why she was so scared then. After the tragedy, she thought he would just do his job decently, like Huangbo. Monkey told them that he was a disciple of the sect of vagabonds. In other words, he was homeless. Enho answered that it was true. And what kind of homeless person washes and works well? He is no longer homeless, but a worker. This means that Nohak's identity as a disciple of the vagabond sect has been destroyed. At this time, Hak was working in the forest and constantly chopping wood. The guy came up to Hak and asked if he was okay. He could barely get out of bed. He shouldn't strain himself like that. And that should be enough. He'll cut down that tree and let him climb into the cart and rest. But the master came running and said that he hadn't really done anything yet, and he was already loafing around. Lazy, impudent bum, he was behaving worse than a dog. Let him fight him, and today will be Chunpak. Hak was immediately frightened by this and picked up an axe, and immediately continued chopping wood. The guy told him that he would do everything and let him stop. But Hak did not stop, and he decided that he needed to run to him. The guy told him that he would just pass out if he continued like that. Hak was like dead and continued doing his job. The guy turned him around and said he knew what he was thinking, but the mentor wouldn't want him to pass out. That might even make him even angrier. The guy started to tug at him and said that everyone was worried about him. It may be hard to believe, but the mentor had been thinking about him a lot in the last few days. And so it is. While everyone took turns treating him, the mentor told them to make ice compresses for him and rub herbs into him. He even brought them herbs himself. And his skills weren't enough to protect him. So let him at least finish the job for him. He wouldn't turn down a friend who cared about him so much, right? But Hak didn't know what to say and just kept silent. When the student came in to eat, he told Haku that he needed to eat well in order to recover. Monkey also answered that he was right. The team of collectors caught this fish for him. It will be especially useful. It will get the blood going. The commander sat down at the table and began to laugh and said that the bracelets made it difficult to fish, so they could only get one. Let him eat it before the mentor came. Hak looked and said that the portion was much bigger. It was too much for him, and there wouldn't be enough for the others. Monkey said that she had gone a little while and said that it would be fine. The guy also answered that it was true. It just so happened that they had no appetite today. That happens sometimes. The commander also said that he didn't want to either. He had no appetite today anyway. And of course, it was his personal problem because Jinren's cooking was beyond praise. The guy behind me said he definitely did. He picked up an egg-shaped rock while he was coming from doing laundry. He left it on his bed. If you heat it up and rub it where it hurts, it will make him feel better. Monkey asked what he was talking about. His bruises hadn't completely healed yet, so rubbing them might cause problems. She brought some herbs. Just let him rub them before bed. The mentor was walking in the forest at that time and said that there was nothing better than a walk with fruit after dinner. If only they would learn to cook sooner. He can't believe that he has to cook for himself when he has 10 students at his side. They'll only be here for 3 months. We need to get serious about training them. I wonder if that homeless guy was working. He seemed pretty docile this morning. Suddenly he heard something and immediately climbed the tree. But at that moment he thought that these were most likely just his students. Why was he hiding? And of course, eating in secret, hiding from the mentor, became a habit. And since he was already here, he would wait until they left. He began to hear all the voices, and now he understood that they were talking about him. Although he had run away from the old man for their sake, and he hoped that they would not decide to insult their mentor, his dear students. The captain said at this time that he simply felt sad at heart. Maybe because he felt a little lonely when he looked at the night sky. The guy told his friend that he's been talking nonsense lately and can't concentrate on his studies, but he's sure it's not about the bracelets and work. It's all because of Jiren, right? The mentor was very surprised to hear that Namgung-san was having an affair. The guy said that his eyes and voice change when he looks at Jiren. Honestly, he looks like slime even more than Jinren's pork stew from the boar he caught. Namgung asked in surprise, is that true? He thinks that Jiren is like that when she looks at him. The guy asked, how should he know? Let him go and see what she thinks about him. And at the same time, he needs to share his feelings. And since Jinren is an outer disciple of the Ime sect, she is not forbidden to get married. Namgung asked in surprise, get married? How can he say such nonsense and so easily? The guy asked, what's so difficult about it? He wanted to and said, Jiren is of course one of the 7 phoenixes of the academy, but he is also one of the 9 dragons. Let him gather his courage and confess. And he says this because it hurts to look at him. He wants another guy to take Jiren while he's still hesitating. In this case, only the bravest one wins. Namgung asked in surprise, Jiren with another guy? If that happens, what should he do? The guy replied that that's why he tells him to confess while there's still a chance. Namgung said that despite being a future Taoist monk, he is quite knowledgeable about relationships between men and women. But for him, it is not so easy in general. It is time to end this conversation. Seeing that his students left, the mentor immediately came down from the tree. The mentor immediately considered Namgung a coward. Not only did he make him laugh, but he also had to restrain himself from punching him for how pathetic he was. And never to hear such pathetic chatter again. Better he solves the stupid problems of his stupid student like a good mentor. The next day, early in the evening in Crimson Peak, the girl turned to her mentor and asked, where is he? But suddenly, she heard a rustling sound and got scared. She immediately asked, who is there? Is it the mentor? And at that moment, Namgung came out of the bushes and said with surprise, is this really Jiren? Jiren asked him what he was doing here. Namgung replied that he wanted to ask the same thing. What was she doing in this secluded place? Jiren replied that the mentor had sent a message saying that he wanted to meet her here. Namgung said that he also received the same from him, but he does not see him anywhere. The mentor at that time was sitting on a tree and understood that everything was going as it should. The mentor approached her with a letter and told her to read it when she was alone. Jiren immediately opened it and read it. But he also approached Namgung and told him to read it when he was alone. After reading it, he thought deeply. The mentor understood that now that the stage was set, everything depended on them, the kids. And according to his brilliant predictions, they had 4 options. Scenario 1, Namgung mumbles awkwardly and can't confess anything. Jiren would ask if he wanted to tell him something, and Namgung wouldn't be able to tell her everything as it is. Jiren would have replied that if he had nothing to say, she needed to cook dinner. And the master thought that would probably be the case. If that happened, he would come down. And then he will punish him for being so pathetic. And then he will teach him until he becomes strong. The second scenario is that Jiren asks for time to think or turns Namgung down. Jiren will say that she will go. Namgung would start crying, and the master knew it would be a pity, but that could also happen. And he hoped that everything would be fine. He would make him as strong as he was sad now. But the mentor will tell him straight out that this happened because he is a pathetic weakling. And since that is the case, he will suggest that he train twice as hard and become stronger. Of course, although unlikely, other options are possible. And the third surprise is that they become a couple. After all, everyone has their own taste and the universe is a big place. In that case, Jiren will say that she loves him too. Namgung will say that they are truly like two halves, and he will propose to her to get married right away. And if this happens, he thinks that they will need to be made into very strong students so that their future is bright. Yes, this is the minimum that he, as a cool mentor, can give them. And these are the most realistic options. The mentor will approach them and congratulate his students. And so that their future will be bright and happy, from tomorrow he will double the number of training sessions. Of course, Namgung doesn't seem like that kind of guy to him, but as a well-prepared mentor, he has to foresee everything. In option 4, Namgung goes crazy. And since these are children who are learning martial arts, Jiren can take care of him herself. But then the mentor will come and tell her to hit him harder until he understands. They will give him a spanking every day. And as a mentor, he must do his best. And since he has prepared a warm welcome for them, he hopes that Namgung will act wisely. But suddenly he was surprised and asked what it was. He saw the tiger heading towards the students. Jiren was saying at this time that the mentor had written them a message, although he could have just said it. She couldn't understand what he wanted. Namgung replied that he didn't understand either. But who knows what's going on in his head? The mentor looked closely and realized that this cat looked familiar. And were there really two of them? He immediately remembered the words of the teacher, how he said that it looked as if she had lost a fight to some new tiger. The mentor thought that this was of course not surprising. Snowball was probably fighting two at once, but Snowball's stupid enemy wanted to attack his students. Jiren said at that time that it was true. And what should they do then? Namgung was very surprised and asked, them? The mentor knew no, and everything was just getting fun. He worked so hard to arrange everything, and then in a second, everything collapses. So what should he do? No matter how quickly he takes care of the tiger, they'll notice he's here. And suddenly it occurred to him not to interfere. They were studying martial arts after all, and these two, especially Namgung, were like the rising suns of the martial arts realm. And even for him, tigers had become a joke by the age of 15. He nearly suffocated his students with overprotection. But he's not exactly a threat. And of course, no matter how stupid they are, these kids are old enough and know martial arts. Tiger will never beat them. Jiren was saying at this time that if the mentor could still come, they should wait together. Namgung was surprised and asked, together, since the mentor could come, they should wait together. Namgung said that he could wait that long and suddenly heard a crunch behind the bush, which surprised them greatly. Immediately after that, the tiger pounced on them, and Namgung tried to save Jiren so that she would not get hurt. But the tiger's paw hit Namgung's face. Jiren was very scared and screamed at the guy, but Namgung replied that he was fine. In order for them to run away or fight, they need to remove the weight bracelets. And they don't have time because the tiger is coming at them from behind, and he's running at them again. The tiger began to run even faster, and attacking the students, he touched Namgung's back with his claws. Jiren fell on her back, and Namgung immediately fell on top of her. The teacher wondered what he was looking at right now, not to mention that they were rubbing salt into his wound. Do they not want to live, or what? How can they forget that this cat is next to them? Namgung told her to run away, and he would distract him. Jiren said she won't allow it, and it's better if she's the bait. Namgung said no, he won't allow it. The mentor saw and spoke and thought, what an abomination. These cockroaches decided to coup in such a position. Namgung and Jiren started arguing over who would be the bait. The mentor looked and saw that they looked happy, but if he left things as they were, it would not end well. The mentor immediately came down from the tree and kicked the tiger without even breaking a sweat. The teacher dealt with the tiger and, pushing them with his foot, told them to get up. Namgung was surprised and turned around and asked, who? Namgung looked closely and said in surprise, "Master," he replied that he was right. It was him. And asked, "What are they doing?" Jiren replied that Namgung simply wanted to sacrifice himself for him, and that couldn't be allowed. So while she was trying to stop him, they started pulling each other. Namgung asked, "What do you mean, can't let it happen?" He had to do it, and he would gladly give up his stupid life for her. Jiren asked what? She admitted that he saved her, but how could he say that? The mentor thought it was quite strange. The teacher said that he did what he had to for Jiren. What is he talking about? Rolling around in the grass with a red face? And they say it like it was Namgung who defeated the tiger. The mentor said it was strange. The one who defeated the tiger and saved Jiren's life was not the guy who rolled on the grass. And Jiren thanks him simply because he doesn't want to accept the fact that his mentor saved him. Jiren replied that of course not, and they were grateful to the mentor. Namgung also apologized and thanked. The mentor said he didn't care. He didn't want others to think he saved them for the sake of gratitude. Anyway, the two of them couldn't defeat one tiger. And of course, they're lazy days. From tomorrow, they will train twice as much. The students were very surprised and asked the mentor, "What?" The teacher took the tiger on his back and said that he would go, and they should run to dinner. Jiren asked where he was taking this tiger. Namgung replied that he didn't know, and he didn't understand why the mentor was in a hurry and why he called them here. But since they won't know, he thinks they should just go back to their dorms. Jiren said the guy is bleeding and his back is injured. Namgung replied that it was nothing serious. It was just a small scratch, so he shouldn't worry. Jiren asked, "What do you mean, nothing serious?" Jiren started to spin him and told him to let her examine the wound. Namgung replied that he said everything was fine. Jiren looked at his back and saw big scratches. She was very scared from this. Jiren asked, "Does he think such a huge wound is nothing?" "It's not nothing at all." She realized that he was injured while saving her, but so that she wouldn't worry, he didn't even squeak in pain. Jiren said she had a limestone medicine. They needed to stop his bleeding quickly, so she asked her to forgive him. Namgung asked in surprise, "Forgive?" Jiren said she applied the medicine, now she needs to bandage it. Namgung said it was just a scratch. "He's okay, really." Jiren replied that it couldn't be true. Let him just wait, and tore the fabric out of her dress. Namgung immediately closed his eyes and said that she tore her own clothes. Even though she had almost nothing left, she did it for him. Jiren said it was true, but it didn't matter. He risked his life for her. Clothes were nothing. Namgung said that it was true. He felt uneasy that she was doing this for him. Jiren tied him up and said that, as she said, it was nothing. Now she was bandaging his wounds so he shouldn't twitch. Namgung stood still and waited for her to tie it. But in that moment, he grabbed her hand and pulled her close. Namgung stood up and asked if Jiren wanted to go to the dorm together. The girl immediately remembered all the moments they had gone through and answered that of course. A month later, the student was underwater and screaming for someone to save him. He can't grasp the sword path for the yin and yang technique. He can barely move the sword because of the resistance of the water. The guy realized that he had been underwater for 7 minutes, and no matter how much chi he had, he was frozen and couldn't breathe, and he was at his limit. He tried to get out of the water and felt that these shackles made every surfacing a torture. When he came out on dry land, he took a towel and sighed, saying that he was safe. He asked Namgung if he was dead. Namgung moved his hand and showed that he was still alive. The guy smiled and replied that he was glad that he was alive. But one of the students came out on dry land, and the guy said that she was better than Namgung. They all went in together, but she lasted longer. The student replied that it was because she was just enduring it, without even lifting her sword. And why would they do that? How does this hell keep getting worse and worse? The guy said he was talking about it too. For the first 2 weeks, they were all thinking about how to get used to the bracelets and the work. The girl replied that as soon as they achieve something, he gives them an even more difficult task. And over the last month, he has simply gone wild. They don't even have time to breathe. Namgung said that a month ago, it seemed, the mentor said something strange. The girl replied that around that time, a wounded man came to their madhouse. And maybe that's why the teacher thought they were weak and intensified their training. Namgung said that it couldn't be, that it was just that. He doesn't know anything? Suddenly the guy said what that sound was. The girl replied that probably someone had fallen in the hell of the boards. At this time, the rest of the students began to train and stood on boards above the water. The guy said to excuse her. I wonder what they need to excuse Jiren for. The girl replied that when at least one person falls there and the water comes in waves, why do they all fall? And she's surprised that Ren fell first. She's pretty good at balancing on boards. Suddenly, the girl said that the guy had passed out again. That's why the mentor calls them weaklings. Namgung replied that he should rest. Recently, the teacher has been making him his assistant or something like that. So all training is twice as hard for him. The boy asked, how did he end up in disfavor with the mentor? And what is this? But by this time, the mentor had arrived. The mentor said he was gone for only 15 minutes and everyone had already run away. Why are they lazy? They're not slacking off, right? The girl replied that it wasn't that. Namgung said that everyone just fell by accident. They were probably floating up now. The students found themselves underwater and asked each other what they were doing. Let them be saved. Seeing the disciples leave, the master asked what they were doing. Had he asked them to do the impossible? Just waving weapons in the water and standing on wooden planks in the water, that's all he wanted from them. Is it really that hard to stand on water? They said they were taught agility. If you train properly, even a 13-year-old can do it. The students thought, when did this become something simple? How can they do it in chains? And don't let them tell you that 13-year-olds can do this. The teacher said that if they can't stand on the planks, how can they walk on water? The students thought and thought, what did the master just say? Does he really want to make them do this? Namgung asked his mentor if this was even possible. He had only heard about it, but had never seen it. He thought that maybe the best martial artists of the forces of light could do this. But could they themselves? The teacher asked, have they never seen this? What? Did they all come here from the desert? It's more than possible. Like he said, even 13-year-olds can do it. In fact, an ordinary 13-year-old girl who is capable of this, everyone thinks that she is 16. And one day he ran to the mentor and said that he was finally able to stand on the water. He asked why he was silent. The beast was trying to eat the scary piece of wood. Maybe he would scold her or something. Would he really allow this ball of fur to do whatever she wanted, but not even be able to praise his brilliant student? This is blatant favoritism. The teacher answered him. How loud he was. In the past, people used to get married at 13. Let him not make a scene just because he was able to stand on water at his age. Stop thinking about how great he is and start walking on water. Su told the teacher not to lie to him. When did 13-year-olds get married? If so, he would have great-grandchildren by now. The teacher replied to his dear student that seeing how impudent he was becoming, he was beginning to think that he was beginning to pay little attention to him. Does he know that a heart-to-heart talk isn't such a bad idea? The mentor wondered if the age of marriage wasn't the only thing the mentor had lied to him about back then. Surely not anyone who has studied martial arts at least a little can do this. But he doesn't understand. He can walk on water at 13. It wasn't even that difficult. He thought hard, where is the truth in this? The mentor said that he understands that they can't do it. They are all weaklings. But have they never seen anyone do it? Are they trying to deceive him? The students began to answer that they swear. And it is true, they only heard. Namgung said that it is good and asked him for the boards. Namgung took the board and handed it to him. And he thought that the master would really show them how to do it. The teacher told them to watch carefully. He threw the board and showed that it was placed like this. And then you need to make your body as light as possible and stand up like this. The instructor stood on the boards and asked if they could see. The teacher said not to dive into the water and float on the surface. This is what it means to stand on the water, the basis of the basics. And when they can do that, then they'll move on to the next step. Moving on water or walking on water, it'll take them about a month to learn. And as he said, even 13-year-olds can do that. The students were very surprised and saw that he really walked on water. He did it so easily. Is it possible to learn this after only a month of standing on water? And what kind of martial arts school did he go to that he was surrounded by 13-year-old kids who walked on water? The mentor said that his students should be able to do at least this, if of course they want to leave here safe and sound in a month and a half. Of course, if it is not enough for them, they can always move up a level. Namgung told the teacher that it was too much for them. And is there even a next level after walking on water? The mentor replied that of course not. Why would he talk about it if it didn't exist? It's a tricky technique, so it takes 6 months of training, but let them watch carefully. The mentor began to demonstrate his abilities on the board, and he spun over the water as if on dry land. Spinning over the water and jumping onto the land, he asked the students if they had seen it and if they wanted to try it. But suddenly, the students started denying everything and saying no. After 2 weeks, the student was practicing and saying it was so weird. He gets stronger after training, but why does it get harder and harder for him every day? Is his mind dulled out by all this fatigue? No wonder, it's all because of this lunatic. He makes them stand on the water all day and always drives him back and forth to the Crimson Peak. The teacher turned to the student and said that he had run out of water. Dinner would be coming soon, so he should quickly run up the mountain for water. The boy asked in surprise, was he talking about him? The teacher replied that yes, he is the third son of the Tang family, therefore Tang Tree. It is not the first time he calls him that. Why is he so confused? Tan replied that she had a normal name. He was Tan Cholin, but that was not what he was asking about. Why him? And why did he need water from the mountain? The mentor replied, should he go find someone else to work with when he is right under his nose? And he really doesn't understand why he has to go so far to get water. Didn't he see anyone puking in the river upstream? Not to mention that there's always someone washing up there. All the fresh water here is dirty, so let him get water from the mountain. The main thing is that he doesn't spill it. Otherwise, he'll be sent away again, and he'll be back for dinner. He likes cold water before eating. Cool said in long as way that his family is an elite clan of assassins and poison experts that controls all of Sichuan. He may not be one of the 9 dragons, but he still got into the Red Falcons team because he entered the academy on the first try. And now he's just a water carrier. What a humiliation. And suddenly he stopped and felt someone nearby. The hunter told his group that when they got off the mountain, they would go to a bar. He was treating them. They would drink themselves to death. Chol saw them and thought, are they martial artists? They don't look very impressive. And now he needs to hurry back. But suddenly one of the hunters asked, who is coming? Turning around, Chol began to listen to the insults as they said that he was a freak and let him immediately get out of the way. The hunter grabbed his shoulder and said, you dirty bastard. How dare he look at the great Kang Chang Han, the Win Dao, the Central Security Bureau, like that? And what's with that look in his eyes? Stop looking at them and let him move his dirty ass. Chol understood that Dao was a Chinese weapon with one sharp edge, but he was not afraid and turned over one of his attackers. The boy asked who he was. Chol told him to shut up and fight him. At this time, the mentor was already asking why Chol was taking so long. The girl asked in surprise that this idiot went to Crimson Peak. She heard that there were a lot of bears there lately. Muna said that Chol was arrogant, but he wouldn't go there. She heard that the teacher told him to go get water from Sohan Peak. Jiren asked in surprise, Sohan Peak? People from her martial arts school often go there. There are almost no animals there. The student also said that he had been there a couple of times. He would finish washing the dishes and go and see what was wrong with him. The guy also supported him and said that he would go with him just in case. The hunter was attacking Chol with his sword at this time and shouting for him to die. But the disciple easily dodged and kicked him. The chief looked and said that the mountain tramp was not bad, and he would be his opponent. Chol thought it was their boss, and why didn't he bring a weapon? He was hungry and tired from training. He should have eaten more at lunch. The boss pounced on him and shouted that here he is. At this time, Chol believed in himself and repeated that he could handle it. Let him be strong. Chol dodged it easily and noticed that this guy was their boss. He was slower than a snail. The trajectory of his sword, he could see it. And did his eyesight improve because his idiotic mentor made him weave those beads? At that moment, he noticed that the boy's movements were not so slow when they were training to fight. Not to mention that this crazy old man's movements are still just a blur to him. And he's probably just slow. Is he kidding me? Does he think he can't dodge such a slow attack? Chol felt that he couldn't dodge the attack, and the dirty sword grazed his shoulder. He read all his movements, but how? But how does his body get injured? And he can't die like that, Chol decided. Chol found a stone underneath him and threw it straight at the boss's head. He saw that he was flying too slowly and weakly. It must be the bracelet and the fatigue. The attack won't do anything to him. But he saw that the stone scratched his face. He couldn't even dodge that. And at that moment, Chol didn't know what was happening, but this was his chance. He immediately swung and hit the boss with his fist. But Chol got too carried away in his play and didn't notice that there were people behind him. They took the right moment and hit him on the head. Chol fell to the ground and thought, what is this? And why is he? No, the third son of the Sichuan Tang clan, being treated like this. The boss ordered his men to crush him, and they decided to make a cutlet out of him, and they beat him as hard as they could. The boss took some water and said that they could beat the unconscious guy endlessly, only they themselves would get tired. And throwing water in his face, they told him to wake up. The boss saw the movements and shouted that he was up, and ordered his men to beat him in a mincemeat. After the mission, the warrior said that the guy had been hit hard, and there was no more water in the buckets. Maybe they would kill him. The boss said no. They beat him up in the MA sect's territory. If they kill him, there might be trouble. And it seems he is a local. And so even if they hide the body, you never know what will happen. The boss shouted to his men that it was time to move forward. Booze would be in order now. The warriors began to say that their captain was the wisest of wise men. The warrior asked, but what if Seti May or someone else came to complain to their bureau about this? And if that happened, he would say that he attacked first. Therefore, he, Kang Chang-han, fairly defeated him in a duel. And this homeless person can't be part of the Ime sect. And who would believe him against the word of the Central Security Bureau? The mentor went to search and said that it was difficult to slip out at night. And he was glad that he had already prepared an excuse. And he knew he had to return it before the old man suspected anything. And he hoped that Chal had already returned. And to make things worse, he made him feel guilty. He needed to check if he was okay. And if he was just late, he would give him 10 slaps. But if he escaped, even though it was unlikely, would he have to track him all night? And what should he do after he caught him? Show him Jongpak? Suddenly the student came out and saw that the master had returned and said that there was a problem. Chal was inside and everything was bad. The teacher asked in surprise, Chal is inside and everything is bad? Why is he so out of breath? Is his father sick or something? The boy replied that no, everything was fine with his father. But Choli was about to die. The mentor asked him if he was joking. Is he exaggerating to protect his friend? What's wrong with him? Did he scrape his knees on the way back or something? The student replied that he was not exaggerating. Let him go inside and see. He looked as if he was ready to die at any moment. Entering the room, he asked what was going on here. The student replied that they had found him already like this on Sohan Peak. They carried him here one by one. The second student also said that he was unconscious. There were many traces around. He was also doused with water. His things were soaking wet. The mentor asked what they meant, that he was beaten and lost consciousness. The student replied that he was, and it seemed that he tried to defend himself, but there were many cuts on his body. The teacher said that they wanted to say that he had fought and lost. The students replied that this was correct. The mentor got very angry and punched the wall and said that his student lost to someone in a fight. The student replied that he thought Chal had fought against a group. Judging from the tracks, there were at least 7 people, and one of them seemed to be quite skilled. Chal lost because he was tired after training, not to mention outnumbered. And judging by his condition, he was beaten for a long time, and it's a miracle that he's still breathing. The teacher got angry and told him to call. The student did not understand and asked what he said. He shouted at the top of his voice for them to call the enemy right now. Namgung went with the master to the place where Chen was lying unconscious. The master asked, what kind of bastards did this to his disciple? The student replied that judging from the footprints, there were 7 or 8 people. Hengun thought that Chen had encountered the bandits while carrying the water back. After the fight, the attackers went into town. The master said that from this scene, everyone except one guy with a small amount of chi was a nobody. And even that guy was much weaker than Chen. Even with the bracelets, Chen shouldn't have lost to these jerks. They probably attacked him from behind and then piled on him. The mentor started shouting that they were vile bastards. How dare they fight unfairly with his student? The student told the master that he was absolutely right, and to act so meanly, it cannot be allowed to go unpunished any longer. The mentor replied that low or not, after what they did to his student, he would never forgive them. Namgung understood that only a mentor could bully his students. How dare they do this to him without his permission? And their mentor is so angry. He is a strange man, hard to understand, but he seems to care about them. Of course, he is ashamed that all this time he wanted to run away from such a person. The teacher told Huinan, Huangbo Jingguo, that the doctor from the northwest village is the best doctor in the region. Let them find him, and Ren and Munhei will stay here and take care of Chen. The students noticed that he seemed like a local when he gave cold, precise orders, and he must have been preparing for situations like this long before they arrived. The teacher told Nohaku to go with Sansan and collect as many Chinese violets as possible, and to return in 2 hours. And Sansan is part of the collecting group. She should know what they look like. Namgung said that Chen said that they are good for nausea, colds, and blood circulation. So they are good for treatment too. The mentor waved his hand and said, no, not for treatment. The Chinese violets were needed so that they could continue their training. If they couldn't return in the allotted time with a bunch of violets, they would have no future. The girls immediately gathered and said that they were already running. They of course understood that there were strange orders from the mentor, but that was still good. After examining the area, the mentor said that it was time for them to return. Perhaps the doctor should be there. And he was wrong because it takes longer than he thought. Namgung noticed that the mentor gave orders so confidently that it calmed him down. But he didn't panic despite the urgency. And he may not fully understand it, but he has no doubt that following his orders is the best option. The teacher gave the money and told a student to go and buy alcohol in the village. The student asked in surprise, alcohol? The mentor replied that he did. Didn't he say that he came from a famous merchant guild? Let him manage the budget skillfully and buy the best alcohol for a bribe, a gift, and return as soon as possible. Namgung asked, is this for the doctor who will treat Chen? Is he a famous connoisseur of alcohol or what? The teacher asked in response. Why would he give the doctor booze when they need to save money for treatment? And he said that he should stop talking nonsense and let him take the buckets. They were their property. They couldn't just leave them. And since they were here, let him get some drinking water. The teacher waved his hand and said that he was going back. Namgung took the buckets and was very surprised. The doctor checked the boy and said he had done all he could. The mentor asked how he was. The doctor replied that there were cracks in the bones of the arms and ribs, bruises, torn muscles, and inflammation of the entire body. But there is no internal bleeding, broken bones, or serious cuts. He did not find any serious wounds, but he will need to be treated for at least a month. He will give him medicine when he returns to his clinic. The mentor asked how much the treatment would cost. The doctor replied that everything was written down in detail here. The mentor opened the paper and asked if it was really necessary to write all of this down. And wasn't it terribly expensive? The doctor said yes. He tried to give him as fair a bill as possible, but not only was he in critical condition, but the treatment he needed was very serious. The mentor said that he would recommend the doctor to everyone and asked for a discount. The doctor told the gentleman that he could not, especially since the entire region was already being treated by him. The mentor asked, maybe in installments? The doctor answered that it wouldn't work either. You have to pay in full. He asked, what about a little later? The doctor answered that that wasn't possible either. The mentor said, maybe he'll give them a small discount. Attentive attitude to the client will give him big advantages in long-term cooperation. The doctor replied that no, I wouldn't give him a single coin. The mentor replied that in that case he would have to pay. Namgun came to the school with buckets of water and began to ask the boys, but holding the torch in his mouth, he did not say anything clearly. The guy told him that they don't understand him. Let him take the torch out of his mouth. The mentor is very angry. He even got goosebumps. The master came to the city and said that the criminal was Kang Chang-han from the Central Security Bureau. Chen said so? Is he sure? Namgung replied that he mumbled all night, came to his senses and lost consciousness, and that he mumbled 17 times during the night. By recording all the mumbling and finding similarities in pronunciation, they were able to figure out the identity of the bastards who attacked Chen. The student got angry and said, this is that damned Kang Chang-han from the Central Security Bureau. Mooney said it was definitely him. As proof, Chen gnashes his teeth every time he says his name. It must be Chang Han, the leader of this group. Jiren also said that if her memory serves her right, there really is a place called the Central Security Bureau in the nearest town. The student replied that the Central Security Bureau was one of the 3 largest security bureaus in the Sichuan region. The mentor said that in that case they would be easy to find. They probably had a big building. He asked if everyone was ready. The students all gathered in one place and answered the master that yes, he turned to Jiren and said that he wanted her to walk right behind him and be the leader. She can do whatever she wants with them, just not kill them. Since Jun cannot participate, his share must also be registered. Jun asked if she could really do whatever she wanted. The mentor didn't mince words and replied that of course. All the students thought she was crazy, and they never bullied her. Namgung felt that at first it sounded terrible, but if you think about what they did to Chen, it was quite normal. The mentor smiled at the end and said that now they can go. Arriving at the place, Jiren replied that they seemed to be there, and it said the Central Security Bureau. The student told the mentor that the sign said Central Security Bureau. The mentor asked, "So what? Even if you read it from right to left, what's the difference? The meaning is the same." The student asked if he was sure. The teacher went to the door and told him to call the chief. The guards asked what they were even talking about. The mentor replied, "The main one. They don't understand what that means? He wants to see the one who is responsible for this place. If they don't call, they will break in and find him themselves." The guards immediately pounced on him and asked, "Is the old man in his right mind? How dare he provoke them?" But the mentor waved his hand and easily threw the guards in different directions. The mentor turned around smiling and said that he thought they had just been invited in, and in that case, everyone except him. Let them take off their bracelets. The teacher immediately kicked the doors, and the students were also very happy to be freed from the heavyweights. Having destroyed the large doors in front of them, the guards immediately became frightened, and with the blows of the bell tower, all the people immediately gathered in the center of the city. And then the chief came out into front of them and said who dared to come into his kingdom, and even without asking. The student said he looked like a captain of the Central Security Bureau. Their symbol is a lotus. Only captains and those above can wear it openly. The master asked if he was that bastard named Han Ganshen or King Chang Han or whatever his name was. If not, then let him get lost and call his boss. He had business with him. The chief said, "How dare they? A herd of bandits," and immediately ordered his men to take him. The mentor was not surprised by this and immediately released the Red Falcon team against them. This was the fourth team of the Heavenly Warrior Academy, the Red Falcon team, the top 10 most promising talents of the Light Forces. Jiren took command of the team and immediately jumped out to attack the enemies. She was never like this before. Some were naive, some were gentle, some were cheerful, and some were noble and followed the path of Tao or the teachings of Buddha's boundless compassion. Sure, most had a down-to-earth worldview or a unique hobby that made them forget everything else. But even so, they never crossed the line. Among them, of course, there were those who did not know how to behave decently and were hot-tempered. Hawk started waving his stick and telling the enemies to finally fight him. And today they beat him and he beats them, but they have never stooped to this. Never. The apprentice fought, and at the moment of the blow, she felt that she did not think that she would send him flying. And he hit him too hard. What is this feeling flowing through his wooden sword? The student felt that his sword was too light, and it seemed to have become much stronger. And incredible, why does he like it so much? Namgung thought, why is he thinking about this while beating people? One of the enemies saw this and said that he was thinking, and ordered to quickly capture him. At the moment of the blow, the enemy asked the disciple, why did he attack him? The disciple asked, is he blind? Does he look like one of their disciples? He thought that perhaps his skills had increased so much, but why did his image remain the same? During the battle, the disciple shouted that this was revenge for Chen, and their bodies really became lighter, as if he had lost weight. The student shouted at Enho to stop beating up the same guy. Let him move on to others. The security bureau is bigger. There are a lot of people here. The students were very happy during the battle and shouted that they were very happy without bracelets. And one of them suggested to have a competition. The loser will clean the dorm tomorrow. Namgung felt that everything was right. He was just weak-willed. He couldn't lose when everyone was trying so hard. And he decided that he would try his best too. But why wasn't anyone attacking him? Namgung asked Oken where she went. Oken replied that they had already beaten everyone here. The mentor was in front, Monkey and Nohak were behind. There were too many of them here. Oken said that instead of competing with others, she decided to go to Shanghai where there would be plenty of enemies. Namgung thought with surprise double digits and noticed that he had only beaten 6, and now he needed to beat 20 more. Then he definitely wouldn't lose. Namgung asked where Shanghai was. Where was it? He wanted to go there too, and let Okyung take him with her. The girl told him to stay away. He would take the whole side for himself, like Munhee. Jiren continued to fight the enemies and asked the enemies where they were going. Were they confused that their numbers were enough to beat Chen but not her? The enemy asked, "Who is Chen? And why did they take him down like that?" Jiren asked, "Does that mean she's crazy?" And they all know. After all, they've all changed. And the one who changed them so was the one whom the messengers described as a crowd of madmen. The enemy was screaming that a crazy old man had brought a bunch of cray tramps and was smashing the bureau to pieces. He didn't think they could hold them back. The chief asked, "What? A sect wandering invaded them or what?" "Why so?" They answered. "About 10. They do not look like a sect of wanderers. Too many women, and they fight with wooden swords. And they look like a bunch of crazy people." After that, the main one came out and told them all to stop. He asked, "What does this all mean? And who are they? Why did they attack them?" The mentor replied that it was necessary to say who they were, dear ladies and gentlemen, and why they were attacking this modest and stupid security bureau. And then he might have thought about what to answer, but let him look at his tone. Who would want to talk to him? He didn't introduce himself. The chief replied that he was the head of the Central Security Bureau, Chan Oyan. "Who and where did they come from?" the mentor asked. "So he is the chief? And they came from that mountain." Chang immediately thought of Mount Imei. How could a bunch of thieves hide there? Isn't it the Imei sect's territory? They probably don't want to tell the truth. Chan said that was good. Why did they do this here? The teacher replied that he wanted Han Ganshin or Kang Chang Han, and they attacked them. Did they really think that they would just stand there and get beaten? Chang asked, "Are they looking for Captain Kang Chang Han? What do they have against him and the chief?" The teacher replied that it was all because of what that bastard Kang Chang Han did in the mountains yesterday. He has no idea what he and his men were doing there. But on the way down, they mercilessly beat up one of his students. And when this Ganshin couldn't defeat his disciple with his own strength, they pounced on him in a crowd, attacked him from behind. And because of their dirty actions, his dear student, whom he loved and valued, was beaten to the point of being a vegetable and is now on the verge of death. Namgung heard these words and did not know that the teacher loved his students so much. Chen was not so seriously beaten. Perhaps the teacher exaggerates so much because he is very worried about him. The guy got 2 months of rest, 3 months of treatment, 6 months of rehabilitation, and still a big chance of developing chronic diseases. And he wants this villain and his gang to be punished. And he wants compensation for the huge bill the doctor put up for the treatment, as well as compensation for his and the student's moral damages. Chang said that it couldn't be. They are the Central Security Bureau. They deeply respect the Imei sect. But they sent Chang Han to deliver regular gifts to them. Why would their people do such a thing on Mount Imei? The student thought, what other regular gifts? Why do they call it that? As if they are taking something away from them by force. The teacher said that if he was so sure, then let this Chang Han come out and explain himself. Chang replied that Captain Kang would never do such a thing, but if he wanted to talk to him, then here it is. Chang said that Captain Kang had gone to the city. Quickly let them find him. The teacher found him and asked, "Is he Kang Chang Han?" "He is the leader of those bastards who cornered his dear Despol and, attacking him from behind with a crowd, beat him to the state of a vegetable." Cannon got scared and replied that he was simply the first to insult him and the Central Security Bureau. He replied, "And what if they attacked him from behind by a crowd?" That never happened. The mentor replied that he denied everything and suggested asking the others. Where were those he was with last night? I wonder how much their testimonies will differ when he beats the truth out of them. Chan did not deny everything and pointed his finger and said that they were all there. The mentor turned around and realized that they were lying on the floor. The mentor got angry and said, "How dare he get rid of the evidence? There is no forgiveness for him. All the traces lead to him. Let him come here and fight him." Ken came and asked what was going on. He was drinking excellent alcohol. How dare this man call him? The mentor told them to just look at this asshole, immediately calls him a bastard. Looks more like a madman than a criminal. Maybe they should drop the talk and just use their fists. Sean told him to stop. He usually behaves better. He just becomes like that when he's drunk. And he ordered his men to bring him to his senses. The warrior answered the master that everything was already prepared. He immediately threw a bucket of water in his face. The master asked him if he was awake. Let him speak then. He was the leader of those bastards who cornered his dear disciple and attacked him from behind with a mob, beating him to the point of being a vegetable, right? Kang immediately grabbed his sword and asked, "What the hell?" He beat them all up, and now he's blaming him? He won't hold back if he keeps talking nonsense and ruining the Bureau's reputation. The mentor was surprised and threw a stick to his student, and he asked the enemy, "Why is he standing there? Where is his favorite blow to the back?" He just turned away. At least he had a chance to defend his tiny, fingernail-sized honor. But it turns out he's not only a vile piece of shit, he's also stupid. Kan asked him what he had just said, and he pounced on the teacher with his sword and shouted that he would regret it. Namgung said that guy said he would make them regret it. And imagine fighting a mentor and with a sword. Enho asked why the mentor brought a wooden sword if he didn't even use it. He never even swung it. Oken said that given his personality, he probably thought he would look cooler with a wooden sword in his hands. The student asked what would happen to him now, I wonder. Jiren answered immediately that only death. Hawk said no, he had already lost his sword. He could bet his dinner that he would die a horrible death. Jiren said she was betting all 3 meals, from dinner to lunch tomorrow, on this. He would definitely die. A student asked what the point of arguing was if everyone was betting on the same thing. Okun replied that it was. But one of the students said that he had bet on the opposite. He did not think that the teacher would kill. He would want to die, but the teacher would not let him get off so easily. He puts dinner, breakfast, and lunch, and even dessert that he will survive. The guy was surprised and asked with surprise, "So much food?" Namgung asked him if he had overdone it. Betting is betting, but he also had to live. Yonho said that when he missed 1 meal, he almost died during that training. If he starved again, he really might not live to see the end of the month. The student said that it couldn't be. Doesn't it remind them of anything? But Hawk suddenly covered his ears and didn't even say anything. The mentor at this moment immediately used the attack dog days, dog-beating fist. Hawk was scared and saw how he was beaten too. The student immediately calmed him down and said that it was in the past. It would not happen again. But the boy replied that, to be precise, he was not beaten like that. He thought that this was part 2 of Jongpak. Chan asked if he was dead. The teacher replied that he was half dead. If they didn't help him, he might die. Jiren said that she thought the mentor would be even more ruthless than him, but he only used Jongpak on him, not Marpak. The student replied that this was even more frightening. He would have to endure at least 6 months of hell, and when he recovered, he would not be able to fight. And he would also be fired from the Bureau because of what had happened today. And then if his family finds out about it, he'll probably have to hide for the rest of his life, right? Jiren replied that he said that life was worse than death for him. Enho felt that she was scary. At that moment, Namgung realized that, as he had thought, he could not make the Sichuan Tang clan his enemy. Chang said that they were investigating Captain Kang's case at Mount Imei. But besides that, their Central Security Bureau also has a reputation. He can't just let them go. And who's going to hire them when he finds out that the whole Bureau was beaten up by 10 people? And he might have to close the Bureau, so he asked him to put himself in his shoes. The mentor asked him, does he want to attack him with a blade? Does he want to get it too? Let him come. Chang said that he would not refuse, and immediately used his whirlwind technique and pounced on the master. The disciple immediately noticed that these were the 16 movements of the flower vortex. This was a secret technique of the Imei sect, inaccessible to outsiders. There were rumors that he was their disciple, but she thought he was just bragging. Chang immediately used the flower sword whirlwind. The disciple realized that it was the 16 shadow sword. He had learned the flower sword whirlwind at one of the highest levels. But why was the master so calm? The teacher stood still all this time and looked at Chan to see what he would do. At the last moment, the students were very afraid for him. But at the last moment, the mentor dodged at the last moment. Even Chan himself did not expect this. The mentor immediately kicked him and said that he didn't care. The girls said in surprise that he broke the flower sword whirlwind so easily. Namgung asked, is this the name of the kicking technique? Perhaps it makes the energy come to a calm state? Enho also said that the directed as if just invented, powerful technique. He still said its name when the opponent was already in the air. The mentor is amazing. The mentor asked, he didn't switch off from this, right? He was holding back a lot, so he should be fine. They still have things to discuss. The guards immediately attacked him and threatened to kill him. The head of the guard, Dong Wen, used a joint attack at this time. But the mentor easily dodged the combined attack and even grabbed their weapons with both hands. The mentor began to use the circle and scattered them in different directions and used the technique nameless. The mentor came down and asked the chief if he was awake. Didn't he think they had something to discuss? The teacher told him if he saw how much pain it was from just one blow. And how much pain was it for his student? He had to watch this Ganshin. This education is very important. And now he's in trouble because of his student. How will he deal with the aftermath? Sean replied that it could be worse than this situation. The mentor asked, doesn't he understand what he got himself into, right? After all, the student they attacked from behind. The master asked if he knew the Sichuan Tang clan, right? The one famous for its killing techniques and knowledge of poisons. The clan that could wipe him out, the Sichuan Tang clan. And they dote on their direct descendant. He is so sweet and kind-hearted. Chun was very scared at that moment and asked how this could be. The mentor replied that there was nothing to be done. What was done was done. How could he handle that? Now they had something to talk about with him. After the negotiations, the disciple asked why they were still there. Couldn't someone steal at least a couple? Jern replied that it was quite safe here, so no one dared to steal in broad daylight. Hawk asked why his arms and legs seemed so weak. Namgung asked him if he was okay. He was pale ever since he saw that scene. The students said that they were all shocked, and he was probably even worse. But despite everything, he did well. He was surprised. Hawk said he was surprised. The student replied that it was true and he knew it. The day would come when the fear would pass. Enho said that when he puts on the bracelets, it's like he becomes himself. Without them, he practically flew. It made him sad. The student said that it was as if life itself was pressing on him. I wonder what the teacher and Monkey are planning. Namgun looked and said, here comes Monka, and maybe they will ask what they talked about with the mentor. Munye asked, mentor? He asked if she wanted anything from the bureau as Chen Shuyan's sister. The student said it was strange that he asked her that. He thought he would ransack the entire bureau and hide the loot somewhere. Namgung asked, does he think the mentor is some kind of thief? Well, maybe it seems that way, a little. Oken asked Monkey what she asked for. Will there be rivers of blood, or are they closing? Monkey replied that no blood, no business. What did they imagine about the Tang clan? They are not evil. Enho replied that no, it was a pity to destroy such a big business. What if we absorbed them and made them a subsidiary of the Tang clan, so that they would give 30% of their income every year? Munya replied that, of course she wanted to make life hell for those who attacked Chen, but if the criminals were fired and information about them was passed on to the clan, they would not touch the bureau. Chang asked, is that enough? The master replied, of course not. The world is not such a simple place. He knows. He didn't think that would solve everything, did he? And that evil girl he was talking to, she is the elder sister of his injured disciple. If he is curious, he can ask her himself what the Tang clan is and how they handle their affairs. Of course, she can go home and bring her whole family here. She's a little nervous, but if he wants to ask, he can call her. Sean said, no, don't. Sean asked him what he wanted from him. The mentor replied that now, deep down inside, he understood perfectly well how to solve this issue. Chang sat on the table and said that from now on, the Central Security Bureau will carry out one mission for the Tang clan per year for free and will pay for all the expenses for the young master's treatment. And they will pay a small fine as an apology to the Tang clan. The teacher asked, why is he only worried about the clan? What about him? The mentor asked, does he think his family is the only ones who care about him? He is his mentor, and there are his friends out there. How dare he ignore the mental and physical weight on their shoulders? Just recently, he had a beautiful black hair, and all the kids had clean clothes. But what now? If he can't see his gray hair and their torn rags, he's blind. He couldn't even sleep worrying about his precious student, and they were so busy that they ruined all their clothes. Chan said he understood and thought he should pay him for his gray hair, and the others for their clothes. Why? What is this for? Chan said he would pay for everything, but in return, he asks that what happened not be publicly disclosed. The mentor replied that, of course, if the compensation is appropriate, of course. In the morning, the master came out with a sack full of things and said that since they had sorted everything out here, he suggested that they return to Chen. But first, they should go somewhere. If they go around the corner, there will be a clothes shop. Let them go there and change everything. The bureau pays for everything, so don't worry. The students were surprised and asked in surprise, "New clothes," the teacher answered. "Here they are." He gives them 2 hours to hurry up and then meet at the entrance to the village. Whoever is late will work it all off at tomorrow's training. The mentor told Moonhae to stay for a while and said that he had managed to get compensation. In addition to the money for the treatment, they would send the Tang clan a separate monetary compensation. And they also fired the criminals. They asked them not to spread the word, and she should also know that the Bureau owes his clan a free mission once a year. Munya thought she was angry, but Chen wouldn't have any complications, and they had turned everything upside down here, so she wasn't angry now. But would Master take care of him now? The Master asked, why is she looking at him? Isn't that enough, he wondered. Why is she staring at him like that? Does she want to take his compensation too? Or did she notice that he got more than the Tang clan, especially if you include the bank checks? Monkey answered the mentor that he was right, and she would also go for clothes. The mentor was surprised and thought, what did he do? Not sure that he was happy about this, of course. The mentor thought that everything seemed to have gone well. Maybe he should hurry up too. Fragile things like checks should be taken straight to the bank. Seeing his students, the master looked and said, "It's strange, some of them look very good now, but what's wrong with the rest?" The mentor asked why the clothes were the same. The boy replied that the new clothes were very expensive, so he put them here. They were much better quality than what he usually asked for. Hack said that there was nothing in that place that he wanted. The mentor replied that they seemed to look even worse. What is that anyway? Enho asked what he was talking about. Did he know how expensive these awards were? Just let him look at this wonderful purple paint, and he wants to be bright, not ordinary. Finally, after changing his clothes, he began to stand out. The mentor said that she is the strangest. Did she use a spell there or something? How did she restore the old clothes? Jiren replied that their clan had been here before, so she simply bought the same things as last time. Jiren asked, "Is it too boring?" Namgung said, "No, it suits him very well." "Well, I mean, she looks beautiful." But the master immediately hit him on the head with a stick. Namgung was in great pain, but Jiren asked if he was okay. The master replied that his hand had slipped for some reason. Yonho said that the master had finally used his wooden sword. However, he hadn't thought that it would go to Namgun. The student replied that he was interested in why he, Comrade Ganazna, believed that the teacher had done the right thing. The mentor replied that no matter what, we had to go back. The last one to arrive would have double training tomorrow. Yonho asked if they could help Namgung. Hak replied that he had no sympathy for fashionably dressed people. The student said it was okay. There was someone to take care of him. He had to go. Jiren had been shaking the boy all this time and telling him to wake up. On the way, the stranger asked them if they were perhaps the Red Falcons team. But the mentor did not answer and remained silent. The guy said that it seemed he was not mistaken. They were checking from the Academy of Heavenly Warriors, and there had been no reports from him about the state of the Red Falcon team for a long time, so the director sent them to check how the training was going. The guy said that they arrived at the camp and found no one there, so they were starting to worry, and thank God, everything is okay. The second guy asked, "Is he the master of the silver bracelet and steel sphere, Elder Jin?" He thought he was a fat old man with a kind face. They heard that they were going through rejuvenation, but it seems like he has changed a lot, and it seems like they have gotten taller. The disciple thought, this is the master of the silver bracelet and the steel sphere Jin Chong. Jiren also thought that the back can be strengthened by rejuvenation, but can you grow from it? The boy told his man that it was rude. If he wasn't Elder Jinto, who was he? His memory must be failing him. He said he saw him from afar 3 years ago. The mentor thought and asked how he could tell him this, and he said that this day had finally come, the day when someone asked about the elder's whereabouts, although it came much later than he expected. The boy apologized and asked him what he was talking about. The teacher replied that the master of the silver bracelet and steel sphere, Jin Chong, was over there. He pointed his finger at the sky. The boy asked if Mr. Jin was in heaven and had died. The master replied that he had. He buried him in a well-lit place on the mountain. Why did it take so long for the Celestial Warrior Academy to send people? The guy said it couldn't be. What happened? If it was true, then who was he? The teacher turned to his students and replied that they would do better to talk somewhere else. It seemed like it would be a long story. The students sat down at the table and said that it turns out that their teacher was not the one who was supposed to teach them. Enho said that if the mentor is not a mentor, then what are they doing here? He is so confused that he can't even remember his own name. Hawk grabbed his head and said that he didn't even know who beat him up. The man who put him through hell wasn't even his mentor. Namgung thought about it and told them both to calm down. They needed to calmly weigh everything and assess the situation. Maybe something had gone wrong, but in a very short time they had become much stronger. The student replied that he agreed with the captain, although he didn't want to admit it. But before Namgung calmed the vase with the broom, could he calm down first? The guy said he was so stupid, always wondering what his mentor had in mind, and now he was shocked. Maybe his last name is really Nam, but his first name is Gusen. They don't have such idiots in the Namgun clan. Jiren told him not to be rude. It must have been the blow to the head. Why did the mentor throw a sword at him? Oken said, who knows? Then who should be their mentor? The guy replied that the master of the silver bracelet and steel sphere is a person who uses 8 small steel spheres and 12 sharp bracelets. In the martial arts world, he is one of the 40 strongest people. He was a kind man with many friends and worked as a mentor at the academy about 10 years ago. He was often called Elder Jin. Oken said that it turns out that the current mentor is his student or brother, or a younger classmate. Enho said that he doesn't think so. He thinks that their current mentor studied in a different school, not with Elder Jin. Besides, their mentor is stronger than him. In the martial arts world, Elder Jin is among the top 40, not because of his strength, but because of his connections. Hawk replied that if we compare the combat power, the master of the silver bracelet and steel sphere are not counted as an old monster, and if they were respected as a teacher in the Academy of Heavenly Warriors. In terms of strength, he has long since fallen behind everyone else. If the masters from the list of the 100 strongest fought each other now, he would end up somewhere at the end of the list. Munya said that if he lacks chi and specializes in hidden weapons, he will only get weaker with age. In that case, it is quite difficult to stay in the top 100. Jiren replied, maybe people didn't challenge him to a duel out of respect, but suddenly the disciple told them to stop. What if the person who fought him was their current mentor? Or maybe he wanted the glory of a place on the list of the 40 strongest, and he challenged the good old man to a duel and killed him. Monkey asked, what? Namgung said no. Sure, the teacher is a little weird, but he doesn't believe it. The boy said that although he did not look like a great humanitarian, he did not think that the teacher was greedy for fame. Then he would not have hidden his name during his training. Enho answered that it was true. Despite the cruelty of his methods, he did a lot of work, as if he enjoyed it. The guy asked, then why did he kill the Elder Jin? Did he want to rob him? Jiren replied that no, it might be hard to believe, but the mentor wouldn't do that, and asked why they were sure that the mentor killed him. Monkey said she didn't believe it either. If she wanted money, she would kidnap Goom and demand ransom from the largest Marima trade association, the Golden Tiger Trade Association. Even if she had thought of it, the mentor had even more so. Okun also said that she agreed. If he needed money, Guillaume alone would have been enough. The student suddenly replied that he was confused, but based on his observations of the mentor and all their assumptions, he had a guess. He took up these. So he is definitely related to Elder Jin. Elder Jin has no family, so it is unlikely that they are related. Their chi and martial arts are not similar. He doesn't think he was a student or junior student, more like just acquaintances. Considering the personality of the mentor and the age difference, he wouldn't say they could be friends. Hawk said that their old man doesn't even look like an old man. They noticed that, right? Namgung replied that he has a thin, muscular body, and his skin is even shiny. Monkey said he was middle-aged at most, but he thinks he's even younger. The boy said that was true. And secondly, Elder Jin dedicated his life to teaching children. In his last moments, he probably thought of their mentor and asked him to take care of them, the Red Falcon team. And here is his third guess. It was just a coincidence, a very lucky coincidence, called the irony of fate. And although the bedridden Chen might think otherwise, didn't they feel something in the bureau today? Enho said that was true. They had grown a lot in 2 months. Hawk asked, so what? Should they be grateful now? Jiren said it was difficult, but this is the moment when they need to decide what they think about this situation. Right, Captain Namgung? Namgung replied that Jiren was right. The training might be stopped because the instructor was not from the academy. Everything would change depending on how he dealt with the examiners. The guy said that their position could also change something. Will they continue to study with the mysterious mentor or return to the academy, to their previous life? And it depends on their choice. The guys from the academy came and said that no matter how old he was, Old Man Jin couldn't lose to the bandits. The second guy also said that he asked them to help the Red Falcons team. He really was a good teacher, and he decided to take care of the guys at his request. The mentor replied that they were not very close. Their meeting was short but intense. All he knew about him was his name, title, and that he came here to teach the Red Falcon team. He was kind and didn't care about material things. He loved old poems and sweets. And he also bit his nails. At his age, he forgot. He walked so much he rubbed his heels raw. And he also had bad knees. And that's all he knew, so he had no idea how to get the message to them. He's not a member of the Murama Alliance, so he doesn't know where the nearest branch is. But he couldn't leave the kids alone. It would be better if he told them about his family or hometown than about poetry. The guy said about Elder Jin's family. They heard that he lost them at a young age and spent the rest of his days alone. The mentor asked, "Was that so? He looked really lonely." The boy replied that it seemed like they had a close relationship. Even if it was short-lived, it seemed like they were his true friend. He's been taking care of the Red Falcon crew for months. He admires them, and they asked if they could learn his name. They'll report everything to the academy and spread his fame. The mentor replied that he was not going to meddle in the Muram. What good is a name? They will die anyway and become dust. You need to live life to the fullest while you can. If they are impressed, they can give some money for support. He can teach like that, but the academy doesn't mind spending money on its students, right? The guy said that they did send money, and the old man was attacked by bandits. Are they really to blame? So he supported the Redbird team without funding? How so? The second guy said it was no wonder, that the place seemed so empty. No guards, no servants, no cooks. He simply didn't have the money to hire them and had to run everything himself. The guy asked, "But what about food and other goods, cleaning and laundry? How did they cope with all this?" The mentor answered that they managed to figure it all out themselves. They heard that they could provide more funding, but he had no idea where to turn. Because of this, he trains them intensively. They eat a lot and their clothes are already all worn out. The guy said that they would immediately report this to the academy and find a solution, as well as provide compensation. And since they knew everything, they had nothing to worry about anymore. If he stopped training them now, then they would quickly find a replacement for him or bring them back sooner. The mentor asked, "What did they say? Are their guys falling behind? Stop training? Replace? Return earlier?" The mentor said that they are so frivolous about teaching. Or do they think that the relationship between student and mentor is some kind of joke? And if not, then they think he's not strong enough to teach these kids, and he showed his strength right away. The mentor told them to come back and pass it on. This is his answer. 4 days later, the Alliance chief received a message, and upon seeing the symbol said, "Go to the end." He probably means that since he has taken on the matter, then go to the end. He won't give them back until he's finished, right? And now he sees that the subtext is very threatening. But how could he write it with his finger on such a hard board? The guy replied that it was a very hard table. He wrote everything with one finger, as if on clay, and then he cut a board out of the table and gave it to them. The second guy also said that he cut it out with one finger, like a turnip with a knife. He said that since he gave a sincere answer, he should get what he deserves, right? But then they apologized and asked what he was talking about. The mentor said they were annoying him. They were so worried about the price tags up until that moment. Don't they understand what they really need now? He said that words are just cheap sympathy and hypocrisy. Behind real words, there are real deeds. The mentor said to let them know where and how he could get funding, and that he would not ask for additional funds out of respect for Mr. Jin, but he would use the funds available now. The head said that it means they ran here right after they said in which bank he could forget the money. The chief told them not to worry, as he said, "The Red Falcon team really needs money, so there's no point in being petty, And in general, he's very glad that he wants to take care of these kids. And they tried hard to get here from Sichuan in 4 days. They probably even have trouble standing. If there are no other urgent matters, they can rest today. As for other problems, he will take care of everything himself. The boy said that they actually needed to know something else. He mentioned something, and the teacher asked if they really meant it when they said his students were lagging behind. Were the other students better than him? The guy answered him that although the difference was not big, the Red Falcon team was the weakest of the four divine teams. And so they hoped that training would equalize them, but since there were such difficulties, the difference would be, on the contrary, more noticeable. The teacher got angry after these words and said that it was as he thought. These children were strangely weak, and they let them study in poverty and forgotten. The Celestial Warrior Academy is disappointing. The mentor told them that this won't do, and since it has come to this, he will take responsibility and train them for a month longer. The boys were surprised and asked again. The leader asked his people what they said. The students at that moment also asked what the mentor said. The teacher asked why they were reacting like that. Shouldn't they be jumping for joy at the chance to learn more? The students thought at that moment, how can they? This hell will last another month. Namgung said that they thought that their training would be stopped, or they would have a choice. They were simply surprised that the training would not only continue but would also increase in duration. The mentor asked in surprise, "Stop training? Who said that?" And considering Chen, isn't extending training an obvious solution? Munyi wondered what this had to do with Choyon. The mentor said that it seemed like they were the strongest of the four teams. And if they go with the original schedule, Chen will recover and leave immediately. Do they want to be responsible for him not getting training and his whole life going down the drain? They don't want to steal his chance to get stronger, right? Jiren told the mentor that she had a question as the team's vice captain. Jiren asked, "The Celestial Warrior Academy has already given the go-ahead. Have they seen any messengers in the past 4 days?" Namgung said it's not because they don't like their wise thoughts. They just have to obey the Academy's orders. The mentor replied, "What a stupid question this is. Since he said so, then consider that the question was already decided 4 days ago?" The student asked, "Then why is he talking about it only now? Maybe he went to the city to get permission from the Academy." The mentor replied that of course not. He was busy gathering resources, food, and training gear for the next 2 months. But they guys seemed to think that the Academy would be against such a decision. The mentor asked if they even knew what the Academy told Mr. Jing when it gave them to him. He said to do everything necessary. The main thing is that their skills grow. Do they think they will refuse that he took them for another month? And since they gave more money, isn't it clear that everything is already decided? And anyway, he planned out the rest of his time with them as best he could. They must be looking forward to it. And for those who he thinks need more training, he will double it. "No need to worry," Namgung asked. "Who needs more training?" The mentor replied that, of course, to the one who is lying in bed sick and all the other lazy people, and to be more precise, to Tanu Tree and Nohak. "And maybe Gunsen and Jinrin?" Namgung asked him. "But he was never lazy?" Jiren asked. "Is it because they are captains and deputy captain?" The mentor replied that no. He just thought the two of them were having too much fun. The boy thought about it and realized why he had chosen them. The mentor said that now he will check how well they trained over the past few days. Enjoy a little duel with the mentor. 2 days later, the man told the director that, based on his description, one person came to mind. And does the director know him? The director replied that although there was no guarantee that he was the one who took care of Mr. Jan's children, there were too many coincidences. There is a hidden master from Mount Imei and a top-notch martial artist with powerful palm and fist techniques. Although he is rude in words due to his nature, he is kind enough to take care of the deceased. Although he loves his students, his training methods are strange. He is a gray-haired old man who loves money. The only difference is that he has no beard, but he could shave it off. With such a description, he thinks it is him. He is a hidden master, so he does not know his name. But the director does not have to worry. His skills are real. And it seems that Mr. Jin gave them a wonderful gift before he said goodbye. The guy asked, "Did he just give it to him?" The director replied that it was nothing like that. He just heard that he had 2 students, a guy and a girl. I wonder what happened to them. But if you think about it, maybe they just grew up and left him. The guy said it was no wonder he didn't want to send the Red Falcon team back. He must be lonely without his students. The principal said that it might be so, although because he refuses to let the students go, even after the end of the training period, he might have to visit him in person. After he saw the man out, he told his man to come in, and he heard everything. And what does he think about it? The guy replied that he thought it was him. What was her name? Yan Bai, right? She said she would soon leave Mount Ime, but it seems her mentor is still here. And if he's there, they can use him to find out about Yeon B. Should he investigate everything? San and San are right there. They can find out something with their help. The director said no. The less they knew about her location, the better. And considering she hadn't been heard from in a while, she didn't know his and Rin's identities. There was no need to put Aaron in danger like that. He wants the opposite and hopes that the girl named B never appears in front of Rin. And everything that can remind her of the past must be erased, both the environment and the memories. The boy replied that he understood everything. In other words, if B showed up, he couldn't let her get close to the young lady. But if considering what's happened in the last few years, it makes sense. But can it be erased altogether? All of this from Miss Rin's mind? The director told this boy that he himself would not be able to do it, since he could not send people to the Academy of Heavenly Warriors. Then let him use shadows. Having gone to the pub, he said that they should bring 2 portions of pomeni to these guys, and no wine. He would go upstairs alone. Having gone up to the 2nd floor, he entered the room and the guy told the familiar person that they had not seen each other for a long time. The guy said that he wanted him to keep a girl named Yeon B away from the lady, but he couldn't hurt or kill her. And he also had to do everything so that the lady didn't find out about it. The warrior replied that it was true. Under no circumstances should the lady be allowed to find out about this. After all, this Ian B was her only friend. So if the gentleman Rin found out, she would never forgive them. She was gifted from a young age, so she will probably be even more difficult to handle now. And he asked him to try. This could shake not only the Heads family, but the entire Murim. The guy asked in surprise, couldn't it be? The previous head of the squad told about what happened then, but maybe he should know something else. The warrior replied that there were 3 favors. Couldn't the lady simply ignore them if she asked for something strange? The warrior thought, maybe he should ignore it. He said that the next morning after B wished for the mistress to become stronger than anyone, the forces of justice received the owner of the dragon's eyes. And the lady has been true to her promise for the last 7 years. And besides, the chief has already asked the lady about it. Her father asked her, what if she asked her for something terrible? Something that would put her, him, or her mother in mortal danger? Or even the whole world? And Rin replied that B wouldn't ask her for anything like that. But if he did, she was sure she'd have a reason for it. And so she would keep her promise if it did not threaten him or her mother. Her father asked if she was ready to risk her life. Rin told her father that every time B saved her, she never doubted for a second. If it weren't for her, she wouldn't be here anymore. And that's why she won't hesitate either. For Yeon B, the guy said that for her, B is not a person, but some kind of deity. He understands that you can't turn a blind eye to something like that. The warrior said that although it seemed that there was still some childish innocence left in B at that time for some unknown reason, the mentor forced her to work in the bar. And even then she was a cunning fox, so he wonders what she has become now. Although Lady Rin has dragon eyes that allow her to see into a person's soul, this is not enough for them to relax. And even without wishing evil, anything can happen. And if Lady Rin escapes from their supervision, then out of nowhere a terrible monster will appear, who will immediately kidnap her. The guy said that if he was talking about the western skies, then they disappeared long ago, as if they had disappeared into the ground. He was horrified when he heard what he had done. Was the one who had decided to follow the blood god really willing to expose himself for such a thing? The warrior replied that he was willing and sure. The warrior said that this mad dog had been waiting for its moment for a long time. Until the year before last, he was not the only one who managed to hide. 7 years ago, when they returned from Sichuan, they did not plan to keep Lady Rin in the sword house for 5 years. But the gentleman had to change his mind. This happened the following spring, after the gentleman Rin left them. And then it was a rainy day like today. One day a messenger came and asked, "Is Mrs. Rin at home?" And he said he wanted them to give this to her. It wasn't her birthday or any special occasion. Inside the wooden box was a red dress that fit Lady Rin perfectly. The warrior said it was a wedding dress. The boy said that it couldn't be. The warrior said that it was true on that very day. The warrior said that the mad dog had been reborn as the western sky. He had killed his elder brother and almost drowned the lady in a sea of despair. The guy replied that it was a threat or a terrifying warning, saying that even though he was hiding now, one day he would get what he wanted. And he knew that the bastard was crazy, but not to this extent. Namgung replied that the bastard didn't stop there. They didn't call him a crazy dog for nothing. And now, every year on this same day, one of the servants of the head of the house or the nearest city, and sometimes from afar, brings a wooden box. And of course, there is always a wedding dress inside. And as if he were watching Mrs. Rin's growth, it was a size bigger every time. Namgung said that they questioned those who brought the boxes. Everyone said that the person who asked them for it was an ordinary merchant or traveler. The guy said he uses people to avoid being tracked. Does Miss Rin know about this? Namgung replied that Lady Rin did not know and should not know about this. The reason why the leader hid Lady Rin in the sword house and then quickly sent her from there to the Heavenly Warrior Academy was precisely for this reason. The guy said that if that's the case, then maybe it would be better to keep her in the sword house. Men are not allowed there. It will be much safer there than in the Academy of Heavenly Warriors. Namgung replied that the wooden box had come to the sword house too, on the same day in spring, 2 years ago. He realized that Mrs. Rin had been there. And fortunately, they had notified the House of Swords about this in advance, so they were able to intercept the box before the gentleman noticed. And on the orders of the leader, they led a group of elite warriors and brought her home as quickly as they could with the excuse that the family needed to spend more time with her before entering the academy. The guy said that instead of leaving her alone in the sword house, it would really be better to send her to a place where the leader could keep an eye on her. Namgung said exactly that. They had no choice. Otherwise, strange rumors would have stuck to the lady, and they would not have been able to hide the fact that the western sky is Ilchan. And fortunately, the year the gentleman entered the academy, a wooden box came to the House of Swords. This spring, they were able to steal the box with the help of one of his subordinates, who pretended to be a guard there. The eyes of the mad dog seemed to fall on the Academy of Heavenly Warriors. And if the variable name B appeared in this situation, he's not sure if they can guarantee Rinsama's safety with the powers he has at the Academy. And to prevent this from happening, they need shadows that will monitor the situation inside the Academy. They must make sure that the lady does not find out about anything. And the boss still wants all her memories of it to fade away, although he doubts that it is even possible to erase all of this memory from her head. The girl told Rin that the last time she saw this hairpin was 7 years ago, but she still treats it with the same care. Someone might think that she got it from her future husband. Of course, their little sister doesn't have a boyfriend in her heart. Rin replied that it was a sign that would allow her to find someone dear to her. Rin told her older sister that, as she had already said, she believed that they would meet again one day. The mentor was shouting at the mentor at this time that he just needed to trust him. He could handle it. Namgung was practicing at the time and shouting that he couldn't do it. He couldn't do it. Namgung couldn't hold on and fell off the rope. The teacher pulled the rope and said that he had fallen. Namgung fell from a great height and screamed. But the master did not like it, and pulling the rope, he said, "What a noisy fool this is." The mentor threw him into the sky along with the rope and immediately caught him in his hands, not letting him fall. But then the mentor threw him into the hands of the boys and told them to grab him. Jiren was very scared and asked how he was. The mentor told them to stop making a big deal out of it and just untie the rope. He's not a coward like that for a test run. Oken asked what she had just seen. Why was the mentor repeating the test run? Monkey asked too, what did he want them to do? Anho told the mentor that he was also a human being, and if he ran out of strength, he would drop them. But he was actually heavy. But Hawk was crying at the time and saying that he thought it was a plan to accidentally throw off those he didn't like and get rid of them. Him, for example. Anho replied that it wasn't that. It wasn't just him that the mentor didn't like. Let him look at it that way. The fact that this guy was here too, even though he had just recovered, only proved his point. They were just comrades, equals in the eyes of the mentor. Chen replied that no, why should he be his comrade, not even having time to get out of bed? Why did they have to save him at all? Chen asked, why are they here? Shouldn't training have ended by now? The other teams are returning to the academy today. That same day, the Blue Dragon training area on Wudang Mountain. The teacher said that the training was over. If they felt something was unfair during training, let them say so. And frankly, it was a great honor for him to help the emperors of the future. The boy asked, and what could be unfair? They are only sad that they leave him prematurely. It is a great honor for them, and he is grateful to him for the teaching. On Mount Hua, in the evening of the same day, the Black Tortoise training area, the teacher told his students that they would face difficult days and times when the martial arts world would inject them with its poison. And when that happens, he wants them to think of their mothers and the time they spent here together. He wants them to have the strength to overcome all the difficulties. The students said that although their training was over, the teacher's teachings would remain with them until the very end. The girl replied that everything was much more sensible than she initially thought. She would not forget it. On the same day, the White Tiger training area on Mount Tai, Master said that their strength is important in the martial arts world, but for the light forces, the most important thing is the spirit that is nurtured by love, trust, and cooperation. And he gave them this paper to write honest, anonymous feedback about other team members because he wants to let them know how they are being valued. This paper will help them all grow as martial artists. His strong and powerful White Tiger team. He is confident that they will bring love and trust to this world. Suddenly, the girl came up to Rin and asked her what she was watching. Someone wrote something stupid about her because the review was anonymous? Or maybe someone wrote something rude? Rin said no, it was just that 4 out of 9 people wrote the same thing, so she thought about it. They wanted to make her smile. The girl said that only all sorts of nasty things were written about her. And it seems that among them there are 4 people who have nothing to do. Maybe she should go smile at them instead of her. Rin replied that everything was fine. She was the captain of the White Tiger team, and she didn't want them to become smaller. But what kind of nasty things did they write to her? The girl replied that it was mostly nonsense like, don't hate men, it's scary. Try to enter the heart of goodness, not just rage and hatred. The training was good, but such a stupid task at the end. She thought about tearing it up, but she saw what she thought he wrote and decided to keep it. And she thinks she'll just cut it out when she gets back. She believes in it. It's hers, right? Rin said yes. She wrote her the same thing. She believes in her. The girl said it was true. It must be so. Maybe she already knows, but it's time to go. And their training is over. They need to prepare to go back to the academy. And that same day, the Red Falcon training area on Mount Amei. Chen was very angry and asked when this hell will end. Moonhe covered his mouth and told him to shut up. And it seems he forgot because he was lying in bed. But even if they are in hell, it is better to be alive. If he notices him and sends him there, and that will be the end, and not the training, but his life. And suddenly the mentor told them that he heard everything. He said that he would catch them. Why not trust the mentor? They saw that everything was fine with Namgung, didn't they? Monkey replied that he was not well at all. Chen said that he was a corpse. The teacher asked, what? Did they fall for this or something? Let them see. The mentor told Jiren to go out and prepare for the next test run. If the captain can't, then the deputy captain should take the rap. Namgung said he was fine, and he would go on a test run. The students were surprised and realized what the power of love was. The teacher said, do they see, is everything okay with him? The students started thinking, is this okay? This is what he wanted, a real demon. Jiren asked the master to let her go instead of the captain. Namgung said no, it's better for him to be dead than to see him get hurt. The mentor asked, what are they carrying there? It's not about who goes first. They'll do it all sooner or later, understand? And they will do this every day until they learn to do it properly. And why are they so upset? If they're whining like that now, how are they going to survive the extra training? He had prepared so many interesting things for them. Tightrope walking, blade running, and about 20 more exercises. And if they managed to finish them, he would ask again to extend the training camp. After some time, the students began to carry out the mentor's task and tried not to offend him. Namgung shouted to his comrade to save them. After all, he is the last one. That's why he is so worried. But he can do it. Enno tried not to let his team down, and at the last moment he jumped out and passed the test. The mentor looked at all this and clapped, because he saw that they were coping. Each time they were coping with the tasks better and better. One evening, the mentor was sitting in his room and thinking that he would soon need to send the children back. But there would not be enough money for food, accommodation, and horses for the journey. All the extra funding went to their training and his salary. Maybe he should just send them on foot and call it training, he thought. But it's not like that because he is their respected mentor. Or he can't do that if after everything he taught them, they start robbing people out of hunger. How will that affect his reputation? But suddenly his teacher burst in and said that he was a brat. And how dare the young man hang around in his room in broad daylight and sigh over and over again. But the teacher stopped when he saw him and asked, "What was that?" The teacher answered him that he had scared him. Why slam the door like that every time? He almost dropped his cucumber from his eyes. The teacher asked him what he was carrying. He scared him. He'd better tell me why he did that to his face. Sue replied that he had heard that mixing flour, eggs, and honey and applying it in a thin layer was good for the skin. So he tried it. Recently, he began to feel older. The teacher got angry and asked what he was saying. Was he crazy to smear food on his face? He has been very suspicious lately, always running around saying he is busy. What is really going on if he does such things? Let him tell the truth. Is he dating someone? That would explain all those sighs he had towards the room. He's right, right? Sue told the teacher that he sighed from the eternal lack of shiny golden circles. After all, he needed to support it with something. The teacher took the bottle and asked, "Is there alcohol again today?" He doesn't like that. But since the student brought him first-class wine, he will have to accept the gift so as not to offend him. Sue replied that he thanks him for accepting it. Let him go and drink. The teacher looked at him and said that he was beginning to feel like every time he asked him something, he was trying to distract him with alcohol. He didn't think he could fool his mentor with booze, did he? Sue replied that, of course not. He had just come back from training and the snowballs had arrived, hadn't he? He had made duck with gravy and wonderful abalone with cucumber broth, all in his room, and it seemed he hadn't noticed. The teacher was very surprised and asked, did he bring food into his room and why did he do it? Now everything will stink there, and now he will have to go and eat it all quickly. But Snow White started to growl. The teacher remembered and said that the dates were over. Let her go and collect them. After that, Sue realized that he had to give him so many bribes just to shut his mouth, and he still wasn't grateful. Now he had to bring food for his tiger too. Is he a slave to him, to be pushed around, or a criminal who did something bad? But at that moment he stopped and started thinking about the criminal, and there was something similar nearby. And why didn't he think of it right away? And if he uses them, he can easily send the children back, and he will even earn money. Immediately after that, he went to the Central Security Bureau. The servant asked Chan why he was shaking so much. And didn't the master think that he had been working too much lately? Chan replied that he was simply cold. How could he rest now? There were a lot of orders he needed to work. The servant had said that it was true. There was plenty of work lately. He couldn't understand how, after all these rumors, they were still being offered work. More and more merchants and clans want to hire them. Every cloud has a silver lining, as they say. Of course, all this is due to his enormous efforts and the loss of his personal fortune. Sean replied that it was not worth it. He praised him too much. Anyway, the demand has increased, and they don't have enough people. The servants said they were already short. Some had left or been injured after the incident, and skilled guards were hard to find. Sean replied that they would think about this problem, and the main thing is that everything ended well, and it is better not to remember that incident anymore. The very thought makes the heart ache. Suddenly there was a loud ringing sound. The servants started shouting that it was an alarm signal, and things were bad. People started shouting that the old man had returned. Chun was very scared when he heard that his greatest fear had come. Chang turned to the respected old man and asked what had brought him to them. But in his mind he was wondering what winds had brought him here, and why was he alone. The mentor replied that there were rumors that they needed labor, so he decided to lend a helping hand. Are they so happy to see him that they decided to greet him with such a grand welcome? It wasn't worth the trouble. Chang said it was a small thing when it came to greeting an elder. But lending a hand? What did he mean? The mentor replied that he had heard that they were planning to send the cargo towards Nanchang, so he was thinking of sending his guys as security. What would the master say? A good idea? Chan asked, what other students? The teacher asked with surprise. What do you mean, what students? Does he remember the guys were with him recently? There will be another victim of attempted murder with them. But unfortunately, due to some circumstances, he personally will not be able to go. But his students are always at their service. They have already experienced their level of skill, so there is no need to mention it. He may not apologize or thank. He also does not advise refusing. After all, when a friend is in trouble, you need to help. The mentor asked what he thought. Did he agree? He knew he would be delighted, so it was a deal. Chan thought he hadn't even said anything, but it doesn't sound so bad. In any case, this old monster won't leave you any choice. If he wants, he can raze everything here to the ground without any hassle. And if he speaks the truth, then they will call him not a monster, but a real savior. Chan told the old man that if he really helped them, they would never forget his kindness. The mentor asked with surprise, "Mercy?" Since he is grateful, then when they arrive at the place, they will pay the children for the escort. And let them have a snack and drink. Let them have a good time. Does he understand what this is leading to? And when will they set off? Chan replied that, of course, he would pay attention to this issue so that his students would be satisfied. Let him not worry about that, and they leave the day after tomorrow around 7 to 9 in the morning. He understood that in order to avoid future troubles, it would be better to prepare a couple of gold coins, although in such an emergency, hiring them would cost much more. The mentor asked if they would see each other tomorrow. Chan realized that he couldn't get out of it and replied that he would see him tomorrow. The mentor said that they would only be accompanied one way. They would separate in Nanchang County, so they would have to travel back on their own. Surely they could do that. Chan was surprised and asked, "What?" They would have to return with the money for the delivery. He would be grateful if his students would accompany the workers back. The mentor replied that no, they had a lot to do. Moreover, money doesn't take up much space. He would have to empty his pockets and hit the road, and let them get ready, and he would go. Chan got scared and asked, maybe the elder would think about it some more. The mentor replied that he still had so much to do. Time is money. And when leaving, she used the dance of the soaring phoenix. The evening before school, Jaren approached the boy and asked if he couldn't sleep either. And the sky was so beautiful, wasn't it? Namgung turned around and was surprised to see Jaren. She said that to tell the truth, she couldn't sleep either, and she didn't expect to see him here. Namgung replied that he was suffering from insomnia because he had to leave tomorrow. Jaren said that it was strange. It was so hard here, and now when it's time to leave, it's somehow sad. Apparently, she hasn't yet come to terms with the fact that the long-awaited end has come. Namgung felt that of course he was sin. Jaren asked if his wound had healed yet. He had gotten hurt in the forest when he rushed to protect her. Namgung saw that she was shining like a star, and so put aside panic, calmly. He asked with surprise, "A wound? Everything is fine, not a trace left." Jiren looked and asked, "What is this big scar?" Namgung felt Jiren's hand sliding down his miserable back. Jiren said that it was so obvious, and why was he lying? And she knew he didn't want her to worry, but she shouldn't. She'd already seen it all, and she was afraid that the scar would be permanent now. Namgung replied that it was not true. For him, it was a scar that he needed to forget as soon as possible, but the happiest moment in his life. Jiren told him that if something like this happened again, would he protect her? Namgung didn't even think about it and replied that of course, as long as he had the strength, anytime. Jiren asked, "Always and everywhere? Forever?" Namgung said yes, he would protect her forever, until death do them part. In the morning, the mentor pulled everyone out and asked if they had slept at all yesterday. Although it was not surprising that they could not close their eyes because they would have to say goodbye to their great and unique mentor. The teacher asked them what they were thinking about since they could not sleep. He listens to them. The student answered that it finally happened. Hawk says that this can happen to vagrants, and it will never happen in their entire lives. Enho also said that he would be happy if he had a girlfriend. Chen said that it was a trifle. They had found a reason to discuss it. Anyone can do that. In his place, he would have gone even further. The girl told Jiren that she didn't know why she chose such an idiot, but she respected her decision. The mentor got angry and asked what they were talking about, and where was the praise in his honor. He told them to get a good night's sleep because it was too early to leave today. But what were they doing last night? Maybe they would test their skills before leaving? The student replied that no. Yesterday they were very upset about the upcoming separation from the great teacher and could not sleep. That is why they are talking all sorts of nonsense. The mentor asked, Is it true? Oaken answered that it was. How could they sleep peacefully when they had to part with them today? Monkey also said that it was definitely true. She was so sad that she cried all night. The mentor asked, really? Then what were those dried ribs lying on the roof? The mentor asked, was there a great view from there? Although probably better than those who hid around the corner of the house, or the guy who pretended to be a tree, or the one who hid behind a big rock. And that owl in the pine tree apparently had a hard time too. And what did he teach them? Namgung thought that this couldn't be. They didn't even suspect. The mentor saw that yesterday these two were so brave, and now they are burning with shame. But this will not do. They must quickly be dumped on the security agency. He said that they will end here. The mentor said it was time to move out, and from that moment on, their training was complete. It was time for the Red Falcons to return home. But one of the enemies made his plan at night and, stroking his sword, said that this would not work. He would send them all to the next world. The villain said that such villains cannot be left alive. Otherwise, there will be no end of problems later. The guy begged him to take revenge for them because that's what they came here for. The second guy also said that since the old man hit him on the head, he still can't sleep at night. And 2 months have passed, and Brother Chang Han is still unconscious. It flew in a couple of times, but his hand still hasn't healed. Their cruelty knows no bounds. Let them be on guard. The man told them not to talk nonsense. Do they know who is standing in front of them? It is the deputy head of the Tiger Bone House, one of the strongest houses of the 72 Green Forest House factions. And how can he ask those who turned his cousin into a bloody chop? He sent him undercover to the Zhongyang Security Bureau to leak information to him. They just started making money, and they turned him into this? How dare they? The guy replied that they knew that Chang Han's brother had connections, so he and his friend dragged him here on their own. But they won't be able to get any more information out of there. That was the last time. The guy said it didn't matter. If this time everything worked out, they would not only get revenge on those kids, but there's no need to watch the Zhongyang Security Bureau anymore. The guy said that it was true. 5 carts full of chests arrived from the west, and 3 were filled with black pepper, the 4th with cloves and nutmeg, and the last one is said to contain some kind of jewels. But in reality, there is an incredibly rare treasure hidden there. A statue of Buddha decorated with precious stones. At its base is a lotus flower carved from a single ruby, and on the golden forehead of the Buddha is a diamond the size of a thumb. The guy said that if they could steal everything, the money would be enough to fork out for a whole fortress. And for the Chongyang Security Bureau, it would be the end, because the amount of compensation is huge. The second guy said the same thing, but they probably won't give in. Well, at least that crazy old man won't be there. The man said not to worry. He wasn't going to underestimate them. He would ask the chief to join forces with the Dragonbone House. The guy was surprised and asked with surprise, the House of Dragonbone? The second guy asked, what? That is, more than 200 people will take part in the sortie? The man replied that yes, in fact, the head of the Dragonbone House and their head are matchmakers. If they unite, there will be more than 300 of them, and they will see if any of them can survive at all. In the alliance, the servant was telling the master that it was time for them to go. Chang replied that if he had the courage, he would go and tell him to his face, and let them ask him to wrap it up, because it was time for them to move on. The servant asked what they were doing there. Chan replied, how could he know? The teacher asked the students, what is limitless? The disciples all answered that it was the teacher's mercy. The teacher asked, what is deeper than the sea? The disciples answered that it was the teacher's love. The mentor said that they were great, and now he understood their feelings. It's a pity, but it's time to part, and they are all the more great. The mentor said that he didn't want to let them go either, but what could he do? The time had come, and finally he would say something. That black dragon on the pleasure bracelet is his personal emblem, so let them remember it well. If anyone meets a man wearing a bracelet with one, let them treat him with all due respect. Did they remember? The student has answered the teacher that they remembered everything. The teacher replied that in that case it was time to say goodbye. The disciples told the master to take care of themselves. The master said goodbye to them and sent them on their way. But the mentor looked up at the sky and said that his soul felt empty, and so he was left all alone again. After that, Su went to his house and started to prepare dinner. But suddenly the teacher came and asked what happened. After all, for the last few months, he's been constantly buying ready-made food and drinks and going out. But today he's been standing at the stove all day, cooking. Sue replied that he simply had more free time. Before that, he trained, earned money, and filled the warehouse. Sue said that the warehouse was now full. In his head, he knew that he had made the guys fill the warehouse at the training center and then calmly moved the contents home. Sue was surprised and asked what he looked like. Had he been swimming or something? The teacher replied, yes, it was noticeable. Before putting on his new clothes, he decided to take a bath and washed his beard at the same time. How does he like that? Doesn't he think his baya looks especially snow white today? Sue replied that it did. He still needs to finish cooking. Let him rest for now. The teacher said he was a scoundrel. A mentor condescended to him and he dares to make a sour face. The teacher said he was a fool and asked, did his heart get broken again? Sue asked, what did he get broken? And why again? The teacher replied that he was never seen at home. He was always wandering somewhere, and now he sits around all day long and pretends to be indifferent. And this asshole behaves exactly like he did when that insecure girl left. And he's clumsy because something inside him hurts. You don't die, and his girlfriend dumped him, so what? In fact, half of the world's population are women. Somewhere there will be one who will love him despite his bad character. But although it is not so, since he has already been abandoned twice, if he continues to do nothing, something like this may happen again. Sue replied that he does not know what he is talking about there, but he is now very mistaken. The teacher said he understood. He didn't want to admit it. He was ashamed, wasn't he? Let him get rid of unnecessary thoughts. He needed to focus on becoming stronger. And people don't die from mental anguish. But if a knife is stuck in, they'll kick the bucket. Sue replied that he didn't like where he was going with this. Whatever he thought up, it was all bullshit. The teacher said that after lunch, he would go with him to practice. He thought it was too early to teach him this, but since his heart was broken, he would occupy his mind with something more difficult. Sue said that he knew it. Was he trying to annoy him again? The teacher turned around and replied that he was the god of thunder. This is the highest level and the final level of the thunder-slashing sword. He will have to put in maximum effort to master it. But even so, he might not be able to master the technique completely. But on the way, the column suddenly stopped and the horses began to get scared. After all, thunder sounded. The servant stopped the horse and asked where the thunder came from out of the blue. Namgung immediately froze and saw the boy nod to him. Namgun immediately shouted that they were coming. Let everyone get ready immediately. Looking at the mountain, they saw that they had been ambushed and had been brought down large stones from the mountain. But the stones were being followed by thieves. The man ordered his men to attack them immediately, and no one should be left alive. The boy asked the captain if he heard. They wanted to kill them? Namgung replied that they would pay him back. Namgung immediately addressed the Red Falcon team. He orders everyone to take off their bracelets and fight with all their might. The students all immediately rejoiced and said that they could finally fight them in peace. At this time, Sue was training and felt thunder and energy. Mine. He asked, is this the power of the thunder god? The teacher asked him how he felt about this, and this was only the basics. Could he repeat it? In the city near Poyang Lake in Nanchang, the Academy of Heavenly Warriors is located in the southwest part of the city. The guard said that the number of people was finally decreasing. When would their shift be over and they could catch their breath? The second guard replied that he thought several hundred people had been let in today. On such a cold day, he had to guard the gates. The guard said that he wanted to get warm quickly. They call it student government, but in reality, they just push all the hard work onto the freshmen. Suddenly, someone addressed them. The scouts said that a strange crowd was approaching. They would send reinforcements, so be on the alert. The guard was very surprised and asked, what is this? What kind of people are these? But they did not answer and went straight into the building. The guard told him to give his name immediately and to stop immediately. But the warrior attacked him and asked who gave him permission to address his elders as you. The guard asked, the elder? No way, could it really be Hack? The guy replied that he didn't care, the asshole. The guard said that then those monsters, no, the people behind him, a group of Red Falcons? Namgung replied that the Red Falcons were in full force and had safely returned to the Academy of Heavenly Warriors. The guard said he would report his arrival immediately, Hawk asked, "Why are they all gathered here like flies on a pile? Let them disperse immediately or else they'll get their asses kicked." The guard asked the senior student, "What is he looking like? What happened? Those stains on his clothes, is that blood?" But they heard rumors that their group's training period was extended, and they hoped they weren't forced to fight. Hawk replied that it was the blood of mountain bandits. They were escorting people from the security bureau, but they were attacked. The guy asked in surprise, "Attacked?" It was like they had been to war. There were about 350 of them. Namgun said that it could have ended badly. There were several dozen people from the security agency, but there were many more attackers. The guard asked in surprise, "Did the bandits attack in such numbers, even without negotiations?" The girl asked, "Negotiations? Bandits are negotiating." Gwen replied that she heard they do not attack martial artists. It seems that they first try to find out the skill level, and then they offer to negotiate or let everyone go in exchange for a certain amount. Enho said that it was all true. If the other side is weaklings, that's one thing, but when there are armed martial artists, then after a skirmish, the bandits can suffer serious losses. But in most cases, they negotiate and let you go for a reward. But for some reason, these ones decided to go all the way. Monkey said that they must have known what kind of cargo they were carrying. Jiren replied that they thought they could outnumber them. But anyway, the bad guys always try to win by numbers, don't they? There were so many of them that they were hanging by a thread from death. And if the third Chen and Moonhei had not neutralized the attackers from behind, they could have been seriously injured. The guard asked what they were transporting. Hawk replied that it was a very expensive item. Chen was Cholin's nickname. But he shouldn't even think of calling him that, otherwise he should be remembered by his name. He had grown very skillfully recently, and when the knives ran out, the two started throwing stones. By the way, all of them hit the target. Monkey said that the enemy was simply weak. They were fighting on the front lines, so it was easy for them to take stealth aim. The leader of the squad and Henan dealt with the leaders of the groups that called themselves Tiger Bone and Dragon Bone. As for the deputies, Sun Sun and Jiren took care of them with lightning speed. Okin and Enho fought the bandits like a match made in heaven. And the joint attack of Nohak and Huangbo was terrifying. They were like fish in water, no, more precisely bloodthirsty sharks. The guard said they did a great job. Namgung said a couple of people were injured, but they managed to keep the damage to a minimum. Hawk said it was true. Much blood had been spilled, but what could they do? They had asked for it. The guard said he had recently heard something about Tiger Bone and Dragon Bone. They don't want to say that they defeated those same cruel robbers from the 72 houses of the Green Forest? Hawk asked, "Why not?" 40 to 50 people managed to escape. As for the rest, they gave up banditry forever. The guy said that these bandits are so famous, never heard of them. Never. Enho said that there are many groups in the 72 houses of the Green Forest. Whether he is a representative of the Security Bureau or just an informed guy, he would have known about the Tiger Bone and Dragon Bone. Besides, these two groups were ranked last. The guard asked, "Is this possible?" Even so, they were attacked by two groups at once. Were they able to kill so many people? What had they been doing for months? Namgung said that in the last few months, everything had happened to them. They had experienced what real hell was like. Hawk said he was afraid. He would have nightmares about all this, so there was no point in asking more questions. But he would tell him as the youngest of the sect of vagabonds. There really is a demon in human form in the outside world, and that is their mentor. All this time, Su continued to train and learn new techniques that he had not been able to master before. Su came out of the water and realized that it was hopeless, and she remembered the words of the teacher about the Thunder God technique. Su thought it was a curse and thought, how does the old man do this? This is just the basics. But any technique he taught him could easily be called out of the ordinary. But this one is clearly beyond the realm of possibility. The teacher told him that if he were as genius as his teacher, then everything would be easy. Not everyone is able to repeat and will try to explain in his language. First, you need to create two wind gods at the same time and push them together. It seems like he has mastered the wind god technique quite well. And has he understood it? Su understood that this was a damned old man. He was certainly not a genius. But couldn't he have told more details? The teacher told him to wave both hands and fly. He can do that, so did he understand? Su wondered how this explanation was different from the previous ones. Yisu realized that he had to create two wind gods at the same time. He had not yet mastered this technique completely. And if he keeps just trying endlessly, will he ever reach his goal? And now he has a hard road ahead of him. And now it was time for him to rest a little. After all, it was the new year, a time of parting. At that time, the teacher was swearing at home and saying that Sue had only just arrived. He had to cook dinner himself. Sue replied that he worked in the forge after training. As a token of gratitude for his work, the owner gave him an expensive drink. Perhaps he did the wrong thing. He should have refused to work overtime, then he would have arrived on time. The teacher replied that he had rather strange preferences. He didn't expect much from the treat, and he couldn't refuse the gift. Let him give it. The teacher opened it and said, "How expensive. Why was he so generous?" And he replied that it was a local novelty, popular. He must have tried it and was horrified by the taste, so he decided to give it to him. Sue told him that he doesn't leave the house except to walk with Snowball. How does he know about new products? The teacher replied that he had never seen such a drink before. The owner of the forge loves to be trendy. Besides, judging by the packaging, it is an expensive drink from Qinzhou province. Sue said it was amazing, and he had a question for him. As a person who hangs around here all the time, where does he go every year? The teacher took his time and replied that he was taking a walk. Sue asked, "A whole day and 2 nights?" This began somewhere in his third year of study. From that moment on, he never missed his walk. They've been living together for a long time. Maybe he should confide in him. Maybe he has a family member who disowned him. He misses him and secretly visits him or something like that. The teacher hit him and said that he saw that the student missed Tamaki. Nothing of the sort. Sue said that the only student tries to get to know him better and he responds with violence. The teacher asked, then, why in 10 years he never asked his name? Sue replied that he thought that if he found out, he would definitely kill him. Shouldn't his name be kept secret? But the teacher hit him again. Sue said that the teacher himself did not introduce himself, and he, as a well-mannered student, did not interfere in his personal life in past if he, on the contrary, was offended because of this. The teacher replied that if he wanted to be beaten further, he should pack him some food and alcohol for the journey, and he would leave at dawn. Sue asked the teacher what his name was. He was now interested. The teacher replied that he would not tell. While he was gone, let him sit and die of impatience. Sue sighed and said that he would have to wait a long time. In the morning, the teacher set out and said that his student was a fool. And throwing the alcohol into the air, he told him to take it. And it's a very aromatic liqueur, although I remember he didn't really know how to drink. The teacher kept talking about why he left so early and called him a bad boy. The stranger asked the guy if he was really suggesting that he leave. The guy with the position replied that both the head of the sect and his grandfather wanted this. The boy told the young dragon that he thought there was no need to explain why he needed to get into this place. The dragon replied that infiltration and information gathering were not his only tasks. He was sorry for letting down the sect leader and grandfather. The boy told him not to say that. Even though they are not siblings, he has high hopes for him, and he hopes that this trip will allow him to visit different places and gain experience. The dragon replied that he understood. He would go and get ready. And when should he set out? The boy replied that it was today. And while he was training, he managed to gather everything he needed in advance. He heard that recruitment would continue for another 2 weeks. The dragon said that he understood, and frankly, he was waiting for this. Who would have thought that the first mission would be to infiltrate the Academy of Heavenly Warriors? He is looking forward to it. The next morning, the teacher read the letter and got angry and said, "What a puppy." Sue wrote to him that his student had turned 20 years old and he had never seen the world in his entire life. He was going to find out how this world worked and show himself. And let him not try to stop the humble one. At this time, Sue climbed onto the roof of the carriage and was already on his way. Looking at the sky, he was very happy and joyful. Mr. Chan said that not only did he take a lot of luggage with him, but he also had no intention of working, despite the fact that he had hired himself out as a security guard. He can't believe that he spends all day just lying on his butt. And why did his father hire such a lazy, useless person? But the servant immediately stopped him and told the master to be quieter. The servant said that he asked for patience and to refrain from harsh remarks in keeping with murderous intent. If he continued to behave like this trip would be their last. Or has he already forgotten that the gentleman asked him not to be rude to this man? As a representative of the security agency, He asked him to be patient. Chan asked why he had to tolerate this. He didn't understand why they had to bow down to this parasite. They were even called the greatest security bureau in all of Zhongyang. They defeated 2 bandit groups from the 72 Green Forest houses. So let him say what they should bow to. The servant told him not to get so excited. Young master, he only returned from Qingcheng sect a few days ago, so he doesn't know what happened here in his absence. There are reasons for everything. Chang asked him to explain the reason. Even though he had failed the entrance exams to the Heavenly Warrior Academy several times, he was still a disciple of the Qingcheng sect. So let him tell you why he had to remain silent in front of a fool. The servant knew in his head and that this was all for his own safety. He was an immature youth. And there were people in this world who were better not to mess with. Perhaps he was not even fit to hold a candle to that old man. But still. And the truth is different from the rumors. He will never forget how 10 students fought against several hundred bandits. And according to rumors, the bandits were defeated by the security agency, but in reality, if they hadn't been with them, there wouldn't have been a wet spot left of them. And besides, the guy who joined them, the master asked him, "Is this letter from the elder?" Su answered that he could see for himself. The gentleman said that this was an incredible talent. He couldn't believe that he was the elder's favorite disciple, and that his skills were no worse than those 10 combined. The gentleman said that he welcomes them. They leave tomorrow at the hour of the dragon and asks not to be late. Su said that it would be difficult at this time, and he suggested moving the snakes for an hour. The elder asked to take care of the special baggage in the morning. The gentleman was surprised and asked, "What?" The servant understood that given his character and the warning of that old man, one could conclude that the young man was not an ordinary one. The servant said that the success of the trip would depend directly on this young man. Besides, his father treated him like a golden Buddha statue. And if he doesn't want to bring trouble, let them behave decently. Chung asked him what kind of nonsense he was talking. The warrior approached the carriage and asked the young gentleman if he was comfortable there. It was getting cold outside. Would he like to move into the carriage? If he did not want to go with him, he would stay on the horse. Su replied that no. He just wanted to enjoy his freedom, and thanked him for his concern, and asked if his luggage was okay. The warrior replied that, of course, he would personally guard him. Cheng saw this and said that he could have put the stuff in the cart, but no, he had to borrow his father's carriage. Su said that he asked them not to take their eyes off his things, and those precious things belonged to the elder. In the Thunder Smashing School, martial arts have always been passed down to only one disciple. It is a one-man sect where the disciple inherits the sect. At the moment when the disciple of the next generation reaches a certain level, a ceremony of transmission is held. The successor receives not the fake ones, but the genuine 10 knives of smiting thunder. Each of them, together with the spiritual threads, is carefully stored in a box. It is made of a very durable material that is almost impossible to break, and all in order to preserve the sharpness of the blades for many years. And this box is the treasure of the Thunder Smiting School, and only the sect leader has the right to open or seal it. And this incredible treasure is kept in the place where the disciple and the leader of the Thunder Smiting sect live, the Thunder Smiting School. The teacher looked at his secret places and saw that everything had disappeared. Even the Thunder Chin. Everything was gone. The teacher looked everywhere and got angry and said that this bastard took everything with him. But when he went into the treasure, he saw that there was food everywhere. The teacher got very angry and asked, did he think he would leave everything as it was? And here is his bad boy. Rude! The teacher shouted. Did he think he wouldn't find him? Let him just catch his eye. But suddenly he saw people walking nearby and stopped. The old man asked him if he was a mentor by any chance. They were messengers, they brought drinks. The Azure Dragon Bank paid them generously. This is their first delivery, so as a welcome from the House of Divine Aroma, they brought their special snacks and wines. And his order is 3 bottles of 20-year-old Jiananchun vodka, 2 bottles of 30-year-old Shaoxing wine, 10 bottles of other popular wines, and 5 kinds of snacks. And as a gift from them, 2 bottles of wine and 2 kinds of snacks. They warmed up the Shaoxing wine in advance. It would be better if he drank it before it cooled down. The man asked where to put everything. At that time, Su said that freedom, how good. Who would have thought that he would enjoy ordinary fresh air? But there is still something missing. It is his students. It will be difficult and boring to live in a university of students comfortably. You need to find yourself students and as soon as possible. The warrior told him that they had reached the place for the night. Let him go with him. Su turned around and said that he would go now. Chan said he was leaving and didn't even lift a finger, and let him just wait because he'll still have a ball. But the warrior looked at him and said that if he did not shut his mouth, he would die. And he looked at the master strangely. The warrior said that his son was still a child, so the boy should not pay attention to him. Su replied that he was really young, but since he asked so, he would try. So this is where they'll be spending the night? Su looked around and asked if it was too crowded, and he sensed that the dinner would be fun. But at this time, a menacing man was sitting at the table. He did not look around and only drank. The man met Mr. Chang and said that he had not visited them for a long time. Chang greeted Mr. Na and asked if they had passed on the message to him. He replied that, of course. I prepared a second warehouse for him and a place to sleep for 60 people. I also booked tables on the first floor. But one special guest came to them whom they could not refuse. He settled on the first floor. Shan replied that it was okay if there was only one person in the room. There was enough room for everyone. What kind of guest was that if he was shaking like that? He replied that he knew few local celebrities by sight, but today's guest looked very unusual. He was quite famous. He has fiery red hair, beard, and eyebrows. They have heard of the Flaming Blade, right? They say he is one of the 5 strongest swordsmen in the entire Celestial Empire. The visitors were sitting next to the famous guest at the time and wondering why they were sitting next to him. And he seemed to be in a bad mood and hoped that it wasn't because of their visit. They understood that there was a flaming blade sitting behind them, and they had to eat as quietly as possible. They couldn't anger him. And you can't look at him, you can't make eye contact. And when will he bring the food? I'd like to eat it all and get out of here. Su looked at the burning blade and said that it was an interesting picture, and he sensed that the dinner would be fun. Chang asked the young master if he remembered what he had told him. Su replied that yes, he remembered everything. Chang told him during the dispatch that while he was packing his things, he glanced into the hall out of the corner of his eye, and it seemed to him that a flaming blade was sitting there. He thinks that the master already knows everything, but he should be more careful today. Su asked, how should he know? Who is this flame blade of theirs? Does the security bureau owe him money? Chang asked in surprise, does he not know about the flame blade? It was called the soul-searing flame heavenly blade, but people secretly call it the flame blade. And he kept saying that he was a soul-searing flame heavenly blade. Among sword masters, he is one of the top 5 and also ranked among the 50 most powerful in the world. He really doesn't know about it. Su replied that he didn't know, but he was already curious. Chang said that he really didn't seem to know. In that case, he wanted to clarify 3 points. Firstly, the flame blade is very strong. The red hair all over his body proves that he has reached the pinnacle of his personal martial art. Although this martial art is not one of the best in the world, but thanks to his 17 scarlet signs, his sword is literally covered in real magma. If he touches you with the sword, you will burn alive, and if he cuts you. However, this man is famous not only for his martial arts. He once destroyed the house of bandits who were blocking his path and causing him trouble. But even after that, he couldn't cool down and destroyed 2 more gangster houses. There was also a case when a thug from the forces of darkness challenged him to a duel. In the end, only ashes remained. Secondly, you must not spoil his mood under any circumstances. There is a saying that when the eyes of the flaming blade turn red, everything around takes on the shade of a blood-red sunset. And when he gets angry, there is no turning back. Not even a drop of blood will be spilled. Their body will burn completely to ashes. Su said that was amazing. He would be waiting impatiently. Chang asked the young master what he was talking about. Was he really listening to him? He replied that he was. He promised to tell about 3 things, but they told about only 2. What about the 3rd point? Shan replied that it was a matter of the name. Under no circumstances should one address the flaming blade by name. Even if he didn't know it, there was no point in asking, and he asked him to be sure to follow these rules. He told everything. Let him stop staring at him already. And he should have waited until the flaming blade left. But no, it's not clear how long he would have sat there drinking. He can't starve his men. They're still 5 short of bombs. 3 days of guarding the warehouse. Let's say they dine later. and 2 more for the boys, who were sent to check the safety of the premises and the warehouse. Chan turned around and saw that they had arrived. The guy saw the red ash and said that this was the man. The red ash turned around and immediately looked at them. The servant immediately shut his mouth and said that if he showed rudeness, they were dead. And he suggested that he calmly go to their places. The servant looked around and thought, where should they sit? The guy saw that this asshole had put his luggage next to his father again and got angry. The servant said that it was forbidden to go there. If the headman's son were to dine with the young master, something would definitely happen. And then all they can do is sit next to that evil person who can kill them with just a look. But the guys got up from the table and told them to sit down here. They would eat later, and they didn't have to hurry. The food hadn't arrived yet. The servant replied that it was not worth it. They were not going to take anyone's place. They would just come later. Chang's son understood that if this lazy guy hadn't taken the place next to his father, and suddenly Sue stood up and said that he was the only one who didn't understand the situation. Sean immediately got angry and said that he was crazy, and whatever he was planning, he shouldn't do it. Sue said that 2 people came in, and there were exactly 4 empty seats. There was plenty of room. You could sit anywhere. Why did they force people to give up theirs if they hadn't eaten yet? Sean's son was very angry and thought that he should first put his belongings away, and then he could open his mouth. Sue looked and said that since they found a place for one, then they, the great disciple of the Ching Cheng sect and the son of the head of the best security bureau in all of Sichuan, can take the empty seat at this table. Or could they ask him to vacate the place? And it seemed he had eaten his fill. He turned to him and said that their bureau had reserved all the tables in advance. However, people can't have a normal dinner because he sits at the same table. Chang asked him what he was saying. He didn't mean it. Sue told Red Ash to look. The son of the bureau chief is furious. Since they can't share a table, he's an uncle. He's already full. And why doesn't he leave? It's a great idea, right? Red Ash broke his plate and said that someone had completely lost their fear. Sue asked, now he decided to show his strength and broke the table? And this can't go on any longer. It's time to teach the guy a lesson. Red Ash asked, Security Bureau, you mean? And he has heard about them, but who would have thought that someone from the Security Bureau would dare to be impudent to the Flaming Blade? And he hopes that after such words, he does not hope to leave here alive. Chang came out and said he had it all wrong. This madman was talking nonsense, and their bureau would never argue with him. And how can they have anything against the greatest and most powerful swordmaster, Lord Quan Yon He? Red Ash attacked Chan, but Sue grabbed him and saved him from his death. He asked how he behaved in a public place. This is violence. Sue said that his name is Quan Yon He, and with such a beautiful name, he would behave appropriately. Sue asked if they could go outside and make a bet. After all, it would be better for the boss of the establishment and the others. Sue went outside and said, what a dry wind. There's enough spark for the whole clearing to burst into a bright flame. And he thinks that this is just to his advantage, uncle, because he is an expert in the use of fire. Everything is not in his favor. What will he say? And he even gave up a location that was advantageous to him. So there should be no complaints, right? If he loses, there is no need to say later that he rigged something. He replied that he was a puppy and didn't seem to know how scary he was when angry. He must have gone crazy. He said that maybe it was for the best. Even if he begged for forgiveness later, it would be too late. And today he would rot from this world. Sue asked his uncle, is that what he wants? In that case, it's time to start and see who is stronger. Sue immediately used his technique and jumped into the sky. He was very surprised and saw that he had disappeared. But after that, Sue suddenly appeared and decided to strike. And seizing the moment, he grabbed Uncle He's sword with his bare hands. And immediately after that, he struck with his palm. He couldn't handle it and was very surprised. Sue said he would call this example palm flips, and it's good that he took off one bracelet beforehand. Otherwise, it would have been hard, although it was worth it. Thanks to this, he finally had a worthy student whom he could bully to suit his own interests. Sue imagined this and told his student that today he would teach them 2 great martial arts. On one side would rise the god of fire, and on the other side the king of the frosty night. And he was once a disciple too, a disciple of one who was so great that he was called the god of martial arts. And he inherited one of his most powerful techniques, the red flame. And another student inherited the blue flame. and he does not want to remember the snowman, and immediately spat on him. And in any case, the mentor was inimitable and a real ideal. He was only a small part of his perfect nature. He trained constantly, tried his best, but she is the mentor's adopted daughter, whom he loved very much. He said that he couldn't believe that the master had given his blessing. This couldn't be, and today he would definitely get even with him. But his rival started teasing him. He told him not to talk nonsense. She couldn't choose someone like him, and let her not dare to pronounce his name. No need to expect mercy. But at that moment, the girl stepped in and told them both to stop. It was true, she chose him. He asked what was in their ice block, and he couldn't believe it. He even decided to go to the mentor to find out the truth. But he died. The impossible has happened. The master can die. He said it couldn't be, and he can't believe it. He came to his senses and opened his eyes and saw a guy standing in front of him. Sue said that he saw that he had a bad dream. But now that they've come to their senses, it's time to keep their promise, right? Does he remember that he was defeated? He replied that he should just kill him. Sue asked in surprise, kill? Why would he do such a useless thing? What use is a corpse? He asked, then what does he want? Sue answered, if not to go into details, a disciple, and asked him if he wanted to become his disciple. Even though he asked, he had no choice. In the tavern, the warrior said that it was time for someone to go get the body, and there was probably no body, only ashes remained. Of course, it's a pity that he died at such a young age. Since he was that old man's disciple, he must have been strong. But why did he go after such an opponent? The warrior asked, what's the pity? We need to worry about their leader. What if the flaming blade threatens to burn everyone? Or that old man shows up with claims why his student died? The second warrior answered that it was true. They were still okay, they could find another job. But the chief saw it, he felt bad. And suddenly Sue came in and said that he thought Mr. Chang was very worried about him. The soldiers were very surprised and asked how he survived. The guy asked him how he survived, Sue asked. And why is everyone looking at him like that and saying the same thing? He brought them a gift here. Chang asked in surprise, a gift? What is it about? Sue replied that he had found him an excellent worker. The guy got angry and asked, who does he think he is? The head of the Zhongyang Security Bureau and the leader of this convoy is his father. No one gave him the right to bring just anyone here. Sue smiled and asked, really? The guy said, sure, but over his dead body. Sue asked him if he was sure. Let him see, but don't regret what you said later. Chang covered his mouth and replied that the boy didn't know what he was talking about. No need to pay attention, and who did he want to introduce? Sue replied that they should allow him to introduce them to a man who would join the convoy and travel with them all the way to Nanchang, the one his son was going to accept only after his own death. And then I burst into the tavern. But his teacher at that time was enjoying his drink at home and was lying down with Snowflake. He began to turn his head and look for his student, but then he remembered that he had abandoned him and left him alone. He remembered Sue asking him if he had already drunk everything. Maybe he should go get some himself. It was all for the good of his health. Sue said that he was hanging around all day doing nothing, but he couldn't go to the kitchen to get a bottle. How long would he torture the poor student for his own comfort? After that, he went to his warehouse and imagined his student there. He said that he had just cleaned up. But what had he done here? And this was too much. And how was the mentor going to live without him? The teacher got him angry and asked what the student thought he couldn't do himself. He didn't even say goodbye before leaving, and he really needed such a student. After that, the teacher started washing the plates and remembered how Sue told him that greasy plates should not be washed in cold water. You need to pour hot water, otherwise all the fat will flow onto other dishes. The teacher got very angry and said that he would not do it. Why should he do it? He wouldn't, and that's it. The teacher began to look around the area and all the time saw how his student did everything for him. But this time there was silence. The teacher said he wanted to check something, and then he would find this bastard, and he would live in the mountains for a while. But first he would drop by the Azure Dragon's bank and hope that he would find some clues there. But again, the man who brought him alcohol last time appeared in front of him, and immediately seeing the teacher, he shouted to him. The man said he was glad to see him again. And how was the old man? And immediately showed that today was the agreed delivery day. If he allowed it, they would take the empty bottles. The man said that Mr. O and Mr. Chan would clean his house and do his laundry. This time the client asked for a full service so that nothing would bother him. And if any inconveniences arise, just let him say so. At this time in Poyang Lake, in the vicinity of Nanchang, Chang said that thanks to the two of them, they reached Nanchang without any problems, and their security bureau will never forget them. However, as the master had asked, he put the reward in one bag. Is he sure that this is correct? Sue asked, why not? Flameblade doesn't like to bother himself with such things. Sue asked Ram, his uncle, is he right? But he didn't answer, and Sue said that he was telling the truth, and in that case they would go. Sean replied that of course. Once again he was grateful for the work done, and good luck to them. Sue went out into the city and smilingly said, how many people are here, and for what purpose have they all gathered here? He replied, how could he know? And let the master tell him what he forgot here. Sue replied, because he is here, and the student is obliged to follow the teacher. And did he really forget about the 3 rules? 3 months had not yet passed. He immediately remembered their conversation when he asked to kill him. But Sue asked to ask him, is it so hard to endure? Why is such a young and promising man so eager to go to the next world? And then he said that since he was his first official student, he would make an exception. Every 3 months he could challenge him. And if he manages to win even once, he will free him. And what will he say? A stunning offer, isn't it? Hai answered him that he remembers, but master, why did they come here? Sue replied that he planned to stay there for a while. He asked in surprise, in the Academy of Heavenly Warriors? Sue replied that yes. He had heard that it was a wonderful place where he would be given all the comforts for passing some exam. Not bad, right? He asked if that was the only reason. Sue replied that of course not. The buildings inside are dense and the area is also fenced. In case of any threat, there will be somewhere to hide or take cover. And besides, there are kids there he needs to keep an eye on. And he hopes he can learn something about a man he lost touch with long ago. At this time, the guy inside was asking the gentleman if he was okay. Maybe he was sick? Hawk replied that he was not. He just felt a chill. And why? He hadn't felt this way since last summer. And it's all because of those damn bracelets. Why did he put them on again? The guy replied that he thought they somehow helped with training, and they emphasized his personality. Hawk told him they were bad luck. He should throw them away immediately. The girl asked Rin if she hadn't left yet. She had already packed her things. And what is she looking at so intently anyway? Rin replied, who knows? For some reason, she felt nostalgic. The girl said that she was going home for her mother's birthday. She does not think that thoughts about loved ones weigh her down. Perhaps she is worried about breaking something valuable. And every time she goes out somewhere, she always wears this hairpin. Probably it was given to her by someone important to her. And today they are riding in a carriage so no one will see her from the street. However, she still puts it on. And suddenly she is overcome with curiosity. Who managed to settle in the heart of the white ice phoenix? At this time, Sue was talking to the boss and saying that he liked everything, and he hoped that there would be a place for him in such a large building, and he almost forgot. This man is with him. They have a double or 2 single rooms next to each other. How much will it cost? The leader replied that it was a great honor for them to accept the most fiery blade, but to be honest, it is currently the enrollment period at the Academy of Heavenly Warriors, so all the rooms have been reserved for 2 months. Sue asked, do they mean that there are no free rooms? But the guy's mouth was shut, and the replacement replied that under no circumstances. They will be happy to receive them. And how can they refuse a flaming blade? They will always find a place for such guests. And if there is no room, they will rebuild it. Within 2 hours, they will provide them with a separate building with 2 bedrooms, a living room, and a bathroom, so that their stay is as comfortable as possible. Sue replied that it sounded quite expensive. And how much would it all cost them? If the cost was going to be too high, could they pay with human labor? And in such a crowded place, robberies are sure to happen. He is sure that he can't do without security. How about a flaming blade at the entrance to the establishment? The guy replied that he was a humorist. How could they allow such a person to engage in such a lowly deed? They already felt safe just from the fact that the flaming blade stopped at them. The guy was worried that they showed up at the peak of the season. Even if they suffer losses, they need to be isolated from other customers as soon as possible. The guy said that they would owe 1 silver coin a day, including food and accommodation, and he would have the food brought to the room. So if it was not too much trouble, there was no need to leave your chambers unless necessary. Sue was surprised and replied that it was great. A bit pricey, of course, but acceptable. The guy understood that it was only for food. He practically gave away his housing for nothing. And this was robbery in broad daylight. The guy said he was grateful and asked them to wait a little, and soon they would be able to escort them to the room. Sue replied that they could take their time. He had one more thing to settle. Sue said that he heard that there was a person in Nanchang who could get any information. The guy asked in surprise, information? Sue replied that he had heard that if he paid well, this talented man could dig up the secrets of relatives from another tribe. Could he tell me where he could find him? The guy replied that he thought he knew who he needed. He said there was an old bookstore in town called the House of Clear Breeze, but it was actually an information bureau that all the locals knew about. And as soon as they enter, the old man asked them a question, and they answer that they came for a story about the great horse's ear. Arriving at the store, the old man asked what book they are looking for. And after that, the local staff will show the way further. The guys answered, to enter, let them put a silver coin in this hole. This is the entrance fee. Sue put a coin down and said that just to see his face, you have to pay a whole piece of silver? So he is so confident in himself? Immediately after that, the doors opened, and the guys said that they needed to go in there. Once inside, they found themselves in a completely different place. The guy told them that for safety reasons, the room the owner is in is constantly changing. Now he is in the 6th room on the 1st floor. Sue was surprised and said how thoughtful they are. He is looking forward to it. Entering the room, the guy said that they would be honored with a visit from the Flaming Blade himself and his friend. Unfortunately, he would not be able to help them. Sue replied that he was disappointing him. He couldn't even find one person. Were the stories about him being able to uncover secret family archives a lie? The guy replied that they managed to get the information back then because the document they needed was buried in the backyard. In his case, everything is much more complicated. After all, he doesn't have any clue. Sue replied that he had told him enough. If he had other information, he would have found it himself. He wouldn't do all the work for him, would he? The guy said that his information was limited, and even that was questionable. He wants them to find a girl who, 10 years ago, spent a month visiting a place called the House of Divine Fragrances, located in Sichuan. They don't know her real name, her origin, or her place of birth. And the owner of that inn knows only that she comes from a rich family. And the fact that she is now about 20 years old, and how can he search for a person having only this information? Sue said that this is not all the information. He seemed to describe the girl clearly. And firstly, she probably grew up to be a beauty. Incomparable. Secondly, she became strong. After all, she promised. And thirdly, she is very shy, kind and cries all the time. He gave detailed information, so why can't they find her? The guy replied that he was sorry. How about this offer? To tell the truth, he only starts working after receiving an advance. And besides, it's pretty hard to guarantee the success of his order, but since they came with the great flaming blade, let them give him half a year to investigate. If he finds out anything, he owes 3 gold coins. Sue stood up abruptly and asked, 3 gold coins with surprise? The guy replied that if it was too burdensome, they could settle for 2. But no less, the order is already complicated, and it is also unknown what difficulties may arise in the process. In addition, this amount includes the costs of workers and operating expenses. Sue said he understood, but 2 gold, no. How about half a gold? Or can this one work as a messenger or a guard? He wondered in surprise why he was looking in his direction. But suddenly he realized that they were talking about him. Sue thought that since he was so famous, maybe 1 or 2 deliveries would be enough. If not, he could arrange a fire show on the street. He stood up abruptly and said, for half. He agreed with him for half. Sue told him to calm down. Half a gold piece is robbery. There is no need to create trouble. They are well-mannered people. How can they act like that? Sue said that he actually had another question, so he could decide what to do with the payment after that was dealt with. And if he doesn't like it, they can fight with a flaming blade in the yard. If they start here, they'll start a fire. He thought his teacher was very mean. He pretended to settle the matter, and now he said that half a gold piece was robbery. The guy thought, well-mannered people? If he doesn't agree to a half, they'll kill him. Never heard of such a monster before. The guy told him that they would do as they told him. In return, he asked that the details of their deal not be revealed to anyone. So what did they want to know? Su replied that it was simple. What did one need to do to enter the Academy of Heavenly Warriors? He heard the exam is the day after tomorrow. Maybe he can tell me how to get there, and if there are any secrets that are important to know. The guy asked, do they want to participate in the Ascension Festival? And the Flaming Blade too? Su replied, yes, so what? The guy said there were two problems. First of all, only people under 25 can get into the Academy of Heavenly Warriors. Therefore, the Master does not pass the age. And besides, the Flame Blade is strong enough, he has nothing to do there. Su replied that he understood. It doesn't work then. Then what should he do to strain him while they are separated? It seems that the best option is still a job as a security guard or a fire show. He got angry and said that he should go to the Academy of Heavenly Warriors. So let him tell me if there is a way or not. If there is, then he will let him live. Otherwise, he will blame himself. The guy got scared and said that he would find out. And no, he already knows the way. And besides participating in the Ascension Festival, for the respected Flame Blade, one of the 5 strongest sword masters, there is another way to get into the Academy of Heavenly Warriors. And he can become a teacher, not a student. With the number of students constantly growing, the Academy of Heavenly Warriors is constantly recruiting the best masters to become teachers. And he is the mother of Pure Breeze. As the head of the House of Pure Breeze, he guarantees that such an expert as Flame Blade will not only be hired, but also provided with a high salary, comfortable housing, and much more. He asked in surprise, right? Su answered in surprise that it even sounds interesting. The guy said that he suggests that they return to the inn and rest, and he will contact the Academy of Heavenly Warriors. And he assures that the institution will be so happy that they will immediately come running to him. Su asked in surprise, really? And since he insists, he will leave this matter in his care. Su asked, how can he get there? Will he have to take an exam? The guy answered that this is where the second snag lies. And to participate, you need to submit documents in advance and pass the check. But the reception ended 15 days ago. They will have to wait for the next Ascension Festival, which will be in a year. Su asked, is the application deadline over? So he says he has to wait a whole year? And that's the answer of the man who received half a gold coin from him? Su pulled out his brushes and asked, what should he do? Does the guy understand that he hates waiting? Very much. Su used his powers and threw the brushes at the guy. He pinned him straight to the wall and left him no choice. The guy then said that he remembered. And there is only one way to participate in this year's Ascension Festival and let them go to the Valiant Tiger Claw. They need to go there, and they will receive a special token of the Ascended Dragon, which will allow them to pass the selection for the Academy of Heavenly Warriors. There are a great number of martial arts masters, but only 500 of them are allowed to enter the Celestial Warrior Academy each year. At the first stage, applicants are screened based on their documents. If necessary, a preliminary selection is carried out. However, there is another way to get to the Ascension Festival. Few know, but especially gifted and talented students receive a special token in their clans, a kind of recommendation. A person recommended by a clan can participate in the Ascension Festival straight away, skipping the document check and other procedures. But initially, this system was invented to reveal hidden talents from the lower class. However, nowadays it has lost its former significance and has become a privilege for clans and noble families. But who would want to give away the opportunity to become a heavenly disciple? Besides, if this stranger fails the exam, then it would be a waste of a token. And it is worth noting that if a recommended student suddenly does something, then the one who recommended him will have to answer for it. And therefore, each clan is interested only in promoting talents from their sects or clans. As a result, this mechanism has become a tool for the entry of the powers that be. However, there is a token of the Ascending Dragon. Anyone who manages to get it will pass straight to the main exam without any problems. The guy asked, so it was him? And of course it was serious. Namgung answered that he himself said that the situation was very serious and something needed to be done urgently. The boy replied that yes, the son of the leader of the Dark Heavenly Alliance, Cal Heron, entering the Academy of Heavenly Warriors was an unusual case. They have no information about his appearance, his martial arts strength, or his personality. And about 7 years ago, The chief's eldest son, Kal Hebun, the then great prince of the heavenly demon pavilion, went mad due to an overflow of chi and committed massacre. And so the second prince, the son of the head of the pavilion of the heavenly demon Bai, was appointed as the new great prince. Until then, he had always kept in the shadow of the brothers Calhebun and Calharan. But as soon as he became a great prince, Calharan, Calhebun's younger brother, was immediately hidden from human eyes as if he had never existed. It was as if they had changed places. According to the investigation, the head of the heavenly demon pavilion hid him and taught him martial arts in secret. And since his older brother had massacred the pavilion's students, the leader was afraid that hired killers would be sent to kill 13-year-old Cale Heron. The boy said that the last time he saw him was when he was 12, so he doesn't know what he looks like now. Children's faces change a lot as they age. Namgung replied that he was still better than those who had never seen him. Let him find him as soon as possible and find out what he was like. He still hasn't found anyone who could guard the lady. If he does it himself, the Lord of the Murima Alliance will be at peace. The guy replied that it wasn't that he couldn't find the right person. He just rejected all his candidates. Too handsome, too stupid, too likely to fall in love with the lady. And with difficulty, he found one girl, and they said about her that she was too wild and could hurt the lady. Namgung replied that he had no right to comment on this. But in any case, if he had agreed right away, then he wouldn't have had to refuse anyone. The situation is critical. There are no other options. Now the problem is no longer with Yongbi. If people from the Dark Heavenly Alliance were to sneak into the Heavenly Warrior Academy, the one in the greatest danger would be the mistress. The guy replied that if they had planned something like that, they would have sent someone else, not the son of the head of the Heavenly Alliance of Darkness. They would have taken someone they didn't feel sorry for. And then they wouldn't have the information in their hands. He heard that the father of the leader of the Heavenly Dark Alliance, Cal Heron's grandfather, had sent him a letter. He said that he wanted to send his precious grandson to the Heavenly Demon Academy to simply develop his skills and learn about the world, and that there was supposedly no malicious intent in this. At the same time, he asked that he not be singled out among other students. Namgung said that they can't relax anyway. They may seem to be at peace with them now, but they are still the Heavenly Alliance of Darkness. The boy replied that that was true, and so they decided to take the lady from the academy and send her for a month of secret training under the pretext of celebrating the birth of her mother. The guy said that yes, they had prepared a very specific and expensive elixir for her, so she would need to train in seclusion to absorb it and tame her ki. And in the meantime, he's asked to deal with all the hidden threats in the Academy of Heavenly Warriors. The guy replied that it wasn't that he didn't want to work, and it seemed like they were missing something important. There are people at the school who know him by sight, so how are they going to keep them quiet? Namgung thought about it and replied that he didn't think he should worry about it. He hadn't been seen for 10 years, so he didn't think anyone would recognize him. He had changed a lot in that time. And his face during this time, you could say, matured. The guy got angry and answered that he should just say that he grew old. And how can he get there with such a face? He clearly doesn't look 25. He won't pass the age limit. Namgung threw away the token and said that she would solve the problem. It would serve as a guarantee of his admission. Well, if someone suddenly asked about his age, he could simply say that he ate some strange medicine as a child. The guy thought, is his mug that ugly? Namgung said that he was late and would go. The guy asked if he was just ignoring him and leaving, after telling him to enroll in the Academy of Heavenly Warriors at his age. This is too much. At this time, he stood in front of the tiger's estate and thought, what is he doing here? But it turns out he is in this building. He said it was Tiger Fang Manor, not the other way around. Su replied that he read the signs from left to right. He thought, is he crazy? What kind of nonsense is he talking? Although no, he can do anything. He's mentally ill. He asked, what about books? Su replied that of course he reads from top to bottom. And what about those who read from bottom to top? Only signs are read from left to right. Su said that he needed to stop talking nonsense and go get the token. And Uncle was asking such strange questions. Su started to burst into the academy, and the guard asked who he was. Su replied, what a rude guy. Was it the first time I met him on first-name terms? And who was he? The boy replied that he was an inner disciple of the Tiger Fang estate, Cam Unsu. How dare he talk about rudeness after what he had done? They closed the doors for the Ascension Festival. What kind of atrocities did they commit here? Sue asked in surprise. Atrocities? And everyone he met on the way addressed him informally and asked why he had come. He answered politely, but they immediately began to attack. Unsu asked, why did he come here? He was listening to him. Sue replied that he needed the Ascending Dragon token to enter the Celestial Warrior Academy, and he heard that he could be found with the second disciple. Maybe he would go away? Unsu told him to shut up. How dare he demand such a thing? And if he wants to get the token, he can fight him and immediately use the Soaring Tiger Sword technique. 26th style. Sue asked, really? And immediately after that, he used his powers against him and hit him with his fist. Sue immediately used the dog days fist beating the dog. He beat him and said that he was strong in spirit. It was just that he lacked strength. Sue said that if he wins, he will tell about the token. Where is his second disciple? Can anyone call him? The guy asked what nonsense he was talking about. It was him. What did he do to their second eldest student? If the first eldest student were here, he wouldn't have behaved like that. Sue asked in surprise, this weakling is the second disciple? Did he really expect to enter the academy with such skills? Sue said that such a fool would only embarrass himself in the exams. Wouldn't it be better for him to spend the next 10 years training in the cave and give him the token? The guy told him not to talk nonsense. He wouldn't get a token from them. The boss and that guy wouldn't let it go. But suddenly someone came and asked what was going on here. He immediately began to tremble and recognized that voice. Since ancient times, it was believed that blades forged by great masters have a soul, and in critical moments they shake, warning their owners of danger. Sometimes it was even said that such blades had their own will, and the red flame is one of these spiritual weapons. And now it roared. It did not warn of danger, but rather resonated with something. He immediately turned around and recognized the man who came to them and standing behind him. He immediately became angry and did not know what to do. The boy told he that he and they met again. He got angry and told him not to dare call him by that name. Frostblade Kwang Chul Su. Chul Su said it's been 10 years, but his character is still the same. And Su asked, what's going on here? Who is this man? The others said it was the third senior fellow disciple, the great teacher. He finally came, and they said they beat up the second senior fellow disciple. He asked, is he a great teacher here? No need to make me laugh. He was wondering why such an institution was established next to the Academy of Heavenly Warriors. So, he is a freeloader and lives with these guys? Chul Su replied that of course not. The headmaster is the boy's father. He has known him for a long time and has been dropping in here periodically lately because he is away. For them, he is just an advisor, nothing more, nothing less. Unsu said that he is the third disciple of Tiger Fang Estate School. He greets Mr. Quan, and it seems that there was a misunderstanding. Of course, he asked for advice from one of the 5 strongest sword masters, the current head of the Hall of True Warriors of the Academy of Heavenly Warriors, the respected Frostblade. But he swears that there was no other hidden intentions. And it is a great honor for them to meet with the flaming blade of the sword. But may I ask why they did all this? He said he was always like this, pretending to be lonely, grateful, outstanding. Chiyosu replied that he hadn't changed at all. Although no, he had changed a little, and not for the better. He asked what kind of nonsense he was talking about. Chalsu asked what he was holding in his hands. It looked like a gift. Or a lunchbox. Does he cook for himself now? He got angry and told him to shut up. He got angry and thought, why did this asshole make him carry this thing? He gave it to Chiyosu and said that it wasn't his. He just held it while he was warming up, so he's giving it back. Chulsu asked who was with him. Could it really be his son? He replied that he had nothing of the sort. How dare he say such a thing? He remembered and asked how she was. Chulsu answered that she was fine. Whenever they met, he always asked about her. Just like 20 years ago, when their paths diverged. By the way, she was pregnant then. He got angry and replied that she was 3 months pregnant. Even when they met 20 years ago, he also only asked about her well-being. And now he realized that he shouldn't have left him alive then. He showed softness because she was with the child. Chulsu replied that he was getting something mixed up. If she hadn't persuaded him, then along with her daughter, he wouldn't be standing here on his own 2 feet now. And in any case then, now, and in the future, he will hear nothing new. She will be happy with him forever. He said he was still as shameless as he was 20 years ago. And does he have anything to say? A will, for example. Chulsu asked, what to say? The daughter has grown up to be a real beauty. She's like her mother. She's more beautiful than her wife was in her youth. He lost his temper and shouted, how dare he rub salt into his wounds? If he's so happy, does that mean he's ready to die now? He immediately pulled out his sword and pounced on the enemy. And after that, he said that at least he had not become weaker during this time. Chol-su said that, unfortunately, the same could be said about him. He had no intention of avoiding the fight, but if he continued, it would drag on for several more days. And besides, it's not just the local guys who might suffer, but his boy as well. And so he'll ask, why did he come? What's the reason for the visit? He remembered that he came for the token. He said that he was here for one purpose. Let them give him his ascending dragon token. It won't do any good here. Unsu asked, what is he talking about? And the token rightfully belongs to the second disciple. It is unfair to try to take it away. He said that the token was created to allow talents to enter the academy. Or are they going to give such a thing to some idiot who couldn't even comprehend the intention of the sword? He asked, are the snowman's eyes blind? If he sends him to the academy, not only the boy will be laughed at, but him too. People will start thinking that the 5 strongest swordsmen are some kind of joke. He said that among those present here, only one person has the right to possess it. The cheerful fellow who came with him. He just beat the weakling with one blow. In his opinion, the proof is there. People started asking, how is this possible? Mr. Kwan, this is going too far. This is the first time in many years that they have had this opportunity. Cholsu stopped them and told them to calm down. And fortunately, he was right. Unsu had not yet learned how to handle a sword. Let them hand over the token. Unsu began to be indignant and turned to the great teacher. Chilsu said that he had not yet earned it. In truth, with such a level, he could only dream of the Academy of Heavenly Warriors. And what happened today is his fault. He failed to teach Unsu enough. Su received his token and asked in surprise, is this him? Su said that this was a special pass to the Academy of Heavenly Warriors. At this time at the bank, the chief greeted the old man and said that he saw that a special ideal pension account was issued in his name. And now they look at the name of the owner, and he believes that he is the same teacher. The teacher replied that everything is correct. The teacher dictated the password to him and asked one of these two, right? The main one answered that to use the ideal retirement account, no password is required. Su and his warrior took the token and went on their way. The servant immediately turned to his great professor and said that even if their second eldest disciple still had much to learn, they don't agree with him just giving them the ascending dragon token. If they do anything wrong in the Celestial Warrior Academy, they will be the first to be blamed. Cheol Su turned around and looked at the servant with his evil eyes and said that he was talking too much. And as long as he works there, it won't happen. The servant began to insist and stand his ground, saying that it's not style. But Unsu realized that everything was going badly and shut his mouth, telling him to shut up. Or is he trying to make him even angrier? The servant asked, what do you mean anger? He just gave the token away while the head was away, as if he was in cahoots with that red-haired bastard. Unsu replied that it was unlikely. Let him look for himself. The servant turned around and asked what he should look at. Unsu told him to just look at the path the professor had walked. Did he see what had happened to her? The guy passed his hand and replied that this was a trace of true ice chi, and it happened just now, not during the fight with the flame blade. And how does Unsu think that he does not consciously emit the ice chi? Unsu replied that he had never seen the great professor so angry. At the bank, the teacher was very surprised when he was not asked to enter a password. The boss said that printing the account number was enough to confirm the recipient. And since the recipient can't check the balance or close the account, there's no need for a password. The teacher asked in surprise, what is he carrying? And it was registered in his name. Why can't he check his balance or close it? The boss told him that he didn't seem to know the details. The CEO said the ideal retirement account he signed up for provides the recipient with alcohol, food, a cleaning service, a doctor, and 20 pieces of silver every month for the rest of their life. And now they'll see the first payment is on the 10th, so within the next few days, one of their employees will bring the money to him. The teacher asked if they would deliver it to his house every month. The boss said yes. If he was not there and could not get the money, he would just have to go to them with the stamp to pick it up. But let him mean that if he doesn't collect the amount by the end of the month, then the payment for the next month won't change. The teacher asked, "Does that mean they want him to hang around at home all year round?" The chief replied that, of course not. The young gentleman who opened the account for him had thought of everything. He signed him up for a special service that would allow him to travel anywhere in Sichuan where their Azure Dragon Bank had a branch. And the teacher is given 15 days a year to travel. They cover all expenses. And if there is a fire or other disaster, there is also an insurance plan that will allow him to repair the house twice a year. And he also signed him up for a special birthday service. May 15th, right? The chief asked. And this service will also provide him with a gold coin and a feast with the best alcohol on May 15th of each year. And of course, all this will be delivered to his home. Coming out of the bank, on the way to the teacher, the old man came up to him and said that it seemed to him that he went to the bank without looking at the frost outside. And judging by his face, communicating with bank employees was a real headache for him. The teacher replied that his headache was not them, and he didn't care about him. Let him get well soon and make sure that he would deliver alcohol immediately after that. The old man thanked the teacher for his kind words. They would find him better alcohol this time, so he should take care of himself. At this time, the mercenaries came to their boss and said that they had done everything they could, but it was not enough. The mercenaries said that the special entry test would be held on the last day of the Ascension Festival. They only had 3 days left. Maybe it would be better to ask the previous leader for help. The chief said no, he wouldn't make it in time for the test, and they knew how many years he'd have to stay there. Do they really want him to wear a mask all the time? The first mercenary replied that there were no other options. The second mercenary also said that it might be the last resort, but maybe the boss would try, and it was hard to get him. The mercenary handed it over and said that it was the powder from the 10-core flower. Let him take it and try to circulate his qi. And although the probability of success is only 30%, and in case of failure, burns will appear all over the body. The chief got very angry and stood up and told him to feed it to another person, and right now, the mercenary was surprised and asked, he himself ordered them to make him look younger than 25 at any cost. These cucumbers will not be enough. The chief asked, is he laughing or something? To hell with this skincare. To hell with everything. He doesn't care anymore. But suddenly a servant came and said that a report had arrived from the White Stone. The chief took the letter and said that it had arrived faster than he thought. And it turns out that he is the best spy they have. The head read it and said that banks now provide many different services. Be that as it may, I wonder where those disciples are who left the elder, and what are they doing now? At this time, the guy said that they were respectable, that the great soul-scorching flame heavenly blade had decided to teach at their Academy of Heavenly Warriors. And they will do everything they can to fulfill all their requirements, as well as provide them with the best housing and insurance. He said that they would see each other in 3 days, and see you soon. After that, Sue left the room and asked, did they leave? And he thought he got a job without any problems. Sue asked if he should go and see the Ascension Festival. He had heard that it was quite a spectacle. Even the innkeeper advised him to go there if he had time. And apparently, everyone is interested in watching others make mistakes and embarrass themselves. And those who have passed often treat everyone present to alcohol. Sue turned to him and asked him what he thought it was like for people to see such a violent person so silent. And he was already starting to get on my nerves. But he didn't answer and just remained silent and thought. Sue immediately thought that he was pretending to be a sick rooster. As he thought, he must have poisoned that frost blade or bucket or whatever it was. He only knows one solution to this problem. He just needs to beat him up good. And suddenly, unexpectedly, he fell onto the table and fell so hard that his head broke the table in front of which he was sitting. He said that he, the soul-searing flame heavenly blade, one of the 5 greatest swordsmen under the heavens. There is no way he will lose to that frost blade, Kwang Chil Su. He shouted to the azure frost blade of the cold moon. He will deal with him soon. The servant was telling Chiol's son that they asked why he decided to teach them, but he did not answer. And anyway, in 4 days, Mr. Kwan will start working at the academy. Chiol-su replied that it was fine and immediately signed the document. He remembered all the words of the officials who came to him and said that they were glad to see him in their ranks, but he understood that he was simply sold out. But Su also told him that he was his mentor, so half of his salary would go to him. Let him just come when he is called. That would be enough. He knew it was all because of that devilish bastard. They were selling him to the place where that stupid snowman taught, in exchange for which everyone treated him like a saint. And in the same position as him, a martial arts teacher. He is called a great teacher, so maybe he is even lower in rank than him. And then he realized one thing, that he was being sold to work under this bastard, but it would be better if he was simply killed. It was said that when danger corners a person, he often experiences a kind of revelation. And when Yan He signed a contract to become a teacher at the Celestial Warrior Academy, he experienced one too. After several days of suffering and despair, he attained enlightenment. But Su asked if they should go see the Ascension Festival. He asked if he was finished. He no longer saw a path ahead of him. He had nowhere to go. He was already starting to panic and screaming at Su not to choose for him how he should live, and what sins he had committed to deserve this. Suddenly he came to his senses and heard the voice of his mentor. The mentor told him that this was all his choice, so there was no need to be sad, and he has nothing to regret. But maybe except for one thing, he was never able to find the ideal successor for Tai Chi, one that could use the two techniques he had passed on to them, blue ice and red flame Tai Chi, together as one. And to drive away the dark skies that will one day come to these lands again, he wants the red flame to find such a successor for him. He replied that he would find it. If this snowman can't, then he certainly can. But don't talk as if he's dying, and why aren't his wounds healing? Who wounded him? The mentor did not answer his question and simply thanked him for the promise. And he thought the tea was especially aromatic today. He felt very hurt after these words and looked around to find his mentor. But he remembered that the master had told him to find a successor for Tai Chi. Although he had been looking for 20 years, he had never found one. And at some point, he forgot about his last words. He couldn't keep his promise to his mentor. That's why he ended up in this hell. And if you think about it, that day that he now constantly remembers, it was the 20th anniversary of his mentor's death. He could no longer cope with the sadness and decided to go out and get drunk. But this crazy devil came out of nowhere and forced himself into being his mentor. Was this divine punishment for not keeping his promise? He thought that even if the teacher said so, the vile snowman lived like he was in heaven. Why should he suffer in hell? And suddenly he decided that this meant that this bastard was always looking for a successor for Tai Chi. This was his motivation for becoming a cold-blooded teacher at the academy. And now he had to find a successor for Tai Chi among all these kids? And he understood that all the little ones of this world were gathering there. And the devil drags him to this academy because there is the best chance of meeting a successor there. He started getting angry and saying that he was a stupid snowman. He couldn't find a successor even though he had been there for so long. And his mentor, who had become so proud, couldn't stand his stupidity any longer. He had prepared this fate for him. Well then, let the receiver just wait for him. He'll find him before the snowman does. He slammed his fists against the wall and said that he is a flame blade. He is one of the 5 greatest swordsmen under the heavens, and he will never lose to this frost blade, Kwang Chiol-su. The mentor kept telling him that this is their real battle. He went out into the city and understood that he now needed to keep a closer eye on the students. One of the students said that he probably failed because of the second test. He needed to practice his movement art more, and the teacher would kill him if he found out. The second student also said that he failed. Next year, he will not pass due to age. Maybe he should just run away and never come back. The other students were also not happy and shouted over and over again how they could fail. And he knew that the receiver was not among these guys. And suddenly Su came and said that as he thought, it was nice to see such a lively scene. And how? And he told him that he would be refreshed. Su said that as a thank you, he could buy him dinner. He got hired today. Surely he wanted to treat him to something in honor of that. And what about meat? But he thought about it at that moment and thought, is this really a mad bastard of a successor? But that can't be. After all, the successor of Tai Chi must be similar to his mentor, who was able to combine two completely opposite auras. Sue asked him if he really meant to say that he didn't like meat, but he thought and understood that he should at least be able to use different martial arts in his left and right hands at the same time. That's definitely not him. And what's more, he doesn't give off a pure aura like a mentor. He's just. Sue said that since he's being treated, he's willing to compromise. He'll order meat for himself, and he can eat grass. He knew he was absolutely useless. All minuses, no pluses, demonic enemy of humanity. But Sue looked and said that he thought there was a very expensive restaurant over there. Maybe they should go there. But he said that for the sake of his great master, he would not give up. He would polish his skills until he could defeat this demon. Entering the restaurant, Sue told he to look at how busy it was. And why was he turning his head? Looking for someone? He decided that he would take on the burden of being a mentor and find a successor for Tai Chi. Suddenly, one of the students started shouting that after 5 years, he had finally managed to get in. And today, all the drinks are on him. Let them grab the cups and praise him. Everyone who was accepted must be friends from next week. He knew that although there were many useless kids in the academy, given its size, he would sooner or later find a successor for Tai Chi there. Envious people began to say that they should look at this beggar who boasted of his modest wealth. The guy said he was sure he was proud of himself because he worked hard from scratch and got in without a badge. But the special exam was coming up soon. Shouldn't he drink less? The second guy told him not to worry about him. He's been spending a lot of gold on herbs and medicines since he was a kid, so it won't affect him at all. And anyway, he's pretty lonely today and suggested looking for girls. He thought that, in fact, the Academy of Heavenly Warriors is very large. The receiver can be found anywhere. But suddenly, they heard someone screaming behind them. The guy bumped into the others and apologized. The guy asked the poor guy if he thought just apologizing was enough. He looked like a nobody from a nameless cult. And what kind of impudence did he have to push him, Jay Sopso, a disciple of Manhwa? The second disciple asked, did he only push him? What's more shocking is that he pushed him too. He didn't recognize him? A disciple of the Dian Kang sect, no daping. Sopso asked in surprise, what? The guy wants to say that he offended him more than him? But he answered that yes, they will both be at a special exam, but they can have a small duel now. He looked at them and hoped that he could find a suitable successor in the Celestial Warrior Academy. The next day, he came to the academy and said, this is strange, and what is he looking at? An hour ago, the man from the shop told Sue that he was number 13. The special exam consisted of 4 duels, and he would be judged by his skills, not by victories or defeats, and he should wait until he was called. He was sure at this moment that they were saying that there would be a duel, but now that bastard from Mount Huashan, who was making a fuss here yesterday. And the second one is from the Dian King sect, who was standing next to him. And that guy who was picking up girls, he's probably from the Jinju clan. And he doesn't even want to know anything about the golden pig that ate too many herbs. He doesn't care. They may be from noble families, but this is no longer a duel. Sue fought alongside them and mocked them, asking why everyone was so weak. And he noticed that it was a hell of a beating. The leader said at the academy that this guy was too fierce. Even if they judge him by his skills, isn't that too much? If they accept such a person, what is the difference between him and the evil forces? The man replied that it was bad, the precious talents of the Dian King sect in Mount Huashan. The Jinzhou family and the Golden Fortune Bank had suffered so much that they could blame them. Chiol Su said, what should they do with Bir Yuen from the Thunder Smashing School? Can Teacher Flameblade share his thoughts? He was surprised that he was asking him, and now this was a chance to embarrass this little demon. But you shouldn't do that, because if Sue finds out about it later, he doesn't want to stand up for this bastard. Better to eat shit. He got angry and asked why he was asking him, and what did he want to achieve by doing this, and what did he want to hear from him. The man standing next to him asked the master about the flaming blade. He wouldn't burn it because of one question, right? And they know about his skills, so let him not kill them. The old man also said that they are all teachers here. It is important for him to respect each other. He may not like it, of course, but they need to talk to each other respectfully, because children are watching them. He replied that he had simply asked a strange question. Chulsu asked, didn't he bring that guy to the Tiger Fang mansion and go with him to the exam today? Only he knows him. And he knows why the question seems strange to him or why he is so angry. The others sensed that the great teacher was angry. It seems that he can be angry too. Chul Su said, however, it's true that they don't make any special restrictions for those who come with a token, but they're not only interested in skills. And you need to make sure that he is part of the forces of light. They are obliged to calculate those who came with evil intentions. And so they ask the students to fill out forms on the day of the exam, but there is not even a hint of sincerity. And now that Mr. Flameblade has seen the form, nothing bothers him? He replied that this student always communicates like this. The man said that he had never even seen such a serve. And what about his mentor's name? If he's hiding it, they should at least know why. And what's with the confidentiality thing? And also the name of his sect, the Meadow of Flying Lightning. Does it even exist? And does Mr. Flameblade know about it? He replied that he also heard about her for the first time today. And he thought, why is he being cornered because of this devil? Chulsu asked, did he make it up for the presentation? I wonder if Ryuen is his real name. During the exam, he also only used basic techniques. Why is he hiding his identity so much? And let the Flameblade explain why Ryuen wants to enter the academy. And then he replied that this was his real name. And I realized that the guy really wasn't hiding his name. And now about the origin, maybe he's from hell. He said he didn't know his background or history, but the reason he went to the academy wasn't out of any evil intent. He just wanted free food and a place to sleep. The teacher said that they should regard their Heavenly Warrior Academy, which exists for the purpose of cultivating talents for the forces of justice, as a free hotel. But the man asked, what is this stupid reason? Talented students from noble families suffered because of this imbecile. The disciple from Mount Huanai's jaw was so damaged that he would not be able to chew for half a year. The one from Diane Kang would not be able to walk for a year. And yet he is luckier than the second son of the head of the Golden Fortune Bank, whose intestines are so damaged that he will have to eat only crumbs of food for the rest of his life. As for the disciple from the Jizhou clan, his fist is broken, so he will have to forget about his fist art forever. How could some greedy, lazy person do such a thing to such distinguished students? What a disgrace, he asked in surprise. A disgrace? He said that it was abnormal for him to want to eat for free, but it was good that he got rid of those four. And from what he saw last night at the nearest bar, the Golden Pig and the Master of the Fist had been talking about girls all night, discussing where they could find the scent of a bachelor. As for those brats from Huanan and Diankung, they bullied the poor kid who bumped into him by chance, and then started fighting with each other because of pride. Are these the kind of students the Academy considers good? From what he had heard from them, disciples without a pedigree were worth no more than dogs and pigs. From the way they all pampered and cherished them, it seemed to him that they agreed with such conclusions. The teacher replied that, of course not. They didn't know they were such idiots. And it turns out that Bai Urban did this to them because he wanted to deal with the scoundrels. Another teacher said that it seemed like there was a misunderstanding. They were all surprised that he actually did it on purpose, and they thought that he beat them up for no reason. Sheol Su said that since the flame blade itself is protecting him, then everything is fine. If what the flame blade said is true, now we need to deal with the applicant named B. Ruin like this. And since the flaming blade vouches for him, and also he happens to be up to their standards in terms of skills, and they should accept him into the Celestial Warrior Academy, but they will mark him as a special candidate and assign someone to keep an eye on him. And if he does anything that threatens the safety of the Academy, then Mr. Flameblade will be held accountable. At the very least, dismissal from the Academy, and possibly more severe, depending on the situation. Ruin asked, are they finished yet? He thought the snowman was trying to scare him. He won't be here for long. As soon as he finds a successor for Tai Chi, he'll leave. Ruin asked him what was taking so long. He came up to him and said that he had been accepted. But Sheol Su told him that if he wasn't in cahoots with this guy, it was better not to tell him about the supervision. It was better for him not to worry. Ruin said that he got in, of course. Why repeat? They wanted to give him a scholarship too? Free tuition and a scholarship? He said that of course not. He felt at that moment that he wanted to tell him to be more careful, but let everything go as it goes. Ruin said they'd better discuss the rest over dinner, and sure enough, he'd treat him to a meal to celebrate his admission. He was surprised and asked, "Why him, demonic bastard?" He would never warn him about surveillance. Jiren said that so much time had passed since they returned from Mount May. The time they spent there was already like a dream. Namgung said he was curious about how the mentor was doing. The training there was hard, but they became stronger. It was all thanks to him. I would like to visit him someday and thank him. And then Riwen came up behind them and said that he thought they were grateful. Namgung got scared and said that he looked different, but he was the mentor. Jiren was also very surprised and asked how the mentor got into the academy. Riwen was surprised and asked, did they recognize him and how are they doing? And how are... Suddenly, the other students came up and asked the mentor if he had undergone rejuvenation. The students also couldn't believe it and asked, is this handsome guy their mentor? He looks so talented and smart. Soon the whole academy will be on its ears. The girl asked, what is this? She came because she heard that the mentor came back. But here is some handsome guy instead of him. Ruin replied that it was true. Not a word of lies. Their fawning skills had grown. And then, should we start a special training to celebrate their reunion? The next day, teacher said that today, the proud new students of the Heavenly Warrior Academy had gathered together. Let them remember that they are all pillars on which the forces of justice will stand. The main characteristics of the students of the Academy are honor, loyalty, respect, and strength. Everyone else looked at Ryuan and thought, how can he sleep at a time like this? With that grin, he looks like an idiot about to fall asleep. How did they even let him in here? And judging by his clothes, he wasn't even from a noble clan. Ryuan realized that it was true. At the entrance ceremony of the Heavenly Warrior Academy, the dream was more interesting. The teacher said that next they would welcome the new students, and they should begin the congratulatory ceremony from the past graduates. Burn was already tired and wondered how much longer they would chatter. If he sat here even a little longer, he would die of suffocation. But he had no choice. Ruin took his time and decided that now was the time to run. The other students turned around and saw that he had disappeared. But where to? They hadn't even seen him move. Ruin climbed onto the roof at this time and felt that the breeze was cool, of course, but the sun was pleasantly warm. Maybe he should take a nap until the end of the ceremony, he thought. But suddenly, opening his eyes, he saw a guy in front of him who immediately greeted him. The guy said that he didn't think that someone would also come up with such an idea. Ruin asked him who he was. The boy replied that his name was Heron, but his new friends call him El Jinma of the Twin Swords, although he doesn't think he deserves the nickname. Heron asked if he was also bored with this pompous ceremony. What an unexpected meeting. And it seemed he had more and more friends. At this time, one of the teachers looked at the roof and saw people he knew. And now he understood where Ruin had disappeared to. Ruin told the boy that all this was interesting, of course, but could he move a little to the side? He was blocking the sun. Heron stepped aside and said it was his fault. The guy who was watching him at the time decided that he wanted to take a nap too, and last night he had slept for 2 hours at most. At that time, the pub was saying that the previous leader was an old swindler. He kept saying how he would have more freedom when he became the leader of the Shadowless Squad. The guy thanked the man for letting them know. They weren't going to take his job, so he should have a drink and stay put as long as he could. The second guy also said that he was sure he had a lot of work to do, but could he look at these documents before he left? The guy got angry and replied that he was joking. The position of the head is awesome. You can decide everything yourself and squander a lot of money. Aren't they jealous? Work hard and one day they too can take this position. The boy told the chief not to waste his energy. It would only work for the hard workers who face danger every day. Anyway, here are some skin rejuvenation supplements for him to take. He'll bring more tomorrow. And he needs to look as young as possible for the entrance ceremony tomorrow. The headmaster told him to shut up. They're the ones making him clean up so they don't screw up while he's gone. The guy told him to read it before the end of the day, especially the document on top. It just came from the Celestial Warrior Academy, so let him look at it right away. The leader asked in surprise, did they choose the name Heron for him? He understands that ordinary people don't know who he is, but they didn't try at all. But suddenly he caught his eye and asked, what is this? Could it be that the hot-tempered idiot brought some mysterious kid with him? And these two met right at the ceremony. Don't they know they're being watched? And how should he understand that? The training would not have allowed such a mistake. And anyway, first he would observe them, and then he would figure everything out. Ruin told the boy that his clothes looked new. Is it okay if he gets them dirty? Heron replied that everything was fine as long as he was fine, and surely it was possible to talk to him without formalities. Ruin replied that of course, and introduced himself as Ruin and immediately extended his hand to introduce himself. Heron told him that it was like someone was watching them. Ruin said that he knew that someone had been staring at them since he got up. Was someone following him? Heron asked in surprise after him. He didn't remember having fans. Maybe he wanted them to come back to the ceremony. Ruin asked in surprise, he thinks so? Then they won't pay attention to him. He doesn't care at all. Of course, he can ask if it bothers him. Heron replied that he would never do that. If he was noticed on the first day of school, it would only get better. That was great. But suddenly Heron stood up and said that the ceremony seemed to be over. Whoever was watching them seemed to have left too. Heron suggested that they go and find rooms and then go get something to eat. They needed to go to the Pure Heart building. Ruin asked the Pure Heart building? Had they been accommodated there? Heron said no. All the newcomers were told to gather there after the ceremony. That was what they said at the very beginning. Or had he already bailed? Ruin replied that he probably didn't. He just slept standing up. Heron asked, did that mean he had heard the rest? The guy asked, what else was there? It was, the moment the entrance ceremony ends, the door to the real world of Ganho will open for them. The caretaker of the Pure Heart building said that the Academy of Heavenly Warriors is more than just an educational institution. It is Ganhu itself, and they are the future emperors of the forces of light. They stand here to protect the world from evil. They will become independent, but also learn to rely on each other and move forward. And so their first task is to find their rooms on their own. Now they will receive colored notes. The first points they will have to get to will be written on them. And let them forget about following others. They have prepared more than 50 different places and will check their notes. And when they get to the first point, they will know where their rooms are. They will also be able to pick up their lunch and room key there. And of course, getting to the first point will not be easy. The leader looked at Ruin and saw that they had black cards. The chief asked the elder, can he have a black one? The elder asked in surprise. Black? Really? The chief replied that yes, he really liked the black color. The elder replied that he could not choose the color. The elder thought, what kind of old man is this? Is he really a new student? Or maybe the instructor came to check. And why is he black? The chief told him in secret that he couldn't choose the color, but the elder could. He just wanted to keep an eye on those two idiots. The elder realized that this old man obviously knew something. And if he wanted to watch, he wouldn't interfere, and he would just give him this piece of paper. The elder looked and gave him a black paper. The chief immediately grabbed him and thanked him for his assistance. The chief looked and said that it turned out to be this place, and it seemed to him that they had really been noticed. Ruin asked in surprise, the forest of the small passage? Does the guy know where it is? Heron answered that he is not sure, but since this is the first point, he will not have to look for it for long. The boss said that if they were paying attention, they already knew that the first points were located in places where new students could enter. And so they are located inside the forest of the small passage, the land of the single pillar, the building of the heavenly king, and the land of the seeking sword. And if they use the search for a place as an excuse to enter restricted territory or to damage academy property, they will be held accountable. The chief raised his hand in a sign of good luck and said that he wished them all good luck and they could go. Heron said it seemed they couldn't go anywhere they wanted, and he had no idea where those 4 places were. Ruin replied that it was unfair that everyone had been told except them. Who cares? And suggested that they just look around. The gentleman asked, the forests of the small passage, it was he who sent them there, right? They will have a hard time. It is difficult even to get there, but the main test will begin after. He heard that the guy from Tiger Fang Manor asked for help from the Golden Fortune Bank and the Jinzhou clan. So they were well prepared. And besides that guy, 2 more got the black note. The boss replied that one of them looked like his friend, so they were put together. And the second one asked for it himself. They volunteered themselves, so he can't do anything about it. The gentleman started laughing and said no matter what happened to them, they didn't care. Will this Ruin survive the night? The chief replied that it would be difficult for him to leave in one piece and hoped that they would leave him alive. After all, only then would it be their turn. On the way, Heron asked if they hadn't passed through here before. Ruin replied that it seemed so. Heron said that he thought they were going around in circles. Could this place be a high-ranking formation? Rywan replied that they had difficulty getting here because of these formations. So now it's also unclear how to get out. He didn't know the academy was so big. Maybe he should tear everything to pieces and pave the way himself. Heron replied that he was almost inclined to agree. And suddenly a guy came up to them and said that perhaps he was on their way. The guy introduced himself as Chang Hong, and he was also a new student. Ryuan and Heron answered, who was he trying to fool? Chang Hong replied that he was serious. Let them see that he was given a piece of paper too. Heron said that was strange. Doesn't the academy only accept those between 20 and 25? Ryun also said that he thought so too, but maybe this old man gave a bribe. Has the academy already sunk to such a level? What a disappointment. Chung Hong replied that he could hear them. You can offend a person with such words. Heron told Ryuan that he didn't think that was the case. Even rich kids flunked out of the entrance exams in a jiffy, and he didn't look any richer than them. Ruin replied that he didn't look poor either. How could the academy accept such an old man without a bribe? Cheng Hong asked if they could just listen to him. Ruin asked if maybe he looked so pathetic that they decided to take him in. Yeah, the academy seemed like a great place for an old man, especially with the free food and lodging. Heron asked if that was true. Chun Hong said, of course not. It would be better if they said he gave a bribe. Rayun decided to talk to his friend and said no. It seems like they heard him. And anyway, he looks about 40. Wouldn't it be too much to say he's young? Heron asked if they could pretend to believe him. Chang Hong said it was late. And what do you mean 40? He doesn't look that old. And he accepts the fact that he looks old, but they are too rude. And he looks like that because he ate the wrong medicine when he was a kid. How can they not be ashamed of themselves for behaving like that? They just met for the first time. Heron asked the boy again if they could pretend to believe him. Ruin replied that even if they continued to argue with him, they would not understand anything. So it would be better to continue looking for the way. And now they will repeat themselves and tell him that they believe and ask where to go. Shen Hong said that they speak more quietly on purpose, but he hears them. Ruin said that he understood it and asked by any chance he didn't know how to get to this place. And this is the forest of the small passage. They've been searching for an hour now and barely made it to the lands of the sword seeker or whatever it's called. But they've been stuck here for over an hour. Chung Hong replied that the entire academy was covered in defensive formations, but not enough to take 2 hours to get here. Don't they have any acquaintance at the academy? Even if that's the case, they did tell us where to go during the ceremony. Ryuan replied that he didn't know anyone here. Heron also decided to say that he didn't know anything either, but it was good that they met someone who knew the way. Chung Hong said that he was surprised that they didn't know anything at all. So they don't understand how this place works, right? But in Marine, there is an academy of heavenly warriors, and it is filled with talents from famous clans and sects. The academy was originally created to train future experts, but by order of the current leaders of the Marima Alliance, the Heavenly Justice Alliance, it was built as a fort for the forces of justice. And its total area is more than 2 million square meters. If necessary, it can shelter up to 100,000 people. Within its walls are rich fields that stretch from the lake to the meadows. They grow cereals, vegetables, fruits, and even breed animals there. In a special case, it is possible to seal all entrances and remain isolated from the outside world for more than a year. The internal and external gates are 3 meters thick and are always sealed with a 30-centimeter thick steel door. The main gate is always guarded by about 20 students and 30 guards. To the left and right of the gate are the first and second guard towers, each with about 30 students and guards. And if the enemy can break through the main gate despite all of this, they will have to pass through the 7 buildings of the One Pillar Land, which will be closest to them. And when they pass the last building, they will run into a concealment formation. This is the building of the Heavenly King and the land of the Single Pillar. And the enemies who enter the academy without knowing anything will run like rats in a labyrinth. And then they will be finished chief by the guards and students who will come out of one of the 12 defensive towers. And the further they go, the the more confusing the formation will become. In the second lake, but it will be more difficult to navigate than in the building of the Heavenly King. And in the lands of the Sword Seeker, it will be most difficult to find the way. And so it is obvious that students who do not listen to their elders will be lost. The Celestial Warrior Academy is built on the three teachings that are the foundation for the famous clans and sects. And so, if the students are familiar with them, they will be able to find clues. Cheng Hong asked, "Do they know about Buddhist teachings?" In order to find the way to the lands of the Sword Seeker, it is important to understand them. Rayun replied that there is no meat there, and shave your head so that your head shines. Heron said that you can't hang out with women to free yourself from shackles and achieve enlightenment. Surprising. Han Hong said that next time they were asked this question, they should just say that they didn't know. As for the teachings of Confucianism and Taoism, they didn't know those either, right? And about the 64 hexagrams of the Book of Changes. Rayun asked if they knew, would they still be wandering around here? They would already be sitting in their rooms. Heron answered that it was true. Cheng Hong understood that the previous number 47 and the leader of the Shadowless Squad, Cheng Hong did not want to tell them the way. He just needed time to analyze them. Ruin told him to wait and ask, why is he still here, if he knows so much? Is he just talking nonsense to make them think he knows more than them? Heron told his friend that it was a good idea. Cheng Hong knew that he really wanted them to get lost. He especially didn't want to help this Heron. It would be great if they got even more lost. And he doesn't say anything about this brunette. Not only does he lack common sense, he also thinks superficially. You can't call him innocent. He would say that he has lost his way. Hanon said that they should listen to him. He had not gotten lost yet. He was walking here. The lands of the Sword Seeker are dangerous and are used for solitary training, various mental states. That's why there are mid-rank formations everywhere you go. But in the Forest of the Small Passage, there is a high-rank formation for training. It is built so that most people get lost in it. Even its name speaks for itself. It is 62 hexagrams out of 64, an overdevelopment of the Small Thunder Mountain. This means that one must be careful to cross the lightning-filled lands. It is difficult to get there and even more difficult to get out. Ruin asked his friend what the old man was saying. Heron replied that he didn't know, but it sounded scary. Cheng Hong thought the same thing. They don't understand. Cheng Hong said that, simply put, it is a very complex maze with a special mechanism. Every 2 hours, 1 or 2 of the 6 sequences change randomly. And from what he saw, the second and third lines from the top change, turning into a hexagram of water and mountain. So it is very, very difficult here now. So he stayed away. In the worst case, you can get lost in the labyrinth forever. The boys decided to lie down and think. Shen Hong asked them what they were doing. Rayun replied that he would sleep. He said that they wouldn't find the way themselves anyway, didn't he? He could just let them know when it was time to go. Heron told the boy that he needed to rest too. They would just follow him, but he would have to find his way. Cheng Hong asked why they thought he would do everything. And how could they trust him, since it was their first time seeing each other? Wouldn't it be better for them to find their own way? Cheng Hong asked, what if he can't find the way? Will they lie there further? Ryuen answered that he doesn't know. He thinks he'll have to break something here. Maybe they won't notice if they break a little. Heron started laughing and said that they could get kicked out on the first day for this. He just trusted him and would wait. Cheng Hong understood that they wanted him to find a way for them. But shouldn't the guy from the Heavenly Demon Pavilion try a little harder? Even spies have duties, and this guy. But suddenly, Ryuen thought about it and heard strange sounds. Cheng Hong replied that it was the sound of the formation changing. Let them both stand up. An hour later, they were already on the road, and Rayun said that it seemed like they got out just in time, and he didn't know that there could be something like that. It was fun. Heron replied that yes, they were able to enjoy the walk thanks to Chan's help. Can you say that it was unexpected when the ground disappeared from under your feet? Coming out of the forest, Chen Hong thought, why did he have to deal with all this at such a young age? And suddenly a large stone fell in front of him, and he got scared. Cheng Hong said that they had to move the center of the stone with a precise attack, but they couldn't break it. Can they handle it? Cheng Hong did everything for on them and opened the passage and said that their lunch, keys to the rooms, and a note with directions to the rooms were downstairs. Someone had to take everything without stepping on the floor. Ruin said, "The cloth is slipping." "He'll pull it slowly, so let it go easy." After a difficult task, Cheng Hong lay down on the ground and decided that he wanted to resign. Someone smart should be put in charge and resign. Ruin said that they got out and asked what happened to the road. "The road looks terrible. It feels like something will definitely happen if they go there." Heron replied that there was no sense of safety there. Ruin said that he didn't want to go there, but since they had already gone this far, there was no turning back. And in that case, they would just have to run. At this time, to the west of the second lake, but the sector of Bright Yang in the residential area of male students. The guy asked, "Is this the first point?" He heard that it is in the westernmost part. The second student replied that they had been walking for so long, even after studying everything in advance. Thank God he met them, otherwise he would have gotten lost. The third student also laughed and said that he did the same. And his older brother was a third-year student, so he told him everything in advance. But even so, it was quite difficult to get there. The boy turned to the younger one and said, "Listen here, let them line up to get a certificate of completion of the first task and find the rooms before going to the warehouse for things. And they can pick up their luggage at the warehouse. They will check everything carefully, so there is no need to pick up someone else's." The student asked if they could just take their things and go to their rooms. The second student was surprised at this point and asked what was wrong. The disciple said that the initiation of new students is a tradition of the Heavenly Warrior Academy. It seems that there are traps on the first floor and that the elders are waiting for them there. He also heard that a ghost even appeared once. The boy asked in surprise, "Really?" He had never heard of such a thing. The second student asked, "Why then is there nothing like that this year?" What a pity, he had been preparing for it. The elder asked, "Is this what they want? Let them be grateful that they were assigned to the first building. The others are very busy now." The students immediately started to get scared and say that everything is fine with them, and they apologized for talking nonsense. The elder said that it was as he thought. They are in the first room on the fifth floor. Here is the key to their room. They took the key to the first building at the first point, right? And their luggage should already be in the room, so they can go straight there. The guy thanked them and told them to take care of it. The elder asked the boy why he was so polite. They should be thanking them. The second elder also said yes, although it is a bit run down, but welcome to the first building. The student asked who he was. They were so polite, they even carried his things. The second student replied that he didn't know. Was it really the first room on the top floor of the first building? "And isn't this the room for those who won first place in the regular and special exams?" And then the guy realized and said that the person in front of them was famous. The student asked, "Is first place given for beauty? He's an expert in beauty or something." "And it can't be. They don't happen to know who he is, right?" The guy replied that yes. It was the first time he had seen him in real life, but he was probably strong enough to defeat most of the instructors. After all, he is the grandson of the Holy Sword and the strong one of the Moen family. But what is the divine sword of 7 cuts, Moen Hui? Moen Hui entered the room into his room and was a little surprised. He immediately went to the table and saw that it was dirty and no one had lived there for a long time. Hui opened the windows in front of him and pulled out his brush to clean up his room a bit. After the distribution, the student said that he was alone on the 4th floor. What a pity. And he would visit them as he settled in. The guy told them to come to him. He wanted to go for a walk, but they were told not to go down to the first floor until the bell rang. But one of the guys noticed something and said that all the elders ran away, as if something happened. "I wonder what's going on down there." The older man asked if all the new students were up there yet. The guy replied that yes, he had just double-checked everything. Everyone was there except 3. The elder replied that it was good then. Would they call him and start preparing? The elder began to worry and wondered if they would return from the labyrinth before nightfall. And even if they escaped the labyrinth, he wonders if they can get through the corridor full of traps. But the boy came up with the older one and asked, "Are they on duty today? Let them make sure that the new students don't get into the corridor with traps." And the mechanisms are activated only in emergency cases, but they can enter the forest of the small passage of the lands of the sword seekers. The elder replied that yes, everything is fine, there is no need to worry. But after that, something happened. And turning around, they saw that a passage from the danger zone had opened. And it turns out that it will work as it should. The boy asked, "What if they die?" The elder replied that he was talking. "It is difficult enough to get out of the forest of the small passage. But what kind of psycho would decide to go through this corridor? Heron asked, would they just run? Chang Hong said to be careful. People have heads on their shoulders for a reason. They'd better come up with a plan. Suddenly, a trap was triggered from the passage, which was aimed at Ryuen. He immediately dodged, and it hit a tree. Chang Hong looked and saw that this arrow. What kind of crazy bastard set the trap corridor to the highest difficulty? Chang Hong shouted at him to get out of there quickly. He realized that this was definitely not an initiation joke. This brunette could die. Ruin entered the passage, and looking around he saw that there was blood on the wall. And again arrows came at him. The boys immediately dodged the street. Ruin said that this was such a mess. What should he do next? But Ryuan didn't stop and started walking forward without fear. Chang Hong asked, what the hell is this? Can people even move like that? But Ruin walked and dodged every attack. Heron said no. He was just like an octopus, and it seemed his friend had gone beyond human capabilities. But Ryuan came out of the passage unharmed. Chang Hong said that couldn't be. Now he's like a bird? Heron said that it couldn't be. He really had become a bird. But suddenly he noticed something and shouted at him to be careful. There in front. But looking in front of him, he saw large blocks flying at him. He was not afraid and jumped into the air. Chang Hong asked him why he was smiling. Heron replied that it looked very funny. The guy said that he was speechless. Heron thought and replied that if he could do that, Chang Hong said that they couldn't lose to him either. And they themselves also ran into the passage. Chang Hong threw away his cloak and said he would do the ones in front and below. Heron replied that he would do the ones in the back and above. Immediately after these words, arrows flew at them. The boys coped with them easily and said that it was nothing. Things got even more complicated as arrows started flying from the buildings. Chang Hong told the guy to make sure he didn't miss a single one. He still has so much to do. He's so young. Heron replied that the last sentence was questionable, but he would try. Ruin looked and said, isn't it cheating to block and not dodge? It seems even boring. Heron apologized to Ryuan and said that he was still a human. Chang Hong also replied that fish shouldn't interfere in human affairs. But Ryuan shouted that he could already see the end. Heron replied that it was good, but he thought that Ryuan was not alone here, no longer human. Chang Hong said that, as they say, even if he is in the middle of a field of spiders, it is better to be alive than dead. The students gathered in the hallway and asked, does that mean they can't go down below the third floor? Until when then? The elder replied that he was not sure. The elders do not let him through. He asked them what was going on downstairs, but no one answered. The elder asked him if he was so curious. He could send him down if he really wanted to, but it would be harder to get up. Did he really want that? The guy thought, maybe they should just wait in their rooms. Whatever happens there, it's better to stay here. One of the students said that they are making so much noise here, but he is not interested in what is going on here. Is he meditating there or what? The guy replied that yes, you wouldn't expect anything else from a divine sword. He's not like the rest of them. You need to go back and train. At this time, Mo Hui was in his room cleaning because he loved cleanliness and just dirt upset him. When Ruin got out, he asked, is this the right place? But there is something wrong. Heron said yes. It looks like a scary present that was wrapped too tightly, and they will be in danger if they unwrap it incorrectly. Chang Hong said that this time he would go, and he would find out who had such a great idea to do this to them. And closing them into the forest is a prank, but the traps on high difficulty are too much. And it's a shared house, so it should be fine. There should be new students and repeaters here. If they're not crazy, then they're crazy bastards. Suddenly, the gates opened in front of him, and Chang Hong said that this place was even more dangerous than before. They wouldn't be able to gallop past it from the ceiling, and he would check it first. Chang Hong knew in his head that these scoundrels were from the Heavenly Scoundrel Academy. They could kill the son of the Dark Heavenly Alliance leader that on the first day. If that happened, a war would break out. Heron said that if it was so dangerous, they could go first. Does he know they were at least 10 years younger? Ruin asked him, what was he saying? At least 20 years. Chang Hong told them to stop and asked, how about listening when someone speaks? And he's only 25. The carnage began after the doors were closed. Ryuen asked, isn't that too much? It's kind of mean to attack them in the dark. If he's not careful, they'll rip out his third nostril. Heron started laughing and said that he almost got a second belly button. Would Ryuan stop for a moment? They better go when Chang turns on the light. Chang Hong asked what made him think he could do that. He wasn't the manager here. Ryuan told him to give them the light. He knew the guy could do it, and suddenly the light turned on in front of them. Chang Hong lit a candle and said that their praise had nothing to do with it. Thank God he had this thing with him. Ryuan asked, "What's this?" Was he a traveling merchant or something like that before the academy and decided to enroll in order to push his wares to students? Chang Hong asked what he was talking about. He was just coming prepared because he had heard that initiation could be brutal. He was just a young new student. They were the ones who weren't prepared. They'll burn for about 15 minutes, so no need to waste time. Ruin said he'll throw them away. Heron said that then he is in the middle. Chang Hong replied that there are many of them, so it is necessary to illuminate as many as possible. They threw the candles along the way, and Ruin asked if it was too cruel. But suddenly Chang Hong saw something and told them to go back. Suddenly a trap appeared in front of them that would cut them into pieces. Ryuan asked, do they really want them to go through this? Is this a provocation? Heron replied that it seemed so, but didn't a strange sound just now come from? Chang Hong replied that it came from the stairs ahead. After that, a clue opened up in front of them and told them to ring the bell and the road would open. Ruin said they just need to ring the bell. Isn't that too easy? It should ring if they break the whole building, right? Heron started laughing and replied that then they really could get kicked out on the first day. Maybe they should just go through. Chang Hong replied that after they left, they would report everything to the academy. But he heard the doors closing, so he thought they wouldn't listen to him anyway. Ruin jumped out and said that it would be shameful to break their sleeping places. Better to go and then call. Chang Hong looked and said that as he thought, the guy ignored his words. Heron replied that it would be enough for him to just shine from behind. Chang Hong told him not to worry about him. His legs are pretty hard. The candle is expensive, so it's hard to blow out. Standing on iron bars, they stood on the brink of death. But after that, arrows flew at them again, and they had to fight back. But Ruin made a different decision and used the gyration. Chang Hong thought, what should he even call it? Body arts? But it's too powerful for such a simple name. But he wonders what kind of weapon he used until now. Ruin was walking around without a sword, so he knew he was hiding something. Ruin didn't stop there and used his Phoenix Flight Celestial Rotation, and Chang Hong realized that his entire body was a weapon. Suddenly, Ruin saw a big problem in front of him. Chang Hong immediately asked, is this really the aura of a sword? But Ruin wasn't scared at all and decided to use his lightning-controlling hands. Heron was shouting at him to be careful. After the big explosion, they saw fragments in front of them. Chang Hong said that it was very dangerous. But Heron was not afraid and began to move forward, beating off all the fragments that wanted to destroy them. Chang Hong looked at this and wondered what this was. But Heron did not stop and use the Great Bird Sky Barrier. But Chang Hong saw the sword barrier flying towards them again. And he thought, why are they both so strong? And now he had to suppress them if everything went wrong. And such monsters. But suddenly he heard a sound and thought that in the end, he had destroyed everything just to ring the bell. Ruin did a very good job of this task and moved to a safe place for them. Ruin asked, did they pass since the bell was ringing? This elder is shamelessly standing there to attack them. Heron said that it seemed that the villain had shown himself. Shehon also replied that he thought so too. He immediately noticed that this giant sword was a divine weapon from the Tiger Fang estate, then the evil tiger. And then the enemy held out his sword and said that bandits don't need respect. Ryuan asked in surprise, bandits? He stole something from the academy? He would have had time for that. He only enrolled today. The enemy replied that as he thought, this guy is shameless. Has he forgotten about the Tiger Fang estate? Ruin asked, Tiger Fang Manor? He seemed to have been there once. The enemy asked in surprise, had he? He turned his sect into a mess and stole the token of the ascending dragon. And he calls this just being there? In front of him is the great disciple of the Tiger Fang estate, Heo Cheong Kong, and now he challenges him to a duel to wash away the shame. Heron said that the token is the special ticket for admission, right? Can it even be stolen? And then Chang Hong replied that it was possible if you defeat the candidate in battle, but the entire sect would fight him after that, but to the end. If he is not an idiot or not strong enough to fight back, It is better not to do such a thing. Heron replied that it was clear and said that Ryuen fits into that category. Cheng Hong asked which one, idiot or strong enough. Heron laughed and said he wasn't sure. Ryuen asked the enemy, a duel? He even thought that nowadays people started calling an attack from the dark a duel. Is this his personal method, or is everyone in Tiger Fang Manor like this? Ho asked him if he was an idiot. It was just a greeting and that's all. Ryuen asked, so those murderous attacks were just a greeting for him? Should he greet him like that every time they saw each other on the street? Ho got angry and told him to shut his mouth and take out his weapon. Ryuen replied that if he was not stronger than him, nothing would work. Can he say for sure that he was stronger? Ho asked what kind of nonsense he was talking about. Ryuen replied that he was definitely slow. He asked if all the sect's hopes were now focused on him. In other words, was he stronger than that gray-haired man and the guy in blue? What was his name? A snowman, I think. And suddenly he remembered and said, the frost sword of Chol Su. Ho replied that laughing at the great teacher. He was crazy. Although he wouldn't compare himself to him, he would punish him in his stead. Let him take out his weapon. Ryuen replied that he had already returned from the Tiger Fang Manor in one piece. How was he going to deal with him if he was weaker than that old man? Sure, it's nice to try something impossible at least once in your life, but you shouldn't do stupid things. Did he understand? And now he advises him to go back to his room, wash his feet, and go to bed. Ho got very angry and could not stand such disrespect towards him. Ryuen said that it would be great if he apologized and compensated him for all the trouble he had caused, for the mental and physical hardships they had endured. Ho immediately went to attack and shouted that his patience had run out. Haryong said that the elder Chong Kong has a pretty strong sword aura. He thinks it's a guy. Chang Hong replied that with the evil tiger sword and such a strong aura, he was definitely qualified to be the great disciple of the Tiger Fang Manor. He should be stronger than the other experts. And now the final battle of the new students' entrance ceremony has arrived. Ryuen didn't even flinch and pretended to be scared. Chang Hong said at that moment that he was a seabird, not a human, and not an expert at all. Heron replied that he had only become friends with him today. But even so, he couldn't help but agree with Chang's words. Chang Hong and Heron decided to comment on the fight. The guy said that, as he came back to life from a non-human, he dodged the attack, but the aura of the Elder Huo's sword is still strong. But Ryuen didn't lose his head and used a kicking technique, a mind-clearing kick. Heron immediately shouted that he had hit, and Chang Hong said that he didn't think the attacks would end there. And at that moment, Chang Hong shouted that Ryuen had caught the sword with his bare hands and immediately squeezed it so tightly that he even felt the crunch. Chang Hong said that Ryuen made a critical hit, and if the last hit was 1 point, then this one is probably 10. The evil tiger sword is the treasure of the Tiger Fang estate. Breaking it is like breaking the Gaolin Jade Buddha or the Vagabond sect beating post. Heron said that it was all over, and the elder Heo Cheong Kong seemed to be in great shock, and suddenly everyone saw that he had fallen. Chung Hong said that they should root for the non-human, but somehow they don't really want to. Heron responded, and the results of the duel should not be taken lightly. If he were the head of the Tiger Fang estate, what would he do to Heo Chong Kong? Chung Hong replied that if he were in his place, he would beat him half to death. It's simply impossible to sit back after this. The honor of the sect is already tarnished. Even if he melts the sword and makes a new one, it won't change anything. Heron said that it was true, this was the end, but the wounded host said that it was not the end. Ryuen asked, he didn't want to end it here, right? If so, what should they do? Marpak is too much for him, maybe Jongpak, or just Chopak. Heron said that it seems that this is not the end. Chang, then what about Chopak, Jongpak, and Marpak that Ryuen is talking about? Chung Hong replied that he didn't know. How could he know something inhuman? But he knew for sure that this was bad. It had to be stopped. Ryuen said that he thought the way would be weak Chopak, but Chang Hong shouted at him and told him not to kill him. It was his first day. But Ryuen didn't listen to them and used dog days punches, dog punching fist, Bachapak. But suddenly someone shouted at him to stop. Suddenly the elder came in and asked what was going on here. Ho couldn't even say a word and slowly turned to the master. In the central tower, Yang Head was shouting that they had spent all the money that the entire Murray-Ma alliance had given. just on the entrance ceremony for the new students. This guy was the manager of the first building, the calm, bloody steel sword, Kang Hae-yoon. He said that activating the security system and destroying all the mechanisms and traps. Do they even know how much this all costs? Hae-yoon shouted that it was almost 1,000 silver coins, especially him, the second-year student Huo from the 8th building, who told the manager that everything was correct. Heron thought at that moment that he felt sorry for him. He probably wanted to lose consciousness. But Chang Hong saw that he was a calm, bloody steel sword, a swordsman from the Qingcheng sect. As expected from an experienced instructor, the wooden sword is perfect for hurting, but leaving no wounds. Ruin knew in his head that all this was expensive, but to this extent it was unbelievable. The Academy of Heavenly Warriors is very rich. Hae-yoon asked Ho why he, from the 8th building, was making a mess in the first. Was he crazy? His sect should be swimming in gold if he thought he could pay for all this. Ho apologized and said he was truly sorry. Hae-yoon told him to stop repeating the same thing and answer the question. He activated not only the mechanisms of the first building, but also the hidden traps in the trap corridor, which were set in case of a large invasion. And how did he figure out how to operate the mechanisms? Who helped him? Ho replied that he did everything himself. No one helped him. Hae-yoon asked the boy, does he think the person standing in front of him is an idiot? The mechanisms were set to the deadly 3rd level. If he is not a member of the Four Gods teams, he should not know how to activate them past the 2nd level. And only a few know about the 3rd level. Anything above the 2nd level requires permission from the elders, right? Someone had to tell him how to do all this. And now they are talking about a murder crash within the sect and a security breach. If he continues to remain silent, he will be given 200 penalty points, reported to his sect, and sent to solitary confinement in the law building for 3 months. Ho was scared at this moment from the law building and begged the manager to spare him. Hae-yoon asked, is he going to continue to remain silent, even though he already has 2 suspects? It's funny, of course. Are they more terrible than the building of the law in the exception? And then he will think about it today in the building of the law. Let him fear the consequences if he doesn't want to answer tomorrow. Heron knew that he couldn't say anything out of fear, not loyalty. Chang Hong thought the same thing, that there were a lot of problem children in the academy. But Ri-wen was also surprised that he felt sorry for the penalty points in jail. What about his compensation? Hae-yoon said that the 3 of them, he'll forgive them this time since they're technically not at fault. But was it really necessary to break everything? He'll keep an eye on them, so let them be careful from now on. Hae-yoon asked if they were really new students, especially the one in the middle. Chang Hong said yes. He was 25 years old, but he ate the wrong medicine when he was a child. Hae-yoon waved his hand and said that he was sorry, and now they could go to their rooms in peace. Ruin left the room and said that they hadn't even had dinner and hadn't received compensation. Chung-ho replied that at least they wouldn't have to pay for the repairs, so they could drive on. And the first floor will probably be fixed overnight. The floor can be simply laid, but the internal mechanisms will be very difficult to repair. Heron replied that he was even glad that he was not thrown out on the first day. And then Ruin said that this was his room, and she wished the boys a good night. Heron replied that they had settled next to the old man, but he seemed further away. Entering the room, Ri-wen was very surprised that it was so clean, and suddenly, in front of him sat Hui, who had done all this. Entering the room, Ri-wen introduced himself and said he was glad to meet him. The boy bowed and replied that his name was Moen Hui of the Moen family. Ri-wen looked and said that he felt stuffy. Hui asked him what he was talking about. The guy answered, isn't it hard for him to speak so formally? They are the same age and decided to talk without formalities. Hui said that he understood what he was saying, but he wanted to maintain his manners in front of someone he had just met. And it's not like he looks down on him, right? Ri-wen said that he asked him to speak a little more friendly because he wouldn't mind getting closer to him. Owe replied that he understood, but personally he preferred to speak like this. It was more comfortable for him. Ruin knew that this guy was a suffocator. He was also boring. He was going to pass out from his suffocation. Owe said they had one thing to decide. Which bed would he choose? He could only unpack his things once they had agreed, so he waited for him. Ruin asked what difference it made if they looked the same, and he really waited for him because of that. Ahua said it was necessary. Let him take a closer look. one by the window, the other by the closet. The angle and direction of the light, as well as the distance from the door to the bed, are also different. Ru and I asked him which side he wanted. Hui replied that it was hard for him to choose, but let him remember that he could open the windows and use the closet often. Ruin said that he would choose the one closer to the window then, and he knew that Hui was one of those people who was restless. It was better to open the window than to have constant rustling in the closet. Hui said he understood everything. An hour later, Ruin asked the guy why he was doing this. For what reason? Hui asked him in response, "What is he talking about?" Ryuan replied that he was asking why he was so meticulous in laying everything out. He was just putting things away. Not only did he twist everything into perfect squares, he also sorted them by color. Hui replied that it was just a habit. No need to worry. Ruin didn't believe in such a thing, said that it was just a habit, and decided that he would also arrange everything according to his own method. Rule number 1, everything expensive should be where no one can get it. Rule number 2, what is used often should be nearby. Here are the rules for storing Mo and Hui's things. Rule number 1, everything should be perfectly packed. The best shape for clothes is a square. All sides should be equal. Rule 2, everything should be clean and hygienic. Not a speck of dust should be allowed. Ruin looked and thought, isn't this a waste of effort? It's too meticulous for it to just be a matter of organizing and cleaning. After that, Ruin asked the guy if he was done. Hui replied that he still needed to work on the little things. But that was enough for today. Ruin thought about the little things he was using. There wasn't even anything left to clean up here. This guy is a pure madman. No one has ever amazed him like that except for that damned old man. At this time, the master said that if you leave a room empty for a long time, negative energy will accumulate inside the house. This is the damn bastard's room, but tonight he will sleep here. But I imagined Ruin saying that this was his room. Why would he be allowed to sleep in it? Even if the building was his, isn't that too much? After that, the teacher simply turned around and walked out of the student's room. But he started shouting that it was unfair. And he started shouting that he was a thief. The teacher said he must have trouble sleeping after he dumped him like that. Serves him right. But everything was different, and Ruin enjoyed these moments in the city outside of his master's territory. Chang Hong was watching his friend at this time. The guy asked Heron, so everyone in the Great Sword Bird clan uses 2 swords? Surprisingly, Heron replied that he was flattered to hear such a thing from a disciple of the Huashan sect. Wasn't she famous for her sword techniques? Like the plum blossom technique. But Chang Hong saw that this wall was a little thinner, as he had asked, and the angle of this hole made it easy to see everything. And probably this guy is probably an idiot from the Huashan sect. Looks like those guys also fudged the room numbers. And that's good, of course. It was tough with those two, of course. But overall, everything went smoothly today. But Ho was behind bars at the time and was very angry with Ruin. And he understood that this was not the end. Not the end. The elder said the next day that Ho Chong Kong's group had failed. It seemed he had been thrown into the law building for breaking all those expensive machines. The leader asked in surprise, "Really? They were more stupid than he thought. Maybe the children of the 8 great clans were stupid too." The elder said that no matter what the result, it would soon be their turn. That was good. Would their gathering of talents from the 9 great sects really have to deal with this scoundrel to restore the honor of the Huanxia sect and the Dian Kung sect? The leader said it was true. He heard he joined this year, probably came first in the exams. He's probably in the same room as the bastard. Does that change anything? The elder replied that he was not at all. He behaved like a proud crane and was hard to get along with. Although he was a talent from the Moen family, it would take the 8 great clans some time to drag him over. And he's unlikely to get close to this bastard. But the next morning, Chang Hong came to Rowena and said that it was strange to see him in the room for the best students. Heron also said that the room looked very clean and shiny. Ruin asked what he should say. He got first place for how amazing he was. They can stand in the hallway if they don't want to go in. Shen Hong nudged the boy and told him to move away so he could see something. He wanted to see how this room was different from the others. Heron said he was interested too, and his neighbor was here too. Could he come in? He wanted to meet him. Heron said that this is young master Yun Junho. He is from Huashan sect. Yun asked, "What do you mean, young master?" "This is embarrassing." The guy showed himself and said that his name was Yun Jun Ho, and he was from the Hoshan sect, and let them forgive him for coming without warning. Ruin asked in surprise, "With that Hwashan? He knows their people, and I'm glad to meet him." Yun said he was glad too, and asked him to take care of him. Ryuin said sure, let him relax and dust off his clothes before coming in. Heron asked him, "Are they different?" Cheng Hong said that why is the person who is lying on the ground calmly, pretending that cleanliness is important to him? This room is so good. Ruin replied that they should go in as they were, but he would not be responsible for what would happen here. Did they understand? And then let them not say that he did not warn them. Let them come in. Heron asked the old man if there was something inside, like a mechanism that reacts to dust. Chung Hong replied that he wasn't sure. Would the academy put something like that in the bedroom? But if he warned them after going through all those traps? Heron said that they needed to shake the dust off their clothes. Cheng Hong said that was right, and they immediately started shaking. Chung Hong asked Yoon to shake off his back just in case. Haryong said that he shook off the dust from Yoon and Chang Ho from him. Ruin decided to introduce himself and told Hui that this was an uncle who claimed to be 25 and a new friend from the Hwashan sect. Heron also decided to introduce himself and said that he was glad to meet you. Cheng Hong also replied that he was 25 and not an old man. He was a new student. Hui also introduced himself and said that he apologized for the outfit. He was a little busy. Ruin told him to continue cleaning. They'll just stay away from his side, okay? And those three have already dusted themselves off. No need to worry. Heron asked in surprise, cleaning? Maybe they should come later then? Cheng Hong asked. Maybe he could help him clean. Ruin asked if he really thought this room needed cleaning. The boys immediately looked around and saw that everything was clean. Ruin said that if this is a dirty room, then what does a clean room even look like, Heron asked. So yesterday's chaos was because he beat up 4 students with badges? Chung Hong told him that he beat up 5 people, including the guy from the Tiger Fang estate, and for that he was given first place instead of being kicked out. What has the academy become? Ruin replied that this couldn't be. He just waved his arms and legs a couple of times. Everything was according to the rules. Chung Hong said it didn't matter. They were on their radar now. Why should he suffer like that at his young age of 25? Heron asked if he had defeated one of the Hwashan sect disciples during the test. Ruin replied that he had, which was why he said he knew people from there. What was his name? He had a strange name. Heron asked his man, didn't he also act according to the token? The Hwashan sect had 2 tokens. Cheng Hong said that this was not the main problem. The important thing was that their new friend was not the enemy of the person in front of them. Ruin asked, so he wants to take revenge on him? Let him just say where and when he wants to do it. Better after breakfast. Yoon asked, what do you mean take revenge? He has no such plans. If his elder was defeated with 1 blow, then the same will happen to him. And if he fights young Master Ruin, it will only further disgrace his sect. And he doesn't think that the result of a fair fight is worth avenging. Ruin noticed that this guy was smart. Yoon asked the guy why he was staring at him like that. Chung Hong felt that something bad had happened to him in the Hwashan sect. And from what he can see, although he is not as strong as those 2 monsters, he still has more chi than the rest of the bastards from Hwashan. Why is he so timid? He needs to figure it out. Yoon said that since he is a disciple of the Hwashan sect, does he really need to fight him? If so, at any time that is convenient for him. Heron told the boy that, from what he knew, the title of young master didn't suit Ryuin at all, and he wasn't mean enough to bully someone like him. If he didn't want to fight, no one was forcing him to. Ruin asked, who is more suited to the title of young master? Heron asked the boy, he heard, right? Just let him behave normally with him and without unnecessary formalities. And indeed, Chan is the eldest, and therefore it is possible to be formal with him. Yoon answered that he understood. Cheng Hong was surprised and asked, what do you mean the eldest? Maybe his name is just Chan. Chung Hong said that there is not even that big of an age difference. If she wants, she can talk to him calmly. Ruin asked, does he think he wants him? At best, he will call him Brother Chang. He does not want to address him as a peer. It seems to him that there is a 20-year difference between them. Ruin asked when they could go to the canteen. Heron replied that it opened at the hour of the dragon, so they would go soon. But suddenly Ruin asked the boy why he was looking at the cleaning maniac. Yoon replied that he was just wondering if young Master Moen would go with them, and call the famous divine sword of seven cuts Moen Hui a lunatic. Even though he cleans up diligently, he is still a role model for many students their age. Call him by his name. Ryuan asked in surprise, a role model? That crazy one? Heron answered that it was true. He was one of the contenders for the title of the strongest expert under the heavens. Heron said that many people worship him, so be careful with your words. If he doesn't keep his mouth shut, he's going to experience something worse than what he got on the test. Does he understand? Ruin asked in surprise, really? Even if he's handsome and seems strong and smart, is that enough to become a role model? Let him just look at it. Cleaning his cleaning tools? Does he even know why? So he can clean them again, and then clean them again. Chang Hong told him to be quiet. Even if it was a male dorm, he never knew where the eyes might be, and the associations of the seven cuts were gone. Ryuan asked, what kind of association? Chang Hong asked, what, he doesn't know about her? They are a group of ladies who worship the divine sword of seven cuts. Their methods are terrible, and their sphere of influence is huge. Heron told Chan to look at his reaction. Even he is afraid of them. But he understands him, Chuan asked in surprise. What did they do? Yoon said that young Master Moen seemed to be in shock, so he would tell him using voice transmission technique. They used to record everything he did from waking up to sleeping. They also stole things he touched and clothes he wore. There were rumors that they cut off the tail of the horse he rode and made a brush out of it. Ruin asked why they were a group of thieves. Wasn't he from the Moen clan? And they allowed this to happen? Yoon replied that yes, it should be impossible to pull off. But his twisted love and obsession were miracles. They paid a known assassin to train, infiltrate the house, and contact or even threaten the Moen clan servants. Shenhong told the boy that he didn't know what Junho said to him, but asked him to be careful. One of the young talents said something bad about him at the hotel and lost his arm. Heron asked, is it that bad? Ruin replied, aren't they a criminal organization then? There isn't an acolyte of the Seven Slices Association among them, right? Yoon said that although it was an honor to meet the divine sword of seven cuts, it was not much, but he only admired his martial arts skills. Chang Hong asked who he thought he was. He hated being part of organizations. Heron replied that he had nothing to do with it either. In fact, he could call him a rival. Yoon told Heron to be careful. The association can hear him. Chung Hong replied that although he was right, considering his status and ability to perfectly create a sword barrier, it seems he is a suitable opponent for him. If it weren't for the incident at the Heavenly Demon Pavilion, maybe a similar group would have appeared for him, and it would be called something like the Ren Love Association. Ruin said that's good then. That means there are none of them. Then no one likes Muffin Hui here, so they can go eat together. But Yoon said that he said it was an honor to meet him. Heron replied that if he said that, he might think that they really didn't like him. Chang Hong asked if it was okay to invite someone to dinner like that. Who would go with him if they heard that? But suddenly, Hui used his powers and got closer to them. Ruin said, if they see, he agrees to go with them. At this time, on the second floor of the central tower of Yang, in the Building of Harmony, the guy said he was disappointed that the only choice was the food of the Heavenly Warriors. But for free, it was prepared pretty well. Ruin said he especially likes this dinner plate. You can put everything on it at once, and there's not much washing up to do. And they are made of strong steel. And it seems that the Academy of Heavenly Warriors is a good place to learn something here. Chung Hong said that yes, it really is strong, since it can withstand everything he threw at it. Even street vagrants behave more decently. Ruin asked, what do you mean? Ren gained the same amount for himself. Doesn't understand why they always bother him? They, the young ones, have a wolfish appetite. Chang Hong replied, what nonsense, let him see. It should be about the same as his and his neighbors. And since the elders eat the least, Junho must be the greatest master. Yoon laughed and replied that he just felt unwell today. Suddenly a guy came up to them and asked if he wasn't seeing things. How did the main disgrace end up here? The guy asked how such a dumbass got into Cheonmu Hakwan. Was he sucking up to Sub again? The girl said most likely. Otherwise, how did he manage to get the token? Worthless trash. Yun lowered his head and replied that nothing like that happened. He tried to tell them, but he was too nervous to do so. But suddenly the guy looked and said that he was not going to listen to this anymore and asked the guys where they came from. Chung Hong introduced himself and said that he was 25 years old, a freshman. The guy thought, is he kidding? What 25? The girl said her name was Ju Nayeon, a second-year student from Hwasun, and next to him was John Lee Hawk, a third-year student from the same clan. Lee Hawk said that this idiot was hanging around the Cheon Mohakwan area for reasons unknown to them. That's why he was asking how he ended up here. Is there something wrong? Chung Hong replied that he simply did not understand how one could swear so freely and even attack a comrade. And he thinks that the elder treated Junho with special love and therefore gave him the opportunity to get into this school despite his lack of talent. Of course he couldn't believe it. When did Hwasun get so wild? He hadn't been told about it. These two, judging by their appearance, were worse in skill than the pale boy, but for some reason they didn't respect him. Lee Hawk replied that everything was correct. This vile good-for-nothing was constantly visiting the great Sob, and out of love for the good-for-nothing, he gave him a token. Shame and disgrace. Nayeon also said that this year Jay Subso was supposed to get the endless victory, but because of him, Sony still gave in and fished out the item from his distant relatives from the Danley clan. But then someone beat him up really badly. Judging by the fact that they're sitting here having breakfast now, she's sure the disgraceful guy ordered their friend on purpose. Yoon stood up and said no, and asked what they were talking about, and Ryu Yeon won in a fair fight. Lee Hawk told him to shut up and call him a mean dog. He said whether it was a fair fight or not, what difference did it make? How dare he sit at the same table with the man who got Jay Sub kicked? He thinks that's okay? Heron asked, what's wrong? Does he mean that every time after a defeat, Hwasun students should not admit their helplessness, but on the contrary, should continue to treat the winner with hostility? Although some of them can't even come to terms with their own Sabu's decision, what's there to talk about? Students don't know how to respect their elders and admit their mistakes. I wonder what their clan is based on. Lee Hawk got angry and asked how he dared to insult them. It was obvious that he was no better than the others. Where was his respectful attitude toward the seniors? Cheng Hong thought about it and said that it turns out that because of respect, they can't express their dissatisfaction to their elder's face, and that's why they insult him in his absence. Lee Hawk said what he wanted to say. Nayeon also asked, when did they insult the great Sabu? Cheng Hong asked, so it wasn't an insult? Their senior grandmaster of the Plum Blossom Sword, Mr. Yu Huan Quan, the strongest, most outstanding leader in the last 5 or 10 years. And they claim that such a powerful figure in all respects would tolerate sycophancy. Isn't such talk a disgrace to honor? Chu Nayan told him that if he didn't know anything, he should shut up, as if there was no reason for that. Lee Hawk said that he was such a disgrace. He didn't know a single plum blossom technique, and yet he dared to come to this school. Yoon got angry and said in response that he was an unworthy, pathetic mongrel, and if he still had a drop of conscience, he should pack his things and leave immediately, and never show up in his sight again. Ruin asked Ren why he had to know them, and Heron replied that they were plum blossoms. The techniques of this martial art are personified by the crawling petals of a wild plum. This is the signature martial art of the Hwasun clan, and is ranked among the 12 most powerful martial arts in all of China. It consists of 36 sections, 72 movements, and 864 combinations that include these movements. Therefore, it is practically impossible to learn them all. So not a single disciple of the clan has yet mastered this technique completely and fully. Moreover, they do not take into account the countless different branches of the teaching. Heron said that, simply put, no student is given the opportunity to learn any other arts. Only the ignorant and the rogue follow any other path. So his question is completely out of place. Ruin replied that unpredictability was his middle name. He asked Ren why he needed so much information about other clans, and in his opinion, the less you know, the better you sleep. Heron asked, does he think so? But he really knows a lot. Cheng Hong thought, what a smart guy, as if he revealed a secret. And any child knows about this. And why then is the fool so slow-witted? What planet is he from? Ryuan said that Yoon wasn't quite ready to enroll yet, and that was a problem. But still, who gave them permission to interfere and spoil someone else's meal with their presence? Heron replied that he agreed too. It was their internal affair. Perhaps they should be taught a lesson. Lee Hawk asked, and why is he silent? Neon asked, he has nothing to say? According to him, everything will go unpunished. As usual, Ruin asked, "Why get up from your seat?" "You can do that," Heron asked with surprise. "Really?" Ruin thought about how smart the people at Cheonmuhakwan were. They made steel utensils for just such occasions. Yoon told his friends that there was an order from the elder Sabu. He couldn't resist. Lee Hak replied that this was real and asked the guy if he decided to shift the responsibility to Sabu. Ruin started looking at the plates and saw that the dishes were solid and the corners were obtuse. Cheng Hong immediately told Heron that he didn't know what this crazy guy was planning, but he had to hold him tight. Cheng Hong realized that he was going to make a mess again. Ryuing took the dishes and knew that it was impossible to kill like that. Well, that was just right. And then Heron told him to stop. Owe stood up and said that they were seniors. "Aren't you ashamed to humiliate your junior in front of such a crowd?" Nayan asked in surprise the seventh divine sword Moen he. "And it turns out that it is none of his business," Lee Hak asked. "And why did he think that they were humiliating him? Let him not interfere where he is not wanted." Hui said that Yoon was his friend. However, he personally doesn't like being bothered. Whoever they are, he doesn't think they have the right to cause inconvenience to other people. And if they think he acted dishonestly, let them turn to the leadership of Cheonmuhakwan or to their senior. Now he asked them to leave him alone. Lee Hak resigned himself and said that so be it, and they would cross paths again from today onwards. Let him be more careful. Heron asked Ruin what was wrong again. Was he still digesting what had happened? Ruin replied that it was kind of a shame. He wanted to paint the dishes red, but it didn't work out. It was a shame, but oh well. He was sure that another opportunity would come his way. Cheng Hong said he understood. Next time, let him warn. He had to prepare in time. Yoon apologized and said it was all because of him, even to Mr. Moen. Heron said that he was not guilty of anything. Those scoundrels created a commotion, and he really wanted to ask Yoon why he did not have the famous Hwasun techniques. Yoon started laughing, and he is allergic to plum blossoms. They make him sneeze all the time. His whole body gets covered in rashes, and sometimes he even faints. Just as he starts training, petals appear around him, a smell, and suddenly he stops. The guys ask, "What next?" And then he stops at the stage of the fragrant sword, and the guys understand all this perfectly. The elder told the chief that John Lee Hak and Chu Ga-yeon had crossed paths with them, and unfortunately, the meeting was not a pleasant one. The leader replied that they had agreed to just observe for now, and what happened to Mu-yeon? He didn't think he had given them a careless order. The elder replied that of course not. That's how it happened. An unplanned meeting caused a mistake, and the defeat of the community of 9 would only give a reason to include it in the community of 8 great clans, or worse, into more terrible hands. But this time it all happened by accident. John Lee Hak saw a student from his clan and decided to punish him. But suddenly, an unexpected guest appeared nearby. Of course, it's surprising, but it was said that they all ate at the same table, Moen Hee, Biruen, as well as Cha Hyun and Heron. The elder said that he had told him about Chang Hong. These two are the same ones he has been going with since the first day of school. I had to make some inquiries, but in the end, nothing worthwhile was found. The guy said that Mo Young Hui sat at the same table with such scum, although it's quite possible. After all, he shares a room with Bi Ruin. And who is this disciple from the Hwasun clan? The elder replied that his name was Yoon Jun-ho. He settled down with Heron. It seems that is why they became friends. And if we repeat the words of Hak and Ga-yeon verbatim, he is a disgrace and a complete loser. The guy replied, "What a horror. Where have you ever seen someone speak disparagingly of their comrade? And now people like this are called the future of the white sect?" The elder replied that he had told them the same thing, and they responded, "How can one call oneself a student of Hwasun if he does not know how to use a single plum blossom technique?" The boy asked. A student of the Hwasun clan entered Cheonmuhakwan without even knowing the basic techniques? Is he joking? The elder replied that, unfortunately, it was true. When he first heard it, he couldn't even believe his ears. The boy replied that then it was clear why they were arguing so much. But how then? The elder replied that apparently the great master had given him the token of infinite victory. In other words, despite his lack of ability, luck is clearly on his side. In the exam, 4 good fighters failed because of Bai Ruin. And so one of them was a disciple of the Wasan clan. Perhaps that was why Cheamuhakwan decided to be lenient towards them. The guy replied that it turned out that because of this guy, even such people were lucky to get there. And now he would have to act as decisively as possible. At this time in the room, Ryuin was asking what it was. A fragrant sword. Yun replied that it was the first time he heard it, so he didn't understand what it was about. Heron replied that this was a very high level of mastery of the plum blossom sword art. Didn't he know? Cheng Hong said that information about him was kept a closely guarded secret. Yun replied that it seemed like it, but he didn't understand it. Cheng Hong said that it was okay. It was a common practice. It was just confusing. And by the way, Heron is well informed about a lot of things. Just looking at him, you wouldn't say that this information isn't publicly available. He thought that meant the prince had been given access to the archives. Now even he considered secret data something ordinary. Heron said that Sabu just told him, so he thought that everyone knew about it, and he heard very little. About the appearance of plum aroma, for example. Ryuan asked in surprise, plum aroma? Chung Hong said that it is true. More precisely, it happens over a short period of time. At the moment when a person reaches maximum concentration, the internal energy is knocked down. And it goes without saying that only a few people are familiar with it at all. And they say that in the last 100 years, only 5 people have managed to grow so high. Heron said that he would see what the old man had sniffed more than him. Cheng Hong replied that Sabu had told him the same. There were many scholars in their Yuanmun clan. Ruin asked in surprise, huh? That's interesting, of course, and it turns out that the guy can be used as an air freshener. For example, after a barbecue, make him swing a sword. Yun said that he thought it was a bad idea. Cheng Hong replied that the person sitting before him was the most gifted person in the Huasan clan. People like him are extremely rare. Yun replied that no, it was all wrong. This was some kind of misunderstanding. And it turned out that he was not even able to repeat the techniques that his ancestors had left him as a legacy. Heron asked, he will be 20 this year, won't he? So he has reached an incredible level at such an early age? Amazing. Let him not be afraid. A solution can always be found. Chun Hong said that, moreover, to say that he is simply gifted is to say nothing. And what is the secret? How did he manage to do it? Yun replied that there was one case. On the fire mountain where they usually train, there are a lot of plum saplings, so the older he got, the more severe his allergies were. The student has asked him how he was going to continue to get along with them. The plum blossoms are pride and joy. If he can't get along with them, he has no place in the Huasan clan. But the master embraced him and said that he had never seen such nonsense before. It was hard to live side by side with plum blossoms. That's how it was. Should he throw the thief out? Since when had such nonsense become so important? The master said to try to answer. What is the spirit of the Huasan clan, and what do the petals surrounding them mean? Yun replied that both are filled with fragile humility. They all have to put up with caustic adversity and care for the world with a pure soul. And plum blossoms are a symbol of purity. The master said that it was excellent and asked if he probably didn't like these flowers since they were torturing him like that. Yun replied that he wouldn't say that at all. But the aroma really does give you goosebumps, and yet they are ordinary flowers. What can you expect from them? And they all cause a lot of inconvenience, but their beauty outshines everything. The master began to laugh and asked, is he only talking about flowers? Let him see how he adores the main charm in the fiery mountain more than any of them. And with great difficulty, he tries to learn to survive the hardships that these flowers bring into his life. He tries to be imbued with the true teaching. So who should kick whom out? And if they were in his place and had lived for so many years in the same conditions, would they be able to love the surrounding nature just as passionately? However, the master said that there is no need to torture yourself. After all, they are ordinary flowers. Therefore, every year in the spring, go to the neighboring mountain to train. There are not many trees there, so he thinks it will be easier. Yun said that since then, in March, he had been constantly away from home, practicing on his own. The plums grew less often here, but there were still many of them. And fortunately, there were many deep caves there, and it was easier for him to climb into one of them and train there. Sometimes he found traces of other guys training inside. And once he accidentally entered some strange place. As usual, I began to meditate and began to hone new techniques. But after one careless swing of the sword, the wall collapsed. and behind it he discovered a new cave. So having walked along the tunnel to the end, a strange picture appeared before him. At that moment, goosebumps ran across his body, as if the secret of a genuine martial art seemed to lift the breath of the cave wind. The walls were completely covered with blade marks. He was unable to determine the origin of this miracle, but it seemed to be a combination of walking and sword control techniques. And there on the wall was written the 7 blades of plum. The 7 blades of plum had some similarity with the plum blossom, but the approach to studying them was fundamentally different. And so, having recovered from the shock, he began to study the tracks. Day and night he trained, bringing thirst, hunger, and sleep, repeating every step left on the cracked floor of the Great Hall. And one day the fateful hour came. Suddenly, out of nowhere, plum blossoms appeared in the air. That's when he realized that his happy days were over. And suddenly consciousness left him. And when he came to, with any attempt to show such techniques as plum blossoms or 7 blades, he began to be tormented by a tart, irritating smell. And so he left the cave to report what had happened to the teacher, and it immediately collapsed to the ground. So no one believed his delirious stories later. Heron said that it turns out that no one else in the world knows the technique he knew. Surprising. Chung Hong said that he hoped the elder believed him without question, although he could not show it, but he could clarify it in words. He thinks it was possible. He was simply obliged to recognize what was what. Yun replied that whenever he tried to remember his walking technique or sword control, a mysterious scent would instantly appear in some way known only to God. Chung Hong asked if he was going to faint next. Yun replied that he was. That's why the master sent him here. He told him to find out the answer in Cheon Mohakwan by any means necessary. Heron said that the road ahead would be difficult. I wish I could give some advice. After all, you have to move forward somehow. Ruin said that they would have to act radically. They would change the person beyond recognition. Yoon asked, what kind of person? Heron asked Ruin if it was too cruel. Chung Hong asked if he was being serious. The guy had his whole life ahead of him. Did he want to ruin it? Ruin replied that since the body reacts to the flowers, it means that this miracle needs to be stopped somehow. According to him, this is not the most effective method? Or do they have better options? If the problem is not solved, all sorts of scoundrels will constantly torment him. Who knows, maybe they'll even cover all the paths that Yoon will walk through school with plum petals. Heron said that they were bad people. They could do something like that. Cheng Han replied that, frankly speaking, there were few sensible thoughts, and there was no desire to leave his comrade to his fate. Heron thought about it and said that he was in then. Chung Hong replied that he also thought the risk was worth it. Yoon heard and thanked them for taking care of him. Chung Hong said that after analyzing Yoon's condition, he came to the conclusion that it was not just hypersensitivity that was involved, but a serious allergy. Some substances that most people don't have any problems with cause breathing difficulties in some. In other words, they kill these people. Ruin told him to take this poison. They will start with a small dose and gradually increase it. Chung Hong said that if this method worked, he would have recovered at home with age. But since nothing happened, it follows that the issue cannot be resolved this way. Moreover, it seems that the reason is not in the mental state, but most likely, in fact, they will go this way. And on the contrary, they will only cause harm. And you never know, they will be sent to the next world. Heron asked, then why not initiate a homemade evolution using medicinal concoctions? Chung Hong asked, what is the use of various medicinal substances, changing the proportions, in an attempt to influence the physical properties of the body? Heron said that it was true, but unfortunately there could be serious side effects. Chung Hong said that you can take a painkiller. But the problem is that they are unlikely to have enough knowledge, and he doubts that they will be able to fully see the course of events. Although, if they do not rush, unforeseen troubles can be avoided. However, if he suddenly loses his taste, goes blind, or even stops moving his arms and legs, Yoon was scared and replied that this was serious. Heron told him not to worry. There could be trouble if they experimented, but if you hired real professionals, you wouldn't have to worry about safety. Cheng Hong said that it would be better to turn to experts in complex poisons, or better yet, to Zhongxi summoners. These cool shamans know better than any professor how this or that drug works. Yoon said that he hoped that such gifted people would not be found in their area, and he really thought it was scary. Heron said he agreed it would be hard to find the first ones, and the vampire creators would be even harder. However, in Cheomuhakwan, guys from all over the area gather. So there must be many disciples from the Dan clan and other healers? Chang Hong answered that there definitely are, and you will even be able to meet the creators of death. Heron asked, the ones who give souls to the dead? Ruin was surprised and replied that he was looking forward to the experiment. Heron said, how amazing it is, but aren't such obscenities forbidden in the white sect? Shenhan replied that to tell the truth, access to this knowledge had been open for a long time. There are simply clans that have been given orders to repel demons, and if one of the dark sects is up to no good, it's best not to disturb them. The advisor is a good one. It will probably work out. The only thing is that they usually conduct their research with corpses. Ruin said that Yoon was full of life, for sure. Too bad the dream was shattered. Never saw a demon. Heron replied that there was nothing to be done. And then there was poison. Yoon said no. He would never forget their kindness. But in his opinion, this was clearly too much. Heron started laughing and asked what he was afraid of. Of course he agreed with him. The process was fraught with risk. But still, it was enough to find a more or less competent healer, and the question would settle itself. The risk was minimal, and it was necessary to try. Cheng Hong said that if he was still unsure and thought no one would dare to work with him, he could rest easy. Only a lunatic would refuse to conduct a couple of intricate experiments on such a young calf. He was sure they would quickly dig up some herbalists who were passionate about their work. Yoon said he was begging them to find another way, one that was safe and sensible. Heron replied that if he didn't want it, it was a pity, but if it was so, there was no trial. Cheng Hong said that it was safe and not contrary to common sense, but he doubted that such a thing existed. Ruin said that if he doesn't like body manipulation, should he get rid of the allergy at all? Leave it and do something else. Isn't that the solution? Heron asked, something else? Chen Hong asked the guy, what is he up to again? Let him lay it out. Ruin replied that he should try to free himself from the harmful aroma. Although this thing of theirs exudes an aura of greatness, in essence, it is only the energy emanating from the sword. And it is clear that there is no point in wasting it. The fact that the sword is fragrant does not increase the force of the blow. And it is clear that this stage is nothing more than a step preceding the level of absolute mastery in sword control. And if you overcome it, the obsessive smell will immediately evaporate without a trace. That is, their patient will become stronger and free from torment. And how do they like this plan? Heron asked, is he suggesting to push him higher? Which is not bad, but due to the mental trauma, Yoon can't even hold a sword. So it's not in his destiny to carry out his plan yet. Chung Hong said he would agree. There is no way such a method can be accepted in life. He can't implement a single technique. Ruin said that there is nothing applicable, and since a solution has been found, he will be responsible for its implementation. His friends from the clan have excellent know-how on this matter. Heron said he didn't know what exactly was going on, but he looked confident, good, and worth trusting. Chang Hong asked in surprise, no, hi, this is the first time he's heard such a concept. It's alarming. Where did he even come from? Ruin replied that he does not disclose personal information. Let them just understand that his specialty is to turn the impossible into possible. The teacher asked Master He why he was shaking so much. Was he unwell? He replied that no, he just suddenly felt goosebumps. He felt that something bad was about to happen. Maybe it was because of the situation? He said he didn't understand the logic. Cholsu replied that such a name was against the rules of Cheomuhakwan. The answer is final. Did they think he would agree to call the object Sim in such a wild way? It's embarrassing to say that phrase out loud. He asked in surprise, is it embarrassing to say? A passionate man must engage in self-improvement. And that's right. A hot-blooded man must be strong, and strong again. That's what self-improvement was invented for. That's the meaning he showed the world, what he doesn't like. Chul Su said that such phrases can be scratched on the wall of their own house. They are still a vagabond. He replied that he was a bastard and knew why. Okay, then we need to measure our strength here and now, you decrepit snowman. The teacher told them to calm down. He doesn't understand. He's a very calm person. So why does he immediately lose his temper when he sees Mr. Kwan? Master Kwan does not yet fully understand the subtleties of teaching. Let them agree that it is forgivable for him not to know all the details. The teacher turned to he and said that this phrase was truly wonderful and full of deep meaning, but unfortunately it was not suitable as a title for a lecture. He asked him to explain what was wrong. Weipamon. The teacher replied that when students choose a subject, they pay attention first of all to its name and the names of the teachers. It is necessary to indicate the type of martial art being studied, the weapons that will be used, whether it is theory or practice, the required level of skill. After all, not only male students study at Cheonmuhakwan, but female students as well. They themselves understand what kind of indignation will arise among the girls at the sight of such a phrase. He replied that if that was the reason, he would agree. He should have said so right away. Otherwise, how could he not be angry when they change everything without asking? And in that case, he offers the following: combat power and speed, blade control, technique, high level. The teacher laughed and replied that it was amazing. The great master gave a very appropriate answer. That's how he knew. It's not that hard, actually. He's already published a list of items with that name. And don't let them thank you. Chulsu took out a paper and said, here is combat power and speed, blade control technique. Yi noticed that this snowman even decided to steal his thoughts. What a dirty trick. The teacher said that it turns out that the issue is settled. They said that they have special requirements for the process. He answered that it is true that there is one. He said that he asked not to recruit first-year students for his subject. Arguments like, yes, he is responsible and strong, and therefore can take part, are not accepted. No first-year students. Cholsu asked, is that so? The teacher said, for the sake of fairness, kids are allowed to choose higher category subjects from the second half of the year. Could he explain what the requirement is based on? He replied that he simply did not want to, and if they did not fulfill the condition, God knows, he would be sick for a full semester, and let them not expect righteous teaching from him. Ruin was given a book, and he asked what he needed this thick book for, as a pillow or something. Shakan said that it was a good idea. It would also work as a sleeping pill, but it is still needed for the most accurate selection of accounting disciplines. He recommends quickly scrolling through and choosing the ones that interest you. Officially, 4 days are allotted for everything. But in reality, the recruitment for interesting subjects closes in the first 2 hours. Let him look around. Does he see how tense the situation is? Ruin replied, is there something he needs to read this crap from cover to cover? At least 2 points on each. Heron told him that the contents of each were written out for him at the beginning. The 7 compulsory subjects were to be collected later. They were all roughly the same. He advised him to start with the 5 that were optional. Yun also opened the book and said how many interesting things there were. Hui was also with them at that time and said that he would go and apply. Good luck to everyone. Shanhong was surprised and asked, already? And of course he hopes that he will be able to do exactly what he will mark. Ruin said at this time that he couldn't believe it. The mesophobe had already read it? Cheng Hong replied that it was unlikely. There are more than 300 different directions that are dangerous here. Rather, he will look at the short description. Multiples of this are 150, and in more detail, already 200. Heron looked and replied that the task was not pleasant. And there was so much here. Has it ever happened that a course began individually, when no one else deigned to join? Cheng Hong said that unfortunately, if there are not 3, the program will be immediately closed. Therefore, experienced teachers only recruit 3 or 4 groups. Ruin told them to listen. Martial arts are all one big whole after all. Where did so many branches come from anyway? Cheng Hong replied that no matter how angry he was, he needed to humbly accept this fact and not look for problems on his head. And Yoon didn't seem to need help, and let them say that 2 would give preference. He would quickly pick them out. Cheng Hong thought that he would try to show and point out the same ones. It would be easier to follow, and at his age. But suddenly, someone fell. Everyone was surprised, and Cheng Hong said that it seemed like they were taking sword control classes there. Surely some cool teacher would be teaching it. Cheng Hong came up and asked if the man could tell me why people were rushing so quickly to that particular stand. Had something so interesting really appeared? The boy asked back, didn't he know? This year, one of the courses will be presented by the god of the volcanic sword. Now everyone is flocking there, hoping to sign up for his lectures. The boy asked if he could see. Here is another place where students are crowding. There they are trying to enroll in their great master. Of course, it's no wonder there's a lot of excitement about him every year. But in his opinion, this time there will be more kids with the new teacher. Yoon said in surprise, Frostblade is one of the top 5 Gen Masters in the entire Celestial Empire. And Lord Flame is one of the top 5 Dao Blade Masters. Is it really possible to listen to their lectures here? Heron said that it was great and suggested that they sign up too. The guy replied that it was a pity, of course, to disappoint, but newcomers were not allowed now. The guys were surprised and asked why. The guy answered that it was the custom. There are certain requirements. For example, if the note states that the level is high, students who are not lower than the 3rd year or those who have excellent grades can apply. Besides, when there is such confusion, the recording is finished in half an hour, and the best ones are selected through simple tests. And usually only their great master put forward different conditions. But it turned out that the fiery one asked to exclude first-year students altogether. So everyone thinks that he will teach some miraculous techniques. Ruin thought that this was a huge commotion, as if they had found something wonderful about his student, and he was also old. And what was he going to show in class? Was it really a fire show? Or maybe everyone was taken in by the beautiful name. The guy said that they would, in principle, be able to get to the Frostblade later. The main thing is to try. If they work hard, luck will smile on them in the next half year. Chang Hong looked at Ryuan and said that he could see that the boy was in a bad mood. Was he upset that he wouldn't be able to enroll with the vaunted teachers? Ruin replied that no, not at all under any circumstances. He thought that the last thing he needed was his own slave to study. Nonsense. Ruin said he would rather choose more productive subjects than ones that might lower his social status or bruise his ego. Chung Hong asked, social status? And what does ego have to do with it? And the guy, did you understand anything? Heron answered that no, it seems he doesn't like it. Chang Hong asked him which ones he thought were more useful. He wanted to hear something specific. Ryuin replied that he was already so invulnerable that he didn't need anything. But if he had to choose, he'd better learn how to control sounds. His lousy teacher knows notes, but he can't control or manipulate sound waves, and he thinks this is a great option. Yun was surprised and said that learning to control sounds was amazing. Heron was also surprised and said that Ryuin was brave to speak like that about his master. Chung Hong said that it was nothing compared to that. Rather, it was ill-mannered. Besides, it was an incredibly subtle science that required grace, and also perfection in knowledge of musical notation and reserve of internal energy. That is why this type of martial art is considered the most difficult. But unfortunately, the effectiveness is very low. He was still going to approach him? Ruin replied that he certainly would. Only exquisite objects suited such a handsome, elegant young man. Heron said he remembered that he had once been interested in this too. Let them pick out some sound manipulating items for him too. As for instruments, he doesn't really know how to play anything. So it's up to him what he can use as a weapon later. Ruin said that it was great, and that meant it was decided. His instrument was Guqin. Let all disciplines be connected to it. Heron replied that he had decided too. Let him choose for him too. Chung Hong thought that there was no need to pretend, as if they were asking him after much thought. This was clearly their style. He certainly thought about helping, but he didn't expect that he would have to do all the work for them. Yun said that he had marked 11 items here, and he wants to choose from them now. Chang Hong thought that it turns out that he can't carry the boy on his neck yet. In the evening, Chang Hong said that it had been a productive day. He had not expected that there were so many compulsory subjects and that they all turned out to be from different fields of knowledge. But Ruin said it was such a bunch of useless crap. All that was left was to hope for more. Heron replied that yes, he was also looking forward to it. Yoon said that he liked almost everything and thanked Chenghona. The guy was surprised and said that at least one person was grateful. Heron replied that no, and he was very grateful. It was cool to rely on such an experienced person. Ruin said that's not the word, as if he studied here for 5 years. Apparently every old man has more than enough experience. He'll take note. Chang Hong replied that they were expressing themselves in a strange way. It was almost itching. Yoon asked if he hadn't been too careless in choosing one for himself. seemingly at random, from the same ones as them, wasn't he? Chung Hong replied that it wasn't quite right. To be fair, it was pretty good. But suddenly birds flew overhead and Ryuen asked, "What are they?" Heron looked and said that it seemed to be a postman falcon. "That's right, and these are falcons trained to carry letters." Ruin said that he heard about it for the first time. Yun said he thought pigeons were used for such purposes. Chung Hong replied that this was the Stone Age. You won't find them in China anymore. But falcons are stronger, more resilient, and less hassle. An ordinary falcon is not easy to catch even for a strong master. And when you don't need to carry letters, you can take a falcon hunting. They are very smart, incredibly loyal, and remember several roads at once. Heron replied that it was then clear why demand for Skolov had increased. Ruin said that he wanted one too. What should be done? Chang Hong replied that he could buy one. There was a shop somewhere in Cheonmuhagwan that sold them. However, the price of one was 3 months' budget for a family of 5, and the expensive ones cost well over 20 silver coins. Ruin asked, he says, somewhere here? Chung Hong answered that as far as is known, the pavilion of the Heavenly Eagle. Actually, there is a whole clan that rules the birds, but on the wave of an already known trend. Their business has grown so well that now their shops are everywhere. He remembers that next to the house where the bird flew, there must be exactly the place they need. Ruin was very happy and said that they should move quickly. Arriving at the house, he asked what they had come for, and the building looked impressive. Heron replied that he agreed, a monumental building. But Ruin called this building the Pavilion of the Flying Eagle, and it seemed to be about the Pavilion of the Sky. Chang Hong said that the Flying Eagle Pavilion is a place where the pigeons and falcons that other students have acquired are taken care of, something like a bird dormitory. Cheonmuhakwan is quite concerned about safety. Chang Hong said that the goods were being offered in the building next door. The seller met them and asked, did they come for a new falcon, and that they should not be shy and look around. Yun looked and said, "What cuties?" Heron answered that it was true. It is true that it is written that this friend is a pigeon, intended for training. And 3 rings, what does that mean? The seller replied that they marked this way how many roads the bird is able to remember and how well it is trained. The gold ring indicates the 5th level, and the silver one the 1st. That is, if necessary, he can remember more than 7 roads. Such birds usually have 7 to 9 rings, and the coolest ones have 10-12. In general, as they already understood, the degree of giftedness depends on the number of rings. Falcons of the highest order help their owners in hunting, but it is worth remembering that the price of a male depends on his power. Now there is a special offer. Of course, they can pay off the cost of the bird in full within 3 months, but if they pay the entire amount at once, they will receive a 1% discount. Ruin said this one has 3 gold, so it's level 15? He said the maximum is 12. Then what kind of bird is this? The seller was surprised and replied that he had a diamond eye. He immediately marked the best one. This one comes from an eastern country called Kor. He is so smart that they could not determine what the ceiling of his capabilities was. So to speak, he is even outside the system. Honestly, the guy has no shortage of ferocity. No matter how much we tried, he still kicks. He never acknowledges himself as the master. And then Ruin said that he wanted it. The seller was surprised and asked, "Really?" Then he suggests getting to know each other better in the training room. And I wouldn't lie, he's already maimed 30 people. And let him remember, the use of physical force is strictly prohibited. If he injures a bird, he'll have to pay compensation for the damage. Ruin said it was funny, but he'll try. And don't worry, he'll make it look beautiful. Immediately after that, they went to the training hall, but they began to hear voices and shouts, and suddenly they all disappeared. And then Ruin himself came out and said that it was the end, so it suited him very well. If only they could see how cute he was when he was angry, and he immediately decided that he was buying it. Ruin thought about what to name him, and he decided to call him Thunder. It suits him very well. The leader received the letter and said that it was good news. If the prince of the dark sect was a nice guy, there was no reason to worry yet. Namgung replied that the Lord of Micheon was personally monitoring the problematic students, and apparently the girl named Yeonbi had not shown up yet. He thought that everything would be calm for now. Then someone came and the head said that he was listening attentively. The guy replied that the lady had finished her training and was returning home. The student suddenly said, "That's what the 7th divine sword is." The guy was told that it seemed so. that same Manhwa. And it seems to him that the lecture hasn't even started yet, but he already feels serious tension. He gives off the aura of a straight-A student. The student said, "Is he really going to write down every word?" He heard, of course, that the lessons, the philosophy of the white sect, and the history of martial arts require a lot of effort, but not that much. And they say that the methods of an excellent student are always correct. When the lecture is over, he will go and buy himself the same set. Suddenly, Chang Hong turned to Hui and said that he saw how the boy was prepared, but the student said that it was the first lesson and they already had a replacement. It seemed that the teacher was not feeling well. Ryuan asked him if he could wear a sign that said freshman. The students heard and asked if he was a freshman. But Yoon stood up for himself and said that Chang Hong was just like them. He was given the wrong medicine as a child, that's why he developed side effects, and he's 25. Heron told the boy to calm down and not interfere. The students asked in surprise, 25, is he joking? Heron said they themselves found it hard to believe. He thought they could do it? Why bother? Moreover, their friend clearly doesn't care. Does he know that if it bothered him, he would shave and try to look younger? But Chang Hong heard and said that it would be better if he kept quiet. He was already starting to go gray because of them. Heron asked, what does this have to do with him? Chang Hong said, then the lesson will start soon and let him sit down. He watches during the day, and at night he wipes the papers with his eyes. There is not even time to sleep. Monsters. Yoon said that there was no one around, it was dark, and in the middle of an open field there were 4 plum trees. But in the morning one of them, for no apparent reason, magically disappeared. And one day the elder decided to watch this 4th one. Or maybe someone chopped it up. Shen Hong thought, maybe they'll stop talking nonsense. Let them go to bed quickly. But he thought that the forest suddenly bent in half, and scarlet eyes appeared between the branches. He was asked, so it really was a ghost? Chang Kin replied that the story was definitely not a rosy one, and he had a lot of work to do. They were already driving him crazy day after day, and he had to work at night. Isn't that too much? And he had to write reports on these assholes every day. Lately he was shaking. And now, as things were going on, the master got scared, took out his sword, and ran to the tree. And it. The guy asked, so abruptly, he feels he has plenty of courage. Chang Hong asked, what should I understand by this? Why is the document chest so huge? Have they completely lost their minds? Chang Hong said that he was told that if he did not punish the disobedient students, the most terrible fate would inevitably await them all. He hoped he just looked big. He did not think that he was full of papers, and he should not. Suddenly, during class, Heron said that it seemed that Chang Hong had died, and he asked Ryuan if he knew the story of the ghost of the Wasan clan, which looked like a wild plum bush. They say that their elder not only saw it, but also received some great task. Ryuan was surprised and asked in response, does that mean that if he catches you, he will give you free treats? Heron said that he understood, and so. But Ryuan saw that he had stopped at the most important thing and asked, so? Yoon was also very surprised and said that this was a master from the Shaman clan, one of the 8 strongest healers of Okan, Jin Ying. Ying said that perhaps they would begin with the foundation that they would need for all future studies. It would stretch out like a long, winding thread, accompanying them through 100 years of martial arts history, and finally stop at the moment in which they were now living. In asked them why they entered Cheonmuhakwan. Firstly, he was sure that they wanted to achieve excellence in one thing or another. Secondly, being the children of the white sect, filled with desires to increase their strength, they intended to strengthen the power of the cult in a difficult confrontation. With the dark sect, namely the Black Sky Coalition, as well as the Ma Chongquok lair where most of the assassins are trained. But above all else, there is another goal, a goal that absolutely everyone sitting here is pursuing. They all hope to become a reliable support for their own clan. In said, against those who may appear at any moment. Exactly, against the spirits of heavenly sorrow. The disciples at that moment thought, the Heavenly One calls them as if nothing had happened, and the rest thought, how to sit through to the end now. Bang said he believed they were even afraid to pronounce the bizarre name. But there was another name whose pronunciation had been strictly taboo for centuries. And this is a heavenly spirit thirsty for blood, the embodiment of terror whose name has shaken China for thousands of years. He is a real symbol of fear and despair, against which both sects, forgetting their differences, have risen up. These enemies still exist, slowly devouring humanity from the inside. Their purpose is to grow stronger and destroy the monstrous evil. And it was for this purpose that, more than 100 years ago, the god of the Great Limit, Hayuk Rin, built Cheonmuhakwan, asking for help from the Holy Trinity of Heavenly Warriors. Ruin apologized and said he had a question. Teacher Ying asked in surprise, "What was it?" Or Yuan asked who this god of the Great Limit in the Holy Trinity of Heavenly Warriors were. The disciples thought, "What kind of nonsense is this? As if he was born yesterday?" Ying asked what his name was. He couldn't believe it. There was a man in China who didn't know the idols of modern times. Is this some kind of joke? Or did he have an accident and lose his memory? Ruin replied that he didn't, and introducing himself, he said that he was perfectly healthy, and he was asking because he really didn't know. Aang said he didn't expect something like this to happen, and then they'll do it like this. It would be too easy if he told it now. He thinks this is a good opportunity to get to know all the heroes of days gone by better. Great, and he gives them a task. Ying told them to write a 5-page essay about their great ancestors and the bloody consequences of the bloodthirsty heavenly spirit's deeds. The size of the sheet will be 20.6 centimeters, the size of the hieroglyph no more than 1.5 centimeters. He asked not to make indents and not to leave space for headers and footers. Chenong told him to look. It was all because of him. Let him imagine now what hatred they would harbor. Notice those crazed faces? Ruin replied that he was just telling the truth. Why would he do such a stupid thing? Cheng Hong asked, where did this task even come from? Judging by the way he bargained for the falcon, he clearly didn't come from the wilderness and still doesn't know the God of War and the Holy Trinity. Ruin replied that as long as the questions were not related to everyday problems, it was not necessary to know the answers to them. And when they finished writing, let him look at it. And if they wrote for him, he would be grateful. Cheng Hong asked, why on earth? Let him read the textbook and do it himself. Or let him ask Heron. And then Heron asked, did they call him? Did he misheard or something? The top half are your books, and Cheng Hong can take them. Ah Yun said that his half was only for Ruin. He took them and thanked them for their help. Cheng Hong replied that now, thanks to them, he didn't have to bother. Heron said that it was okay. They helped them with choosing the subjects. He wanted to thank them somehow. Yun said that he also decided to do something for Ruin. After all, he promised to help with the plum blossoms. Ruin asked the student, what did he have so much of? Did he save it for them? Hui answered that no, every last one was his. And also when he studies, he doesn't like people making noise around him. That's why he asked not to come in this evening. Hui turned around and said he was leaving. Yun heard this and replied that he was amazing. What a perfect student he was. Ruin said that he had nothing personal, but he already had plans. After the meal, he would go and look at how the thunder was being trained. Cheng Hong didn't listen and told him to stop fooling around. Was he really going to ask him to write his essay for him? Heron told Cheng Hong that Rayuan was a good guy and a friend. He certainly wouldn't act so dishonestly. The elder received this information and said, so it turns out that the White Crane has finished training and will return very soon. Where did you get this information? The chief replied that the Soar roommate was being followed. He reported that after she left the pavilion of the Flying Eagle, she immediately went to her room and spent half an hour cleaning. Her eyes shimmered with a rainbow shine. The elder said that he understood this, and only that girl could make her smile. So the note was sent via the Falcon. He asked, how is this connected to the fact that it will soon be time to eliminate him? The chief asked, what did he forget? Once the White Crane returns to Cheonmuhakwan, a wild life will begin, and no one will look back. The plan is perfect. So the day of her return will be the day of the death of the vile creature. Ruin was sitting at his homework and asked what the problem was. In his opinion, everything was perfect. Look, he even wrote 5 pages. Heron asked if he was really going to hand in the paper like that. Cheng Hong said he hoped so. Was the guy joking about hearing about the God of War and that scary name for the first time? Ruin asked how he knew since no one had told him. The boys were surprised and asked what. Cheng Hong said that every Chinese person had to stumble over them at least once in their childhood. Something like that. Heron replied that after these words, the children immediately stopped crying. It was especially frightening when they spoke. If he stays out late and plays around, the spirit of heavenly sorrow will come out of the well and swallow him alive. And the next morning, the water in it will turn bright red and clean bones will float on the surface. Ryuan said it was horrible. Is the spirit of heavenly sorrow some kind of gang of monsters and ghosts? Cheng Hong replied that it was not. It was simply the embodiment of cruelty. But who else could have treated this topic so frivolously? There are certain criteria when writing an essay, especially regarding the font size, so why these childish blots? And more precisely, this garish style and constant scribbles seem to be asking for a bad mark. That is a cruel, bloody murderer, and he wrote as if he was the result of steadfast faith and languid hopes. What a frightening nonsense. But the most dangerous and terrible thing he dared to draw, and he depicted either an idol or a god. Did he intend to embellish history? Cheng Hong replied, "What nonsense! He simply gave the appearance of a real villain. No need to slander here. The most terrible person in the world looks exactly like this." Cheng Hong said that as the proverb goes, the absence of intelligence gives courage. And he is not just a robber and not even a demon, but rather an obsession of fear. As soon as he was born, the first thing he did was to completely take over the dark sect. And every step he takes causes thousands and thousands of deaths. Heron said that the spirit of heavenly sorrow gradually devoured everything in its path, which could not help but be terrifying. In the end, as he said, a righteous coalition emerged. Heron took out his inscriptions and said that it was harsh. Ruin replied that it was true. After all, they themselves said that only the god of war could defeat the heavenly spirit. And the demon god also helped him. Heron replied that it was true, it was written that way in the textbook. Cheng Hong said that in practice they were specifically compiled only from the position of the white sect. In reality, there were two gods of war. The only one who survived the fight against the bloodthirsty heavenly spirit was the god of the great limit, Lord Hekwol Rin. Since then, the white sect began to call him the god of war. But in fact, another master fought with the fiend of hell, the tyrant sword, Lord Kaljun Hek. In the dark sect, he was also elevated to the rank of a god. Since the nicknames, surprisingly, turned out to be identical, in order to distinguish them, the word demonic was added. But although there are rumors that even in the dark sect, recently they have been following the general canons more. Ryuan replied that it seemed that after the incident with the spirit of heavenly sorrow, the dark and white sects decided to join forces. But in the end, it turns out that they can't simply sort out the nicknames. Heron said that there was indeed such a thing. However, after that incident, they began to get along quite well. Ruin asked, so both sides united and attacked as a crowd, but still lost? Heron replied that both had suffered serious losses. The tyrant's sword, which had inflicted the first serious wound, and the god of the great limit, who had made the decisive dash, were both seriously wounded, and each had to spend 3 or 4 years to recover. Cheng Hong replied that according to the textbook, the losses amounted to almost half of the population, and more than 30 years were spent on restoring the forces and the destroyed cities. They say that about 1,000 carriages full of silver coins were put into work. But of course, the main tragedy is that the body of this cruel terrorist named Wei Qiansu was never found. Nor was the gang of murderers led by the spirit of heavenly sorrow eradicated. Ruin said that means the battle took place over 100 years ago. She probably died of old age. Why bother? Heron replied that of course the bastard had been seriously wounded, but if you recall his skill level, there was still a reason. He'd probably last a couple of centuries. Cheng Hong said that, for example, the Lord of the Righteous Coalition, along with the demonic god of war, have existed well beyond 100. At the same time, Muryang Jin-in of the Hwasun clan is turning 150 this year. After all, he is a real monster. Heron replied that at that time he was about 50. That means he can continue to commit atrocities somewhere for at least that long. Cheng Hong said that this is why the righteous and dark coalitions exist. It was not for nothing that the god of war once built their school, wanting to prevent a catastrophe. It was then that the holy trinity of heavenly warriors, the greatest masters of the celestial empire, who made an insurmountable contribution to the process of fighting the great disaster, became a huge help to him. Cheng Hong said that one of these saints was the grandfather of the seventh divine sword, Mo and Hui, who was also his master, the Lord of the Blade. You live with his grandson in the same room and he doesn't know about such an important person. Sometimes his stupidity breaks through all conceivable limits. Ruin replied that this misophobe didn't know his master's name either. No difference. Then why is he the only one called a fool? Chung Hong said that it was natural. After all, his level of fame obviously doesn't compare to the Holy Trinity. So what is he called? Ruin replied that he refuses to comment on matters concerning his personal life. It seems that it is enough to just glance at him and it will immediately become clear. And if they gave birth to and raised someone like him, it means that his ancestors were not from simple people. He understood that he did not want to drag the damned old man into it. Heron said he understood everything and asked, is he really not afraid? Everyone in the white and dark sects is afraid to stutter about this. He is a real master of terror. Ruin asked, should he? It's a strange thing to be afraid of some old man, adding to the matter conjectures and rumors. They themselves said that Cheomuhakwan was built to raise masters who would be able to defeat him. How are they going to catch him now with wet pants? Chung Hong was surprised and replied that he didn't expect to call a bloodthirsty, heavenly spirit a grandpa. He thought that after the flower allergy there was nothing to shock him anymore. Then Riwen asked why the test subject, Oh Jun-ho, hadn't returned yet. Was there supposed to be an evening training session? Heron said that, yes, it was strange. The last lesson on the schedule was a bit out of order. That's why he parted ways with it. Still, he should have finished long ago. Strange. And then Yoon burst in and shouted at the guy. Ryuen replied that he would remember, and here it was. What did he want? Heron said that he looked bad. Did something happen? Yoon replied that after class, those seniors approached him. Lee Hak told him that as soon as he saw the sign, he should bring Ryuen there. He would have to get rid of the others somehow. Naeon also said that it was all true. This was his chance to get rid of the shame. He shouldn't let him down. If something goes wrong and he guesses everything. Yoon replied that no, absolutely not. Their orders were of course of great importance, but he would not betray his friends. Let them punish him instead. Nan said, what does that mean? Comrades from your own clan are allowed. Ryuen is the enemy of the entire area. Lee Hak also told him to stop. If the head does not understand, then they will put smart thoughts into it by force. Heron got angry and asked, was it a bad beating? How are you feeling? Chung Hong replied that there would be no trouble since he told them everything. Yoon said it was nothing serious. Seniors usually don't hit you in the face. There were bruises all over his body, but no internal bleeding. And if he disobeyed, they would go away in much the same way again. But he's more worried about Ryuen's situation. Even if he refuses, he feels like they'll easily find someone else to get even with him. Let him be extremely careful. Ryuen said it was funny. It would be better if he said that he was ready to personally help at any time. He hated running away. Yoon replied that they would certainly cause a lot of trouble. Chung Hong said no, it would be better to let him do as he was told. Since the trap was inevitable, it would be good to understand the map from the outside in advance. Heron said it was a great plan, and Yoon would also remain on guard. They were watching them from a distance. Cheng Hong said they would figure it out somehow. But something was scary about the hidden nature. Ryuen said that he was, on the contrary, in anticipation, and he hoped that at least this time he would try his best. Chung Hong saw that he was a walking disaster, but for some reason he thought that everything would go in a different direction. The elder asked, apparently Yoon had already told everything, but then what about the plan? How did it fail right away? The chief replied that it was the opposite. Everything was going as well as ever. They continued to wait for the arrival of the Red Horse. The 9 gates have already set their priorities, but the last arrow will be left to the main character. Let the crane have some fun, too. Seo Cheon-gun of the Cheon-seong clan asked what they wanted to tell him, that from the 9 clans, the 2 strongest should be chosen, but any graduates who serve at the school are excluded. Gun asked, why not send a couple of elders instead? He thinks they could easily deal with this boy. And the girl Chen Ha-gyong from the Hwasun clan replied that she agreed. Of course, if they, Mr. Advisor and Mr. Vice Chairman, propose to act in this way, then there are reasons for that. But in her opinion, wouldn't it be humiliating to throw a bunch of people at one? And the disciple from the Shaolin monastery said that unfortunately, the troop of monks from Shaolin will hardly be able to participate. Lately, they have been trained so cruelly, any wayward behavior is nipped in the bud. But Ku Yanjian of the Gongryung clan said that it means they will only stand at the 7 gates. The disciples of the Amai clan also refused. She believes that Vice Chief Jian Ren did her best. Yeksang Hak of the Kondong clan said that there was a rumor going around that she recently joined that strange society, the Steel Bracelets. Could the other guys from the Ami clan have followed in their footsteps? He heard it said that their followers practiced in heavy shackles that they wore on their hands and feet. Jen said that she doesn't think so. She just grew a lot in skill and is now intensively training her comrades. But Yu Gyu Sung from the Jeomchan clan said that the Shaolin guys had a good reason, but he was disappointed in the students from the Ami clan. If someone they knew were disgraced, they would immediately rush to their defense. But now they turn away as if it were none of their business. And then the chief said, nevertheless, maybe it's for the best. He planned to organize an ambush along the entire perimeter not only because I was doing it to punish him, but also in order to prepare for the upcoming festival of the Three Holy Masters. And it is for this reason that he asked to select a couple of strong men, excluding the elders and their deputies. Yu Gyu Sung of the Kondong clan said that, in other words, who will participate in the first round is already clear. Therefore, he hopes to bring the guys into shape for the next one. The leader said that it was absolutely true. This year, it is unclear what the outcome will be. The disciples from the 8 clans community have become very strong. They can no longer be ignored. First, we should note the Namguns, who have sharply increased their strength, and also the almost invincible children of the Dan clan. And in general, almost all of the stranger group are in the Union of 8. Moreover, Hyunun from the Shaman clan and Jin Ren from the Ami clan are also members of their community. But as they understand, their souls have long since left their native abode. At the same time, the grandson of the Sword Lord, the future ruler of the Moen clan, entered Cheon Mohakwan, the 7th divine sword, and he lives in the same room with that young man, Bi Ryu Yan. No, even with the merciless monster. And those who suffered from him said that his hands were like iron blades. His movements were faster than lightning, and his blows were like the breath of death. Moreover, his main weapon is the surprise effect, and he attacks with all his might, without any morality or conscience. But on the other hand, for the students waiting for him at the 7 gates, it will be an excellent training that will allow them to gain invaluable experience. And the whole process is supervised by the vice chairman of their community, Mr. Chong Hyung from the Shaman clan. Sun looked and said that it seemed they had already thought of everything. What if he died before completing the intended path? Khan said that, or vice versa. True. I don't want to imagine, and yet, what will happen if even such a test does not cut short his miserable life? The chief replied that in the first case, the students would have to hold back their energy so that the scoundrel would somehow or other reach the end. Let him suffer hellish pains, let him beg for death. Because when he finally reaches the finish line, he will meet an even more merciless person. Surely this fool will think that his life is saved now, because before him will appear the precious daughter of the righteous coalition. No, all of the white sect. The beautiful crane on Yeren. The next day, Teacher In took Ryuan's work and said that in 10 years of working at Cheon Mohakwan, this was the first time he had seen such work. He couldn't resist and decided to show it, because he was told that the guy had joined them on their recommendation. But Master He got the job too and said he was a crazy demon. He turned out to be terribly stupid too. And why should he be so ashamed of him? And told him to give him a bad grade. In asked the master, and he thought so too. It was strange, but for the first time in many years he smiled. And then he gave it a pass and said that no matter how you look at it, Ethan, such free, unclouded views are what help China move forward. And he hopes that this courage will be reborn into bravery in the future, and they should support such young guys. At this time, Chang Hong said that he couldn't believe it. As a teacher, but maybe he just forgot to put no before why. Heron also said that he doubted. Let him see what is written next to it. This time he put why, because he highly appreciated the original flight of thoughts. But in the future, if he does not adhere to the demands of leniency, one cannot expect it. And then he gave Ryuan an additional task, to thoroughly study the atrocities of the spirit of heavenly sorrow and write an essay adhering to the established rules. Chung Hong said that he seemed to understand. He had heard it many times, but this was the first time he saw it. A student who received the teacher's love with a red brush must pay for it with blood. And he said that if Oh Kyun Jin decided to take on someone, he would give him instruction after instruction until he began writing essays with blood flowing from his nose from overwork. Heron asked Ruin if he could stand it. The boy replied that he didn't know, and it seemed that the teachers had conspired and decided to kill him with wild boredom. Ruin remembered all his lessons and asked how much more of this nonsense he would have to absorb. Chang Hong said that Ruin should be like Mo and he, concentrating on his studies and greedily absorbing such valuable knowledge. He was lucky enough to occupy the place that all the youth of China are fighting for. And he whines and whines. Shen Hong said that, so be it, he would take them to an interesting place. Let them follow him. Heron was surprised and asked where. In the city, under the bench, they shouted that everyone who wanted to reach new heights in sword control was invited to join them. Let them take their places quickly. A strong fist for every man. They welcome all the girls in the area, a community of martial arts history enthusiasts, and realistic paintings. Anyone can do miracles. Heron was surprised and said that they were on the most popular street in Cheonmuhakwan, the community street. Ruin asked, "What is this?" Chung Hong turned around and said that he didn't know again, just that he could just consider some kind of union of people with common interests. Heron told Ryuan that he should join something too. In Cheonmuhakwan, he should join such institutions. Well, at least one, otherwise they could kick him out for being passive. Ruin asked, and where in their opinion is the most interesting? But suddenly, someone from behind asked them if they were looking for somewhere to fall in the evening. The boy asked if they would like to join the most powerful society in Cheonmuhakwan, the Sword Spirit Society, and he offered to learn the truth of Jian together. But the guy asked, since when did the Blade Spirit Society become the most powerful in the school? The Zhao Spirit Society surpasses them in every way. Let them not raise their stick in front of the newbies. But the disciple told him to stop and stop talking nonsense. He was the first to cross paths with them. The guy asked, who else is being sly? Is he asking for trouble? The student answered, how could he start talking? You can tell right away what kind of family he was raised in. Heron asked, is this like sword energy? They wanted to invite them, but ended up fighting among themselves. Chang Hong answered that it was immediately obvious. There was nowhere to put their strength. But suddenly a guy came up next to him and said that Jian or Dao, how low his colleagues had sunk in an attempt to lure them over to their side. And that meant they would go to them and would definitely fall into someone's disfavor. Ruin asked, where is it better then? Heron replied that maybe he could tell me where to go. The guy replied that, of course, to them. Their circle lights a fire in a man's heart. Boredom, such a concept, has no place here. And the longer they stay there, the more they learn great camouflage techniques. Ruin said it was an amazing place. Can we see it? The guy replied that of course it was possible and asked if they were already leaving. Having reached the place, he said that they were there. Entering, Heron said that it was funny here. Everyone was surprised, of course, and didn't know what to say. The guy smiled and said, welcome to the community of lovers of young girls. But by this time, a carriage with the princess arrived at the clan, and she said that she would leave from here alone. But Namgung was very surprised and asked the princess if she was okay. The princess asked, what could be wrong? Chang Hong understood that it was originally a very ordinary club where methods of camouflage and disappearance were studied. And it seems that it happened around the time he graduated from Cheonmuhakwan. And there was a rumor that some horrible pervert took over the position of the club's head. The guy said that in one word, they are a club for lovers of young beauties. Cheng Hong sees that they have deteriorated beyond recognition. They should be destroyed immediately. Heron said that is, here they paint portraits and sculpt statues imagining beautiful women. The guy replied that no, all the girls in the pictures are real beauties. But the fat man said that all the items here are their treasures which were obtained through long searches. It took a lot of work to collect secret information about the young ladies. Now their miners are all over China. The guy said, that's right, and this is the head of their club, Mr. B. Yon Tae. He's the best master here. Chang Hong thought that he was such a pervert and knew the famous techniques of the ancients. He doesn't even believe it. This fat guy, Ruin asked, secret materials on every beauty from all over China. Why are they collecting all this? The guy was surprised and said that of course it was unexpected, because they want to feel warmth. It doesn't matter what sect he is in, white or dark. Every man likes seductive beauties. It's in them by nature. Does he understand? Tay said that everyone wants to touch the beautiful and the great, and their precious relics describe this process in great detail. And day after day, they improved their skills, getting more and more incredible experts. The guy said that now no beauty will slip past the all-encompassing eye. And until the Almighty wills otherwise, they will not stop pursuing. Chung Hong said that he thinks they think that extracting useless information using complex techniques is cool and necessary. Heron said that it was also scary. Ruin replied that as far as he knew, people called people like them perverts. And so this place is a lair of robbers who indulge their base instincts. Tay asked, bandits? They just like pretty girls. That's why they watch them closely. No violence. The guy also said that's exactly it. They're not like bandits. They're not from Chungjeolwei. Let him imagine that there are rumors that these maniacs recently cut off a guy's hand. He understands that he spoke ill of the idol they worship. If their leader did not possess such divine inaccessibility and strength, the group would have been destroyed long ago. And yet they can understand they do not break the law. They only admire the wealth that nature has gifted to the local girls. Heron said that he thought they would be furious, but how subtly they avoided this moment. Cheng Han answered that it seemed that they had not yet completely lost their conscience. Although these thieves, like ordinary robbers, are all criminals. The guy asked, are they speaking so loudly on purpose? How dare they call them by such a vile word? But then other students came and greeted everyone, asking if they knew what they had brought. He learned the parameters of the lady's body. The second student started laughing and said that it was easy, and he stole the shoe of a famous beauty. Mrs. Kerr, Ruin said that his friends immediately called their specialty correctly. Thieves. Where should you go in such cases? The police or the teachers, I think? The guy replied that they didn't take anything. He just wrote down what the dressmaker said. The second guy said that was too much of a stretch. The shoe wasn't expensive at all, and it was terribly worn. The lady definitely wanted to throw it away, but he took what he needed. Heron said maybe they won't hand them over. They'd better inform the injured ladies about everything. Shen Hong asked if he was talking about Mrs. XR6 and Mrs. KKK. The guys shouted that they were monsters. They wanted to kill these young guys. After all, if these ladies found out about everything, they wouldn't just kill them. They'd burn them over a slow fire. They are beautiful and gentle on the outside, but merciless on the inside. They will crush the guys like cockroaches. What will they be able to do in the world of martial arts after that? They could agree that it was hard to call what Cheo Ki and Sohei did a terrible thing, and he thinks no one even noticed what happened. Cheng Hong asked, are they the same twin celestial ghosts? Although there are definitely no other guys with such names. Heron asked, so these are the famous seniors in front of them? Chung Hong said yes, but seriously, they are known primarily for their bad reputation. Dan Cheo Ki of the Dan clan and Cheon Seo Hei of the Divine Gate are master inventors. But the truth is they have a trail of serious problems everywhere they go. Saren asked if he really talked about them. It's hard to believe. Chung Hong said not to think too much. This is a common idea. They are a walking headache, and they know how to get out of it in different ways. The guy said that they had been acting willfully since the first day they entered Cheon Mahakwan. That's why he thought that they would understand them better than anyone. What a disappointment. Ruin asked, so they found out about them a long time ago and then invited them? The guy asked, how else? Chulki and Seo Hei noted their rebellious nature and love of freedom. But the guys grabbed him and said that sometimes their friend talks outright nonsense. Heron said he thought they were trying to cover up everything that happened on the day he was admitted. But it seems there's more to it than that. And why are they acting so weird? Like they're hiding something. Shen Hong asked, really? And he thought that these two were very good at technology and were in it. He remembered that the manager had said something was wrong. Chang Hong turned to them and said, by any chance, weren't they the ones who helped Cheon Sang activate the third level of the security system on the day the freshmen entered Cheon Mahakwan? The guy asked, what's wrong? What a surprise. Did something happen that day? The second guy also answered that they didn't know anything. And who is this Chung San? Who? Chang Hong said, what a wonderful coincidence. The Divine Gate School that Mr. Cheon So-hei came from has a very close relationship with the Tiger Fang School. But Ruin couldn't help but ask, so it was the two of them who organized that funny performance? The boys were very scared and decided to run away. But Ruin stood in front of them and said that he thought they had something to talk about. Tay said that if they were going to communicate with violence, he asked them to continue outside. This is where his precious treasures rest. Ruin replied that he didn't even know, and something told him that the conversation would be long with each of those present. And I wouldn't want to offer them, Mr. Pervert, the opportunity to atone for their guilt. Of course, if they follow his instructions. Heron said that he thought Ryuan was up to something again. Chang Hong replied that it seemed like it wouldn't hurt to call the fire brigade. Tay asked, what if he doesn't agree? Will he burn everything in this building? Ryuan replied that he wasn't joking. But don't worry, he's in a good mood today. Besides, he really needs to join some club or group right now. And then let them fulfill 3 conditions, and he will even join their circle. And they can believe, thanks to him, this place can soon become very popular. The guy asked in surprise, could a club for lovers of young girls become famous? And how? Chang Hong asked him what he was doing. Heron also said that he didn't know what he had decided, but maybe he should think it through carefully. Ruin replied that he actually felt quite okay and had made his decision very thoughtfully. If you took away all the signs of perversion, criminals, and stupidity, this club could be much more interesting than others. Shunhong said that if all 3 of these things were to be eliminated, what would be left of this club? Heron also asked, does he think it will work? Ruin replied that it was quite possible. And what will they say, respected chairman? Does he remember that if he refuses, all their treasures will burn to ashes in a minute? Tay thought about it and said that he agreed and decided to listen first. Ryuen replied that it was a smart decision and his proposal would be like this. Firstly, since the club already has such a name, it will collect amazing information about beautiful girls from all over the Middle Kingdom. But all sorts of nonsense, like body parameters, will not be needed. Club members will be looking for useful information. And secondly, the club will give advice to young people on how to make friends with the object of their affection, how to court. Of course, not for free. And thirdly, but suddenly Yoon Jun-ho came and asked if they could tell him where Ruin was. He was told that he was heading here. Ruin immediately asked him what had happened. Yoon was scared and replied that the day had come. They asked him to bring him immediately. Heron asked, so those same John Lee Hak and Chu Ga-yeon told him to bring Ryuan? Yoon answered that yes, those same ones. Heron said he hoped they didn't lay a hand on him this time. Yoon replied no. That wasn't true, but he's more worried about Ruin. Heron said that it looks like they're up to something. Ruin is supposed to be fine, and those 2 are definitely not his equal. Chung Hong replied that he doesn't think it's just the 2 of them. Heron asked what they were trying to say. He thought a whole gang of Hwasun clan disciples would come after Rywan. Chang Hong replied that he didn't know, but if they knew when their demon won at the entrance exams and on the first day. Given that they weren't stupid, they must have prepared well. Since it wasn't only the Hwasunites who suffered at Ryuan's hands, one can expect that anyone will meet him there. But he thinks these guys aren't going to bury him alive. They clearly have another goal, and the gathering point isn't a crowded place. Or to be more precise, teachers never go there. This is a site for independent training. And so that students do not feel shy and hone their skills there. But most often it is used as a place for fights without rules. Yoon said that it was true. John Lee Hak and Chu Ga-yeon didn't say anything specific, but he noticed that they were planning something. Maybe he shouldn't let Ryuan in there. It would be dangerous there. Heron said he was sure nothing like that would happen to their friend. But he was saying they wouldn't sit back if he was in danger. Yoon said that he may not be much use, but he will still try to help out somehow. Of course, he will hardly be able to show off the plum blossom technique, but he will swing his sword vigorously. Heron said that was great. They would help together. Chang Hong replied that they would watch, but the 2 of them, especially him, Ruin, needed to change positions. He thinks that if anything happens, he will have to track Ruin instead of protect him. Heron asked what he wanted to say. Chang Hong replied that without permission from the teachers' committee, organizing fights without rules would result in severe punishment. If someone is earlier or dies, it's completely over. Does he remember that last time they were given strict orders? And if someone suddenly dies, they will be kicked out anyway. In his opinion, Ryuen is not the type to give in to indulgences. Yoon got scared and said that he hoped he wouldn't kill his friends. Heron replied that it was clear. If he did, everyone would be expelled from the school. They had to keep a close eye on their bloodthirsty comrade. Chung Hong said that he was thinking the same thing, and he doesn't like that he's still and not here, and even more so how he reacted to Yoon's words about the meeting. Chung Hong said that, judging by his reaction, he was clearly not excited. On the contrary, he looked like a serial killer. And what is the secret weapon? Dynamite, maybe? Yoon replied that he was only used in war. But then he asked, could Ryuan really do something like that? But Heron said that his friend was a very dangerous warrior. And if he really had prepared the dynamos, they could also be covered by the explosion. Well, for the sake of a comrade, you'll do anything. But then Ruin came and asked, what is this for? He doesn't know what they have planned, but let them not forget, today he is the main guest of honor. But then Chen Hong was surprised and asked what he was hiding under his clothes. Heron asked if he really brought explosives. Ruin asked what they were saying, so you can get something like that in Cheon Mohakwan? Where, in a store? Haryong replied that it turned out he couldn't bring it for him after all. Ruin asked in surprise, swords? And he was talking about them? He said that we need to capture it too, so he thought that he was talking about a secret weapon. Heron replied that he was grateful, so he had saved it for him too. What was that? He was in anticipation. Let him forget about the sword. Let him get the secret. Ruin told him that he knew that Heron would understand him, and immediately after taking out the item, everyone was surprised, and Chang Hong said that it was like calling it a weapon. And this is the most ordinary tableware. Ruin disagreed and said that even in ordinary tableware, there is hidden enormous potential. Just like in a person. You can't judge a thing only by its appearance. Heron said that it certainly looked interesting, but he didn't think it suited him very well. Cheng Hong immediately ordered Yoon to give Heron the sword. After all, it would be of more use to him. Ruin said that it was sad. Well, where to go now? Yoon answered, did he understand? They need to go to the northwest part of Osonlo. Arriving at the place, Yoon said, it seems they have arrived. Ryuen asked with surprise, really? And there are quite a few trees here. Heron asked, what is the connection between trees and effort? Cheng Hong asked, what? Yes, he definitely means that it will be difficult to throw dishes. Yoon told the boys that he brought him. Chung Hong also looked and replied that they were future invalids. Lee Hawk said he was an idiot. What took him so long? But the guy told him to calm down. He did everything. He hoped he at least brought the right guy. Nyan said he definitely did. The boy told them to get lost then and to take the fool with them. He was sure that if they accidentally hurt him, the great master would be very upset. Naon said that's right. They'll tie him to a tree somewhere so he doesn't call the teachers here. Lee Hak also said that he would like to join them too. As luck would have it, only 2 people are allowed to push him. Ruin was surprised and asked if there were any other restrictions. They could have stayed, though. It wouldn't have helped them anyway. Yoon said he can take care of himself. No need to worry about him, but these guys are really strong. Let him be careful. Ruin was surprised and replied that he was even afraid. Let them all come at once. Lee Hak said what a bore he is. Is he asking for trouble? And then Yoon replied that they were the ignoramuses. He had been patient until now, but he wouldn't anymore. Nyan said that he thought this idiot had gone completely crazy. What would he do? Yoon told Ryuan that he had a request for him. Let him leave the Hwasun people to him. He would run to report to the committee and his master. Lee Hak ran after him, shouting for them to catch him. The other boys said that since he asked for it, would they help him crawl to the next gate? The second student said he agreed, and if the boy couldn't do it himself, they would just carry him. Ruin asked, is there another gate? He was already disappointed, so it turns out that something else is waiting for him. The guys answered that he is a sick bastard and they will set his brain straight. But Ruin didn't play with them and took the dishes in his hands and started waving them. The guys were very surprised and didn't understand how he did it. With each hit from Ryuen, they were injured by the dishes. Ryuen said that he thought he threw too hard, although there were few rotations. Apparently it was worth practicing more, and now he will probably do it. Heron said that he couldn't believe that Ryuen was going to create a new kind of martial arts. Chung Hong replied that no, it must not be released. He must intervene otherwise. At the sight of these bowls, his appetite will evaporate. Heron asked if they should stop Ryuen. Cheng Hong replied that he didn't think so because they had other tasks. Heron asked if he was talking about them. At that time, Lee Hak and Nexion were chasing after Yoon and shouting for him to stop. Yoon replied that he didn't want to, and they wouldn't raise a hand against him again. Chang Hong said no, he was talking about the audience that was slowly gathering for the show. They were just watching for now, but if they got involved, it would get really hot in here. Heron said, what did they have to lose? Maybe they'll fight all at once. In the end, they'll definitely get into trouble. Chung Hong replied that everything was correct, and he believed that the probability of expulsion in this case would increase several times. Heron smiled and said that he suggested they wait then. However, if they had to fight them, he felt that they would gain plenty of experience. At this time, someone was watching the battle on a tree, but Nayeon was screaming that she didn't understand how this thing could just go back and forth. The boy shouted to Chen Vi that it was time for them to go. Vi replied that he understood everything and they could begin. And they immediately threw down their blades. Ruin smiled and said that it was expected. If you reduce the force when throwing a little, the dishes will return. Wonderful. But unfortunately, in this case, the combat power also decreases. What to do? The guy was very surprised and thought, how did he manage to catch the blade, and with only 2 fingers? Especially at the same time as the vessel was rushing at full speed. The second guy also realized that he wouldn't be able to get close, and therefore he wasn't destined to show his mastery of the sword. Ruin thought about it and said that he would continue next time. Considering the condition of the instrument, he thought it could be used as a club. The guy immediately thought about what this asshole was talking about. Was he going to beat them up? And they also realized that they would finally be able to use their signature attack. The guy turned to V and said that his sword was broken, and he decided that he would take this enemy on himself. Ov replied that no, he refused. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. He decided that he would use the same thing. Ruin saw this and laughed and said that this was also a great choice. The guys were already ready to fight him and were waiting for the right moment. Chang Hong asked his friend if he thought they should intervene. Does it remind him of anything? Heron thought about it and answered that it was true. He was talking about that, right? Chang Hong said he was talking about the 3 happiness punch technique. That's right, Heron asked. Is he crazy? Is he going to beat them up with that bowl? He needs to be stopped. Heron shouted at Ruan that they shouldn't be hurt too much. Chang Hong also said that sharp edges should never be used. If anything happens, you can't avoid being expelled. But Ruan didn't stop there and continued to run towards the enemy and ended up beating them with the dishes. Everyone was very surprised and couldn't believe it. And they even said it was terrible. Ruin said that this move was called the double hit technique with the utensil. And even only the back of the utensil was used. At this time in the headquarters, Jen asked what was wrong with the birds. The chief replied that they heard special sounds from Chen Hyung. Considering the fact that they can't calm down, 2 of the Hwasun clan couldn't handle it. But since the blackbird doesn't move, it means the wounds aren't fatal. Jen said that they haven't been able to avenge Seob so yet, and now there are Chen Wei and Un Chu. Who will be next? Sun said that there were 2 of them. They would definitely get revenge for No Da Bin. But he had a question. He was lured to the guys from the Hwasungo clan, but how would he get to them? The leader replied that they need not worry about that. According to the plan, he was to move step by step closer to the White Crane. They both had to be forced to cross the forbidden line. Gunn said that, to tell the truth, he doesn't really like the strategy itself. The White Crane claims that she doesn't belong to any community. But because she is the heir of the Righteous Coalition, even the heir of the Na clan, the community of 8 revere her as a goddess. Of course, he wouldn't mind protecting himself from the consequences that might arise from punishing Biruan. But somehow I don't really want to betray the object of revenge of the community of 9 clans to the White Crane, who was on the side of the community of 8. The chief said that they wished to exclude her, one of the key figures of the 8 community, from the Holy Trinity Martial Arts Festival. Jen asked with surprise, should she be excluded? And having said, he replied that the heiress of the Righteous Coalition had punished the pervert. At first, the rumor will spread in this interpretation, and Qianmu Hakwan will probably try to suppress it. Then, through Ryuin's friends, they will launch a new piece of news. But suddenly someone said that it was not true. He was not a pervert. He just fought with some guys and ran there to hide from them. The chief said that here too a White Crane killed him. After these words, whoever she was, the school would have to issue a punishment order. Gunn said that was true. And he thought that she should also be excluded from the festival, and at best even suspended from her studies for a while. Sun said that in addition, the community of Eight's reputation would be seriously damaged. The chief replied that it was certain. Biruin was a pawn in their hands, no more and no less. They would receive a benefit 2 or 3 times greater than the moral and physical costs. And besides, they can see that she is already there. The princess was walking in the park at that time and enjoying life. Nayeon said how cruel he is. And is it possible to use such merciless techniques in a normal fight? Ruin replied that they were all so annoying, standing here and there. They had lured him in, set up a trap, and now they were judging him for taking self-defense measures. Of course it was funny. Lee Hawk told him to shut up. This is what he calls self-defense? He seriously injured Seob. So, and now Chen Wei and Yoon Ju. Nayeon also said that they wouldn't tolerate this anymore. She would deal with him herself. But suddenly Yoon stood up for them and told them to stop. This couldn't be done. Yoon said that they still couldn't win. Besides, the fault really lies with them today. But Nayeon slapped him in the face and said that he was a real disgrace to the clan, a traitor to his own comrades. How could anyone justify an enemy? Heron wanted to intercede, but Changhong told him to stop. Judging by Yoon's face, it was not a good idea to interfere for now. Yoon said that today was the first time he was really disappointed in them. He might not be the one to say such things, but what they did today definitely wasn't an act of honor. And besides, should he accept and cover for them just because they are from the same clan? Where is the difference between Hwasun and bandits in that case? No, there can be no talk of such a thing. Lee Hawk was surprised and asked how he even came up with this idea. And since he was asking for it, they would kill him first. But Ruin didn't let that happen and threw the dishes towards them with such a strong attack that they couldn't handle them. But Lee Hawk didn't stop and they both attacked him, but Yoon was faster and immediately dodged. Yoon immediately used the technique and grabbed the sword from Nayeon's hands. He began to fight them seriously and did not want to give in to the enemies. Heron said that it seemed that Yoon had grown up. Cheng Hong also said that he would agree. It seemed like that. It certainly looked weak, but he was able to understand the truth. He understood that this was the Plum Blossom sword control technique, or more precisely, the 7th plum sword. If Ho hadn't pushed those blockheads away, the strange bowl would have broken their swords in an instant, and judging by the force with which Ryuan threw it, not only their swords but also their arms would have turned into chopped meat. But Yoon, with a couple of blows, noticeably reduced the power and changed the trajectory of the vessel. It seems he has no experience in battle, but he was still able to react in an instant. The Plum Blossom sword control technique is famous for its many techniques based on the truth of you, softness. In fact, in addition to you also need to learn loyalty and speed. In this regard, the boy was simply born for this technique. He's fast, and his movements are straightforward. Now it's clear that their old man didn't send him away because he felt sorry for him. Yoon told Ryuan that he was fine. He only asked for one thing if they didn't attack, that he give them a wide berth. And he once again apologized deeply for the actions of the disciples from his clan. Lee Hawk asked how he pushed after that, and now he's still apologizing? Nayeon started crying and screaming that he kicked her. Then Chang Hong intervened and said that it seemed they had not yet realized that he had just saved their hands. But if they continued to provoke the demon, he dared to guess that they would find out what might have happened. But suddenly, Yoon fell to the ground. Heron immediately ran up and asked how he was doing. He immediately realized that it was the scent of plum blossoms. Ruin also came up and asked, so that's what kind of allergy she has? Although it perfectly fulfills the role of a flavoring agent, it still does not know simple everyday wisdom. Some, in order to become people, would not hurt a couple of blows. Heron told him that if they couldn't escape the blow, they would at least become disabled, and if they looked, they would say goodbye to life altogether. Of course, he doesn't have warm feelings for them either, but we need to respect Yoon's wishes and try to finish school anyway. Chang Hong also said that they should stop at self-defense measures. Now Ho needs to rest. It's time to go back. Does he know that if someone gets hurt, they won't be able to turn back time? Ryuan asked if they thought so, but for some reason he felt like he should ask John Lee Hawk and Shuga Yeon, and all those insects that are now watching from behind the trees. And as Yoon bequeathed, if they attack first, you can beat them. And he asked to treat him and his time with respect. Let them attack at once. He will try not to bring it to a lethal outcome. Heron said that Yoon wasn't dead yet. Chung Hong told him to stop. He had misunderstood them completely. and they stand here and watch in order to prevent the death of their opponents. They are not allowed to fight him. And then the disciple came up and said that those who wanted to get even and measure their strength were waiting in 6 more places. Therefore, he asked him to follow the marks left on the ground. Ruin asked, why should he do that? If they have questions for him, let them come on their own. The guy replied that in order to conduct coordinated fights, appropriate places are required. In return, he can take the gifts left on the ground for himself. And they heard that he likes money. Heron said how humiliating it was. Cheng Hong also replied that it was exactly like that. Who would dare to suggest such a thing? And whoever Ryuan was, it was naive to think that he would collect these silver bars. Ryuan said that there was nothing to be done then, and he left Yoon with Uncle and Heron. Ryuan went with them and followed. Heron was surprised and said that he actually ran. Hung watched everything and felt that it really worked. How mercenary! Looks strong from the outside, but in reality, he's just a fool. Heron and Chang Ho followed him and shouted at Ryuan to take his time. They were coming with him. Chung Hong said that he seemed to be having a lot of fun. He should walk more slowly and look around. Heron told Chang Hong that he could no longer carry Yoon alone. At that moment, Ryuan stopped and saw the enemy in front of him. The enemy was surprised and said that finally, and asked the guy if he remembered No Dayu In. He is his friend from the Jamchan clan, and his name is Oding-o. The second guy said his name was Mu Ye La. The time has truly come. Well, it's time to start fighting. Cheng Hong said that if the opponents are disciples of the Jamchan clan, Ryuan will have a hard time dealing with them. Heron asked, is that true? This is the first time he's heard of it. Are the Jamchan strong in water battles? Cheng Hong replied that it was true it wasn't, but their signature sword control technique was flying to the sun. It was based on the incredible speed of the sword strike. In other words, among the 9 clans, they are the strongest in skill, and they also chose to fight on water. This log structure is made with the purpose of drowning Ryuan, possibly the intended end of Ryuan, and although if they sink him, that's still godly. But would one of the opponents really come out of the water and start poking with a sword during the fight? Heron told Ryuan that it was dangerous here. Maybe he'll stop collecting precious ingots and go back. Cheng Hong also said that he definitely will. He's not a human being, but he's not a fish yet. Ryuan turned around and asked, do they really think so? But for some reason, he doesn't want to refuse. Ryuan immediately headed for the fruit, but his landing was hard and he broke the log. Ryuan couldn't help but go under the water right away. Cheng Hong said that their inhuman creature had started out beautifully, but now maybe he was drowning because of the silver he had filled his pockets with. La said he would go into the water, but O stopped him and said there was something wrong. La said there was a reason for this vibration. Immediately after that, Ryuan climbed out of the water with powerful energy. The guys were surprised and managed to jump out. La shouted to O and told him to dodge. Ryuan was attacking from behind, but he didn't have time to dodge, and the guy fell asleep under the water. Shan Hong was very surprised and couldn't believe it. He said that their inhuman creature had turned into not just a fish, but a real piranha. Heron told Yoon to stand up and let him look at Ryuan. He's a real piranha now. Ryuan immediately got out of the water and headed for dry land. Heron said that he was leaving. He couldn't get through here with Yoon. Chang Hong said that he was right, then let him return to the camp. Chang Hong thought about what to do. He can't decide. And it seems that Ryuan is heading towards the Forbidden Territory, and his main mission is to monitor the Prince of the Dark Sect. Ryuan ran and said that the silver bars lead there, and he will collect them and return. And he tells Chang Hong that at his age, it is not recommended to wet his feet in cold water. Let them go too. Shan Hong said that maybe they should leave this money mad. Let him do whatever he wants. And it seems he doesn't need them at all. Chang Hong understood that today was the day the White Crane would return to Cheon Muhakwan, so there should be guards for her everywhere. Unless, of course, she scatters silver ingots around herself, they shouldn't cross paths. Their ruins thing, after all, isn't interested in girls. Hung was watching everything at the time and realized that things were going badly. 2 students, famous for their ability to handle heavy swords and possessing powerful fists. Arriving at the 4th gate of the Gongrian clan, he saw that there were 2 disciples who had learned the 8 great dragonflight techniques, capable of flying freely in the sky and demonstrating fencing techniques with 2 swords. And at the fifth gate, the Haitian clan even has disciples who possess the sacred monkey walking technique, as well as the leading techniques of controlling the sword of the Falcon King, which involve incredibly specific and combinations of sword movements. His movements are alien to any of the practices known to him. He waves his arms and legs in different directions in an inorganic way. It all looks very cheap, but so powerful and effective. Or maybe he ate too many healing herbs. After that, on the way to the White Crane, only the sixth gate remained, where the disciples from the Shaman clan stand, and the seventh gate, so a couple of followers of Chongsun gathered. And he has to admit, everything has gone wrong. The plan has shown its inconsistency. He believes that in this case it is not worth continuing this wave of battles. The number of wounded can only increase. At the headquarters, the senior said that Kondong, Gongryun, and Hyunsan had lost. What kind of ruthless methods did he use? Then their last hope is on Chongsun. Who is participating there? Is there even a hint of success? The chief replied that even without the shamans, everything should go according to the prepared strategy. True, there were still quite a few shifts, but there would be no problems in directing him to his destination. And besides, at the last, seventh gate, he will stand from the Chensun clan, the head of the White Crane Guards. Vici Qian's whirlwind sword. He treats the lady like a goddess, so they didn't tell him about their plans. But he's sure that he's the best choice for the final gate. They were trying to punish a crazy person who was making fun of the Hwasun and Zhomchan clans. He ran towards him, and today, that bastard joined the young girls' club and said that he would definitely go up to the Isihyang pavilion. And he has proof of his greed and perversion of nature. He can check it himself. He has incredible power. Ruin said that there are too many people here. So it turns out that the main treasure is at the top? Ruin said, why bother preparing such gifts? If they insist, he can't refuse. Shun immediately attacked him with his sword and said that he was a pervert. How dare he even think about getting their pearl? Let him die. The sword energy that changes like the wind. Ruin was surprised and asked what was there. He was already in anticipation and how he wanted to get it, and then he would take it with great pleasure. But Chong didn't want to let him do that and shouted that he would finish him off, and immediately used the defensive technique of the third absolute invincible heavenly sword. But Ruin didn't get distracted and simply used protection so that no one would interfere with him, and he took his own. But the princess was at that time in the place where the treasures were located, and after the attack the place broke and the princess fell. Her necklaces started falling from her body, and she didn't even realize that she would fall from such a height. But at that moment, Ruin happened to be in that very place, and before she could fall, he grabbed her and saved her. Ruin said that it was such a pity that a beauty like her was going to commit suicide, but then she turned out to be completely different, and she pulled out her blade and she immediately put it to his neck. Rin was in a carriage at the time on her way to the Alliance, but suddenly a bloodbath began out of nowhere. One of the attackers ordered his men to grab the girl from the carriage first. Rin was very scared and immediately took a knife in her hands to protect herself. She began to listen to what was happening on the street, but she did not go out. Suddenly, she felt someone approaching the door, and she immediately got ready. She suddenly jerked, and immediately the doors opened in front of her. Rin saw that it was her mother. The woman asked her daughter why she needed this knife. The mother told her daughter that she need not worry, those people would not spill a drop of her blood. But she is worried about something else. Mother said that Rin had been holding the blade this way for a long time, but she would never kill anyone like that. Rin looked at her mother with surprised eyes. Her mother said that, like her father, she would not want her to take up arms. But since she had already chosen this path, maybe she could teach her a few things. Her mother hugged her and showed her that she thought she would still be taught a lot at school, but she wanted to tell her that all sword techniques exist for only one purpose. The mother took the knife from her hand and said that she had to pierce, cut, and cut off the head. And in order to survive, she had to kill the enemy. And if you hold a knife the way she does and swing it the way she really thinks, will you be able to kill someone? But Rin didn't answer and just looked into her mother's eyes. And she asked her if she could at least hurt the enemy. But Mother remembered that Mother had said that this blade had been given to her by a girl from Sichuan. And judging by the fact that she had picked up the weapon, she had indeed changed. But sending her to a martial arts school, she doesn't even know whether to support her or beg her not to go. And as her father used to say, If you live constantly killing, one day a person will be killed himself. And if the time comes when she and her father lose her forever, they will simply go crazy. But she thought, is it worth leaving everything as it is when she does not even know how to hold a knife? Rin told her mother that she understood her perfectly. She was still short, and besides, she needed to hold the knife like this and strike from the bottom up. After all, that was the only way she could pierce the enemy. And then her mother answered her that everything was correct. But suddenly she asked her why she chose the knife as a keepsake. But she can still understand the hairpin, but the knife is a symbol of friendship with that girl from Sikkim. She can no longer understand that. Rin replied that it was because it suited her best. Her mother asked her for what purpose? To remind her of her. She replied that no, not really. And she said that Yeonbi was incomparable to anything. The only thing she could take as a keepsake was a hairpin, because during their meeting, she will be the one to show Yeonbi how much she missed her. She will tell her that she never got her out of her head, just as she never took the hairpin out of her hair. So she must remember her. And then the mother replied that she didn't want to hope for that. She realized that her daughter had never behaved like that. It was certainly sweet. And she even wonders what kind of girl this is that her Rin misses her so much. And why, in addition to the hairpin, did she also choose a knife? Rin said that she chose the knife as a sign of her oath. She promised that before their next meeting, she would become the strongest. And she will never again allow someone close to her to suffer because of her. And so she will become a sword, the strongest, the hardest, and if necessary, even cold-blooded. And when she meets Yeonbi again, she will tell her, showing her this hairpin, that she no longer needs to be protected. Now her body and mind were as strong as a tempered blade. But Ryuin caught her and said that such a beauty wanted to commit suicide. And if anyone touches her without permission, she will kill them mercilessly. And from now on, she will be the one to protect Yeonbi. But then Ryuin used his ability and moved her sword aside. Then he jumped out of the way. After landing, Ryuin began to lose his money. And as he began to collect it, he became worried that he would lose it. Ryuin said that even his favorite clothes were ruined, but it was okay. He would consider it the price for their acquaintance. Rin was surprised and asked him if he knew she would strike with a sword. Ryuin replied that of course not. How would he have known? But what he doesn't understand even more is why he's not angry yet. He usually doesn't like losing money. Rin asked, then how did he manage to dodge the blow? Ryuin replied that it was obvious. Thanks to his skill, but if she had struck deeper, she might have been able to hurt him. Rin replied that she promised that she would not make such a mistake next time. Ryuin was very surprised and asked why she was doing this to him. What did he do to deserve such hostility at their first meeting? Rin immediately waved her hand and replied that he had irrevocably stolen the most precious thing in her life from her. Ryuin asked in surprise when, and what exactly? Or maybe it was just a mistake because he didn't understand what she was talking about. At that moment, Rin thought, what's wrong with her? She can't read his thoughts, facial expressions, movements, voice. None of this means anything to her. As if there was a person in front of him, but a blank sheet of paper. Ryuin said that it seemed to him all the more that he was the victim here, not she, because it was not he who robbed her, but she who stole something from him. Rin asked what she stole from him, and then Ryuin answered that it was the heart. But she did not allow him to talk to her like that and immediately grabbed her blade. Suddenly, a guy came up to them from behind and started yelling at Ryuin and asking how he dared to talk about his dirty thoughts in front of the lady. And how dare he insult her? And now he can't be forgiven. He will punish him. Ryuin turned around and replied that they were so boring. And he said that he actually thought that he had already sent everyone flying. The warrior told him to shut up. He had caught them off guard, but it wouldn't work anymore. And now he will repay with death for such an insult to their mistress. Rin replied that he did not remember insulting her. He thinks it's much worse to follow her around and, under the pretext of providing protection, stare at her body. The warrior immediately shouted at him to shut up. After all, they thank the Almighty that they have been given the honor of protecting the lady. And he dared to touch her sacred body with his dirty hands. He got angry and thought, where did he come from? A pervert from a club of lovers of young girls. And how dare he touch on her back and legs? And even hug the white crane? Only he is worthy of her hugs. And then Rin said that he understood everything, and if the warrior was jealous, then let him say so. and couldn't he let her crash to her death? The warrior was just angry that he caught her and not the warrior. The warrior couldn't hold back and, showing his strength, shouted at him to shut up. After all, he was about to cut off his dirty tongue and vile little hands. The warrior immediately used the sword energy that changed like the wind. And the third technique was the 8-sword strike. Ruin looked at this and smiled as he simply waved his hand, easily repelling this useless attack. Ruin made fun of him a little and said that he didn't touch the bones and nerves, so he didn't have to worry about it. Once it healed, he would be able to hold a sword. Immediately after that, the other soldiers ran up and asked what he had done to Weiji-chan, and they asked the commander if he was okay. The warriors started saying that this guy was a ruthless creature. And does he really think that after this they will let him go? He will pay for insulting the lady and for daring to wound their commander. Ruin sighed and replied that they were asking for trouble. But today it won't work in any way. It's time for him to go. He immediately went about his business and at parting told Renan that they would see each other again. The warriors left him and shouted after him that he was a coward and a bastard. But then they saw that the white crane had gone after him. The elder came to his senses and said that this is where they had all been hiding. He asked them what they had done here. At the academy, Chang Hong came into the room and said that he had returned, and asked, had you not come to his senses yet? Heron said no, and he told Chang Hong that he said he would step away for a minute, but they had to wait for him for a long time. Did he take a roundabout way? Chang Hong asked in response, what other roundabout way? He went to a very important place, and in order to ensure peace in the school, he made an anonymous statement. Heron asked, really, the teachers? Then Ruin might get expelled too. Chang Hong asked him, really, he wasn't worried at all about the poor guys who would run into their ruin? Besides, he was sure that with his abilities, he would be able to escape. Heron told him that he was absolutely right and he would pray for their souls. Chang Hong said that it was all true, and he knew that Ruin was heading to a very dangerous place, so he couldn't ignore it. And he hopes that the teachers got there before he did something irreparable. It's a bit annoying to deal with him myself. Rin climbed to the very top of the cliff and followed that guy. But at the bottom, the elder asked, what happened to Chan? And how dare they commit a massacre with real swords on the territory of a sacred school? Tribunal everyone. But the warriors told him no, they did nothing of the sort. At this time, Rin was not afraid of anything and followed him into the dense and scary forest. But Ruyuan at this time came to his senses and said that he forgot to ask her name. He even thought that all unusual people fall from the sky. Just like then, although the character of the fallen girl is completely different, although the situation itself is similar, he became very curious about who she was. After all, her heart was still beating, and it couldn't even stop. The elder asked if he had sent the members of Guchonghua. Hung replied that this scandal would be discussed for a long time. The elder got angry and said that he heard that the white crane could only rip his clothes. And what was this Wei Jin Cheon doing at that moment? Han replied that they said he was the genius of the Cheon-seong clan and the successor of Chung Jung-myung. And it seemed like the guy had completely forgotten about his training after falling in love with a crane. Once his arm is healed, the teachers will immediately start questioning him. What does he think he will tell them? Now we need to decide what to do next. The elder replied that he was thinking and thinking. This stupid Ji-chun, but perhaps there was no need to worry about him. The elder asked him why he was silent. Khan thought that if this was the guy he knew, he will not be able to bear such shame and will definitely not tell anyone anything, wanting to personally take revenge on the offender. The elder asked the boy if he had hurt his hand in a fight. Chan replied that he had hurt himself while practicing. The elder got angry and asked him what he thought, that he would believe it. The others answered that it looked like he would stand his ground to the last. If he was lying, at least let him do it convincingly. The warriors knelt down and said he wasn't fighting. He fell while practicing with them, and all because of a sudden gust of wind. The elder asked, so he was knocked down by a gust of wind, right? They are all trying to prove to him that the genius of Chongsong and son of Bu Myung-ju got such an injury just by falling. The elder told the boy that these wounds were definitely from a sword. If they were even a little deeper, he would never be able to hold a sword in his hand again. And who did he ask the guy who he was protecting? Was he more important than him? His man, who was supposed to inherit the sword of Chongsong and protect the white sect. Chun thought at that moment, what was all the fuss about a pathetic hand? It would be better if he made it so that he could never hold a sword again. Even he had to kill him. But in reality, she was staring at that guy, and in that humiliating moment, she turned her gaze in his direction, only to never look at him again. Chun was very upset after this and wished that the guy would kill him. After all, he would now have to live with this shame. Chun couldn't hold back his emotions and said that he wasn't protecting anyone. And he promised himself that he would definitely tear him to shreds someday. At night, Rowan got to his room and went to sleep. But suddenly, Hui felt the guy get up from the bed and turn his head right at him. Rowan stood up and opened the window to see the light. Hui thought it was strange and saw the boy freeze in place. After that, Rowan started sewing his clothes. But Hui was trying to sleep, and with every noise, he opened his eyes and looked. Every time he turned around, he saw Rowan changing his actions every 5 minutes and preventing him from falling asleep. Rowan suddenly asked Hui if he was already awake. He told the guy that he was from here, and it turns out he knew a lot about this school, but he was interested in something. Hui told him to ask. He had never neglected his studies before, so he would answer him if he knew. And then Rowan decided to ask who was the most beautiful girl in the school. Hui was surprised and couldn't even answer him. In the morning, Rowan went to his friends and asked the same question again. Cheng Hong was surprised and asked in response, "What kind of idiotic questions are you asking so early in the morning?" Heron asked him if he had met a beauty yesterday after parting with them. But Yoon asked Rowan if he had arrived safely yesterday. Rowan replied that he was asking seriously. And why was Yoon speaking formally again? At this point, Yoon became upset and said that he apologized for yesterday. The boys did badly, and Rowan believed in him and hoped for help. But he, on the contrary, tried to interfere. Heron hugged him and said it was okay. He didn't think there was anything to apologize for. No matter how bastards they were, if he let them die, it would only make things worse. Yoon said that besides, because he fainted, he had caused them a lot of trouble. If there was anything they needed, he would do it in a moment. Just let him say so. Rowan smiled and asked him if he would definitely do it, and he thought about what to ask him for. Chung Hong couldn't stand it and got angry and told him that if he still had a piece of conscience left, let him have mercy. Let him make concessions. And what else was he going to entrust him with? Heron also shut the guy's mouth and told Ryuan that Yoon wanted to take back his words, and showed that the guy even nodded his head and agreed. Ruin said that he wasn't going to assign anything special anyway. So why are they making a fuss right away? Maybe they'll answer his question now. Hyeryong replied that he didn't know about Jin Ho, but he thought they should know. He asked, "Don't people have different standards of beauty?" Chung Hong asked him, too, why he thought he was good at it. In his free time, he should study something useful or practice. Chang Hong immediately realized that this kid was a real thorn. He knew who he was looking for, but he couldn't say it directly. And thanks to the informant, he learned what happened then. But he still can't understand what those guys are up to. In such a short time, he brought one in the children of Jongmyeong to such a terrible state. And he was also holding immunity itself, a white crane, in his hands. His head was ready to explode from the pile of thoughts about how many reports he would have to write on these guys. Rune was upset and said that no one could give him an answer. He thought so. He should find an expert. Rune went to see the expert, and Mr. Tay told him that he was the right guy when it came to beautiful girls. There was no one like him. Rune told him that he was probably serious. If he agreed to the terms previously proposed, he could use his membership in the club as proof of the deal. Tay replied that, like the guy, he hopes that the club will continue to develop without any unnecessary problems. At this time, Yoon asked his neighbor if it was strange here. Heron replied that this place was originally like this, but Ryuan said that everything would change. He joined purely out of curiosity, but Yoon could go to any other club. Yoon said no, since he couldn't pay back yesterday any other way. He would at least do this. And thanks to Chang Hong, who signed up for the club without question, he's sure everything will be fine. Chang Hong heard everything and knew it wasn't so. He only agreed because he had to keep an eye on these two. Ruin said at this time that, however, before they could begin planning for the future, he felt they would have to face some problems. Chang Hong heard and said that something very ominous was coming. Heron asked if there was really a case that would make your palms sweat. Yoon also chimed in and asked if something had happened. Suddenly, sabotage began in the room and the eldest asked the two brothers what they were doing here today. Ruin looked and said that he probably knew her. And what kind of resentment is this, if such an evil aura is felt? O asked his friend what was going on. Was someone pestering Doc and Bon, or the White Crane again? Law replied that, frankly, there were so many options that it was hard to suggest. In any case, before their only club building is completely smashed to smithereens, they should surrender voluntarily. Suddenly, the door opened unexpectedly and a girl with one eye came in. She started screaming that they were fucking perverted. She asked right away which of them dared to touch the White Crane. If they confessed right now, she would kill only him. The girl remembered her memories of how Rin approached her and addressed her. But she asked her, "Are we talking about yesterday?" Rin told her that she did. The girl told her that they were already acquainted. She didn't need to bow her head to her. They will be seeing each other often now. Does she plan to continue to act distant? The girl suggested to Rin that they'd be friends. And if someone torments her, she should definitely tell her about it. She was pretty strong after all, and she knew that Rin was her first sister, and so she would protect her no matter what it took. After this, the girl woke up early in the morning. One more morning, and putting on her eye patch, she set out on her journey. At this time, Rin was in the forest, holding a sword in her hands. She was accumulating energy to release it. But at that moment, the race fell from the leaves. She immediately picked the right moment and, waving her sword, decided to pick up the race. But she changed her mind at the last moment and cut the race into two parts with her sword. By this time, the girl came and told her sister that it was a smooth and graceful movement. But why was she holding a sword in her hands early in the morning? Rin greeted her sister and replied that she simply had something to think about. The girl asked, "What was it about?" Rin thought and answered that about one man. The girl, hearing this, was very surprised and asked, "About a man?" The girl asked, "Was it by any chance about Wichon?" Rin answered that no. The girl did not understand and asked, "Then who was she talking about?" Rin replied that she had only met him once, so she didn't know his name. The girl asked in surprise she didn't know and asked, should she kill him? Yeah. Rin replied that she would look and said that she didn't know why, but she couldn't read it. The girl asked, was he able to avoid her gaze? If he was not stronger than her, then this could not have happened. Rin said no, he was different. It was like she was looking at a blank piece of paper, and besides, she needed to know more about his martial arts skills. The girl answered with a surprise, what a blank sheet. He apparently just has no brains. But then a little girl came and said, how did they both end up here? The girl told her sisters that she finally succeeded. She was talking about 12 strikes with twin swords. The girl was surprised and asked if she really managed to master this technique. She worked so hard to master it and finally did it. She congratulates her. Rin also did not stand aside and congratulated. The girl was surprised and began to say that Rin's sister was congratulating her. And could this mean the same thing? The girl told the younger one that she didn't mean it that way. Her praise, didn't it count? The girl said no one can appreciate her skills like Sister Rin. After all, no matter what technique she uses, Sister manages to avoid the blow every time. And that's why she can even compete with her sister Rin, the master of the sword that sees into the soul. The girl said that today was a little different. Since she had mastered the 12 strikes of the dual swords, it would be good if she tried them with Rin. She had also recently honed her skills. So why not practice when the opportunity presented itself? And what did her sister think about it? Rin replied that she understood and agreed. And then the girl said that she had some other things to do. She would leave first. Let them be careful with the swords. They are not wooden. The girl was very happy and said that she agreed, and finally this day had come. The girl, leaving, understood that she needed to find out what had happened to the White Crane. If she asked those bastard guards, then maybe she would find something. After 30 minutes, Rin and the girl started fighting. But the little girl got upset and said that she lost. But the girl came to the guards and beat them all to the last one. Before leaving, they asked her forgiveness for not being able to protect the White Crane. After that, she came to the club and entered the room with both feet, saying that there are pure perverts here. O stood in front of her and asked, why them first? Does she really believe all this nonsense rumor about them? Law also said that they needed to calm down and talk. And if she frowned like that and wrinkles appeared on her beautiful face, what would she do then? The girl started to say that she would kill them all. But Ruin was surprised and asked, who is the White Crane? Heron immediately understood who they were really talking about and immediately said that he knew her. Yoon also joined the conversation and said that if he was not mistaken, then this was Ye Rin, the headmaster's daughter. Everyone takes great care of her. Oh asked the girl if it was a crime to want to preserve such beauty. The girl said that she understood, and if this was their desire, then they should not regret it any longer. Heron said that it is true, most likely it is Ren Doko. She is like a sister to the White Crane. Her strength is impressive. Chang Hong also said that she is one of those people who acts like those problematic sunbos and can really cause trouble. Chang Hong knew that the real problem was the criminal who dared to touch the White Crane. Doko screamed at the boys that she would kill them all. Law started saying that he would be chased by a beauty, and now his dream is finally coming true. But he threw a smoke grenade and shouted back for her to try to catch him. Ruin asked if they were deliberately provoking her to lure her somewhere. The elder replied, of course, they always have a plan. They can run fast and have perfect oratory skills. First, you have to lure her and then give explanations. La suddenly asked if he was imagining things. Suddenly, Rin came out in front of them and showed herself in all her glory. Doko asked Rin if she had come to this disgusting place herself. Why? Rin replied that she had come because there was someone here who could give her answers. Rin immediately looked toward the others and saw the cat's fear in their faces. And then Raiwan decided to join the conversation and asked if she was talking about him. Rin replied that she wanted to know his name. Ruin didn't hide it and immediately introduced himself. And in response, he asked her, what is her name? Rin also introduced herself and asked in response, didn't he know who she was? Ruin said, no, of course not. But now he knows. Doko said it was nonsense. And they say she still hasn't killed anyone. Chung Hong thought about it and saw that it seemed like she had come to kill them all. How should he formulate this in his report now? Ruin asked her if she only wanted to know his name. He was talking about the answers they came for. Rin said it was Mu Quan and asked the guy, is he also in the group Mu Quan? Ruin asked in surprise, Mu Quan? What is it? And a funny name. And then he remembered that this was that little thing. It was given to him by a decrepit old man who lied that such things were popular among young people. Law said that they say this Mu Quan is quite a popular person. O also supported and said that these old people are at the academy building. What can you do with these simpletons? The students like them and give them away for free. Rin said that he wanted to know his sub's name then. Ruin said that he was sorry, but it was a secret. Heron asked why he kept hiding the sub. How interesting he was. If he behaved like that, he could be misunderstood. Yoon asked, but then isn't being in Cheonmu Academy a guarantee of having Sabu? Rin said then if he could tell about his Sabu's other students. Ryuan replied that fortunately he could answer that question. He didn't have any. Rin asked, not at all? Not a sister or even a sister? Ryuan replied that if she asked like that, he didn't know for sure. Ruin said that maybe other students. Maybe there was someone like that a long time ago, and it seems like there might be a new one now. Who knows? And something happened that he doesn't want to remember, so he finds it difficult to give an exact answer. And it can be said that he doesn't have any, and he hopes that he won't. Dalko wondered what was going on here. She realized that this show-off seemed to be the one who had caused the noise. Why was her sister asking such questions? Rin said that it means that even if he has a sister, he won't be able to accept her. Ruin told her that she wouldn't always be around anyway. If he had her, he would do everything to get rid of her as soon as possible. And now he's curious. Why is she so interested in this? Is there some special reason? Heron immediately thought that this was a good question. Chung Hong also realized that this was exactly the case. And why? Dako also thought in truth, what was her sister thinking at this moment? Rin said that the reason she would name it if he defeated her. Rin said that she was challenging her to a contest. Doko realized at that moment that this was it. She was going to punish him. Heron said that they would see something interesting today. But Chang Hong didn't understand why everything had to be decided so radically. Should they be stopped? Tae asked his man, are they trying to fight right here? The elder immediately became afraid for his precious room. Ruin said that if he wins, he will get something in return. But what about her? What will they get? Or will she only say that after he wins? Rin replied that she could check something. His weapons and skills, they can't be seen just like that. Last time her eyes and mind weren't in a condition where she could be sure of what she saw. And so, to find out whether her memories are real or not, she wants to see it again. And then Ruin said that he had to refuse, however. Their idle interest in each other was not worth her getting hurt. Dakin was surprised and asked, "Does he mean to say that he is strong enough to harm his sister?" Ruin said it doesn't matter what he wants to say. He refuses. He doesn't want to participate. Rin told him to promise not to hurt her then, but then Shen Hong stepped in and stopped her. Chang Hong said that they don't have to draw their swords, and it'll be enough for them to just watch Ruin fight, right? It's not to punish him, is it? Rin answered that it was true, however, she would have to see it in action to understand. He usually didn't take out his weapon. Chang Hong said that she doesn't have to worry about it. Isn't there a festival of the three holy masters at Cheonmu Academy? There, anyone will give it their all and show what they are capable of. And he suggested that they immediately arrange a test at the festival. Namgung came out in front of the people and said that the wind was blowing in the same direction they were heading. He immediately addressed everyone. He said that from here to Cheonmu Academy, they were starting a race. The students were very happy and said that it was great. One of the students said that they were running a long road on foot again, just like last year. But the girl replied that compared to last year's suffering, this time it was much better. At least they didn't have to carry mukwana. The students said it was a good thing they removed them, although half of them didn't even wear it. Namgung laughed and replied that the master must have felt sorry to see that. The girl asked if that could stop him. The second student replied that of course not. Chol started shouting to the others that there were those people from Muhuan's society, and he suggested not to talk about terrible things and to run in silence. In the evening, the disciple said that even if they kept moving at this pace, they still wouldn't get there before tomorrow morning, right? Namgung replied that it looked like it, but suddenly one of the students said that he thought they would have to take a shower. Jiren got scared and asked in surprise, "Rain?" and immediately began to say that she did not want rain. Immediately after her words, thunder rumbled and rain began. The students suggested that they rest a little and continue their journey again. Namgung replied that he would have to do the same and ordered everyone to get ready. The students immediately pulled ropes onto the tree and made a roof over their heads to keep them from getting wet. Having secured the roof over their heads, they all went down and immediately began preparing the fire. Namgung sat quietly and said that everyone had done a great job today, and they were keeping up a good pace, so he thought they could beat the Blue Dragons. But he asked, what did everyone else think? The student answered him that he thought so too, although they were a little late but helping the flooded village. But it seems to him that they are still not lagging behind. Namgung said that everything was right. They were no longer afraid of any winds or rains, and he wanted to return to the academy as soon as possible. At this time, Ryoan asked the princess, "Is it true?" Rin answered him that if he wins this year, she will answer all his questions. Ruin asked that if he lost, let alone got into the rankings, then he would have to answer her questions. Rin told him that if he had any burning questions for her, he should try his best to win. Ruin said that he doesn't know yet whether he will try or not. He needs to get there first. He just needs to win, right? And now he's satisfied with everything. Rin replied that she was fine and had hopes for him. Doko thought at that moment, why was her sister doing this? What was on her mind? Doko told her sister that it was time for them to go, and she understood that they were about to have a serious conversation with her. As they left, everyone froze and waited for them to close the door. Tay sighed and said that while he was next to her, he felt like he was drunk without wine. Right-hand Tay replied that it turned out that he was not the only one who felt it. The moment he met her gaze, it was as if he had turned into a monkey. Heron also looked and said that there was definitely something amazing about it. It was like they were extras, right? Yoon replied that yes, and said that Chang Hong was still very cool. He asked if that was the main problem. This idiot can get away with all his other tricks, but the icy white phoenix, this one definitely can't be left alone. If he doesn't want to say goodbye to his life, Ruin asked in surprise. Say goodbye to his life? Chang Hong asked him if he even knew why she was called the Ice White Phoenix. He thinks it's because she cuts through everyone with her cold sword without thinking? No, she doesn't. Rumor has it that those who dare to cross her path disappear before she even knows they exist. She is the most precious thing that the leader of Cheonjeongmyeong has, and the symbol of the most noble and pure in the white sex. He also knew that the target was one of the most dangerous people that no one had ever been able to defeat. Cheng Hong said that although it was stupid to take back his words when he himself suggested it, but maybe it would be better for him to refuse to participate in the Three Holy Masters Festival. It would be in his best interest to never get involved with the Ice White Phoenix again. Cheng Hong understood that this was being done so that he would not have to deal with him himself later. And then Ryuan told him that he didn't agree. And then Tae also joined the conversation and said that it would be difficult. Ice White Phoenix said that if he wins, she will answer all the questions. Although the probability of failure is very high, but from this day on, they will root for the victory of the newcomer, Ryuan. Tae's right-hand man also said that if he wins, she will answer all the questions. The list of 100 questions he wants to ask her is still in the works, so let them wait a little. Cheng Hong said that it was really scary. They would all die. Ryuan asked him why he thought he had to explain everything and asked him what they were doing there. Oh asked, "What is not visible? Before the sacred place is desecrated, they want to find traces of their presence, especially the icy white phoenix. Isn't that her hair?" La replied that no, that short and curly one. Let him look more carefully. Soon the place where she stood will need to have the floors cut out to the shape of her feet. But the other students asked them if they could be quieter and suggested that they concentrate. After all, they needed to write down everything that happened in detail before their memories of her became clouded. But then Ruin couldn't take it anymore and slammed his fist on the table, turning it over. He said in surprise that everyone dodged so quickly. Of course it wasn't surprising. Ruin said that it seemed they had mastered the flying technique thanks to the experience that came with their life of crime. Cheng Hong asked why he did this all of a sudden. Heron replied that he himself didn't even notice how his hand flew up. Ruin asked them, why not say goodbye to such a past? And it's not even a crime. It's just a sacred rite of worship of beauties. Cheng Hong thought that this boy wasn't Rin looking. Ryuan said that whether it was a crime or a ritual, it was strange and disgusting anyway, wasn't it? And however, this is not the main thing now, so let them all gather. Festival of the Three Holy Masters. He heard them talking, and it seemed like some kind of competition. What is it really? What do you need to do to participate? Along the way, Heron told Ruin that the more he watched him, the more interesting he became. He agreed, not even knowing what he was getting into. He was looking forward to how he would tremble before the icy white phoenix. Ruin told him that it definitely wouldn't happen, so he shouldn't bother waiting. But why did the man get so worked up without explaining anything? Was he going through menopause? Heron replied that no one knows. It's still a bit early for 25, but he always says he has a lot of things to do, so maybe that's why he has indigestion. After classes, they were going to meet in the cafeteria. It was worth advising him to go to the doctor. But suddenly someone shouted that they were back, and they needed to find out where they were. Ruin was surprised and asked what happened there. Heron replied that he didn't know. He went that way. They stood at the back of the crowd and heard them shouting that they were rooting for the Blue Dragon. And sure enough, they won. The students said that they really were the best in Cheonmu Academy, and no matter how much time passed, they were still the same Blue Dragons. Heron came up and asked if the guy knew what was going on. The guy turned around and asked, "What do you mean?" The Blue Dragon beat the Red Falcon in the final. Ruin was very surprised at this moment and asked, "What?" And then the students started shouting that the Red Falcon had also returned. Ruin said that they had finally arrived too. He clenched his fist and realized one thing, that he had found it. Heron asked what the sounds were, and then Ruin replied that they were the cracking of joints. He calls it a warm-up. Heron said that this was some kind of tough and unusual warm-up. Maybe he wants to beat someone up. Ruin immediately laughed at his words and asked, "Is it harsh?" He shouldn't worry, it's all in the name of love and support. And it's also thought-provoking. Ruin realized that his students had only avoided the green grapes. He was too soft. Let the boys wait. This will happen again. Ruin decided that this was great and they would hurry up. But suddenly one of the students asked the others if he felt it too. They all immediately turned around and looked towards the people, but there was no one there anymore. After the party, Jiren approached Namgung and asked why he always wore them when he came here. This is the Red Falcon's room, not the Mohuang Club meeting, and she asked him if he couldn't see that the boys were worried. One of the students said that it was not a good sign. Lately, I have been dreaming about all sorts of heresy. Since I returned to the academy, I've been constantly having a bad feeling. The student apologized to Hawk and said that when he puts them on, he feels safe. He feels alive. Axe replied that Muquan is just heavy, so he was crushed. Club head Muquan said that despite the fact that four of the club's founders, Muquan is now at the academy. The student asked Hyun Wong and Sister Tan why they came today. Could it be that they also joined the Muquan Club? Who replied that no, it wasn't like that. It was just their mood. Tan also replied that it was just memories that came flooding back. But the lad shouted that these memories were worthless. What memories? This was a bad dream. He still had nightmares about the master returning, and he asked Hawk if he had anything to add. Hawk started to run away and answered that no, nothing. And Sabu is an old monster. He has a bad feeling. He is even scared. Axe asked Namgung why he suddenly didn't like Muhuan. The girl replied that it was a wise decision. To survive, you need to be constantly on guard. The gates of hell can open at any second. Wu said that the likelihood of Sabu coming here was actually very low. No one here likes to be bothered, and getting along with the other students is also important. But the student replied that everything was correct. With a character like the Masters, one could easily be kicked out of here. Namgung said that it was a bit annoying. Even though the chance of dying would increase significantly from meeting Sabu, it was still a chance to become stronger. The student was surprised and asked him, "Is he crazy?" Tan answered, "Isn't this development but an opportunity to age faster, but it is a chance to die faster?" Wu said that unlike Sister Tang, their chief considered the events on Mount Ami as wonderful memories. That's the power of love. Namgung asked him in surprise, what is he talking about? The others started saying that it was all true, and that's why he was saying it. And perhaps that night the stars really were beautiful. Dating within the academy should not be prohibited. The disciples said that it was true. If the master came here as a teacher, didn't they come last because they were busy with special training? Tan said that's right, they've become stronger. If that old man comes, he'll recruit new disciples who'll carry food. Hawk supported and replied that it would be so, and said that it would be very good to take and get rid of the Muhuans. Suddenly in the evening at the academy, the teacher told Teacher Ho that he should also rest, and they would see each other tomorrow. Ho replied that it was fine. Having closed the door behind him, Ho sat down on a chair and decided to rest a little, but immediately felt that someone was in the room. He immediately pulled out his fire sword and realized that he couldn't smell the flesh. And had he really missed? And immediately Ruan appeared in front of him and asked, "Is this a newfangled way to greet guests?" Such fiery greetings are a bit burdensome. However, the reception was quite warm. Ho replied that it was only for uninvited guests, but he was worried that he could not sense his presence. Ruan asked him how he could say such a thing. It had been quite a while since their last meeting. Ruan asked if the student was doing well. He had a request. Ho asked in surprise, what request? Ruan said he wanted him to look after someone. 10 slow-witted kids and one sick one. And then he remembered and said that these 10 people were his brothers and sisters. Ho asked in surprise, him? Who? Ruan said that they were brothers and sisters. They became his students before they met him. And he congratulates him now. He now has 10 brothers and sisters. Being both a student and a teacher, he can make his brothers and sisters stronger, right? And it's worth keeping it a secret from these guys for now. Ho asked angrily, what good was that? It was pure absurdity. Why should he teach them? And keep it a secret? Sabu usually did that. Ruan replied that it was because he needed to find out about the Three Saint Masters Festival. He still had to do some investigation. Didn't he want to take into account that Sabu might be very busy? And then Ho replied that no, that wasn't true. Ruan said that it was much better this way. If he told anyone that he was their Sabu, he would tell everyone that he was his disciple. He thought the brothers and sisters would like that. And thus a noble, strong, and healthy student teacher will appear. But at the academy, everything was not so simple. Chang Hong unexpectedly packed his things in the evening and went into the closet. Having closed the doors behind him, he began to break something inside the closet so that even everything could be heard from outside. Chang Hong was not giving himself away from the right side and was something of an accomplice. It turned out that in his closet there was a passage that leads him to the forest. And immediately a guy met him and asked him what was the matter. This time he came in person, and did not send the last ones, and why he wanted to talk not to the leader, but only to him. Chang Hong told him that they had something to discuss. He needed to know whether he should inform the head or not. If so, let him tell me what he should pass on. And he wouldn't want to make a mistake and then pay for it alone. Chang Hong said it was about their precious child, one of the reasons he pretended to be a 25-year-old rookie. It consists of reporting dangerous types approaching her and, if necessary, settling everything. And they need to find out about Miss Xian Kwok's heir. However, if something goes wrong, what will they do then? And he's not talking about a dangerous guy getting close to the precious child. And what if the precious child's attention is for some reason drawn to some unknown type? Her attention was drawn to the opposite sex, a real troublemaker. Namgung asked, was it the lady who showed interest first? Was it her? Cheng Hong replied that it didn't seem that way at first glance. He would see what would happen next. Many people her age behaved like that. In any case, if for some reason the precious child gets close to someone, if they make even the slightest mistake, then do they need to cover their tracks? And if so, should he hurry up and prepare for retirement in advance? And then they heard someone nearby saying that the Blue Dragon had defeated the Red Falcon in the final. Jen suddenly met a guy named Chan and said that she takes this kind of premonition quite seriously. And she had a hard time, but she managed to break through the obstacles and arrive at her destination. Cheng told her that he was glad that she arrived on time. And he asked his sister Jen if what they were saying about her was true. And then she pulled out her blade and answered that it was true. And if he did not win, his brother would not exist. Chan began to fight her, and placing his blade under her neck, he asked her if it had passed. But Jen jerked and grabbed his hand. She said she heard he had many marriage options. Then why did he choose her? Did he really want to marry her? Chan replied that if he thought about it, something similar was happening now. Should he leave things as they are, he asked. Chang Hong came to the academy and thought about Namgun's words as he suggested, but thought about it and told the head, Bullhead, the issue of resignation, he can agree with him. But if this guy hurts her, he's afraid to even imagine what they'll do to them. Let him remember that. And because he came back to the academy after so long, his head is in disarray. Why does he remember the old days and think about her? Before dinner, Yoon asked Chang Hong if he was sick. He hadn't touched his food? Maybe he was feeling sick? The guy replied that he had simply lost his appetite, and his head had been hurting for several days. Roon came over and asked if this was a symptom of menopause. Heron turned around and said that Roon came and said that they couldn't find him in the room, so they went to the dining room first. Chang Hong got angry and asked, what menopause at 25? If he gets old, it's only because of him. Wherever he goes, he always gets into trouble. Ruin asked in surprise, troubles? He does good to the best of his ability and capabilities. Ruin immediately took out a paper and told him to take this allergy prescription. Chang Hong asked in surprise, what prescription? Heron told him that he left so abruptly and with such an air as if he was going to kill someone, but in the end he went to find out information about some kind of miracle cure. Ryuan replied that he himself didn't know yet whether it was worth calling it a miracle cure. It was his secret technique that would allow Yoon to reach a new level. This can be called a kind of behavioral therapy, a method of eliminating anxiety and all kinds of worries through movement. He can go to the specified place tomorrow and show this note. And don't worry, the method works, though it will take some time. Yoon couldn't believe it and asked in surprise, is this true? And how can he thank him for this? In the evening, the chief gathered everyone and said that the mission was completed, and rumors were that they arrived almost at the same time as the Blue Dragons. Only this time they helped the inhabitants of the flooded village. The teacher replied that everything was correct. They hesitated and lost an important competition, but they not only helped to restore the destroyed houses in the dam, but they also gave the villagers their money and horses provided by the academy and returned on foot. The snowman said they demonstrated not only their skills, but also their loyalty and humanity. The teacher also said that it is true. This is enough to award the victory not to the Blue Dragons, but to the Red Falcon. But the snowman replied that he didn't think so. Although the Red Falcons had acted generously, rules were rules. The outcome of the competition could not be changed based on a willful decision. The leader said that it was a good point. He was sure that if the Blue Dragons were in the same situation as the Red Falcons, they would have done the same. But the teacher replied that the actions of the Red Falcons were not to be taken into account. Why not declare a draw this time and agree on another competition? The leader thought about it and said that they would do so then. Recently, many significant events have happened at the Chonmu Academy. From the amazing transformation of the Red Falcons and the arrival of the seventh Divine Blade, to the discovery of a new item at the Cheonmu Academy. And apparently, spirits are watching over the Cheonmu Academy. But suddenly, one of the teachers said that Master Quan had asked for an audience with him. The chief asked in surprise, "Master Quan has arrived? Let him come in then." Quan came in and said that he apologized for disturbing him. And today he came to them with a request. And immediately seeing the snowman, he thought, what is he doing here? But the snowman was also looking at him and thinking that instead of bowing his head, this fighting cock would immediately proceed to a request. And now he would have to listen to him. The chief told Master Quan to pass, for it was very interesting what request had brought him to him. Quan sat down and asked the chief if he could entrust the Red Falcons to him. They needed to get stronger, so he wanted to take a look at them outside of their regular lessons. The chief asked him, why did he come in person? If that's the case, he'll lend a helping hand. Let him take care of these children. The snowman thought that the chief was actually joking. After all, Quan didn't want to take first-year students because they were annoying. And then Snowman said that in that case, he would take on the Blue Dragons. Since Master Quan was taking on the Red Falcons, it would be fair to appoint someone to the Blue Dragons as well. Quan replied that he wasn't sure that he alone would be enough. Shouldn't he hire someone else? Master Quan alone couldn't handle them dragons. The snowman asked if he was the first to suggest this, and this is the first time he has heard that he has surpassed him in anything, and certainly not in teaching. Master Quan asked him, did he say everything? Let him not act as if he had already won, and he thought, why is this snowman sticking his nose into other people's business? The chief said with surprise that if the two of them took on these guys with the same passion, then he would look forward to the competition between the Blues and the Reds. And then he relies on the two of them. The snowman replied that everything would be done, and Quan also said that the chief could rely on him. Master Quan understood that in such a case, by taking on the Red Falcons, he would destroy everyone he had taken under his command. The next day, Ruin released thunder and shouted at him to fly, and told him to fly right and left. Heron came up to him and told him that he was doing well, and asked how things were going with Yoon. Chung Hong replied that he had no idea either. Even though he had arranged everything, he still had a bad feeling. Ruin told Quan to fight him until the guy dropped. He could handle such a simple task. Quan met a student and asked Yoon if he was the sick student. Yoon replied that he was not sick, and that was him. Quan, without immediately talking to him, pointed his finger to the side, and Yoon, understanding the order, began to run. But on the way, Namgung and his team met a guy, and he said that this man was that same Master Quan. Chun said he was somehow sinister. What was going on right now? The girl also replied that it was all strange, like deja vu. Quan took up his blade and said that he would be responsible for their training. Fight each one in turn in pairs, so let them attack in threes. Namgung didn't understand and asked, 3 at a time, and to fight with swords? Chun said that he had unusual energy, as if he was going to fight to the death, and what was he going to do with them? Master Quan said he would just test their abilities, stop acting up. Even if they attacked in threes, he would remember each one of them. Namgung immediately realized that the master did not know their names. Chun thought that this could not be. Although he did not know why, he understood what he wanted. Master Quan said he wants to fight until he is left alone with someone. First, he will attack the guys, and then for dessert, the girls and the sick man. Master Quan got angry and asked them what they were doing. Let them attack immediately. Namgung said that then they would go first. And he thought that he didn't understand much, but first he needed to focus on the fight. Chang remembered that he was nicknamed the Flaming Blade. Everyone was prejudiced against him, and it seemed that he was prejudiced against them. The third student also thought at that moment that this man was crazy. He had never seen how fiercely girls fought. If he did not reconsider his strategy, he would definitely lose. Namgung didn't waste any time and immediately pounced on him with his sword and used the 10,000 thunderclap technique. At this time, Chan used the 9 palaces technique against him. And the third guy used the fallen leaves technique, soul grinding. Master Quan was even happy and said that this is better. However, he uses 17 blade forms in response, the eighth form of the flaming blade, the fire wind. They are very far away. But his attack was so powerful that the students could not cope at all and were defeated. The students started calling the master different nicknames which would upset him. But Quan told them that he understood all their techniques and predicted their attacks. The student was surprised that the master had destroyed those idiots so easily. He was monstrously strong. Jiren became worried and wondered if Namgung was okay. Jen also got really angry at the moment and thought, why don't they place bets? Why don't they play? Master Quan said for the next ones to attack. Axe was scared and thought that the three of them would be more than enough. This was becoming life-threatening. What was he going to do with them? Hack got angry at that moment and understood in his head that although they called him a flaming blade and a hero, in reality he was just crazy. Master Quan immediately shouted at them to attack immediately. The boys obeyed the order, and all three of them attacked. But everything turned out to be much worse. The master said that the tramp was a fat wimp. They turned out to be even more pitiful than the previous trio. The master looked and said, well, finally, Kvorny and the ladies must attack. Let them show what they are capable of. They must attack all together immediately. Yoon decided that if that was the case, he would give it his all. And in the end, everything turned out differently. The master delivered a crushing attack. On the way, Cheng Hong asked the boy what the point of this pointless training for thunder was, and why should a carrier bird be able to jump left and right? Ruin replied that in order to not become someone's dinner, you need to train. Heron laughed and asked, is that the only reason? Cheng Hong said that the training was great, but maybe he could teach him to sit on his shoulder first. But suddenly, Heron stood in front of the room and asked why the door to their room was open. Ruin told him to look. There was someone lying on the floor. Cheng Hong asked, it wasn't a corpse, was it? Opening the door, Heron said that it was Yoon. After that, Cheng Hong asked Ruin, he didn't make a special request to Master Quan, did he? Ruin replied that he only asked for help with his allergies. Cheng Hong told him not to lie. Didn't he ask to bring Yoon to the point of near death? Ruin replied that no, this was clearly some kind of misunderstanding. Cheng Hong asked, if not, then why did Quan do this to him? Heron asked Yoon how he was. Yoon opened his eyes and said he was fine, and that was because he was weak. Ryuan asked the others if they had heard that the boy himself said he was fine. What was the problem? Cheng Hong asked, does he mean that Yoon is okay? He doesn't know what happened there, but this method doesn't work. It needs to be stopped before he dies. And then Yoon stood up and said that he didn't want to. He wanted to continue this special training. But in reality, he doesn't want to. But he has to. And he has never had such intense and tough training. The master always told him that if he fell down, he would disgrace him again. Let him get lost and go to sleep. But Master Kwok is merciless. He fell, got up, and fell again. And Kwok is the first master who treated him like that. He must continue. Everyone was surprised by his words. Ryuan asked them if they could see that Yoon was right. In this club, at this time, Tae said that he doesn't understand. He's crazy, and he can't leave his dear club. Maybe he should take his treasures from here. Oh asked, what? Didn't they go from the dark side to the light? He thought that was why he agreed to that guy's proposal. Law also said that it is true. They came to find out information about the three holy masters. And the leader wants to say, should the treasures in this room be moved or thrown away? Tae replied that no. They worked so hard to collect all of this. Love is not a sin, and know if they hide these treasures, they will never be able to collect again. This cannot happen to their club. The guy said he could only sympathize, but did he think that guy and his gang would destroy the place if they kept running in different directions? O replied that it would definitely be so. On the day of their admission, they launched a covert operation, but the next day they learned that they were being followed. Allah said that's why it is not a joke. He's the god of destruction, and he doesn't know what the guy did exactly, but he thinks he summoned lightning and a hurricane. And to be honest, there's something that's bothering him. When they were caught by the sisters, they were subjected to real torture. But something tells him that they secretly enjoyed beating them up. O said that it wasn't fun at all. He wished he could be that decisive, though. Lei also said that it was true. Sometimes they get into trouble for things they didn't do. Anyway, he liked those two. They could express their opinions. However, over the past 2 or 3 years, their reputation has deteriorated. Of course, this only applies to Cheonmu Academy, but they will graduate someday. Oh cried and replied that, of course. After graduation, they could be labeled. And because of this, he could be put in a snake pit at home. Tay said that yes, he did accept that guy's offer and took that outcome into consideration. But that doesn't mean they should stop doing what they want. From today on, they will change the appearance of the Girl Lovers Club so that they will not find out anything. They will act secretly. These treasures will also be moved to a secret place. Suddenly, a servant came and told the head that the deputy head of the club had come. Could he come in? Tay replied that Tay had come to them. Let him come in. Tay turned to the leader and said that when he was on the Blue Dragon's mission, he heard rumors that the club had been turned upside down and the club had changed. That's not true, is it? After a long time, he came to ask how close they were to achieving their cherished desires. Tay replied that it was just a rumor. They will act more covertly, but in fact, nothing will change. However, what is Tay talking about? What is this rumor? He heard that members of Guchonghua are not allowed to join the aesthetics club. Tay replied that even if he was not a member of their club, couldn't they call him their comrade? He had an interesting proposal. And then a guy came in and asked them how they were doing. He had something for them. The guy said that the Pavilion of Pure Aroma, the key that will allow you to enter the 8th building of the female dormitory. So why don't they place bets? And everyone can place 10 yang and see the treasure. Tay said that since only a few people can get in there secretly, he wants to take a few people with him and let the rest of them see the treasure they found for money. The guy replied that it was. Regardless of whether he had the key or was using disguise, only 4 could get in. Tay said that anyone here would like to take advantage of this opportunity. The guy immediately answered the same thing, which is true. And so, to spare everyone from regret, they will choose 4 representatives, and then among those who obtain the most valuable treasures, they will place bets and determine the winner. The winner will take a third of the winnings, and the participants who guess the winner will share the rest. Tay replied, "Who knows? The distribution of the treasures found is more important than the distribution of money. After all, that is the essence of their club." Tay said that the proposal to hold a vote was excellent. That's what they would do. Each of the 4 members would give the club half of the treasure they found. Participants who guess the winner will receive the right to choose a treasure instead of money. The guy asked in surprise, "Really?" In any case, it would be better to put money, but he is a club of aesthetics lovers, so this option will do. And he suggested doing just that. Everyone else immediately became happy and started shouting that one of them was betting on the head of the club. The guy said that now, of course, we can discuss the details. T's right hand was surprised by his words and looked at him. The senior at the academy said he didn't want to know the details. He didn't need them. And anyway, congratulations. Everything is going exactly according to plan. The guy replied that everything was going smoothly. Why was the person in charge of finding the key to enter Baekhyangwon evading? The elder asked if this was what he had ordered to do. He had asked to deal with Kuchonhui, and he was demanding that the necessary item be prepared. The boy raised his hands and replied that he understood everything. And speaking of the item, how did he manage to find the key? And what about the other items that need to be prepared? And what about the personal belongings of B. Ruin and his companions? The elder replied that the key and the path to it were already prepared. Everything was ready, so just let him wait. The guy asked right away, how much? He would prefer to leave them alone until it was time to sneak into their room. His stealth skills were no worse than Beyonce's. The elder replied that no. He knows about his abilities, but he remembers that the 7th divine sword lives in his room. The elder said that rumors were circulating that this year marks the 5th anniversary of the formation of the Chilcholzway, and the days when Mo and Hui was surrounded by madmen on all sides are long gone. And thanks to those events, his skill reached unprecedented heights due to the many traps and disposition of the Moen clan. For the last 3 years, it has been impossible to get into his room. He has incredible detection and tracking abilities. In any case, if he is caught, he will be immediately labeled as an accomplice of Guzhonghua before anything even starts. Therefore, he should not go in person. The guy said that if that's the case, would anyone be able to get into their room? Even if someone were to be found, how could they entrust such a thing? The elder replied that he could not know. They could arrange for cooperation with someone, but it was too much to ask for secret entry into Baekhyangwon. He is only interested in the room of the 7th divine sword. He asked Chilcholwa for help. They are the best candidates for that matter. The boy asked, "What? Chilseolhue?" The elder replied, "Yes, there is a Chiljonghue representative in their Kucheonhue." He gave them information on how to secretly enter his room, asked them for a couple of favors. One of them was to give them the key to Baekhyangwon. The guy asked, "What does he mean by that?" That they will collect the necessary items of the seventh divine sword, and at the same time capture Biruin's items. The elder replied that everything was correct. In any case, when everything was ready, he should act at his own discretion. The guy said that, of course, in such a situation, the members of the club of lovers of female aesthetics and the team of newcomers will be excluded. In the evening, Ryuen was walking around the academy and saw his neighbor also going home. He asked if he was hanging out at Cheonmusogak again today. Ryuen said that training at dawn, studying in the morning, training at lunch, studying in the afternoon, studying in the evening. Doesn't he get bored with life? Owe replied that no, and there were Confucius's analects there. He was used to studying, and this disorder did not please him. Owe said that someone was here. Maybe he knows who it could be? Ryuen said no, he just came. But he said disorder? Granted, some things had changed. Hui immediately saw that the bed linen was rumpled. There was a dent in the pillow. And dirt. The books were arranged untidily. Ryuen said there was a strange smell. The room smelled different. And this is a male dorm, but why does it feel like a woman has been here? Hui said that the Dark Mother has arrived here. Ryuen asked in surprise. Dark Mother, who is it? Hui replied that he was ignorant. First of all, they needed to find out if anything was missing. And then the boy thought. Ryuen asked him, "Does he call the thieves Dark Mother? The room is too clean. Does he mean that money or valuables are missing?" Owi replied that the Dark Mother did not need jewelry. However, several things were missing. A floor brush, a comb, and the pajamas he had worn yesterday. Ryuen asked in surprise why someone would do that. Hui replied that he didn't know. He couldn't explain their train of thought. And judging by the dents in the pillow and blanket, it looked like someone had been lying on it. That's why he's sharing a room with someone for the first time. Let him see if he's missing something too. Ryuen opened the cabinet and said that the valuables cabinet was fine. Hui asked if it had been broken into. Ryuen said no. He didn't even have a key. He made it himself. It can only be opened by applying force to certain parts of the lock, following the correct sequence. Ryuen said that they didn't seem to have touched anything important. They didn't touch anything at all. And then he suddenly picked up his sheets and asked why they had torn off a piece of the page. Hui said that in such chaos, how could something be noticed? No, it is not that important. And since he does not keep it on the shelf, it is quite valuable. Did they desecrate a book on martial arts? Ryuen replied that no, it was a book with his personal notes. Why did they only tear out the notes and not the whole page? And now he'll have to explain who this Dark Mother is. He hates it when people touch his things. Hui said he suffered because of him, and he's sorry. She is often called the Dark Mother. She is the head of Chilcholho. She hides her age, name, and true face and is obsessed with it. She stalks him, calls herself his mother, and controls Chilcholwe. Hui said they weren't even a couple. He never wanted that kind of attention. He had recently thought that the attention had finally waned, but now that the boys' dormitory had been secretly infiltrated, it seemed that she had come to this place. Ryuen replied that love had become a disease. This was some kind of madness. And if they could find out the cause, the situation would be resolved. It seemed serious, and could he distract them? And then Ryuen said that all you need to do is join something. It's called the Aesthetics Club. Hui said he heard they were organizing a meeting with girls. Why would he do that? Ryuen replied that they had previously been meanly pursuing girls, but now they should become a center for youth projects, supporting cultural, scientific, and educational exchange. If he joins his club now, the girls will immediately cool off towards him. According to his assumptions, events will unfold approximately like this. Now he is so popular that the attention of sluts. And here is the moment of his entry into the club of lovers of aesthetics. Here the situation will change immediately. If everything goes smoothly, then Chil Seongwei will fall apart. However, this will provoke a storm of hatred towards him. But he shouldn't worry. Soon the opinion about the club of aesthetic lovers will change. And then the popularity and reputation will grow gradually. And everything will return to normal. And if we rely on his experience, then this is a good way to spite perverts. Also in this case, radical changes are effective. Hui wondered if his neighbor's past, if this disgusting and unkempt appearance of his had changed. Of course, this is sound advice. Besides, it must be very difficult to talk about such a terrible life experience. Ruin asked him if there was something still bothering him. First, he needed to join the club. If he didn't like it there, he could leave it right away. Don't worry, he's not going to make him do anything indecent, and except for some announcements. But we said it was the duty of a nobleman to accept the truth as it was. I'll have to join in. Ruin told him that it was true, and he thought, what was Hui talking about? In any case, if he joined, the club's reputation should improve. And this is even good. And the better the reputation, the better the word of mouth works, the more visitors. Ryuan brought him to the club and said that he had written everything without missing anything. But then Chang Hong came and shouted at him to stop. Chang Hong said that it was okay, but why did they bring Mo and Hui's seventh divine sword to the club? Heron said that there were rumors that something interesting happened while they were in class. Heron said that when people saw the seventh divine sword enter the aesthetics club building, chaos reigned everywhere. He expected there to be pools of blood. Chang Hong said that everyone there is already foaming at the mouth because someone said that Mo and Hui came to apply to join. Wai asked if it was like this. He thinks if it wasn't for Ryuan, he would never have joined the club. So what weaknesses did he learn about? Chang Hong asked him if he was afraid of Chilchonhui. Everything had to be canceled right now and pretend that nothing had happened. Otherwise, he would be the one who would suffer. Hui replied that Ryuan simply told him about the club and that he made the decision to join on his own. And if the Chilchonhui members harm him, if they harm anyone else, including Ryuan, he won't sit idly by. Heron asked him if this was the first time he heard him call Ryuan Ruin. Chung Hong asked, what does it mean to someone else? Does it mean that someone has already suffered at their hands? Ruin said that anyway, the introduction is complete. And how about writing it in big letters and hanging it on the clubhouse? And call it a promotion? Hui replied that he would write it now. He immediately wrote the announcement with his own hands. After seeing the ad, the guy asked his friends if the aesthetics club would really change. They were serious, weren't they? The second guy replied that this poster, which looks like an ad for Chil Zhonghui, is quite interesting. And it is said that the seventh divine sword was somehow damaged by them. But the third guy said that the walls have ears. He really didn't hear this gossip, and he suggested that it would be better to keep quiet and watch. But one of them said that he doesn't know what might happen in the future. And the aesthetics club in Chil Zhonghui, they're all crazy. Tay went to the head and said that this was their chance. If they missed this event, there might not be another opportunity like this until graduation. Tay replied that it was a good decision. The plan that Ha-Il-Tay came up with was perfect, and they didn't even notice it. O said that the chief, despite the publication of the announcement, seemed to have been forced. Therefore, tomorrow night is ideal for their business. But if they are caught, then there will be no bones to collect. The boy asked him if he knew this. Why didn't he tell him when he was chosen as a representative? Even if they weren't caught in the dorm, if Ryuan and the seventh divine sword found out about it. But La said that if the Moen clan comes, it will really be the end. But the president has dirt on them. What should they do? But at this time, Chang Hong was telling the man to stop doing this. He couldn't believe that a woman would break into a male dormitory. Heron replied that in any case, the Cheonmu Academy is a new training ground. Where did they find this? Is this the treasure of the Moen clan? Oi said no. It was Ryuan's castle. Ryuan said he told Ren Ren how to use it. If he's not missing anything, then they need someone to bring a book or something like that. Chang Hong said that it was safe in this situation, and suddenly he asked why he didn't tell him and Junho. Ryuan told him that because he snapped, and Junho could be kidnapped for knowing about it. And he asked them if they had seen Junho. Heron replied that he was training today. Ryuan asked if he was trying to do the impossible again. During training, the disciple asked Yun if he was alive, and if he fell asleep right on the ground, his mouth would slide to the side. But Rin said it was that damn fire that was making everyone want to lie down. Just let him rest. But Hawk was angry and said that he was going to die. All that was left was to put them on a spit and roast them. But Chin said never to say that in front of Master Quan. He can really arrange it. However, he is far from their master. But Namgung laughed and replied, nevertheless, he was glad that they finished quickly today. and he thought he wasn't in a very good mood. I wonder, where was he in such a hurry? The leader gathered all the people and said that after the three Saint Masters festival ended, they would hold another test between the Blue Dragons and the Red Falcons in the middle of next month. The chief said that those two, in particular Master Quan, have already started training children. Will such a time frame suit them? Snowman said that the Blue Dragons are ready to go tomorrow. However, he is not sure about Master Quack. Quack replied that it was he who should doubt him. What tomorrow? The Red Falcons are ready right now. The head said that he understood everything, and he sees that the enthusiasm is just pouring out. He will wait impatiently. However, at this event, they must maintain healthy competition. And therefore, the abbot asks the official representatives not to enter into conflict and not to fight. Quack asked if they could organize a battle between teams. A battle close to a real battle, but not a real one. The snowman replied that if the ruler allowed it, the Blue Dragons would support this proposal. True, there was a risk that one of the Red Falcons would suffer, but that was not a big deal. The leader replied that he would never do that. For safety reasons, it was better to refrain from direct confrontation. But then the elder came and asked, "Isn't it fun?" There are few things that can be as useful as a fight that is close to the real thing. The leader immediately rejoiced and said that he had come. But Kavak didn't understand anything and thought, who is it? How did he come in so silently? And why did the snowman suddenly become so polite? The elder replied that he was politeness itself. He saw that this old man was also in good health. Every time he greeted him like that, he felt even older. The leader said that even time cannot break Master Kansen. Quack thought, Kansen? If these two are so polite to the old man, then this man with the sword is the noble sword Kansen Ilchwi. He is one of the strongest swordsmen. Quack said that he had heard of him, and he introduced himself. Ilchwi replied that even such an ancient old man as he had heard of the Lord of the Volcanic Sword. He was one of those who fiercely despise other swordsmen, and he thinks that banning fights is unreasonable. How about this proposal? Since the fighting was necessary, could he be the one to monitor what was happening? The leader asked him if it was too much trouble. In this case, safety will be guaranteed and he will have nothing to worry about. Ilchvi replied that this was excellent. Then he would be the overseer of this exciting and healthy competition. The chief laughed and said that this was very good. Quack thought, why does he feel like he is at a disadvantage? At this time, Doko was talking in the forest that she heard that the seventh divine sword that sister was looking after had joined the Aesthetics Club. The club was growing bigger and causing more and more trouble every day. Doko asked, should the sister then wait for the festival of the three holy masters? The man who joined the club of aesthetic lovers. Should she fight him right now? Even in the face of death, she would not miss the opportunity to test her abilities. Rin said that there was no need for that. And then a girl came and asked them, who are they talking about? Who joined the Aesthetics Club? Besides, the advert said that the club was going to change its policy, and suddenly Doko replied that now everyone was here. But the girl told Doko's sister that she was looking for her because she needed her help. She is sure of the truth of this information because she received it secretly. And it seems to her that tonight perverts will penetrate the hostel, and she will have to fight them off. Doko immediately turned around and asked, are perverts going to get into the dorm? What is she talking about? The girl replied that she had heard it from friends in other dorms. They said it was in the Aesthetics Club. Anyway, they would try to get in either tonight or tomorrow. Rin said that, of course, it could just be gossip. But if it was true, then it was a big problem and they needed to be on guard. Doko replied that they were members of the Aesthetics Club and that one could only expect obscenities from them. The girl asked, is that possible? To sneak into the dorm? Didn't they say in the announcement that the club would change its direction? But the girl said she knew, but what if it was true? What should they do? The ones in charge of everything related to the dorm are Sister Pyeon, Sister Doko, and Sister Na. However, she can't find Sister Pyeon. Doko asked her sister what she thought. What if it was true? But the girl said that it was absurd. Besides, it wasn't that easy to get into the dorm. She wondered if they didn't believe her. She was the only one who knew to be on guard. Was it really a mistake to tell her? Even though she doesn't know for sure whether the perverts will come or not, how can she stay away? Rin said that was true. Doko also said that she felt like they wanted to die. They decided to test this by hiding behind a stupid wall newspaper. She intends to deal with them right now. The girl said that if she goes with him, then she goes with her too. Even if she doesn't live in a dorm, her heart is always with them. The girl asked, what if the perverts from the aesthetics club deny everything? The girl answered, nevertheless, they will think that they have been exposed, and they will refuse it to penetrate the hostel, and immediately offered her to go and have fun, and even the hour of reckoning has come. But suddenly, another girl came and stopped them. She said that she was passing by and heard something strange. The girl asked, dorm break-in? What are they talking about? She had also heard about the perverts from the aesthetics club, had she? The girl told Sister Kuyan that it was true. She heard it from a friend. Just don't ask which one. She understood that since she was the only one who knew about it, she needed to convince more people. The passerby said, so it's true, they've gone crazy. A passerby asked, so they are going to punish them right now? But the inner man said that it would be difficult. According to the deputy head's orders, she must first escort them to the dormitory and then catch them. But how can she persuade them? Doko asked Sister Kuyan. She also has access to the dorm. Would she like to go with them? Rin replied that if they went to them right now, there was a high chance that they would deny everything. And if Sister Kuyan had something to say, she was listening. The girl replied that it was true. She also had the same opinion. Then what about preparing and waiting for the right moment? Doko asked if they could set a trap. The girl replied that if they went now, they would deny everything. Besides, they could change the date of the infiltration. And in such a situation, they will be at a disadvantage. Kuyan also said that it would be better to do so. She is afraid to even think about such a thing. The younger one was delighted and replied that this meant that they would ambush them together with the 12 dormitory commandants. She would also go to the dormitory, and she wanted to see it with her own eyes. Doko said no. For everything to go smoothly, the commandants had to be kept in the dark. They would only get in the way. The girl said that if the perverts find out about this, they will probably change their plans. And she thought, why does the one-eyed girl doubt? Kuyang said that the dorm residents should be prepared to defend themselves. Baekhyangwon is the largest of all the dorms, and perverts will try to get in there. Rin looked and replied that Baekhyangwon was more than a dormitory. It was a place that the Sword Queen herself founded when her Sabu was one of the Cheonmu constellations. She heard about Sabu that on the top floor of Baekhyangwon, there is also a hall of the Queen of Swords. This hall holds all of her experience, and 12 commandants guard it in turns. Because the security is excellent, there are very few ways to get into this place, especially without a guide. Doko asked in surprise, the guide? Could it really be the guy who joined the aesthetics club? Kuyan replied that no, that couldn't be. He had nothing to do with Baekhyangwon. For safety reasons, she didn't tell him anything. The girl said that instead of arguing, it would be better to discuss countermeasures. As her sister said, there weren't many ways to get inside. And several options come to mind. It's a pity that Sister Pyeon is not with them. But if Sister Doko and Sister A make a decision, the others will agree with it. She knew that she and the dark matter had a plan. As long as they followed it, serious damage could be avoided. Rin said that was fine, and then she would like to hear what Sister Kuyan Jin thought about it. Kuyan replied that she had the opportunity to let Sister Pyong in on their plan. She would give her a note. At that time, Kavak was walking around and saying to himself that this snowman was impudent, and he was constantly interrupting him. And now he decided that he should be punished. He would like to send him a great present, but suddenly the snowman came up to him and asked him what he was thinking about. Why did the man who had previously only stood aside and fought now decide to teach children? Or did he develop a mad passion for teaching? Kwok replied that he felt sorry for the children who were taught by a snowman like him. And he also asked him why he decided to teach children, but he himself interferes in the affairs of blue dragons and others? The snowman replied that it was his duty. He didn't know why he was pretending to be passionate about teaching, but it wouldn't produce the effect he wanted to see. And he thinks that with such a desirable character, he makes children only swing their fists. With such an education, the Red Falcons will never defeat the Blue Dragons. Kwok answered him that he knew his cold and foggy nature. And what could the snowman teach children, being so soft? And he was no better than him. Snowman knew that the enemy's sign could win the battle, and he thought he knew nothing about Blue Dragons either. And now he told him that he was a great teacher. And 5 years have passed since he arrived here, and became the only great teacher at the Cheonmu Academy. And without revealing his own skills in martial arts, he created 4 scriptures. Dozens of people follow his doctrines. Among those he taught, no one fell on his face. Nowadays, they are scattered in different directions, but they still follow his teachings. In addition, he analyzes and tries to apply all the trends in education. Kwok wondered if there was any way to shut this old man's mouth quickly. What would that devil do in his place? The snowman said that this is why blue dragons are the young talents that can be relied upon at Cheonmu Academy. Kwon started laughing and said that it was even great, and asked him why he was making a mountain out of a molehill. This time the earthworms will win, and they will fight with swords and debate well. You can rely on them. And then the snowman said that he could not watch anyone insult the blue dragons. For this, he would taste his wrath. And didn't he know who the leader of the blue dragons was? In the country house, the girl held a pill in her hand and asked, did they all collect what she asked for? The servant replied that yes, of course. Everything needed for a cure-all pill. Snow lotus seeds, white-green deer antlers. And let the lady mix everything in equal proportions, and there is no need to worry about anything else. However, she is very thin. Why does she need such medicines? But the lady took the coins and threw them in his face. The servant replied that he had said too much, and if she did not do as he said, then the medicine could become poisonous even then. The lady said that in the hands of an ignorant person, it could become a weapon. If he wanted to continue doing business, he should keep his mouth shut. The servant replied that yes, he would keep it in mind. But then the warriors came and asked the lady if she had received the cure for all diseases. The lady looked and said, of course. Now they can move out. The warrior said, it turns out that the head of Kuchongwei is now in the Blue Dragons. Now they will glorify Gunung Palgawei and cause trouble for the head of Guchonghe. And since the lady has received the panacea, it means the head's strength in the match against the Red Dragons will increase. The lady asked if the head of Guchongwei was that kind of person. She didn't know everything completely, but she hoped that it wouldn't interfere with the competition. Arriving home, the lady noticed that it was somehow quiet today. She returned too late and had to stop here and there. At such moments, she is glad that she lives alone in the room. Having opened the medicine, she felt that she was tired. And it would be great to take the panacea today so that it would absorb the disease. And now she decided that first she needed to relax, but at that moment she heard something and looked at the door. At this time, there were people outside the door who came to steal girls from the hostel. There were times when everyone admired her plump physique, and so she thought she was beautiful. However, deep down, she was plagued by doubts. But she lived with her father at Cheonmu Academy, and she also learned the truth one day. One day, a girl came to her and introduced herself as Yerin. All the other people were very surprised and said that she was beautiful and looked like a virgin who had come down from heaven. She saw how true beauty awakened sincerity, love, and admiration in people. And she came to this conclusion after one day she met someone who made her heart beat faster. The leader said that Ren was the heir of Sanrenbo, but suddenly a boy came up to them and said that his name was Yon Cheon Myung. The girl asked the boy if he was bored. While the adults were talking, maybe they could play together. And it was his words that brought her back down to earth. But that day, men called her fat and said he didn't want to. After that, she used all the methods and techniques to become slim. Workouts and more workouts. And then came the diet. And as a result, she became even bigger. She grabbed her head and asked, why? The mother spoke and turned to her beloved daughter. She said that she should go out and eat at least a little. And if she undermined her health, all the work would go down the drain. The boss also said that she may look chubby, but her body is perfect for learning martial arts. And even her maternal grandfather was impressed by her abilities. But she told them she didn't want to. The girl said that she looked like a pig. She didn't want to be like that. And suddenly his maternal grandfather turned to him and said that he had found a great reed for their sweet Haren. And this fantastic technique will allow her to mold herself into what he wants. It is called the spiritual technique of returning femininity of the Indian Mahayana. And soon this technique became her only ray of light. Grandfather, who found this wonderful technique, mother, who prepared a panacea for her so that she could learn it as soon as possible and not gain weight. And her father, who shared all her hardships, thanks to them, in 3 years of grueling training. She remade her former self. This secret, which no one knows except family members, seems to not exist in this world at all. The only time when this past she comes out is during the release of Qi before taking the panacea. At this point, her body returns to its natural form, but each time she turns back into her former self. Ruin snuck into the dorm late at night and said he was sorry. He got into the wrong room and saw something he shouldn't have seen. She asked him if he was the pervert who had snuck into the girl's dorm, and how dare he do such a thing. Ruin told her that it was complicated. In any case, it bothered him that he had gotten into such an awkward situation. The girl was surprised and asked him what kind of nonsense he was talking about. She understood that she shouldn't give in to the influence of this madman. She needed to calm down. And if she makes a noise and people come running into the room, she'll be finished. And while she's trying to get her body back to normal, this guy will run away. And then there is only one way left for her. She immediately used the technique of eliminating an unwanted witness. She knew she had to shut this bastard up, and as quietly as possible, faster than the wind. The girl shouted at him to die and atone for his sins with his life. Ryuen knew that this was a bit difficult. The girl immediately pulled out her sword and told him to shut up. And while spying on other people's secrets, he should be prepared for anything. Ruin told her that he was sorry about what happened today, but maybe they could just come to an agreement. The girl immediately waved her hand and told him to let the guy die. But Ruin grabbed her hand and said that he was asking for forgiveness. The girl realized that he had dodged and grabbed her wrist. Ruin told her that she was very strong, but the sword might break. He had urgent matters to attend to, so he would probably run away. But the girl didn't want to leave him and asked him where he was going. Ruin asked, how about taking a break and calming down? And surprisingly, she is quite strong. However, you can't just attack people so thoughtlessly. The girl was very angry and shouted back that he was an impudent pervert. Ruin told her that he apologized once again for today, and with that, he was leaving here. And don't worry, he wouldn't give up her secret even under torture. But the girl realized that this man knows acupuncture, and fortunately, acupuncture doesn't really work on her. He saw her true form. She must kill him. The girl came out of the window and asked where he was. Had he really jumped out and disappeared into thin air? But looking up, he saw that this guy was some kind of monster. In that direction, could it really be him? Did she realize that he was heading to the Ice Phoenix room? If not, then to the Sword Queen's hall. But no matter where he went, even if he didn't kill him, he would still die. The girl realized that she had to get her body back first and try to catch up with him. Ryuen knew that if things went well, he would put an end to this. Judging by the itching on the back of his head, his blows were weak. Well, so much fat, in any case, he could not properly see the acupuncture points in the current situation. Having risen to the point, he said that it was here. And it turns out that it was not the third floor, but the fourth. In any case, if they really wanted to share information, they would have said it more precisely. He knew he should have said this earlier. Half an hour ago, the guide told him that Tan Chul-gi had been secretly watching the club's leader, deputy leader, and Zaha Il-Tai for a long time. However, this plan was proposed by Tae this afternoon. He said that he would go to Cheonmu Sogak, return the book, and greet the librarian girl. Ruin told his friend that he was crazy. Are they in cahoots with that librarian girl? Hui told him how he could come to such a conclusion. The guy replied that he had exams now, and there was no need to go there, so he was sure that a secret meeting had taken place there. Tae is no different from the Aesthetics Club, even though he is not a member. Ruin asked, didn't he read the points that were written on the back of the application for joining? If rumors about joining spread, he might be attacked by girls. And anyway, he doesn't know what the trap is, but they, except Ren Ren, Junho, and Uncle Hong, are now connected. The guy said it was true. Everyone was overcome with excitement, and they made a bet. However, the girls know that they are coming. And he doesn't think the club leader will listen to them. Cheol-gi was the weakest, so he was forced to be a spy. After all, there is still an Ice Phoenix in Baekhyangwon. If anyone gets caught, it will be the end of everyone in the Aesthetics Club. Ruin said that didn't sound very good. It would be quite a hassle if they sent more people out. As it is, they only had to catch 4. Owi asked if he was going alone. Didn't he think it would be better to notify Baekhyangwon or the teachers in advance? The guy said no. They would all suffer in this situation. And now he understands why he came to talk to him. Apparently, they wanted to involve the 7th Divine Sword in this too. Ruin told him that, on the contrary, it was even better. They would be witnesses later. And reporting everything to Baekhyungwon, that wasn't his style. And it's much more pleasant to punish yourself. First, you need to catch everyone, and then conduct a purification ritual in the name of a bright future. Ruin was even curious about what kind of traps they had prepared. According to Tan Chol-gi's information, 5 infiltration routes were set up to 5 different destinations, and through the laundry and drying room on the 2nd floor. The girl at this time told Doko's sister that she envied her figure. Doko was surprised and asked her what she was saying, but one of the girls said that she also wanted to be like her sister or sister Doko. That would be great. He understood one thing, that the common bathroom and changing room were on the basement floor. Baekhyungwon's second warehouse was on the 2nd floor, where all sorts of things were stored. And the hardest place to get into is the Queen of Swords Hall. It is guarded by the hostel managers. And the last room of the Ice Phoenix, located on the 3rd or 4th floor, since he didn't stumble upon it earlier, it turns out it's here. But in any case, there is someone inside. At this time, Rin caught several people who had broken into their dorm. At this time, Tae and his right hand were sneaking into the dormitory and saying that he was earth, stone, wood, and that he did not exist in this world. The second one said that he felt like a drop in the ocean, a breath of fresh air, the hostel managers, and no one would be able to find him. But suddenly someone snuck up behind them and asked them what they were doing there. The guys turned around and were surprised to see 25-year-old Chung Hong. The boys told him not to scream and duck. Doesn't he know this is Baekhyungwon territory? If the dorm managers see them, they're dead. Chung Hong asked in surprise, is this really true? He was just taking a walk. The guy told him not to lie. His dorm was on the other side, and they were now, so to speak, in the heart of the girls' dorm territory. And with such a walk, you can quickly go to the other world, and everything is obvious. Let him look at his clothes. He knew everything and got here secretly. But how did he know that they were here? The guy asked him if the 7th divine sword had really told him. Chung Hong replied that it was hard to explain, but he would say it this way. The 7th divine sword was as mute as a fish. He just figured it out himself. Chung Hong asked his friend, are they back yet? Where the hell are they at this hour? Where did he go? Is he up to something again? Hui replied that they had an agreement with him, so he couldn't tell him anything. He could only note that he had gone to hone his persuasion skills. And if he has no more questions, then let him go. Chang Hong replied that he was in trouble again. Did this bastard by any chance go to the girls' dorm? Chang Hong asked, so it's true? What a crazy person. And how did they know which dorm those perverts from Chilchohui were in? Ren and Yoon were also raided. Ucha. But it didn't go that far. Was it because he decided not to stand aside? Hui was surprised and asked, Chilchohui? Did the Dark Mother go to them too? Chang Hong asked, why not? When he returned, the two realized that their things were missing too. He also noticed that they tried to break down the door to his room. In some ways, he is even glad that the door and window to his room are so bad that no one has managed to open them. And yet, here he is telling this story. Heron is taking care of the sick Yoon, so he came alone. Hen replied that he apologized to 3 people because of him. After the mission, he would definitely find the Dark Mother, and she would pay for it. Chung Hong said that the guy said earlier that he would find her after, but then Ryu Yan didn't go to the girls' dorm because of Chilcholwei. Then why did he go there? What was his purpose? Hui replied that he couldn't tell him that, and he asked for forgiveness. Chung Hong said that he understood everything. However, at this time, it is impossible to get into the female dormitory. In this situation, there is only one place left. And then Cheng Hong said that it was Bak, Hyang, Guan. Did brother go to this place to hone his persuasion skills? Could there be something else hidden behind the word persuasion? Hui replied that he couldn't tell him anything more, but his intentions were pure. Otherwise, he would have stopped him. Chung Hong immediately turned around and replied that it seemed so. Every day was like a war. Hui asked him if he was really going to go there to help him, and if he did it in a hurry, only they would get in his way. Chung Hong replied that he couldn't leave it like that. Let him not worry about that idiot. It would be better for him if he went to bed. Chung Hong thought that if this madman was caught, he would never come to his aid. But since he was covered by the 7th divine sword, it meant that there was something behind it. Chung Hong asked the boys what they were doing here, and he has one affliction. He starts raising his voice when he is bursting with curiosity, so he recommends that they tell everything right now. O asked him if he was crazy. If so, they would all be caught here. La also said that everything was right, and since he was here, he better help Rayuan catch these idiots. And then O decided that he needed to tell him everything. After a long story, Chang Hong knocked them both out and left them lying in the forest. Chang Hong stood in front of the dorm and thought he had put the two to sleep. But Tae had the key to Baekhyungwon. He was able to find out about Manhwa Baekmujin somehow. Manhwa Baekmujin is rebuilt every 6 months. Did anyone other than the dorm managers know a way to bypass the system this semester? But who in their right mind would leak information about the time and blind spots? In any case, there was about an hour left before the next blind spot appeared. How could he pull it off and remain undetected, he thought. But of all those who broke in or who reported a break-in, and of the 12 dormitory managers, he only knows 2. And they are divided into 2 groups and work in shifts, so at this time there will be 6 people. The remaining 4 are at the Hall of the Queen of Swords. But suddenly someone came up to him and asked him who he was to ask about this. He said that he knew about the blind spots of the system. Did the head himself let him in on today's plans? Chang Hong replied that he didn't even know, and he didn't think that the head knew that he was here. And immediately turning his palm, he said that this is who he is. The guards asked if this was the mark of the Divine Phoenix. He was the one sent to monitor the Cheonmu Academy. Chung Hong said that from what they said, it seemed like they knew that outsiders had invaded their territory, but they pretended not to notice. Is there a special reason for that? The warrior replied that 4 rats had entered the building, but then they had seen someone else. 3 managers remained at the Queen of Swords Hall. The rest were watching the rats. Chung Hong said he understood everything and asked if he could take any of these perverts. He's sorry, of course, but he can't tell them more because of his mission. But if they don't allow it, things could get out of control. He thought that if the whole club of aesthetics lovers was involved, then the matter would take on a more northern character. And if there were 4 of them, and since his brother was here, then there were 5. Ruin was near the window at the time and thought that if he hadn't stumbled upon it before, it must be here. And in any case, there was someone inside. And if he opens the window next, he will most likely be taken for a pervert. And coughing beforehand looks very old-fashioned. And then Riwen decided that he would just knock. But Rin was already prepared and immediately took up her blade. Ruin immediately rushed inside and asked if this was too warm a greeting for someone who wanted to knock politely. Rin knew it would have been easy to pierce him, but her sword was caught. And suddenly Ryuan felt her draw her sword. He was being careful, but could he have overdone it? And then Rin saw him and said, it was him. Ryuan came into the room and said it was a great night, wasn't it? And she found out who he was. Ryuan asked if she realized it because of his beauty that even a mask couldn't hide, or because of his beautiful voice that couldn't be forgotten. Rin knew there was only one person whose thoughts he couldn't read. She held out her blade and said that a person could be recognized by their words and actions. She asked the reason for such an inappropriate appearance. Ruin replied that he admitted that the method he had chosen was not very successful. However, there was a reason for it. And the reason is that if he doesn't take it, then they will all fall into someone's trap. And then she remembered how that guy said that he came here not because he really wanted to. And everything is wrong. He was wrong. Rin asked the boy if he could swear that he came here without any evil intent. Ryuan replied that of course he did. And he swears by the honor of his respected Sabu. If there is even a drop of falsehood in his words, then Sabu will receive heavenly punishment. Rin said that this was too much. In any case, she would give him a chance this time. Ryuan asked why did she trust him so easily. And then Rin started waving her sword and said that apparently she was wrong. But Ryuan had already started running and said that it couldn't be. Ruin grabbed the guy who was tied up by the hem and thanked her for the gift and said that he would wait for the next meeting. As he was going down, Chang Hong saw that it was his brother. Ryuan immediately asked him what he was doing here. Chang Hong replied that he didn't know, and that's why he was asking. Chang Hong asked him where the guy jumped out from. Did he come out of the Ice Phoenix and Dakan Bong's room? Suddenly, someone started knocking on the door and asking Sister Nai Dako to open the door for her. Rin opened the door and the girl asked her if she was alone. And where did Dako's sister disappear to? And she asked if the pervert had come into her room. The girl saw right away that Rin was beautiful. No matter what her mood or the situation, she was beautiful. She would probably be thin and beautiful until she died. But that wasn't the problem now. Rin replied that Dako's sister was in the bathroom right now, and there should have been a note left on her door. The girl replied that it must have fallen on the floor and she noticed it too late. A guy burst into her room and then disappeared. Of course, he didn't have time to do anything to her. The girl understood that the rat had to pay for being a witness to someone else's secret. She had to catch this bastard as soon as possible and kill him. And after that, the girl said that he went towards her room. Would she mind if she took a look around? Rin immediately invited her. But she also understood that that scoundrel knew how to hide well. Maybe he was still here. This was the room of the first beauty, so he simply had to be here. The girl came in and said she was sorry for the intrusion, and suddenly asked where their beds were. And what was that hole in the window? Rin replied that she was trying to scare away the one who was trying to climb in through the window. As for the beds and other things, her sister didn't want men's eyes to desecrate her things, so they moved everything to the next room beforehand. The girl said that then she killed him? Then where's the body? Ren answered that he went to the other invaders, that is, to the bathroom, the laundry room, or the warehouse. The girl immediately went to the bathroom and said that this scoundrel went there and invited her to go and kill him too. Chang Hong asked the guy where he just jumped out from. Just don't tell him that he jumped out of the Ice Phoenix and Dock and Bong room. Ruin asked. Then the fierce lady with the eye patch also lives there. He didn't know since he only met the Phoenix. Chang Hong asked, did he really not do anything weird? And so the Ice Phoenix just let him go? Rowan asked in response, who did he take him for? And immediately threw the boy's body into his hands and told him to take it. And the lady voluntarily handed it over. Chang Hong asked him in surprise, how could he just throw a person at him? If he hadn't caught him, he would have fallen down. Chang Hong wondered why she was always paying special attention to this bastard. Did she really like him? This was a problem that could no longer be ignored. Ruin said that there was one, and to be more efficient, they should split up. He would take care of the warehouse and laundry, and let Chang Hong take care of the bathroom. What would he say to that? Chang Hong replied that he shouldn't dump the most dangerous place on him as if he was doing him a favor. He wanted him to go there with this dead weight and catch another one? Does he want him dead? And if they notice him, he won't be able to pick up the bones. And on the tombstone, they'll write, here lies a pervert. Ruin asked, should he go to the bathroom then? Chang Hong replied that he wouldn't let him go alone. He'd do something else. Ruin immediately called him a coward and said that going together was too much trouble. Chang Hong replied that they were talking about the bathroom. To such a dangerous place, only the two of them. One to rescue the perverts, the other to defend himself. He understood that he couldn't trust everything to someone who only caused him trouble, and he needed to be watched like a hawk. At this time in the forest, two guys came to their senses and asked the stranger who he was. How did he get here? And was it really the 25-year-old new guy who called him? But the stranger laughed and wished them good night. Heron knew that Hui hadn't told him anything. However, he decided that something interesting was going on here, so he came. Heron told him that he understood, and if it was a secret, that meant they were going to a dangerous place. And where exactly? A warehouse with valuables, a room with machinery, or a place where they were not allowed to go? Hui replied that he wasn't going to answer any questions. He should just get out of his sight. Heron apologized right away and said that he was talking nonsense when he was worried. And since it was just the two of them, there was nothing to worry about, unless they went to a girl's dorm instead. Heron told the guys that Ruin and Chang Hong had abandoned him and gone to have fun in the girls' dorm, so it was no surprise that he was here too. Oh asked him in surprise who told him that they came here to have fun. It was not so, and so when they told him not to go, he pressed their shui points and left. Blind spots are updated every hour. If he doesn't know how to get to Baikyangwan, he won't be able to enter. Otherwise, there is a chance of getting trapped or run into by the dorm manager. O asked him why he put the hood on. Was he going to go there? He was experiencing some kind of deja vu. Was he really going to knock him out and leave him here too? Heron replied that of course not. If he fell asleep in such a place, he would have back problems later, or even freeze to death. That was very bad. Heron immediately took his 2 fingers and said that this is how it should be done. He would be able to print out his acupuncture points if he controlled the Dai flow correctly. He would look around a bit and come back to check. Heron knew that the Hall of the Queen of Swords, it would take him some time to learn the blind spots. If he went there, he should remember this. Heron immediately headed to the dormitory. But at this time, not only the girl was also running, and suddenly, because of the wind, she lost her scarf. They stopped and looked around and saw that there was no one here, and they had to move on. Otherwise, they would miss the most interesting part. The girl came to the dormitory and began to look around. Heron saw the same and realized that he was using 64 heavenly forms here. So now the gates are open in the northeast, and in an hour they will remain in the southeast. And in his head, he thanked his sister, whose name he does not know. At that time, Tay was on top and saw this white jade-like skin in front of him. He envied her so much. And why does she hide such beauty with clothes? She is so moist and charming the energy. He is so close to his goal. And if he can cut this sex silently, he'll be able to see something fantastic. Doko understood at that moment that they were definitely somewhere up there. It would be great if they showed up sooner. But suddenly, one of the students said that she was tired and wanted to leave here as soon as possible. The girl answered that it was really time for them to go to bed. But suddenly, she came and said that she heard here from Sister Na that the perverts never showed up. Maybe they are just indulging in swords all over the ceiling. Doko replied that then everything would have to be repaired. It would not be very convenient. And then she asked where her sister had disappeared to. The girl replied that she thought she would go with her, but her sister went to the warehouse. And suddenly they heard something and all together decided to pierce the ceiling with their swords. Doko knew that if they continued, the ceiling would collapse. But the girl was also sure that it was that guy, and she decided to break all his bones. The girl came down and told everyone to immediately step aside. But at that moment, Rusin was wondering what his uncle was doing, and could he speed up? Chang Hong told him to push him from the front, and he thinks that fat ass is stuck. And luckily, he left all his stuff outside. And how did he get in here with that body? Suddenly, the girls showed up and said they were fucking perverts, and they gave them their word that they would be killed. Ruin looked and replied that the situation was getting worse. Silence behind, swords in front. Then all he had to do was go down and take the fight. The girl immediately started screaming that he was a pervert and ordered her people to kill him. Chang Hong realized that this noise was probably a woodpecker that had just jumped into the bathroom, which was full of female students. Shen Hong asked him if he wanted to turn the whole school upside down, and immediately told him to shut his mouth and answered him using the voice transmission technique and let him tighten his mask to avoid being recognized. He doesn't need to show off his techniques, especially the one where he blocks weapons with his bare hands. Ruin asked in surprise, "Is that how it turns out? And can you hide his beauty with a mask? Girls recognize him anyway." Chang Hong asked him what he was saying. What the mask couldn't hide was his manners and speech. Ryuan replied that his perfect manners and speech were a problem, but in any case, he needed to defend himself. And this fierce lady has fallen in love with him. It looks like she will remember him for the rest of her life. Chang Hong told him to stop talking and now run away quickly and quietly. He would run away too as soon as he pushed this pig out. Chang Hong saw right away that he was betting, and that pig was using the bone compression technique to get in. I'll have to forcefully wake him up. Chang Hong immediately began to hit Tay's body with his fists. The others immediately saw that there were more people up there. Dako told them that she would get up herself and immediately pulled out her sword. But when she got up, she said that they had escaped. Dako said she would follow them, but the other girls told her they would go with her. But the other girl stayed downstairs and was ready to kill the guy for knowing her secret. Ryuan knew that because of the voice that was like the jingling of jade beads, he couldn't talk to her, lest he be recognized. But he had already talked to this lady, so it wouldn't make a difference. And it seems to him that the uncle has already pulled out the fat man. The girl immediately used the slippery as an eel and shouted that she must kill him. Ryuan immediately turned to her after her blow. The girl was surprised and asked how this could be. And she started screaming that he was a crazy pervert. And what did he just call her? Ryuan asked her if she liked the chubby one or the giantess better. He was a little busy, but could she tell him where the exit was? It was for her own safety. He immediately thought that he needed to get away from these perverts as quickly as possible. The girl realized that he was threatening to reveal her secret to everyone. And how dare he do such a thing? The girl pounced on him and said she wouldn't show. Ruin replied that he thought so, that asking was pointless. Suddenly the siren went off. Everyone immediately became alert. The girl said that it was the sound of an emergency call from the Hall of the Queen of Swords. The boss said that half stays, half returns. Ruin asked right away, where is it all? The girl immediately looked into the guy's face and, together with the attack, pounced on him and asked, is he thinking of running away? But Ruin took his legs in his hands and ran away. At the end, he said that it was nice to meet you, and he would see the squeeze again too. The girl got very angry after these words and shouted back at him that he was a pervert, and she would definitely catch him. He was on the roof at the time and said that he was beaten and thrown out, threatening his Faberge. How did this old first year even know about this place? Chang Hong immediately pressed his points and realized that there was no need for the compression technique now, and he swelled up again. And what was that sound from the Hall of the Queen of Swords? It wasn't because of that psycho. And suddenly his head started to split. But first he would hide these youngsters in the bushes. But at that moment, the girls were already on the roof and shouted that he was a pervert. And not just one, there were several of them. Doko told him to stay put or he would regret it. Chang Hong said that he thought that one of the 12 dorm commandants was behind him. Since the Sword Queen's Hall was invaded now, he wanted to get rid of these guys quickly and sort out the situation. But suddenly a woman appeared before them and said that he had come to take away the intruders. They had nothing to worry about. Or should they be reminded of the rules for invading the Queen of Swords Hall? Let them return to their seats immediately. The girls replied that they understood the order. Doko also said that they would go to the dorm immediately. Chung Hong took everyone and suddenly felt strange. He wondered if the perverts from the club for young girls were interested in the Hall of the Queen of Swords. At this time, Heron was fighting with the enemies, and he tried to repel all attacks in different ways. He suddenly felt something surprising because he saw something new, and it was so exciting. And this is certainly a great technique for secret penetration. But where are the techniques that the Queen of Swords left here? He's already been going around for the second time, but he still hasn't found out. To capture his uselessness for the Heavenly Demon Pavilion, this is just what he needs. And suddenly he hoped that the commotion here had helped Ruin and Changhong. And now he had to think about what to say next, and suddenly he decided that it was time for him to leave. But before leaving, he was very surprised because a huge number of girls lined up in front of him. He knew he had to get out now without being noticed, and so he immediately used the thunder bomb. After the big explosion, he immediately flew out of the roof and knew that this was Ryuen's style. The girls said she heard a pervert had appeared in the laundry room. Can we just leave him there? The second girl replied that there was nothing to be done. General convocation. And does he hear how loud it is? The eldest answered that it was true. They had moved all the clothes anyway. The Hall of the Queen of Swords was more important. But Tay was a little smarter and was underground. He was glad that he thought of giving up, but it was very good that he waited, and he will be the winner. But at that moment, Ryuan found him and pounced on him from behind, immediately hitting him in the back with his elbow. At this time, someone in the storeroom said that he was wondering why everyone was called to the Hall of the Queen of Swords. And did someone from the Club of Lovers of Young Girls really decide to sneak in there? The guy answered that it was unlikely and offered to plant it as evidence. The girl said that she only managed to find a lapel with the emblem of Hwasun School. Who would even believe that this idiot burst in here? And from Biruin, they only managed to steal a piece of paper with scribbles and some clothes. They are seriously lacking any solid evidence. The guy replied that it was good that at least that was there. The poor guy didn't even have any personal belongings, and they couldn't even open the door to the old man's room. The girl said it was time to go to the Queen of Swords Hall, otherwise it would be suspicious. The guy replied that he would too. But suddenly someone came and said that they were going to the Hall of the Queen of Swords, and she decided to say that they would go together. Rin said that she heard very well what they were talking about here, and there is no need to hide or pretend anything. The leader said that the first group should catch up with the invaders on the roof, and the second group should track them using the formation of 60 envoys of the Heavenly Army. In this case, you need to be careful. He can use a thunder bomb. And the third and fourth, fifth and sixth groups must search the floors of the Purity Pavilion. The girls started to panic, and one of them said that she was in the second group and it was time for her to go. They said, a thunder bomb. But first, Doko thought it was weird. It didn't look like the perverts from the club that loved young girls. And why would they need the Hall of the Queen of Swords? But then she thought, where did her little sister go? Doko suddenly saw Lee Jin Sol and asked her why she was here. And then Sol told her not to scream so loudly. Doko grabbed her and asked who taught her that. Sol apologized and said she came to help. And when she ran into their room, the fight was already over and no one was there. And then she thought there was a fight in the bathroom and went there. But someone ran past her like a fly, and finally she's here. Sol asked Doko's sister if she could join her group. Sister replied that she didn't even regret it. She would tell the commandants to scold her. Now let her go back. Sol immediately started crying and said that she still hadn't even taken out her sword. Even if she got scolded later, she wanted to be with the most adorable little sister in the world, Doko. Doko immediately told her that no, and that sucking up was useless. Even if she and her sister tracked the intruders to the Queen of Swords Hall, the main group was guarding it. Sol was upset and said that it meant it was impossible. And she immediately asked where Rin's little sister had disappeared to. Doko asked her why she needed her. Did she want to persuade her? Doko wondered why her sister was still not here. She had told her that she was going to the warehouse. Maybe something had happened. But suddenly someone shouted that there were intruders. The girls said that the Ice Phoenix and Mrs. Guyen must have caught him. But one of them asked, isn't it strange? Why Mrs. Guyen? And suddenly Rin said that she came to report to the commandants. Everyone was very surprised at this moment. Rin said that she had captured the two conspirators. Guyan Jin leaked information on how to enter the Purity Pavilion. And Hyel Tae incited the men to invade and led the expedition. At this time in the forest, the boy brought the boy he pulled out of the dorm to his senses. Suddenly, the boy opened his eyes and started screaming and begging the Ice Phoenix not to kill him and demolish him. But Chang Hong closed his mouth and asked, what does he want? To kill them. They are hiding outside the Purity Pavilion. Chang Hong asked him why he mentioned the Ice Phoenix. What was wrong with her? The guy replied that nothing. She looked at him with her incredibly beautiful eyes. The boy suddenly burst into tears and began to ask why they were born as such insignificant creatures. Chang Hong immediately hit him and asked why he called him worthless. Let him come to his senses immediately. From the blow, the guy collided with Tae and asked, is this pig the head of the club? Where is he from? Chang Hong asked. What do you mean, where from? Let him look around. The old newbie dragged the two of them on his back. The guy was very surprised and asked how he managed to raise his head and run away with him here. It seems that when he made a mistake with the elixir, it replaced youth with superpower. What happened to those two? The guy replied that Sung Jin was swearing using voice transmission technology. The old rookie had knocked him out for no reason before. Shen Hong told him that if he thought about it for a while, he would understand. They had to leave quickly. The girls could show up at any moment. Oh answered him immediately to shut his mouth. Is he going to use acupuncture again? What's wrong with them? Have they become so brazen? And especially him. He feels like his father is 25 years old. In a moment, Chang Hong thought he was the one who was watching them from the very beginning. But how did Ren get away? He knew it. He lied to him. At that moment, Chang Hong was thinking hard about how he could fix everything again. He needed to catch them, but he didn't want to. Maybe he should give up and resign. Oh suddenly saw his face and asked what was happening to him. Why was he crying? But he simply said that he had grown like a flower. But suddenly Ruin came and asked if everything was there. Heron also said that his brother Chang Hong was really there. Chang Hong immediately asked him why he was here. Did he and that idiot really destroy the Sword Queen's Hall together? And without masks? Ruin asked in surprise, the Hall of the Sword Queen? Why did he have to be there? Heron replied that he met Ruin while wandering around here and there. At that moment, Ruin ran out of the dorm, but at that moment he saw Heron and asked, is he here too? Heron replied that brother Chang Hong had come to have fun and he had tagged along. He was wandering around and the girls found him. He had to run away through the roof. Ruin threw the guy at him and asked, him too? The ladies here are a bit hot-tempered, but it's time for them to run on. Heron agreed and asked him why he needed this guy. Ruin asked him if he was wandering around and told him to think of him as a fee for showing him the way. Ruin said that this is how it all happened, and they took off their masks just now and let him stop grumbling. Chang Hong asked, are they making fun of him? On the day of joining, they made him do everything, saying that they didn't know about the 64 hexagrams. But if they are so ignorant, how could they get in and out of here? Heron replied that he had noticed a girl with twin swords and had followed her, and on the way back he had met Ryuan. Lucky, lucky indeed. Ruin said he had seen this road before, so he entered following the clues, and the way back was no different. And isn't that something you recognize at first sight? Isn't it the same for everyone else? Chang Hong replied that he was very smooth. Are you trying to play the genius? Or the boy finally decided to cheat him? Who then burst into the hall of the Queen of Swords? Ruin replied that it was true. Wasn't Heron in the Sword Queen's hall? He came out after destroying the roofs, right? Heron replied that he thought his brother had gone there. After all, there should be jewels in the hall of the Queen of Swords, and he loves expensive things. Ruin asked him, who doesn't love? Was there something there? Heron asked. Were there many girls? As he took a step, they chased after him. He couldn't even see. Of the valuables, there was a thunder bomb. Chung Hong looked at them and thought they were idiots. And he saw that especially these three. It almost reached the Heavenly Demon Pavilion, and here again some nonsense. O grabbed his head and asked the guy, did he detonate a thunder bomb in the hall of the Queen of Swords? This is a rebellion. This is a riot. What did they do? La asked. Il Tai will not get caught, will they? The matter with the Queen of Swords Hall won't affect them, will it? The guy asked, how is that possible? We need to run faster. Chung Hong said that after all, he wasn't from the club that loved young girls. If he was caught, they would say that he had nothing to do with it. They would finish here and go to their rooms. And then Ruin asked them if they were done chatting yet, and if he could speak up. The guy asked right away, why is it so scary? Why is he doing this to them? La said that he is scared too. It is more scary than when the Ice Phoenix looked at him. Chung Hong asked, what does he think? Will those two listen to him? All the windows and doors are closed, but it's better not to make too much noise. Heron laughed and said that he knew that Brother Chang was the best. Ryu and he seems ready too, and let him wake up. He will light the fire now. Ruin picked up the dummy and asked, how could this be? Tay was also saying at that moment that if they dared to do something to him and the chief, they would be in trouble. And he told the chief that he couldn't speak. They were doing acupuncture. Tay stopped him and replied that that wasn't the problem. And now in his hands, Tay immediately turned around and asked, is this Miss Huaran? Tay immediately began to tell them to listen to him. Tay said that this talented girl from the south, Miss Huaran, was painted by the hand of a master as a high-class treasure. She even has hair stolen from a real lady. Tay asked, aren't they sinless? Is it okay to do that to her? Throw her into the fire? Ryuan told them not to worry. He didn't even think about it. And it takes a long time to burn it. And they have so many things to do, and then he broke it into two pieces. The leader and Tay were very surprised and started screaming in anger. Ruin said that for the sake of a bright tomorrow, he suggested that they say goodbye to all of this, and the traces of the dark past will be broken, burned, dissolved. Tay begged him to stop, and he was wrong, so let him leave them alone. The young girls' lovers club will change. Tay also said that the guy is a heartless creature, and let him hit him rather than break the art. Heron said mockingly that the little bastard wanted Ruin to hit him, and it seemed like he had never been hit properly. But Chung Hong replied that Tay seemed to be from a gang of beggars. And by the way, he agreed, it would have been better not to say such words to him. Ruin asked in surprise, does a member of a beggar gang have such a hobby? It's certainly peculiar. And suddenly he picked up the ball and asked, what is it? Is there really something inside? Or is it some kind of expensive thing? Tay looked and replied that this was an earth sphere, obtained with the sweat and blood of their club. It was a priceless treasure. Let him let it go. Tay also said that this is a masterpiece created from handfuls of earth, that they, risking their lives, stole from the homes of dozens of beauties. Ruin broke it and said that as he thought, it was absolutely useless crap. But luckily there was something that could be useful from it. And suddenly he decided to throw it on the floor like in bowling. Tay was dumbfounded and shouted at him not to do it. But instead of pins, he had girls from the dorm under his performance. And in that moment, this ball broke into small pieces. Heron clapped and said that it was a great strike. And next up will probably be Brother Chenhong. Chenhong replied that, yes, these two are already on the edge. And will these sissies hold out until the end? Ruin looked and said that it was time to move on to the next point and asked the guys if they were finished. At this time, O came and asked that they should have taken out everything that was hidden, right? The boys said that they are devils incarnate and cruel scoundrels, but they are very afraid to object to their wishes. Ruin immediately ran up and started throwing everything out and examining it. He asked why he hated trash. He didn't care about it, and let the devil add some fire. Tay suddenly saw the fire and shouted that they were burning them. Ruin shouted at him to have Ren add some more flame. He begged and pleaded with them to stop doing this. But suddenly, Tay saw that the leader had become ill and shouted at him to come to his senses. Ruin suddenly said that the main part of the cleaning was already over. And how do they feel? Tay answered him that he was a pure demon and asked him what he was going to do when he had already burned, broken, and drowned all their treasures. Ruin asked him what he was talking about. He still had two serious matters to attend to, and then Tay realized that things would be worse than they were now. The head came out in front of the academy and said what ugly people they were. And on his shift, they just had to be seized. The servant replied that there was a mark of the celestial phoenix on one of their hands, so they had to pretend they hadn't seen anything at first. Even the 12 commandants of the Purity Pavilion didn't touch them. The leader said that it was necessary to separate the Academy of Heavenly Warriors from the Alliance. And what has been happening in the Academy lately, and everything is so confusing. Unexpectedly in the morning, one of the students asked the others if they were going to the club early in the morning. But the students started laughing and told the newbies to listen because they didn't know. Something big happened yesterday. He was interested in the results, so he came running. But when they entered the office, everyone was surprised, and someone asked, "What's going on?" It was as if a hurricane had hit the club room at night. But when they looked around, they saw that their treasures were all broken and burned, and there were still corpses in the corner, but they looked like they were still alive. Wasn't that the leader and his deputy? But they were all beaten, and Tay told them in a slow voice to read what was written on the back. At this time, Ruen came to his room and said that he congratulated. Hui asked him in surprise, what did he say? In fact, it hasn't even been 3 days since he joined the club, and he's already the head? This is some kind of mistake. Heron laughed and replied that he himself wished it were a mistake, but it was true. But Chang Kan said that in general, such issues are decided by voting. But all those who disagreed were beaten. That is, they would have been persuaded. So he is the leader. Ruin told him not to worry, that it was nothing complicated, and told him to take care of them. But at this time, in the headquarters of the Heavenly Alliance, in the Tower of Tranquility, the elder said that he was embarrassed by the news he received, but asked for his understanding. The Queen of Swords Hall was the work of an important guest, and could he ask him to turn a blind eye to it? The leader laughed and replied that he had done nothing but make a hole in the roof, so this time he would let it slide. But even though the guest is the prince of the Heavenly Demon Pavilion, he entered the academy. It would be more correct to treat him as an ordinary student. Also, if he doesn't mind, could he get a report on the shadow with the mark of the celestial phoenix, so that he can cooperate more closely with him to prevent situations like yesterday? The elder laughed and realized that it was not that simple. White Shadow is one of the important organs of the Celestial Warrior Academy, but the Shadowless Squad is an unofficial organization of the Celestial Alliance. And here he is forced to reveal the identity of the head of the Shadowless Squad. And right before his eyes it is. Since this is just a request in connection with the incidents in the Hall of the Queen of Swords, he will simply ignore it. The elder said that he agreed about the dear guest, but the White Shadow has its own rules, so this issue needs to be discussed with the leader. The head replied that he understood everything and trusted him and would take control of everything at the academy. The elder smiled and said that it was under control. The chief also thought it was a joke and told him not to worry. But the chief said the two arrested in the Purity Pavilion would be expelled. The club involved has been suspended for a month. During the month, there will be unexpected inspections of the dormitory at night. Unscheduled exams will be held during the month. Students who fail an exam or violate the rules will be suspended from all activities this semester. In addition, expulsion from the academy is possible. And that's shitten. Expulsion from the. But the elder at this time became very angry upon receiving the information and asked why everything was going like this. Hyun replied that he was glad that at least the information about their circle hadn't been leaked. He thought it was better not to bother him for now. From now on, it would be better to focus on preparing for the Three Saint Masters Festival. With the return of the Blue Dragon team, didn't he come back too? The elder replied that yes, doing something like that was not in the spirit of the head of their circle. As soon as he returned, he went to a closed 10-day training session. Ying said that they still have to prepare for the match with the Red Falcons team. He always goes straight ahead. The word defeat is not in his vocabulary. But Master Kwok was conducting his training and asked his students what is the most important thing for a warrior. It is not victory or defeat, it is overcoming oneself. But not in their case. At all costs, let them defeat the Blue Dragon team. And if they lose to them, the gates of hell will open for both of them. And if they lose, there will be no tomorrow. Did they understand the order given? Asked Quack. The students all answered loudly and unanimously that they understood everything perfectly, and they would do everything to defeat the Blues. After a hard training session, everyone was tired, and the boys said that their whole body was like cotton wool today. But one of the students said that when the sky is red, Sejo appears. But suddenly, Jiren asked, maybe the old man was offended by the Blue Dragon team for something? After those words, he became so furious. Namgung said yes. But didn't they still want to become stronger? Chan said he just didn't want to lose. After all, as he said, if they lose, tomorrow will not come for them. But the disciple answered that it was serious and asked, why is Brother Yoon shaking so much? Saul also said that everything is correct. Even if they lose to the Blue Dragon team, the crazy Shoujo Junho won't kill them, will he? But Yoon replied that he didn't know why, but he was just scared for some reason. He would like to help, but he was nothing but a worry. Chung approached him and asked if that was true. He was grateful for his words, but was he causing trouble? Hadn't he been holding up much better lately? But Hawk asked in surprise, is it better? And the fact that he faints every day is because he doesn't eat properly. And he suggested going and having a snack together. Yoon thanked him and replied that he had already promised his friends from the dorm that he would go to the canteen with them today. But could he join tomorrow or the day after? The student asked, why not? The food in the building where the Red Falcons team lives is excellent. But the guy immediately asked him, did he call those guys who hang around here every day friends? But they look like they are older, not the same age. Yun laughed and replied that they were a little strange but kind and wonderful people. If they met them, they would definitely like them. At the table, Yun began to tell his guys that all the guys from the Red Falcon team are good people. Even though the training is hard, they take good care of him. Ryuan asked in surprise, huh? Chang Hong said that he looked at his hands and realized how hard the training was. Heron asked him how he was. Should he feed him? The harder the training, the better he needed to eat. Yoon shouted no and replied that he could eat himself. But at that moment, his hands began to shake. Heron offered him again to feed him. Chang Hong suddenly started saying that he took the meat broth but couldn't eat it. If this continues, only a shadow will remain of him. But Yoon again told him that no, he was fine. Training was a great chance for him, he couldn't miss it. Of course, he still can't use the plum blossom sword properly, but someday he also wants to become like the guys from the Red Falcon team. Ruin shouted at this time and asked what he was talking about. What kind of stupid wish was this? Why would he want to become like those idiots? He should want to become like a handsome guy like him. Of course, it's impossible to become like that, but he's much better as a target. And how? What does he think? Yoon said no. So he was telling him to give up. Ryuan said he knew that such a goal was difficult to achieve. But wasn't he giving up too quickly? He should at least try. But then Chang Hong stepped in and told them to stop, and asked him if he thought he might have gone to a couple of lessons in sound technique and could now sing like a nightingale. If his words reached them, the Red Falcons team might come for him. Ryuan thought about it and replied that it wasn't that bad. The club for lovers of young girls was decided, and before the festival of the Three Holy Masters, they needed to gather some energy. Chang Hong asked right away if he had extra time. Maybe he could prepare for the unscheduled exams. And if he plans something again, he himself will report it to the commandants. And everything will end badly for him. Late at night, Kwok was lying in his room and sleeping. But suddenly, someone pulled the blanket off him, and he immediately jumped up. But it was Ryuan who immediately called him carefree and asked him what if he had a fire. Kwok asked him why he showed up at night. Aren't there checks at night in the student dormitory? And how did he get here? Ruin replied that the check was only done once a night. That was it for today, and there was no need to worry. And did Sabu need a reason to visit his student? Kwok replied that he had a personal life too. But no, he was fine. Ryuan asked him how things were with the Red Falcon team. Is he teaching well? And he was just about to read what he had written with such diligence. But then he took the candles and looked at all the inscriptions he had left on the sheets. On the sheet, he wrote that the brother and sister were from the Namgung clan. The same age, swordsmen. One was stupid, the other was capricious, more evil. Of course, it's a strange atmosphere. They're dating. Unforgivable. Separate training. But the girl might snitch. You have to be careful. Ruin said that was a pretty accurate definition. Kwok thought about it and replied that he didn't even know how to explain it. In any case, the problem is this allergy sufferer. He's going to win, and this asshole is ruining everything. Luckily, he now uses the whirling dance of the willow sword, which doesn't smell so much like plum blossoms. After all, he wants to live. Ruin asked in surprise, but how is that possible? But he won't advance like that. He needs to be tougher to push him beyond the level of the fragrant sword. Kwok said, what nonsense. He would rather die than be on the same level as the elders of Hwasun school. Ryuan said that they forgot to ask him. He would finish what he started. Master, have you forgotten? I told you that under the threat of death, you can overcome your own boundaries. Kwok thought about it and said that it was true. When he thought he was going to die, he used the plum blossom sword. Ruin replied that he told me the kid would change. What about the rest of the Red Falcon team? Surely they wouldn't lose to someone like the Blue Grape team. Kwok said that while they were in his hands, this would not happen, and even they had a good base, he noted. No matter how difficult the training is, they cope well, and some of them wear bracelets on their arms and legs. In general, he looks after them every day as he should, so there is no need to worry. Ryuen replied that they are his older brothers and sisters. With his help, they develop even more. Kwok asked in surprise, who is whose older brother here? Ryuen asked him why he was so surprised. He had already told him about it. And since they became his students earlier, it means they are his older brothers and sisters. Ruin asked if it would be possible to slightly change the composition from tomorrow. Let him gather the kids from the Red Falcon team tomorrow at the Cox Hour from 5 to 7 p.m. Let them decide where and pass on the information to him. Kwok asked in surprise, why is this? Ruin replied that it seemed like it was time for Sabu to take care of his students. Let them know a different side of him. No need to think about anything, just let him introduce it to the class. He wants to make sure his students can handle these blue grapes. Kwok said he agreed. Teams of blue dragons led by the snowman. They must bend them. Tomorrow at the Rooster's Hour. And meet on the training ground. Ruin replied that he understood everything and he was waiting for tomorrow. The next day, Kwok met his students and said mockingly that they were all here. But suddenly, Chan whispered that it was some weak training. And why didn't Yoon come? Namgung replied that he didn't know. And for some reason, he had a bad feeling. Sol asked, why is the crazy master laughing? Something is wrong. Kwok said that he wanted to introduce them to someone today. And then Ryuen burst in and said that he welcomed everyone and was glad to meet them. Ruin immediately introduced himself and said that he entered the Celestial Warrior Academy this year, and he is their senior classmate. Hawk was very surprised and asked what he was muttering about, and was this newbie on Henbane? But Hawk couldn't resist and pointed his finger and started shouting at him that he was a crazy idiot. Hawk picked up a stick and asked, is he completely nuts? Where did he get this from? And judging by the nonsense he's spouting, his self-confidence is off the charts. Does he think he can beat him to death? Chan told him to stop and asked the others if they could see it. Ryuen told the guy, of course. Chan immediately said that he had ankle bracelets. Hawk got angry at this point and replied that he was an arrogant bastard. Chan said it was a strange appearance. Namgung also said it was definitely familiar. Jiren also looked and told Hak to stop. And unwanted thoughts lead to unwanted futures. These are bracelets, just bracelets. But then a guy entered the fight and said that now they will see who will win. Hak also supported and wants to show this psycho from the well how wide the world is. Ruin asked, is that it? The two of them. Let them attack. Jiren saw his hand and said that it was indeed a dragon bracelet. The girl asked her, "Is it true? Maybe he is just a member of society with a bracelet?" Jurin answered that no, it is a terrible bracelet. She has never seen this newcomer to society. Namgung shouted at them to stop immediately. He turned around and asked him, "Is he serious? Does he want to separate them? And aren't they from the Red Falcons team?" Hack said it was right, Commander. He should beat up that idiot first. Hawk immediately used the divine step of dance, shadows, 18 palms against him, and was ready to finish off this upstart. He himself was surprised that the guy used 18 palms of the dragon's descent. He thought that Hawk decided to kill him. Maybe he was a slob, so that he would not interfere. But Ruin didn't even start to run away and responded with a Drak descent attack. And at the moment of impact, he asked what kind of words he said. Ruin hit him hard enough to make him feel the pain of his words that he spoke without reason, and said that there was nothing to be done. Everyone was immediately very surprised after his attack and even realized who he was. Sol said that Hawk was floating in the air. It's even scary. But the second student said that she was more confused by the fact that he couldn't even scream. At the moment of impact, Hawk was thinking, why is this pain so strangely familiar to him? But Ryuen at this time used the 3 happiness punching technique and special song against him. Then came the spicy taste of the first of the 3 techniques. Hawk thought about why he got hit again with such a strong and painful hand. Even memories came flooding back, and he has bracelets with a dragon. Why didn't he show them from the very beginning? Kwok was also surprised at that moment and saw that Ryuen had turned the beggar into a doormat. He was a real devil. So when he said that he still communicated with him like a human being, it was true. Ryuen then looked at the second one and asked why he wasn't rushing at him headlong. He answered himself, how dare he? And he said that he simply did not immediately recognize his great senior classmate. That's why he was rude. And he asked him for forgiveness. The other disciples were surprised that Sam fell on his knees before him, and this stubborn man fell. Ryuen asked in surprise, is that how it turns out? And asked the others, are there any more dissatisfied here? The others immediately thought that they should be next then. Everyone immediately fell to their knees and replied that they would not fight him. And it was an honor for them to meet him, a senior fellow student. Ryuen said yes, and although it was late, he was also glad. Let them not forget that the eldest disciple and Sabu were like gods to them. The students realized that they had definitely heard something like this before. What kind of school did Sabu and the senior classmate belong to? Why did the senior classmate suddenly go to the academy? But what difference does it make? Since he's the same as Sabu, he has no sense of logic. But Hawk's sacrifice shouldn't be in vain. Everyone immediately answered the great senior classmate that everything was correct. But then Kwok came and said that he saw that they had become well acquainted. And he told the students that today they had just met an older classmate. In the future, he would sometimes give them lessons. Namgung thought, was this an introduction? Since when is beating called an introduction? He raised his hand and asked that in the future, the older classmate would come to his classes with them. Both answered that this would never happen. Kwok said that he had nothing to teach their older classmate. Chan was surprised and thought, why did Sejo bring him in the first place? He immediately raised his hand and asked the master how they met their senior classmate. Kwok thought for a moment and replied that he was actually acquainted with their master from Mount Ami. In fact, he had entrusted him with their care. He promised, so he will do everything possible to make them kick the ass of the Blue Dragon team. The students asked in surprise, what? This can't be. Kwok said that, so let them think of the senior fellow disciple as the eyes of their master. But it would be better if they worshipped him as a god and put down the Blue Dragon team. And if they lose next time, they will not meet an older classmate. The students were very scared from the words alone and even felt a tremor in their legs. But on the mountain, Master Rowena was relaxing outside, enjoying his wonderful life. But suddenly a delivery man came to him and said that here was his monthly payment of 20 silver. Food and first-class alcohol are already inside. Cleaning, laundry, and dishwashing will soon be finished. And maybe the master needs something else? But the master simply waved his hand. The delivery man said that he thought the master looked very bored. After all, his student had asked him to take care of him with such sincerity, and apparently he missed him. The master asked in surprise, why is that? He misses yesterday's shit more than him, and he just wants to see what's left of the kid by his next birthday. So let him stop talking nonsense and get out of here. The delivery man obeyed immediately and replied that he would leave immediately. The master told him to try not to be like that the next day. At this time in the big city, the servant asked the lad in the middle of May. The lad answered that in general, yes, but this time in the first half of May, there is a festival of the three holy masters. And besides, there are other big events this year. And it looks like the little fish has already adapted there. He will be able to see and have fun a lot this year. The servant asked him if he was talking about the third heir. The boy replied that he was. How else could one interpret the matter of the Queen of Swords Hall, which he reported? He deliberately showed his incompetence so that he would not be assigned the job of a spy. He is far from stupid or incompetent, but determined and patient. And the proof of that is that he survived that night. But judging by the report, he still lacks experience. And to open up means to take out your heart, and soon he himself will find out about it. Time will put everything in its place. Dako suddenly woke up in the night and immediately grabbed her head. She immediately told her sister that she was okay. Rin sat down next to her and saw that her sister was very ill and was suffering from terrible pain. She took her hand and said, "Ginger and licorice tea, and tonight the rain stopped." Dako looked and answered that the spring night is very long, and the rain is so heavy that it pours down like buckets. But they weren't the only ones who didn't sleep that night. Even Heron was walking in the rain and suddenly saw a tree and broke a piece of the tree. But suddenly he saw that some iron plate was stuck in a tree. He threw it on the ground and said that he hoped they would hold their horses between reports. And the paper really did dissolve. And suddenly he thought, who else is here, a spy from the pavilion of the heavenly demon? He thought that this wasn't the dorm's commandant, or maybe a student, a worker, but he didn't know anyone yet. But couldn't it be Ruin or Bart Changhong? But at that time, his brother Changhong was on the roof of the house and was watching everything. The next day, the teacher said that starting tomorrow, the selection of swordsmen to participate in the festival of the three holy masters would begin. And for beginners who listen to lectures on the basics of using weapons, it can be difficult, but I hope many will try their hand. Heron immediately thought that it was the festival of the three holy masters. Mo and Hui would naturally participate, and Brother Changhong is sleeping now. He can see the whites of his eyes, how scary. But the teacher said that if they hope to pass the selection, here is some advice for them. Out of the five senses, during a real fight, the most important is vision. But he couldn't really find out anything about Ruin. But the teacher said that the eyes are the mirror of the soul and the door that opens the world for them. And thanks to vision, you can read thoughts, predict the actions of your opponent, dragon's eyes. But this is possible if they were born with the appropriate abilities. And by focusing their five-sense training on the eyes, they should strive for the level of heavenly sight, which will open them to the sixth sense as well as extraordinary reaction speed. But no matter how much he repeats and tries to stop them, they won't understand if they sleep in class. The teacher suddenly used his powers and began to lift Ryuin's hand with it. He immediately asked him why he gave him this. The gift didn't seem very useful. The teacher was surprised and asked in surprise, why isn't he sleeping? He needs to cut that hanging bang. Ryuin replied that it was difficult. His father and master had instructed him to hide his eyes for safety reasons. We immediately thought, is this training to not rely on just eyesight? But Changhong felt like he was almost caught because of Ryuin wearing bangs for safety. What a load of crap! But that's exactly what Heron thought. But after these words, he became even more interested. After the lesson, Heron asked Ryuin right away, was that the real reason? The other day, the old man said he had a scar or something there. Ryuin replied that he was wrong. He was flawless from head to toe, so dazzling that it was dangerous. Changhong told him to stop talking nonsense and run to the music art lesson. And the place behind the seventh divine sword is his, and there is no need to take it. But Yoon smiled and wished them luck, the four of them to go to the combat instrumental, and he after the control lesson to the special training. Changhong told him that he goes there every day, never missed a single one. And there are rumors that the guys from the Red Falcons team have been on their last legs for the last few days. How is he feeling anyway? Yoon replied that he can't move after training, and he trains separately from the guys from the Red Falcons team. It may sound strange, but if someone can stand on their own 2 feet after training, they are in trouble. Of course, they don't know all the circumstances, but they are sincere and friendly. Ruin said that if the ability is not enough, the body has to suffer. Chang Hong immediately told him to quickly go to class before he starts playing his old barrel organ. Heron immediately asked Ruin if he could do a handstand and guess how many fingers he was showing. He was very surprised and asked what kind of nonsense was this. Heron replied that it was just his little whim. If he did, he would treat him to something tasty on the weekend. Ruin said that, then no problem. Any whim for their money. Chang Hong was surprised and thought, why so suddenly? This is a trick. That fool will stand upside down and they will see his eyes. Heron was delighted and realized that he would now find out why he was hiding his eyes. But he could look like a simpleton and was afraid that people would look down on him. Chang Hong thought that this idiot probably looks funny since he's hiding behind his bangs. Hui also couldn't even imagine at that moment. Ryuan immediately fulfilled the boy's wish. But then they were very surprised and Chang Hong asked him, what the hell? What is he doing? Ruin asked in surprise, what's wrong? And let Heron show his fingers. He's completely ready. Chang Hong asked him if he was using spiritual power to make his bangs hang down. But how did he do it? Heron suddenly confessed and said that he had lost. But Hui said that it is not easy to control hair at will. Incredible control of spiritual powers. Ruin stood up and said that it was Heron who was treating them on the weekend. But suddenly someone started running towards them and shouted at him to get out of the way. But Ryuan just stepped aside and looked at them. At that moment, the guy stopped and said, what did he say from the road? What a moron? Ruin asked in surprise, blockhead. What the? Shouldn't he politely apologize? Chang Hong told him that they were from the Blue Dragon team, and the one he encountered was one of the 9 dragons. And the 7 Phoenix flying dragon of the sword family Hasian. Let him not bully them, he just has to go to class. Ruin asked in surprise, the Blue Dragon team? But these 3 are so weak that they can't dodge even with their eyes open. Ying instantly pulled out his sword and asked him, does he want to die? Where did he even come from? Such a freak? The others also said to Ruin that this was outrageous. How could a mere student dare to block their path? But the disciple also said that gathering a team of blue dragons was more important than teaching a newbie. And she suggested to the captain that they go. Ruin replied that he was still worried about the Red Falcon team, as if they wouldn't be able to defeat this team of small blue grapes. Bang immediately attacked him and shouted at the moment of attack, how dare he talk to him? But Ruin immediately used his skills, and with one blow he knocked In's own sword out of his hands. Ying was very surprised that he didn't even understand how this could happen, and even a freshman defeated him. The student immediately told him to quickly cover himself. Ryuan told In that if he kept swinging his sword like that, something would definitely happen to him. But then someone came and asked what all the fuss was about. Everyone immediately turned around and replied that they were greeting the gentleman of the noble sword. The noble sword looked at the others and told them to introduce themselves. Hui immediately bowed and replied that he greeted Constant Ilchui. Heron also introduced himself and said that he was from the Sky Lord Sword School. Chang Hong and Ryuan also replied that they welcomed him. Ilchui said that since Moen Hui is a guy, does that mean he is Moen Zhongqian's grandson? Zhongqian had the talent to become famous. But apparently he didn't have the talent to properly educate his grandson. Hui was surprised and asked, what? Ryuan was also very surprised at this moment and looked at the elder strangely. Ilchui asked if he didn't know that words come from kindness and justice, not from strength. Hui replied that he had heard wrong. Ilchui asked him again, was he living a life where he didn't know where he was wrong? Or was he living a life where he knew where he was wrong but pretended he wasn't? But suddenly he thought and said that he would sort it out personally. He asked the captain why they were running here and what happened. Ying replied that upon hearing the news of the urgent convocation of the Blue Dragon team, he rushed off. Although he asked to step aside, he ran into those who blocked the road, and he wanted to put them down, but he was humiliated. Ilchui said that it seemed that the Blue Dragon team still had a lot to learn. After all, to uphold justice, one needs strength. And since they realized how disgraced they were, let them go and train. Ilchui asked the boy, so he doesn't know what he did wrong, and then Ryuan answered that he doesn't know, and asked, shouldn't they have heard both sides' versions first? Although he asked to step aside, he jumped on his treasure. And then he started to make a fuss. and even pulled out his sword to teach him a lesson. And why does Grandpa say that this guy made a mistake, although he was not even involved in this matter? Ilchui replied that the boy had humiliated a child who was one of the 9 dragons and 7 phoenixes. Among the current students, there were only 16 such outstanding people. And he doesn't think there's any other newcomer other than Qian's grandson who could do it. And he doesn't know. Besides him, this Uncle Heron would have managed without any problems. At that moment, Cheng Hong understood that he would have managed, but what was he doing? And what the hell is the noble sword doing here? Isn't the rumor that he doesn't like heroes true? But whatever, he'll try to fix everything. Cheng Hong said that he is Hui's friend and roommate. He is strong enough, but he still doesn't know much. So let the master be lenient with his words. Heron also said that it was true that Ryuan only counterattacked, and Moong Hui had nothing to do with the incident at all. Ilchvi was surprised and asked, "What?" And to be honest, at this age, it is not uncommon for children to drop everything just to protect their friends. Cheng Hong knew that it wasn't true. He wasn't the same age as these fools. Did Heron think that the noble sword thought that he was lying to cover for Hui? Ilchui said that he had once been like that, so let them remember that. If they make a mistake in choosing a friend, it will only lead to painful sacrifices and troubles that are difficult to fix. Originally, there were 4 heroes. No matter how strong the spirit of heavenly calamities is, they have nothing to worry about if there are 4 heroes. The 4 heroes will easily rise up against the bastards of the spirit of heavenly calamities. And the divine sword Moen Zhongqian and the holy sword Gongzhong Ilchui are the real genius sword kings. But the tyrant swordsman Tahu Shik and the holy swordswoman Li Oxa are also great. Hyeryong asked his uncle why he had that expression. Cheng Hong replied that he didn't know. It looked like he was remembering the past. Ilchvi said that he too had been destroyed by a celestial disaster at the most important moment, but Heron had watched him and said that his face had now darkened. Shen Hong replied that he must have remembered something terrible. But what could he possibly remember? Could it be that long ago, before the final battle with the heavenly disaster, he lay in bed for several days with an unknown disease? Of course, there were rumors that Kansen was simply pretending to be ill out of fear of heavenly disasters. And that is why only 3 holy masters are known in the world, and he was covered in shame. People asked, "What is this?" The hero of the 9 great factions has been protecting the Muriam for hundreds of years, but there is not a single member of the 3 heavenly warrior directorates among them. And he expected so much from the holy sword. He is disappointed. What is the meaning of his having studied the martial arts of the Wudang school better than anyone else? And after that, gritting his teeth, he defeated more than one Aster, thereby earning himself fame. Perhaps the noble sword, who is the head of the Senate of the Heavenly Warrior Academy and the deputy of the 3 Heavenly Warrior Departments, still holds in his heart what happened 100 years ago. But while those 3 were recovering from their wounds, he went through a rigorous 1,000-day training and risked his life, killing countless enemies. But they stopped the god of heavenly disasters. He only dealt with the remnants of the clique. Therefore, they are the 3 holy masters, and he is just a noble sword. But even if not personally, the cause of his tragedies was his friend and rival Moen Zhongzhong. If it weren't for him, that terrible monster at Mount Amy wouldn't have attacked him in a decisive battle. Ilchui said that even when his friends try to cover up his sins, they are still his mistakes. Should he forgive him since he knows his grandfather personally? Or should he teach him etiquette and what he failed to learn? Huai replied that since he was asking, no matter what his friends did that went against their conscience, he didn't think it was polite to drag his grandfather into it. And then Ilchvi got angry and asked the boy where his manners were, and how dare he tell him what is polite and what is not. Hui replied that he sincerely apologized if he had offended him. But before he became his grandfather, he was already incomparably wiser than him, so he shouldn't speak about him like that. Ilchui told the guy that he was right, and for trying to protect Mo and Hui, and asked him again, what is his name? Raywin answered that he was not trying to cover for him, and immediately introduced himself again. Ilchui laughed and told him that he had said earlier that he had humiliated one of the current top students of the Celestial Warrior Academy, who was one of the 9 dragons and 7 dates. Is that right, he asked? Ruin asked the old man what he thought, that he had humiliated him by using his name. Ilchui was surprised and asked, is that so? And immediately said that he and the son of Chung Chong, must reach the final of the festival of the three holy masters and fight, and then he will believe him. Ruin asked him, and he will apologize for everything he said today? Ilchui asked in surprise, for what he said? And after thinking, he answered that yes, if he wanted. But in exchange, if they could not prove their strength, they would kneel before that boy on the alley of heavenly warriors and apologize for his rudeness and lies. Chang Hong immediately felt that this was too much. Didn't they tell him that the noble sword had senile dementia? Ruin asked, what are the conditions? Simply, everyone must bear the consequences of using force. Hui also said that he agrees under conditions. Ilchvi laughed and asked, so even if they lose, they don't want to hurt their opponent? A striking example of friendship. Ilchwi thought about it and said that he agreed and would wait for the festival of the three holy masters. And then he immediately thought, what will be the face of Qian when his grandson kneels on the dirty ground? And here it doesn't matter to him who wins and who loses. Will they be able to maintain their friendship? He is very interested. The headmistress asked her students that the reason for their lateness was because the seventh divine sword and his companions had beaten them. But how is that possible? They are from the Blue Dragon team. They were with one of the 9 dragons and 7 phoenixes, the 7 swords flying dragon Ha Xian. The disciple replied that it was all true. Master Ha needed to change his clothes. He would be back soon. But the disciple also said that he did not know where to look. Ying had been careless. The others started saying that the 7th divine sword was a first-year student. So why was the successor of the holy sword careless? The guy replied that he thought he would still get it from the noble sword, but shouldn't they teach him a lesson as a member of the Blue Dragon team? And then the girl asked, didn't the 7th divine sword become the head of the club of lovers of young girls? And then they asked Tay that he was the deputy. Tay replied that he knew nothing. He was detached and had not seen the 7th divine sword. And then he decided that he would pretend that he did not know, and that he knew nothing. The girl looked at him and thought that he was a piece of trash who visited a club for perverts. But he had good skills. But would the 7th divine sword be useful to the community? And suddenly the door opened, and in said that everything was in place. The others were immediately glad that the captain had come. The girl looked at him and saw that he had arrived, the captain of the Blue Dragon team, and also the head of the Kujung community. Aang said that today he called them all to discuss the Three Holy Masters festival. Following the words of the Ice Sword Master, everyone from the Blue Dragon team participates except the captain and his deputy, and they must get the highest score. But the Red team received information at this moment and asked, isn't the Red Falcon team taking part in the festival of the Three Holy Masters? The student asked, seriously? Why to miss such a big event? This time the student said he would go. Namgung replied that it was to prevent losses and keep the strategy and their strength a secret. Chun said that it was true they still had to fight the Blue Dragon team. Jiren also replied that they would definitely keep their powers a secret. And at the festival, many people get injured. And the last few days were already too hard to bear. And besides, Haku still needs time to recover. Saul also said that his problems are more psychological than physical. Hawk was scared at this time and asked how they ended up here. He definitely threw them out in the field. Chang replied that he had picked them up and saved them just in case. But let him try again. He might see an older classmate somewhere. Axe thought about it and said that since this was the case, it was time to stop talking about all sorts of horrors. And he suggested that they talk about something more productive. And anyway, didn't they want to place bets on who would come out on top? Chan said that's right. This time, there's a candidate in the competition whose powers only they know. How about raising the stakes? Namgung asked in surprise. Only they know? Who is he talking about? Chang replied as about whom? About the very embodiment of fear that others do not know. As far as he knows, the senior fellow disciple will definitely go to the festival of the Three Holy Masters. After the fight, Chang Hong asked the guy if he hit his head. Heron also asked him if he was serious. He was really going to the Three Saint Masters festival with this? Ruin asked right away, what is it? Musical martial art, it's cool. And martial arts competitions don't necessarily involve something as common as hands, feet, and weapons. Are the two of them the only ones taking musical martial arts classes? Of course, the cooler the thing, the better. The flute and pipa are not up to his thunder chin. Cheng Hong asked him if he really went to lessons. To increase the power of musical martial art, You need a lightweight, mobile instrument that makes it easier to control the direction of sound. And so it's much more convenient to use something like his flute. Heron also said that maximum freedom of movement is the key to amplifying and controlling both sound and spiritual energy. And of course, his thunder chin is valuable and elegant, but his pipa will be more comfortable. Cheng Hong said that besides, his thunder chin has serious problems with sound production. And he still hasn't forgotten what happened that day in the musical martial arts lesson. In the first practical lesson on martial instruments, Ron said that using a thin silver thread like a string, in this kin one can feel the life force. And if he doesn't mind, she can play his kin. And then Ryuwen replied that no. After all, if she lost her fingers, she wouldn't be able to teach musical martial arts. Ran asked, is he saying that he will cut off her fingers if she touches his chin? Ruin said no. He means that this chin can actually chop off a finger. There are no problems now, but when he was a child, he almost cut off his finger. The guy who was his porter ignored his warning and almost lost his finger. But if she doesn't believe he won't stop, and can he absolve himself of responsibility? Rand thought about it and replied that then she would try once. Ruin said that since she wanted it so much, she could try touching it very carefully and just a little. Rand immediately sat down at the instrument and, touching it lightly with her finger, she wounded it and screamed. Rand asked why the strings were so sharp. No matter how valuable the chin was, it was useless if it couldn't be played. Ryuan replied that although it was a bit difficult, he could play it. Ruin sat down in front of his playing instrument and began to play a beautiful composition on the first try. Rand was very surprised that he could actually play. And the sound was so gentle, like a chick with a flower in its beak going for a walk. Ruin finished and said that he remembered how everyone admired his playing skills. His fingers are fine, so what's the problem? Cheng Hong replied that he didn't look like a master of physical strength, which meant he was strengthening his fingers with spiritual energy. And if he had to use it even to touch the strings, how would he put spiritual energy into the melody itself? Heron asked his brother that the fatal flaw of Chin was not the immobility of the body. Cheng Hong replied that yes, it is a serious problem. It is impossible to play while holding the chin in your hands. Constantly hardens himself in closed training sessions and drinks elixirs to tear this idiot apart. But playing the chin requires strength. What will he do if a knife is thrown at him? It's not that there is no way out, but it's not something you can learn in 1-2 months of musical martial arts. Heron also told Ruokman that he respected his intention, but he would tell him one thing. He would be on the ground. He would fall like nits. Ruin told them not to worry. That wouldn't happen. And then he suddenly remembered and asked the boys, weren't the two of them going to the festival of the Three Holy Masters? It would be fun to meet in the final. Why are they just grumbling and not going to participate? Heron told him that he overestimates him. It would be fun just to watch him. Cheng Hong also told him that when he was little, he ate the wrong medicine, which caused him to have stage fright. Now he can't stand it when a crowd stares at him and they think he's over 25. Ruin told his uncle that he thought he needed to consult someone about this. Heron asked his brother if he was sure he was okay. Cheng Hong replied that he didn't care and that instead of worrying about him, they should worry about themselves. If he wants to enter the festival, he must take a place at level 5 Dragon Sword and or higher during the test, which will last 5 days starting tomorrow. The first level of the Dragon Sword is obtained upon admission, the second upon successful transition to the second year of study, and this way you can reach the stage of the 4th Dragon Sword. But the level of the 5th Dragon Sword can only be obtained by passing a special test. The 6th Dragon Sword is a rank that is given to the teams of the 4 gods, and the 7th to the 9 dragons and 7 phoenixes. Heron said, and to increase his level, he needs to defeat 2 people or endure a draw for 300 attacks in an open sparring match. So he will first have to challenge 2 people of the 5th sword level to a duel. Cheng Hong also said that it was true. And there are many talents in the academy. There are about 500 people at the level of the 5th Dragon Sword, so he should easily find 2 people to fight in 5 days. And if he receives a challenge to such a duel, he cannot refuse without a good reason, such as a wound or illness. And so one duel should be held as early as possible and the other as late as possible. For example, on the last day or the night before the festival. Ryuan asked in surprise, why? Wouldn't it be better to sort things out early? Cheng Hong asked, what do you mean why? If he wins the rank battle, he won't be able to refuse the challenge to a duel, and he's sure that many students will want to improve their positions during this period. Heron thought about it and said that Ryuan was good, so the students would fight him until he collapsed. Then they would get the rank of fifth dragon sword. Cheng Hong replied that it was true, and they would pounce on their fool until he got hurt. Ryuan thought about it and said that that was it. What a good rule. Namgung asked in surprise, what is it? Under the sixth dragon sword, he is about the teams of the four gods. And the winner of the sixth dragon sword, Jiren replied that the level of the fifth dragon sword was enough. Why would he need the sixth? Ryuan replied that he wanted to show how moral he was. If he hits someone of the fifth sword level, he will die. If they don't want to recommend someone of the sixth sword level, just let him fight him. But then Chang stepped in and said no. He would prepare a list of names, excluding them and the 9 dragons and 7 phoenixes, so that he could enjoy the wonderful fight. Ruin agreed and said that since the blue grape team is theirs, he won't touch them. So let him pick the lucky ones from the 3 who are left. And then Hawk replied that there were 100 people left. But Sam said that this was nonsense. If you exclude the 9 dragons and the 7 phoenixes and the white tiger team, there are only 12 left. Saul said Sam is no better. They should set their priorities straight and send the biggest loser. But the student standing next to her said that there were 1 to 5 people she wanted to beat up. So it was easy. But suddenly Namgung replied that they should all calm down now. And don't let your personal feelings and interests get involved. They are the Red Falcons team, the pride of the Sky Warriors Academy, and supporters of the Light factions. Jiren supported him and said that as a deputy, she cannot make decisions based on emotions, and she suggested a vote. Namugan was very surprised by her decision and asked, "What?" But then the student said that she agreed, but Ox suggested writing the person's name and the reason for the choice next to it, and he would even prepare the forms. But suddenly the disciple asked, what about sending a challenge to a duel to Huangbo? Then there would be no reason to worry. Ruwen listened to them and clapped them and said that he was very pleased to see how everyone worked together. And then he would go and do more important things, and they should make a list by evening. When Ruwen came home, he was surprised and asked what the heap was. Hui replied that he was sorting duel challenges and the like. Ruwen said he was more interested in this pile and such. Why did he put it aside without opening it? And he thinks there's something pretty good in these wooden boxes. Hui replied that he was not interested. Besides, the ones he received personally were relatively harmless. But the unsorted ones from the reception area were dangerous. The envelopes and boxes contain aphrodisiacs, aromas of passion, various poisonous insects. There may also be substances that stupefy the mind. Ruin asked, how can you tell if the thing inside is dangerous or not? Don't open it. Hui replied that what he receives personally from men, as well as envelopes with a name clearly written on them, are safe. But suddenly, Hui noticed something and shouted at Ryuen to immediately step back. Soon the box burst into flames and spread poison all over the room. Hui immediately apologized and said that it was his carelessness, caused by the name written on the box, that put him in danger, and he would never open mail in the room again. Ryuen replied that it made no difference to him. After all, he had developed a resistance to such things after being bitten by a poisonous snake. But as compensation, he wouldn't mind getting notes on the required lectures. And he's got a list. How about helping him with the rejection? After all, among those at the level of the 6th dragon sword, 5 are still trash. He chose 2, but there are still 3 left. Although they are at this stage, there is nothing to be afraid of. But then Hui immediately answered him that he would never help, and thanked him for his help. Buying was at the academy at the time, saying that the plan was neat and detailed. The rest was fine too. Should he really summon the 7th divine sword for the sake of a leveling test? They even have the 3rd shining sword, Qianhum. How about having a sparring match with the 7th divine sword? And he believes in Qianhun. The elder asked the leader what he thought they didn't believe in Chunhyung, but he had to consider that it was Ryuan from the 7th divine sword gang who humiliated In and the Blue Dragon team. If they can't ignore that the Kujong community members were insulted, then what's the point of the club's existence? In replied that he understood everything and said that then they would react according to all the rules. And he heard that Weiji-chun was in a very bad condition. How is he now? The elder replied that he had gone crazy, and it was all because of Ryuan. He was constantly training in close training and drinking elixirs to tear that idiot apart, and soon they would see him fulfill his wish. The next day, Pen gathered the people and said that they probably all already knew the name of this lecher. This is the one who dared to humiliate their treasure with his dirty hands, and the one who is responsible for their disgrace. His name is B. Ruin. Everyone immediately started shouting that he is a pig and should die. Penn said that they have been waiting for their moment for a long time. When the night passes and the day comes, the official 5-day competition will begin. And he is Penn, the deputy head of the Ice Phoenix Guard Squad. He received information that he has issued a challenge for the 5th Dragon Sword for touching their goddess, and he offers to grind him into dust. The disciple came out and said that, as the deputy had said earlier, he had brought shame on all of them. Their leader at the 7th sword level could not punish him, so those at the 5th sword level, should unite and trample him. Kev was training at the time and said he didn't even know. Sounds good. However, I have a feeling he'll tear it to pieces with his own hands. The next day on the road, at a North Road, Heron asked the boy if he really wanted to fight 2 battles in a row in the morning. Ruin replied that he didn't like delaying. Chung Hong told Heron to leave him, and he sees that this fool has a disease, that if he listens to anyone, he will die. And fortunately, he at least gave up his desire to fight in the 3 Saint Masters Festival with the help of musical martial art. Heron said that was true too. Since he hadn't brought the chin, he must have decided to surrender. Ruin turned around and said that he simply wouldn't see the right people today, so he didn't take him. This is just a selection, not a festival of the 3 holy masters. But suddenly, someone asked, is this the 7th divine sword Moen Hui? Isn't he as strong as they say? Let him fight him once. Hui replied that he hadn't officially been granted the level of a dragon sword yet. He couldn't just enter the battle. And right now he's going to the qualifying fight, and he asked them to forgive him. Heron asked his uncle, does he know them? Chung Hong replied that it looked like the twin swords of No Ju Sang and Ye Hagun. Although they were not brothers, they could boast the skill of striking together like twins. The guy said that the rumors were true about him being arrogant and impudent towards his older comrades. But the second guy replied that he didn't know. As for him, unlike the rumors, he looks like a cowardly and trembling little dog. Okui said that unofficial duels were against school rules. If they wanted to cross swords with him, they should follow procedure and issue the challenge after today's exams were over. The boy replied that school rules were a kind of excuse. Where in the academy had he seen a person who had never secretly gotten involved in a fight? But the second guy said he was just scared. They say tigers don't have puppies, but apparently after 2 generations, it's still possible. But then Hui turned around and asked him what he had just said. The guy replied that he was saying that the grandson of the holy sword Moen Cheon was a coward, at whom even passing mongrels laughed. The second guy started laughing and said that it seemed like the holy sword wasn't successful in everything. Heron asked what the hell they were saying, that even dogs were laughing at him. Cheng Hong replied that they probably wanted to stop the 7th divine sword from passing the exam, and that's why they brought Grandpa in. But then Ruin said that it was time for them to go while there was still time. I asked them how they dared to say such a thing. He wouldn't just let it go. The boys immediately got ready and answered that since he wouldn't let it go, they would help him. And now they will see if he is able to answer for his words. Hui immediately took up his blade and looked at them. The boys sat down to watch. Ruin told Heron that he saw him take some beef jerky with him. Heron replied that he took it and was about to eat while watching him fight. Cheng Hong looked and said that these idiots were a pain in the ass for the 7th divine sword. Ruin shouted at Hui to finish them off and destroy them by replaying. Heron asked why. Even though there were 2 of them, they were no match for the 7th divine sword. But Cheng Hong said that individually, yes, both of them are only at the level of the 5th dragon sword. After all, the test to determine the level of the dragon sword tests one-on-one combat abilities, because individual skills are extremely important. But since they use the art of joint strike, it will be more difficult to fight them than 2 of the 9 dragons and 7 phoenixes at the same time. And this is a dual illusion sword formation. This is a technique of the art of joint strike specializing in attacks from both sides. But as it accelerates, It blocks the opponent like an illusionary trap. But at that moment, Hui was distracted and got a back injury. Everyone was surprised, and Chang Hong said that eventually. But then the guys said that he was injured, and they asked why he didn't kneel down right now and admit defeat. Hui told them that from now on he would be serious with them, and even a little more careful. Hui didn't just play around with them and immediately used one of his strong attacks to destroy the opponent. Everyone was surprised, but suddenly a girl came to the guys and said that it was really incredible. Cheng Hong replied that now he would show what he was capable of. And it's not for nothing that he is the seventh divine sword. But at that moment, Heron looked at the girl and realized that this was Zi Sol, the precious daughter of the Li family, famous in the martial arts world for using twin swords. But it's an interesting fight, but it's such a pleasure to watch it. Zi said that the sword strikes are so strong, but at the same time soft and smooth. But she's not sure that she wields the sword so well. Heron replied that this concerned him as well. Few were as skilled with a sword as Mo and Hui. But the fact that the lady recognized his skills is unusual in itself. Even though it is their first meeting, he thinks that her skills are also up to par. Saul was surprised and replied that this was a compliment. It seemed like he was not bad either. Heron laughed and asked, did she think so? Of course he's pleased to hear from a man who uses dual swords. He uses dual swords too. And then Ruin said that this is the final. Hui immediately used the Milky Way falling star sword technique and the Milky Way third starlight form. The boys were very surprised and held broken swords in their hands. Hui asked them if they were going to retract their absurd remarks. The guy immediately told him that he refused and they screwed up big time. But then Saul came up to him and said that the way he had dealt with these two, who were famous for their art of joint strike, was amazing. Hui was very surprised and heard the woman's voice. Sol said that she saw everything. His sword technique is flawless. Hui looked and realized that she didn't look dangerous. But she was a woman. He said that he was grateful for such words, and now he was in a hurry for the exam. Ruin looked at him and asked, since he was so flawless, then why were there so many stains on his shoulder? Heron said that he was wounded during the battle. Should he provide first aid? Cheng Hong replied that there was no time to stitch the wound, but he had wound ointment in a bandage. Heron turned to the girl and asked if it would be tactless if he asked her name. Saul replied that nothing. In introducing herself, she said that she was from the generation of the Li family that studied the art of dual swords. And since he also uses twin swords, maybe they could fight next time? Heron replied that it was fine. See you then. And for today, he was taking his leave. When he started fighting, Mun Hyun of Hengshan School said that he didn't want rumors to spread that he had beaten a wounded man. But maybe he would refuse? Hui replied that no, he was going to do it, and he would do everything to defeat an upstart like him. But on the other side of the court, Ryuin came out to fight and seeing his opponent, said that he was really unlucky. The guy got angry and said that as payment for challenging him so fearlessly, he would open the doors of hell for him. Ruin thought for a moment and said that he didn't know what his opponent was talking about there, but from the way he spoke, he was that loser. Previously, Namgung said that fluttering blade of grass sword Tang De Pun from the Black Turtle team. Because of his frequent clashes with the Red Falcon team, 7 people voted for him. And the deputy for a strange organization that calls itself the Ice Phoenix Guardians. He belittles everyone except the Ice Phoenix, including the Red Falcons. If it weren't for school rules, she would have poured corrosive drugs up his nose, eyes, and mouth. But unfortunately, his skills are good. He is the most talented from the Sang school. His specialty is continuous strokes, sharp and flexible, like herbalists. The opponent got angry and said to Ryuin, how dare a bastard without a clan or tribe say such a thing? But now they would see how much longer he could laugh. Ryuin thought and replied that he thought the guy wasn't very smart, but he turned out to be sick in the head. And let him lie down quickly, and he would be cured now. The opponent said, what is this nonsense? He's going to get his ass kicked now. Chung Hong looked at all of this and said that with such provocative powers, he could make even the best in the world mad. Heron also replied that Ruyen is only still a teenager. Even the judges are enamored of him. One of the judges asked why he was making such a dangerous provocation against Poon. The others answered him that Poon was too vicious. A little more and he would be hurt. Pun used his technical attack and realized that Ryuen was a fool and he couldn't dodge. But Ryuen was faster and stronger this time, and by moving his body to the side, he dodged the attack. Poon was very upset and was left with a surprised face. But Ryuen didn't waste any time and kicked him in the head. All the judges and spectators were surprised from such difficult and strong blows. But Ryuen kept beating the guy and used the metamorphosis of endless rebirths. One of the judges asked if he hadn't warned. The others replied that the attack seemed to have stopped and it was a fair fight. Hirin spared a surprised emotion and said that apparently that apprentice disliked Ryuen a lot, and the place should be cleaned up before the next fight. Maybe they should go there too. After a while, they came down and Hirin said that it looked like they were getting frustrated with the battle scene, and they only decided last night in a hurry when the fights would be held. There was no talk about it. So how did they know? The girls were greatly disappointed and said how could it be that their master Moen was bleeding? And what kind of battle was this? Chung-han replied to his friend that it looked like there was a bigger fight than their fool, and there was no need to go up there. It was better to watch from here. Hirin said he had no objection, but here, it looked like it would be over soon. Meanwhile, in the arena, Hui fought to the last with his opponent and repelled attacks with his sword. But suddenly, Hui picked up his moment and released all his strength, and in the same second, he extended his sword towards Hen's head. The girls were overjoyed and shouted that they knew that young Master Moen would win, and this is the 7th Divine Sword. Hulk left the arena immediately after the fight to heal his wounds. For leaving behind him were drops of blood. Heron looked and said that the wounds on Moen Hui's body had only gotten worse. And remembering, he asked, did the Hengshan school always use this kind of weapon? Chang Hong asked back, is he talking about Liu Xingchui? And they don't use it. Apparently, he learned more than just the martial arts of his school, and quite well. But he found it very odd that misophobia and wounds were a deadly combination. And perhaps someone had carefully planned it all out beforehand. And was it really them? The guy hiding his face under the fan said that he came to see Tang Dai-poon and Kang Hyun-ju and saw something strange. Isn't that Moon Hyun from the White Tiger team on their list? The other guy replied that he didn't even really know. Besides, he came out with Liu Shen-chu. Fatty jumped into the conversation and asked, could it be that the 7th Divine Sword learned about the list because he was sharing a room with a senior disciple? But the kid replied that it was scary. The older co-ed is really scary, and he doesn't want to get in front of the older co-student. Maybe we should disguise ourselves. But the principal said no, he doesn't stand out like that. The senior co-student came. This time it's Kang Hyun-ju. Ruin came out to fight and started telling his opponent that he then from Gija Hakuda Mountain, Kang Hyun-ju, from Wushan School, and also a member of the Black Turtle team. And he's the one who specializes in spreading dirty rumors about people he doesn't like, right? But this time they'll let the cheers go. Let him attack. Time's running out. Zhu couldn't stand it and started yelling that he was being rude. But so be it, he asked him magnanimously. He takes into consideration that this is his 2nd fight in a row. But his thoughts frightened him, for he realized that Tang Poon was stronger than him. Would he be able to win? And it was better for him to give up than to lose face like Tang Poon. Zhu decided to launch an attack, but it was too late. Ryuen himself attacked first and was in front of him with an attack. The fates soon began to say that this wasn't a fight, just a beating. Zhu looked like he wanted to stand down. And that's overkill, but he didn't let him finish after Zhu had already pulled out his sword. The observer said it was horrible, but No Hawk experienced it firsthand. In a way, the head apprentice is worse than Sabu himself. The kid said yes. And were they right to write the list? Fatty said that in any case, if anyone should be hurt, let it be them better. And he would certainly still like to watch the 7th Divine Sword fight. But the senior co-student would be coming out soon, and they would have to go. Chang Hong saw everything and said that this gang was watching their fool, not the 7th Divine Sword. But suddenly, Heron replied that he was done, and it was lucky that he and Ryan weren't enemies. Chung Han told him that if he hung out with him, he'd make a lot of enemies. Heron laughed and replied that it wasn't boring. Baruin saw them too and asked, were they admiring him there? And to be honest, it wasn't very much. It was over quickly. And soon they will win and be done. But strangely, things aren't going so well. Their buddy looked fierce today. Wai also came out for his duel and won. The girls shouted their congratulations on receiving their fifth dragon sword. The opponent said he was astonished. The descendant of the holy sword is really good, and asked Hui if his wounds were all right. Daypen thought that Hui was the rising star of their community of 8. After all, he could just pretend to be weak, so he would decide to save his strength for attacks. Suddenly, Pen suddenly felt coldness in his body and started shivering, screaming that he was in pain, and his clothes just fell to the ground. Pen screamed in shame at them not to look, and that treacherous bastard didn't even realize what was wrong with his rags. Usually he's the type to act like this, but now he's looking for his mommy. It's disgusting. Ruin asked his own, what was he turning in? I mean, he just stripped him and he was using metamorphosis. Hiran approached him and asked, how about not throwing around techniques like metamorphosis? After all, the festival of the three holy masters was coming up. Chang Hong said that during open competitions, you have to think about the people watching as well. No matter how strong he is, they may not want to recognize the results of a fight that looked like a simple beating. Ruin replied that of course he was aware of that. Does he think his friend is that stupid? This time he's going to invite someone special to heat up the atmosphere to the max. Hiran asked, inviting who? Chunhong told him that before dreaming of the future, it was better to think about how to stay whole for the rest of today. There's still a whole week until the festival starts, and the enemies he has made will flock from all sides. Even if he copes with them all, there is no way to avoid the consequences to his body. Times would be hard, and there would be no time to recover. By the opening of the festival, he would forget to even think of using his chin. A few days passed, and Hiran was saying that this was the day the Triple Holy Masters festival would start, and asked Royan if he was worried. Ruin just smiled and replied that of course not. And with excitement in his eyes, he said that he should go to the fight already. But this time Yoon also came and said that he couldn't make it to the Dragon Sword exam because it coincided with his training. But today he would try to help as much as possible. Heron said he's been collecting something since yesterday. He'd brought a lot of it. Chung Han was curious and asked what it was. Yoon replied that there were medicines, bandages, cotton cloth, simple snacks, and water. He heard that there were wounded people at the Dragon Sword exam. Ruin said that was right. Someone bled out before the exam even started. He wasn't sure if it would all be needed today, but it was better to prepare in advance. Oi replied that he didn't think it would take all that either, so he went to fight. Ruin said his wounds haven't healed yet, but he's acting strong. But as the head of a young girls' club, he behaves decently. Chang Kong turned to him and replied the same, that he didn't know what to point out first. Probably pay attention to the chin he was holding now. Had he forgotten all of his advice? Rowan answered him not to worry. Some he had considered and prepared. He exercised on the plants in the back of his friend's room. Hiran asked, so he's the one who turned the flower bed in the dorm courtyard into ruins? Chunhong also asked, is he the herb killer? Ruin replied that he was just experimenting with the sound technique he learned in class. He didn't think it would come out so sad. He remembered the words of the teacher who said that the best way to practice sound technique was to practice against plants. Plants are very sensitive to the energy that is transmitted with sounds, so they can see the successes with their own eyes. Chanyon asked, and that's why he sent all those pretty flowers behind the dorm to the other side of the world. Ruin replied that he didn't know his technique would be so destructive either. Everything flows, everything changes. It's hard to predict the power of genius. How about writing it off as force majeure? Suddenly, all of a sudden, they heard a great ringing. Heron said that it seemed to be starting, and it was time to go. The participants told the Heavenly Warrior Academy disciples that they vow not to lose their way, not to lose faith, not to neglect life, and to do their best to participate in the Three Saint Masters Festival that will last the entire month. The participants also said their solemn oaths and saluted the Heavenly Warrior Academy. Suddenly, one of the three Holy Masters, Holy Sword Master Moen Zhongchun, arrived at the competition. And behind him, one of the three Holy Masters, Sword Queen Li Oxan, arrived. Finally, one of the three Holy Masters, the Holy Blade Saint Ha Hu Shik, appeared. The disciples greeted them and all shouted together that they were happy to see the Masters. The head also stood up and said that he thanked the Holy Masters for honoring the festival with their presence this time. Zhongqian said that the final fight is still a month away, but they decided to attend the opening ceremony because they are excited about the promising newcomers. And this year, the descendants of all three of them got into the academies. He expects a lot. The referee shouted that the qualifying tournament would begin after today's opening ceremony. Sheik started laughing and said it would be interesting to watch their kids fight for the win, but his granddaughter isn't participating this time, so he will only be watching their kids. And which one do they think will win? Son replied that Mr. Sheik was joking. It doesn't matter who wins. It would be good for their promising newcomers anyway. The judge suddenly said that the schedule for each round would be published in the student bulletin, and then the principal would announce the opening ceremony. Sheik asked, could it be that the Queen of Swords isn't sure? San asked in response, why is he still so confident after decades? Cheon laughed and said that seeing that they hadn't changed today made his heart feel better. The head stepped in front of everyone and said that every student of the Heavenly Warrior Academy was their pride, and he understands their excitement. And so it will be brief. In front of them, Peng Su, the director of the Heavenly Warrior Academy, today announces the beginning of the 30th Festival of the Three Holy Masters. Chung Han was watching everything and said that this whole situation is a no-brainer right now. Hiran said he agreed with him. They all came to see Ryuan fight. Hiran said he heard that Ryuan had something to do with the Flame Blade and knows the guys on the Red Falcon team. And would they be able to be friends with them if Junho wasn't there? Chunhong replied that he didn't even know. And judging from their facial expressions, they weren't too thrilled about their fool. And besides, the three of them were the same ones who had watched Ryuan fight in the Dragon Sword exam. Hiran said, that's right. They definitely want to find out Ryuan's weaknesses. Maybe they shouldn't have left the waiting room. The head and their deputy are there. Chunghan answered him to leave them alone. And he thinks they'll kill Ryuan in the waiting room before the fight? Their fool is tenacious and won't die so easily. At this time in the waiting room, Guy asked the teacher, was he looking for someone? Ryuan replied that yes, the person that came to see him. He is waiting for him. The girl asked if she could have a look. Who is it? Ryuan replied that it was the young lady Nayerin. The boy was surprised and asked with surprise, an ice phoenix? But he laughed a lot and said that the older fellow student was a joker. Ryuan threw a mug at his face and asked, does he see him as some kind of fool? He seems to have a problem with his eyesight, and he's going to check him out now. The guy yelled that he didn't have to, and replied that he couldn't think of an older co-ed. It's just that that young lady is known for not socializing with men. That's why he was surprised that she came to see him. The guy asked, why was he so sure she was coming? Ryuan replied that he had sent her an invitation and received a reply. The guy was surprised and asked, did the Ice Phoenix really answer? But at that moment, the girl replied that it looked like she had really come. The other students saw it too and asked, why is there an Ice Phoenix here? Could it really be her? She wasn't alone at this time. And Nayan was saying how she wanted to get rid of those guards if Ji-chan wasn't the son of the deputy head of the alliance. But Sol replied, nevertheless, it's not bad to sit quietly in the front seats. And since Ye-rin came to look at the guy, he must be unusually strong. Nayan looked away and said that he looked like a guy who didn't feel sorry for his life. But an eagle suddenly flew into the place. Rin had received a letter from him earlier and said his name was Thunder, and told him to wait because she would write a reply now. Nayan asked her, did she really want to go? Rin replied that she had something to check out, so she couldn't refuse. And here they are about to see how good he is. Seol said that the fight is starting. And there's the young lord who uses the paired swords, and that solid apprentice too. Head Su said that the qualifying match between the swift fire sword Tang Peng and the first-name Bi Ryuan was starting. Ryuan saw Rin and said she came after all, and let her relax today and listen to one tune. Rin said that he using Qin, but how reckless. Ryuan immediately took the tool and proceeded to martial arts at the expense of the tool. But Pen decided not to waste his time and pulverized the first-year player with the first punch. Ning asked her, didn't she know that sound technique was this guy's best technique? What a fool he is. Saul replied, is that why he brought Qin to the Three Saint Masters Festival then? Is that really his best reception? Rin says she doesn't even know how to say it. She's pretty sure his best technique isn't this technique. Ryuan started to play an instrument, but Pen was also strong, and with each of his attacks he dodged with ease. He felt like it was even hard to play an instrument for a moment without this creep attacking him. But suddenly, at the moment of attack, Pen used all his strength to do so, but Ryuan easily dodged again. And using this moment, he launched a backhanded attack with his tool. Pen didn't even expect such a turn. And then Ryuan started playing an instrument so Pen could hear his melody he wanted to play. Everyone was greatly surprised and couldn't believe such a thing. Ning asked, how could he use Chin like that? Saul looked on in amazement and said, that's the sound right there. Is that the sound technique? Ruin did his best to overpower his opponent and lastly lifted him up and held him as if he were dead. But suddenly someone wanted to run up, but Ruin told him to stop. After all, this guy just covered his eyes and hasn't fallen down yet. He's even holding a sword. And how about letting him be calm for a while? And after that, Pen dropped the sword from his hand, and the judge immediately started shouting that disciple Ryuan had won. The girls were excited and said that Ryuan was awesome, and they really didn't think that someone else's fight would make their hearts beat like that. The students were also excited and said that this guy had unusual strength, and they heard that he got the highest score in the entrance exam. Ryuan looked at it and said that the atmosphere had somehow changed, and for some reason it wasn't pleasant. Chung Hong replied that it was natural. This atmosphere changed because everyone here saw him slapping the Chinmi guy. Heron also told the guy that his match was impressive, and most won't come to see his match again, but people with specific tastes liked it. Ruin said that it wasn't a problem for him. It's already too crowded here from the beginning. And there's even chairs over there. They obviously didn't come to see him. Who's sitting there? Yoon suddenly crept up from behind and was telling Ruin that he was good too. But the first official battle of the famous seventh divine sword Mo and Hui is being held there. Chung Hong replied that for sure. It's only natural for a descendant of the Holy Sword to have such a placement area. There are guys from the Kujong and 8 community there, so there's no need to nag him about nothing. Ruin said, what a strange name that was. What's another slop and flutter? Hiran asked him. He really doesn't know about the division of the Heavenly Warrior Academy. But Chung Hong told him that if he didn't know, then let him be careful with his words. Pomoy, a group of disciples from the 9 great factions, and Trembling, the group of disciples from the 5 great families. Yoon gave a surprised look and said, it looks like it's starting. The guy from Kunlun Suek High School asked Hui if his shoulder was okay and ceded the initiative to him. Eek said he heard that the students of their school owed him a debt, and it's even a pity it wasn't him he met first. And he thinks Hui was unlucky. Oi replied that the more he fights, the stronger his sword becomes, and he thinks his opponent is lucky. Hui immediately picked up speed for his attack and said then he would start first. Ek couldn't even do anything against this attack, and finally realized that he had lost, as Hui's sword was in front of his face. Eek decided to accept defeat like a real man and said that he had lost. The judge declared him the winner immediately. A-Day community counselor Tan Mok Woo said that Hui was so quick to deal with Chu Su Yok, one of the 8 swords of the Kujong community. And the 7th divine sword is really talented. The longer one looks at it, the more one wants it. Deputy Head Yajin replied, he is fast and accurate. He will be useful. Wu was surprised and said, unbelievable. Did their deputy, known for his cruelty, praise someone? And asked Hyeju, is that why she wants to lure the 7th divine sword god to their side as soon as possible? Ju replied that yes, but don't overdo it. It seems like a lot of people are already anxious to get into action. And by the end of this festival of the 3 holy masters, there will be no room left for the people on the other side. But the enemies at this time were also present, and the guy said that no matter how careless Su Yek was, but the 7th divine sword was truly worthy of praise. The guy asked, wasn't he a danger to Cheon Hyung's 3rd shining sword? Hung replied not to worry about it. The boy said suddenly, giving up on him, he would see after a while how hard he was trying. The enemy asked him why he thought that. The guy replied that because the body doesn't lie, and let him look at his palms. Hung said yes, even though he's not a threat to him, it's true that he's expected to do great things. Don't worry, he will definitely welcome him. The enemy replied that of course he should. In this festival of the 3 Saint Masters festival, he's not going to give up any holy places, especially in a battle where he'll be participating in a descendant of the Holy Sword. Yoon was telling the guys that it was a really awesome fight and must be uncomfortable surrounded by students if you need help. Hiran wondered if it would leave him alone for a while. It would be worth doing some research to see what the price of showing off one's great looks was. Ryuan said it was all a farce. I wish I could kick him so he'd go flying. How many arms does he have? 1 or 3? Chung Han answered him not to say so much. He had put on a show himself. But yes, it was too much. He realized that using such a technique, even though his wound hadn't even healed yet, it would probably reopen. Well, this was his first official fight, so he wanted to make sure he could win. Ruin told them to forget about this showing off. They'd better go eat. And I wonder if they serve a lot of meat at the festival. Chung Han replied that it's better to favor nutritious fish and root vegetables than fatty meat right now. And he's a bigger fool than Mo and Hui. Suddenly, Ju perked up her ears and heard a student talking. Wu asked her what was wrong. Ju replied that no, nothing. It just seemed to her that the man she was looking for was here, but she was glad that she would meet him soon. Ju realized immediately that she recognized him. The voice she had just heard was definitely the voice of the creepy guy who had learned her secret. And he's the sneaky one who snuck into the sorority house and made a mess of it, sure to stand out during the battle at the Three Saint Masters Festival. And this pervert liked the attention so much that time he won't hold back from participating this time. She was very angry and was mentally telling him to get his ass ready and wait for the day she would find him and punish him. Ruan said on the way out that he was disappointed and thought there would be a special menu at the Three Holy Masters Festival, and he asked the uncle why he brought them to this backwoods place. Heron also said that he didn't even say anything else and started picking his teeth after eating, but how long would it take them to follow him? Hui replied to them that if it wasn't urgent or too important, he would go prepare for the second round. Ryuan had said that the second round for those who participated today wouldn't be until 5 days later, and he already wanted to prepare. He knew that the wound that had just opened was a bluff. Yun said that it really was too much. He urgently needed to rest. Chunyang was also supportive and replied that he didn't need to go with them from the beginning. It wasn't that important. Hiran suddenly said that it looked like Hui wasn't needed here. Rywan asked, then why did they bring this wounded man with them? Chung Han replied that he was just in it for the company. Honestly, to win, it takes unimaginable courage and flexibility to overcome all the risks and confusion. Without friends, it's difficult. Hui says he's not going to quibble. He's in on it, too. Once there, Chun Hong said that here they can focus on their shahirwadi and their strategy without worrying about anyone overhearing them. And now let them listen carefully and take note. Hui asked, what is this? Chung Kong replied that it was the very color of the Three Holy Masters, information that would help prepare for battle. Ryuan suddenly bowed his head and said, Master Evaluation Community, the Festival of the Three Holy Masters Festival? Chung Han replied that yes, he did. He thinks they are out of the loop. The hidden game of the Three Saint Masters Festival will begin when the preliminaries are over and the final battles begin. And guessing who will win the Festival of the Three Holy Masters? This will be the biggest confrontation among all the Heavenly Warrior Academy disciples and warriors and official guests. And if you win this hidden confrontation, you can get a fortune. Hiran suddenly said that he had heard from the corner of his ear that there were 3 holy masters making bets at the festival. So that's what the master appraisal community is all about. Yoon asked, isn't this gambling? Isn't that allowed in the academy? Chung Hong replied that it was natural. And that's why the exact name of the game is a charity competition, Judging Festival Triple Holy Masters Festival for the sake of their bright future. And 30% of all the money will be donated to the running costs of the Heavenly Warrior Academy. Hui said that since it wasn't an obscene gamble, he would gladly participate. Ruin replied that it was great, but why was it necessary to gather in such a remote area for the sake of it? Since he was going to win, it seemed like just writing down his name would suffice. Chung Han asked him, did he think it was enough to guess only the final winner? Not only the winner, but also the runner-up, and so on to the quarterfinals. He means you can make a fortune. This time there are 290 people participating in the Triple Holy Masters Festival. Participants make into 4 groups, which pass the qualifying stage and go to the finals. 128 of them participate in the battle to honor the accomplishments and teachings of the Holy Sword. Due to the fact that this group has the largest number of men that use swords, the competition among the participants is the fiercest. And their Moen Hui is from that group. There are 46 other participants honoring the achievements and teachings of the Queen of Swords. All of them are from the girls' dormitory. Not all of the girl participants use swords. And there are 52 other students honoring the merit of the Holy Blade. All of them are from the men's dormitory. It was originally rumored that Saint Blade's granddaughter would also participate, but she declined. Another 54 people who are hard to place in one of the previous 3 groups or they want to honor the memory of other mighty heroes from the three heavenly warriors, are included in the new heroes group. There are guys participating who use martial arts other than swords. Each Ryuan is part of that group. Ruin said that the kid he fought with used a sword. Why then did that weirdo from the Holy Sword group get to him with the sound technique? Hiran laughed and asked, "Really, why?" Cheng Hong replied, "How come why? If he said that he belongs to the Ice Phoenix Guards, the answer himself will find the answer probably." Yun started to say, "Is it really because Ryuan?" Cheng Hong said that there were times when students that use blades and swords looked down on those who use other martial arts and specifically aimed at them. But this time, regardless of their specialization, they applied to a group of new heroes to get their hands on him. Ruin said, "It turns out he raised the level of the group of new heroes?" Hiran replied that he definitely made it more interesting. "Anyway, Brother Chan, let him continue." Cheng Hong said that after the completion of 3 fights in the qualifiers from each branch, 16 people are selected based on the results of the matches and sent to the finals. And even the day the finals date is announced, this is the only day you can apply to participate in the mastermind evaluation community. And he spent several sleepless nights to pre-select 30 suitable candidates. They have to analyze 2 people from those who pass 1 qualifier and eventually pick 4, and 1 person from each group. Owi said that he still needs to prepare for the fight. Hiran replied that Ruin Hui and Brother Chan are analyzing Group 1 and he and Yun are analyzing Group 2. Do they really need to pick 4 people? Chang Hong told him to listen carefully. For each contestant who made it out of the group to the finals, they get 20 points. And a 100 points if all 4 are guessed. 100 points for the finalists and 200 for the winner. And do they know what happens if they guess everyone all the way through to the quarterfinals? Yoon asked, "So what's going to happen?" Chung Hong replied that he would get half of all the stakes except for the Academy Commission. And depending on whether the bet was big or small, you can get a hefty payout. And it leads to if they have the money. Upon arriving at the Academy, Yoon searched under the wall for something and said that he had definitely hidden them somewhere here. Suddenly, he yelled out that he had found it all. He realized it was the money Sabu had given him to use when he needed it. Yoon asked, "Is that really necessary? He won't lose them, right?" Chun Hong replied earlier that he's never been wrong before. So they just need to get the money. And if they lose money, he'll call them big brothers. And Yoon remembered that Brother Chan speaks so confidently. Hiran said that even though he's broke, he'll get them, even if he has to dig a lock. Ruin also said he had no money, but he thinks he'll get something if he looks for it. He's not some coward. Ohui wasn't confused and asked right away, "How much is needed?" Yoon remembered it all and said that the others were so brave, and he would trust him too. Heron also went in search of money, and entering the forest say it is really here. He found money for an emergency, and the fact that he's using them to rip off the light faction guys will do the trick. Chung Han just sat at home and received bags of money, saying that the guys were now working with more enthusiasm than in their main jobs. But the email said they sent information on more than 30 students, and may he not forget their share for their diligence. And they have faith in their chapter. But Ruin went to his apprentice and asked him how much money he had. And why is he making such a disgruntled face? Doesn't he like the fact that he's taking 30% of his income? But didn't they agree on that in advance? Didn't he give him a steep discount? The student was hoping to get him to shut up, and he wanted to punch that face 108 times in a row. Ruin asked, "Is he unhappy with their student-teacher bond? Maybe he wants to break it right now?" The Red Dragon replied that no, it wasn't the expense that was the problem. He just thought for a second when he asked him about investing money. Ruin said, knowing how much money there is and knowing how to make decisions are the basics, and he can't even do that. So I suggested he do this. Let him give him all the money except the amount for lodging for this month. He will multiply it and give him half of it as a fee. 6 days later, the team captain slapped his hand on the table and said, "What is this nonsense? What is this nonsense?" The guy replied that their future was at stake and there was nothing they could do. The two of them saw it too, didn't they? The captain said that anyway. How could they betray their senior fellow student? Huck lost his temper and yelled that no, are they all crazy? There's no way he's betraying a damn fellow student. One of the students said that he thought it was quite dangerous. Sooner or later, the older student will find out. But Yell didn't like it and asked, "Betrayal? Why go to such an extreme? Let them think about what their senior fellow student had told them. The girl said it's obvious he's going to be the winner of the new heroes group and the overall finalist. So he wants to place a bet and take all the prize money? The captain replied, that's right. So if they bet on another person, it is tantamount to betraying a senior fellow student. Yale said the most important want, in his words, is looking forward to seeing the results. So he hopes they make money. The student also said that really, the most important thing is not to lose all the money by betting on an older fellow student. And all of this is true. It seems that the older co-student, like Sabu, is very fond of money. Yale replied that they do. Therefore, the cold-blooded choice of the winner, not constrained by the senior co-student, is not betrayal, but instead caring. The captain heard the words and asked him, did he mean that the older co-ed could lose? Had he forgotten how Huck had fallen from his blow? The girl told the captain he was right. Was there any other apprentice who could do such a terrible job on Huck of the Red Falcons, a promising member of the beggar gang? But the second student said it was true that he was strong. But during the senior co-disciples' fight during the preliminaries, something came to his mind. Spruce replied that he wanted to mention that too. For some reason, he used the sound technique. The captain said he too still hasn't forgotten the senior co-captain's appearance at the first qualifying match. The girl replied that the sound was clear and beautiful then, but it was more like undermining morale than sound technique. The student asked, what is it? Because a few days later in the second match, the sound technique was no longer the same. The guy also said it was the first time he had seen such an extraordinary performance. At the second match of the qualifiers, he fought very badly. The student said that, of course, she wasn't a musician, but it was more of a sword fight than a sound technique. The strings acted as a kind of thin sword. And come to think of it, his final strike was outside the rules altogether. Hawk asked, in what martial arts was Chin used as a bloody lethal weapon? He himself replied that he was correct. And especially strange was the third match of the qualifiers, which he saw today. And the melody of his chin was terrible. The lively and subtle melody was complemented by a rhythmic and barely perceptible kick. Huck said it was as if he had lost control. If he had heard this tune sitting on the terrace on the first day of the summer heat wave, he would have burned not from the heat but from shame. The disciple replied, or maybe he insisted on using the sound technique for that very purpose, to completely ravage his opponent's soul with humiliation and shame. The captain said that no, he didn't think so. According to a senior fellow student, he said that if he were him, he too would want to look graceful during the duel. The main thing is not winning, the main thing is participation. Yale said his parents always say if you have to bet money, do it like his life is on the line. And now the head is willing to risk his and our lives for something like sound engineering? The captain replied, what if the older fellow student found out that they had bet on someone else? Besides, what if he and his sound technique really did win? Jurin replied that the qualifying round is very different from the final round after all. In addition, the 8th godsword Young Ok Gi, who is from the Tang family in Sichuan, and VG Qian's whirlwind sword are among the group of new heroes this time around. The guy said that the 8th divine sword was still okay, but if he met Brother Qian before the whirlwind sword, the student asked him, how could he call that rascal a brother? Why, he used poison as soon as the fight started. Huck starts yelling that it's nothing. He knows it for sure, and he's betting his hand that he'll win no matter who fights against him. Yale replied to him that he respected his opinion, but unfortunately they needed the money. Guy told Huck to calm down, and so did Yale. In any case, sound technique is something. They know about their senior co-student's abilities that others don't know about. And do they think there's a person the older co-student will lose to in the group of new heroes? The girl replied that she was a little worried about Tan Moon Chan, but the older fellow student is a crazy devil that even poison won't take. The second disciple said that there were still rumors that the whirling sword had already lost once to an older fellow disciple. But the captain replied that since the co-apprentice was Sabu's best student, he couldn't be inferior to him. The student said that everyone unanimously agreed that the older fellow student would win in the new heroes group. And then they better decide on the winners in the other groups. And we'll put on a senior student as a candidate for the #1 spot, and we'll think about an alternate option for the #1 spot. The captain asked in surprise, 2 choices for the first place? Yale asked him too, did he mean they would have a hidden agenda? The student replied that yes. The first option of betting on the older fellow student, they will show him, And the second option of betting will be done secretly, and that's their tactic. The person in charge the next day was telling everyone that those who wanted to register, let them get in line. From each group, 16 people made it to the finals for a total of 64, who must go up to the leadership team and fill out a written registration form. Sol was saying that Sis Rin has number 2, and I even wonder if there will be someone from the Queen of Swords group who will come out against it. It would be nice if Sis Ren participated as well. Nguyen replied that there was no need to participate to understand the level of strength. She too congratulates her on making it to the finals, and may she be careful not to hurt herself too badly. Sol said that she would do her best. Surely Rin won't bid in the master evaluation community, she asked. Nguyen replied that she definitely was. Could she possibly participate in this mayhem? In any case, apparently this time around, the Festival of the Three Holy Masters is being held in a particularly unusual manner. And at the moment of betting, Yell came up and was asked who he would bet on. The guy replied that he had been thinking for a long time about the situation at the Three Holy Masters Festival this time. What's he volunteering for? Asked the guy. The guy said, here's the receipt. He knew Yale was the heir to the merchants. And he looked at the paper and said, what a huge amount of money. And I think he got the name of the overall winner wrong. The person standing next to me said no. 57 Ryuan? No. 7. Cheon Hung? No. 5 Moen Hui. And can Yale fill it out again? Yale replied that no, he wrote it all right. The guy said that no, of course. Their younger comrade is strong, but not that strong. Maybe he'll think about it. He's betting such a huge amount of money after all, right? Yale replied that he was right. It might seem like a reckless choice, but he would figure it out for himself. Suddenly, the guy remembered and said that there was another applicant who had made a similar bet. If this really works out, the two of them are going to make a hell of a fortune. Yale was surprised and asked, and who was the person who made such a bid? The guy replied that he thought a few friends had raised some money and made him a representative. Since he too, large sums, if he wins, he will get 100 times the bet. Yale replied, what a few other friends. He realized that since there was a large sum of money there, the older fellow student must have threatened the lives of his friends. That's his style. And maybe even right now, the senior co-ed's puppets are watching him. As he walked away, Yol was glad that it was good that he left the rest to Wang Bo and his strategy. He doesn't even know where those puppets are hiding. But suddenly, someone came up and asked, is it the young Mr. Jumyel who has nothing but money? And with his eyes flashing like this, he collected money from the Red Falcons team and became their representative? But let him listen, as awful as he was, why the hell did he bet on that scumbag? Yale replied that he didn't know anything. Just pick someone who looks 10 times stronger than his candidate. Or does he want to bet on the acumen of the Red Falcons team? The guy replied that except for Cheon Hyung's gleaming sword, about the rest, he would have his eyesight checked. Yale realized it was a little over the top, and that mole dude was provoking him. Suddenly, someone else came up to them and asked, the Blue Dragon team versus the Red Falcons? They were both surprised, and Yale wondered where he had popped out of so suddenly. And why was he holding it? The Red Dragon walked up to them and called them fat bags and asked them what they just said. The next day, the judge said that the first opponent in the final 8th Divine Sword, Jung Ok-gi. Chung Hong said that the 8th Divine Sword is damn fast. It has such a fast and classy fighting style, as if it has 8 arms. So this time he'll have to deal with him flawlessly with his thunder chin. Is he clear? Their future depends on it. Let him listen carefully. Hiran also told him to try to do that. Shan Yun said that Ryuan could even crack him with the hard part. But the moment the fight starts, that part will do like this, and his sword will shatter the chin. Ruin asked him what he even thought of his thunder chin. Today he was only going to use it to attack with the sound technique. One of the spectators came to the tournament and asked why there were so many people here. He was told that, strangely enough, there were many talented people in the group of new heroes this time. That's what caused such interest. But suddenly, someone said it looks like they haven't heard those rumors yet. The Red Falcons team put the number 57 in the Masters evaluation community yesterday. The guy asked, what kind of opponent is the 8th Divine Sword opponent, Jung Ok-gi? Is this rookie really that good? But he was told that the first-year-old was probably good enough to have made it all the way here. But if he wanted to win money, he'd better bet on someone like a 7th Divine Sword. The newcomer is lucky and talented as hell. He's from some unknown school, but even the 7th Divine Sword recognizes him. They're both on good terms with the Red Falcons team, after all, so there's nothing odd about that. The commander asked at that point, why were the students such know-it-alls? Bo replied that he had the feeling that the whole academy knew where they were and what they were doing. Suddenly, Yell spoke up and apologized to them, saying that he didn't mean to attract so much attention. But during the argument with the jerk from the Blue Dragon team, the teacher came at them like the wind. The teacher asked them why they did not answer him. Are they deaf, or should they have their ears cleaned now? Yell thought that the teacher was always angry, but why was he angrier than usual today? But he replied that he and his buddy from the Blue Dragon team had a disagreement over who would be the final winner. The teacher asked him who he had bet on. Yell replied that he had bet on the senior student Birien. The teacher turned to a student from the Blue Dragon team. Who did he bet on? Yell replied that he was on Cheon Hung, the third shining sword from the Blue Dragon team. The teacher got very angry at that moment and immediately hit Yelu on the head. He gave him the money and said that he was betting everything on B. Ruin. Let him go and write down his name. And he warns, whether it's a wager, a contest, or a fight, they must surely win against the ice badasses. Got it? Yale told the guys that he went to bid for a teacher, so he got even more attention in line the second time than the first. The guy told him he was doing good. If it hadn't been for Yell, he would have appeared right in front of him, and he would have been in a hopeless situation. Hawk replied that he wouldn't even get caught, and there was also Huang Bo. But the girl said that it would work out. Did Sensei put it pretty much the same way they did in the first plan? Suddenly, someone in the crowd asked them, are they saying that first-year Biryuen will use the sound technique? The girl heard it and asked, is that really the teacher's voice? A beauty with a heavenly voice. Hongran came up to them and said that it was hard to believe that a newcomer would appear at the Three Holy Masters Festival that uses sound technique. She asked if a first-timer could learn sound technique in just 3 months. Guy replied that he was nevertheless confident enough to invite them. And they say he even prepared 2 invitations for them to the finals. He thought he was just sleeping through every lecture. Teacher Haran said she's sure it's just bravado. He hasn't grown to that yet. But she's worried for some reason. Rand suddenly turned to the guys and said that they were disciples for going to lectures with Ruin. And Disciple Ruin would really use sound technique during battle? And his thunder chin, she asked. Chung Hong replied that yes, he would indeed be using the chin of thunder. And now the fight would begin, and she would see for herself. Seol was excited too, due to the fact that she arrived just in time for the start. Sister Ren said that there was nothing to watch here, but she liked the strange fighting style of the gentleman with disheveled hair. And Sister Rin's fight will start in half an hour, so there's time. So how weird is the fight going to be today? All of a sudden, a competitor came out and asked, how much had the level of the Triple Holy Masters Festival dropped this time around? All sorts of crazy rabble managed to make it to the finals. The guy asked him, how dare he come out in front of him with bangs that covered his eyes, and even with chin? How could he ignore a person from the Song School of the 9 Great Factions? Ruin asked him to be quiet and replied that he was going to use the sound technique. Why was he making so much noise? And have him cover his mouth. Since this is the beginning of the final selection, he will play a happy tune for him. The guy got really angry after saying that and yelled at him to shut up. He's just a student who couldn't even write down his own school. The guy immediately at the moment of those words started attacking Ruin, but he was able to dodge and even played his music. Captain Namgung was worried about his senior disciple and wondered, was he really using the sound technique today? Chung Han was panicking hard at this point too, and hoping Ruan would beat this guy up, and then cornered him and gave him a meat grinder. Ran was surprised and said that it looked like saying he was from some nameless school was just idle chatter. It's a professional game. Why does this child play in a way that she cannot teach others, nor learn herself? Guy replied that it's true that he's at that level of sound technique, that he can challenge it too. But that rhythm and the general atmosphere is a bit strange. But his students shouted that he was a scoundrel, and there are already rumors of his atrocities at sectionals everywhere, and pretending to be a blind man who uses sound techniques to put his opponent's guard down and stab him in the back. The commander thought at this moment, what was wrong with his sound technique? Bo also saw that the rhythm was strange, but the movements were even stranger. Heron was looking too and didn't quite know what it was, but he thinks he sees something amazing. And Chung Hong thought, why is he making these strange sounds? Even though it's quite destructive, it's a soul-summoning technique after all. His opponent shouted at Ryuan, how dare he, a disciple from a noble family, make a joke of him. Suddenly, he felt himself spinning very badly. But in a moment, I realized that it was because of that ugly boy with the mussed hair. And strangely, the rhythm became cleaner and more upbeat, and he had a strange feeling. He found himself in another world and asked, what was this strange feeling? Where was he anyway? The girl holding his hand answered that he was in a world of beautiful melody. The boy asked, in what other world? Suddenly, Ryuen appeared in front of him in his guise and smiled. The guy started to lose control and spin around in one place like a dog chasing its tail. And when he picked the right moment to attack, he shouted for his opponent to die. But Ryuen wasn't confused and hit the strings with his hand to make the sound even louder and better. And directing the power of the string directly at his opponent, he broke his sword into two pieces and even wounded his arm. G said he didn't realize the guy had already reached that level of sound destruction, and he plucks the strings like he's had it memorized a long time ago. Ran asked, does he touch strings that are as sharp as a sword blade with his bare hands? Ryuen said at that moment that he was so engrossed that he didn't notice the string breaking. And that's a shame. He was able to finish with sound technique, but he put more force than he should have him. Hirin yelled that Ryuen was good and he had done him in. Chunhong also said that he also used Chin properly. The apprentice asked at this point to Ili, maybe they didn't need a backup plan? The boy replied that he didn't know, but it was unlikely they were wrong. Bo said matter-of-factly, the time would come and the senior co-disciple would definitely meet an opponent who would have to engage in a ruthless battle. But Seol at this moment was glad that she was able to watch this fight today. This time she really saw something amazing. And now she has to quickly go tell Sister Rin. Sister Rin was in another arena at this moment, and her opponent said that she had lost. The judge also shouted that Ice Phoenix Rin had won. Seol said that, as expected from the Sister Rin, she didn't come here for nothing. The fight looked like a magnificent dance. All the spectators started shouting that Madame Snow Queen had won. The Red Dragon was watching at this moment and was confused. He could see they were going crazy over some girl, and why should he be the only one to report a girl fight to him? Arrogant puppy. But he realized she was beautiful, but that didn't explain why everyone was so fascinated by her. Suddenly, someone nearby asked the guy, and what did he find in her? The guy replied that she was strong and beautiful. The Red Dragon also heard and saw some lowlifes out there gossiping. The guy started laughing and said that she would get jealous if she heard what he said. Hung told him not to be mistaken. She would immediately realize that he was referring to the Ice Phoenix's fighting style. The Ice Phoenix is a good opponent for her. The guy said suddenly, here she is, and next to them walked a girl who was very beautiful, and even the Red Dragon was shocked. The Red Dragon recalled all the moments with this girl and realized that it was Seo Un. After all, her beauty was very inspiring. The Red Dragon himself didn't realize how he had reached out his hand in her direction. Un was shocked by this and didn't realize who it was at first. The guy suddenly stops Hyung and tells him to look at who his opponent is, and she probably knows who it is too. The Red Dragon immediately called her Seo Un. The girl at this moment realized that this was a serious matter, and since it had red hair, red eyebrows, and a red beard, it was definitely the famous Flame Blade. Hung said that even if it's a teacher, he can't just leave how rude he's being to her. The guy replies that he doesn't, and he understands how Hyung feels. But if he goes, can he stop him? If only to annoy him, he might make more trouble. But suddenly, Ryuen came and slapped Flame Blade's arm. The teacher became very angry and didn't realize what had just happened. Ryuen said that he came running because he saw some prude stretching out his nasty hands toward a young lady, and that was him, Master Flaming Blade. But suddenly he thought and said that if he was so surprised, how shocked was the young lady. She must be so happy that she almost fainted. The guys standing nearby were surprised at the way the Flaming Blade glared at Ryuen. He didn't give a damn, Hyung said as the teacher took a step back. Flaming Blade answered the boy that she was a girl. He realized that although she would always be beautiful to him, it was impossible to turn back time. Besides, they're different, especially the color of their hair. But he asked Un, what is her mother's name? The girl replied that her mother's name was Yun Seo Woon. Flaming Blade said that she was her daughter. The teacher asked the girl, is her mother healthy? Un replied that yes, she was fine. Ryuen looked at his apprentice and thought, What was the matter? Why had the fiery rooster turned into a soggy hen? The atmosphere around him is getting darker and darker, and I want to slap him. But this is his student's workplace, so he decided to take a look. And for the sake of their bright future, the students should continue to get paid. Rywin told the teacher that he was here to watch Mo and Hui fight too. I mean, he's the one he put the master grades on in the master grading community. Although he looks cold, he's actually unexpectedly lonely. Hyung suddenly walks over to Un and asks if she's okay. She looks pale, doesn't she? Un replied that she just didn't expect teacher Flaming Blade to know her mother. Neither her father nor her mother had told her anything about him. The guy said that of course he had heard that it was the teacher who recommended Rywin, but he didn't know they had such a close relationship. After that, the guys came into the room and Yoon said hello to everyone. Heron asked what Rywin was doing. Chung Hong also said he was a fool and asked why he brought the teacher here. And why did he look so bad? Ruin answered them to relax all of them. The teacher was on his way to watch Hui's fight. After all, he had bet on him. And the fight was over too soon, not to leave him alone. Ruin saw the bandages in Yoon's hands and asked, "What was that blood? Didn't he win quickly?" Yoon replied that he won very neatly and stylishly, and he just changed his bandage on the wound he got on receiving the dragon sword. Heron said that's right. They came to the very beginning of the fight and saw everything. There's no picking on him. Chung Hong continued that his opponent was good. He was incredibly strong and used a huge sword that was as thick as his arm. And such a powerful steel rod was especially hard to penetrate, so he had to overstretch his shoulder. Ruin wondered and asked, and what was he thinking just now? He's a sore cripple anyway. He only made it to the quarterfinals, and he's already so injured. What's he going to do next? Hui said he would clean up the waiting room. The wound is only slightly bleeding, but it doesn't matter. He'll just use his left hand. Ruin answered him to do what he wants. And they'll go eat some delicious food at Uncle's expense. Let him take them to some delicious place and as an aid for the participants of the Festival of the Three Holy Masters. Hiran was surprised and thanked his brother. But Changhan didn't like it and asked why the hell was he paying. Hui said without hesitation that it didn't seem like the place needed cleaning and offered to go together. Upon arriving at the establishment, the waiter was saying that those who made it to the quarterfinals would receive a 50% discount on the order amount of their 3 companions. But among them, even the famous teacher Flaming Blade is among them. And so they specifically added high-end wine for free. Are they ready for this? In return, everyone will be told about them later when they leave the restaurant. Ruin was surprised and said they know how to do business here. It's delicious too. Chunhong replied that it wasn't the best statehouse, but the food was great for the price. Heron laughed too and said that it was indeed a famous place and the dishes looked appetizing. And since Brother Chan is paying, the taste seems even better. Chang Hong replied that the participants get a good discount, but Heron and Yoon, they will have to pay him. Heron said he had to dig in the ground to find the money, but he gave it all away as a bet. But as soon as he had money again, he would pay him back. Ruin was surprised and told the guy that he didn't think he was such a cheapskate. When he placed the bet, he saw that he had quite a lot of money, just like a middle-aged man. Chung Han asked, "What kind of nonsense is this? He's from not the most famous clan, and he's only 25 years old. Where would he get the money from?" It was all money that people from his homeland had earned with their own sweat and blood. And like Ruin said, Mo and Hui only drinks tea and eats like a bird because of his injury. But he eats like a bird, and he brought that drunkard to pay for it too. But no, why is there even a teacher sitting next to the academy's first years and drinking nonstop? Ruin replied that he is the person they are making money off of. So as investors, they should take good care of him. This one thinks of him as a complicated, alienated neighbor. Or he could later rip that amount off Yoon since he goes to him for special training. Yoon replied that no problem. He would answer for the teacher. Heron was surprised and asked the guy, "Is he drunk already? He must have a bad tolerance for alcohol." Yoon said he's sober in the glass. They all drank the same, so why is he the one who's drunk? And asked Heron why he had 4 nostrils. Chang Hong told Ruin that now that they had both made it to the quarterfinals, it was going to get really tough. Out of 290 contestants, there are 32 left, and they're all strong. And among them are opponents he must observe and analyze. In the Holy Blade group, it is the renowned strongman Stormblade Ha Yun Meng of the Divine Blade Gate. From the same blade group is the noble blade Yu Ipsong from Qingcheng School. He is prophesied to be the winner of the group. And from the Queen of Swords group, the Queen of Swords' favorite ice phoenix Nayerin, and Snow Sword maiden Kwang Sol Ji, the only daughter of one of the top 5 sword masters of the ice sword teacher. And they bet on the ice phoenix, but you also need to keep an eye on the Snow Sword maiden, who has inherited the ice sword ability and is rapidly evolving. But the flaming blade got very angry and slammed his fist unexpectedly on the table. Ryuan told the guys to ignore it. Teachers are sometimes overwhelmed with emotion, and they'd better keep talking, and in general, it is necessary to keep an eye on this for, he asked. Chung Hong replied that it wasn't just for them. He hadn't forgotten the strongest finalist candidate in this festival of the Three Saint Masters Festival, had he? Ruin replied that the third shining sword, whatever its name was in the Holy Sword group, so it would be beaten by Hui. He bet over half his money on him, so he's not even going to watch the fight. Hui said they were alumni of the same high school. Chung Han replied that since this was such a conversation, he hadn't asked that until now, but their money was at stake. So he had a question for him. If he goes up against the Ice Phoenix Rin in the finals, what will he do? He'll be able to fight with his personal feelings aside, right? Whether it was sound technique or some other stuff, he would be able to wound the Ice Phoenix, right? But Ryuan froze at this moment and thought about what to answer. Yale was in the library at the time and said he had barely gotten the materials today, checked it out, and it turned out that Ho was right. And he looked at the statistics of the matches in the history of the Three Saint Masters Festival, and 60% of the time, the Junior Queen of Swords and the Junior New Hero compete in the finals. Ho replied that it's a pretty high probability. A Junior Holy Sword goes up against a Junior New Hero less than 30% of the time. The captain asked if there was any chance that the first match of the finals would be against the winner of the New Heroes group. Jiren said that yes, if a senior co-student came out as the winner of his group, there was a high probability that he would immediately be put into battle with the winner from the Sword Queen's group. But the student said that there is a Junior Sword Queen and a Junior Holy Sword practically can't meet in the finals. But why? Ho responded that there is an issue of weapon compatibility. The mindset of the audience also has an impact. Yell said that unlike a typical sword fight, a sword fight against another weapon looks more spectacular and the result is not as predictable. And the only exception is when a young new hero engages in combat with a young holy blade, when the former uses a sword and the latter a semblance of it. The captain continued that in addition, in the battle of a young sword queen against a young sword saint, he had never heard of a queen winning. Jiren replied that she couldn't deny that either, but there had been times when the Queen of Swords had prevailed over a young holy blade or a young new hero. But the apprentice said that if things go as they expect, the older co-student will become a young new hero and fight against Ice Phoenix Rin or the third shining sword, Qian Hung, and even more likely to come out against the Ice Phoenix. Sam entered the conversation and asked, "Are they serious? Does the older fellow student really like the Ice Phoenix?" Huck was frightened and started yelling at him not to say that. Such a devil can't have a heart. Jiren said that this is so in reality, he's out of his mind. But if the older co-ed does have a heart, his mistress has already been determined. Ho replied the same thing that was true. The senior co-disciple would never be able to use his ruthless techniques and simple beating against the Ice Phoenix. And in the end, if she's in his heart, the mere encounter with the Ice Phoenix jeopardizes the senior co-ed's victory. And there's a 60% chance of that happening. At the table, Ruin started to get indignant and asked why he should fight the young lady Na, much less injure her. It's disgusting, and it looks like Uncle has lived a hard life. Chunhong asked, was he going to lose to her? What kind of joke is this when their fortune is at stake? How will he pay them back then? But Heron thought about it and said that Brother Rien was right. He was digging up the ground to get a single silver piece. Yoon at this point started yelling that Ryuan was the only traitor. They had bet a lot of money. He said he would provide them with a luxurious life. Ryuan told them to calm down and asked why everyone was so excited. Is unwillingness to fight and hurt the same as losing? Shouldn't we make the fight elegant? Then you won't have to hurt anyone. If he shows a little more strength, the Heavenly Warrior Academy will disappear. That's enough proof, right? But this time in his thoughts, young Lady Rin answered him that he is the true winner, and she truly recognizes his level of strength. Ruin said that somehow it would be like that. All it would take was to get young Lady Na to recognize his abilities. The next morning, Thunder flew to Mrs. Rin and brought her a letter from Ruin. Nayan saw it and said the falcon flew in again. This time he asked her to watch the fight, but she said no. Rin replied that yes, she was. Since it's not a fight to get out of the new heroes group, it's not worth watching. Nayan asked, wondering if it was still a good idea. Even if this funny kid made it to the finals, he might still do something interesting in the process. And Seol seemed to have taken a liking to him. During the battles, he never once displayed the skills, martial arts, or weapons of his school, and that's probably because he's never once felt the need to do so. And she's waiting for that moment when the whirling sword appears and he has to show his true colors. Nayan thought, is that guy really that cool? So much so that even her sister couldn't see his real face? Seol showed up to the fight again and thanked her sister. And the quarterfinals start from today, so tickets are paid. But it's going to be an unpredictable and stupid fight, so don't let her think it's a waste of money. Nayan asked with surprise, a silly fight? Seol replied that the gentleman with disheveled hair would meet his worst enemy today. She had been told about it by Mr. Heron and the old man of the first year. Heron suddenly said that Ryuen was in trouble today. Their money might be in danger. Chung-han replied that because sound or knockback techniques wouldn't work against the enemy. The opponent entered the arena and said that he was a disciple of the Buddha and his name was Il-gong. Chung-hong at this said that the Red Falcon Gate, so-called Buddhist school that is influenced by Shaolin, they study the iron fist of 8 steps and the drunken gait of a horse with an iron head and arms. Heron wondered if his martial arts would allow him to survive a blow from Chin Thunder. And he wonders, why does he start with the rider's pose? Isn't it complicated? And the name of the school sounds like the name of the Red Falcons team. The Red Falcon commander at this moment knew that Il-gong, he was on friendly terms with the White Tiger team. Ho also wanted to support Il-gong very much at this moment and wishes him to brace himself. Gon told his opponent that his cruel tricks would not help him. He would quickly finish with him and raise a bowl of congratulatory drink. Ruin asked him, is he about alcohol? Is he definitely a monk from the Red Falcon enemy? Or is he a monk that likes snake wine and it doesn't seem like it would be much respectful to socialize with such a monk? Ruin pointed his hand at him and told him to attack. Gon didn't stand still and immediately started attacking. He used his foot attack for it was very easy and the best attack option for a monk. But Ryuen didn't even bother to dodge and just set his hands to repel his attack and see what he could do. But Ryuen was starting to get annoyed, and taking his tool, he swung around and smacked the monk on the head. Gon shouted that it was unbelievable. This guy's tool didn't break, and it turns out it's a tricky weapon. Ruin asked him, is that what he was telling him? The monk must have been disappointed in life and called him a hard-headed sheep. Heron said that this monk was cool, he even withstood the Thunder Chin strike. But Chang Hong said that this is not just a monk, but a Buddhist monk. A real monk can't come in here because of moral issues. And anyway, if he continues like this, he will definitely crack the chin. Gon said it wouldn't be easy this time. Ryuen replied to him that he was still here, and maybe he'd better not do it. Gon still didn't stop and used both fists to punch the tool. But the blow was so strong that his hands were covered in blood. Gong stepped back a distance and said he used an 8-step iron fist and his hand was cut. Chung Kong at this moment shouted that it was impossible and suggested that he proceed slowly. But Heron said he was glad it was over. But maybe learning the horse's drunken gait made him all brain dead. He doesn't understand why the monk keeps throwing himself at the Thunder Chin. Saul was quite upset at this point and asked, it wouldn't end with a light cut after all. The gentleman with the disheveled hair had an annoying opponent. But Nyan was surprised and wondered who the annoying enemy was. He can't even touch the edge of his enemy's clothes. People have flocked here to see Ryuen's tricks, but everyone, including that old rookie, is rooting for the monk. But Ryuen remembered Sabu's words as he told him that he would still meet a guy with skin as hard as a shell. The world is full of them, and he just had to put more spiritual energy into his attack. Ryuen wondered and asked, and why did his words come to mind in such a situation? And since such a dance, he already knew the answer. There was no point in going back. Heron asked at this point, what is Ryuen doing with the Thunder Chin? And it seems to him that he is putting spiritual energy into the sound. Chung Hong also said that it looks like it, and what a bullshit day it is. But Hui replied that it's Dechimecha no Kichin. Chung Hong thought that most masters just use stabbing weapons like swords or blades that could form the chi of a sword or the chi of a blade. But Chin thundered, "You can't play it without cutting yourself on the strings." Gong decided to try out his attacks again and shouted that this was the end. But Ruin wasn't even intimidated by this, and with a swing of his chin, he hit his opponent's head. The latter didn't even have time to touch him. But he didn't stop there and continued to beat him with tools. And on the last blow he hit, so that Gon flew into the sky and fell on the stands. Ha looked at it and said it looked kind of creepy, but he didn't seem to be dead. The captain asked if everyone was okay. Sam was surprised too and said he didn't realize there was a young lady behind them. "Is she okay?" Drew replied that she was fine, and she can't be not fine. On the contrary, she is very much fine. The referee said that in this bloodthirsty and difficult battle, B. Ruen was the winner, and he goes to the semifinals of the New Heroes group. In the office for the gatherings of the Community of Eight, Mok Wu said that at this Three Saint Masters festival, their Community of Eight was definitely leading the Queen Sword group. And it's as if the others are too tense. In the Holy Sword group, where the third Shining Sword is involved, the seventh Divine Sword exerts all its strength. And in the Holy Blade group, they are the strongest, but with the appearance of Song from the Ching Cheng school, things became more complicated. Jean didn't like it and told the guy not to laugh. And he asked, since when did Ching Cheng school specialize in blades? Zhu replied that the Kuzhong community had tried especially hard this time. Nevertheless, at the Festival of the Three Holy Masters, it was the descendants of the nine great factions, that could not be underestimated. After all, those who protected the Murim from the bloody apocalypse are their Sun Bai from the Community of Eight. Wu said that they too could not relinquish the privileges that the winner from each group received. And things like elixir, artifacts, and honors are passed on. But the nine great factions can't pass on the opportunity to receive a valuable lesson from the three heavenly warriors. And today they're going to watch Sona fight and strategize for Meng. Is she going with them? Zhu replied that the two of them would go together. She will take a look at the battle in the New Heroes group. Winning in that group, not the Holy Sword, Holy Blade, or Queen of Swords groups, is most important. Jin asks, why is Weiji Qian suddenly participating specifically in the New Hero group? Why is he in the standings? Mok Wu said that just like he said, there are three talents in the nine great factions that can oppose Weiji Qian. But according to the standings, they will fight amongst themselves first, and only one of them with Weiji Qian. Ji said that she believed that the strongest would survive and handle the whirling sword. She had never met two such talents, except for Tan Mun Cheon from the Tang clan in Sichuan. And that's why he's very eager to see them fight today. After the fight, Ryuan met with Hiran. Chung Han asked him what he kept spinning his head around after the fight was over. Ryuan replied that he felt like someone couldn't take their eyes off him, and most likely it's not a man, but it's too bad he can't accept those feelings. Hiran told the guy that luckily he wouldn't have to say no to anyone. Chung Han turned around and asked, did he think those girls were looking at him? But in fact, the girls said that Mr. Moen doesn't even look back. He's so unapproachable and handsome. Chung Han said those were harsh words, but he too overcame his anger. One should think of it as payment for a stupid misunderstanding. And if he beat those maidens, he would be eliminated from the tournament. Ruin asked, is that what he thinks of him? It's true that the student lack insight, but they just don't want to find out his true identity and follow him. He's not interested in them either. And the look that bothers him is more insistent and heavy. It's filled with passion and agony. That's the look. Yoon wondered if Ryuan had sensed it right. If it wasn't a man, could it be someone from the 7th Sword Fan Club? She may not like the fact that he's befriending him, or she may be planning to take him hostage to lure the 7th Divine Sword. Hiran asked, if it's like that, isn't it fun? But if it was a groupie, wouldn't Mo and Hui be the first to notice it? How's Hui? Hui replied that they could be anywhere. But today he didn't feel such a dangerous stare on him. Ryuan said he didn't know how, but he would go and check it out for himself. And that way he'd be calmer. At this time in the forest, Hiran asked Brother Chang Hong, should they definitely do this? Ryuan has a private life too, so why are they peeking? Chung Han replied that of course. He wasn't just their lovable fool now. All risks that affect their money must be eliminated. and all they have to do is watch. Why did he even bother? Heron replied, looking amused, and asked his brother if he was too good at this sort of thing. Um, Heron realized that if Brother Chan was analyzing things like this, maybe Brother Chan was from the gambling house, or maybe he's his comrade from the same place he's from. Chung Han replied that after drinking the wrong medicine as a child, his life force had decreased, so he was good at tracking. And where did Ruin intend to go? And if he wants to meet the young lady who's stalking him, he just needs to get away to a secluded, deserted place. And the distance these two, non-existent to the academy, seem to have traveled. Heron said, sure. It was lucky that at least here he stopped for a while. If some young lady has been following Ruin all this time, she's crazy. He thought so, but that girl had indeed appeared. Moreover, they had definitely seen her at the opening ceremony of the Three Saint Masters Festival. Chanyan was disappointed and thought she was a pain in the ass. Who else would have the guts to go after their fool for so long? And the precious daughter of their Heavenly Warrior Academy principal, Peng Haren, and he's afraid about the tab. Their fool has done something to her, Ruin said, finally showing her face, and she turned out to be unexpectedly shy. Ju got really angry and withdrew his sword and yelled at him to shut up, and asked him if he remembered what had happened that night. Ruin replied with a familiar expression, this place, even though it looks empty, there's no need to shout. What if a passing uncle hears her and thinks the wrong thing? Ju responded that he was being cheeky, and that night he hid in her bedroom and saw her body, and he grabbed her so shamelessly. And how dare he touch her while she couldn't move? Did he think she couldn't find him because he was wearing a mask that day? Ju couldn't help herself and attacked him, but Ryuan stopped and told her, first of all, she was fully clothed. Secondly, she was swinging her sword at all. He left in blood, and she keeps talking about that day. Ju asked him how dare he call her that. Ruin replied that he couldn't remember her name, so how should he address her? Anyway, apologizing once again for accidentally walking into her room that day. Heron said at this point that he was afraid he had done something dirty to her, and they're talking about those days at the Purity Pavilion. And judging by the fact that he gave her such an unusual nickname like Squeeze, they're pretty close. Is Ryuan going to marry her now? Chung Han asks, is that possible? She says she's going to ruin his life. He realized that from what he'd heard, he'd entered the room by mistake, and nothing had happened. Ju told him he was lying. He goes to the Sky Warrior Academy and he can't remember her name? Does he think she'll believe that? And you thought you could get away with one apology, and now the bastard's gonna die. But Ryuan was not confused and grabbed her sword again. Ju said he was a pervert. What was he grabbing his wrist for? Let him go. Ruin asked, if he let go, she would hit, right? Besides, he really doesn't remember. It's not like she introduced herself to him. So why does she think he should remember her name? The girl replied, who in the Heavenly Warrior Academy might not know her? Steel Stud Peng Ju. Her maternal grandfather is a great holy blade, and her father is the Academy's headmaster. Ruin replied that it was her grandfather and father who was great and famous, not her. And he didn't think she needed to know. Maybe she just wanted him to pay attention to her. Ju asked who wants his attention. That's not true, you crazy pervert. Did he think if he didn't threaten her honor, she'd pretend it wasn't him? Ryuan told Miss Peng not to go into details. Didn't she hear him say to the uncle passing by? Ju replied that she didn't need his nasty concern. Chung Han thought and realized that he had noticed that they were watching him. And what kind of threats were we talking about? What did he see there? Ruin said he didn't understand. Was what he had seen so great a flaw of hers that she would want to kill him? Ju asked him what he was carrying by using the voice transmission technique. Ryuan replied that no, well, shouldn't she be proud of such an amazing body that not every warrior has? Also with his current situation, even if he told, no one would believe him. Ju was surprised and asked, what? Ruin replied that even now she was spending her energy on compression, worrying about other people's gazes, so it was hard for her to demonstrate her own power and kill him. And her original appearance isn't bad. So what's the point of all this? Ju asked with surprise. Not bad. What is he talking about? She started suddenly waving her fists and screaming that it's not true, and she doesn't believe him. Chung Han said they are using a voice transmission technique. What are they talking about? There's no lust for killing. Heron asked him if he thought so. Ruin started to run away and shouted that there was no harm in dreaming. In this state, it would last forever. Anyway, he said what he wanted to say. so he should deflect. Hiran asked, should they go after him now? Somehow he doesn't feel much like it. Chung Han replied that they would leave them and go eat. Chung Han understood that when a woman swinging a sword blushed, it was a dangerous sign. First the precious daughter of the head of the alliance, now the daughter of the director. How was he supposed to report this? The head at this time said that he would go and support his little girl. But what would happen if he caught a glimpse of her fighting? But wouldn't that seem like pressure for his daughter to be awarded the victory? Namgung replied that, yes, it will show. Therefore, the deputy head of the alliance, whose son is involved, did not come either. The head said his wife could go and see then, but she herself had asked not to. And what about him going? Doesn't he want to see San and Sang-san? And at the same time, he'd paint his daughter's battle scene in detail. Namgung replied that it would only be a burden. Besides, his children are not participating this time. He will ask the head of the Shadowless Squad to make as colorful a report as possible. The head said that since it's the semi-finals now, the battle for the Queen of Swords exit group is coming up, and he can't even see his daughter in action. And what if she took offense that she was lonely without family support? Namgung replied that she was worried about such a thing. After all, it is a long tradition of the Heavenly Alliance not to attend the festival of the Three Holy Masters. The head said no, she looks just like him. And does he know how lonely his little blood child will be? But on the other side of the country, a guy asked Cho Yun what he was doing here. Yan replied that he came because he had something to say about the next fight. And his rival is the elder Rai Yuan, and he knows him well. The guy laughed and asked, is this worthwhile information? Yen replied that, yes, this is very important information. And what does he think about using poison in the next fight? The guy replied that he wasn't sure, but what did Yen think about it? Yen replied that he thinks he'll use it, and then he'll regret it. The guy got a laugh and said that if he didn't kill his opponent with deadly poison, he wasn't breaking the rules. So what's he got to be sorry about? Yen replied that on the contrary, that was the problem. In this world, there are opponents who, if not killed instantly, are better off not being touched at all. And immediately remembered his teachers saying that they wouldn't die from them, but he was scared and shouted that they were poisonous. They are a trio of green blood snakes. They are sometimes found in Sichuan. The disciple also said at that moment that if she and Tang-san were bitten, they would be fine, but the others might be in danger. And a trio of green blood snakes always move in a cube, and if they are bitten 3 or more times, it will be difficult to neutralize the poison. But the teacher took the snake in his hands and asked the boys, what is this nonsense? They're all studying martial arts. So what if they get bitten a couple times by creatures without legs and wings? Even if it's snake venom, they have to use spiritual energy. The teacher asked the students at the time of the snake bite, what is so scary about this small snake anyway? And when he was little, he was bitten by an emuji the size of a house and thicker than a person. The disciples were greatly surprised and asked, emuji? And why does he continue to just stand there? The teacher asked in response, what's the big deal? You just have to catch them all. And tonight's dinner is healthy and tasty snake meat. The teacher took the needles and destroyed all the snakes, and ordered the others to boil half of them and fry half of them. And their gallbladders will need to be collected separately and made into an infusion. And then drink 1 bowl every 3 days. Yen was surprised and asked, this garbage? The disciple said, although not lethal, it is still a poison. He and Tang-san would be fine because they had undergone family poison resistance training. The teacher asked in response, doesn't that mean that the others should develop good resistance as well? How long would people like them live if they were sent away? Let them chew and swallow everything. If everything is digested, the spiritual energy will only increase. And realize that the older fellow student was Sabu's best disciple that he was so smug about. If the poison really wasn't lethal, it would be nothing to him. Yen said that poison, which wouldn't kill him, would only make him more aggressive. So no poison. And in fact, the best way to get out without wounds is to surrender quickly. This advice he gives him after much deliberation, as a cousin and blood relative from the Tang clan in Sichuan. The guy laughed and said that when he asked about the information, he didn't think he would be talking such nonsense. The guy said that since he was a little kid, everyone thought he was a slacker, and his brains must have melted when he became a member of the Red Falcons team. He attacked immediately with coins in his hand and said that they say money is the best medicine. He'll cure him. Yen noticed that they were copper coins, And it's also a whirlpool of 4 rings that is used as a boomerang. He immediately went on the defense and started dodging attacks. But somehow everything seemed slow to him. But he realized it's not like that. He's the one who's so fast. And it can't be. Eun told the guy that he gratefully accepts his medicine. And let brother Mu Chihyun next time use gold or silver coins. Chihyun started yelling that he always ended up getting beaten, didn't he? But how did he suddenly grow up? Yen replied that they were almost the same age, so it made sense that his skills weren't as terrible now. Let him not worry about the little things. He better need to think about the advice he gave him. Because of the bloodline, and in the name of family honor, he warns one last time. If he fights him using poisonous techniques, he will meet a sad fate. That will be all. Cheon shouted after him that he was a jerk. He can't wait to see how much that guy matches his story. The next day, Ruin came out to fight his opponent Cheon. They looked at each other and didn't say anything. Seo asked the guys, why are these two just standing there? Mr. Drum Chin won't use the sound technique today or something strange? Hiran replied that he did, and it seemed to be a request from a senior member of the Red Falcons team to make the opponent as welcome as possible. But Chang Hong said this request, although he personally heard it, he still can't believe it. Why does a young lady from the Tang clan dislike her blood relatives so much? Suddenly Ju asked, were they really about the Tang clan's madam asking for something? But why would she ask for a blood relative? Very interesting. She realized that if she thought about it, this time all those nasty individuals from the Red Falcons team had come to watch the fight again. But why? The Red Falcon disciple also wondered at this moment, why was the head of the 8 community looking at them like that? And at this time was telling the girl that the case was crappy. That idiot, their brother, was going to use poison. Is she sure about that? The girl asked him, can he see? If not, would he put on such a show? But if he uses poison, he's dead. I wish he hadn't touched him. Cheon tells the guy that he's done for. And he's standing there with his eyes wide open, not understanding why he didn't attack right away. Doesn't he know who's standing in front of him? Cheon realized that this upstart Cheolon had come to warn him. But something doesn't add up. He can use neutralization instead of poison. Ruin said that overall, he didn't like hearing about him, and there were too many words. But at night, the apprentice met with him and said that for her and her brother's sake, could Ruin deal with him in the least vile way possible, so that it wouldn't be so shameful to their family? Ruin asked, what kind of useless request is that? He's always trying to finish a fight with dignity. That's why he uses a really cool sound technique. Ruin said that anyway, to make a long story short, he's mentally retarded for using poison. And he thinks he's seen enough, and let him leave the arena quietly. Cheon got angry and told him how funny he was. Even though he's holding up well, it's hard to move. He's bluffing. And at this moment, he's already used 3 kinds of poison. The opponent said he would count to 3 and start, and thought that the effects of the soul-mixing poison would probably be the first to show up. And the guy will behave obscenely, showing all his nasty nature, but if the poison of impatience kicks in before he gets naughty, then he would perform the sound technique with his ass, showing all his beauty. And that's the price for looking at him like a club while he emitted a formless poison without color or smell. And in the third, he's going to lose in the worst way. And lastly, he saved the third muscle-destroying poison. Suddenly, Cheon looked over and was surprised that nothing was coming out and asked the guy why he was still okay. Ruin asked him in response, was he doing anything? Did he really think something cool would come out of such worthless poison? Or was that what he'd been aiming for all along? Ruin used his powers against his opponent and said he would help him and would give him a chance to make things right. Cheon was surprised and angry. He shouted that it was impossible. He mixed and tested everything with his own hands. Cheon attacked with his rope, but suddenly everything changed at that moment and his weapon shattered. Ruin said that anyway. How could he use poison on an innocent person? Ruin took his tool in his hands at the moment of the attack from his opponent and punched right at his stomach, and he asked that maybe it would be better to stop using his hands altogether. Cheon couldn't even dodge this strong and fast attack and received injuries to his body. Cheon suddenly fell to the ground and started screaming in pain. Suddenly, his hand began to be covered with dark colors. Yen and her sister were also surprised and couldn't believe that this was how the fight ended. But the referee took responsibility and said that the fight was over in an emergency. And it was Ruin who won this time. and will be determined after a decision on possible disqualification is made. At the meeting, the guy said that he thought they helped Dae-jin pay by both getting kicked out of the New Heroes group. And if it goes like this, then Weiji-cheon will win the New Heroes group without a fight. He wanted revenge so badly that he doesn't even know whether to congratulate him or sympathize. Hung said it would be a bit of a shame if Ryuen was eliminated. Nevertheless, it is good news. The guy replied that it was still unknown what the judges would decide. He wondered, what he had done to a member of the Tang clan was on purpose or by accident? And could this Ryuen have done it on purpose? In the community meeting room of 8, Jin shouted that this was really too much. It wasn't like he had killed his opponent and crippled him on purpose. So what's the problem? Is that he can't use the gold core anymore? Would the judges really believe that a nameless rookie from a little-known school could do such a thing to Tang Mongchong? Wu replied that this newcomer had hurt a lot of people during the special introductory ceremony. And now with a direct hit to the golden core of a Tang clan member, he had rendered him so incapacitated that he had lost the ability to control poisons. Wu turned to the head and said that he had seen it in person. But how was it? It was said that it would be possible to recover the golden core to some extent later on. But he didn't quite understand why he wouldn't be able to use poisons for the rest of his life. Ju replied that that fight was also watched by Tan Shul-yun and Tan Moon-hye from the Red Falcons team. Yen became very angry and shouted, "That is it, ruined!" For the rest of his life, poisons. Hye told him he was a moron and told him to shut up. Ju said she heard strange words and asked what Tan Shul-lun wanted to say next. Considering Tang Yuan's condition at that moment, she thinks something in the body broke down that controls the poison. So now he won't be able to resist poisons for the rest of his life, she thinks somehow. It was highly likely that Ryuen had done it intentionally. It must have been aimed not at the golden core from the start, but at just such a place. Wu replied that then she meant that the unique acupuncture point of the Tang clan of Sichuan that controls resistance to poisons had been destroyed, and Tang Mongchol had poisoned himself with the poison that he himself had used. Jin replied that no, if it was the acupuncture points next to the golden poison, then it was Qiyue, but it was the anterior meridians, not the posterior midline meridians. How would he even know where the point was? What was responsible for controlling poison resistance in the Tang clan of Sichuan? And does he even have the strength to do such a thing? Ju said he did. I'm sure he's got it all figured out. This way, Ryuen won't be disqualified. He's mean, but he's not sneaky. He's crazy, but he's not stupid. Did the captain ask his men what Xian had gone when he tried to poison Ryuen? Ho said it turns out that because the acupuncture point unique to the Tang family that is responsible for poison resistance and poison attacks is destroyed, he will never be able to use poison again? Yen replied that it was correct. He can't go into details because it's a secret of their martial arts. But in general, it's like this. Yen asked his sister, why was she squinting at him like that? It's not like he didn't tell the exact location of the poison acupuncture point. He just explained it. He replied that he was a dumbass and had already babbled too much. Everyone had already seen where that damn moon Xian had been hit. What if the rumor of it spreads? It would be fatal for their family. Yen said that hitting the Qi Hai point, or the golden core, it'd also fatal. He didn't say that it was hidden in the crotch point in the intersection of the anterior midline meridian, passing through shaman and the poison meridian. He said they were using the voice transmission technique. Why else would he open his mouth? Does he turn toward her? Shouldn't he also raise a banner? The girl turned to Hehe and said that she thought for some reason the two of them were fighting using voice transmission. If it's about leaking classified information, she may not worry. Yale answered the same thing, which is correct. And so it's pretty hard to figure out what happened. And even if you guess by accident, there's no one to tell about it. Hawk also said it was fine. What kind of crazy person would rant against the Tang family, which is known for paying friends double and enemies tenfold? And if anyone yaps, he'll organize a gang of beggars and tell them first. And he even asked the guy if he'd heard. Yoon replied that, yes, even though he can hear, he doesn't know anything. But a person like him might misunderstand. That's right. He's definitely wrong. The disciple said that even if they only guessed but didn't know for sure, how did Senior Ryuen do that? It turns out he did it by accident. Jiren replied that he wouldn't be disqualified then because he hadn't intentionally deprived his opponent of martial arts. He says that nothing can be certain until the verdict is in. An old man from their family could help them figure it out. but he'll probably side with Cheon. Yeon also replied that his shirt is closer to his body. Many adults will side with Moonshon since they are not aware of his character. Suddenly, Hae remembered and told Yoon that there seemed to be a student with a wrinkled face among his friends. Immediately after the fight ended, he came up to her asking about it. And she did not go into details, just said that Cheon did use a dangerous poison. It seemed to her that that student immediately rushed to the judges. Yoon was surprised and asked, "Chung-hong?" Director Soo said that the poison he uses for stomach pain and as an aphrodisiac. But this is too much. It's the Cheon child who crossed the line. But the guy replied that it's not just a dangerous poison. At first, symptoms like mild paralysis appear, and it seems like the person will soon recover. But after half an hour, detoxification becomes more complicated. It is a secret and vile poison that slowly and painfully makes a man a cripple as his muscles and bones harden over time. And if they hadn't found the antidote in his clothes, things would have been sad. Perhaps he himself had planned to cripple his opponent during this fight. Sue said that it appeared that if the poison was not neutralized immediately after the fight, the effects would be irreversible. He was probably immune to the poison himself. And this had just been revealed in an emergency meeting. So he must have also heard what diagnosis the poisonous healer Yue of the Tang family had given this child. Dr. Yue said that Cheon did use poison, but now he is half crippled himself. He can't elaborate on the Tang clan's martial arts mechanism. Sue thought for a moment and replied that Ruwen ended up making Cheon a cripple in the end. So what does the guy think? The guy replied that if Cheon hadn't used poison, his golden core wouldn't have been damaged and he wouldn't have been crippled. Direct descendants of the Tang clan create and train what is called a poison acupuncture point. Poison seeps through it, so it must collect somewhere in the crotch point at the intersection. And it was the anterior midline and poison meridian. It was the one that was destroyed by Ruen's strike. If the poison point wasn't completely destroyed, but only injured, it could be repaired. But now Cheon's body was affected by the poisons he had used. Sue replied that what he fought for was what he got. But two questions remain. How did Ruen manage to stay unharmed when the poison was so strong? And did he know that hitting that spot would cripple Cheon? The boy replied that though Ruen was generally ignorant of martial arts, he was immune to most poisons. But given Ryuen's intelligence and inhuman instincts at the usual time, he probably instinctively identified a vital point and hit it on purpose. The guy suddenly asked, "Is it wrong to hit a person that you plan to cripple?" Everyone realizes that if you hit a person in the neck or heart, the person will die, yet it is allowed to use swords. But why couldn't Ruen hit the acupuncture point? Sue replied, that's how the guy thinks. The boy replied that he was just curious. If Ruen was the son of a famous family or a disciple of the 9 great factions, would the result of today's fight come into question? Sue said that what he meant was that the fight was fair, and the problem was that a low-origin disciple had crippled a person from the Tang clan. That's right, Ruen is a disciple with a low origin. For the current Heavenly Warrior Academy, this is an important problem. But how dare a person of such low origin take the first place during the opening ceremony and even get this far during the 3 Saint Masters Festival? And how can he be so straightforward and not follow etiquette? Ruen's too much of a goofball. He's only lasted all this time because he has a flaming blade behind him, and a sudden fallen stone stirred up the water, making the tadpoles, who thought their lake was the sea, doubt it. When he can't get rid of standing water by breaking the river to the sea, the first thing to do is to remove the rock. But this child was very lucky. And it's not only the flaming blade that protects him, but also him. Fortunately, the accident only happened to a distant relative of the Tang clan, Sichuan clan. So even the noble sword stepped in. The guy realized at this moment and remembered all the moments and thought that this was very different from how he behaved with Mo and Hui the other day. Sue said that it looks like thanks to him, Ruen will be able to get away with it this time. And from what he heard, the 3rd prince had gotten very close to him. Even bet on him to win in the master evaluation community. And he is eager to find out who the head of the bestiary has bet on, for there is not a single master whose secrets he does not know. The boy replied that it was true that Ryuen's skills were good, as was the fact that he got along well with the 3rd prince. Sue laughed and told the guy that since everything was as he said, if the stone that fell into the lake was useful, shouldn't it be worth picking it up? The next day, the audience started cheering and shouting that here was Ruen's dignity, And this is how fights should be. Ruin got a laugh too and asked, didn't everyone know this was going to happen? It's only natural. Hiran told Ryan that if anyone looked, they would think he was the one who won. Then why shouldn't he join them? Ruin asked in response, why would he want to join that bunch of jerks who are fanatical about Miss Rin? They're on completely different levels with them. Hiran wondered if there was a difference between him and the spectators. After all, he had come here to watch Miss Rin fight without waiting for the verdict on his own fight. Ruin asked the guy, what was he talking about? They had only come to see her from afar, but he had come to meet her. But suddenly a stranger comes up and starts saying that it's nonsense. And he doesn't think she'll meet someone like him. And someone who is about to be disqualified for such cruel and cowardly behavior is no way to be with her. Ryan asked, who else is he? Making himself look like a know-it-all? And I think he had seen his face before. The guy asked him, had he forgotten him, Weiji Qian, the master of the Whirlwind Blade and the head of the Ice Phoenix Guard? And he even participated in the Three Saint Masters Festival to take revenge on him. If he was disqualified from the festival before their meeting, he would never forgive him. But suddenly someone started laughing and told the guy that he might not worry. But people suddenly started shouting that a noble sword had come. Noble Sword said that the two of them will meet in the finals. Ryuan wasn't disqualified, so let him show his best in the final fight with Ji Chong. The Noble Sword began to tell him that he had no lack of talent when he was young, especially compared to others. That was why he, a disciple of the Wudang school, was called a Holy Sword, and the elders of the 9 great factions had high hopes for him. But because of Mo and Jiang Qian, his friend and rival that pushed him to tragedy, and the horrible monster from Mount Amation, he fell into the abyss. With the help of close training, he had gone through a great awakening and had straightened out many masters, but it was too late. And true growth is only possible when fighting strong enemies. If he wasn't satisfied with classical training and wanted to taste the power of the swords of strong enemies, if he preferred not an awkward friendship, but a battle with those who had left him far behind, becoming a trio of holy masters, and maybe he would have lived a completely different life. But that didn't happen. It is a harsh but glorious opportunity for a brash young man who is constrained by the guise of a friend. And for his sake and for his growth, he personally organized and set up everything. A group of new heroes is a battle scene with representatives of various martial arts, and a great opportunity for training and growth to approach and even overtake the likes of Holy Sword. And of course, that's what got him to the final group of new heroes. If he found out how much he cared for him, he'd probably be very surprised and wouldn't find room for embarrassment. But he doesn't really need words of appreciation. He should just strive to reach his maximum. Ruin suddenly apologized and asked the old man, did he tell him that? The Noble Sword replied that it was correct, though he was apparently surprised to hear good news from him. And let him not forget, he is now a proud finalist of the New Heroes group and can confidently compete and beat anyone. But Qian was greatly surprised that the Noble Sword, which is like a guardian for the Kujong community, supports some scum from a nameless school more than him. Ruin introduced himself and asked, then it turns out that high school student Cheon also made it to the finals. His name is Ji Cheon. It's kind of hard to remember a name like that. Cheon introduced differently and said that his name was like that. And how dare he speak so brazenly in the presence of a great noble sword? Ruin was surprised and replied that he thought he was called Ji-chan because he's always falling to the ground. Either way, he's glad that the guy has improved so much that he made it to the finals. And he thinks the guy was pretty upset that day, and he hopes he turned his depression on with something tasty. Cheon was surprised and told him he was an arrogant asshole. Ryuan replied that he doesn't know how great that old man is, but is the shit he's shitting out the same great? And why does he think it's rude for someone to be rude to him? Isn't the fact that he can't learn someone else's name more rude? The noble sword started laughing, and Cheon said, what kind of sophistry is that? Ryuan replied that the man he was waiting for would be coming soon. So the last time he spoke his name was Ryuan, and off he went. Nan at this time was telling her sister that even though it was a matter of course, she congratulated her. The next battle is the finals of the Queen of Swords group. Rin was surprised and thanked. Suddenly, Cyril said that Mr. Drum Chin is coming here, and it looks like he's coming to congratulate her too. Ruin walked over and turned to young lady Rin and said that he congratulated the Queen of Swords group for making it to the finals, and it looks like they will meet in the arena soon. Xian looked at the whole thing and thought he was an idiot, and Ryuan probably thinks that if he hits on her like that, she'll recognize him as a rival. But the noble sword realized otherwise, that he was one of those who fell in love with the daughter of the head of the alliance, and children of low origin are always attracted to a luxurious shell, and they flock to it, forgetting discretion. Rin replied, thanking her for her suspicions. And then he wouldn't be disqualified? Ryuan replied naturally. And judges aren't idiots. From the beginning, the inspection was just the result of a mistake, and he thinks they got a speck of dust in their eye during the fight. Rin said that it turns out they both made it to the finals. Nan thought at that moment, what the hell is he talking about? And why would her sister seriously consider him a rival? Ruin answered her that was correct, and suddenly remembering asked, how about watching his final fight? He would send her invitations by thunder. Rin replied that was fine and she would look forward to it, and let him do his best. Ruin suddenly wondered what if he did his best, would he be disqualified again? Xian heard the whole thing and thought, what the hell is this nonsense? She's never been interested in men. Why did she accept his invitation and expect him to do his best? But then he'd have to show her how awful he was. But the noble sword saw all this and thought what a rude child. And it was a pity he didn't have the chance to initially train him from the very basics, but he wasn't wrong. Noble Sword went to the headmaster and said that this time the winners of the finals would be determined, and after the Holy Master trio would be busy again. And so he worries about the young hero from the group of new heroes getting suspended again. Su replied that the young heroes have to wait for their training in any case, because the Holy Sword trains the finalist of the Holy Sword group, the Holy Blade of the winner of the Holy Blade group, and the Sword Queen of the descendant of her group. But asked, isn't the fact that for a kid in a group of new heroes, the fact that he or she can personally ask someone for a lesson a huge advantage? After all, he could choose not only one of the three Holy Masters, but any other Marim Elder. The Noble Sword laughed and replied that in principle, yes, but most don't dare to approach anyone and just wait to be chosen. Su suddenly said, sometimes that's really what happens. If the Noble Sword has an idea about young heroes, he would love to hear it. The Noble Sword replied that if there was a child in that situation this time, he could take care of him and teach him some lessons. If it was fate, he could learn more too. Su asked him, so would he personally take him up on it? Ryuan and Xian just made it to the final group of new heroes, curious which candidate he had in mind. The Noble Sword replied that in any case, the child that would become entitled to his lessons and needed instruction would have no other dealings with him. He realized that unlike those who grew up in the 9 great factions or families, this child, like the spores of a dandelion, he would easily absorb new knowledge. And to deal with the newfound Holy Sword, he's going to have a lot to learn. Nan suddenly said that this striking chin attracted the gazes of everyone around. Even the Noble Sword was interested in it. But since she was also interested in it, maybe she wanted to check something? Rin replied that yes, she did. She thinks during the whirlwind sword fight, he will show his martial arts. Suddenly, Saul met Mr. Heron and said they had just met his disheveled friend. Heron replied that that was how it was. Of course, it was surprising because he had come along with him from the beginning. But the Noble Sword came, then he went to greet young Lady Na, and then he forgot about him altogether, leaving him alone and disappeared. And it's as if he doesn't exist. Saul suddenly laughed and said, doesn't he exist? And it turns out she had just made a discovery, though perhaps the disheveled gentleman couldn't see it because of his bangs. Heron thought it was funny too, and said it was possible, but he thinks he was even lucky that it was her who noticed him. Heron came home in the evening, and standing in front of the door asked Chang Hong if he was home. Suddenly, he thought, there didn't seem to be anyone there, a chance to look inside once. Heron tried to open the door, but he couldn't get it open. He thought it was strange because the door was locked from the inside. Suddenly, from inside, Chung Han asked who the hard luck had brought. Heron thought it was strange. No one was there, but it was locked from the inside. Chung Han slowly opened the door and told his brother it was him, and asked why he had to break down the miserable door. He would have just called out. Heron laughed and replied that he hadn't seen him at dinner and had come to check on him. But the lock was gone, and it seemed no one was inside either. He thought that Shanyan had either wandered off, forgetting to lock the door, or something had happened inside. Chun Hong said it was nothing like that. He was just tired and fell asleep like a dead man. And yes, what happened? Did their fool get into trouble again? Hiran replied that no. He just heard during dinner that someone went to Ruen's room, and it was kind of like a high school student named Dan Mok Wu from the community of 8. In the room, Wu said that all the disciples who were not related to the 9 great factions were essentially members of the communities of the 8. Therefore, he would also receive their support. And he congratulates them on reaching the finals of the Young Masters tournament. Since they are members of their community, there is no need to be shy. Let them take pills, medicinal collections as aid, and he would be glad to have them join the elders of their community this time. The head asked to be told that they are taking particularly good care of them, and they are not forcing them in any way. They just want to help them through finals. Hui replied that he would refuse to accept food or anything that outsiders provide. And even without anyone else's request, he'll show in the finale everything he can do. Ryuan asked if they only give that to them, or do the disciples from the 9 great factions who made it to the finals also receive such a thing? Wu replied that Meng, who had made it to the finals of the Holy Blade Group, received similar help. But the barmaids on Rin and Kwang Sol Ji, who reached the finals of the Queen of Swords group, will not receive any, as both are part of the 9 great factions. Ruin gave a surprised look and said that it was a service provided only to those who fought the disciples of the 9 great factions. He took it in his hands and asked, "Is this expensive stuff? What about flavor and effect?" He wouldn't take it without quality assurance. And he'll refrain from the pill if it's crappy and the flavor sucks. Wu said he doesn't know the exact price, but he doesn't have to worry about the quality. This precious pill is called the fragrant pill because it tastes and smells great. Ryuan replied that since that's the case, he takes it. Wei takes it too. But we immediately said no, as he said he doesn't accept food or things from strangers. Ryuan was surprised and replied that what a pedant he was, he would just give it to him. If he gives it to him, he can clean his zone with 1 cleaning ticket. Hui thought about it and said he would take it too. Wu also got excited and said that they were both in the finals. The next morning, the referee said that the Young Masters finals were about to begin. Ryuan entered the arena and said that he was about to see what the effects of these pills were. After that, the boys went to their elder uncle's house. Chung Han looked at it and asked, "Is that a perfumed pill? And they say it was given to them by the head of the community of 8? Ryuan asked, wondering what was wrong. Had they been lied to? If that was the case, he would be greatly disappointed. Hui also said that it was probably either poison or dope. But Hiran said that if it wasn't for kidnapping Hui from the men's dormitory, then it was poison aimed at Ryuan. Hiran asked his brother, "Isn't that dangerous?" Cheng Hong replied that a lie is a lie, but there are nuances. So just in case, he tasted it. It's not a fragrant pill, but a golden pill. It is similar to the fragrant pill, but much more valuable. Ryuan said that very strange business. Maybe they got it mixed up. How much more expensive is it? Chung Han replied that the fragrant pill is also expensive, but this one is 5 times more expensive. They couldn't be confused, passing on such value to the two of them, and thinks the reason is because of him. Heron told his brother that if it was given by the head of the 8 community, isn't that young lady steel stud, Ping Haren? But if that's the case, why would Mo and Hui give it to her too? Chung Han replied that he didn't know. Anyway, is he going to eat both of them? If eating both within a short period of time won't double the effect, maybe he'll give it to Hui? Ruin asked, why would that be? He was a little worried because it was an expensive medicine, but he had already figured out where to put it. Chung Han told him to stop and asked, was he really going to give the gift of a steel stud to the Ice Phoenix? Better let him eat both of them himself. He doesn't need to do that. Hiran also told him that he didn't need to do that. Ryuan asked why they were talking about Lady Rin so suddenly. She fights just fine without such things. So why would he waste his investment? The guys asked with surprise, capital investment? What is he even talking about at a time like this? A guy came to the forest at night and said that he was the noble blade Yu Epsiong, and he came here after receiving a note from an unknown girl. And he's already here. Let them muster up the courage to come out. He was a little hesitant at first, not knowing their true intentions. After all, tomorrow was the finals of the Holy Blade Group. But their courage touched him deeply, and he came. And he realized that he was a finalist for the Holy Blade Group. Who could harm him? And if he was beaten, the opponent would automatically be eliminated too. And he's percent 80, 90%, no, even 100% sure that he's finally going to have a sweetheart. The dream suddenly turned around and said, really a young lady. But in a moment, he realized that it was very bad. Sleep wondered and thought, who are these guys? And what's that shitty taste in his mouth? And then he realized it was a trap and it was poison. Heron did an altered voice and said it was good for the body, but had to be sucked up and swallowed, and popped the pill into his mouth. And he's probably wondering who they are and why they're doing this to him, but he won't say anything. Sleep didn't understand and thought that they decided to play a joke on him so that he couldn't go to the fight, and he would definitely understand them. But a changed voice also issued from behind the tree and told his men to tell him he was wrong. Ryoan said that instead of focusing on preparing for battle, he coveted love and came here. They are disappointed and concerned. And he couldn't even tell if it was a girl or a fake, even though he was only covered by a scrap of cloth. Yoon didn't understand it and thought that his brother had said that he should just deliver the note to the enemy without uttering a word, covered by the cape. Was he trying to squeeze him for the girl? Sleep thought, is it really a man? What nonsense is this? A graceful body and deer eyes with a twinkle so shy no matter how you look at it. This is a girl. Yoon didn't understand how this happened. He just covered his mouth and nose with a cape, and he was mistaken for a girl. But what is it that he can't see well? Ruin said they were generous, so today he'll get off with a light warning and a little help. Now let him swallow the medicine. Heron shoved the medicine in and said it was expensive, so let him be careful. Sung realized that they had made him swallow it, but he didn't want to. Heron said afterward that his big brothers would help him swallow and internalize everything without a trace. And is he ready to win tomorrow's fight? Sleep tried to resist them and told them not to do it, and he even called them perverts. But walking into the arena with the team, Heron told his brother that yes, he was looking forward to it, but he thought it would be more comfortable to watch from the front seats. Cheng Hong asked, what other front seats are there? Starting with the group finals, the price for seating becomes quite a bit, so standing seats are the best option if you don't have an invitation card. Yoon also came over and said that it was surprising that Mo and Hui didn't come. Although the Holy Sword Group finals are tomorrow, he must be preparing. Heron replied that it was much simpler than that. Someone standing nearby told him not to come to watch the finals. But Ryuan suddenly asked, what did he have to do with it? He locked himself in his room to do a general cleaning. He's going to clean half of it, or the flying flies will give him a heart attack. Chung Han asked, wondering if he'd given him the leftovers. They had only used some of it after all. Ryuan replied that no, he was the kind of guy who climbed up on his own. And the man they'd seen last night had burned himself on his gullibility. But it was a matter of justice. Heron tells Ryuan that he's probably the only one who talks like that about justice issues. Though of course he agrees with their and Brother Chan's opinions. Chung Han asked, then the remaining percentages in another pill he would eat himself? Ryuan replied that no one knows and the fight has already started. The referee said that the opponents in the final match of the Holy Blade group, Stormblade Yun Meng from the Gate of the Divine Blade, will come out to fight. And the Noble Blade Song from Ching Cheng School. One of the elders said that the entire 3 Holy Master Saints, the Academy Headmaster and his deputy would be evaluating. But Ju also said that the finals of the Holy Blade group was starting. Sheik at this moment said that the Ching Cheng School's blade art. Today he would finally see their kind of blade art traces of pure flow. And also the kid from their Gate of Divine Blade Art will definitely make it through. But San replied that she didn't know that the judge's chair is a place to show personal audience sympathy. It should be selfless and incorruptible. Shik said he was just a little amused. No need to worry, he'll keep an open mind. Immediately the whistle blew and the fight began. Sung immediately went on the defensive and deflected the first blow. He suddenly felt his strength surging over the edge. And it had been flowing since last night. And that fucking poison, was it really a miracle elixir? And he realized that mysterious young lady with deer eyes. And he doesn't know her true intentions, but he will definitely win and find her. Song didn't give up after that and made the strongest attack and knocked his opponent's sword off his hands. And the judge said that the noble sword Sung had won. Chung Hong said afterward, this time the young Saint Blade Saint from Ching Cheng. Yoon also turned and shouted that Song had won so coolly. Heron clapped too and said, great, they can rest easy about their money. Chung Han immediately told the fool that it was up to him and Hui now. and asked if Hui would come to support him during the fight. Ruin replied that only if he finished cleaning. To this misophobe, cleaning the room is much more important. At this time, Hui sat in his room after a difficult cleaning and then proceeded to treat his wounds. But looking out the window, the judge at that moment said that the next fight was the final of the new heroes group. Cheon's whirlwind sword will come out to fight, and his strong and ruthless opponent will be the striking Chin Bi Yuen from an unknown school. The guy said that the student who wins this battle will immediately receive the privileges of a young new hero. In particular, the right to choose a mentor. And it's a chance to ask for guidance from one of the three holy masters or white shadow elders present today. The boy asked the girl, wasn't she curious? Whose instruction do the two disciples standing in the arena wish to receive? Ju thought at this point what he was doing, before the match even started. But though she wondered about that too, the whirling sword was clear, but about that stupid colt. In fact, he's such a cheapskate that he won't be blabbing about it left and right. And he doesn't use a blade, so he's unlikely to want guidance from her grandfather. Suda said to each of the students to say who they would choose. Cheon decided to be the first to speak and said that he would always follow the way of the sword and only him. How could anyone ask him such a question? People started shouting that the vortex sword was so awesome. Chang Hong said at this point that he meant that he could only learn from the greatest sword master. Heron backed up and replied, meaning holy sword or noble sword. Suddenly, Yoon saw something and shouted for the guy to come over here. Chung Han saw Hui and said that he came just in time. Heron replied that it was Ryuen's turn to answer. Whose guidance will he receive if he becomes a young new hero? After all, the whirling sword here chose his grandfather, or the noble sword. Ryuen asked the guy what he was asking. Who does he want to learn from when he wins? The guy answered him that was correct. Ju said he might put the great elders and mentors in a difficult position by his request. It would be better to tell him face to face. She thought he was just crazy and thought, is he really going to name the person he's going to choose as teacher? But he'd have to get out of it somehow. If he got it wrong, everyone would be talking about his choice. She prayed at that moment that he wouldn't speak. Ju said it was better to weigh everything and answer later, and let him be careful and polite. Ryuen said that actually he didn't really agonize over the choice because there was only one person he wanted to learn from, but he would take note. People started shouting that he was really the striking Chin from the rumors. Wasn't he getting too heated? If he calls out a name and gets rejected, how will he bear the shame? The captain of the Red Falcons asked his friend who the senior co-ed wants to choose. Ho replied that he didn't know either. Considering what martial arts he uses, it's unlikely to be someone from the three holy masters. Shik suddenly started laughing and said, what a funny guy, and asked the holy sword who he thought he was talking about. The holy sword replied that from the looks of it, sound technique was not his main focus, and he's probably hiding true martial arts. Would they go after observing for a while? But Noble Sword knew this child likes to swing his fists, so he won't choose them. Maybe he wants to learn the essence of the Uden sect from him. Teacher Ran was also greatly frightened and thought, what would she do if he chose her out of all the elders and masters? Ji asked, and what would happen if that happened? Hadn't she laid his foundations for using sound techniques? The guy told him that since he was so steadfast, it would be a good idea to shed some light on the man. But what does Ruiyan himself think? Shouldn't we ask him for guidance right now? Jiqian thought his opponent was a runt and waited for him to open his rude mouth. And when he crushed him, he would be even more embarrassed. Ruin said the person whose guidance he wanted to receive and looked with all his eyes at Rin. Sol noticed this and asked if he wasn't looking at Rin's sister right now. Ruin said that, as he had just been advised, he would think it over and answer later. People said they thought he was just staring in the direction of the audience. But I think he saw someone. Flaming Blade thought he was an idiot and realized he was staring at the Ice Phoenix. And this demon, he's seriously going to ask for guidance from this girl? Hiran said to brother Chang Hong that he had suddenly imagined it. But it couldn't be, could it? Chun Hong replied that yes, it couldn't be. And he hoped he wouldn't say anything stupid. After all, one word and it will be the signal for the Alliance to kill him. And so let him just call the Queen of Swords. Jiqian immediately realized who he was looking at and thought, how dare Ryuen shoot his eyes there? And now he doesn't care about the young new hero's title. He can't let him leave alive. Ruin asked, now would they start the battle? He had prepared a special tune for today. The guy heard such words and said, okay, and then the fight would begin. Ryan thought about it and replied that it was okay to play now. And he feels like he's got a tough opponent, so he can play well, and he started playing right away. Jicheon didn't like this and yelled that on his cheap play, this battle would not be fought. Jicheon came very close with his sword to Ryuen's body, but he dodged and stepped back. Ryuen dodged the attacks and said that it looked like there was time after all, and began his tune. Hirin noticed and said that Ryuen was provoking him on purpose, and that high school student, judging by the bloodthirsty energy emanating from him, intends to finish Ryuen off. Chung-hon replied that it was a natural reaction to meeting such a jerk. He gets like that sometimes too. Jicheon tried various ways to reach his opponent, but Ryuen dodged every time. Gua said that this striking Chin is an outstanding disciple. Today he showed off her teachings in all their glory. Ran replied that no, she didn't teach him such a thing, he had reached this level on his own. Shik suddenly said that contrary to expectation, he has a good base. What an interesting kid. Seoul was also visibly cheering and shouted that today's match was especially brutal. Let them look at the face of the whirling sword. Doesn't he look like he's going to tear Mr. Shaggy like a dog? Jijong picked the perfect moment for himself, and gathering all the power in his sword, released it straight at him. The viewer was saying that this lust for killing, is Cheon really going to fight to the death? This is not the level of swordsmanship a freshman can handle. The neighbor replied that probably that Ryuen boy was bluffing, so his life would soon be in danger. Shouldn't we stop the contest right now? Flaming Blade suddenly asked, whose life would be in danger? Is it B. Ryuen? But he wasn't the one to worry about. And let the snowman not worry, and they better just watch how the match ends. The snowman replied that since Fireblade was so sure, then they would watch. Snowman noticed that the guy looked pretty strong, and why did he only want to become the apprentice of this arrogant and dirty jerk? He doesn't understand the connection between them. The noble sword began to laugh and said that it looked like the elders had finally made a wise decision, and it remains to be seen which side really needs to stop the fighting. Su replied that either was correct. The noble sword said that water sharpens stone. Now even Jichun is realizing that little by little. Jicheon couldn't get him and saw that this guy was very slippery, and just killing him is obviously not enough. But why is he so dizzy? And his heart feels like it's about to jump out. It's just a curse. Jichun kept repeating to himself that he had to kill Ryuen. Where did he even get that tune from? The guy in the arena said that this tune sings the stanza and countenance of the beauty that dances easily and freely on the stage. He knows that sound technique, and it sounds like he wants someone to hear it. And that Jichun is such an idiot. Nothing would make the head of the Ice Phoenix security squad as angry as if he played that song for her. Hyung replied that for sure. He was already definitely ticked off. Jichun told himself that he had to kill him quickly. He should kill him once and for all. And how dare that guy flirt with her with that song? But Ryuen didn't stop and just sang Rin's song. Jicheon couldn't get close to him and make him not sing, but got distracted for a moment and wondered where he was looking. But taking a good look, he realized that Ryuen was singing that song to Rin and only had eyes for her. Rin suddenly remembered her childhood, when Ryuen had said that he hoped she wasn't going to jump from there anymore. But although the weather is sunny, for her own safety, it would be better to use the door to get out. Rin apologized at that moment for disturbing his rehearsal, and it's just that the song he used is as beautiful as he is. Ryuen thought and jumped to the window and said, then how about a personal appearance for her safety today? Rin apologized again and replied that she couldn't go out and was annoying him probably. Ryuen said that in such cases, instead of sorry, she should say thank you and not worry. He wasn't bored with her, and it wasn't free. And this song is famous because it was written by a great poet in honor of the incomparable beauty of the palace to which he was invited by the king. It was handed down by word of mouth until it took its present form. And he'd like to arrange one of the verses. Maybe she'd share her impressions afterward. Rin was surprised and asked, she? Ryuen immediately replied that yes, he did. It's the payment for his performance today. Here's the song itself. Ryuen wasn't shy and sang her a song saying that this was the first verse. Here's the second verse, which she's still struggling with. And after finishing the second verse, she realized she was introducing herself as a girl and said that for her beauties who will have to dress up to win, he thinks because of those words, people will like her song even more. Rin replied that she thinks the beauty from the song is Yunbi. Ryuin said was surprised that he thinks she'll be much prettier in the future. Anyway, he's still bothered by the first part of verse 2. And the way he performed it before was not bad, but it seems like this one would be more sensual. If instead of the charm of red peony, it's about the scent of mystical vixen in the dew. Will she listen to it once? Rin in the arena realized it was the same part, or it's different, she thought, and its graceful and elegant melody. And Unbi's clean but beautiful melody, though the nuances of the performance are different, but he changed the melody in this part of the verse as well as she did. Rin thought to herself, did Unbi really teach him? She pictured her image in front of her eyes and didn't understand what was going on here. Nayan saw her sister's lich and asked, did something happen? Why did she get up so abruptly? Rin replied that no, nothing, just remembered something. Seol suddenly said that now both participants in the fight were looking over here, in the whirling sword. Ji-chan was very upset and asked why her gaze was directed at this guy, and suddenly started spitting blood and was out of breath. Ruin suddenly said that this was the end of the show. People said it was impossible, and Xian threw up blood. He had really been defeated by the sound technique. Flaming Blade also watched and knew that it would turn out like this. That nasty bastard is really strong. Heron asked at this point, what do you get? Ruin finally got a proper sound technique. But Chun Hong thought, why did he have a feeling as if the amount of overtime would only increase from now on? Teacher Gi also said that the sound technique seemed to have changed the direction of the energy flow in Xian's body. Ran replied that is correct. It's called soul movement, a fearful thing that gives joy to some and kills some with grief. And the melody, filled with spiritual energy, penetrates the gaps of the heart and bears the soul. The boyfriend told the principal's daughter that she didn't look well. Is she okay? Ju replied that yes, it's fine. It's the head of the Kujong community who should be feeling bad right now. And this time the young new hero will be a talent from the community of 8. And it's a student named Ruin. And now he's finished. Xian became completely uncontrollable and attacked, shouting that he was finished. But Ryuin immediately used technique and repelled the attack. Ruin asked him with a smile, that's how it is? And then let him listen as a gift, his latest tune. Ryuin did not pity him anymore and applied the hidden meaning of the thunder-smashing sword. After that, the head of the chasing winds of clouds and rolling thunder followed, and finally left the river of light and thunder. Xian was suddenly very surprised, for a butterfly appeared in front of his eyes and was in the net. After looking at it for a long time, suddenly everything changed, and the butterfly net in front of his eyes turned into lightning. Xian was completely annihilated, and even his body parts were very injured, for the lightning strike was very strong. After that, Xian went down on his knees and was left without strength. He realized that he wouldn't be able to overpower this guy. The noble sword also didn't expect such a turn and jumped up abruptly afterwards. He wondered if these martial arts. Director Su asked, is something wrong? That's what he understood. He broke the string and it ran like a thin sword that couldn't be followed. This is the first time he's encountered something like this. The noble sword replied that no, it was nothing like that. He had just forgotten himself for a moment. These martial arts reminded him of the old days. Su said, judging from the way he was surprised, it must have been an unpleasant memory. The noble sword realized that it was just an unpleasant memory, but in fact it was the opposite. It was so horrible that he would not want to ever remember it. But you can't teach that to a kid this young. And maybe he was just imagining things, but he could definitely be wrong. The servant asked suddenly to the great mentor, is there a problem? The snowman was very angry and couldn't contain his emotions. Flaming Blade said, no, that's impossible. It can't be him. He's definitely different. Snowman asked, is he his son? Could he be sure if he had different roots? Flaming Blade replied that it was impossible to say for sure yet. Let him not jump to conclusions. He realized he could only say that the string had broken. He couldn't really see anything else. And with the snowman's powers, he certainly couldn't see anything at all. Flaming Blade said he had to check. All the people were asking what just happened and why did the whirling sword fall down? He was told they didn't know. Was it the sound technique? Or did he use poison? And it looks like he used the killing aura to ascend the kin. Or was it just a string breaking? The student said she saw the string break and then everything disappeared. What did she see? Jaren replied that yes, she only saw half of it too. The captain also said that he knew so-and-so knew the older co-ed was tough, but they would be even more careful with him from now on. Ho replied that he did. He used to think that if he got angry, he would use his fists and feet, but now he knows that something else invisible may be waiting for him. Hiran said that Ryuan won, but everyone is making such a big fuss, and the referee's decision hasn't been made yet. Maybe they didn't get a good look at it. Chung Hong replied that he didn't know. But what about the three holy masters or the noble sword? But most of the warriors here didn't discern anything, he thought. He doesn't have the same level of martial arts and look, but even he's in the middle of missing everything. Still, one thing he knows for sure. It is a technique of spinning three strings like lightning bolts that the opponent cannot notice. The strings hover in the air and are not visible to the naked eye. This is not something that can come out by accident. And it's definitely him coming close to the limit of murderous martial arts. Hiran said suddenly, the referee finally came out and the result came out. Chung Hong only thought, is this really the real martial arts of their fool? The judge came out and said that the winner in the group of new heroes becomes disciple B. Ruin. The guy said that's great. The community of 8 has gotten a real talent from a group of new heroes in their hands. Though it looks like it's not easy for the rest of us to accept. At this time, Ju was thinking, where was the man who was most eager for his victory looking at on him, and with such a disgruntled face? But who is Ruin using the voice transmission technique on right now? And using her gaze, she realized he was looking at Rin. Ju just remained silent after that and turned to Ruin's apprentice and said that he might have something to say after winning the group of new heroes. And for example, whose guidance would he like to receive? Ruin remembered and said that she was just in time, and could he ask that person for consent right now? The guy was surprised after that and thought, had Ryuan just sent a message to the Ice Phoenix using the voice transmission technique? Zhu said that yes, he could do that. Ryuan smiled and replied that the person whose instruction he wanted to receive was Ice Phoenix Lady Rin. All the people were surprised and asked, is he crazy? I mean, he's got a chance. But no, the Ice Phoenix is one of the 9 dragons and 7 phoenixes after all. Why not someone from the 3 holy masters or the noble sword? Zhu told him that she understood everything. And it's Lady Ice Phoenix Rin. Is she really going to agree? Rin replied that she wasn't in a position to dare to mentor someone, but she wouldn't refuse a challenge from Ryuan's apprentice. People started to get outraged and shouted that it was absurd. But why an Ice Phoenix? And there was no need for her to agree. And doesn't that mean she's going to kill the Strike Chin? Tonight at the Cleanliness Pavilion, Sun said it was fine if it went that way. But from today onwards, without her permission, she is forbidden to use the Ice Jade Sword, and especially in front of this guy. She must never reveal her abilities. Ruin started to address Miss Rin through voice transmission at night and said that it was a bit noisy around, so he used the voice transmission technique. And could Madame Rin hear him well? The girl was surprised at such clear hearing at such a distance. Ryuan said, judging by the look on her face, she could hear. Guy thanked her for coming to tonight's fight, and because of that, he was able to win more efficiently, and asked her if she remembered the promise they had made the other day. If he triumphed in the group of new heroes, he would not have to answer her questions. And if he won in the finals, then Miss Rin would have to answer his questions. Rin suddenly didn't answer anything and listened only to him. But she said she already had some of her questions answered. He's her junior or senior co-ed, she thought, and she actually knows who he is. But the question she really wants to know, but it's not going to be easy to get an answer anyway. And in fact, their connection is probably a secret, which is why he keeps denying its existence. Ruin suddenly said that if she didn't mind, could he openly ask her to give him guidance? This was something like a sort of condition of their contract. In the event that before the end of the 3 St. Masters Festival, he loses even one fight, this condition will be nullified. And how does she feel about such an offer? Though, of course, he doesn't think such a thing could happen. Rin thought about how she should give him instruction, and judging by his skills, it was unlikely he really wanted to learn anything from her. But there's a good chance that they'll face him in the finals of the 3 St. Masters Festival. So why would he want to openly ask about mentorship? Ruin said that in return, he too would answer all her questions honestly if possible, and he would answer everything he could. Afterward, at the Purity Pavilion, Rin had said that was why she had responded by agreeing to his request for guidance, and to see if he had any clues to the location of someone dear to her. San replied that it was fine if it was as she said. However, from today onwards, she is not allowed to use the Ice Jade sword without her permission. And especially in front of this guy, she must never reveal her abilities. San suddenly asked her, why was she looking like that? Could it be that she had already shown him the essence of the Ice Jade sword? Rin replied that she didn't. She used the Elder's technique when she fought him during open combat. But she had never used the Ice Jade sword inherited from Sabu. However, if she couldn't use the sect's best technique, she probably couldn't defeat him. San said that it would even be better if she lost. In front of him, even if her life was in danger, there was no need to use the Ice Jade sword. San suddenly remembered and said that Rin had said earlier that she couldn't even read it with her eyes, right? Maybe she could say, has she ever seen people she couldn't read? This guy's gotten a lot farther than she has. Maybe he's close to total enlightenment. As it was right now, she wouldn't be able to defeat him even using the Ice Jade sword. Yoon came to the guy's room in the evening and was saying that Hui was really doing a general cleaning today. And Ruin said that he would scrub everything so that you could eat off the floor. And he was right. Hui replied that it's nothing like that. This place is not perfectly sanitary. To be more precise, he would like it to be perfect, but it is impossible. And judging by the fact that not all people have a concept of what sanitation is, we need to include a subject related to it in a compulsory course for education. Yoon said it looked normal. Didn't it look clean? Hui suddenly asked the guy why he came. Yoon replied that he came back as soon as he was done with the laundry, but he didn't find Raoyuan and Brother Chan either. So he decided to look for them here and at the same time to wish Ryuan good luck in tomorrow's battle. But Ryuan isn't here either. Hui said that those two didn't come here. And Ryuan, admiring the night sky from the window, suddenly decided to go for a walk. Yoon replied that he thought everyone had snuck out again. And maybe they're meeting outside now? Heron was on the property at the time, but he was wearing a mask. And he went to the tree, and he stuck a nail in it and turned around. Director Su said that considering the Alliance head's love for his daughter, it was not an easy situation. But for his part, he also has to protect Ryuan's apprentice. And in the current situation, it's a bit difficult. But what does the guy think? The guy replied that he was going to turn in the report, but was thinking of not handing it over to him separately. Su said that it means that the Alliance head still hasn't gotten word of today's incident, and it seems to him that the guy is also all pensive. The guy replied that he had nothing to think about. He was going to report everything as it was. And just to give a more accurate report, he needed to deal with the wounds received by the apprentice of the deputy head of the Alliance, and also analyze the martial arts of Ruduan's apprentice. He realized that he would be in a difficult position if it turned out that he was on the side of their fool who was like a snake. Su said correctly. Then is there any hope of saving Ruen's student? It's about whether or not there's a way to save a child in this kind of trouble. For starters, Qian's wound, the deputy head of the Alliance, will be extremely angry, but it can be explained by the fight, so that something can be done about him not being upset. But the far more complicated issue is that Ruin has disturbed the peace of mind of the Alliance chief's daughter. The guy replied that it wasn't that important. The head of the Alliance wasn't the kind of person who would kill a rookie who had just entered the Celestial Warrior Academy, though perhaps the danger would be related to the martial arts of Ryuan's apprentice. Su said that he knew he would pay attention to it too. And this was the first time he had seen such a martial art. To his shame, he couldn't get a good look at this child's martial technique. But he was sure of something. Over the past few years, he had seen countless students in the Heavenly Warrior Academy, and there's no school with such a martial art on the light path. And asked the guy, did he happen to see the reaction of the elder and the three holy masters? The kid replied that he keeps thinking about it. He doesn't know what secret is involved in this strange martial art, but it could be this kid's lifeline. And so he wants to borrow his knowledge and information. We need to find out what they can do to save this child. Ruin was in the forest at this time, and upon meeting Flameblade, asked if he was serious. Blade replied that he was serious. That skill he used today against the milksop, let him use it on him, and maybe even kill him. Ruin told him that he was walking in front of the dormitory looking so worried, like he needed to go to the bathroom, so he followed him. And it turned out that his youngest student had seen Almarasmus. Flaming Fist suddenly became angry and asked him where he was going. Ruin turned around and asked how to wear to teach his student a lesson, and broke off a piece of wood. Flaming Blade asked him what he was even carrying. He said to use the same martial art as he did during the day. Ruin thought for a moment and replied that it wasn't senile dementia. He's just a fool in his own right. Can't he see he didn't bring the thunder chin with him? And a stick is the best medicine to restore a rabid dog's mental faculties. And it seems rather weak to guide him to the right path, doesn't it? Though he must be very ill to not recognize his cruel Saba. But will it be enough? He has his doubts. Flaming Blade replied that no, he should go back and get his chin, and let him not try to insult him. Originally and until now, he only had one Sabu. And why the hell is he even calling himself his Sabu and going to lecture? And it might even turn out to be an enemy of his Sabu. Does he think they will ever recognize him? Let him kill him. Ruin said he didn't know what he was talking about again. But he knows one thing for sure. Let him attack. And today he would definitely fulfill his wish. Flameblade released his fire and immediately attacked with an attack. But suddenly he looked around and saw that the guy was gone. Ryuin used his speed and launched his attack. Ruin looked that the flaming blade could do nothing to him and called him a fool and decided to teach him today's lesson. Xian was waiting in his room for a guest in the evening, and when the door opened, he said that the guest had arrived, and he doesn't look good. Xian decided to be hospitable and poured the guest tea and told him to take a mug. Shik said that if that boy fell into his hands, he would break his neck. How dare someone molest his favorite tender and shy granddaughter? And it had been so long since he'd seen Rin. Did he know what she was like? She was always asking him how his health was. He means before, when she saw him, she used to smile broadly, call him grandpa, and ask him to teach her something. She was just a sweetheart. But she doesn't say anything, so he doesn't worry. But I'm sure something bad has happened. His Ha-Ren, though smart and strong, is very shy and infinitely kind. And since the problem isn't with her studies, martial arts, or with her friends, then she's definitely got someone hitting on her. And if he just finds out who that bastard is, he's screwed, Xian asked. And that's why he wants to ask him who it is? Shik laughed and asked, why would he ask such a snake-like underbelly? It's already clear that it's one of the students. Even if he knows, it's unlikely he will tell him to protect him. But there are things he really should know. Though maybe he'd be wasting his time saying it. He'd heard, he pointed out the name of the school, either the School of Thunder or the School of Lightning. And the name itself is just Sabu. It usually means that the person just wants to hide information. He's definitely suspicious. Xian said he was more than half sure that the fact that he didn't use his hands wasn't a clue. Shik was surprised and asked, no? Although that's what came to his mind when he saw everything, the more he thought, the more he saw the inconsistencies. Although the shape and flows are similar, the base is different. It's completely different from how he felt back then. If this guy had grown up under his oppression, at least a little bit of it would have rubbed off on him. And he thinks it's still worth watching him some more. After all, the kid he saw today was enrolled in the Heavenly Warrior Academy, and he asked that girl for guidance. Plus, I hear he and his grandson are roommates and friends. So he wouldn't mind him watching him, would he? But suddenly he remembered and asked, why shouldn't Xian meet his grandson? Shouldn't he tell him everything and warn him? Xian replied that Hui was old enough to find his own way. If Hui's wrong judgment made him angry, there would be no turning back. And his role is to protect and bless him and support him when he asks. When he arrived home in the morning, Rian said that here we go again. Ryuan asked his neighbor if he was too squishy today. Should he meet with Uncle Hong and make a plan in case their investment was threatened? Wong answered him not to worry for nothing. Besides, he seemed to need the bandages more than he did. Ruin asked him, is that what he meant? It's not his blood, no need to worry. Just stained his clothes while catching a chicken. Hui was surprised and asked him, had he been catching chicken all night? Ryuan replied that it was just one big dumb chicken that suddenly started hitting and arguing with him in the middle of the night. So there was nothing left to do but grab her and teach her a lesson. Suddenly he turned to Hui and said he was a cleanliness freak. He asked, isn't there any way to quickly get rid of the blood on his clothes? Because the battle in the Queen of Swords group was about to begin. The next morning, the judge began to say that the battle in the Queen of Swords group would begin. The fight will be between Snow Sword Maiden, Kwang Sol-ji, and Ice Phoenix Na Yerin. Ruin also came to the fight and said, what a shame, the places are such a mess. Does this rabble have to draw attention to themselves like this? Hiran also said, yes, already. Isn't it strange that their attention is more on Ruin right now? Chung Han replied that for some reason he felt like he was looking at something he shouldn't be looking at. Is that seriously how he wants attention? Ruin asked his uncle, did he think so? Could it just be the result of several dramatic events overlapping each other? During the night, Hui had told the boy that the dirt was so ingrained that there was only one way to remove it quickly. Ryuan asked him what it was. Hui's immediate response was to burn it. The level of contamination is too high. For the sake of mental and physical health, the clothes would be worth throwing away. But if necessarily he wants to wear it, you will have to wash it 10 times to get it back to the average level of dirt. If you speed it up, you can invest in 5 days. Ryuan said that his mistake was that he was too presumptuous. Hui also told him that he had only had one set of dress and casual clothes from the beginning. He doesn't think the problem is the way he procrastinated with the laundry. Ryuan said, would it have been better if he had 20 pairs of Snow White new identical clothes like someone else? Hiran laughed and asked if Hui had lent him his clothes. Hui replied that he hadn't. He had never worn the suit. He wouldn't take it back either. Chung-han told him it was a good idea. It was better to throw it away than to wear it again and get some disease from their fool. Yoon had not been distracted by this the whole time and suddenly said that the fight was starting. But could he be wrong? But this is somehow too much to be called the Sword Queen's martial arts. Hiran replied that he didn't think Junho was wrong either. It's very different from what he's seen before. Isn't that right, Ryuan? Ryuan suddenly didn't answer anything and just thought. But Chang Hong, on the contrary, didn't understand. What kind of situation was this? Why would an Ice Phoenix use a sword technique? Rin attacked at this time and used the sword of White Soul and Heavenly Thunder, and used 100 Thunderfall colors. But Ji didn't even flinch and apply the Ice Spirit Guardian. The strength of both of them was so strong that everything around them trembled. Shik suddenly said that he knew he would see both of them having flower techniques today, but why did he feel like he would hear the angry roar of the head of the alliance? Xian replied that one of them decided to use floral techniques to avoid revealing her skills in front of the eyes of the uninvited guests. Doesn't she regret now that she restricted this girl's sword martial art? San replied that she couldn't say she had no regrets, but right now keeping the secret is more important than winning. And even before that moment, she's been teaching her more than just secret techniques. She's sure Rin understands everything. Rin suddenly thought and saw that it would be difficult to break through her ice shield, but she can't understand what's in her mentor's heart, but could feel what lurked behind her words over her head and look of excitement, fear. Since it was inevitable, she would just do as she said and show what she'd learned. Recalling a memory when she was practicing, her mentor suddenly approached her and asked her why she was doing this. What was the reason for picking up a sword? After all, wielding a sword always has one purpose: to pierce, to cut, to chop. It's either her or it's her, one of two things. The head of the alliance had also told her that she had said earlier that she wanted to hold a sword. From now on, he would pass on their family's knowledge and techniques to her at every opportunity. And today he will teach her the sword of White Soul and Heavenly Thunder so that she can protect herself and stay on the right path. Rin said she couldn't protect herself and ended up just watching someone dear to her die because of her. I watched and cried. Nevertheless, they promised each other that she would become the strongest man in the world and find her. And that's why she has to be strong too, so she can protect herself. She wants to keep that promise. And when they meet again, she wants to be the one who can protect her. Her mentor told her that in that case, she was already half trained in the art of the sword. Everything she would teach her in the future was already in her heart. And the power of the world's strongest man is needed to protect people's hearts and souls. All instruction is needed to learn how to control the heart and spirit. Rin realized that what she had learned so far was in her mentor's words. She shouldn't get attached to any sword technique. At this moment, rival Ju was also praying that she would dodge the attack. After all, she had applied the hidden meaning of the White Soul Sword in Heavenly Thunder, and the dance of thunder splitting the sky. Rin suddenly grabbed the sword and said that she was grateful, but she wasn't going to dodge, and applied the hidden meaning of the Ice Spirit Water Sword in the Ice Barrier. None of them were going to give up and kept trying to attack each other and bring out the strongest. People were surprised and said that these two were really scary. Yoon also said that this attack was really creepy, and she fought back again. Hiran also said that, yes, these two are really awesome. Isn't that right, Brother Chan? Chun Hong replied that, yes, that's right. He saw that no matter how he looked at it, she was only using the martial arts she had been taught by the head of the alliance. But it's not like she's using those techniques to her disadvantage. So why does she act this way? Ju said, a beautiful sword technique. But she thought it was time for another one. Why not use the crown one, she asked. Rin looked and replied that she couldn't use it without her mentor's permission. Ju said she was sorry and decided to try again. Even though there are restrictions hanging on her, she can't give in and let Mrs. Na be careful. Rin replied that she had heard everything and she too would do her best. The influencers at this point said that they didn't think they would say this looking at the students, but they are great. The man also said that both of them were worthy of praise. The Ice Phoenix was the heir of the Sword Queen and head of the Alliance, and the Snow Sword Maiden had inherited the techniques of the great mentor. And a great mentor has nurtured such talent. He must be very proud of her. Snowman realized that she had a long way to go. And with her extraordinary abilities, she's like her mother. She's got a good build and stamina. Sometimes she learns things on her own. She's been practicing with a wooden sword since she was 2 years old. Not perfect, but pretty good. And if you look at it that way, BioWare, her side is definitely far from ideal. Of course, in the current situation, she was blocking quite effectively, and coming up with something else would be difficult. But there are a lot of flaws in the defense. She still has a long way to go. Suddenly, Ruin spoke up and said an unexpected situation. It's already been 279 seconds. How long will it continue for? Suddenly, the referee came out and said that the Queen of Swords finals had been stopped, and the winner of the fight would be determined by the judge's decision. Everyone was surprised, and Yoon said that the judges would decide who wins and who loses. Heron also said that if you look at the actual martial arts abilities, the Ice Phoenix has the advantage. But judging this fight specifically, it's hard to determine the winner. Cheng Hong replied that a battle is usually judged based on the abilities displayed in a particular battle. Therefore, for the sake of their stakes, one can only pray that the Ice Phoenix wins. Ruin was surprised and asked him what he was talking about. Judging from the match, there's a draw. Chung Han was surprised and asked what? Isn't he in favor of the Ice Phoenix? He should be the one supporting her the most, right? Ruin replied, does supporting the lady mean he has to pray for her unconditional victory? Hui suddenly said that it looked like the judges had reached a verdict. On the judges' stands, a judge came up and said that in the opinion of the judges, the skills of both young ladies are as good as each other. And so, unfortunately, they declare a draw. But still, the appearance of the two phoenixes is a great fortune for the Heavenly Warrior Academy and a good fortune for the entire Murim, and he hopes they both become even more diligent. Ju said it was a good fight, and she will try even harder next time to see her special technique. Rin replied that she couldn't use it without her mentor's permission, but she did her best too. It was a good fight. At this time, Flaming Blade woke up to the screams in the arena and said that they were done. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door and asked the Flame Blade mentor if he was here. And he didn't come to the Battle of the Queen of Swords group. The other teachers or had sent him to check on him. Is he here? Flaming Blade was frightened and replied that there was no one here and let them leave. The stranger asked, but then what was his answer now? Flaming Blade replied that he was busy, and have them tell him that he's tired and will be resting for 2-3 days. This is infuriating, and also have them tell the others not to worry. Flame Blade leapt back and remembered Ryuin's words as he said he still had a lot of work to do. He made sure to spare his face and muscles. But he thought the lesson was enough this time. Flaming Blade thought, what other lesson is there to learn? This was just a beating, and with each blow he was beating him. Ruin knocked him out and asked if he understood now. Flaming Blade asked, and what did that mean? Ryuin replied that he's been teaching him wisdom since they first met, and he still hasn't noticed anything. When he's wrong about something, you have to identify the problem and fix it. And he means the earth. He's always clinging to it, trying to do something. But is there any other way to fight? If he can't fly, how long can he hustle on the bare ground? Flaming Blade thought, is that why he kicked his leg? Ruin suddenly decided and said that he would tell him some things. The rest he would understand during his independent study. And now they will start treating a student who doesn't even realize who his Sabu is and is talking nonsense forever. Flaming Blade took great offense and realized that it didn't work out. But for some reason it gave him chills when he remembered it. But most importantly, he was trying to find out if it was his school that killed his past Sabu. He can't go into details, but as far as he knows, it's just him and the old man at their school. But the old man wasn't the type to kill out of boredom. Though given his temper, it's not so impossible anymore. But then he doesn't understand something. Didn't he say that his original Sabu had died of illness after coming in injured by someone? Flaming Blade replied that he did. Ruin asked, then why the hell was he looking at him as an enemy of the people? Maybe he was sparring, or was he guilty of something himself? It's not like his Sabu said he was offended and wanted revenge. So on what basis does he conclude that the guy is bad and he has to take revenge on him? Flaming Blade replied that his Sabu was never at fault or wrong about anything. Now, how could he say such a thing without even knowing the man? His Sabu couldn't be like that. But he's in so much pain, he can't even think straight. And even his Sabu never hit him like that. How did that devil grow up like that? At this time in the woods, the host said he felt like spring was slowly coming. But Sabu wouldn't get it up the whole time and just drank. The bearer said then he would be on his way. And if he needed anything, he could always tell him. Sabu suddenly asked, what was it about the journey? Journey. The bearer asked with surprise, what kind of traveling? Was he talking about the special clause in the contract about an annual trip of 15 days to the Sichuan region? Sabu replied that was correct. Not using the money would be a waste. That's an obnoxious boy. The bearer said that is correct. Yep. They will sign a comfort agreement with him for this year, and he will set everything up. But on the other side of the city, a servant came to his master and said that the request of the third prince had just been received. It was sent 2-3 days ago through the 9 Emergency Communication Center at the Sky Warrior Academy. The man in charge took the letter and said it was interesting. He thought he was going to be the one asking the questions. But it turned out to be the other way around. He was being asked to conduct an undercover investigation. The man in charge said what his name Yuan means, but he even wondered how notable a person he was. Let the mercenary quietly find out about him. The mercenary replied that yes, he would do his best to secretly find out everything about him. The next day, everyone was surprised and shouted in fear. Everyone was greatly worried about their 7th divine sword. Ruin watched the fight too and said how rude. So he had been yelling at him like that since last night because he went crazy and wanted to die. The night before, Chang Hong had said that this was what he expected the schedule to be like, as the battle in the Queen of Swords group ended in a draw. The young Saint Blade would be the noble Blade son, who would automatically win the finals of his group. And based on the results of tomorrow's Bo and Hui fight, the two of them will face off in the semifinals 3 days later. Hiran laughed and said that so far, their affairs in the master appraisal community had been going smoothly. Fortunately, everyone agreed to recognize both the Ice Phoenix and Snow Sword Maiden as winners. Yuan also said that he was lucky, except how the two of them would fight is a bit dangerous. Chang Hong asked him if he wouldn't use his strange sound technique against Mo and Hui. When they would fight, one could just pretend, right? Ruin asked, what was wrong with his sound technique? Who knows, maybe it would cure his misophobia. In any case, that would only be possible if he wins tomorrow's fight. His shoulder still seems a little weak. Shui said that his concept of hygiene is in line with common sense, and no need to worry, he won't have any problems in tomorrow's match. Hiran replied that they believe him, of course, but his opponent tomorrow is not so easy, and the wound still hasn't healed. Chang Hyun said correctly, Third Shining Sword Hung is the strongest of the 9 dragons in the Kujong community, if you don't count their head. He has the highest ranking among the participants of this Triple Holy Masters Festival. Rumor has it that very few have seen him use all 3 of his swords. Since the opponent is at the level of the head of the Kujong community, even he isn't sure. Yoon said that since they didn't bet on the 3rd Shining Sword but on the 7th Divine Sword, that means Hui is much stronger, right? Ryuan replied that he was just backing him up because he was sure he wouldn't want to kneel on the courts. But who knew that would happen to his shoulder? Heron said he was just following Brother Chan's example. He's good at this sort of thing, isn't he? Chung Hong replied that if you thought of it that way, he tended to give in to his emotions at critical moments. Besides, the coefficient from winning Hyung's 3rd Shining Sword was very low. At this point, it threatens their major investment. They didn't think he just believed in Huai. Heron replied that then all their plans could go down the drain, and so life took its toll, and it was fun. Chung Han said no, they can't give up. Just like Ryuan said, Hui has strong will and motivation, so they should help and support him. Ruin said correctly, And won't Hui's clothes get dirty when he kneels down? If he loses his money, who knows? Suddenly he'll briefly lose his temper and start messing around on his bed and climbing into his closet. Hiran replied to him that it didn't sound like cheering. Suddenly Hui said that while he's in the room getting ready for the match, he's asking everyone to come out. Ruin said during the fight that he even managed to kick Ren Ren out of the room. But they think he's okay now? Let them see. He's bleeding. Hiran had told Ruin that he thought Hui was doing a good job. Chung Han replied the same thing, which is true. And to be a first year and already be at the level of the third shining sword, he sees it too, after all. Though Hyung's third shining sword is one of the main candidates for victory, Hui hasn't retreated once since the fight began. Hiran also said yes and asked if that was possible for a freshman just entering. Chung Hong replied that it was possible for a 20-year-old young man of the old school. But now the newcomers aren't the same. So the battle between these two is not easy at all. Hiran listened to all the news and said that this is how it is. Even their exchange of greetings was like a fierce fight. Hung said that the energy of his sword had rightfully received its fame. Today they will fight without equipment, and he thinks that's what his sword wants. Hui replied that he knew very well that he had the same sword, and he would do his best today. Chung Hong said that in any case, the fight between them will be fierce because they can't give in to each other. And even from the audience seats, you can read from their faces what they are thinking. Hiran replied that this time especially Hui, on the card are the promise made to the noble sword, the glorious name of his grandfather, the holy sword, and the money bet. And what's more, his bed and clothes were a risk being soiled by someone. Chung Hong said that the position of the third shining sword was unenviable. Hui is from the Moan family, which is under the jurisdiction of the 8 community, and the third shining sword is a student of the Udan school, so he belongs to the 9 great factions, and thus to the Kujong community. The referee suddenly yelled that the fight could begin. Hiran said that their match was incredible from the start. Hui immediately rushed to attack, not even hiding the energy of his sword. Hiran suddenly asked, didn't it look like he had put all his effort into it? Cheng Hong replied that, just like the third shining sword, Hung applied absolute defense against Hui's attack at that moment. Shanyong said as he counterattacked lightning fast from the beginning and pulled out his second sword. Young used his strong technique and applied the activation of the second sword. Shanyong said that this was truly a battle between strong opponents. And probably, with the exception of the head of the Kujong community, Hui is the only one who made the third shining sword use 2 swords from the beginning. But the problem is that his body is too tired after previous fights and can't take it all. But who would have thought that the third shining sword Hung would use up his strength so quickly in a battle against a newcomer? Hung said that the newcomer was living up to his expectations. In that case, once he got his hands on it, victory would be his. Suddenly, he applied the activation of the third sword. The third shining sword, everything is at stake. Hui was not confused at this moment and applied the wisdom of the 3 Sen sword, the 3 links flying sword, the sword of all beginnings. Hui said that since that was the case, he too would apply the flow of the Milky Way beginning of the era. But in the end, it ended up being much more complicated than he thought, and his arm wounds were open and bleeding. Hung was also running low, and his whole face was covered in blood. But he did not give up and said that it was excellent. Hung said as he acknowledged, the immature freshman made him stick his sword into the ground. He had definitely lost. Hui replied that in his opinion, the sword of the enemy was truly amazing. Suddenly, he could not help himself and fell to the ground. Hung couldn't help himself and started laughing. But it was much worse than that. He couldn't help it either and fell to the ground. Both of them were lying on the ground and didn't even move. The battlefield was so destroyed, it was as if a world war had taken place. The people were all surprised and said that the third shining sword was a real man, and they were all seething inside. The guy who was a friend of Hyung's and said he was really a strong and powerful man, but the girls couldn't hold back their tears at the fact that Mr. Moen had passed out and wasn't moving. And shouting that he can't fall now, he must see the moment of awesomeness with his own eyes. Ruin asked, what was this incomprehensible reaction? Was he the only one who got goosebumps from that sight? Yoon replied that these two, don't they look so cool? Hiran also said that yes, they are definitely admirable. Isn't that right, Brother Chan? Chung Hong replied that he couldn't say. It was too early to admire. The most important part remained. Ruin asked if Hui had won or not. The third shining sword said he lost, but Hui fell first. As a misophobic person, he should have fainted standing up. Why fall on the muddy ground? Chung Han replied that announcing the winner is very important. If Hui wins, he will admire him all he wants. Here comes the referee out. Sidya came out and said that the winner is the third shining sword and the seventh divine sword of Mo and Hui. Yoon got upset and said that's what he thought. Hiran also replied that their buddy Hui had done it. But Chung Han couldn't help himself either and said that their Hui had done well. Suddenly he started shouting loudly. Ruin said that he liked making money anyway. So why is he missing something? Should he use the new martial art he had prepared specifically in case they met in the finals? Hui asked with surprise. A new martial art? It's not easy to invent. But he was too tired to respond to his jokes. Ruin asked with surprise, joking? This martial art even has a cool name, Great Awakening. Oi says he doesn't want to hear any title. And if it's okay with him, maybe they'll end this weird conversation for today. Ruin asked, had he been dropped when they loaded him on the stretcher and he was pretending to be so tough? Maybe he wants to give up on the finale. Or maybe during the treatment, he was diagnosed with another incurable disease in addition to his misophobia. Ruin saw that he wasn't getting an answer and collapsed on the bed. Hui was surprised and asked what was that. Ruin answered him, can't he see? His shoes, which he hasn't washed once this month. He has a habit of throwing a slipper in the face of assholes like him. Chung Han was suddenly saying in the evening that it turns out he can't make a ruling on his win because it was ruled while he was passed out. Chun Hong replied that yes, he is. He knows that you have to respect the judge's intent and evaluations, but he's worried that he's going to appeal it. He wants to stand in front of his grandfather with confidence. Even if he appealed the decision, it wouldn't change, would it? Chun Hong replied that of course it wouldn't change. It shouldn't change if it's about their bets. Either way, he should calm down and go get some sleep. Ryuan replied that he didn't need to go anywhere. This room is suspiciously empty, and there's a spare bed here. Ruin looked at the bowl and asked, is it really bellroot? It tasted more like high-quality ginseng. How much money do you have to spend to use it as a regular snack? Chung Hong asked, where would an ordinary freshman get the money from? Even though it tastes like ginseng, it's just a bell. But since it's his precious bell, stop eating. Let him go to bed already. And it looks like he got kicked out of the room again. If that's the case, he can go to Heron's room next door like last time, and Yoon can go here. And he's too crazy, so he'll be disturbing his sleep. Ryuen took the roots in his hands and said that judging from the fact that they don't have a light on, they're both asleep. Besides, he's not crazy, and he would show him the very essence of tranquility so he could go to bed. Cheng Hong told him not to touch anything so as not to raise dust. Quietly let him lie down and sleep. Why is he so cranky today anyway? Ruin asked him, did he think he wouldn't have been kicked out if he had been more tactful? He dropped something almost accidentally on Hui, and he suddenly needed some time to himself. Suddenly, Ryuan put his hand on the table and felt something. Chunhyun asked him, what's wrong? Why is he banging on the bed? Let him go to bed faster. Chung Han realized that it was strange, and there was nothing under the bed. He couldn't feel anything like that. So why was he banging on it all of a sudden? Ruin said, after all, this room had seemed suspicious to him from the beginning. Chung Han realized things were bad and thought, how did he know? Ruin put his hand on the wall and said that it was here. Suddenly, a door opened in front of him. Chung Han felt that he was in a bad way. At this time, his Sabu was saying that the main capital had been invested, so it was safe to depart. The man said yes, he hopes he will be comfortable. It's such a sunny weather today. It's a good day for a trip. Ruin walked into the secret room and asked with surprised eyes, what is this? This is just amazing, and why is it all in his room? Chung Han pretended he didn't understand either and asked the same thing. What were these things? He didn't know he had such a thing in his room. Ruin asked him, didn't he know about this until now? How is that possible? And he's surprisingly kind of dumb. Chung Hong said that it was just Chin Riwan's lucky strike. But why did he even find the stash with that level of mechanism difficulty? The guy noticed something and asked him immediately, why did he lower his voice like that? Anyway, since he didn't know the stash existed, he would explore it with him. Chung Han replied that he didn't need to and that one should be cautious with such things. That was why he lowered his voice. Let him think. Who would dare to hide something like this in an academy dormitory? They don't know what conspiracies and secrets are behind it. And if they're not careful, they could get killed. Ruin asked him, what was he even talking about? But first things first, he has to think, since it's not his, whose is it? Chung Han asked, how can he build all this when he himself was recently assigned here? He doesn't know whose it is or who built it either. Ruin said that it belonged to someone who lived here before him, judging by the fact that he left everything in a place so easy to find. And he's probably a complete idiot. Maybe there's something else he doesn't know about. And he suggested we do a thorough search. Chung Hong told him that he was right. But this is his room. He'll explore it himself when he has time. He doesn't need to worry. Riwin replied that he'd rather look for it himself. Or is Chung Han just a greedy person who wants to grab everything for himself? Chung Han couldn't help himself and suddenly started laughing loudly. And he told Ryuan that he owned this room, so even without him, he would have found someone. But since it's his, it'll be split in half. After all, according to his intuition, even if they dig further, this stuff is probably the most valuable. Shanyan at this moment only wished that he would get the hell out of here. Otherwise, he would leave the academy in an emergency, be banished or locked up. Ryuan would die so that he could survive. Rian said it sounded convincing. All right then, but it doesn't sound like there are things in pairs for every creature here. So it's not clear how to divide in half. And why don't they decide who gets to rock, paper, scissors? Chang Hong got excited and said he agreed. Chung Han told him at once that he would be left a fool. After that, Ryuan leaving asked him what didn't turn out the way he thought it would. He would play with him sometimes, but that was it for today. Oh, we suddenly woke up after resting and was saying that he thought so. He was going to put forward an appeal and appeal the decision of the judges of the Holy Sword group match. I felt someone touching him and turned around to ask what was he doing. Ruin replied that it had slipped out of his hand. That's because when he listens to nonsense for a long time, his hands sometimes get weak. We realized that he had suffered internal injuries during the match, so he needed absolute rest. But what a disgustingly dirty thing this place could be. He felt he needed absolute peace. But if you think about what the healer said, but suddenly the doctor came in and told the guy he was already awake. But he can't move for a while and just lie there. He's got a shoulder injury and an internal injury, so he needs absolute rest. And he was confident of their victory in the Holy Sword group. He congratulated him. Hui asked the doctor what he meant. Did it turn out that he had won or what? The doctor replied that he wasn't sure if that was what was called, since the fight ended on equal footing. But considering that they fought with a shoulder injury, isn't it logical to give the freshman a higher grade? And besides, it was nice to see a descendant of that very same Holy Sword win in the Holy Sword group. Just then, Ryuan came in and asked the guy, is he still acting like he's dying? Hui saw the big bag and asked what did he bring? And what's all this? Ruin replied that he had picked up a few things on the way, and here's a powder that, when mixed with even cold water, can skillfully remove bloodstains. He'd picked up all sorts of cleaning products, and instead of thanking me for my notes on general lectures, unlike one rec, he's busy preparing to the last minute. The servant at this time was telling Sabu that as he had previously told him from now on, to ensure that he traveled to the highest level, they were providing a rickshaw or a wagon, depending on the situation, and will also provide snacks, alcoholic beverages, an interlocutor, a sightseeing guide, a gaming companion, and any assistance as per the clauses of the contract. But of course, the trip is limited to the Sichuan area. However, by selecting only the best sites, they made sure it did not lack a comfortable place to stay, interesting excursions, and warm memories. Also, he was supposed to accompany him, but his knee hurt, so as a heartfelt apology, he prepared this. And he hopes he enjoys the trip. Sabu was surprised and said what a useless thing to say. He'll have a drink and get on the wagon. And he will protect his house well from thieves. The servant Arya saw the master off and wished him a happy journey. Lastly, but he realized that he had been ordered earlier that after leaving, let him make a survey of the residence of the person under investigation. And then the path will immediately report if it finds anything related to Yunbi's name, a woman's footprints or clues to her whereabouts. The next morning, the judge said that the long-awaited finals of the Three Holy Masters Festival would begin from now on. The young Holy Sword, the young Queen of Swords, The young Holy Blade and the young new hero should be in the finals. But the young Holy Sword turned out to be from its rights, and there was a tie in the Queen of Swords group. And it's basically a battle for the title of this year's best. And in the final match, the noble blade Sop, the young Holy Blade, and his adversary will be a young new hero who has become a hot topic of discussion this year. After that, the guy following everything said that this Ruin has a lucky chin strike. People started asking, did that really become his nickname? Some fought to a draw, another refused, so he was just lucky to make it to the finals. So now he's not just an impact chin, but a lucky impact chin. He's weird, sure, but isn't he strong enough? Ju said that she thought the nickname was inappropriate. He didn't bring chin today. The guy replied that he too had his doubts when he heard the nickname attached to the apprentice Ruin, but he agreed with the lucky part. All because apprentice Ruin was able to make it to the finals without revealing his skills. If he had gotten through the semi-finals with a young sword queen or a young sword saint, they would have a better idea of his actual strength now. People asked, did the head of the Kujong community just praise this strange guy? In fact, the fact that he's going to fight is already weird. Sheik looked at the fight and said it was a ruse, and it's easier to just call familiar things honest and unfamiliar things evil. But don't these guys have skills? Sue said that it's worth it for this kid to enter the battle arena. He's causing a lot of interesting reactions. Isn't that right? The guy replied at this moment that in any case, since the young Holy Blade and the young new hero had gotten here after fierce battles, they were looking forward to a great fight from them. Ju listened to him perfectly and decided to say that the fight could already begin. And this is the finale of the Three Holy Masters Festival. Sop suddenly plots that there are rumors that he is using the huge chin in a strange way. So why is he without it today, young new hero? And if he wants to give up, he asks him to change his mind. He has a dear man who is eagerly waiting for him to win a worthy victory. Sop remembered that very mysterious stranger, and he hoped that today she would see his magnificent fight and come to him once more. And this time he would not let her go. Yoon sat with the guys in the arena and said it was so weird, he got goosebumps running down his body. But Hiran asked why many were not feeling well today. Moen Hui is in bed, and he, Brother Chan, doesn't seem to be feeling well. Chung Hong replied that he was fine. It's just the weather today, too sunny. He realized in his head that it was his emergency storage. He can't say he was robbed, and he has no choice but to replenish the warehouse with the money from this asshole's winnings. Ruin told his opponent not to worry. The weapons for today's fight are ready. The commander of the Red Eagles asks, weapons? What is he talking about? For some reason, he senses something ominous. Ho replied that it was rather not sinister, but rather dirty, especially his shoes. A student had overheard their conversation and asked, shoes? If there's any talk of shoes, it's the one that catches my eye today. Here it is. No Huck's shoes. Oh. Huck started yelling at them not to look, even though he knew it was better to be barefoot. That lunatic, what kind of plan had he been hatching since last night? The fellow told him that if he was careless, he might hear. And did the pupil really say that to him at dawn? Hawk replied that he called him as soon as the sun came up. Rywin told the boy that he was talking about his shoes. How long has he worn them and when did he wash them? She looks very dirty, as always, so he has to answer honestly. Huck answers that it's been a while. He hasn't taken them off since he put them on. He never washed his slippers on a purpose, except to wash them occasionally when he got caught in the rain or went in the water. Ruin asked, so are they clean? Just from the outside, it looks like an entire civilization has already settled inside. Owi apologized and said that he is faithful to the teachings of his school, so his shoes are terribly dirty. And it looks like there are fleas in them. He has never checked, but sometimes he feels there are some. Ruin replied that's what he thought, and then have him take them off. Huck was surprised and asked why. And then Huck said he gave him those damn slippers, tied them to his ankles intentionally, and he took them off and put them on himself. That's what happened. Saul at this time said that, except for the terribly shabby shoes, he had gone out without one. What was the gentleman with the disheveled hair up to? Nan replied that she didn't know, but for some reason she had an awful bad feeling about it. Sop immediately launched an attack and used the Ching Chung School's secret blade technique, and these are the traces of pure flux. But Ryuan wasn't intimidated by anything. He stood his ground to the last and just used his defense. Ruin said that the audience would never guess what it was, But he decided to attack and apply the first step of the Great Awakening. Sop tried to hit him with his sword, but each time Ryuin was able to dodge and defend himself. Chung Han suddenly asked the guys what their goofball was doing now. Hirin replied the same, that he was so fast he couldn't get a normal look at it. But he seems to be circling to taunt the young Holy Blade. Maybe there's some secret meaning to this? Sop also realized things were going badly, and he thought the guy used his chin and fists, but he's a master of footwork. Ruin said it was a pity, of course, to use it on him. Isn't that a little overkill? Sop replied that he didn't know what the guy was talking about there, but he could use his tricks, and then he'll show it too. Ruin told the guy that before he moved, why don't he look around? Sop turned around and asked, what was that? A poison technique? Ruin replied, not quite right, but 7 steps. Sop asked, 7 steps of tormenting the soul? That's one of the Tang clan's most powerful poison techniques after all. Aang suddenly said that even their family members very rarely used it. And besides, you can't leave such strange traces with it. Ruin asked him, how about listening to the end? This martial art is the Great Awakening, the first form, the 7 steps of purity denied. They are designed to, after one encounter, destroy the will to do things like cleaning for life. Chung Han asked, what did they just see? Lucky Hui refused to participate. Hirin said he did too. He thinks they're good friends. But he was wrong. If anything goes wrong, Hui will definitely die. Sop realized that he shuddered, thinking it was a horrible poisonous technique, and he was talking some nonsense. Just now he had shown the mysterious young lady his unsightly side. Sop asked, what the hell is this nonsense? He has no desire to scratch his tongue with him right now. Ruin asked, so does that mean he wants to move? Sop tried to do something, but nothing was disappearing. Ruin looked behind him and said it wouldn't work. And then he has no choice but to complete the Great Awakening. Ruin pulled his shoes off his feet and away from the poison. And the shoes he kicked right into his face. Ruin used a hidden meaning after that, breaking his leg. Sop just couldn't react and got kicked in the head. The spectators were surprised and asked, could the young Holy Blade really have fallen from a simple blow from a slipper? No one knew what had just happened, and they thought it was like a dust storm had suddenly come. Did he really use his inner strength? People started saying they had a bad feeling about this. A guy no one had heard of won hands down. But the second part said that he was just a coward. Only cowards use strange tricks and poison to win. The guy asked why they should accept it. He didn't like this guy at first sight. Hack was sad at this point and said that it was just his shoes. Poisonous technology? He just didn't wash them. The guy told him there was no need to be so ashamed. He was just part of a gang of beggars. The judge immediately said after that the winner of the 3 Saint Masters Festival was the lucky striker disciple Qin Ruin. The fans began to get outraged and asked where this vile world was heading. Yoon also sat with his brothers and said that he had won. Heron replied that he felt that the others were reluctant to accept Ryuin's victory, a natural reaction from ordinary people. Chang Hong asked them, why not? Like it or not, Ryuin threw the slipper and won. And they hit the fucking jackpot, so it's all good. But he wonders how many more of these lucky ones are there. The captain from the Red Falcon has said that the senior classmate really did win. But it doesn't look like a poisonous technique. How did he do it? The boy asked. The student replied that he didn't know. And he must have used spiritual energy when he was jumping around. He didn't want to think about it. And anyway, it would be better not to get on the senior students' nerves in the future. But behind them, Student L was shouting that they had hit the jackpot and was very happy about the victory. But the girl said that since we were talking about the jackpot, then since the senior classmate won the festival of the 3 Holy Masters, then they did too. Yen also answered that everything is correct, and the festival of the 3 Holy Masters is the strongest and most unbearable tournament. Sheik suddenly started laughing and asked where this guy got such shoes, and he even used his inner strength. Or maybe he wants to improve the technique of the gang of beggars. But what is going on in his head? But Cheon said then they would learn more when they met tomorrow. The elder came out in front of his men and said that the winner of the 3 Saint Masters Festival was B. Ruin. And as a reward, he will receive a rare elixir and a weapon. And according to an old tradition, he has a chance to dine with the 3 Holy Masters. After such screams, Flameblade woke up and said that the final match was already over. And he was really annoyed by this stuffy room. But when he came out of his room, a servant came out to meet him and said that Elder Flameblade had woken up and had finally come out. And was he still feeling unwell? And what is he wearing? But this long robe suits him very well. But the fight is already over, so he goes to open the gala reception. Maybe the Flaming Blade wants to join. The Flaming Blade replied that he would go for the money and let him go. The servant did not understand and asked again, for the money? Flame Blade replied that he was talking about the money from the bets. It was obvious that the guy had outplayed and destroyed everyone. So he was going to get some money from this. Arriving instead of receiving awards, the guy bet on 100 bags and said that the Flaming Blade had indeed multiplied his capital many times over, and he could congratulate the teacher. And here is his 20% separately. Flame Blade replied that everything is correct, but let him not say the amount he won and about the separate wallet. And it would also be nice if he erased these events from his memory. Does he understand what they want to convey to him? The guy answered that it was good and he remembered it. Flame Blade thought and actually knew that Chong would win no matter what. But he looks like a scoundrel who steals half of his money. And the guy couldn't imagine that he would additionally put the rest of his funds towards living expenses and an emergency reserve. The stupid demon thinks that he will always obey him, but he won by hitting his weak spot. The betting man looked at him and wondered if the Flaming Blade was happy to have won so much. The shift man replied that he was. He didn't know why, but it was a little scary. Chung Hong was also very happy and shouted with joy because he earned a lot of money for his life. Ruin saw this and told his uncle that he had the most. Maybe they could play once tonight. The bet was 1-10. How did he like that offer? Cheng Hong replied that he didn't. There was no need to knock on his room's door tonight, and he gave up gambling. From now on, he was going to live righteously. Heron also laughed and said that Brother Chang Hong really won a lot. He even invested his friend's shares. They must be very rich. And Hui would have given everyone receipts, but it's not bad as is. Yoon supported him and also answered that everything was correct. It was the first time he had such a huge amount of money in his hands. His heart was even pounding. In the evening at the Mass in Nanchang, El said that if he admitted that he lost an insight to the Red Falcon team, he would really have to buy the first floor of the Mass in Nanchang. But is there any way to rent a place for the academy students at half price? The fat man replied that he could not leave the academy without permission until the end of this month. This also applies to the Mass in Nanchang. But in any case, he still needs to find the money that was lost on bets. And why the fight ended like that, he doesn't even understand. El laughed and told him not to worry. There was someone who could handle it using his name tag. It was safer than if he went in person. But the commander said in the evening that in accordance with plans 1 and 2, they did everything correctly, indicating the rates. But in any case, it's a lot of money. Will it be okay for someone to bear it alone? The guy answered that it was definitely true, and the academy had only one student who could covet the money of the Red Falcons team, and that was the senior fellow disciple. But why Yi Yeon-ho and him think that he is the most suitable? But only he has a chance to escape the gaze of the senior classmate. That night, Chung Hong decided to take a different approach and began to move all his things. But on the way to him, Ruin came out and asked him where this uncle was going. After all, the load in his hands looked heavy. Maybe he needed help. Ruin came to his student and said that half of the money was commission. Flameblade asked what he thought. Is there more? He's already stripped him bare. He might as well take everything. Flameblade thought the guy was probably extorting money from the Red Falcons as well. Ruin asked, in what sense did he fleece? He gave the students useful information and only took half as a fee. And there is no point in showing greed, since he earns money from others. Let him stop talking about it already. After that, Flameblade realized that he had completely deceived this idiot. And it wasn't about money or greed, and the main thing is that he had defeated him. But suddenly Ruin came in and asked what they had there. The Flameblade turned around and saw his terrible gaze. The students said that they had come to Sichuan and could finally relax. And if tomorrow they run all day, then they, like guards, will be able to return back faster. His friend replied that they were going back anyway and he really didn't mind if they had a few drinks. But the elder of them said that they had done a good job this time and had saved his life many times. So today he was going to get drunk. But the guy saw a man in front of him and immediately imagined all his training in the forest. And he asked, is this really that same Sabu? Sabu heard his voice and asked the guy with a surprised face if he really knew him. The servant told Sabu that after he returned from the toilet, his complexion was not very good. maybe something was wrong. But if he has problems with digestion, he can bring a doctor or prepare medicine. Sabu replied that everything is fine. He will go to bed. The servant said goodbye and wished the master good night. But Sabu did not pay attention to him and continued to drink. But suddenly he remembered how the guy approached him in the city and said that he was mistaken. After all, he just thought for a moment that he looked like someone else. The other guys froze for a minute and said they were glad they were wrong. He has nothing on his wrists or ankles. And that old man lives alone on Mount May, so they would never meet him here. The second guy answered that it was true, and he hoped that they would not run into Sabu on their way to the disciples in that wilderness. The elder told them to shut up because he could see that they were chatting here. Did they forget that their group was forbidden to divulge information related to him? The elder apologized to the master for mistaking him for another person, and it was time for them to go too. Sabu immediately threw the jug on the shelf and said that there were very strange things going on here, and no one was allowed up the mountain except girls. And there is nothing noisy near his house. He remembered all the moments with his student, how he looked after the master all the time and did what he wanted. But Sabu was upset and said that he didn't know why he even thought about that useless idiot. But he decided that when they returned, they would need to thoroughly explore everything around. At night, Yoon and Heron slowly walked to Brother Ruin's door. They knocked, but there was no answer. Yoon asked if he was sleeping and suggested going back to their room. Heron said he was sorry. He wanted to confirm what he had heard from Ryuan. Earlier, Heron had asked him if he had spent the night in Brother Chan's room. What were the two of them doing there that he was glowing today? Ruin replied that it was nothing. It was just that there were a lot of expensive snacks in his room. He ate them alone at night, so he decided to help so that he wouldn't get indigestion. Heron said that they would come again tomorrow then. They too must save Brother Chan from indigestion. Yoon asked in surprise why. He wouldn't be angry if they woke him up. Heron said he was probably right, and he wasn't sleeping, and it looked like he wasn't even in the room right now. He was becoming more and more curious about what kind of person he was. And maybe next time he should ask for information about Chan's 25-year-old brother. And it will be interesting to see what they would tell him if he turned out to be their man. At this time, Chang Hong was in his sect and listened to his disciples shouting that they believed in him. He counted that he was removing the shadow from their shadowless squad. Chung Hong replied that they were always throwing words around. Even without those words, he was going to fairly divide their increased fund. But suddenly the servant came and told the chief that news had just arrived from the White Stone, and he handed him a letter. Chang Hong looked and replied that it happened faster than he thought, but suddenly his face changed dramatically from what he saw. After all, the letter now talks about graves. As a result of the study of the dwelling, nothing was found that would indicate the level of martial arts, weapons, or other features. However, due to the terrain, there could be caches there, so a thorough study of the entire area was carried out. And on the second day, several graves were discovered. In the graves, firstly, the skeletons of a large number of people were found near the house, who were tied up and buried together. All of them have serious injuries. Along with the fractures, signs of poisoning were also found. Secondly, 30 steps from Sabu's room in unmarked graves, 2 wooden boxes were found, buried at different times. One is several decades old, the other is at least 100 years old, maybe more. Both are clothes and other essentials. And judging by the size of the clothes and the type of personal belongings, these are traces of the existence of 2 different people. Presumably, these are boxes with the belongings of the deceased, and both deceased were young men in their teens. Thirdly, a box containing the deceased's belongings was found near Sabu's empty room, which presumably belongs to a student. This box was secretly buried about 10 years ago and had no identifying marks. Inside were women's things. Presumably, they belonged to the search object. The small items belonged to a child who is not yet 15. Although the things of the student of the boy, who has been missing for a long time, are still scattered here and there around the house, there is no trace left of the existence of the search object. There are also no letters written to the search object. Cheng Hong was surprised because only skeletons and burial boxes were found. But what kind of terrible place is this, he thought. But if you think about it, poison was found on the broken bones. There were records of victims dying from the emoji poison. Then if we exclude them, even if we don't count things from 100 years ago, they don't fit the time. Who is this Sabu? And it seems that the things of the deceased belonged to his students or brothers. How many tragedies did he experience? Or maybe he himself became the cause of these misfortunes. But in any case, the letter says nothing other than that the things of a girl named Yeon Bi are buried. Chang Hong had said earlier that he shouldn't let the girl named Yeon Bi come to her, but he shouldn't kill or hurt her, and he shouldn't let her know about the investigation. The defender replied that yes, and the most important thing is that the young lady should not know about it. In childhood, she became the benefactor and only friend of the young lady. So if she finds out about the order, she will never forgive. And already as a child, she was an unusual child, and now it should be even more difficult to deal with her. So Chang Hong, you need to make every effort. This matter can shake not only the head of the alliance, but also all the warriors of Marim. Chang Hong realized that he had -1 problem, although he wasn't sure if that was something to be happy about. Chang Hong said that he would write the report, and he immediately had everything prepared to deliver it to the Tower of Serenity as a secret report of the first yellow level. The servant replied that yes, fine, and it looks like he needs to look at another report, although it is only level 4 yellow and does not require a quick response. And here is some more information from Su Pundan that may be related to this case. Cheng Hong was surprised and asked, "What?" He understood that the Pavilion of Heavenly Fragrance, Xuan, 10 years ago, in January, the chambers for a high-ranking guest, a rich man and his daughter, information about the girl. But what could it be? It sounds like the description of the princess. But why is she digging this? The servant replied that it was received from their agents planted in Supandan. But what to do? Could it interfere with the investigation? Cheng Hong asked why he was like a foolish colt. The stubborn one would take it as a challenge and start digging even deeper. The servant replied that she was the daughter of a rich merchant and that they had run away and disappeared without a trace after her father's business failed. Rumor has it that she died, but that's not certain. Isn't there a way to give him simpler information? Shen Hong said that this thick-headed person will only believe the information that can be found. So let him write it down and pass it on. And let him find out who commissioned the order. This stubborn guy protects customer information more than his life. So let him leave him alone and do everything secretly. And he definitely needs to find out who is digging into the past and report it to him. At this time, Ruin was celebrating and sitting in front of a beautiful table. Suddenly, he reached for the meat. But on the other side, the man also reached and stopped his hand with his chopsticks. Ruin was surprised at the moment and did not understand why this happened. Shik made himself a strange person and asked the student, "What does he want to take?" Ruin asked, "So what?" But Shik was a bit of a gambler and suggested to the guy that they make a bet. If he takes and eats at least one piece of meat before him, he wins. This is an easy bet, right? Ruin was surprised and asked why this was happening. He came because he expected a feast with various delicacies, but this was a bit too much. Here, Holy Sword Mo and Xian selected the delicacies and transferred them to his own plate before the meal even began. But the Queen of Swords, San, eats food faster than water is drunk. She uses chopsticks so freely that the food seems to dissolve in the air. Shik started laughing and said that the guy was refusing his offer. If there wasn't enough food, they could bring more. And these two just like it. And those like the Holy Sword would rather die than eat from the same plate with others. Cheon replied that he was just worried about hygiene. But the Queen of Swords, she eats less than usual. Does she have no appetite today? But anyway, there is no need to worry about them. And he offered to make a bet. The one who wins can ask anything. Ruin asked, what if he doesn't have any questions? If he doesn't want anything, then he doesn't need it. Shik was surprised and asked him, is he stupid? Does he even know what he's missing? He could ask him to teach him martial arts. Of course, it would be very difficult to win. Ruin replied that he wasn't particularly interested in his martial arts. Besides, clashing sticks with another was a bit unhygienic. Shik said it was a lie. Is he refusing for such a stupid reason? And this is said by a man who won the final so dirty? Chan told the Holy Blade that he thought the young hero already had a wish. Maybe he should listen to his conditions. Shik was surprised and said that it turns out that there is something that an academy student wants more than learning martial arts. And what does he want? Ruin replied that it would be nice to get something that would enrich his life or his body condition. Who would help him with this? He remembered Chang Hong's words that for any simple, sensible person, it would be an honor. But if he overdid it, that day would be the day of his death. If he wants to live, let him squeeze out the most politeness he can, and it is worth saying yes. He asks for forgiveness or thank you. Let him choose one of the three. Heron also said that it is true because the three holy masters are a group that is respected more than the alliance leader. They are like celestials. So if he falls into the hands of their followers, he will simply be torn apart. Ruin said that the elders are the most respected people in Murim. So, if that's the case, would they be able to give him even one cute little tag of the Heavenly Warrior Academy? He heard that students age 3 and above who received a task, students, heads of the four gods teams or their deputies received the so-called 3 horses tag. And up to 3 people can freely leave the academy up to 3 times a month. Schick asked in surprise, "What?" But he thinks he can give it to her, but the guy bets on something like that? Cheon thought about it and said that it seemed like the young man had some urgent business to do outside the academy. Ruin replied that there was nothing urgent. He had just recently increased his capital and acquired valuables, and outsiders could easily get into the dormitory despite the ban, so it would be better to move the money. Schick thought and said, "It turns out like this, but there is a rather successful guy standing in front of him." And Sheik looked and said that he understood everything. The food of dreams was served, so they had better hurry and place their bets before the Queen of Swords swept everything away again. Ruin didn't hide it and said that he agreed. Schick told him that he could use all his strength to try to steal and eat at least one piece. He took off the bracelets from his legs and arms and said that, as Schick had already said, he would not give in. Schick told the guy not to say "gop" until he jumped over. They immediately started competing with each other, but they were so fast that the food flew through the air. At this time, in the Tower of Tranquility, the head received a letter and said that she was not one of those who would die so easily. He asked the defense attorney what he thought about that. The defense attorney replied that although the child was unusual, there was no reason other than death why her belongings would have been buried in a burial chest. And besides, the size of the clothes and the time of her burial roughly coincide with those events. The chief replied that yes, and it seemed to him that they had not gone far. The leader understood that he couldn't tell Rin about this unexpected circumstance now. And then for some reason, even the doctor forbade Rin from entering. And he didn't even suspect that she cared so much about Rin even when she was dying. And now he is ashamed. He thought and worried only about his daughter. The defense attorney asked what he should do with that Sabu after the investigation. Since things turned out this way, it would be worth asking him personally about some things to confirm them. For example, about the death of that child and the owners of the burial boxes found in that area. And also, wasn't he the one who trained the Red Falcons team before? He suddenly remembered what he heard from San and Sansan about training. The team captain told him that he had never seen them, neither the boy nor the girl, although come to think of it, he had heard that he had one student. But suddenly, Sun said that she wasn't sure, but she didn't think he had a student. Even for the girls of the Red Falcon team, it was pure hell. If such a rude man had a simple student, she would die in 3 days. He is so rude and cruel that he would never be able to educate a student. The commander got angry and told San to shut up. She can't say such dangerous things. The defense attorney said that judging by the fact that this master lives there, looks similar, does not use weapons, and treats students cruelly in order to get money and food. Even if the kids exaggerated a little, he thinks it's the same person. Although there are discrepancies between this report and the Red Falcon's memories of Sabu. Judging by the way the deceased's belongings were carefully buried, it can be said that she was a favorite student. However, according to the students of the Red Falcons team, he was too sensible for a person who suffered such a loss. With his reclusive nature, if he had lost his beloved student 10 years ago, he should have been sad and downhearted, just like what was described in the recent report from the Shadowless Squad. But from what the Red Falcons team said, one gets the impression that he is a joyful and energetic person. We need to investigate further, maybe ask San and San a little more. The boss told him to stop everything, and he understands the reason for such crazy behavior. But no matter how harshly he treated them, the students he raised from childhood were like his children. The child's death must have killed his heart, the pain and grief that tears at the heart more than physical pain. And he understands. And he as a father, how can he not know about it? So when he meets a newly blossomed bud, he has no choice but to instantly change. Because this time he decides to do everything in his power. Even if it's just for a moment, he can't help but do it. And now he's in his debt. Don't rub salt into his wound and let him leave it alone, and he'll think about whether to tell Rin or not. After dinner, the guys came home and everyone was surprised and said that it was a gorgeous table. But what is it? Ruin asked. What do you mean? He bought this after the official dinner. They should join in too. Chung Hong replied that it was cute but strange. Should he wrap up the food from his party? Wasn't he supposed to eat his fill there, but he came back here and ate again? Heron laughed and told Chang Hong to introduce himself. This is his glutton friend named Ryuan. They are so considerate, everything is even put in individual boxes so they can eat without fighting over every piece. Ryuan asked, what other considerate ones? They were acting so arrogantly that he couldn't even eat. Cheng Hong asked him what he was even talking about, the three holy masters. What did he do again? Ryuan replied that he had done nothing wrong. It was them. One had offered a bet that he would not be able to eat. The other had incinerated the bowl with his chai. And finally he agreed to the bet. And when he was almost winning, suddenly someone pierced a piece of meat. Chun immediately said that the young new hero had won. That was how they finished their meal. They were interrupted by Grandpa Hui, and he is an exact copy of him. The food and the table were really dirty, so it's better not to eat it for hygiene reasons. Chang Hong asked him in surprise, was he really saying that he had won the argument with the Holy Blade? After all, if it weren't for the Holy Sword, it would have been a clear victory. How about changing your nickname to the Lucky Gambling King? But Heron told Brother Chang that this was not the main thing now, and he asked Ryuan what he had won in this incredible bet. Was it this food? Chung Hong asked him if he had snatched money from the three holy masters. Ryuan replied that of course not. He actually won something more valuable than money. People call it freedom. Now who wants to grab a bite to eat and go with him? Soon Ilchui received the information and asked him what he was saying about the three-horse tag. The servant replied that he was. After the words of the Holy Blade, Director Peng immediately handed it over to the disciple. Ilchvi said that during the first semester, going outside is prohibited since he wants to go out because he has some business. The servant replied that when the student left the academy, they would assign a person to him who would conduct a thorough investigation. Ilchvi said that this is an unusual child. Don't overdo it and be careful. And by the way, they are leaving now too. That same day, the principal of the school went out with the rest of the strong disciples and his workers to bid farewell to the three strong masters of this world. Sheik said that this festival of the three holy masters was interesting. And since they got rid of the kids, maybe they'll go and drink with the elders. San asked him if he liked it, despite the fact that he had lost face in front of that ignorant foal. Besides, it was so loud that they never found out its origin. Shik replied that this was the plan, and even asked Chun if he knew about it. It was all his fault. Chun replied that it wasn't that they didn't learn anything at all. At the very least, they learned that they weren't the same. Hadn't he felt that? Shik replied that he did. He really didn't experience the same unpleasant feeling. Today's boy is black, but pure. This blackness actually feels purer and deeper. But Chang Hong told him that the sprout that grew from him would never be so pure. And it is said that the color of martial arts comes from the mind, but martial arts taken to the extreme dominate the mind. Sheik replied that it was exactly his character. That one was impudent and arrogant, and today's guy is rather funny. In any case, his son-in-law and his men from the academy would be looking after the boy. So they better put it out of their minds and have a drink. Isn't son hungry yet? Chun replied that he thought so, and suggested that they also have a snack before going their separate ways. Of the three of them, he and San were the most attentive to food. This was easy to understand from what she had taught her son-in-law. San replied that he was like a bear pretending to be a fox every day. He just wanted to make the one who ate the most pay, as always. San immediately started jumping in front and said that they could make a bet. The one who eats the least today pays. Chang Hong yelled at San that it would upset the balance, and Shik said that he actually liked it. In the evening, Yoon and Heron went for a walk to the market. The guy was surprised to say that it was the first time he bought something like this on the street. And now he thanks Ruan because he has such experience. Heron answered that it is true. He also thought that he would only be able to go out on the Mid-Autumn Festival. But Brother Chang seems to be in a bad mood. Chang Hong replied that he wasn't in a bad mood, he was just worried. And he didn't understand where their fool had gone, leaving them here. Heron said he had a huge bag of money with him, so most likely to the mint. And there are places in the academy where you can leave money, but since it concerns Ruin, he wants to put the money into circulation. Chang Hong replied that no one knew, and maybe he wasn't the only one. At that moment, Ruin was in the Fire Fortune Mint. Ruin told them yes and asked them to take care of him in the future. Now he has things to do. The worker replied that of course, as the gentleman of excellent intelligence had said, they would increase his capital, and they wished him a good journey as they parted. Ruin thought about it and decided that he had sorted out the mint, and he wondered where he should go now. He arrived at a building where everything was very well guarded. The worker told him no, and less than 6 months later, he was already there. Ruin replied that yes, it seemed like an eternity to him too. Any news? The worker replied that it wasn't that easy. The hints he gave him were very few. And thinking about Mr. Flameblade, he studies everything carefully, and he will definitely let him know when there is any news. Ruin said that once they appeared, have them send word to Elder Flameblade at the Celestial Warrior Academy. Let the cuckoo write down cuckoo, and he will definitely visit them. The next morning, Rin received a letter from the Falcon, but at that moment, Nayeon came in and asked her if something happened. She looked serious. Rin replied that the letter was from her father. His birthday was coming up. This year, the exams were moved to the time right after it. He asked her not to rush. Nayeon was surprised and asked, did he really write that? Is he postponing the meeting with her? Rin answered that yes, that never happened. Rin thought about it and said that she had to go today, and she was sure that something bad had happened. The eagle came back immediately after that, but Ruin was surprised and asked, did he not deliver the message and come back? Since Miss Nee wasn't in the room, he had to work his wings and look for her in the academy. Didn't he think so? Or Aurel wants to go back to their special training? Aurel heard about the training and was so scared that tears started flowing from her eyes. Ruin saw this and said that he had now decided to speak. The eagle began to flap its wings and make sounds. The eagle decided to tell him something and made several circles around the room, stood in the pose of a scout. Ruin asked him what he wanted to say, but Aurel didn't stop and continued showing him the movements. But Ruin didn't understand and asked, does he want to go back to idleness faster? And probably the interpretation. But Hui decided to join the conversation and said that Orech probably wanted to say that he had completed his assignment. He flew all over here but was able to find the person for whom the message was intended. And it even seems that he had to return after experiencing many dangers and sufferings. The eagle began to nod his head and say that Hui understood and told everything correctly. Ruin asked if there wasn't too much drama for the academy inspection. He made it all up on the spot to whitewash him. Hui replied that he had taken the optional subject of collecting and using information in Marime and had carefully studied Chapter 7 of the textbook on understanding carrier birds. But he doesn't like birds. They don't control their excrement. And he hopes that Ruin got the information he needed. Ruin thought about it and said that it turned out that Miss Na really wasn't at the academy. The head of the academy received the letter and was very happy that her daughter was coming to him. But he told her not to come, so his daughter missed her daddy. The servant answered that he thought so, but should the lady know, she would suffer. What should she do? And she had already entered the estate gates and was heading here. The leader said that everything was correct. He remembered that he had postponed the meeting with her, telling her to stay at the academy because he was afraid to tell her the news about that child. And the all-seeing eyes of the dragon see right through people's hearts. But they say that even from those who possess skills more powerful than Wu Ren, everything can be hidden. But will everything go as smoothly as the Three Saint Masters Festival? Only a cold-blooded person who has no emotion in him can close his heart to his beloved Rin. But he, and not even his wife, are capable of such a thing now. The servant suddenly told him that the mistress was about to arrive should he block her way. He would immediately tell her to return to the academy and focus on her studies. The head asked in response, is that possible? Let him drag out the time for now, and he would try to sort everything out. He decided that he would prepare his heart and somehow hold out today and tomorrow. He is actually a cold-blooded father in whom there is not a drop of feeling. Even when he saw his beloved daughter, he would not open his heart to her, and he decided to keep his heart under himself. But suddenly the door opened, and the servant said that the mistress had come. Rin entered the room and told her father that it was her. The head turned around and was very happy to see his daughter. Rin replied that she was glad too. And after receiving the letter, she wondered if something bad had happened at home. But Rin noticed something with her blue eyes. She found it all very strange after the meeting. In the evening, in the room, the headman's wife said that it was obvious that sooner or later Rin would find out everything. But why did he do that? She has exams soon, and he worried her. And considering that the day after tomorrow is his birthday, the head replied that if he had known that everything would turn out like this, he would not have insisted on an investigation. The girl said that the investigation was necessary, it was just not the right time. If that girl had grown into a cruel and dangerous creature, Rin would have read it in her heart like today and taken action. But who would have thought that that little girl had already left this world? And she hopes that their daughter won't be in too much pain. Rin didn't waste any time and went to check everything herself. But suddenly Ruin appeared on the way and asked Rin where she was running to. Was she really looking for him? Rin told him that it was true. She wanted to ask him something, and she knew that he wasn't obligated to answer her questions, but she still wanted to ask it. Ruin was very surprised by her gaze and froze for a while. Rin said that at the finals of the match for the title of the new hero, he performed a melody. But Rin began to doubt and thought she had to be careful. Were he and B even friends? If she approached the question clumsily, might she miss a clue? But what is she really afraid of? That she will rush with the question and miss the hint? Or that she will hear from him an answer that she does not want to hear? The head had told her earlier that he too had a bad heart, and judging by the things buried there, the child died shortly after their departure. Rin knew she couldn't explain it, but she felt that B had definitely just hidden the traces of her existence. And the key to her. Ruin suddenly asked her, what about the melody? He was curious to hear it even now. For him, this melody is a precious memory. Is there something wrong with it? But Rin didn't talk to him and took her sword and decided to attack. But Ryuin said that today was slower than usual. She had too many thoughts in her head. Rin said that she wanted to ask about this precious memory, but about the person associated with it. Ruin replied that he could talk about any other melody, but if it was about a memory related to this one, it was a bit problematic. He needed to get permission from someone first. Rin asked him if he could get permission. Ruin said he didn't know, but he would ask when he found that person. And he asked her what that melody meant to her. And does she have a story about it? Rin replied that a long time ago, a person who could not be described in words told her about this melody. Ruan said that it turns out that this person is not with her now either. Rin replied that yes, she is also looking for one person, and he must have the key to finding it. But she wants to ask him something else. And why doesn't he acknowledge B as his student? And why is he looking for her? Rin asked him what he was going to do when he found the person he was looking for. Ryuan thought about it and didn't answer right away. But he said that her question was more difficult than the exam questions, so he would definitely check it. And whether this person is living well and how strong he has become, he will think about it later. Although he misses that person, if he sees him now, he may be very surprised. Rin knew that B would definitely be surprised. But why was he saying that, she thought? They must be very close friends. Suddenly, Ruin said that they would end it here, and he hoped that the young lady did not mind it. But suddenly he remembered and asked what she wanted to do when she met the man who told her about the melody again. Rin answered that she would protect her, and no matter what situation she finds herself in, she will do her best. Ruin was surprised and said that it was wonderful. Then he would root for her. The next day during the exams, the teacher said that this 3-day midterm exam would be the first in most of the freshmen' lives. It would be stressful, but it would be a valuable experience for them. Let them try to answer the questions correctly, but don't forget to enjoy the process itself. And they may see the exam as a chance to learn and explore, and they will have to try their best. After the exam, everyone started to rejoice and exchange questions. One of them asked the guys what they answered to the third question. Was it in the textbooks? But the second part says that they screwed up really badly, and they can't stand this bullying about the exam anymore. But Heron was also very happy and asked the guy what they were going to do now. Yoon replied that he didn't know the answer to the last 2 questions at all, and when he got home, he would check. Heron told him to meet Hui, and he is their friend, in whose head all the answers are. He asked Hui right away, what about the last 2 questions? Hui did not deny them knowledge and told them all the answers to the last 2 questions and gave the correct answers. Yoon immediately said and that he had given the wrong answer to the last question, and he even thought that he needed to correct it. Cheng Hong was surprised and asked, did he seriously even learn a line? But unlike someone who uses his room, he is a real role model. Ruin said he wasn't a role model, but is that even worth mentioning? As long as the results are good, is it worth worrying about such nonsense? Heron asked him, isn't it the other way around here? The important thing is not winning, but taking part. Ruin asked in surprise, what? They say that to mock an opponent who has not achieved the desired result. He says that trying alone is not enough. He said that efforts don't count, and to ignore them even when he was broken. And because of his warped standards, he would pick on him when he achieved success, saying that he hadn't tried hard enough. Heron said he thought Ruin had a difficult childhood. Was his mentor really that strict? Chung Hong replied that he didn't know, but perhaps he became so strict because he had to deal with a fool. And after the festival of the three holy masters, he still thinks what is in his head. And judging by his words, he did well on the exam. Ruin asked, what happened after the three Saint Masters festival? Did something happen? Cheng Hong replied that the problem was that nothing happened, and he won the festival. And then he went and demanded from the holy masters the tag of the three horses. But what did he have left except money, miraculous pills, and a pretty good sword? Ruin asked if the list was not enough already. Suddenly Heron thought and replied that he thought he knew what Brother Chang was talking about. Winning the Three Saint Masters Festival will guarantee him fame in a future. Cheng Hong said that for sure. And he won the festival, which means the Marima Alliance or the Academy will have to practically fight to take him in after finishing his training. And not only that, since he has a bright future ahead of him, everyone from big clans to wealthy merchants are trying to grab him as a son-in-law for their family. And of course, he becomes popular at the academy among the young ladies and fellow students. Cheng Hong asked, but what about him? Let him look around a little. People passing by started saying that there was that shaggy, black-haired guy there, and it was so weird that he was looking straight in their direction. And this is also the lucky striker Chin, and let them pretend not to see him. Although the seventh divine sword is nearby, he is even uneasy. Yoon heard everything too and said that they were going too far. He was used to this kind of thing, but Ryuan was really strong, and they were still finding fault with the seventh divine sword. Ruin asked the boys, what should he do when there are so many eyes around? But thanks to him, Hui will be less likely to stick around. Doesn't that deserve gratitude? Hui replied that he didn't care about his reputation, but because of the martial arts he had used on him last time, there was nothing to thank him for. Heron said it was definitely about the Great Awakening. He dreaded to think of Ruan using it on Hui. Chung Hong replied that the fact that such a misunderstanding was used at the Three Saint Masters Festival was also a problem. And for people, it's not just the result that's important, but also the process. This shows how cool hard work is. Ruin ignored all this and said that in the past, he had already exceeded all possible limits of hard work. And anyway, he used this opportunity to get what he wanted. Suddenly, Heron asked him, is that thunder? Thunder immediately fell on Ruin's hand, and he asked him what happened. Ruin listened to everything and said that it happened faster than he thought. Cheng Hong asked him, what is it? What kind of urgent news does he have? And why is his face so serious? Cheng Hong replied that it was just breaking news, not something surprising, nothing special. The expected news was written in a strange way. Flameblade sent him a letter in which he wrote that the cuckoo is a cuckoo, and in 2 days a battle was planned between the team of Red Falcons and Blue Dragons. After these events, Flameblade immediately began serious training. But Hawk got caught in the crossfire and began to receive strong blows from his ally. The girl was very strong in a one-on-one fight. Flameblade said that they were all worthless. But suddenly Ryuan came and asked what was going on here. Didn't they say that in 2 days they were going to compete with the Blue Vineyard team? Or whatever they were called? Flameblade replied that it was true, and they were in the midst of special training now, as he saw. Ruin looked at them and asked, is it possible in their condition? In order to fight, they first need to be alive. But when he approached the guys, he said that it was too late. Even flies were circling around him. The flaming blade replied that no, he simply didn't wash. Ruin suddenly remembered and told the teacher that he seemed to have said something about a group competition. But what does that mean? Director Su had previously said that this time the competition between the Red Falcon team and the Blue Dragon team would be a group competition. All team members will fight at the same time, regardless of gender, and there is only one rule. They must refrain from using poisons and real swords, and also do not bring to death or disability. And do they both agree? The snowman menacingly pulled his head aside and replied that, of course, the Blue Dragon team is perfect. They are at that level where they no longer need to think about how to win. Flameblade also said that the Red Falcon team will give them a grand welcome, so it's great that they can get together and beat the enemy at once. That's why he made them attack him, to practice group combat. But they are so weak. Ruin said that it was natural. They were still very weak. If the fight was going to end in one round anyway, it would be nice if they didn't look pathetic at that moment. But he decided to tell the guys that he heard on the way here today that they would be placing unofficial bets on this fight. And do they know who was being bet on to win? The bettors took over and told people to place their bets immediately. And Ruin said that they always come with good intentions to watch them try their hardest until they gnash their teeth. And so, to prove his boundless love and trust for them, he had no choice but to bet a huge amount of money on them. And now if they lose, it will send him into the world and he will become a beggar. Maybe later he will have to fight with beggars for a plate of rice. And then he'll be so damn sad, to the point that there'll be nothing left. He'll do to them what they did to him. Even now, when the senior classmate talks to them, they still pretend to be dead. So he just wants to throw something at them. Aren't they curious about what it is? All the students immediately came to their senses and stood up. Ruin said that they all stood up and they would definitely win. Ruin opened his box and said that if they were interested in what would happen if they lost, he was willing to clear up any doubts about it. He would look forward to your questions. The students immediately said they weren't interested, and they definitely won't lose, and don't expect any questions. Ruin put the box down and asked how they couldn't be curious. In any case, maybe they could try everything. Everyone was very surprised, but Ruin pulled out all his pills and started throwing them to the guys. In the morning, all the students were exhausted, and each of them said that they wanted to sleep. And at this rate, they would die before they even took on the Blue Dragon team. But suddenly, Sam said that something was wrong. After he ate that thing, the condition improved. But would the senior classmate feed them real miracle pills? Hawk said that he was a fool. The senior classmate was not like that, although the pills really could be poisonous. But he is a corpse anyway, if they don't win against the Blue Dragon team. But one of the students replied that even if the senior classmate is scary, he is still the strongest. Elle said that these were definitely real pills. After all, this was a senior classmate. They knew very well what was best for him so that they could stay in shape for a long time. But Yayan replied that it was a mixture of golden pill, purple essence, and purification pill. Tang Sam is an idiot, and if he didn't realize this after eating the pill, he should be removed from the family register. But the disciple replied that the purification pill was a normal medicine, but the others sounded like something expensive. If they lost after eating such an expensive thing, the senior disciple would kill them. But the girl asked, didn't he get the purple essence for winning the Three Saint Masters Festival? Why did he spend it? And the golden pill is so damn expensive. Where did he get it? It's even a little scary. Jiren replied that she was worried about what the senior fellow disciple said at the end. Ruin told them that the competition was already set in their favor. They wouldn't lose out of stupidity, would they? And he wished them luck in the competition. Jiren thought about it and said that now it turns out that he meant that in a group battle, they are in a winning position. The captain replied that if he thought about it, a group battle was actually more advantageous for them than a one-on-one fight. They had a lot of experience fighting together. But the guy said that he thought the most important thing in his words was that if they act stupidly, they will lose. In fact, since this is a team fight, there is something they should seriously think about. And how will they stop the dragon of the Pikaneshin Yoncheonmyeong? The future of each of them depends on it, and if they can't defeat him, they will lose. And then the senior classmate will leave no trace of them. In his time, the warrior asked Mina why he was so worried about this. If they win the one-on-one match, then they'll win the team battle as well. And Miss Peng, is any of them capable of defeating the Dragon Pikeman? Miss Peng said that when did she say she was worried? It's just her credo to be prepared for anything. And Mr. Ha, can you tell me who won the Three Saint Masters Festival this year? The warrior asked why they were suddenly talking about a guy who won the festival through pure luck. Miss Ping asked what luck. Whether it was ability or luck, it was best for those who had encountered him personally to know. And don't they know that he was recommended to the academy by Mentor Flameblade? The warrior asked him what she meant by that. The young lady replied that this same mentor, Flameblade, had recently been diligently training the Red Falcons team. But Moen said that this festival of the Three Holy Masters was interesting in every way. In that case, she is looking forward to the battle of the Red Falcon team. And where is she going alone at such a late hour? If she was looking for pills to share with the members of the Blue Dragon team, then as the deputy, he was obliged to go with her. The young lady said that everything was too complicated, so she would refuse. The warrior asked, where did he come from at such a time? They say he got a tag for 3 horses, so maybe the new guy is coming back from the city. Right then, Ruin walked past the young lady and didn't even pay attention to her. The warrior got angry and said that this upstart was bragging. But Moen replied that Ryuan's disciple also received support from the community of 8. He just passed by the head of the community. But what happened? The young lady asked him what he thought she knew. But there was no point in worrying about such trifles and running about her business. She had to hurry, so she went. Suddenly in the room, the servants were surprised by what they saw and said that it was very difficult to break. And there was also a mess in the room. But everything was okay with the captain, right? The captain stood, pressed against the wall, and asked, what other good thing? Quickly clean everything up here immediately. And this guy is very disgusting. Why rerun a completed investigation? The servant replied that, to be honest, there was something suspicious about it. The previously vague information suddenly became clear, as if someone had given it to them as a gift. The captain said that he gave or didn't give, but they should accept everything with gratitude. Didn't they know? Even if he paid twice as much, if he wanted to dig up more, he would hardly get anything. The servant asked him why he promised to reinvestigate. The captain replied that he was just pretending. After all, a girl named Rin had disappeared without a trace after her father. The next day, all the fans were happy. The referee said that the Blue Dragon team and the Red Falcon team would meet in battle. In the evening, Director Su said that there was a person using the 3-horse tag on today's list again. And it's even surprising that the newcomer who won the festival of the 3 Holy Masters does not come from a famous clan. But what is even more surprising is that, having received the tag of 3 horses as a reward, he began to increase his funds and information. But a rare specimen, looking forward to his next steps. And because of the surveillance of the third prince, he did not check, so he does not know exactly what information he collected. But if he saw him today, if Ryuan went to a gambling house, he would rather cut him off than the other way around. The only thing he could have spent an unjustifiably large amount of money on was collecting information. Director Su started laughing and asked what he was going to do with all this money and information. Create a new merchant guild or a prosperous clan. The servant replied that he would ask when he had the chance. And suddenly Su said that thanks to Ryuan's disciples, he had suddenly remembered an incident recently. The 3 Saint Masters Festival had always been a celebration for young talents from the 9 factions or famous clans, but one day an unknown disciple just like Ryuan caused a stir. And his name was probably Zhang Hongsek? That student looked simple, but it was as if he had spent decades honing his skills in real battles and won with his sword filled with courage. He even had high hopes for that disciple, but he was snatched away from under his nose and suddenly sent to study as an exchange student at the Heavenly Demon Pavilion. Lately, he keeps thinking about that disciple. Chung Hong replied that it was correct. The director said that if he thought about it, then there was something else that caught his attention. As the leader of the Shadowless Squad, he probably knew about it. And also, that disciple who won the 3 Saint Masters Festival got married in the Heavenly Demon Pavilion. And then he left the family in such a way that no one knows where he went. Chen Kon replied that he was not aware of this. It all happened under the previous head of the Shadowless Squad. And even if he did know, he had no right to talk about it. The director laughed and replied that everything was correct. He just kept thinking about those times. Therefore, after seeing the results of the last 3 Saint Masters Festival, he made a decision. In the future, the Celestial Warrior Academy will have a number of new features. Including student Ryuan, 16 newcomers will be selected based on evaluations from various teachers. They will be divided into 4 groups: Heavenly Justice, heavenly warriors, earthly justice, and earthly warriors. And each of these groups will develop in close cooperation with the teams of the four gods. He will announce this in 3 days. And the team that wins tomorrow's team battle between the Blue Dragons and the Red Falcons will lead the most remarkable group of heavenly justice. And for his information, this group will include 4 people: Mo and Hui, Ryuan, Ren, and Chang Hong Sik. No, that's even Chang Hong's student. The judge said that now the Blue Dragon team and the Red Falcon team will meet in battle. Yun and the other guys were sitting on a tree and watching. He said that the guys from the Red Falcon team really trained hard, but he was nervous. Chang Hong told him that everything was fine. The Red Falcons team would win. They had to win. And maybe a fool had bet on them, which was what he was saying. You just have to believe. But Heron said that he heard that Ruin personally helped them, and apparently he became close to the guys because of the Flame Blade mentor. At that moment, Ruin was also watching and turned to his students. The students were all surprised at once and said that this was a voice transmission technique. What was he going to say again, they thought. Seeing their reactions, Ryuan said that it meant they could all hear. The captain wondered if they could all hear their senior classmate at the same time with this technique. Ryuan asked if everyone remembered what he had told them earlier, and the senior classmate believed in them. Immediately after that, he ordered them to immediately take off their bracelets and give it their all. The captain said that it was time for them to go to battle. Everyone immediately attacked each other and were ready to decide who would win. One of the elders said during the battle that he was rooting for both their community and the community of 8, in hopes that the Blue Dragon team will win, thanks to their community's miracle cures. But Hung replied that the Red Falcons team had grown a lot recently. Although, of course, since they were up against the Blue Dragons team, there was nothing to worry about. But the guy said that no matter what, the community of the 8 at the Festival of the 3 Holy Masters pushed them aside. So for the future of the Kujong community, they need to show their strength this time. And it seems to him that this is the fish scale battle formation. The community leader is in the vanguard, and with her is Huoyin from the Huaxin faction. It's unlikely that the guys from the community of 8 will have anything left. But what is the Red Falcons team doing? The fucking Falcons team was ready to fight to the end and not a step back. After all, their senior classmate would mock them later if they lost. The eldest 8 said that since it was a team fight, he thought it would be some kind of brawl at the same time. He was even surprised. The one standing next to him said yes. It was surprising that the Blue Dragon team decided to use the formation. But the Red Falcon team did the same. The elder became curious and asked what kind of formation the Red Falcon team had. The main advantage of the fish scale formation is a powerful vanguard. But if the enemy disperses, and doesn't it seem to him that they are trying to surround the Blue Dragon team? But if they don't have numerical superiority, it will be quite difficult. And the movement of the twins from the Tang family and the disciple of He. Disciple He immediately used his technique and sent several attacks, saying that they would sweep them all away. The blue captain told his men to ignore them and run, and to keep their formation. But El didn't waste time either, and threw out an attack with his plates and told them to get it. But the enemy replied that things don't work that way here, and she's sure that it's definitely not a problem for them, and she'll deal with one of them first. Suddenly, El stood in front of him and asked if she would sort it out. They would do this to them. The student took charge and began to circle around them with her magic wand. The blue captain said that the formation was broken and ordered the dragon pikeman and the steel pin to be more careful. The girl suddenly asked what kind of trick it was. I answered that it looked like a human cannon. The Red Falcon captain and his ally released Hawk into the sky and told him to do his job. After the competition, someone started talking about the pike-bearing dragon. The team captain asked, "What about men?" In any case, it's too much. The student was surprised and asked him in response, "Does the captain mean to say that he is a coward? Then they had better return to the meaning of the team fight." The captain asked in surprise, "The meaning of a team fight?" Suddenly, El answered that he thought he knew what Hyunwon meant. Team battle is not a one-on-one battle. Coordinated work is important here. It's like accompanying a load. You need to work out a plan to achieve the maximum result within the resources provided. During the escort, they are often attacked by bandits, but there are usually more of them. But what if there are the same number of them and bandits? The student slammed her fists on the table and said that this was absurd. They were not idiots, and there could be good masters among them. The captain replied that they weren't escorting cargo, and the pike-carrying dragon wasn't a bandit. But Sam said that if their lives are considered a burden, then the dragon pike-bearer is a robber. After all, if they lose, the teacher, Flaming Blade, and the senior classmate will leave no trace of them. The boy's sister was surprised and replied that even a fool speaks the truth. And indeed, their lives are at stake. Since this is a team fight against a dragon pike-bearer, they can arrange a show situation. Jiren said that it was correct. Dragon Peak-bearer Meng is the strongest disciple of the Celestial Warrior Academy, famous for his record of victories. And besides, don't forget about Seiyin and Yon, who are among the 9 dragons and 7 phoenixes, and Miss Peng, the steel hairpin. Peng Haren is really a difficult opponent. Such incredible power in such a fragile body, she is truly the descendant of the Holy Blade. The disciple suddenly also said that this is not incredible, but monstrous power. Have they ever seen her crack walnuts? 1 nut with each finger. And that's without even using her inner strength. And even if they combined it into the strongest technique, would it work on Mrs. Peng, she asked. The girl replied that she was no match for her. Miss Peng was very strong. She recently ran to treat her favorite horse, holding it in her arms. Elle said that in any case, she is the beloved daughter of the director and the entire Peng clan of Hebei, and also the granddaughter of the Saint Blade. So no matter how tiny she was, she probably bathed in miraculous elixirs since childhood, which is what made her so strong. But then how can they deal with the Blue Dragon team, including the Steel Pin and the Peak-bearing Dragon, one by one? Un replied that if he falls, unable to withstand the attacks of the Dragon Pike-bearer, and he will defeat the Dragon Un and come to him. And most likely, the Steel Pin will smash Jiren and San into splinters. But Elle thought about it and said that in the end, the group fight would end with the Steel Pin and the Dragon Pike carrier remaining. Or just one dragon. After some thought, Kapitan said that they would follow the plan proposed by Ikgun. But to put the strategy into practice, there were still a few issues to be resolved. The Blue Dragon team has Yen from the Huashun faction. He's good at tactics, and the Dragon Pikeman with the steel hairpin is no fool either. How can they force them into a situation that's advantageous to them? And another problem, if you follow the plan, the remaining 5 teammates will have to fight against 8 opponents. Un replied that since their lives were at stake, efforts could be arranged. Fortunately, their Red Falcon team had a wide variety of weapons and martial arts, so there were plenty of opportunities. And first they need 2 or more who will distract most of the enemy camp. The captain said that they have Tan Sam and Yan Ho. Sam replied that he was always ready. Elle also said that he would consider it an honor. But if Sam were to go, wouldn't it be better to use his sister instead? Un said that at the beginning of the battle, a spear or a whip would be needed. Miss Tang is very good with a whip. Together with Yen, who wields a spear, they can slash at the enemy and cause a stir. Mrs. Tan said that there was nothing to be done. She was for it. Un said that the problem was with Yen, who would see through the situation. He had to be taken out. And we still need to prevent the Dragon of the Peak Bearer and the Steel Hairpin from uniting. And it looks like we'll have to ask Huang Bo to do the impossible, but Hawk something shameful. The team captain said he thought he knew what he was asking Huang Bo to do, but what shameful thing was he asking Hawk to do? Un walked up to him and said that they were talking about him now and he should wake up. Hawk came to his senses and asked why. During the battle, Lady Peng asked her ally what kind of trick was this. Men replied that it looked like a human cannon. The captain and Un immediately gave Haku permission to launch. Earlier, Un asked Hawk if he could be a shield for them. His job is to stand between the dragon spear and the steel spike and take their attack. But no matter how he does it, it will hurt like hell. Hawk immediately stood next to them and began to swing his stick. But he took all the blows on himself. The student was scared and said that if these two beat him, Hawk would pass away. Un replied that according to the rules of team battle, killing is prohibited. They know about it, so they will take care of everything. He thinks so, as he thinks whose blow is more deadly than a steel heel and a dragon of a pikeman or sabu. But Hawk is a creature that successfully survived the most terrible technique of beating with a fist, 3 happiness from Sabu and an older classmate. The captain replied that he had not. Of course, Hawk had the highest stamina of all of them, but he had been training hard for another cause lately, and sacrificing it was too cruel. Hawk thought about it and said that he would do it. They were dead anyway. Let them say that they couldn't live without Mr. No Hawk. During the battle, Hawk shouted to the dragon spearman and the steel heel that not only could their blows not kill him, but they also made him stronger. The captain was immediately surprised and wanted to convince him otherwise. Ewan told him that if he could hold out for 10 blinks, Un told the dragon pikeman and Mrs. Peng to take care of him, and now the two are tied up. Meng said that the 3 that surrounded him were of the 9 dragons and 7 phoenixes. He was glad to see them, but their reputation would be fine. The captain previously said that when the lives of the Red Falcon's crew members are at stake, there is no choice. The girl told them that they had also attacked Hawk together and let them think that it was revenge for him. Un thought and replied that he thought the opposite, that they would like him. That's the whole point of a team fight. Men said at the moment of the battle that it was good and everything was in order. The captain immediately gave his men permission and ordered them to attack. Un and the student also gathered strength and began to attack. But Meng was not afraid and was ready for anything. Mrs. Peng also said that they were not comfortable. And why is someone surrounded by 3 but not her? Peng told Jiren that she seemed to have matured a lot since the last time. Jiren asked her if she was upset that she was here alone, but then it's not worth it. She had prepared enough. But suddenly another student came and said that she had to prepare for something in advance. So she was late and suggested that Peng take care of her. Peng started laughing and said that it was even better that way. But she didn't even know who that girl was next to Jiren. Did they think that the 2 of them would be enough against her? And introduced herself to her and said that there were not 2 of them, but 3. Peng was surprised and asked, 3? Who else would come? Peng immediately looked to the side and saw a guy. He introduced himself and said that he had arrived before Yon, and his name was Huangbo Jinggon. Peng laughed and replied that she had goosebumps, but it was still not enough. But since 6 people had gone to them with the dragon pikeman, and the boy from the beggar gang was already out of the game, how will the remaining 3 members of the Red Falcons team deal with their 8? It will even be interesting to watch. En said that there were not 8 people left on the Blue Dragon team, and there were not 3 left on the Red Falcon team either. Gon also said that everything was correct, but Hawk wasn't out of the game. He just fainted. Peng asked them, is that how it is? Then they better finish it quickly and she'll go and take a look. Peng gave them permission to attack her already. At this moment, Hawk was lying next to her, unconscious. But the battle was still going on nearby. A few hours later, Hawk came to his senses and said that he knew the dragon's blows were useless. And he only got stronger in the end. Ruin and Flameblade looked at them from afar and asked the student what the hell they were doing. Hawk was badly wounded and knew that this place was a brutal battlefield, and many had already fallen. And it can't be. He's too late. There are beads from the abacus lying around. Judging by the traces, strong and confident blows were constantly being made with the shaft of a spear. And apparently this was done by the idol Yang after the attack of the fat man Jim. They are all cowardly people. And they were supposed to leave this softy to him, but if he doesn't hurry, they'll put all the weaklings down. But suddenly he realized that he hadn't told the boys this because he was afraid of losing face. But he knows him well. This devil. He definitely. But in order for him to survive, he needs to quickly find some survivor and deal him the final blow. Hack started looking around and realized that there was no one here. And why are all these pigs lying around in one place, he thought. There should definitely be Fat Guy Jim among them. But now they all look so similar that you can't even recognize him. But if you look closely, you can see the difference. But he doesn't want to look at them. This familiar smell of dirt and poverty, he recognizes even with his eyes closed. The elder Zhu Tai Nam, a tramp, a renegade from a gang of beggars, who has joined a club for lovers of young girls. Hawk started insulting him and said that this idiot does not deserve his title. Apparently he escaped the fat man's beads and got under the hot foot of the idol Yang. And judging by the direction of the trail, he was heading there. At that moment, El shouted to his partner that he would take charge of everything here and that she should go on. Hack noticed that the idol, as planned, went to the steel pin, and the fat guy stayed to finish off those grazing the back. And these two beat each other up pretty good. Judging by how much resentment and hatred they took out on each other, they and the fat guy are real enemies. Which means it's Kwanso who also placed bets in the master appraisal community. Besides, his silk robes, although they look tasteless to his beggar's eye, are damn expensive. Hawk lifted L and shouted, "It was definitely him." He was very upset and asked him to get up. After all, he is the only one who should not be lying in such a place. Hawk threw him to the ground and realized that now the only allies left were he and the brother and sister from the Tang family. But there are 8 people in the Blue Dragon team. 3 of them dropped out 100%. And having found another body, he said that it was not one of the Thanes, therefore one of the Blue Dragons. But why is he lying so far away? Hawk kicked him and said that he was injured. He turned the body and realized that it was the 4th in the Blue Dragon ranks, Jie Ying, the flying dragon of the 7 swords. He immediately thought about why the flying dragon of the 7 swords had dropped from his hands and collapsed here. But judging by the marks, he had been hit with incredible force when he was unprepared. The case was now solved. But the flying dragon of 7 swords approached like a ghost. During the battle, the warrior shouted to his ally that he would block everything here and let the guy help Yanu. The boy turned to him and said that if he looked at him, but the warrior told him to go faster. And why did he continue to stand? But their Huangbo Jin definitely fought him and gave him the biggest fight. Hawk knew that this was definitely true. After all, even he, his best friend, sometimes couldn't remember his face. Hawk thought, but why did he defeat the flying dragon of 7 swords? Apparently they met at a fork in the road. After all, Jin should have figured it out initially. On the way, he found another body and said he didn't know his name, but he remembered the clothes of everyone from the Blue Dragon team. He was definitely from there. And as expected, he didn't even suspect that he would be hit by Jin. Un had told him earlier that if the Blue Dragon team decided to use some tactics, then Yan Ho would be leading them. And next to him as a guard would be Il-Tak. And Il-Tak is also a Chi master. He thinks quickly and notices everything. But since it is him, he will be able to sneak up on him without any problems. Jin asked in surprise, is it him? He will try his best. But what if it doesn't work? The senior classmate noticed him very quickly and caught him. Hawk believed that Jin was, after all, a human being, and even he couldn't easily notice him. And his senior classmate was simply not a human being. But now he knows that the Blue Dragon team has 3 out of 8 left. If he wants to take one down, he needs to hurry. But suddenly he heard something and immediately ran to the enemy's rear. But when he came out into the light, he saw that it was Tan Sam, and he was badly wounded. Hui stood next to his body and told him not to die, and to open his eyes immediately. Hui walked up to him and asked what happened and slowly slapped him on the head to bring him to his senses. He suddenly opened his eyes and asked him why he was hitting him in the face. It hurt. But Sister Tan started cursing and screaming that she told him not to jump away. At this rate, they would all be killed. Hawk told the guy to rest, and he would save his sister. But suddenly the warrior appeared and told Sam not to worry. He would not attack his sister. Sister Tang asked him, "What kind of nonsense is this? She is not that trash's sister. He is not even from their clan." But Hawk told her that she scolded him as if she didn't want help. Sister Tan asked, does she really want help? The enemies asked Miss Tan whether she should be sent to rest too, or maybe it would be better for both of them to rest. Hawk said that he had said that these two were formidable opponents. The warrior asked the boy, his name was Hawk, wasn't it? He had thoughtfully given him time to say goodbye to his comrades, and now he would send him off to rest. Hawk asked him, didn't he hear the words of his commander? He will put him to sleep on the ground in beauty. Jin put the 4th of the Blue Dragon team to sleep, and now he will try to defeat the 3rd in strength. Hawk remembered that he had been through so much. So he thinks that he is just a whipping boy and his opponent is deeply mistaken. Because in every corner of his body, pain that cut into the very bones. Thanks to it, he realized the path of Sura and created his own style. Hawk pounced on him and said that he would show the 3rd strongest the strength of a mad dog that had risen from the chaos. He immediately used the stick, beating technique, and 3 talented dogs. Ryuan had been watching the battle all this time, wondering how it would turn out. The warrior asked, is this a foreign beating technique? After all, he is one of the best students of the leader of the gang of beggars. He saw a big dog in front of him and asked what kind of strange technique it was. But Hawk did not stop and shouted that it was a technique of beating three talented dogs. And under the first part, the human digger enters the attack and decided to make a fence dog out of him. The warrior was not afraid of anything and began to defend himself and repelled every attack of this guy. Hawk was surprised that he blocked his attacks, but he did not stop there and threatened him that he would bury him in the ground. Hui immediately started the second part called Earth Club. The warrior did not understand how this could be, and reflecting his attacks asked what this was. But Hui also understood that if he retreated, it would be the end. And he began the third part of the Heavenly Iron, and he would smash the enemy into powder and raise him to the heavens. Seeing these strong and complex attacks of this poor guy, he decided that he just had to dodge and not get hit. At that moment, outside the battle area, Heron was enjoying sweets, and suddenly the berry he was eating exploded. But Chang Hong said that both sides exploded with a bang. Yoon asked in fear, did they survive? And he would never have thought that Brother Hak was such a scary person. Hui replied that they were knocked out by the pain, but the injuries were not fatal. But this stick style was completely different from the usual one. He did not know that the beggar gang used such an unusual technique. Shan Hong said that it was probably because the falcons were close to their fool. You get what you want from who you hang out with. Heron liked his words and smiled and said that it was true. Ryuen was like that. But aren't he and Hui friends with Ryuen too? Chang Hong got angry and asked who else was friends with whom. He shouldn't be included in this list. Hui also said that he was too. Heron asked, do they all think that way? What does Yoon think? He replied that Hawk had joined Tang Mu-hei. That meant that there were now 8 people from the Red Falcon team versus 4 from the Blue Dragon team. We could relax. Flameblade also said that he doesn't know where Hawk learned this, but this devilish technique works. But Ryuen asked him what he was happy about now. Was it just him who saw that these idiots couldn't handle just 2 opponents? Flameblade replied no, and now the snowman only had 4 students left, and 2 more behind. Hak shouted to the enemy during his attack that now he is finished. The enemy replied that this homeless man is a real impudent one. Flameblade was watching everything and said that one of them was taken by a beggar, and this girl will be dealt with soon too. So that leaves only the guys in front. But suddenly Ryuen asked him what the hell they were doing. Suddenly Mrs. Peng decided to run away a little, but the team of Red Falcons stopped her and asked where she decided to go. But suddenly someone attacked and hit the enemy's hand. Pan realized that she was once again spinning around like a snake in a frying pan. Mrs. Ping said she was fed up with all this, and one of the girls attacked with a rope to catch her. But the lady noticed this move and immediately cut the rope. She knew that it wasn't a mace sword technique that irritated her, but this Yang family spear style. She continued to fight, even if it was uncomfortable for her. And then there was that guy sneaking up to attack. Jin continued to attack, not even thinking about slowing down. But Peng was faster and repelled his attack. Peng realized that she could barely block them. Un said that she really was incredibly strong. Her hands were already going numb. Peng even noticed all of Yen's attacks, and she found it strange that someone like her could take her attacks. Jin said that his sword was about to fall apart, and she really deserves her glory, but she can't even feel the signs of his presence during the battle. She started to feel that it was getting hard. It hurt her pride, and she felt like she was fighting against 3 of the 9 dragons and a family of phoenixes. And she's not even talking about Jinren. The other 2 also have the stamina of dragons and phoenixes. And that guy from the Huabo family is at the level of a hired killer. But she is the head of the 8 community. The Red Falcon students didn't waste any time after that and all pounced on her at once. But Peng wondered why she didn't know that they all had such abilities. But she always knew that she shouldn't use it in front of the head of the Kujong community. The school principal was watching the battle at that moment and saw that it was an unpredictable fight. They were really good. But one of the elders said that, but it is too early to judge who will win. But who would have thought that the Red Falcons team would use such a method? Suddenly a servant came up and told the director that he had brewed some tea for him. Let him try it. The director was delighted and said that this was excellent and would go well with watching this interesting competition. The servant replied, why say such obvious words? And the disciple Peng Ha-ren is truly magnificent, fighting against 3 at the same time. The director said that she would lose soon anyway. To be called a martial artist, you have to go beyond your capabilities. But Ren still wants to be a beautiful woman, that's her limit. The servant asked him if he was too strict. Disciple Peng is hardworking beyond her years, both in her studies and in her training. She is worthy of the title of a woman with a strong character. The director laughed and replied that yes, but in any case, today he was more attracted to the students of the other team. The servant told the director that he knew the master thought so too. At this time, Heron asked Hui who he was looking at so intently. Hui replied that he was on the dragon of the peak bearer. Heron asked him if maybe they were on bad terms with him. Hui immediately remembered how they said about him that he was only capable of displacing Yonshun Myung from Shaolin. And indeed, but men's natural abilities are inferior to his. But isn't Yan Chongmeng the son of the guardians of the two dragons, the precious disciples of the Shaolin Marian? People asked. She replied that yes. The Yen family, which leads the guardians of the two dragons, has already spent a huge amount of money on the third generation of Shaolin to raise the child to the level of Shaolin disciples. They also heard that the child had natural talent, and the head of the guards of the two dragons had put in a lot of effort to achieve this. But still, how did Myung of the Miryong family become Abbot Xian's disciple? They told him that if he had such a capable son, he, as a father, would do anything for him. His mistake, he didn't mean anything like that. But Moen Hui has a great-grandfather. But even 10 fathers from the guards of the two dragons cannot compare with such a grandfather as the Holy Sword. After his early years, Uncle told him that it was time to enter the Academy of Heavenly Warriors. He and his aunt would support him, so let him get to the very top. He has the honor of the Moen clan on his shoulders, and even 8 generations of their clan. So he shouldn't disgrace them, and he shouldn't lose to men. But his mother told him that his uncle was just talking nonsense. They already knew that he was the best. But did he say goodbye to his father? His mother asked. Hui went straight to him after that and said that he was leaving. But his father didn't respect him and didn't even say goodbye. Hui left without a word and went to his grandfather. He said that he would return after training. Chan told his grandson that, yes, that was right. But Hui told his grandfather that perhaps there were opponents he had to defeat. Chan replied that there was no such person. But there was someone to whom he could always turn for guidance, and he would always be by his side. Hui asked, who was that person? Chun told his grandson that it was a man named Moen Hui. He was the one he recognized and valued the most, and also the one who could solve all his problems. Hui thought about Heron's question and replied that no, he had simply heard his name a few times. However, just watching the dragon pikeman wield a sword allowed him to broaden his horizons. Chang Hong said that these were the right words. The dragon pike bearer uses one of the advanced martial arts of Shaolin. Heron was surprised and asked, is that so? Chang Hong told him to think about it himself. Shaolin is based on Buddhist teachings that say to avoid killing. Therefore, naturally, punches, palm strikes, foot strikes, as well as the use of breathing practices. Even a spear is not welcome, let alone a sword or blade of a weapon created to cut flesh and bone, to shed blood. It is difficult for such martial arts to become the basis of Shaolin practices. They know that even the symbol of the Shaolin elder is the emerald staff of Buddha. And do they know who he is? Shaolin also has a famous sword art called the 13 drachma sword. The Emerald Buddha sword is next in power to the Emerald Buddha staff. And this became known to everyone as soon as men received the Emerald Sword of Buddha, becoming a disciple of Abbot Heichong. There are also rumors that the Emerald Buddha sword can only be obtained by mastering 5 or more levels of the 13 swords of Drasma. And to learn the 13 drachma swords, one must go through 18 Shaolin obstacles and 72 trainings. It has been more than 4 years since he received this sword. Except when he fights against the third shining sword Hyung, he never uses the technique of the 13 swords of Dharma. And so today is a good chance to look at this technique. Suddenly, Yoon said in surprise that the guys from the Red Falcon team were really amazing. They fought so well against opponents with incredible martial arts. Heron asked, is it only Meng and 3 others left? Yoon replied that the master had said something. It is foolish to deal with several outstanding masters without using a team strategy, as everyone will only get in each other's way. And even if they look, this is not even a battle formation. It is probably difficult for the opponents to predict the movements of the Falcons. The team captain took no risks and entered the battle himself with his strong and outstanding techniques. But Men was a little faster and blocked his first attack. But then Un attacked with his own attack, but he dodged it again. But then a girl entered the battle and asked Mina if he could withstand her attack too. Men smiled and replied that it was good. Sun's cloning technique was really amazing. Since when did she have 4 arms? Sun smiled and thanked him for the compliment on the number of her arms, and she can make them even bigger. After these words, the captain and joined her in attacking. But suddenly, Men again repelled all their attacks without even breaking a sweat. Men said he heard that the guys on the Red Falcons team are developing amazingly quickly, but she really is incredible. And at this rate, it would be hard to help others. But now he would also give it his all. For the first time, he would use it against someone from the academy other than the third shining sword. Moan raised his real blade in front of him and said that from now on, he was going to push his limits. And when he casts away all his 5 Skandas and lets go of the sword, they will all fall. And he used the 8th part of the 13 drachma swords, the Sword of Insight. Touching his sword to the ground, the attack was made with it, and the devastation of 5 Skadas was applied, and now they will have to go through all the torments. Men said that when he casts away all 5 of his Skadas and lets go of the sword, Un immediately felt an unusual energy, and now he means that he will become a Buddha. Men shouted that they would all fall after this attack. Sun said that they had to block it, but the captain told him that it was dangerous. After his strong attack, the captain shouted that they were finished. He doesn't know what it is, but they definitely won't survive. Ruin immediately asked him what he was doing anyway. If he wanted to live, then he should block. The captain immediately realized that this was a technique used to transmit the voice of an older classmate. Un realized that they could not cope and shouted to his men to stop. Un caught his hand and told her to close her eyes. And nothing to do. Sun was surprised and asked, "What?" But the captain decided to take everything upon himself, and passing next to Un like a hurricane, he headed to block Men's attack. Suddenly, the captain stopped and felt that he couldn't, and the enemy knew what he wanted to do. Men immediately used the devastation of 5 Skads. Go through all the torments, but the captain was not afraid and attacked in response with hundreds of arrows flying from the sky. Their attacks were so strong that they even just disappeared into the sky. San saw this and said that she also uses it, but Un didn't let her do it and simply knocked her out with one blow. And he used a protective barrier and protected himself and the girl. The captain opened his eyes and was surprised to find himself completely fine. But how could this happen, he thought. Un looked too and saw that he was not hurt. And he knew that the captain was right. And the captain believed that if he put his life on the line, he could do anything. Un also believed that it was a really strong sword technique, but it could be avoided if one distanced oneself from emotions and did not use spiritual energy. The captain believed that he was very strong, and Un considered himself a genius. Men suddenly came up to them and said that he would never have thought that this fight would be so unpredictable. They are really strong. Even though he controlled his power, they both found loopholes. But from now on, there won't be any. But it's surprising that they weren't like this last year. How is that possible? Un said that this time they were simply putting their lives on the line. He knew that there were rumors that the Dragon Peak Bearer was the light of martial arts. But what was that look? It gave Mung goosebumps. Men said that they were so determined, then he could enjoy the fight to his heart's content. He could break both wooden swords and people. Surely they would be okay. The captain stood in front of him and said that maybe not. But let him not forget he is surrounded by them. And immediately shouted to Un and Sansan. The captain saw that nowhere was it written that it wouldn't work. And perhaps he really was stronger than he thought. Un answered the captain that he was already on Hirwa, and on the way he apologized to San for what had happened. But men used the 9th part of the 13 swords of the drachma, the sword of faith. The captain realized that he had nowhere to go, and decided to use the unique step technique of the Namgun clan. Step through the darkness, he must block it. Un saw that at first glance, the sword technique that the Dragon Peak Bearer was currently using looked light, but he could feel an incredible weight emanating from it. And Gongsan would definitely rely on speed. Then he would use the Wudang sword technique. 22, Great Limit Wisdom Sword Attack. But Mong told him that by responding to inflexibility, it gives birth to reason. The captain responded by using the technique of the Sword of Thunder and Lightning, a division magic that will immediately split his attack into 2 parts and send it flying across the sky. But Un and Captain attacked together, and seeing that Men was still worth using the Black Dragon tail slash. At that moment, everyone was very surprised by what had happened, but Men did not retreat and continued his attack. The team captain also did not hesitate, and seeing that with his attack the enemy's sword was broken, he put even more effort to break his magnificent sword into small pieces. The fans didn't understand and asked what had happened, and they knew that the Red Falcons team would win. Jiren looked and said that it looked like the Dragon Peak Bear had a hard time, and she couldn't continue like that either, right? Mrs. Peng realized that the team captain had lost. Why was this talentless idiot so careless? She said she saw something unusual. But aren't they at their limit now? Pan knew that if she overworked herself even more, it would be hard to maintain her current appearance. But if she was careful, she could do it. Peng told them that if she tried any longer, they would all lose. Didn't they think so? But suddenly Hawk came and asked her if she was still on her feet, and now she is the last one left on the battlefield. Tan also said that today was a fruitful day. In the evening, Ruen met them and began asking about the battle. He asked one of the boys how he had missed the enemy. Did they really all want to die? The students, frightened, answered, of course not. But suddenly the captain thought, what are they doing now? But Un was exhausted and said that in the end, it will all end like this. All the students were standing on their heads at this time and thinking, didn't they win? They were already on the verge of death after the group match. So why the hell are they doing this now? Ruen got really angry at them and asked why they sounded so offended. Do they want to stand like this all night? Ruen asked them how many times they had fallen to those blue grapes. Was he the only one who understood the horror of this situation? Ruen immediately turned to the Flame Blade mentor and asked, does he also want to say this? This is the result of their training. What does he think of this? Flame Blade began to shout that they were scoundrels. The way they won was very crooked, all because of their ineptitude. And how could they even give in to the students of some snowman? The students thought, what are the teachers talking about? They barely survived. El thought that he had defeated several, and Sam understood the same thing, that it was a noble sacrifice. And Hawk was very exhausted, and from helplessness, he said that he came to his senses after everything. And now he feels very unwell. Ruen turned to them again and asked if they had heard how they had barely won. Even though it had increased his investment, they shouldn't even think about evading it. From tomorrow on, they will train twice as hard. He immediately turned to those who lost and asked how many times they were beaten, so they will train 3 times as hard. Flame Blade was happy at this moment, and it had been a long time since he had beaten him like that, and he hoped that the snowman would like it. At this time, the blue team told the coach that they were asking for his forgiveness. They were sorry for ruining his reputation and disappointing him. The snowman replied that there was nothing to worry about in defeat. There was no need to despair. They had all fought hard, so they did not have to ask him for forgiveness. And he's fine. Let the boys get up immediately. Men was very surprised that after their defeat, the mentor was still fine. But the snowman did not take out all his anger on the students and use kitchen utensils for this. Hearing the sound of the dishes, they immediately realized that it was definitely not. The mentor was so angry for the first time. Men said that no, they really were wrong. After the group match, he thought a lot about the words of Gong San, the Thunder and Lightning Sword Dragon of the Red Falcon team. As he expected, their wooden swords failed, and they could continue without them. Like him, Namgung told him to do as he wanted. They would fight until they won. Their lives were at stake. Men asked him what life he was talking about. He is a completely different person now, not only in his skills, but also in his character. The same goes for the rest of the Red Falcon team. What happened to them? Namgung asked him if he ever looked for a way to survive while hanging from a cliff on a thin rope during a storm. And he will find out everything when he will risk his life every day. Only he who is ready for death will be able to survive. Men said he enjoyed learning, but during training, he kept feeling like something was missing. And thanks to these words, he realized what it was. And he will change from now on. The other students also told the teacher that they would change too, and let the teacher accept their determination. Snowman said that it was good to know that a fresh wind was beginning to blow in the Academy of Heavenly Warriors. He would be watching this determination, and he was not the only one. And now the team of 4 gods will take patronage over a group of 4 promising first-year students. And based on the results of the group match, they will be the group of Heavenly Warriors. They are the second strongest after the group of Heavenly Justice, above which will be the team of Red Falcons. He told the boys that they would soon come to watch them practice. And how did they like that? Team Blue Dragons, are they ready to lead those kids and take this chance to get revenge? The students all immediately answered that yes, and they will definitely take revenge for their mentor's victory. In the evening, the Red Falcons came to the boys and said that they were students from the group of Heavenly Justice assigned to their team of Red Falcons. Cheng Hong immediately said that he was a freshman and 25 years old and asked the guys to take care of him. Mo Young-hui also introduced himself, but Hye Young asked them in the end, why are they meeting at such a time? Ruin suddenly said that he was also glad to meet them. What was with their faces anyway? And he also introduced himself to his guys, and if it wasn't the right time for them, maybe they should just leave. The students all immediately replied that it was not necessary, and Un, as the smartest one, said that they were simply very happy. Let him quickly pass by and sit down, otherwise they would be very upset. Jurin also suggested that they go to the table. Chung Hung was surprised and asked why they stood up, and Heron had the feeling that if they sat there, a terrible punishment awaited them. Un said it was a misunderstanding. They were just so happy to see them that they jumped out of their seats. The captain also said that everything was correct. They just want them to relax. The guys were surprised and said that they were glad to meet them and hoped that they would get along. Ruin asked them, is that how it works? He didn't think they would be so happy, and he hopes that they will get along well in the future. After 10 hours, the students started getting hit on the head by their older classmate and asked him not to do it. Ruin asked them, is this a lie? If he doesn't want to die, he'd better admit that he was just joking. And so he asks for the last time, where will their special training take place? The captain answers that it is Mount Imei. And it's true, he seriously couldn't do anything about it. Since he was so angry, he asked me to tell Jin Ren that he was thinking about her in his last moments. Ruin told the boy that if he were in his place, he would want to go there. The captain replied that of course not. He felt the same as his classmate. And it's better to die here than to go to that place again. Ruin told him that he might meet Sabu again. Does he feel scared just thinking about it? The captain answered his classmate that he knew that himself. Those cruel tortures still haunt him in nightmares. Ruin asked, is that how it is? And suggested that they come back to this later. Today, first of all, they must deal with this terrible situation. Suddenly in the evening, Flameblade was very surprised and shouted that this was too much, but he also received such a message. But in the morning, the servant told Sabu that he saw how well the master had spent his time on the journey. Sabu came to his house and said that he thought there was someone in the house. After all, he had left everything differently. The servant replied that they had come yesterday to clean, so that he could rest comfortably upon his return. But Sabu replied that no, and that was not the problem. And then he asked the servant who he was. After all, he had not seen him before. The servant replied that the previous person had quit 3 days ago due to health problems. From now on, he would take care of him with all diligence. But Sabu looked into the forest and felt that someone was walking there. At that time, the old servant was walking through the forest and met his man. He said with surprise that the guy had arrived first, and if it wasn't too much trouble, he would also sit down here for a short rest. The servant sat down next to the boy and said that it was amazing that this white tree, hard as stone, had marks from blows. If it weren't for the branches, he would have thought it was a stone pillar. The boy said that's why this tree is called the white stone. During the day, when the sky is blue and clear, like now, it is white. But at night, when the shadows cover it, it turns black, like the other trees. And apparently it is fate that they met here. That is why she wants to give him a gift. And what kind does he like? The servant looked and replied that it was nice to have a choice, and he would take the white stone. What was hidden in the shadows more than just a white stone catches the eye. The guy said that among those who, like them, walk these difficult paths and get the opportunity to choose a white bundle, there are practically no others like him. He also heard that the servant was homesick. Didn't he want to go back there and live out the rest of his life in peace? The servant replied that it would be good to retire, but not for him. There was an old man he had met from time to time not long ago. This old man spent all his time in the house, where it seemed he had lived alone for a long time. His eyes were full of longing, and his glass was half full of this pain. If you think about it, He has already lost his family. So if he returns to his native land alone, nothing good will come of it. And even if he can't use martial arts with such a body, it's better to help the guys at least this way. And this time the gift is to his liking. And if he succeeds, he will bring glory to his family. And he will also finally be able to reunite with his family. In the morning, in an unknown province, the old man told the chief that they had just received a report about the changes in the Academy of Heavenly Warriors and immediately reported it to him. As for the information about Ryuan and Chang Hong that the third prince requested, they are both from impoverished schools. All the information about Ryuan suggests that he is friends with the flame blade Yuan He and probably trained under him. And should the investigation continue, he asked? The head replied that no. Sometimes you just meet such people, too bright or the opposite. But in any case, they differ from the root, which is what attracts attention. And it seems that the boys are attracted to people similar to him, and even that is sad. The servant said that then they will arrange everything and send it. And should the third prince be informed? The chief replied that he was not sure. Perhaps one of them would be a good opportunity for the baby to grow up. But at this time, Director Su said that he was confident that a change of scenery and a new location would be more effective for the Red Falcon team. Therefore, the training camp for them and the Heavenly Justice Group is moved from Mount Amei to Mount Wudong. And besides, Mentor Flameblade, who had helped the Red Falcon team with their rapid growth, promised to conduct even more intensive training on Mount Wudong. And with his consent, some of the guys from other teams of the Four Gods will be able to join the team of Red Falcons in the group of Heavenly Justice, which will allow them to gain experience. And in general, one person from each team of Four Gods can join. They thanked the mentor in advance for such hard work. Suddenly, the Flaming Blade said that the director could rely on him. The snowman got angry at that moment and looked at him strangely. Going outside, Snowman asked the Flame Blade what he was planning to change the training location. And what happened to his eye? Maybe it has something to do with the child named Ruin. Flameblade asked him in return, what was he talking about? They told him everything at the meeting. Or did his ears freeze? He had been so busy training the kids these past few days that his eye had almost burst. The snowman told him not to talk nonsense. He thinks he's the one who studied the same martial art with him, and he believes such an obvious lie about a broken capillary, and only in one eye, it's even suspicious. Flameblade had asked Snowman if he doubted him, and since when was he so interested in his eyes? And he just can't accept that his boy's lost to him. So he's asking for it. He hopes that at least he didn't take it out on the kids. The snowman replied that it seemed he was not going to reveal his plans. He did not know what had happened, but he had better be careful. And he's not the only one keeping an eye on that little Ruin. That same day, the master told his man that if the matter wasn't entirely within his competence, the man answered the master that the hunting party always carried out orders. They would follow them for 1,000 years. But the gentleman understood that he would not leave him alone, and he remembered how Ryuan recognized him and asked Hui, "Is this the same old man?" Hui replied that if he meant the head of the noble sword's upper plate, then yes, it was him. Ruin greeted him and said that he hoped the old man remembered. They had met before, and now they greeted the noble sword. Ruin looked at him and asked, did he really not remember? That he had a bet with them, and since he lost the bet, he should apologize. Ilchui said that he and Qian's grandson must reach the final of the Three Saint Masters Festival and fight. Then he will believe him. But Ruin added to their argument that the old man apologized for everything he said today. Ilchui was surprised and asked again, for what he said? But after thinking about it, he agreed and asked in return that if Ruin couldn't prove his strength, he would kneel before that boy and them on the alley of heavenly warriors and apologize for his rudeness and lies. When they met, Ruin asked if the noble sword had forgotten the people he had promised to apologize to. All the people heard about everything and asked, what are they now telling the noble sword to apologize to them? Ilchui replied that he never breaks his word, so he is ready to take back his words and apologize. And then they had a misunderstanding, and for that he asked for forgiveness. Ruin said that these words lack sincerity, but it will do for the first time, and he hopes that in the future the master will be more careful. Ilchvi has disgraced himself greatly that day, and he is not doing this because of his bad manners. But for the good of all Marim, he will definitely get proof that he is connected with that devil. After that, they went on a boat trip, but the warrior stood on the deck and tore all the time. He thought, why is this happening to him? He will never be able to wash himself of this his whole life. Yoon saw this and said that his brother was suffering so much. He didn't think that he would be so sick. He should give him some water. Ruin replied that he would be fine. Better to give him a slap on the back of the head to stop him from spitting bean pie into that clear river. Heron said they had 3-4 more days to sail, and he wants to keep making him faint all that time. And Ruin Kaka is always in his repertoire. Chang Hong couldn't take it anymore and told the boys to stop. There were too many eyes here. He didn't want them to be expelled from the academy for this. And there was something strange here. Earlier, he heard Flameblade say that this boy with the plum blossom, he would go with them because he couldn't stop his treatment. Let him be on small errands for them. But Yoon replied that he would try not to interfere with his training. Chang Hong said that everything is clear with Yoon. He has his own circumstances. But why are the others going to train with the Red Falcon team in the Heavenly Justice Group? He also heard that each team of the 4 gods was allowed to go on the trip. But why the 3rd shining sword? Hung suddenly walked up to Hui and asked if he was okay. To think that the 7th divine sword, who was on the same level as him, had lost to a stomach ailment. Hui replied that he didn't know where to look. He was trying to adapt a little. But Ruin looked at the others and asked why these 2 were here. He couldn't understand either. They didn't look like they wanted to go to a place like this. So what were they doing here? And why are they being accompanied to training by ships from the Chunya Security Company? For some reason, he feels like it shouldn't be like that. 10 days before this, in a conversation between the Flame Wedge and the guy, he asked why the security. Ruin replied that he bet Flameblade had never moved to a new place with children, nor had he ever managed the budget himself. Why didn't his junior trust him? Flameblade replied that if it were his own money, he would have given it to him already. But it was the money allocated for the training camp, so he couldn't, even if it gave him a black eye under the other eye. And thanks to someone, they go to Mount Wudang. They're not going to eat dirt all the way there, are they? Ruin laughed and asked him why he thought they would eat dirt. And after that, slamming his hand on the table, he said that these were futile worries. And he would see that on the way to Mount Wudang, they would not even get their feet dirty with earth. 10 days later, in the present day, Flameblade looked and said that they really didn't get their feet dirty with dirt. He also remembered that the guy talked about meat 3 times a day. Everything seemed fine. But when he turned around, it seemed to him that not everything was fine. And why did he have to hang out with these security scum, he thought? The guard looked and asked, "What is it? And why did Mr. Flameblade just look at them?" The boys told him to pretend he hadn't noticed. They hadn't eaten that much meat in a long time, so he'd better pretend he hadn't seen it and everything would be fine. Suddenly, the deputy head of the Chongyang Security Company's Nanchang branch, San He, said that this time the escort mission had suddenly come upon them, so they would be able to complete it safely. The head of the Chongyang Security Company's Nanchang branch, Chong He, replied that they had begged. In addition, Adian, the central branch had sent a special order. He never thought that this would actually happen. And what kind of reasonable conditions are they? If they run into the bastards from the Black Dragon's den, then there will be trouble. Sangho said that if it were normal, they would just give them some money and sail on quietly. But the proud students of the academy would probably want to solve everything by force. And if anything goes wrong, they'll all get dirty. Still, there's only one thing he likes about this mission. Chang He asked him what he liked. He looked as if he had been bewitched. They should be more careful, but they were all looking at random places with their eyes. Suddenly, one of the guards said that he was sick. His eyes wouldn't obey him at all. The others also said that they couldn't take their eyes off him either, and he couldn't sleep at night. And how can one work here at all? It seems to him that he is about to fall at her feet. After all, she is a heavenly maiden. Suddenly, Ruan came up to her and said that he felt strange. Maybe it meant rain, but even though there was not a cloud in the sky, and just right for fishing. He asked Rin if she liked fishing. Rin turned around and asked him back, didn't he just say something about rain? Ryuan replied that he did, and he even thinks that it will soon come. Red rain. Rin did not understand him and asked what he was talking about. Rin immediately felt the ominous feeling that had been haunting him for some time, growing stronger. Something always happens at times like these. And suddenly, before her eyes, everything seemed to begin to collapse, and she realized that he was hostile. Ruin told her that she must have a good sense of smell too. Isn't it interesting what kind of bait brought so many fish? The guards looked into the distance and started shouting to the head of the department that they were pirates. Chang He turned around and asked, "Is this the Black Dragon's den?" But somehow they found them quickly. And how many are there and where is their banner? The guard replied that there were 3 ships, but no flags. And the strange thing is that they were still far away, but some of them just jumped into the water. Chang He listened and thought about it and asked, maybe they were newcomers. Wang He asked in response, isn't it too strange? What if the 3 ships are used as a distraction? Chang He asked his ally if he thought it was a sneak attack. The Red Falcon captain suddenly said that they were ready to fight back. But Jiren replied that it was unknown where they would attack from, so they would look in all directions. Yuan said that he would inform the others as well. Ruin was resting at the time and wasn't even worried. He said that the area was full of stupid bandits and jump out of the water in broad daylight to become a perfect target in the sun's rays. Suddenly, everything changed and the pirates jumped out of the water to attack the ships. The captain shouted to all his men to be careful. Hung asked Hui if he was okay. The boy replied that everything was fine, he could fight. Mrs. Peng realized that she needed to defend herself and, using her sword technique, removed all the pirates from the ship. Ruin didn't pay attention to this and said, aren't they idiots? And it's just small fry. But Rin didn't take her gaze away and noticed something. At that moment, a man wearing a mask came up onto the deck. The stranger pulled out his knife and lunged at Jiren, but the girl was faster and pierced him with her sword. But suddenly Rin noticed that it was already late, and she saw that the mercenary was heading towards the girl Jiren. But the captain was fighting at that moment and was glad that he managed to block this attack. But Jiren was covered in the enemy's blood at that moment. But the knife in the mercenary's hands was shining and slowly approaching the girl's head. The captain noticed this and ran to save his love. He realized that he would not be able to catch up and save her. But everything changed the moment Ryuan immediately came up and grabbed the knife with his bare hands. But Ryuan didn't leave the mercenary a chance. Having protected his student, he immediately cut off the enemy's head. But Jiren was out of her mind from the blood that was on her body. She even let go of her sword from her hands out of fear. Ryuan noticed this and shouted at her to come to her senses. But seeing that she was not paying attention, he slapped her. Ryuan asked her, did she want to die? And when she wields a sword, her heart should be like ice until her head flies off her shoulders. If she can't master the basics, why bother learning swordsmanship? She wants to die because of her confusion. The captain didn't even like it and tried to defend her, but Un stopped him and told him to calm down. And frankly speaking, in that situation, if it weren't for his senior classmate, he wouldn't have been able to save Jiren. So it would be better for him to calm down first. There is no need to worry about the senior classmate, and the teacher Flameblade does not know about their connection with the senior classmate. At that moment, the Flameblade thought that he had never hit a girl in the face. And what did this devil eat to grow up like this? And Un also said that there was an ice phoenix here that the senior classmate was so concerned about, and many others were looking at them. And his action has already caused a wave of condemnation. It was so radical that even his friends find it hard to accept. Un told him to take a look. Jiren quickly came to her senses. And didn't he feel like the senior classmate, having read the atmosphere, had softened a little? Ruin told her that she was covered in blood, and here was her sword, which she had let go of after the murder, and he told her to go and wash herself. Jiren took off the bracelets from her hands and asked her classmate if she should go now. Raiwen replied that she did and asked when else she would have time. There are still plenty of cheeky fish here. Just let her take a look. This time she must not lose her sword. Jiren looked and said that they were enemies. Ryuan said that was right and pushed her into the water to kill them all. Ruin said he would give her a push and she should wash herself well and catch more fish. Jiren immediately went into the water with her sword in hand and got to work. The captain was very scared for her and shouted after her. He immediately took off the bracelets from his hands and said that he was coming for her. But Ryuan was surprised and said, how did he know that he had to follow? Then he asked the others, why were they all stuck like that? Let them gather immediately. Just stand and watch as their 2 friends fight hard. El immediately started to take off his bracelets and replied that of course not. Un also said that he was coming too. Mrs. Peng was surprised and wondered why the Red Falcon team was running forward like crazy. And why were they in such a hurry to do what some newbie told them? Hung said at this point that his friend's recklessness was beyond imagination. But the submissive reaction of the Red Falcon team was even stranger. Does he not know what is going on here? Suddenly, Flameblade turned to the student and said that he had gone crazy. Was he out of his mind to do such things? Ruin asked him why he was so worried. No need to worry, he's perfectly fine. Flameblade asked who should be worried about who right now. He was worried about literally throwing his guys overboard. He never taught them how to fight underwater. What if something happened to them? Ryuin replied that they were his senior comrades from the Red Falcons team. They are great at fishing. Everything will be fine. The teacher is overprotective. Heron exhaled at this moment and said, what a blessing that the teacher Flameblade didn't make a well-fried kebab out of their crazy. But where is he going? Is brother Chang Hong going to abandon them? Chang Hong replied that there was no escape. He wanted to grab this crazy guy and follow him. And he asked Yoon if he could swim. Yoon replied that it wasn't that he couldn't, but fighting enemies in the water was a different matter. Ruin suddenly asked, is even his Ren shocked by all this? It's very offensive. And asked Yoon, is he a good swimmer? Yoon was frightened and replied that now that he thought about it, he couldn't even remember how to swim. Ruin grabbed him and said that they would now refresh his memories through practice. He was thinking about this. He wouldn't smell the plum blossom in the water, would he? And he threw it straight into the water along with the sword. The commander told everyone to be on guard and prepare for an ambush. The guard asked in surprise, how many enemies are there who are ready to die? The guys replied that if it weren't for the students of the Celestial Warriors Academy, they wouldn't have gotten away with so little bloodshed. Sanhe was beside himself with this and said that even their guys, who had a lot of battle experience, would not be able to stand up to such an enemy, and even underwater. And what should he tell the academy now if there were casualties among their students? Chang He replied that this was also a problem, but were these guys really pirates? They were too cold-blooded for bandits. It was strange. At this time, Chang Hong approached the enemy's body and felt the pain technique dull the sensation of pain. And now he knows that they are not pirates. After all, pirates could not stay underwater for so long and attack. But Heron heard this and said that since this is a pain technique, then it turns out that they are hired killers. And since they don't intend to rob them, he wonders if they intend to die with them. Chang Hong replied that he would say that he did not know why they decided to attack the ship, but they were all professional killers. Heron was surprised and asked him how he came to this conclusion. Cheng He also heard and asked them if they were professional killers. And it's not like their security company hasn't encountered assassins, but they've never seen them use pain techniques. So how did that old man know about it? Heron replied, as strange as it may sound, he is not an old man, but a 25-year-old freshman. And although it is hard to believe, despite his young age, he is well-versed in such things as pain techniques. Chang Hong blushed at this point and told his friend that it would have been better if he had just kept quiet. Chang Hong said that he looks like that because he ate the wrong medicine when he was a child. That's why he understands such things. For the pain technique, you also need to take a certain healing water. Chang He asked in surprise, healing water? And in his mind, he had this feeling that this 25-year-old freshman has been in the martial arts world for 20 years. The Heavenly Warrior Academy is really great. Chang Hong continued to tell them what is called a pain technique pill. It is a special mixture of poisons and herbs that dull pain and improve reflexes. Although it reduces lifespan, it is sometimes used by professional assassins. At a certain stage, they may not only ignore the pain, but may even fight back and deliver the finishing blow after their throat has been cut or their heart stabbed. And the killers deal the final blow to the enemy and die with him. And if they die, having lost a lot of blood, then it gives off a smell similar to the smell of resin. That is exactly what emanated from the corpse. Hung asked, so they are definitely not pirates. But who do they want to kill? Hui asked the security bureau, maybe they have some guesses? Sanghae replied that no, although their company had risen rapidly, there was no person or organization that held a grudge against them so much that they wanted to kill them. Chang He also said that even if the target was one of them, they would immediately rush at him. But there is no one who would hire such expensive assassins for their sake. But Madame Peng showed that in any case, as long as they were together, they would not achieve their goal. And before they parted ways at Mount Wudong, she would send a message to the academy to help them return safely. For now, they just needed to focus on defense. Sanghae replied that since she said so, it was encouraging. And as she said, the best thing they could do now was focus on defense. Suddenly, Peng approached the boy and asked, "Isn't she Chang Hong's disciple?" And if she understood correctly, the mercenaries were targeting one of their disciples. Chang Hong replied that he hadn't said that. Peng asked, "Then who else could a bunch of cruel mercenaries target?" And now he says he was able to recognize professional killers, but did not understand their goal. Hung replied that judging by the reaction of the accompanying company, they could not be their target. So, probably as Miss Peng said, one of them is the target. Mrs. Peng replied that it was correct. She asked Chang Hong who he thought the Heavenly Justice Group was, their target. Hyun asked in surprise, Maya Mastea Mais from the Heavenly Justice Group? How did she come to this in the first place? Chang Hong thought about it and said that he was only a freshman. The fact that she asked him that so suddenly was disconcerting. He was very surprised at that moment because she immediately figured it out. And the director's daughter really is amazing. Pan replied that the teams of the four gods had come out more than once or twice, but this was the first time something like this had happened. Naturally, this time it must be somehow connected with the new group of Heavenly Justice. Disciple Yoon is following them unofficially, so he cannot be the target of the planned ambush. And also, if the target was the Flame Blade mentor, they wouldn't have used such a method. Disciple Mo and Hui seems to know nothing about the current situation, and of the remaining members of the Heavenly Justice Group, only Disciple Chang Hong can be seriously discussed. So she asked him who the real target was. Chang Hong replied that if it came to that, it was definitely not him to begin with. He has no famous name, no enemies who would attack like that, and this comrade is also smart. And unlike one fool, he is also capable of a serious conversation. Maybe there is someone who holds a grudge against him? Chung Hong knew he really wanted to ask that, and the third prince was here. So why the hell did they attack? Heron suddenly laughed and asked, "At him?" He immediately thought about who could hold a grudge against him. He immediately remembered how they shouted at him that he was shameless. And did he know how many people his brother had killed? How dare he come here after that? And it doesn't matter, even the younger brother and the elder one, that their parents make him furious. And even tearing him apart is not enough to take revenge. Heron said that since childhood, there had been quite a few people who wanted to get rid of him. But if you think about it, none of them would send mercenaries now. Mrs. Peng asked him if he was joking in this situation. Chang Hong realized at that moment that the worst thing was that this was not a joke at all. Hui suddenly said that in that case, there was a high probability that it was because of him or his family. For everyone's safety, it would be better for him to leave. Mrs. Peng asked him, "What kind of nonsense is this?" Finding out who the target was necessary in order to properly organize a defense, not to draw such conclusions. Hung also said that he agreed. Besides, why does he think it's because of him? There's another person in the Heavenly Justice Group, and this man is a master of turning people against himself. And he also cannot understand how he got the members of the Red Falcons team to speak out. Ms. Peng also said that this was true. After all, even masters without special training prefer to avoid underwater battles. But why did the Red Falcon team members jump into the water like that? At that moment, Yoon fought the mercenary and finished him off underwater. He was surprised that he was able to kill a man, and thanks to that, he survived. And fortunately, he did not lose consciousness using his sword technique. Suddenly, Yoon felt someone attacking him from behind. He suddenly froze and realized that he could not fight any longer. He realized that due to the lack of plum blossom scent, he was able to block 1-2 opponents by a lucky chance. But he can't do anything else in this suspended state. And this time he will die, and now he misses his master. And the senior classmates weren't so bad either. The plum blossom, he wishes to see the plum blossoms on Mount Hwasun again. Suddenly he heard something and asked what that sound was. Opening his eyes, he saw that someone had attacked the mercenary with a date, and it hit him right in the hand. Yoon immediately realized that Namgung had saved him, and Eun was there too. They did it to save their comrade. Yoon looked at them and saw how they were trying to tell him something. But at that moment, he didn't understand anything, but he thanked them for such an act. He now thinks that the guys from the Red Falcons team are really cool, and he feels like he's about to faint. After all, he had been in the water for so long without the opportunity to breathe. But the guys looked like mythical creatures that had been living underwater for a long time. And that date? Really cool. At that moment, Ruin was on the boat eating dates. Rin saw him eating and asked if dates were tasty. Ryuan replied that yes, they were a great nutritional supplement. Dates were fresh and good for the body. This food will make her natural beauty overflow. Would Miss Rin like to try it? Rin replied that she would refuse. But she had a question. He had already thrown dates into the water several times. Did he really attack the enemy with a dodoi? Rin thought that he attacked the enemy underwater, not with an iron, but with a fresh date. It is almost impossible. Only if he has undergone special training and his level is beyond imagination. And the reaction of the Red Falcons team members, who immediately dove into the water following his words. The students at that moment considered him a devil, and now he wants the sea to become their grave. This is too much. Even Hawk threatened that he would take revenge on him as soon as he gained strength, and definitely as it will be next time. Ruin knew they were all tense and hurt, but there was no fear of death. It wouldn't have been possible if they didn't trust him. And though how would the Red Falcon's crew know about his real abilities? These are just his guesses. But suddenly, someone from the deck said that something had surfaced. It was a corpse. The guards said that these were a young lady and gentleman who had recently jumped into the water. The others told him to take a closer look. And as he saw, there were two guys, and it looks like that little guy from the Huashan faction had fainted. But suddenly, he started hitting Yoon in the face to bring him to his senses. The guards were surprised and asked why he suddenly started hitting the guy. And after that, Yoon came to his senses. And now one of them is going under again. And if you think about it, the rest of the guys have been under for a long time. But how do they stand it? Real masters. But Yoon is on the water at this moment and is spitting water from his body. The guard asked, is he not going to get out? And is the boy really holding his breath to dive again? Yoon, without thinking twice, immediately dove under the water. The guard saw this and said that he dove, and after he lost consciousness. And it turns out that the boy is still a brave man. Hung looked and asked, is this Yoon? And it seems he is not familiar with underwater combat techniques, but despite his gentle appearance, his spirit is strong. Hui looked at all this and said that he should help them too, but his body immediately reacted and began to vomit. Chung Hong suddenly asked, should I help them in his condition? Besides, if the target is the Heavenly Justice Group, it would be better for the four of them to stay here. And it was probably a good thing that their Ruin didn't jump in. Heron replied that if he had jumped, he would have followed him. Rin suddenly said that the Red Falcon team and Mr. Yoon jumped into the water. Isn't he going to join in and help them? Ruin replied that the Red Falcon team has habits, so he wants to maintain their reputation. Besides, the weather is sunny and he wants to go fishing from here. After all, there are plenty of fish here. Ruin immediately attacked the enemies who were under the water with dates. Rin noticed at that moment that something sparkled in the water, but it was impossible to see, and it was some kind of hidden weapon. And come to think of it, she used something like that too. She didn't have any martial arts at the time, so she didn't notice it, but it seemed to be some kind of slashing sword. Rin now realized that he was using a slashing sword like her, but she wasn't sure if the iron date could be used as a slashing sword in water. And she does it at a speed that even she can't quite match, and it really can be done. The mercenary at this moment did not understand how this happened. No matter how strong the students of the Academy of Heavenly Warriors were, they were in the water. And how can they move so dexterously and smoothly underwater? They even have their own way of communicating. And it's also lucky that there are idiots among them. A woman wouldn't have enough strength in the water to swing such a huge thing properly. But the student swung her sticks and easily knocked out the enemy with one blow. The mercenary was greatly surprised by her monstrous strength. And who are they anyway? How do they make a living? What have they learned to do? He still didn't understand who these crazy girls were. And the students of the Heavenly Warriors Academy? What kind of training did they go through? The mercenary realized that they had no information that they were so good. We need to quickly deal with at least one, get out of here and hand them over to the people. But at that moment, there was a student behind him who was ready to attack him. The mercenary did not understand because he saw blood, and his eyes closed. Hack showed his ally with his hand that he used a great technique. In the water or on land, he kills all the rats without them even noticing. Un saw something before his eyes. like someone attacking the mercenary. He thought it wasn't him, was it? And it was definitely some kind of scary flash. The captain asked the others if they had dealt with the guys who had tried to puncture the ship. The enemies seemed to disappear too easily. He understood that although the valley in Imei Mountain was like hell, it seemed that the training there had made them stronger. The captain gave the signal to his men and said it was time to go up. At that moment, Ruwen looked into the water and waited for them to swim up. Rin looked at his movements again and asked, "Was that really a slashing sword just now?" Ruwen replied that it was something like that. Today's fishing was almost over. The red rain was coming soon, so she should get ready to dry her clothes. Rin asked again, "Red rain?" Suddenly the guards shouted that the guys from the Academy of Heavenly Warriors were rising. Everyone was safe and sound. Sangha said that it was interesting how they fought underwater. There were no wounded among them. Changhe replied that the students of the Heavenly Warrior Academy were simply magnificent. The guards suddenly approached them and told the chief and deputy that they were being attacked by 3 pirate ships at once. There were quite a few enemies left. The chief was surprised again and said that pirates were rushing towards them and let them immediately prepare for battle. Sanhai asked, "Why are these psychos doing this?" Chongyang's security company. Let them immediately protect the passengers at the cost of their lives. But before he could finish speaking, the ship burst into flames behind him. He immediately shouted that anyone who didn't want to die should get out of the way. The guard said right away that this was the famous mentor, the flaming blade. Although it is a blade technique, for some reason the name includes the word sword, and it is called the flaming energy of the sword. And now he might burn everyone alive. The guard got really scared and asked if he was going to burn them too. What's going on here? Why is he suddenly so angry? Flameblade got really angry and showed his powers in action. Flameblade immediately remembered how Ryuan said that Quan He was a name. Its value had dropped a bit recently. If this continues, he will cancel the policy of preferential treatment for the student with experience. And then the guys from the Red Falcons team will find out that they have a younger classmate. And he is thinking about it, but he will look at the situation a little more and decide all of this. Quan He got very angry and said that he would wipe everyone out in the blink of an eye. And he started to release an attack with a flaming sword. Everyone was shocked by this and started screaming in fear. The flaming blade launched an attack straight into the enemy boat and burned it to ashes. Sanha said that there really were no more enemies left. And fortunately, the crew was not hurt, and the boat did not sink. But to sail down the river with a boat in such a state, Changhe said that they could damage the cargo, and it was unknown when those guys would show up again. Sanha turned to the team and said that from now on, they would be moving on land. Ruin pointed and asked, "Here? It would be a bit difficult. They don't have any carts or horses." Besides, their mentor Flameblade said that they would reach Mount Wudong without getting their feet dirty, so they definitely couldn't walk. Quan was angry at this point and knew that he had promised him. But if he said that, he would look like a weirdo. Quan thought about it and said he didn't care. Sunhee laughed and said that fortunately there was thick vegetation here, so the road wasn't dusty. He would even say it was flowery. Changhe also said that since things had turned out this way, they would have to be patient for a while. If they crossed the mountain, they would be able to find horses in 2-3 days. On the second day, Ruin grabbed one man and told the others to drop their weapons if they wanted to save the man's life. If they want to save their leader, let them bring a ransom. And this is a completely reasonable demand. And for the record, if this situation drags on, his hand may tremble. So they better bring the ransom quickly to ease his hand. Hui and Hyung were surprised and did not understand why he was doing this. Mrs. Pan asked what this lunatic was doing. Rin replied that it looked like he had taken a hostage. But Yoon said it wasn't exactly a hostage. Heron replied that he thought it was usually bad guys like bandits who took hostages, not became them. Chang Hong looked and said that it was true, but for some reason he felt like they were the bad guys in this situation. All the bandits gathered and said that this was the leader, and they asked Ruin how he dared to touch him and what happened anyway. Heaven's Blade noticed that even the bandits couldn't do anything against him. He thought that Ryuan was a born devil, and besides, his skill looks like he's used it a bunch of times already. His students also looked at it with surprise and didn't understand what he was doing. But suddenly the elder robber came up and said that he was ashamed, but the chief told him to pretend that he had not seen anything. The leader asked Ryuan if he was afraid of the consequences. After all, if he lay down, the guy thinks that his guys who are here now, or the 72 bandits from the Green Forest gang, will leave them alone. And if he doesn't let him go now, it will be the end of them all. Ruin started laughing and asked the chieftain if he was sure about this. Ruin immediately turned to the guys from the Red Falcon team and said that this guy asked if they were afraid of the consequences. And what do they think about his words? The captain began to laugh and replied that no way. Owen also said that they had broken the tiger bone den and the dragon bone den, and to threaten them with such a ridiculous number, there are much fewer of them than they laid down that time. The leader asked in surprise the den of tiger bones and dragon bones. He can't believe that they destroyed the dens of tiger bones and dragon bones of the Green Forest gang. Sangha told the chief that he had heard something like that when he thought about it. The chief replied that he had. When they asked for an escort from the Chongyang security company, he wondered, are the rumors about the Red Falcon team from the Sky Warrior Academy exaggerated? But from the current situation, it seems that it is all true. The eldest of the bandits got scared and said that they were a team of Red Falcons from the Sky Warriors, and now they need to get out of here before things get worse. Ruan asked the enemies where they were going. He immediately told Heron to fix that idiot's face a little. Heron listened to the order and flew into it straight with both feet. The bandit didn't even have time to do anything before he got hit on the head. Hung was surprised and thought it was clever and neat. He felt that he was a very unusual guy, but he did not expect such skills. Chang Hong also thought that he didn't go to the Three Saint Masters Festival to avoid showing off. But now he's so happy. But Mrs. Peng at this moment didn't even understand why Heron was also acting like a psycho. These two were birds of a feather. Heron told Ruin that he had captured him and what to do next. Kill the others as a warning, or use him as a hostage too. The elder wondered after that, why did this guy grab him? Ruin answered him that of course it was the latter, and as they say, the more, the better. If you think like bandits, then isn't it better to bargain for ransom when he has two hostages? Ruin began listing how failure to cooperate would make his hand waver. But if they were reasonable and gave half of what they had, he would be lenient. They also need to live on something. So he uses the remaining money honestly. The bandits thought, what kind of nonsense is this? Stop pretending to be kind, demon. The bandits started looking in their pockets and thinking, what should they do now? And one of them came today with a lot of money, and we won't have to give him half of our clothes. Ruin asked them, are they kidding? Did he say to give half of what they had with them? For the lives of these two, he demanded half of all the property in the den. Mrs. Peng thought he was crazy, and it turns out he's worse than any robber. But the Flaming Blade noticed that he was surprisingly lenient with the bandits. He thought the guy would rip their hair out of their asses and make them buy it. The bandits asked him again, half of all the property? At that moment, someone was sitting in the bushes and asked the captain, shouldn't they help them? The captain of the Hunter Squad from the Talent Pavilion of the Celestial Warrior Academy, Ranger Doc Go, asked which one of them he was talking about. About the students who suddenly became bandits? Or about the bandits from the Green Forest gang? The guy thought at that moment, why did he think for a minute that he should help the bandits? It's just somehow even a pity to look at them. Doc Go said that until the target of surveillance crosses the line, their first priority is surveillance. Let him remember that. And judging by what happened on the river, the bandits were definitely targeting the boys' lives. A bandit ambush, but how were they connected at all, he wondered. An army of the Heavenly Demon Pavilion. Sehan said that the Hidden Soul Hall is, after all, part of the elite of the Heavenly Demon Pavilion. But who would have thought that the hidden dragon claws that were under the control of the hall would drown because of the guys from the Academy of Heavenly Warriors? He doesn't even know if the Hidden Soul Hall can handle the next move. Hidden Soul Hall leader Jung Myung said that because of his vile plans, he doubts their guys' abilities. And if, because of his half-baked strategy, the Hall of the Hidden Soul loses another squad, he won't let it go unnoticed. Sahan replied that there was no need to worry. This time the plan was prepared with special care. Let it take 5 days to get to Mount Wudong. And there, just nearby, is the prison of the Heavenly Demon. And there he is, the one who killed nearly 100 rising stars of the Heavenly Demon Pavilion in the past. The Bloody Blade Cal Hebong. I got angry and asked him, is he crazy? This is too dangerous. Why not just end it? Sahan replied that this was why the chief was always such a loser. Even if there were any problems, they would simply say that he ran away and did it of his own free will. I asked the guy if he had forgotten what family he was from. Sakan replied that of course not. He clearly remembers that he is the eldest of the two sons of the current leader of the Dark Alliance, and the grandson of the Blade of Darkness and the God of War Blade, Lord Kaljun Hek. And isn't that why his value is so great? If he kills the disciples of the Heavenly Warrior Academy, a wave of chaos will sweep over the martial arts world. Hibon felt angry at this moment, and his nails began to scratch his face out of intense irritation. But there was a priest next to him, who used a strong aura to awaken the monster from its cage. The elder approached the cage where the bloody blade Hibon was sitting. He looked at the steam that the priest released and showed him a photo of his target. Chief Meng was still surprised and asked the boy that he would make him attack them with the soul summoning technique. Does he want to subjugate and control the soul of a madman? He himself is out of his mind, not even talking about the consequences. He does not think that this is even possible. Sahan smiled and asked, "Is it impossible?" On the contrary, it is even easier to control a madman. And since the soul summoning technique is taken up by those who are called the twin killers of heaven and earth, then nothing is impossible. And now these two should have arrived. Men said that the twins are the killers of heaven and earth. He is talking about the sword of the spell and the blade of the Lord of the underworld. He has come this far because he is not acting alone. Is the Grand Prince aware of all this? The Great Prince received the information at this moment and looked at all the guys. One of them was the successor of the Holy Sword. The second was a nameless newcomer, the winner of the Holy Masters Festival. After them came the precious daughter of the head of the Heavenly Alliance and the apprentice of the Queen of Swords. And after her came the only daughter of the director of the Academy of Heavenly Warriors and the granddaughter of the Holy Blade. But the prince stopped at a photograph of Heron and said that no matter where you look, they are in for a rivalry between brothers. Heron was asking at this point, was it necessary to go so far? Ruin asked, is there any problem? Heron replied that this was some new kind of comfort and it was amazing. But maybe dignity, conscience, or morality came into play in him. But Yoon came up to them and told them to listen. And he was completely uncomfortable. But he couldn't come down either. Ruin asked, why not? The guy next to him seemed pretty damn comfortable. Why couldn't they enjoy this comfortable ride together? Yoon looked and replied that he thought that Brother Chang Hong was feigning. In any case, how could he enjoy comfort when the senior disciples had to do this? But everything was much more complicated. The cart with Prophet was pulled by the students on their own feet. On the way, Jiren suddenly told Sun to go faster. If they put a log under it, the cart would roll more smoothly. Sun replied that she herself would soon lie down here, and he told Group 3 to make a replacement. The rest, having heard that the third group had to change, began to panic and did not want to do it. Ruin told his friends if they saw that although they lacked horses, the senior disciples said that they would train with all their might, just as Master Flameblade had taught them. And they should help with this. Isn't it so, Mentor Flaming Blade? The teacher did not deny it and answered that yes. But San-He said that if he just gave them their horses now, it would be awkward. But later his conscience would bother him. Chang-He replied that if they could go out to sea again, it would be a great success. But when the wind died down, they were already in such a situation. Earlier, Chang-He asked the boy if he could forgive them so that they could end here. Let him think about the consequences if this continues. But Song had told Mr. Ruin to think about the face of their Chongyang security company. They would repay them when they returned. Ruin said that then today he would make sure that no one dared to lay a finger on the Chongyang security company here from now on. The leader of the bandits replied that of course, and he swears on his name that no one will touch them. Ruin decided everything and said that he would go then, but would take payment for his valuable instruction. If anyone was unhappy with this, let them say so. San-He said on the way that even with their investment, there was not enough money to buy horses. But even though there aren't enough horses, they still pull their load. But why? Chang-He replied that they would be there soon, so just let him shut up. Ruin suddenly asked the guys from the Red Falcons team how things were down there. Should they go down? Hung said at this point that he thought they were just going on a tour, but he saw such a rare scene. But why isn't he with his friends? Hui replied that he did not understand them. Mrs. Peng said that he had even robbed bandits, but he traveled by cart and ate from morning to night. But what's going on in that crazy Ruin's head? Rin replied that she would like to know too. Mrs. Pan thought that Rin was very strange and probably wanted to know about Ryuan too. And this is an ice phoenix who is rumored to avoid all men except her father. Mrs. Peng said that she thought he was a weirdo and a scoundrel. In any case, it looks like they've already arrived at their destination. One of the students said that it looked like they were there. Let them drop those damn logs. Heron immediately turned to Brother Chang Hong and told him to stand up. But Ruin replied that they say that people lose sleep as they get older. So why does he fall asleep right away? Chang Hong opened his eyes and replied that he was 25. Hearing these words himself, he said that they had finally arrived, and he had heard that young warriors were gathering on Mount Wudang. Surely it would be easier there than now. But the captain told him that great hopes could lead to great disappointment. In their experience, it was better to throw such thoughts out of your head and be as careful as possible. Un also said that the captain is right, and especially when they are with an older classmate, and you never know what might happen. 4 days later, Ruen stood at the edge of the mountain and said that it was a rather high rock that pierced a sea of clouds. Ruen suddenly asked, then where should he fall? Without thinking long about the decision, he jumped from the mountain. After that, the guys immediately chased after him. The guy looked down from the cliff and said that he really didn't see him. The squad leader asked Doc Go, did he really jump? The guy replied that Ryuan had a rather strange attitude towards his life, although you couldn't tell from looking at him. Doc Go said that no matter what he was like, once he jumped off such a cliff, there would only be one result. The guy asked if they could find a way around and look for the body below. Go replied that they would leave this building and let the others retreat. Gu remembered that the noble sword had ordered that the strike chin be monitored and stopped if it caused harm to the alliance. And now, even if he survived, it will be difficult for him to do anything, so you can leave a couple of people to observe and let the rest go. But Director Su said that since the noble sword gave such an order, he would pretend not to know about it. But his priority is to protect children, and resolving the problems they cause is secondary. Go understood that it would be more correct to carry out the director's order, disguised as a request. And the children were followed by suspicious individuals. But they definitely won't break into the territory of the Wudang faction. It would be necessary to clean everything up here and conduct a thorough investigation. Gu told the 2nd to 4th squad to rest. The mountain and water groups would return to the academy to report after looking after the Chongyang Security Company. The 1st squad will remain here and look after the team of Red Falcons. The remaining 2 will go in search of the body and report the results via messenger birds. A group of boys came down from the mountain and the leader gave them the order to find the body. And if they found out that he was not dead, they should destroy it immediately. Ruin came down from the mountain and thought, where should he go next? But he fell from the mountain. All that was left was to find his destiny. 4 days ago, a girl said that there are Yuntai Peak and Zixiao Peak in Wudang. And they also say that there might be some secrets or treasures in the Great Boundary Cave and Great Boundary Cliff. And if you look at it that way, there are an awful lot of legends. And perhaps there are even spiritual beasts or herbs of immortality. Heron laughed and replied that that was why she had gone after them when the chance came. But then, welcome to the family. Saul said that was correct. So when the Chongyang Security Company announced that they were recruiting people to return the convoy, she immediately applied. If not now, when else would she get to visit Wudang Mountain? Yun replied that it was true that deep in the Wudang Mountains, one could encounter destiny and real miracles. However, most of these things need to be in places that are difficult for people to reach. Mrs. Peng asked, is that the problem now? The problem is why Miss Sol, who should be returning with the Chongyang people, is here. Sol told her that they had some big troubles on the way, right? Ren's sister was in closed training, so naturally she had to protect Ren's sister. Ren said that it would most likely be the other way around, and that she would hardly be able to protect her. Sol hugged her sister and said that in any case, she had already received permission from the Flame Blade's mentor. And the only condition for training is to eat and sleep next to Sister Rin. Flameblade thought that since the girl was being watched by someone like a treacherous devil, she would be safer next to a maid or a friend. Flameblade told Saul that he agreed, but that she was not to leave her side for a single step. Saul said that she was so happy. Now she could explore everything here to her heart's content. Heron laughed and replied that it would be interesting, but if it was about fate and miracles, it would not be so easy to find them. Chang Hong said that most likely Some of the Wudong disciples had already searched everything here. But Hung said he was just a disciple from a lay family, so he hadn't been everywhere. It's amazing how much people believe in miracles that only happen in fairy tales. Saul told him that it wouldn't hurt to look around. Does anyone really believe in such things? 4 days later, in the present day, Ruin entered the cave and said that there was nothing useful here. But at the other end of the cave, he came out into the river, where everything was green and there were no human voices. Ruin looked around and said that there was nothing either. Why then was it necessary to flood everything with water, he thought. But he denied everything, because people don't say that in order to meet destiny you have to fall off a cliff. But suddenly he smelled the smell of food, which immediately interested him. He crept up and saw that the chief of Ming was cooking meat, and the smell spread throughout the forest. Chief Meng suddenly started laughing and asked the boy if he had seen it. But Ryuan suddenly grabbed his chest and seemed to be trying to rip out his heart. Men asked the guy what was wrong with him. Was he really hurt? Ruin replied that he wanted meat so much that his stomach was twisted. Men said that he was clutching his heart, not his stomach. What a strange young man. Ruin replied that no, he was completely normal. And now there is a master in front of him. The temperature is perfect and nothing is burnt. As soon as he smelled it, he knew that this is what he needed. I told the guy that he must have a keen eye, and I asked the guy what he was doing there. Ruin picked the tree and replied that it was nothing special. He was just practicing making tools to take care of it. And it would be terrible if he moved and suffered from stomach pain, wouldn't it? So he would help the master. Men laughed and replied that he couldn't help but admire his ingenuity. And very well, if he followed the rules, he would be happy to share the recipe. Ruin asked, "What are these rules?" He hopes they are not complicated or confusing. I replied that there was only one rule. Keep it all a secret, because the guys from this mountain hate it when he does that. Ruin asked, then he just can't snitch on him? And if he refuses, will he kill him then? Men told him that then he definitely wouldn't be able to tell. And if you think about it, you couldn't come up with a better way. So, does the guy want to think about it? Ruin told him not to worry. He was not a chatterbox. He would definitely keep everything a secret, since the chef's meat was at stake, and he hadn't seen anything like that for 2 days. Men listened and said that then the guy was now an accomplice. But suddenly, Ryuan picked up the chopsticks and said that he shared. Ruin did everything and said that he divided the legs fairly. Meng replied that he didn't know what kind of standards of fairness he had, but wasn't it amazing? He cut the meat as if he had been doing it for 100 years. Ruin said that he was really awesome, and Grandpa had a keen eye too, he noticed. I heard when the guy called him Grandpa and started laughing and couldn't stop, and he said that it was funny what he called him. He really likes it. Soon, while eating, Ryuan asked if the faction already had 6 books with legends about this area, but he wrote them all himself. I told the guy that he was talking as if he was looking for all these treasures himself. How could you possibly return to such nonsense? And in fact, 3 objects had already been found here, thanks to which everything around here was carefully checked. Even the claws of birds that flew in for a short time were examined. But now no one else comes here, so he can fry and eat meat in peace. Ryuan asked, so he is not some kind of sage hermit? But then who is he? Ming replied that he was just an old, horse-faced Taoist who was recognized even by elders. People called him the son of the Black Sword and the son of the Jade Void. But in fact, he had done nothing of the sort. Ruin listened and wished him luck, and it was a pity there was no drink. Since he was hunting like that, he could have taken care of the wine, there in the leather bag or the deer antler. Men laughed and said that I knew it. He was the perfect guy. And as the guy had already guessed, he had everything prepared. Ruin saw the bottle and said he knew he was onto something. And the old man was nothing like that boring monk from Wudang. Men was surprised and asked him who the guy was talking about. Ruin replied that there was a Taoist who came to their training camp. And it seems he was some kind of son of infinity himself, a sage of the Black Spirit. And they say he is quite famous. He is so punctual and precise that his walking can be used instead of a clock. After all, the length of his step, the speed of his gait, and the schedule of his affairs are always the same. And the Black Spirit mentor, after his afternoon walk, stepped onto the threshold of the Alina Martial Arts Gate. It's already time. And he's very particular about precision, so they should pay attention. He doesn't tolerate anything that's not on schedule. Meng said that he was a Black Spirit. He was a bit harsh and valued rules above all else. Raywan asked if that wasn't too much. Ruin said that everyone literally refuses to attend his class. Yoon said that the class lasts 2 hours of hell, and he needs to be with the Flame Blade Master all day, so he's already gone. Ms. Peng also said that they had observed the Heavenly Justice Group enough. And anyway, they were originally here for the Red Falcon team. But Hyung replied that he had gone through these classes several times before, so he would refuse. Ruin said that even the third Shining Sword who studied here refused. Myung answered the boy that he said that the child, Chung-hee, came with him this time. Ruin answered that everything was correct and asked if they were friends. Mung said that this guy was his student. Although he was a mentor who understood more about drinking and partying, it was immediately obvious that he was a smart and talented kid. Ruin was surprised and asked then, why did Chun Hyung suddenly have a good mentor like him? Men replied that no, rather, such an insignificant Taoist with a horse's face unexpectedly had a good student. And you never know how fate will turn out. It's been a while since he met such an interesting guy like him. And since they've all eaten and drunk, why don't they practice? And does the boy want to see the sword technique he recently mastered? Ryu Wan asked for free. If so, he agrees. Men started laughing and told the guy how cute he was, and he hadn't met anyone like him in a long time, so he was curious about what this technique would look like in his eyes. Men immediately began to use the technique and applied the 3 passions of the Great Limit Wisdom Sword, and then used the Sky Network enhancement. The attack was so strong that the mercenaries saw rays of light in the sky. The leader of the Hidden Soul Squad, Han Ju-myung, asked what kind of monster this was and ordered the squad to carefully investigate everything there. Bloody Blade. Heban was in the forest at that moment and said that on Mount Wudang, only ironing was needed. The old man started laughing and said that Heban had managed to reach Mount Wudang. Chasing a madman like this was a completely new experience for him. But the magician told him that his new experience was just crap. He was dying of boredom. At least he would be there soon, and then he would manage on his own. The old man asked, without the bell to stir the soul? He would even be interested to see what would happen when his spell technique dissipated. The magician told him not to talk nonsense. Didn't he know that he had been mixing spell pills into his food for several days, and fumigating him with soul-summoning incense, and only then using the spell? And the bell is just an auxiliary signal. When the darkness of the heavenly demon used the spell technique, he was already completely caught in the net, and his crazy head had nothing left but this ringing. Ryun at that moment looked at the master's technique and said that it was magnificent. Chief Mang started laughing and said that he had rubbed his bones. And that was quite funny. And how did the boy like what he saw, he asked. Ryun asked him in response, didn't it feel like the strength and speed of the threads that were created by the sword energy were too tight? And the idea is not bad, but if you apply even a little force, it will break. Ryuan demonstrated his strength and destroyed. Men was very surprised and could not believe it. But who would have thought that he would pinpoint the exact moment that had caused him so much pain? Had this child really reached the same level as him? Men asked the boy that he saw this at his age, but who is he? Ryuan answered that he is a young man, a pure genius and simply the best in the world. And the best in the world can be added to all the words in the sentence, pure genius and young man. Men replied that for some reason he wanted to say that he was wrong in all directions. Especially when it came to cleanliness, he didn't often meet such evil people. Ruin said that such a kind young man like him is spoiled, and probably Grandpa must be joking. Apparently this is a flock of sparrows that appeared when he opened the net. Are they his friends or something? Men replied that he had never been friends with such huge sparrows, and they were so inconspicuous that he himself had only recently discovered them. That's because he was focused on technique, but this kid sensed them earlier and still remained unperturbed. Ruin said that then could a wonderful young man like him deal with them as payment for the food? Men laughed and replied that if he could, that would indeed be enough as payment. And even better, the sparrows are already flying. I got very angry and slammed my foot on the ground and said, who dared to spread their anger on the sacred Wudong mountain? The mercenaries immediately all came out into the light. But Ryuin replied that if you think about it, this network, it has the power to pierce the heavens. Then there won't be a problem if its meshes are larger. Ryuin used her powers and said something like this. and used the energy of the sword of striking thunder, palm of snares in the sky and nets on the ground, and then used the sky-tearing thunder nets. Men saw this and was very surprised. He also did not believe his eyes. The mercenaries were trapped in the net and could not pass through it, but the injuries from it were very severe and unbearable. I understood what this was all about, and I said that it was simply absurd. After all, this couldn't be. He understood that the martial art this child was using was definitely the same as what he had seen 100 years ago. He immediately remembered how they told him to give up. After all, he was still young and didn't understand much about this. He still wanted to kill him. But the warrior replied that his name was Kansun Ilchvi, and he would not give up. Men looked at all of this and did not believe. After all, the one who was raised by the elders of the 9 great factions, paralyzed with fear. But the warrior did not give up and used the inexhaustibility of the great limit. Meng immediately realized that this was the most perfect sword of wisdom of the great limit that he had seen so far. And no matter how powerful that old man was, he couldn't block it. But Ilchui used all his strength to prove the boy wrong and used a net attack. Ilchui immediately told Menu, who was hiding in the bushes, to quickly take the young man away before he died. I took my comrade and thought on the way, how did Ilchvi reach such a level? And that old man really pierced the heavens. With one movement of his hand, he threw the hope of the 9 great factions to the ground. And now Meng, too, has found the purpose of his life. Only that old man knows that he hid and saw everything that day. He imprinted deep in his heart what he saw then and did not tell anyone. Because just 1 second, he wanted to repeat that one single second that was imprinted in his soul so much that he built his art on its basis, which is the pride of the Wudong school. And in the end, he wanted to crush it. For 50 years, he tirelessly developed his technique. And the 3 passions of the Great Limit Wisdom Sword were very similar to that movement. But he couldn't help but think that something was missing. And suddenly, it dawned on him. This is freedom. In that momentary movement of the old man, there was contained the freedom of the unbound heaven and earth. And from the day he realized this, he always tried to reject the rules and put freedom into his sword. Men asked the boy how he managed to do it. What was missing from his sword? Ryuen replied that his sword was not yet free. And perhaps he is not free because he is bound by an obsession to free himself. I thought and understood something from the guy's words. He immediately realized that this was it, the chain that had bound him since that day. He immediately used his powers and got rid of the chains. After this, his strength immediately increased several times. He began to rejoice that he finally managed to do it. Ruin said he was glad his grandpa had so much energy at his age. Now he could stretch his legs too. He grabbed one of the mercenaries and said that they say that people like him won't open their mouths no matter what happens. And he believes in it too. But that's why he's confident that he can endure whatever he does. The mercenary tried to say something and was in pain. Ruin asked if he really promised to tell everything if he took the gag out of his mouth. So he decided to commit suicide like the others? The mercenary tried to answer him, but he couldn't and just shook his head. But Ruin said he was lying. And he had heard before that people like him, once their mouths were freed, would bite off their tongues and commit suicide. And even if he's not lying, he shouldn't do it. And it doesn't matter what he does to him with his head, shoulders, knees, fingers, and toes. And it doesn't matter what condition his bones, muscles, digestive, respiratory, cardiovascular, or any other system are in. And shouldn't he show his professionalism and strength of spirit, keeping his mouth shut and not revealing his secret? Ruin turned to the old man and asked, "He was right? Meng replied that they had to clean up the place where they had eaten. He was too busy to think about such things. And anyway, he hadn't seen anything. Ruin asked the mercenary if he heard. It was tacit consent. In other words, Grandpa was saying he was right. Ruin immediately swung his hand at him and told the mercenary not to let him down. I heard everything, and said on the one hand that it was real, but it was not real. And I imagined how the bunny was preparing food for them next to the lake. Suddenly, men looked up at the sky and said it was going to rain. And the moon wasn't visible yet, but it was already dark. He asked the boy if he was finished. Ruin replied that he had kneaded the dough properly, and suddenly it occurred to him that there was a place where he was urgently needed. Ruin said goodbye to him and said that they would see each other next time. Today was very tasty. Meng replied that he would look forward to their next meeting. I said goodbye to him and said that there were 3 pieces of dough that were still breathing only because they had fainted. and he thinks that they will have to return with him to the main building of the school, and he sets off on his way. At that moment, Ruin was flying and said that the air currents were so unusual. He even became curious about what happened. But when he climbed the mountain, he saw the bodies of the mercenaries lying in front of him. The captain met him and continued to fight with the rest of the mercenaries. Ruin looked at them and asked who gave them these scratches. The girl replied that it was because of an ambush. Mrs. Peng asked Ruin, why is he the one from the Heavenly Justice Group here at this time? But no, why is he standing there like a fool? Does he want to die? Ruin got really angry and decided to yell at the students. But Hawk immediately said no. It's not because of their skills. It's all those damn mercenaries. There are too many of them. Elle immediately told Hawk that he was in no position to argue now. He also replied that he was not injured. He was just bitten by a mosquito. But the sister told him to shut up immediately. But the student said that in fact these robbers had crept up when everyone was washing and resting. Suddenly, Un shouted to the elder to be careful. At that moment, several mercenaries rushed at Ruin. Ruin was very angry and asked, did they leave scratches on his things? He immediately used the thunder-slashing sword, Thunder Sword, Death Strike, chapter. Then he used the thunder and lightning of the phoenix, and the rays immediately hit the bodies of the mercenaries. Each mercenary then lay motionless on the ground, and they were all dead. All the students were surprised by such power. Even Mrs. Peng thought it was impossible. Ruin approached the captain and asked where the others were. The captain replied that Mentor Flameblade, Yoon, and the Heavenly Justice Group had gone to extra training. Third Shining Sword and Saul went there to observe. Mrs. Peng suddenly said that it was not far from Wudong School. It should be safe. She asked Ruin's disciple, shouldn't he be with the Heavenly Justice Group? Why did he come here and alone? But she suddenly thought, was that really what she wanted to ask? She knew he was strong, but just now he had knocked everyone down in one moment like a ghost. What was that anyway? Ruin asked, and then Miss Ron, where is she? The captain replied that since Saul is not here, she said that she wanted to take a walk alone and went to that mountain. Ruin didn't hesitate and immediately went after her to make sure she didn't fall into a trap. But it turns out that Rin was sitting in the mountain and was slightly wounded in the arm. She fell into the mercenary's trap. The girl turned to Mrs. Peng and asked if she was okay. She was still not injured, but for some reason she had turned very pale. Tan also asked, is this a situation where you should laugh? Mrs. Peng replied that it was nothing like that. It was just a little disturbing. Tan replied that it was all because that shaggy guy ran away headlong, ignoring her words. But who would want to be near that shaggy guy anyway? Miss Na was unlucky that she was too polite to that devil. But she thinks it's for the best today. He's strong after all. Mrs. Peng says she doesn't care. She has no expectations for Ruin's apprentice. She is only worried because the killers dared to show up here. After she finds out what is happening with the Heavenly Justice Group, she must immediately contact the academy. The captain heard this and said it was a wise idea. Fortunately, it looks like the guys from the Heavenly Justice Group are okay. And then Flameblade ran up with the others and asked the guys, there were fools among them, no one died? The disciples said no. Soon the boy said that he was very lucky. The Heavenly Justice Group arrived after Senior Flameblade had dealt with the situation, but since there were still disciples here, they were worried. The guard asked how they dared to invade the Wudong clan's territory, but now they can all calm down and rest. They and the senior disciple will use the flaming blade to find Miss Rin and the disciple Ruin. But suddenly Flameblade told them to stop and asked them if they had seen it just now. It's going to rain. In other words, if they go to the mountains right now, they'll get rained on. The guard also said that they had to hurry so that the students wouldn't get hurt. Flameblade asked him what he was talking about. He meant that they themselves would get hurt by the rain. These two can take care of themselves. So there is no point in doing useless things. And he suggested that they just rest. He understood that this could not be, but it seemed to him that he heard the voice of that devil. They began to be indignant and said that Miss Na was the precious daughter of the current head of the Heavenly Alliance. Flameblade said that if they wanted to stop so much, he wouldn't. But he and the boys shouldn't be dragged into this. And don't worry, if even one of them dies, he'll take responsibility. Mistress Peng asked the Flameblade Master what he was talking about. Saul also suggested that they all go and look for them together. Flameblade replied that with her skills, she would only get in the way. He asked the Red Falcon team if there was anyone who wanted to go. The captain immediately replied that they could not, and asked if they would have rabbit or boar for dinner. Mrs. Peng also said that if they go, they will only hinder them. It is better not to go anywhere. Saul began to panic and asked them what they were talking about. Mrs. Peng replied that the two of them didn't need to worry about being attacked, so they should stop worrying about them. But Heron said that even though she said so, what would they do? Even though Ryuan was not in any danger, could they leave him like this? The security bureau went up the mountain, and seeing the dead mercenaries, one of them said that all the attackers had cut wounds, as if from a sword. It's hard to tell for sure because of the rain, but there were no large bloodstains around. The leader said that, as the flame blade had said, the two were definitely safe, and perhaps just hiding somewhere from the rain, or even returning to camp. The guard said that the rain was already getting heavier, and he asked the chief, why shouldn't they retreat in that case? The Wudong clan had already shown the academy enough of its diligence. The chief replied that it was very good. Half of them should collect the bodies and take them to the main building. The rest should search everything along the road. Heron hit at this moment and told Brother Chang Hong that if they followed the people from the Wudong clan, he thought they would find Ryuan. Maybe he had already returned to the camp. Chang Hong told him to wait a bit and watch. Suddenly, Heron told Brother Chang Hong that he looked like a professional killer or a detective expert. What was that? Chang Hong replied that he was just good at it because he was collecting herbs. In short, the Ice Phoenix did not go down to the camp, but up. Heron looked and asked, "Brother up talking?" Chang Hong answered that yes. Since all the killers had sword marks on them, the Ice Phoenix dealt with them single-handedly. Since more enemies could come after, she probably took cover somewhere nearby, in a place where she could clearly see the surrounding area and where she could recuperate. And it's not far to the top, and there's plenty of space there to hide. And Ruin probably went there too. At this time, Rin was in the cave and felt that she was tired, and it probably wouldn't be safe to go down from here at night. After all, she doesn't even know if more enemies will come, and there's also a downpour. But this place, suddenly Ruin appeared and asked her if she was going to dry her clothes. And it seemed she needed this fire more than he did. She had used up a lot of her strength. Rin immediately told him that she refused. She was fine and didn't have to worry. Ruin held out his clothes and said that he was not okay. He was warm and dry. Why shouldn't she wrap herself in him? It wasn't very smart of her to remain like that in front of a man. Rin replied that after such words, she didn't want to come closer even more. And how did he know she was here? Ruin replied that when he was downstairs, he saw a couple of assassins looking for her. After dealing with one without any problems, he found the next ones and so on until he came across her. And if she is so afraid of him that she cannot rest, how will she then restore her energy? His teacher had previously told him that one should not run away from one's fears forever, and also that if the root is ground into powder, it will be good for one's health. Of all the things his teacher had said, he completely agreed with this one, because you can't solve a problem by simply avoiding it. Rin suddenly told him that they spoke the same thing. Ryuan was surprised and asked her what she was talking about. Rin sat down and replied that although she said it not with words, but with actions, there was a person who made her do truly difficult things, not helping but only encouraging. Ruin asked her if she liked it. Rin said yes. She liked that she didn't get help and did everything herself, because it was the first time she did something on her own. Rin looked and asked if it was ginseng. Ruin said no, it was the bellflower root his 25-year-old uncle gave him. It tasted like expensive ginseng, so he left some. By this time, Heron had found the cave and told his brother that it looked like they were here. They could look into his friend's sweet nest. Chang Hong immediately told him to stop. He had a bad feeling about this. An eagle flew over the mountain and landed on Go's hand. He brought a letter to his master. Go looked and saw that the letter said that all the remaining boys were dead. They dared to attack the academy students in the Wudang territory. He immediately ordered the others to return to Wudong immediately. And it doesn't matter if they discover them or not, the main thing is as quickly as possible. Heron asked his brother what he was talking about. Chung Hong pointed a branch at him and told him to look. Heron told him that if he was going to punish Ruin for stepping out of line a little, maybe it would have been better to throw a stone. Shun Hong replied, "What other punishment? It just usually takes into account the behavior of a fool." Throwing the stick straight into the cave, it broke into small pieces. Chung Hong asked him if he could see. Heron was shocked and said that this couldn't be. Ryuan was trying to kill them? Chang Hong replied that he didn't know they were coming, so he prepared this against the killers. Heron said that if you look closely, there is a very sweet atmosphere inside. He told brother Chang Hong to stop him before he does anything bad. Chang Hong replied that they couldn't allow that. He would go ahead. At that moment, Ryuan was eating the root and regaining his strength. Rin immediately said that it seemed like there were assassins outside. Ryuan said no, it was just earthworms crawling out. And suddenly he asked her if she remembered. During the Three Masters Festival, she promised to teach him. How about using the free time today? Rin was surprised and asked, now? She immediately said that she agreed, and she has not yet fully restored her inner strength. But since it is his request, she will do everything possible. Ruin was surprised and asked her why she was grabbing a sword in such a peaceful time. Rin replied that she had just asked her to teach him. The guy said yes, but if possible, he wanted to get the most out of the lesson, to learn about what she liked and what she didn't. Rin asked that the training consisted of asking her about things like that. Ryuan replied that of course it did. For example, what food, tea, or color she likes. In what weather she feels a surge of energy. Rin asked him why he needed to know something like that. Ryuan replied that he just wanted to get to know her better. After all, when she cares about someone, she always wants to know what that person likes. Rin was surprised that he simply wanted to get to know her better. Had there ever been a man other than her father who was interested in this, she wondered? No. Ruin told her that if such questions were unpleasant to her, then there was no point in answering them. He was interested in getting to know her slowly, and now he was going to catch some worms. Rin said she didn't feel bad, but he's such a strange man, and even with the help of the dragon's eyes, she can't figure out what's on his mind. But he's definitely different from other men. Ryuan suddenly suggested that they spend this precious time together. And suddenly Rin heard strange voices. Rin asked what that voice was. Wasn't it Heron's? Ryuan replied that it was just an owl hooting, which sounded like Heron's voice. Although it was a little strange that it was hooting in such rainy weather, Rin listened and said that it seemed like he was here with Chang Hong. It would be better for Ryuan to remove the traps he had set up outside so that they wouldn't get hurt. Ryuan said that they would continue today's conversation next time. The guys immediately entered and said that it seemed like they had broken through. Heron told his brother that it seemed like there was nothing wrong with it, and he asked Ryuan why he didn't let them in. Chang Hong also said that he knew he was shameless, but just that much. Ryuan said that he just thought that earthworms were trying to crawl into the cave. So he stopped them. So isn't he being too harsh? Chang Hong immediately started yelling at him and saying that he was the worst. And what's that in his mouth? It looks like a bellflower root that he's not familiar with. Now let him stop chewing it. Ryuan asked him if he was serious. He felt so sorry for those bells. Rin also thought at that moment, why did they come? Chang Hong told the boy that to the boy, they were just bells, but to him, they were as valuable as ginseng. Fortunately, Mrs. Na was safe, but he made her an accomplice. Chang Hong remembered that he had also felt before that he couldn't clearly see this person's intentions. He didn't feel any greed or lust. Perhaps it was him. Earlier, the leader told Rin to be on guard with all the young people in the academy. Heron suddenly told Ryuan to give him some too. Otherwise, he had wasted his energy outside and was getting hungry. And he saw that the guy hadn't made a big mistake. In any case, he was glad that Miss Na was safe and sound. And he didn't remember meeting his aunt, but a cousin was a cousin. Ryuan asked the guy who made him break in here, but can they imagine how scared Miss Na was when such boors as him and the uncle broke in here? Rin suddenly said that she wasn't very surprised, but it was already late at night. She knew that they were men anyway. It wasn't right to be with them at night. Rin stood up and said she would go and rest in the middle. As she left, she heard them continue to chat. Guo was trapped at this moment, leaving behind a lot of blood. He understood that the twin killers of heaven and earth were on Mount Wudong, and now he understands that he must survive and report. The old man asked the magician, did he miss the small fish? And the sword of the spell has outlived its usefulness. The magician replied that he was tired of controlling that guy, so he had to catch all the small fish. The old man said that they were already close, but it was still his fault. And if the magician was in such a difficult situation, maybe he should follow him. The magician replied that they would simply leave him. Even if he called someone, it would be too late, because he would open the doors to hell today. The old man said, they had high expectations of the kids. He's already up, right? The magician replied that he had risen. So what? The spell made the bastard look like a scarecrow. The old man said, what difference does it make if all he has to do is destroy everything here? He just has to put on a good show. The old man suddenly thought and asked, would he be able to make any noise here? The magician replied that he didn't know. As soon as he set foot here, he had to make some adjustments. He even gave him back the things he originally used. Now all that's left is to follow him and watch. But in the morning in the clan, Hui woke up earlier than everyone else and sat on the Divina. But Yoon told him that there was no morning training today. And because of yesterday, this morning, Mentors Flameblade and Son of Infinity will hold a meeting in the Wudang territory. Wike replied that the essence of the training of the mentor of the Son of Infinity is that every day, under any circumstances, without a drop of indignation, he moves according to a predetermined plan. And even the absence of a mentor should not be an obstacle to the morning training. Yoon said that he would then pass on all the information to the brothers. Hui said he wouldn't stop them then, but there was no guarantee they would come, and it was time for him to go too. Yoon looked and said that he thought they would come back once they found Ryuen, but he hoped that nothing happened to them. But Yoon knew that Ryuen, Herin, and brother Changhong were incredibly strong. He wanted to become stronger too, so he could go with them next time. Yoon immediately got out of bed and said that yes, he would try. He would try twice as hard, even if he was on the verge of death. Yoon immediately went to the forest and began training. He decided to use the plum blossom. But at the moment of training, he suddenly fell to the ground, and one of the passers-by began to laugh at him. Chief Ming saw him and said, what an interesting kid he was. At such a young age and already at the level of a fragrant sword, and with allergies too. Men came out of the bushes and asked the guy, why is he scared? No need to worry, he's just a Taoist with a horse face, not some suspicious guy. Yoon immediately introduced himself to the elder of Wudang and asked for forgiveness for his appearance. Meng asked in surprise, what elder? He was shocked that at his age he had reached the level of a fragrant sword, and the guy still apologized for his appearance? He came to see that boy, but there was another one. He thought his student was a genius. Kids are scary lately. Yoon told the Taoist that he was simply praising him. Perhaps the disciple they were looking for was Changhong or Heron. Men answered that no. These always grumble when they meet. The student he is looking for is exceptionally pleasant and has an unusual sense of gratitude. And he hadn't heard his name, but he called himself a pure genius, something like that. Yoon asked in surprise, pure genius? Perhaps he was talking about the seventh divine sword Hui? Men replied that he definitely wasn't. The holy sword was outstanding, but this boy couldn't possibly be from the Moen clan. This pure genius was raised by heaven and earth, was able to understand the essence of nature and become its benefactor. Yoon wondered who this was, although in fact, he had heard many times in some places where someone called himself a pure genius. But Ryuen couldn't possibly be the purely pleasant benefactor that the elder spoke of. Men got angry and said that this is what it means, a connection of fate. Apparently he won't meet him today. But that's nothing. And the fact that they met is also fate. What kind of relationship is he in with his adopted brother then? His name is Yu Huangwan, also known as the Holy Plum Blossom Sword in the Hua Mountain faction. He is also crazy about the sword, just like the guy, and their scent is similar. Yoon said that since they call the great teacher brother, then his name, and then the guy froze in surprise and even got a little scared. He remembered his master saying that he had an old younger brother, a crazy swordsman from Wudang. Men said yes, this horse-faced Daso is the son of the Black Sword. Brother wouldn't tell anyone about him, but since he knows he is that boy, the precious genius is his brother's disciple. Yoon bowed and replied that he was asking forgiveness for not recognizing. But although he had received special favor from the great teacher, he was only a disgraceful disciple who could not even follow his instructions correctly. Meng laughed and said that this was the first time he had seen how colorful Wudong had become recently. If not a flock of sparrows, then a meeting with a pure genius or a disgraced disciple. Men clapped his hands and said that yesterday he received, today is the time to give. He grabbed Yoon and dragged him away. Men said that when they meet his brother later, he should definitely brag that his younger brother taught him the right way. Hui decided to practice too and was alone in the forest. He thought that he had done one move 300 times and now he was done. And he noticed that his sword accuracy had improved, but it was not enough to understand the secret meaning. And he decided that he asked Hyung for a training fight. But his senses suddenly worked, and he immediately looked into the forest and realized that someone was coming. He immediately realized that it was the master, and he felt a shudder run through his body. But Rian also said on the way that she had a feeling that something bad was about to happen. Chung Hong also said that there are no mentors today. They need to hurry up. Running into the forest, Riwen suddenly stopped and asked what kind of situation this was. But Heron suddenly felt the same power he had seen before. He was afraid and immediately lowered his sword, and he realized that it was his older brother. Ruin asked what the situation was, but Heron suddenly just became confused and was not himself. Moen immediately stood up to protect the boys and saw that the enemy was attacking them with 4 incarnations. The enemy's strength was so powerful that it was difficult to even see the sword strikes. But Moen was able to withstand the enemy's sword attacks and tried to deflect all the blows to stay alive. But he understood that even if they looked false, all the blows were fatal, and this time the real one is coming. But he decided to use the sword technique, the falling stars of the Milky Way. And then he used the dance, shaking the air of the falling star. Namgun and his team found themselves in the forest and heard a strange thunder, and he asked what it was. The girl also asked the others, "Is there really only one attacker?" The group member also said that he saw only one person. But that can't be. But the princess asked why the Flameblade Master was never around at such moments. The younger sister took a closer look and told the other kids that Rin was there too. Ruin saw the mercenaries and said that it was them again, and it was really pissing him off. They were like flies that had flocked to see what was going on here. Hawk and his group stopped in the forest and looked around and said that these were the damn killers again. He himself was so tired that he asked if they would need to be beaten up too. But his sister called him a fool and told him to leave them and let him take a closer look at the situation and act accordingly. Elder sister Sama asked why they were just standing there, and as far as she could see, they weren't here to attack them. But there is a risk that if they interfere in the fight, then they will interfere too. And this fight is only between the 7th Divine Sword Moen Hui and an unknown monster. Heron recalled the memories when the chief told him that those who entered the separation pavilion of the heavenly demon pavilion would be given a 3-year term. And all this time they will be between life and death. But this is a chance for them to rise to the main branch of the heavenly demon pavilion. And they only need to survive. All the students answered loudly that they understood everything perfectly. But at that moment, people saw a strange child and said that he was so small. And he's probably 12, and the youngest of those who entered the pavilion of farewells. And here he is, a monster. But if we talk about the monster, it's more about his older brother. But how much persistence and talent do they have? They are relatives, after all, and the Blade of Darkness is the same. But someone called the guy a fool and asked him what he thought. The Blade of Darkness is such a talent. Then let him go on a tour of the Academy of Heavenly Warriors. And it occurred to one of them that this was all true, and maybe he should befriend him and call him Big Brother. He was asked if he thought he would be given a place under the leadership of the leader of the Dark Alliance. The guy asked in response, didn't he? But a friend called him a dumbass and said that their family treated their own relatives like rat droppings. And then Heron saw his older brother and let him know that he was there too. The elder met the younger and said that he had finally come to the pavilion of the heavenly demon. Heron replied that it was true, he had done it, and so he would like his brother to greet him better. The elder did not argue with him and said that he welcomed him here, and let B meet his noisy boy, his younger brother. Heron made his respects and introduced himself first, and said that he had entered the pavilion of farewells. The elder brother said that this was the second prince of the heavenly demon pavilion, and his closest friend. The boy told the younger boy that he could call him B. Heron told the boy that since he was his brother's best friend, he was like an older brother to him. And brother B can think of him as a little brother and let him buy more food. B said that the brother and the younger one are very similar. Both have enough skills to become the youngest applicants, and their personalities are similar. The elder asked in surprise, were he and this shameless man really alike? Was he trying to insult him? But he didn't think he could forgive him until he bought him an expensive drink. Bai replied that he would like to treat him himself because today he met a talent that would soon become the third prince. But today he would have to go to the head of the pavilion. The elder told his friend that he should run away again. This time they would let him go, but next time he would have to party with them all night. Bai replied that they would definitely do the same with the Grand Prince and the third Prince of Ren. The elder brother also said goodbye and said that they would see each other later. Heron asked after the guests left and asked the elder, "Aren't he and Bai reversible? But they call each other the second prince. Isn't that embarrassing?" The elder replied that he was just a fool. He didn't know anything or was just trying to come up with ways to die. And the younger one was in such a hurry to get to him that he lost his head on the way or something. But now he knows that Heron is a stupid little brother. The terms great prince and second prince denote their rank. This status implicitly indicates what position the pavilion leader assigned them based on their abilities. Heron saw his brother making fun of him and asked him not to do that. And how could he know? But why did Brother B just call him the third prince? The elder replied that it meant that he would soon reach that level. His friend had a keen eye. Heron asked, "So that's what it means? Then next time I meet the second prince, I must thank him for the compliment." The elder asked with surprise, "A compliment? But how naive he is. Let him listen carefully. With such simple thinking, he will get more than one bump in the pavilion of the heavenly demon." And it was a threat that he could reach the level of the third prince, but not higher. Although Bai is gentle, he is surprisingly arrogant. Heron asked, "What if he can take such a place? Or is it not easy to defeat his brother?" The elder replied that although their mother was not well, their father was always busy because he was the heavens that illuminated the entire alliance of darkness. But he is like Cal Heron, his younger brother, the son of the leader of the Dark Alliance, the grandson who inherited the blood of the demon warrior. Let him not even forget about it. But they have a long way to go. And not only in this cramped pavilion of the heavenly demon, their grandfather is a demon warrior. And in their lineage, there is also a bloody god of heavenly sorrow. But he will run ahead of him until he jumps over these two. So let him not lose sight of him and run after him, gritting his teeth. And if he had enough strength, he could overtake him. And suddenly, after a few years, Heron finally met his brother and was shocked. Hearing about his older brother, Ryuan asked again what he said. Cheng Hong replied that Heron called him, and he would explain it to him later. But Cheng Hong was also shocked and wondered where the bloody blade Cal Hibong came from on Mount Wudong. What kind of psychopath did this? And he can't get his thoughts in order and come up with a solution. After all, the son of the leader of the Dark Alliance will die, and the heirs of the Heavenly Alliance present here will also die. And as he now sees, it is a battle between darkness and heaven. Heron saw this and shouted at Hui to dodge. And this is Hui's crossblade. Moen saw that the real attack would come from behind. Namgung shouted after that. The shock wave from their fight became stronger. "Let everyone be careful." The disciple replied that now, of course, the situation is not quite right to talk about it, but the seventh divine sword is really amazing. Jiren said that it was exactly like that. Even though he was the descendant of the Holy Sword, he was still only a first-year student, and he was holding up like that. But what kind of horrors was that madman doing? Hung also said that he couldn't believe that Hui's skills had improved so much. It was already on a completely different level than it was during their fight. But the girl replied that it was no time to have fun. The fact that the effects had spread to such an area meant that the power of that psycho was uncontrollable. But how long can Moen Hui's disciple hold out against such a monster? Moen tried to resist the enemy and managed to dodge. Moen saw that the attack had missed, but Heron shouted at him to dodge, and the real attack would come from behind. Moen dodged again and realized that if he was even a second late, his head would have been blown off, and it was Hui's crossblade. The girl said that not only did the killers appear after him, but this monster was also a martial arts master of the Dark Alliance. Hung replied that he guessed the name of the Dark Alliance's martial art just by the movement. How is that even possible? Jiren asked if he knew this martial art. El replied that he probably did, and very well. The girl asked if he had met an enemy who used it before. The student replied that judging by the expression on Heron's student's face, that was not the case. Heron shouted at Hui that parrying the attack was not enough. If the attack was not cut off properly, Hui's crossblade would return again and again. Cheng Hong was thinking about the seventh divine sword. He couldn't calm this fool down now. The student asked his ally, "Which school is this guy from?" "Most likely this school has deep ties with the Alliance of Darkness." Namgung replied that it was not the most urgent issue right now, and it seemed that the seventh divine sword was already having a hard time holding on. And if it continues like this, the student continued, that outsiders interfere in a one-on-one fight, it is a little strange, but in a situation where life is in danger. He himself answered that he would release some energy of murderous lust, and this psycho would attack him first. The girl asked them, what if something goes wrong? Only the one they all love and hate so much can intervene and change the situation in their favor. Hawk got angry and asked why he kept just standing there and watching, but Namgung shouted that even if it didn't work, he had to. But the disciple shouted to the captain that since he was going to see his senior classmate, he should not forget to use the voice transmission technique. Namgung approached his older classmate and asked if he could help him, but then at least let him tell them what to do. Ruin asked in surprise, help we? But why would he do that? He told Namgung that he hates investments that don't give back. And does he think this guy will be grateful for his help? Or does Namgung think he's crazy enough to help him for nothing? Namgung shouted that no, but in this situation it was only natural to help. Raiwan could not resist after these words and grabbed his student by the clothes. And with a swing of his hand, he simply threw him to the side. But Namgung managed to ensure himself and got to his feet. Namgung asked his classmate what he was doing, but when he raised his head, he saw strange people and thought, when did they appear? And their thirst for murder made his hair stand on end. And now he had to strike quickly, while they were near their senior classmate. But suddenly Namgung looked at his back and saw that he was wounded and had scratches. He couldn't believe it. He didn't even feel any pain. And then just now, at the moment when he almost became a victim of this terrible old man's sword, the old man asked, what had he done wrong? The two who should have been dead were fine? How strange. But Naman knew that his older classmate had thrown him aside. Ruin told them that they had crept up on him like ghosts to do this, even though they themselves were about to die of old age. Wasn't that too much for them? And although it is not too late for them to truly become ghosts, the old man got very angry and asked the boy why he wanted to die so much. Ruin pretended not to understand anything and asked if it was him. And it turns out the old man is not very perceptive. The old man simply did not talk to him any further and attacked with his strong and powerful attack. Namgung saw this and decided that he needed to help his older classmate. But because of their lust for murder, he couldn't even move. All the other students were already preparing to attack, but suddenly a fire attack flew by, and someone from the flames shouted for them to move away. The old man said it was him again. And the bloody blade replied that he wanted to say the same thing. And how dare he touch his children? Bloody Blade asked the boy if he was okay, and now he would take care of everything here, so let the kid get out of here. Ruin told the mentor that it was a good job. Bloody Blade was angry and knew that he should have left things as they were. And he thought that one of the kids was here, and he ran. Who would have thought that this idiot would be here? And now it looks like he is protecting this little devil because he is his mentor. The fat man suddenly started laughing and said, is this a fool who is radiating bloody ki? And now he's glad to see him. Has it been 15 years, burnt dog meat? The Bloody Blade replied that it had been 15 years. And it seems to him that he only has more fat, so it should burn well, because today he wanted to cook roast pig. The fat man replied that it was a good offer, and they could finish his etiquette training that he had started 15 years ago. Bloody Blade pulled out his sword and said, you fat pig just tried it. He'll finish it in 10 seconds. Even before help from the Wudang school arrives. At this point, Moen was still fighting an enemy that simply could not be defeated. But suddenly the enemy simply started screaming out of anger and threw out all his anger. But Heron decided to fight him and shouted to his brother. But Chang Hong also ran after him and seemed to try to stop his friend. Ruin also did not stay aside and also ran to help them. The mercenaries immediately saw this and also entered the battle. After pushing off several obstacles, the enemy simply pulled out his sword and struck the mercenary with one blow. But Heron couldn't stay in place either and flew to attack his brother. But Ruin didn't let him do it and attacked his friend from different sides. Chang Hong looked at it and told him that he should have blocked the attack. Why did he have to hit him like that, especially since he had already knocked him out? His ribs were almost sticking out. Ruin replied that although Heron had suddenly fallen ill with a fool's disease, he was fine and his bones were intact. But he, Chang Hong, had mercilessly hit him on the back of the head. What if he would remain a fool forever? Chung Hong said that he was worried that he called him brother, but ran in the wrong direction, and he just hit him in a friendly way. And there is no need to worry and quickly let him throw him on his back. Ruin asked him why he would do that. The leader of the Red Falcons team is free. Let him ask for help. The girl heard them and asked what those two were doing now. The younger one replied that it looked like he needed to be escorted out of here, so she would have to help. At that moment, Hyun was saying that this was some kind of continuous series of incomprehensible situations. What was going on? The Red Falcon disciple replied that everything was correct. But he thought that the one who was most shocked right now was the seventh divine sword. And suddenly, in the middle of a life or death battle, something so incomprehensible could happen. At that moment, Moen was simply exhausted. Hung said the same thing. Moen, of course, looks like a madman, but who would have thought that he would suddenly abandon his opponent and start indiscriminately cutting down his own? The enemy simply could not stop after this, and with each attack he removed the mercenaries from his path. The old men saw all this and were dissatisfied. The fat man said that because of the loud scream, the spell technique was destroyed. At that moment, Cam was shouting that Fatso was just a pig, and let him stop pulling the cat by the balls and attack already. The old man said that it seemed that the spell problem was caused by the fierce battle with the grandson of the Holy Sword. How it infuriates him. The fat man laughed and replied that it was just dog meat and he promised to kill him next time. Ken could not stand it and, releasing his flame from his sword, asked the fat man what he was carrying and where was he going to run off to. The fat man turned around and said he was very sorry, but he was busy today. Khan told him not to worry, he would only need a second to burn him. If he didn't attack, something else would happen. But suddenly Ryuan came up and told Khan to just leave them. They would come anyway. So there was no point in complicating the situation now. Khan was completely dissatisfied with his words and did not want to leave his rival. Ryuan told him that if he killed someone, there would be no turning back. So there was nothing he could do. Namgung also came up to them and asked what this meant, but he was tired because he was carrying Heron. Ruin replied that this meant that he asked for proper care of Heron. Changhong also said that he was so sorry that he had to carry him. In return, he would accompany them and protect them. But then the junior apprentice came up and told them to leave it to her. Rin looked and replied that fortunately it looked like they wouldn't attack here anymore. Suddenly the old man dropped the medallion from his hands and said that they were falling behind. The enemy also stopped immediately upon hearing such an order, but suddenly he came to his senses and continued to destroy the mercenaries. The fat man asked his brother if he was resisting. Did his spell technique still work? The old man replied that he shouldn't worry. He wouldn't let her get away so easily. The old man wrapped the medallion around his hand several times again, and suddenly his eyes simply lit up with a white light. The younger sister just screamed at that moment that it was a sound attack. So much so that even the others couldn't stand it and covered their ears with their hands. The enemy simply felt the attack on his body with a sound that even his chest fell forward. At that moment, Moen felt that the sound was already dying down. And what was that anyway? The enemy simply stopped and fell into hypnosis. And the old man waved his medallion and ordered him to retreat. The enemy tried to resist, but the force of the technique was even stronger. So he leaned his knees on the ground. Ruin looked and said that apparently they control a person using sound. Is this really possible? Cheng Hong replied that although it looks simple, it was most likely some kind of advanced soul summoning technique that used several methods at once. Cheng Hong knew that no matter how crazy Kal Hibong was, he was still the eldest son of the leader of the Dark Alliance. How could he allow the twin assassins of heaven and earth to use such a move on him? And they even showed the third prince how his own brother swings a sword indiscriminately. And do they really not respect Heron? And if you look at the scale, this is not the twins' personal decision. And how can those idiots from the Heavenly Demon Pavilion do such crazy things? The fat man started to leave and shouted after Kanu that next time he would definitely send him to hell. Ken told him to shut up and called him a fat runaway pig. He himself also asked where they were running off to. Hawk suggested that they chase after them, but one of the disciples told them to stop. And if they chased after them, they would only be at a loss. And Samu with Miss Tan should examine the seventh divine sword. After all, he is most worried about his condition. And since they are from the Tang clan in Sichuan, they are the best at medicine here. He asked himself why they were taking so long to feel his pulse. Maybe she fell in love with the seventh divine sword. Mrs. Tang replied to her brother, was he crazy or did he just want her dead? She was just checking to see if he had any internal injuries. And anyway, he was not her type. Ryuan heard their screams and said that he had thought about it before. It was strange. Where did he go? Cheng Hong asked the boy if he was overtired. Ryuan replied that no, he was talking about Junho. And why was he nowhere to be seen? At that moment in the dark night, the chief received the news and was surprised. The chief asked again, what had come to him? The bloody blade Cal Heben. And why did this happen in the territory of Udan when that child was there? Those fun. The warrior replied that fortunately, according to the urgent report from the head of the Shadowless Squad, not only the third prince, but also the disciples, including his daughter, were safe. And the location of one disciple from the Huashan faction is unknown. But presumably he simply fled the battlefield. And should I notify the Celestial Warrior Academy and send reinforcements? The warrior asked. The chief replied that they would postpone it. The director of the academy had probably already received this information. If they acted hastily, a political war would break out. And the most important thing to do now is to tell him the news about his two sons. The fact that his sons were suddenly drawn into a fratricidal massacre means that someone is turning a blind eye to the leader of the Dark Alliance. And therefore, he must be the first one to tell him this news. Khan and the rest of the guys started searching, and at that moment he shouted for everyone to stop. Hawk said that from the sniffing results using the tracking technique that is passed down in the beggar gang and is his specialty, there is something similar to Junho's trace. Ms. Tang asked, what the hell is this again? What kind of technique is this for tracking down a gang of beggars? Do they think they're hunting rabbits now? And she started shouting that they were useless idiots. There was no point in wasting their energy, and they should immediately step aside. She would now show them the technique of tracking the Tang clan. Hawk replied that he only had an hour. At least he grabbed something that looked like Junho, and she was no use at all. Or did she think that if they came back empty-handed, their senior classmate would just let it go? Tan got angry and asked what he was talking about. Did he think that person would praise them for catching the rabbit? And her tracking skills were much better. Now she would try again. The girl came up to her and asked her to stop. And the problem is not whose technique is better. After all, in the Red Falcon team, except for Yunan and Gyum Yonho, these two have the best search techniques, but they have not found any traces for 3 hours. So either Junho soared to the skies or went to the Wudong faction, where they haven't looked yet. There are only two options. Hawk replied that he couldn't fly, so that leaves only the Wudong faction. But why would he go there alone? Tan also remembered and asked when the four who went to Wudang school for help would come. And then Namgung said that he had another question then. Did they by any chance detain a disciple from the Huaxin faction? San asked him what he thought they would tell him. The student replied that she was right, and he thought that Junho wasn't with them. And if that were the case, they would have already threatened them, using him as a hostage. And there were too many of them here to block the road to the Wudong school. The mercenary stepped forward and said that if they understood everything, then let them return. The girl answered the commander that this was good, and there are too many of them. So the first thing to do is tell your mentor and senior classmate. The student replied that he agreed with Jiren's words. In any case, they wouldn't have let them into the main building of the school. On the other side of the forest, the chief was heading towards Wudang, but a group of mercenaries came out in front of him and wouldn't let them in. The leader said that he was curious as to who they were that dared to block his path on the lands of the Wudong school. The mercenary replied that the Wudang school did indeed have many buildings and a street here, but they hadn't spent all the money to buy the entire mountain, had they? They had their own business on the mountain. There was no need to worry about them. The man shouted at them not to pull the wool over their eyes. How would they explain why they had surrounded the camp that they had provided to the students of the Heavenly Warriors Academy as a training ground? The leader said that they were guests of the Wudang faction, that they had come to receive their instructions. Let them get out of their way immediately. The mercenary asked, what if not? Are those who are so proud of the prestige of their school really going to kill them all? The warriors immediately prepared themselves and shouted at them that they were scoundrels. And even if there were students from the main building among them, they would not sit idly by. But suddenly Khan appeared, grabbed one mercenary and said that they didn't need help, and there was no need to worry about them and let them go on vacation. And this is all part of practical learning. Don't deprive them of this chance to learn. Khan understood that even if that devil had ordered it, why should he say this nonsense? What was going on in his head anyway? At that moment, Heron was lying in the hospital room and suddenly opened his eyes in the morning. Cheng Hong saw him and asked, "Is he awake yet?" Heron came out into the real world and shouted to his brother in fear. Cheng Hong calmed him down and said that he had a broken rib, so he should lie down. Heron asked how he was. Cheng Hong asked him, "What about Mo and Hui?" Surprisingly, his internal injuries are not serious. Tan and Jum are looking after him. There is no need to worry. He can rest assured the attackers took that man with them. Heron suddenly turned his head and saw that more people had come to him. It was Saul. She said she was glad he was awake. She was so worried that he had been unconscious for so long. Heron replied that he was fine. Cheng Hong told Lady Rin that he was, of course, sorry, but if the two of them left. But Rin interrupted him and said that she had something to ask Heron's student. Saul was also surprised and asked what exactly she wanted to know from him. Cheng Hong was wondering why the Ice Phoenix was in the room all this time, and she probably guessed who Heron was. Rin said it wouldn't take long, but then suddenly someone opened the door and asked the guy if he was awake. It was Ruin who asked Heron if they could talk. Left alone, the boy kept thinking about what they would talk about. Ruin decided to say that he wasn't the one who should start the conversation. Since he was so kind and handsome, he could wait a little longer. Heron replied that no, and he had nothing to say to him, and since he had nothing either, he would like to be alone. But Ruin told the boy that he was so confused in the morning that he needed to clarify. Those people who attacked them, how close is he to them? Maybe there is someone there he shouldn't kill. At this time in the Dark Alliance, in the palace of the Heavenly Messenger, the scout came and said that he had urgent news that must be conveyed personally to the current heavens from the White-Yellow Yun. The servant told him to follow him. He asked the scout how many people besides him knew about the urgent news from the White-Yellow Yun in the Pavilion of Dark Messages, he means. The scout replied that, in accordance with procedure, mercenaries suddenly appeared behind him and put a knife in front of his throat. The servant said that there were 5 of them, and here it is, a continuous headache, and he ordered his mercenaries to clean up so that there would be no blood left here. And it looks like I'll have to tell the boss everything. And of course, after it's all over, Heron decided to continue the conversation with him and asked, "What if there is no one like that? Then he will kill everyone too." Ruin didn't answer him right away, but he gave him a contract to watch. Heron asked, "What if he asks him not to kill anyone? Will he let everyone go?" Ruin replied that he would look again. Maybe so. So what was his answer? Heron replied that in the end, he would do as he wanted anyway. So instead of asking such questions, it would be better to honestly say what he wanted. Ruin asked what he was talking about. Heron replied that he had called the man brother. But no, the boy would find out who he was, right? Ruin asked why he needed it if he already knew. Or did he turn into an idiot because the man hit him on the head? Heron was surprised and asked him if he already knew who he was. Ruin replied that his name was Heron, and why should he care who he called brother? Did he suddenly want to introduce him to his family? And did Heron really think this was his last chance when he was asked the question? Heron remembered being told that he was the second son of the leader of the Dark Alliance, the younger brother of the Great Prince. They expected a lot from him, and all those who came from the line of the Demon Warrior for generations were extraordinary individuals. And after that, they condemned him and asked if he knew how many people his brother had killed. How dared he show himself to them? And both the elder and the younger can only rage and excuse themselves from everything in the name of their family. And we need to take revenge by tearing him to pieces. Heron had told them earlier that he too did not want to say whose relative he was and whose younger brother. When people found out about it, whether it was the forces of darkness or light, there was no place for him anywhere. Ruin told Heron that he was so nervous now that he almost hit him. If he keeps whining about something that has nothing to do with him, how does he like the idea of making the service a paid service? The cost is one hit. Heron suddenly started laughing and said that he really didn't care, and Ruin was the strangest of all he had seen. Ruin decided to leave and told him to rest, and he wanted to hit him so badly for calling him weird, but he had a serious headache, so he forgave him. Suddenly, Heron asked him to stop and asked if he could help him. In the forest at this time, the dungeon guards were saying that another person had died at the hands of this psycho. The second guard asked him to be quiet, otherwise he could be next. The old man was in the dungeon at that moment and said that for the first time so much effort was required for one guy. And if you don't repeat the spell from time to time, it keeps dissipating. And if that bastard hadn't pushed out the bloody jade token, they wouldn't have had so much trouble with it. But Fatty replied that in any case, the bloody jade token hadn't worked. So what was there to grumble about? How much longer would it take for him to be able to fight again? The old man replied that the boy, the grandson of the holy sword, possessed pure sword energy, which was the complete opposite of his spell energy. It was a great shock, so at this rate it would take about 10 days. The fat man was upset and said that everything was complicated, but he wanted to send the little red dog on a journey through the afterlife as soon as possible. The old man got angry and said he didn't give a damn what he wanted. But if we dragged things out, this guy would become a real headache, and it would be much harder. The old man threw the box into his hands and told him to feed it to him when he gave the signal. It would be a pity if he died, of course, but now it was the only option. The fat man opened it and asked what it was. The old man replied that it was a demonic spirit pill. He worked hard for 10 years to create this medicine. With its help, they will be able to solve the problem in 3 days. But if you use it, there will be no turning back. The guy was merciless at that moment, but they managed to hook him on a chain. At that moment, El told Moen that he couldn't get up yet. Moen replied that he was perfectly fine, but the guy refused him and said that although his condition was better than they thought, they needed to be more careful. He's still being treated, so he can't get up until Cholyon says it's okay. But Sam said the same thing, that now he will pull out the needles, give the medicine, and that will be the end of his work. Then he can do whatever he wants, even dance or fight to the death. But if he got up before he recovered, the blood and energy would flow in the opposite direction, and he would remain a cripple. Moen lay down on the bed and said that he felt like he was on a resort. El laughed and replied that he was right. After all, in the best-case scenario, he would be back to normal in about 5 days. Hung was with them too and said that he was lucky to have someone to look after him. And since he saw that Moen had woken up, he should go to the next room. He was probably awake too. He turned around and asked, "Heron?" Recently, a newbie with bangs over his eyes said that he should be left completely alone. El also said that Mentor Flameblade said that there was no need to worry about him. Hung asked them if they thought the most important thing now was to leave Heron's disciple alone. Was he the only one who noticed his strange behavior? But judging by the sounds of Chin, the time for absolute peace has passed. And these sounds, are they Chin? The girl also heard this and said that although they were not particularly hurt, but wow, someone decided to devote their free time to Kin. It was definitely Ryuan's disciple, and she wondered why he did this. But why did she feel calmer knowing that an older classmate was here? The student was talking to his friend and asked him what he thought, that there would be no help from the elders. Tan also said that it means they are surrounded and isolated. Hawk replied that it means their food supply has been cut off. They can eat meat and grass, but they can't touch rice and noodles. Ken thought about it and said that since it was like that, he told them not to interfere, because this was their chance to train. The weaklings should stick to him, and those who are confident in their strength should risk their lives to grow. One of the students answered that she was confident in herself, but in her head she envied Junho for running away. The others also started shouting that they were confident in themselves, and they would definitely be able to grow. But the lady thought, why doesn't anyone care that a dumb freshman plays the Chin? All they talk about is being surrounded and needing to find rice and noodles. She was still wondering, why are they all acting like this? They are even weirder. The students were unhappy about this and said that Ryuan had kicked them out with such a serious look and was now playing the Chin. Sol said that the sound died down, and it seemed that the process of healing Mr. Heron's mind with music was over. Chang Hong replied that he was probably doing it out of boredom. In any case, their important conversation was over. But he wondered what she was talking about. Could someone who had broken his ribs cure something with cinema? Of course, he asked him about his brother. Although their fool is such a fool. Sol suddenly said that she was a little surprised that Rin also wanted to talk to Mr. Heron. But could she find out what she wanted to talk to him about? Rin replied that she better not ask. It wasn't the topic she was so mad about. Chang Hong told them that if you think about it, The White Ice Phoenix has a lot to talk about with Heron. But why is she waiting here for so long? Saul replied that she was just following Rin, and Mr. Heron was very kind, and he and she both used twin swords. Sometimes they would work out together, and he would bring her shashlik and bellflower root. And the effect of bellflower root is as good as ginseng. She actually felt stronger after eating it. Overall, she is so grateful to Heron for his kindness that she wants to support him. Suddenly, Ruin came out and said that Heron was very sick. Apparently, because the man hit him on the head too hard, he developed a severe exhaustion disease. Saul immediately became frightened and began to shout that Heron had a severe exhaustion disease. "And what kind of disease is this?" she asked. Ruin replied that it was a disease in which a life-threatening injury causes the head to function abnormally. And the person is in such a state that it seems to him that the whole world is about to collapse, and he himself is poor and unhappy, and from this he even wants to attack the enemy camp in search of death. In this state, he needs fists more than care and support. Cheng Hong was shocked and said that Heron wanted to attack the enemy camp. What kind of metaphor is this? Ruin replied that it was not a metaphor, he was speaking literally. He needed to find out something from the gang in black. So he left, and he decided to play the chin a little. Cheng Hong got angry and asked why he didn't grab him right away and threaten him with his fist. Why did he remain silent and play at all? But he realized and said that now is not the time to be angry, and asked where and how long ago he ran away. Ruin replied that about 15 minutes ago. He ran out of the back window to the left. Saul also turned around and suddenly stopped for a second. Saul asked if there was any more specific information that he hadn't told that old geezer. Ruin replied that there was a reed field about 15 minutes northeast of their camp. Heron was there. But suddenly Rin told him that she would like to ask what he was thinking. But first she needed to inform the Flameblade Master and the Red Falcon team. Ruin told her that it was already late. Maybe she should watch something interesting with him. Heron was already in the force at this point and was telling the mercenaries that they either give way to him now or answer his questions. And they have to choose only one of the two. Otherwise, he will simply cut his own throat. And then whoever planned this will be in big trouble. Suddenly someone called him the Third Prince and said that if he killed himself, they would all die too. They only follow orders from above and know nothing. And if they disobey orders, not only they will die, but their families too. So basically they have no choice. If he wants to end his life, he can just do it. And then they'll just say that the crazy former great prince did this to his younger brother. Heron asked him if he thought that because someone grew up in isolation, they knew nothing. They were evil spirits, guided by the blade of the Lord of the Underworld. They had no family to begin with. But it's even a pity. He thinks that if he dies here, he won't be able to continue to indulge his desires. After all, before coming here, he took some measures. And if anything happens to him here, the man he can never kill will bring his father a message written in his blood. Someone had incited the twin assassins of heaven and earth to take control of his older brother and come here in an attempt to kill the children of the leader of the Dark Alliance and thus start a rebellion. Earlier, Heron told his friend that if something happened to him and he couldn't return, he should definitely tell his father. Ruin took the letter and said that there is another sky under the heavens. Because of this, the heavens above will lose the phoenix and the dragon. Ruin asked the boy what he wanted him to give this to the director of the Heavenly Warrior Academy. Is he his father? Ruin laughed and asked the boy that his real name was Peng Heron. So Miss Peng was his older sister? Heron replied that no way. He only asked because he couldn't send thunder to the Heavenly Alliance of Darkness. Since he didn't want war either, the director would send a message to his real father. And his father is the leader of the Heavenly Alliance of Darkness. Ruin understood everything and asked the guy how much he would give him. Heron was surprised and asked again what to give. Ruin replied that he hadn't come to him with such a request empty-handed, had he? He wants him to call his little precious bird to such places just to send this stupid message, right? Heron asked, wasn't his bird nearby? He saw that on the way here he periodically blew his whistle. Wasn't that to signal him? Ruin replied that of course he was not far. But it was his bird, not someone else's. The fee was 1 gold piece and the money was always in advance. And if there was no prepayment, then for each day of delay plus 10% to the amount. Heron said he would agree to a loan with installments. I would pay another 1 silver coin if he gave him the uniform in 15 minutes to sneak out of here. Ruin shook hands and said that they had agreed on a deal, and for a loan of 1 silver 5% per day. Heron replied that he was very lucky to have someone as calculating as Ryuan among his friends, but he felt that he should not have gotten involved in Ryuan's loan sharking business. Heron told his enemies that if they opened the way to his brother or told him how to get to him, he would simply silently let them get away with it. Heron had already mentally apologized to Ryuan because if he died here, it would be difficult for him to receive compensation. The man said that it was true that tigers don't give birth to dogs, but he was wasting his time. He would meet his brother in 3 days anyway. What was the rush? Heron asked how they would meet in 3 days, and why exactly in 3 days. The man replied that he didn't need to know that. In any case, the place was surrounded in such a way that not a single bird could fly past, so he didn't have to worry and commit suicide or whatever he wants to do. And since there is a message in the blood, all we need to do is grab that person and deal with him. The man waved his sword and ordered his servants to seize him. Better alive, but it's not scary even if he's dead. The mercenaries all pounced on him at once, but Heron slowly retreated and killed one after another. At that moment, Ryuan and Ren were in the forest and were just behind Heron. Suddenly, Ryuan grabbed her hand and told her to come over for a minute. Ruin told her that it was all fun to watch and asked her to wait a little longer. Ren replied that his life was in danger. Does he think that it's not worth helping? Ruin replied that she shouldn't worry, he would guarantee Heron's safety because he doesn't plan on working at a loss. And now the most interesting part begins. Heron immediately began to fight the mercenaries because he had to stay alive at all costs. But for a moment he saw Saul running out of the forest, and the mercenary's sword was heading straight for her. Heron turned around and shouted that it was her, but Saul dodged the attack and shouted to the master that he was being attacked from behind. Saul simply jumped into Heron's arms and repelled 2 attacks from the mercenaries, saving the master's life. Heron asked Miss Lee to stop, and hugging her, he asked her for forgiveness. Saul also decided to fight them and answered that he would forgive her too, and she killed one of the enemies. Hyun and the others came to the place and said that they finally found the place and asked what kind of situation this is. Chung Hong replied that he himself did not know, but for some reason he did not really want to help, and they saw Ruin and Rin behind the stone. Ruin was surprised and said that he had thought to show this interesting sight only to her, but the boys had come running faster than expected. And he asked Rin if she wanted to try dates. Rin didn't refuse and took a couple of pieces from him. But during the battle, Heron still apologized to her for this happening so often. And he himself understood that he needed to let her go as soon as possible. But for some reason his hands seemed to have gone numb and could not tear themselves away from Miss Lee. Saul replied that there was nothing to be done about it, and let him forgive her for it too. And in her head, she didn't understand where she was at all, and she was in the arms of Mr. Heron. And what should she do next? And suddenly Ruin saw someone and said that this grandpa really was an unexpected guest. Grandpa came out of the forest and asked why there were so many sparrows here too. Lately there have been a lot of strange children on Wudong Mountain, no peace at all. The man immediately after seeing the old man ordered his men to retreat. Grandfather started laughing and warned them to be careful on the way. Heron was upset that they all ran away and his plan didn't work. Saul asked the master at this point if they would pursue them. Heron replied that they would not, and if they followed them, they would only be in danger. After all, they also said that in 3 days he would still meet his brother. Grandpa saw this and began to say that usually when surrounded by enemies, people fight back to back. For the first time, he saw someone doing it while hugging. Heron told the lady that because of him, she was in such danger and he was very sorry. Sol replied that everything was fine. That was how she repaid him for the bell route he gave her. But grandfather was still unhappy and said that recently Mount Wudang was full of strange children. There was no peace. Then Hung came up to him and said that the master had surprised him greatly. And why had he come so suddenly and scared everyone, and what was in his bag anyway? Chung Hong looked closely and replied that there was a person there. Hyung told the master that he saw it too, and was there really a corpse there? Grandfather let go of the bag and asked, "What corpse? It may not be in the best condition, but it is alive. He is a Taoist with a horse's face. Would he kill someone and carry the corpse around with him?" Hung replied that he would decide for himself when he saw what was inside. Grandfather opened the bag and said that his student was stupid. And anyway, why didn't he sleep at night, but came to God knows where? Seeing the man, Hung started shouting that it was definitely a corpse and asked who it was. Chung Hung looked closely and said that these were Jun Ho's clothes. Saul got scared and hugged the gentleman and screamed, "How could Mr. Chipmunk die such a cruel death?" Heron asked her not to look, and that can't be Jun Ho's body. There's no way he would die that easily. Chang Hong looked and said that it was indeed Jun Ho, but there was no need to make a corpse out of a living person. It was just that the allergy symptoms were so strong that he almost died. Hyung asked what kind of illness it was. Hung immediately asked the master to explain what had happened. Grandfather began to tell everything and finally said that he would ask him better. Saul heard these words and sighed and said that he was alive. And this old man made a persimmon out of Mr. Chipmunk. He really is a strong and scary man. Heron replied that it was probably allergies, because that old man didn't do anything. And he could feel Miss Lee's heart and beating so fast. Is she okay? Cheng Hong replied that he thought her heart rate would return to normal once he let her go. They better go and help with Junho. Heron immediately let her go and asked the young lady for forgiveness, because he didn't even think. Sol also walked away and replied that everything was fine. It was just cold at night, and this helped her. And besides, it was a great opportunity to explore the new dual sword technique. Chung Hong replied that he was sorry to interfere between them, but Miss Lee, could she go to the camp and prepare medicine and light a fire and let Heron help the elder? Hung was surprised and asked if he needed help. Chung Hong replied that Jun Ho needed to be airway cleared, so he wanted to ask them to carry him as carefully as possible. And Heron has a cracked rib, and although he is 25 years old, he has some minor problems with physical fitness. Hung told the boy that if he had the skills to enter the Celestial Warrior Academy, he should be able to overcome his physical limitations and figure things out on his own, because he needs to check something here. And he pulled out his sword and pointed it at Heron and asked who he was, and how could he predict that dark blade madman's attack. Heron replied that as someone who had studied the art of dual blades, he had the chance to study related martial arts. Hung told the guy that he was talking about the Tai Sword School, but no one had heard of it. Who was his sub? Heron replied that he couldn't tell without the sub's permission. Hyung was surprised and said that he would just check everything by personally crossing swords with him. And he hoped that the guy would give it his all. And if he tries to hide his real fighting skills, he will consider him an enemy and the reason for attacking them and will simply stab him. Saul turned to him and said that Mr. Heron was currently injured. Cheng Hong also replied that Miss Lee was right. Besides, they had all just seen how Heron fought the enemies. Hung didn't stop and said that he would check it himself and make sure. He wouldn't look at their relationship if someone interfered, so if they didn't want to get hurt, they had better stay away. Heron realized that there was no way to avoid a fight and told Mrs. Lee and Brother Chang to retreat. But he thought about why his opponent was the third shining sword. If he held back with it, he might die. But everyone present today had seen the path of his brother's blade, so if he gave it his all, he would definitely be exposed. Cheng Hong also understood that he couldn't let the third prince reveal himself. And if that was the case, he thought, which of them should he knock out? Hung immediately attacked the guy and shouted at the end to start fighting. Heron even thought that it would be even better if he died. But Cheng Hong also entered the battle and released his attack technique. But Saul also entered the battle and shouted at him not to do it. Saul didn't have time to run, and after the big explosion, she screamed the name of Mr. Heron. Opening her eyes, she saw Ruin holding an instrument in his hands and playing it. Saul shouted that Mr. Heron had suddenly become the shaggy gentleman. Ruin asked her if she was disappointed. Shouldn't he have swapped with him? Heron immediately told Miss Lee that he was here. Rin was shocked because the guy was behind him, but only for a moment. Shunhong also realized that their fool was a real monster. And how did he cope with the ball that he threw? Young also thought that although he had a strong sword energy, he only wanted to provoke a reaction and apply acupuncture. And perhaps Heron noticed this and tried to take the blow with his whole body. But he immediately began to deny it and understood that no matter how bluff it was, a sword is a sword, but it is so easy to block it. Hung said he thought those who underestimated him and called him a lucky striker were wrong, and why did he block his path? Are you willing to take responsibility? Ruin replied that, of course. They were friends after all, and so how much would Heron be willing to give him for a fight with him? In the pavilion, the heads gathered together and discussed the tasks. One of them said that they must provide support no matter what it costs them. And even though this is Wudang High School, but as the principal already said, aren't the students, including the Red Falcon team, in danger? The snowman replied that if the director had held the same opinion, would he have called only them in the middle of the night to tell them the news? And maybe he plans to leave them there? The director of the academy was simply surprised at this moment and did not expect such a proposal from the snowman. Heron was in shock at this point and couldn't believe that Ruin had said that, and he wondered if he even understood what it meant to take responsibility. Hung said he acknowledged that he had excellent skills, but he did not know if they were sufficient to answer such a question. Ruin told him that if he doesn't believe, he will have to prove it by force. So he asked Heron again, how much will he give him? Everyone was surprised again and didn't even say anything. But Heron told him that in this situation, he knew he would do it, and he showed that he would give double the price. Ruin laughed and told Heron that he shouldn't underestimate himself like that. Hung also asked, are they joking now? And since it comes to that, he will now show them how to act. But suddenly Khan came running and asked what all the noise was raised at night. Ken said that this madman wasn't enough for him. Now here was the excellent Jerem student Hyung. The guy was surprised and didn't understand what the claims were against him. Ken interrupted him and said, no excuses, no need to start a fight here. Let him leave Ryuen's student alone and everyone go to bed. Ken understood in his head that he was saving Hyun from the demon, and he was unhappy. What an idiot he was. Remaining in the forest, he said that the children seemed to have left, and he came here, as the boy asked him. But why did he call him? He thought that since this little demon was here, how could he use the voice transmission technique? He knew that he learned everything in hell. Earlier, Ryuen had spoken to him with a voice and told the younger disciple to come to the reed field and settle everything. And the count went to 10. When we met, he said that he had a request for him, and it seemed that the guys were having trouble with the base. So, in 3 days, a solid foundation had to be laid. Ken was shocked and asked, what is this? And thought the guy was crazy. And what other foundation if for everything in 3 days? The man, hearing the words about leaving them, said that it was impossible. After all, now there are precious daughters of both the director and the head of the Heavenly Alliance. The director replied that everything was correct. His Ren was there too. That was why it would be difficult to send help officially. The man was surprised and asked him what he was talking about. The snowman replied that there was probably something he hadn't told them. And perhaps there is a secret reason why the bloody blade of Kal He-bon appeared there. The director said that as expected from a great mentor. There is a reason. For security reasons, he cannot go into details. But in his opinion, the risk of the bloody blade targeting the students from the school was small. The situation was very different from the bloody night in the Heavenly Demon Pavilion. And vice versa, there is a high probability that he himself will fall at the hands of their children. The biggest problem is that for special reasons, someone whose blood should not be on their hands may also fall. And if something goes wrong, it could lead to an irreversible tragedy. And the Dark Alliance sky will be furious, and maybe someone else too. The snowman understood that the child, whose death would enrage the leader of the Alliance of Darkness and the Demon Warrior. Did he really mean that among the children in the Uden, there were their blood relatives? But it is unlikely that it is someone from the Red Falcons team or senior students. And there remains a trio of people from obscure schools, and from the group of Heavenly Justice, the closest to the dark path. The man grabbed his head and said that it couldn't be that any of their guys had anything to do with the Blade of Darkness. But no, if that were the PA, we would have to send a lot more help to prevent such a disaster. Snowman said that it seemed like someone had deliberately created this situation to irritate the Dark Alliance. Sending help now would not only be too late, but would also confirm the false accusations against the boys. The director replied that everything was correct, and it looked like whoever was behind this was planning to frame their boys for murder. If official reinforcements from the Marem Alliance or the Academy arrive, it will look like they are using not only the Wudang School's forces, but also the Alliance's forces to cover up the incident and protect their children. And then the conflict with the people sent by the Dark Alliance will escalate into a full-fledged war. The man asked, then what to do? The director answered that fortunately there is a way out. There is a person who can communicate not only with the Wudang School, but also with the head of the Alliance. He will protect the most important people. The snowman said that he didn't know how much he could be trusted, but now he understood why the director called them. And now he understood why his behavior was so suspicious. Then will his people be able to carry out their mission correctly? The snowman said that not only should the disaster be prevented, but that someone should be secretly sent to Wudong as soon as possible to catch the conspirators. And it's very convenient that halfway with the Chongyang Security Company, both the guys from the Black Turtle team under the leadership of Mentor Huang and his Blue Dragons. Until they arrive, all that remains is to pray for peace on Mount Wudong. At this moment, Ren was in the forest, catching people with a rope. Ren heard the knock and realized that it was -1 more. And 2 days passed, and she doesn't understand how many people will get caught like this. She knew that building a solid foundation in 3 days was just crazy. More than half of them had already given up. She thought, what kind of foundation is this? And to move water in a pot with the help of internal energy, holding only the end of a rope and at such a great distance, she wondered, what is all this for? If she squeezed out a little more, there would be no strength left to support the spiritual technique of returning femininity of the Indian Mahayana. But she doesn't want to lose to the Ice Phoenix, and suddenly Hyung said that he doesn't complain about training, but no matter how you look at it, it's strange. But Yoon Jun-ho, like Mo Yeon-hui, needs to rest, so it's okay. But why isn't Ryo Yeon's student participating in the training? But of course, that's not the only thing that's puzzling. And lest Heron think he can get away with it, he'll keep watching. Heron said it was good. He has the power to use voice transmission techniques. Amazing. Ken saw their faces and asked why they weren't focused. Let them just wait for the energy and move the vat. There is little time left, so from now on, training will continue without breaks for food and sleep. This especially applies to those from the Red Falcons team who will not make it until tomorrow. And they'll also have some special extra training, together with their student Ryuan, who can't participate right now because he's on guard duty. The next day, one of the students shouted that he had succeeded, but Ryuan had not even appeared near them all this time, but was resting in the forest. Suddenly, Ruin told someone that he had finally arrived, and how fierce these birds were, apparently thirsty for blood. The night before, someone asked if the Dark Path Alliance was inactive. The leader replied that, of course, their leader was known for his honesty and fairness. And with his son's lives in danger, that can only mean one thing. There's a spy somewhere close to him, covering his eyes and ears. The warrior said that their warriors had set up a secret camp a day's journey from Mount Wudong, and there was an ambassador half a day's journey from the Dark Path Alliance. The leader replied that the children of the head of the academy were there, so they should order the warriors to move twice as close to Wudong and wait for instructions. And the ambassador must be told to retreat. The spies of the Dark Alliance can kill him. You can't clear the clouds in the night sky. You have to wait for the moonlight to break through on its own. On the other bank, a scout said that he had an urgent message from the yellow-white eagle. And because the bird was injured, the message was delayed. The chief took the letter in his hands and said that he thought it was too late. The leader told Elder Gu to immediately find out the identity of this bastard. The elder immediately came up behind the guy and touched the scout's head with 2 fingers. Elder Gu said that when he said that the bird was injured, he was condemning himself. Only a spy could say that, because messages are never sent here by birds. Elder Gu did the deed and said that he had broken his jaw and sealed the important points. He would not be able to commit suicide. They would soon find out who was behind him. The leader replied that this was enough, and he had another task, a squad of iron flying horses. Let him send them to Wudong immediately. The next day at training, one of the students shouted that he had done it. The student started crying and asked if she was really a genius. Jiren also asked the captain if he was sure that was the reason. Namgung replied that they managed anyway. It was because they were willing to risk their lives. But one of the students looked and said that he felt sorry for the others. They had to risk their lives, but why did they try so hard? Hung also asked Lady Pen if she was okay. The girl replied that of course she was, since he and the White Phoenix were okay. Why did he think it would be hard for her? Hung replied that more people had done it than he expected. Even a newbie could do it, but most of the Red Vermilion squad couldn't. He wasn't going to hide his powers anymore. Heron replied that he didn't know. He thought that many of their group could handle it. He shouted at Chang Hong to open his eyes, because everyone had already passed out. And suddenly Rin said that she thought those people would come soon. Mrs. Pan asked her what she was talking about. After such a question, Suddenly, a flock of birds began to approach them. The students immediately got ready and shouted that they were coming. Heron saw that everyone was running forward, and he wanted to do the same. But suddenly someone grabbed his hand and stopped him. Heron asked him to let him go. Chang Hong told him to keep quiet. If he went there, they would both die, he and his older brother. Heron was surprised and asked, "Where did he get that from?" Saul also came up to them and asked, "What happened?" Chang Hong replied that he thought that she, Lady Lai, would immediately rush after Heron if he went into battle. Saul sighed and said that she almost said no because she was stunned by their insight. But if Heron fights, she will follow him. After all, it is her choice, and whether she lives or dies depends on her skills. Chung Hong replied that he respected her choice, but he chose to protect Heron at all costs. If he made a move, his brother would send him to sleep for 3 days, and before he rushed to attack, he should look around. Heron asked him if he thought they would just surround them and leave like that. Cheng Hong replied that he definitely wouldn't. Let him look at their weapons. And it looks like the weapon of the Red Vermilion Squad, him and his brother. They want to make it look like the Red Vermilion Squad killed them. And now how does Heron think, Sunny, what will happen if he interferes in this battle? Moen decided to be the first to enter the battle and attacked with his galactic flow of the Sword of Existence. But after that, there was an explosion, and those old men appeared. Shen Hong was surprised and thought what to do, but he shouted that it was an ambush. Heron also asked him not to move. The Shadow Blade Seal is returning. And Moen was thinking, which attack should he block first? And if he fails, he will definitely die. And then Moen decided that he would start with his attack. But Moen couldn't withstand such power, and the mercenaries simply wounded him with their swords. And he saw a white light in front of him. But he understood that he was able to block. But is this really the end? Seeing in front of him how the old man is approaching him. But suddenly, Ryuan flew out of the forest and used his ball to attack the old man and save his friend. Madame Peng and Hung also charged in and immediately took out several mercenaries in front of them. Namgung also took charge and shouted to the Red Falcon team to advance and attack. Hawk suddenly said that they would sort everything out here. But Yoon went to Moen and asked what they should do. Hung replied that we need to stop the bleeding as soon as possible and be on guard. It's not the end, it's still dangerous. The fat man wondered what had happened. After all, the hand that blocked the blade of the Lord of the Underworld was numb and still did not obey. But where did this young brat suddenly come from? Ken immediately came running and shouted to the fat pig that, "No, let her not go anywhere and stay where she is." And even if that strange old man is taken over by the mentor of the Flaming Blade, it seems that the attacks will not stop, and so let him try to block them. Mrs. Peng told him that he was talking as if it didn't apply to him. How could he relax when a friend was injured? Ruin asked her if she had heard the saying, "Slow and steady wins the race." He had to deal with something else first, so let them try here. Namgung shouted to Tan Sam and Tan to examine the seventh divine sword. Sam replied that he could see that it was in bad shape. Death was at the door. Tan called him a fool and asked what he was saying. They had to save him no matter what. The old man asked at that moment, how did this happen? But the grandson of the Holy Sword did well against the only one who could cast a spell on the bloody blade. And perhaps they underestimated these children. And besides, for some reason, their guys from the Blade of the Lord of the Underworld squad are missing. Did someone really kill them quietly? The old man saw that the situation was getting more complicated, and it would be better to kill him and throw him to his older brother. Saul entered the battle and shouted to the boys that the old man was in front of them. But the old man attacked them from afar. Rin saw this and repelled the attack, saying that he would not pass. The old man said that his sword, which was wrapped in the energy of a ghost tormenting the soul, was blocked by a young girl. And what is her name? But Ruin heard this and asked why an old man who would soon be in the ground needed to know the name of a young lady. It had nothing to do with him. Ruin asked Miss Na if she would mind giving him this old man. Rin replied that it made no difference. Ruin, hearing these words, simply took off the bracelets from his hands. The old man became very angry and threatened to make him go crazy and cut out his impudent tongue with his own hands, and immediately used the demon eye technique. But Ryuan stood in front of him and said that it would be better for him not to use it. The old man was surprised and did not know why he could not move. Could it be that he reflected his demon eye? Ruin didn't waste any time and used the Heart and Soul Country's impenetrability secret skill, autumn cold and summer heat attack. The old man immediately grabbed his head and screamed that his eyes were hurting. Ryuan simply waved his finger and directed the pain into his head. Suddenly, the demon's eye suddenly broke in the old man's hands, and the old man simply fell to the ground and did not move anymore. And Fatso simply lost his arm during the attack and said that it was nonsense, and asked, was he really crippled? Kan replied that it was because he shouldn't have looked back at that skeleton like that in front of him. Honorable masters should live every day like an asura, but he was just a fat pig. The fat man turned around and saw that they hadn't even reached their goal, and it turned out that they were just losers. And having decided to run away, he wanted to survive. Fatso shouted after them that he was retreating today, but he would never forgive them. Ruin replied that it was just a hackneyed farewell and said goodbye. And Kang was shouting that next time he would make a pork chop out of him, and Chang Hong was shouting at the idiot that they should have been captured and interrogated. Why did he just let them go? Chang Hong thought that instead of an inept interrogation, it would really be better to let them go and follow where they go to find out who was behind them. Ruin replied that it was because he had somewhere to go. Heron immediately asked him not to harm him. He was his own brother. Ruin told him not to worry, he was just going for a walk. But Heron's imagination changed, and he heard voices asking him why he stabbed them. They were his friends. And this pain tears you apart. And why did he kill them? After all, their only crime was that they only expressed admiration for him. Heron began to swing his sword and saw monsters in front of him that made him feel worse. But a voice simply told him that it was enough and let him rise. Immediately, someone used a sword of thunder-striking sword energy. The thunderbolt was so strong that the elder felt severe pain in his body. And when he came out into the real world, Heron asked his brother if he could hear him. His brother answered that he was so noisy. The elder said that his little brother was a 13-year-old boy and how much time he missed. Heron asked his brother not to move. Sol asked at that moment, won't he answer? Chang Hong said that he had already changed his pulse. It was a miracle that he had lasted until now. His 5 senses had already been destroyed and his energy wasted. He thought about it and came to the conclusion that he felt the same pain from being struck by 1,000 swords. The elder asked Heron if he would let him leave in comfort, because he wanted to see his progress in his studies. Heron asked him what he wanted to talk about. How could he do this to him? The elder started shouting at him and telling him to wake up and ask, doesn't he know whose blood is in them? Doesn't he understand what gift from him would be best for his current self? Heron obeyed his brother's order and, drawing his swords, simply cut him into 2 pieces. Finally, the elder said that it was magnificent, and the sword's destructive energy was wonderful. Not a single piece of clothing was damaged, and let the brother just protect himself from the law of heaven. At this time, the army of warriors was heading to war. Earlier, when he was little, Heron came to the forest and saw dead animals. But even in this place, his horse was fighting for its life. Seeing him wounded, he told him not to get up, because if he moves, it will get even worse, and he will somehow take him and heal him. The elder one turned to the younger one immediately, but Heron was very upset and said that Lolo was hurt. He tied her here for a short time. Maybe they'll take him sooner. Lolo needs to be cured. The elder told him that Lolo couldn't be saved, and it would be better to leave him here. Heron was surprised and asked his brother how he could say such a thing. Was he suggesting that he kill the wounded Lolo? The elder replied that Lolo would no longer be able to stand normally. Horses that cannot stand develop bed sores and twisted intestines. But even if it weren't for the broken leg, it's impossible to cure a mad dog bite. Heron cried and shouted that no, his brother had given it to him. It had become his first friend. The elder said that was why he was saying that. This child was already suffering like hell. Was he going to leave his friend to die in such pain? Heron cried loudly and asked Lolo for forgiveness. The elder asked the younger if he could help her. Heron pulled out his swords to kill him, but he lowered his hands and said that he can't do it. It will hurt him. He feels that he will hurt him even more. The elder saw that he could not cope and decided to do it himself. In approaching, he used the destructive energy of the sword. And now this is the only way to let her go without pain, like the touch of the wind. And now the elder told the younger that the sword's wonderful destructive energy, not a single piece of clothing was affected. Saul was very worried and asked Heron if it was really okay for him to be there. She felt like he was about to faint. Rin replied that he couldn't help but go there. The students were also angry, and Hawk asked if they were going to sit there all night until they came back. Mrs. Tang asked him what was he suggesting, dancing in such an atmosphere. Hak said no, but they had to get back somehow, so they should discuss what to do next. Namgung said that he had already sent a carrier pigeon to the academy and notified Wudong. So now they were waiting, at least until the senior, meaning everyone including the student Ryuan, returned. Jiren also said that it was true. They went to the Wudang inner residence to wash the body, so if the decision is made, it will be there. Hung told them that since it was the corpse of a bloody blade, the matter could not be left to the elders. But since Hung was with them, it might work out. But Mrs. Pang said that the situation was too dangerous for Wudong to interfere any further. Anything wrong and they would find themselves in the middle of a raging war. And up to this point, everything is clear. But don't they think that those brothers went with completely unsuitable people? Hyun-eun is a student of the Wudang school, and Chang Hong has experience in ablution. But why didn't Mentor Flameblade go and sleep here? And why is the source of most of the problems the student Ryuan there? Entering the room, Ryuan asked his friend why he was looking at him like that. Chung Hong replied that it was nothing, he was just very skilled. And it's his brother, so he understands why Heron collapsed in the process. The corpse's condition is so serious that it would have been wiser to freeze it. But instead, Ryuan suddenly handed him something. Chang Hong was surprised and asked him if he was using internal energy now. Ryuan said, of course. If there was moisture left, it would decompose faster. Chang Hong looked around and said that it seemed like they had washed everything. But Ryuan did not finish there and handed him a rag and told him to turn him over, and he would cover his arms and legs with clothes, and then turn him over again before the cadaveric spots appeared. Chang Hong suddenly said that such skill is impossible without a lot of experience, and asked the guy how many corpses he washed. Ryuan didn't know how to say and answered that somewhere with a population of one village. But in the morning, an influential person received information and, smashing everything in the room, asked the old man what he just said. The old man replied that the first younger gentleman had apparently died. The elder was so angry upon receiving such news that he could not resist and broke everything in front of him. The maid also brought tea to the mistress, dropped the cutlery, and asked her for forgiveness, saying that she had already made such a mistake since the morning. She would quickly clean everything up and bring the tea again. The lady replied that everything was fine and she could take her time. She was free all day anyway. I haven't received any news or business. Could anything possibly be important to her? During the process, at that moment, Chen Hong looked at something and asked the guy what happened. Ryuan replied, however, it was the first time he saw something like this. And why did Uncle separate them? Chang Hong replied that the body was in poor condition. The internal organs were half melted. If he had not removed the bodily fluids, sooner or later the corpse would have swollen and burst. Naturally, they would deliver all this along with the body. Ryuan asked then, is the mysterious powder he put inside necessary for preservation? Chung Hong replied that yes, it is an extract from willow leeches. It prevents blood clotting and spoilage, and the cause of death will be determined later. The guy was sitting with Heron at that moment and said that he thought it was clear to all of them anyway. Cheng Hong replied that Heron was simply the last one to swing his sword. The true cause of death must be something else. He knew that because the final swing of the sword did not belong to someone from the Heavenly Alliance, everything could be resolved safely. Ryuan said that it was so, and Heron only eased his brother's suffering. In that state, there was no saving him. So the real culprits are those who pushed Brother Heron to come here. The disciple was saying at that time that if he was not mistaken, then at the last minute he was definitely glad about it. But Chung Hong believed that in order to get to the truth, they had to deliver the coffin with the body in perfect condition as quickly as possible. And now they don't know what the Dark Alliance might do and how many lives are at stake. But Snowman's group was on the lookout, and they said that this flag was from the Iron Leg Cavalry of the Dark Alliance. The guy was surprised and replied that this was the road to Mount Wudang. What should they stop them? The girl asked them, is this possible? They are the only ones who will die. We just need to report this to Wudong as soon as possible and pass it on to the Red Falcon team. But the commander replied that no, they were all moving out together, but they would be late. Fortunately, they had chosen a road that horses could travel, and he and Mu would take a shortcut. Mu also agreed and said that the situation was serious, so they had better stay here and pass on urgent news to the academy. And after coming to his senses, he asked the captain what he just said. The captain repeated once more that they would be destroyed. And then they would lose not only the entire Red Falcon team, but also the third Shining Sword, the Ice Phoenix, and the Steel Hairpin. So we need to stop them as soon as possible. Cheng Hong said during the trial that they should go to the academy immediately. And we need to find out who the killer is, the best way to prevent war. And in the Alliance of Darkness, there will definitely be those who want to know the truth. Ruin became curious about how his uncle decided to act and asked, for example, who? That same evening, a bird unexpectedly flew to the lady and brought her a letter that was hooked on her leg. The lady read the letter and, in surprise, immediately went down from the second floor of the house. But without looking at her feet, she walked straight down onto the broken dishes that the servant had dropped. The servant saw this and was frightened and asked the mistress, "How is it possible? Let her wait a little. She will bring her medicine." The lady said that she must go now and asked where her morning clothes were. In the morning, Khan also told everyone that it was time to hit the road and that they had half an hour to get ready, and then they were heading to the academy. The girl asked why so suddenly. The captain also said that there was a student, Riwen Yen, and the others who had gone to wash themselves had not returned yet. Kang replied that they would come from there, so it was time to pack their luggage. Mrs. Peng asked if there were any instructions from Wudang or the academy. It was unwise to do so in the current situation. Hung also said that if the body of the Bloody Blade and the disciple of Mo and Hui could be left to the elders, and they received reinforcements, it would be possible. But for now, it is dangerous to move forward. Kan replied that there would be no reinforcements. The dead and wounded would go with them. Everything had already been agreed upon with Udan. The students were surprised and asked, "What?" Ms. Tang asked, "When did they manage to go to Wudang if they had slept soundly all night?" Hawk also said that everything is so, and it is a lie. It is simply impossible to transport a coffin and a wounded person with their composition. Kenna got angry and said that he thought they wanted to tell him something. Then let them do it in such a way that he would understand. Let them attack. A little earlier, Ruin had told him that since they had finished their discussion, he should get ready to move out, and half an hour would be enough. Ken started yelling at them and saying that they were hiding rats and he would fry them first. But suddenly someone came running from behind and told them to stop. The guy said his name was Cheon Myung, the leader of the Blue Dragons team. And they came with Baek Muyon to report urgent news. Peng was surprised and asked, "What urgent news?" Men replied that on the director's orders, a team of blue dragons and a black turtle arrived to help. But on the way, they saw the iron-legged cavalry. Mu said they were moving along a path that horses could travel, but thanks to his knowledge of the area, they took a shortcut and got here first. They'd be here soon, in about an hour. Meng turned to the Flameblade mentor and said that there were quite a few of them. For safety's sake, he needed to move to the Wudong school area as soon as possible and ask for their protection. Kan replied no. They were leaving here in half an hour. Men said they would then encounter the iron-legged cavalry. Mu also said that if they all moved together, no matter how dense the forest was, they would still eventually be noticed and destroyed. Ms. Peng told the master that they should take refuge in Wudang school and report what had happened. The iron-legged cavalry was too much for them to handle right now. Hung replied that the iron-legged cavalry had incredible strength. They were a group of excellent masters who wielded the Qinggong spear, which could strike targets at great distances. Ken said that we shouldn't show off, but take action. The girl told the mentor that Sejo had gone completely nuts. Does he want them all to die? Jiren asked if they should try to dissuade him too. The captain replied that there was only one person who could dissuade the mentor. Suddenly, Ruin asked, "What measures?" The captain calmed down because he saw that he had come. Ruin came and said, "Why don't they prepare for departure, but waste time thinking up measures? Since this is an iron-legged cavalry, then the road is now impossible to pass." Heron said they couldn't get through. The iron-legged cavalry are the elite of the elite. No one has been able to defeat them yet. So it would be better for them to take refuge in Udan's territory, and he and his brother will stay here and greet them. Mu asked him, "What is he talking about? With which brother?" That is, the body in the coffin is his brother? Sol could not stand it and ran to him. But Chang Hong couldn't stand it and immediately struck him on the back and said that he fell again. Saul caught him and asked how he was. Chang Hong replied that he was so weak, he kept fainting constantly since yesterday. Ruin said that uncle was right. Heron was weak and needed to sleep. And since everything had been decided with him, there shouldn't be any more problems. Let them prepare for departure. Pan asked, shouldn't it? The Iron Leg Cavalry is still a problem. People's lives are at stake. Let him listen to them. Rin also replied that, as Miss Pan said, people's lives were at stake. So Master and Apprentice Ruin probably had a reason to hurry them up. Before becoming a student of the Celestial Warrior Academy, she was the heir to the leader of the Celestial Alliance and swore to protect the righteous path until the very end. And if they have a good reason to risk their lives, let them tell her first. Ruin said that he thought so. Mrs. Na is the only one who believes that there is a deeper meaning to his decision. And without details, but Miss Na is right, there is a reason. Within 2 weeks, or better yet 10 days, they must deliver the body to the academy safe and sound. Chang Hong said that in order to avoid any trouble for them or the Wudong school, the body must be delivered as quickly as possible and in perfect condition. The disciple also held it and answered that it was true. The disciple Chang Hong treated the body so that it would remain incorruptible for the next 15 days. The academy will have a special morgue where the corpse can be embalmed and dissected. Hiding behind Udan and receiving their protection would only increase the suspicions of the Dark Alliance, and they must move as soon as possible to prevent war. Namgung said that they were then the Red Falcon team, ready to fight and die. Mu asked, how did it all turn out like this? But in any case, before leaving, he would try to come up with a plan. They couldn't just go out and stand in front of the Iron Leg Cavalry. Ruin asked why not. Mu replied that if they went against the Iron Cavalry, they would die. And no matter how reckless he is, he must have at least a drop of common sense. Ruin said that today he would teach them a new common sense. Let them quickly prepare for departure. Ken also said that he had said everything. So stop talking a little and get ready quickly. Mrs. Peng said no, and where did Ruin run off to? Namgung replied that he thought it would be better for their mental health not to look into his actions and start packing. Yun suddenly said that he didn't know if it was appropriate to talk about this now, but he was very concerned about it, so he would ask, why are there 2 coffins and not one? The student replied that one of them was empty. Student Ruin said to take another one for the man. Suddenly, Ruin moved forward and met the Iron Leg Cavalry. But the head said that in the end, they would have to go all the way. They had to move forward. The fewer people, the better. There should be no more than 10 people in the group. The warrior replied that the order had been accepted. However, their opponent was iron-legged cavalry, and besides, there would be a mistress there, and he was afraid that with so many people, it would be impossible. The leader said no, they didn't need to face the iron-legged cavalry unless they wanted to start a war. But in any case, they are already late. But the leader of the Shadowless squad is there, and they will believe that the Academy of Heavenly Warriors and the Wudong School will protect the children. At that moment, the old man, hiding behind a tree, asked his senior classmate how they dared to set foot on the lands of Wudong. The fellow students supported him and said that it was just a spectacle. The old man asked him if he was really just going to watch. Maybe a fellow disciple could unblock his acupuncture points before that young disciple died. The fellow disciple told him that if he wanted him to knock him out, just let him watch quietly. The old man answered him that he was just bragging that his disciples could fight back. Let him quickly unblock it. But the fellow disciple came up from behind and hit him on the back. The fellow student knew that since this guy said so, he should just watch. And it turned out that Ryuan had truly never seen anything like this. The squad leader stopped the horses and asked Ruin who he was. Ruin asked if they wanted him to introduce himself. Well, of course, it's natural that they want to hear the name of the future celebrity. The commander laughed and replied that the boy was not only impudent, but also crazy, and decided that I just had to ignore him and trample him. That's what they usually do, so why did they stop now? The commander said that before he was punished, he should identify himself. Ruin did not hide and gave his name. The commander said that this was the first time he had heard that name. And what was his nickname, he asked. Ruin was surprised and replied that he had no such thing. The commander told the boy not to make them laugh. And how dare the rascal without a nickname block the path of the iron-legged cavalry? Ruin asked him in return, what should they do? Do they have to have something like that to stand in front of them? But he hasn't done anything to earn recognition and a nickname yet. But don't worry, that won't stop him from warning them to come home. The captain got angry and suddenly someone addressed him calling him Musan. San immediately shut up and closed his mouth. The main man immediately came out and told San to stop holding them up. San replied that the order had been accepted. He would deal with it immediately. San immediately ordered Chogol and Chuguan. Ryuan said that he politely warned them to keep things quiet and calm, but it seemed that the negotiations had failed. Ryuan kicked the ground and took off his bracelets, saying that now he too would have to act seriously, and he hadn't felt so good for a long time. And he shouted to the enemies to start approaching. San gave the order to his men to attack the guy. The warriors, hearing this order, pointed their spears at him and began to gallop and attack. But Ryuan was stronger than them this time, and with a movement of his hands, he lifted them into the air and turned them over. San said it was impossible. How did this happen? Although these two are young, they have useful fighting techniques. In addition, they have undergone repeated training. So why is this? Is this a trap? San started asking the guy what kind of tricks were these. How dare he block the road by setting up traps? Ryuan was surprised and replied that he didn't have such stupid hobbies. The fellow students saw that the enemy's feet were definitely caught on something, but even he couldn't see it. But he had heard that an iron-legged cavalry at full gallop could demolish a house. How did he do it? It was amazing. San didn't stop there and decided that the 4 horsemen of their iron cavalry would crush him. He immediately ordered the Storm 4 to trample him, but beware of traps. The Storm 4 heard the order and went to attack. Ryuan looked at them and said that it would not be easy, and decided to use the string of the heart and soul absolute protection, purity of mind and heart. And the Storm 4 used the chain of 4 horsemen, a spear with interchangeable links, and they used the whirlwind of the iron chain. Ryuan simply stepped back a little after seeing the attack and used the thunder-slashing sword, a sword energy that cuts the palm. And the Storm 4 used a blow against him that cut the earth and sky in half. After such a strong blow, Moen came to his senses in the coffin and slowly opened his eyes and thought, "Where is he?" And his body seemed to be falling apart. But he felt like he was moving, and something was holding him up in the air. And what were those disgusting cutout holes? But he remembered Chang Hong saying that the iron-legged cavalry was not only made up of martial artists. Horses encased in iron armor were trained to be deadly weapons. Moen immediately realized that it was the voice of Chang Hong's disciple. But what was he talking about? But suddenly he heard the voice again, telling them to be more careful from now on. He thought he saw them over there. Moen guessed right away that it was the voice of the Red Falcon team leader. But he couldn't understand what was happening. And after he fell, he didn't remember anything at all. Moen began to feel that everything was shaking, and suddenly he realized that they had stopped. Then he began to scream for them to open the door for him. Suddenly the door opened, and El told Moen that he had already woken up. But he said that this was a bad place. But if he didn't want the wounds to open, it was better for him to lie here. Moen said no. He wanted to know what was going on. Let him help him up. El helped him and told him not to be surprised by what he saw. Moen looked at the students and wondered what they were looking at. He turned his head and saw Ryuan fighting the iron-legged cavalry and easily finished off 4 of them. Kan asked his disciples if they had seen him. As he had said, let them stop worrying about him. But Ms. Peng said that nevertheless, disciple Ryuan should not fight them alone. Isn't that right, Miss Na? Rin knew it was because they were worried too. She couldn't see the half of it. San was also shocked and couldn't believe it. First Cho Gol and Chu Guan, and now the Storm 4. He didn't even see what happened. And where did such a monster come from? And how many more must come out against him? They can't all attack a guy who doesn't even have a nickname. Rin realized that they wouldn't trample him to death altogether. She said that they should wait and watch. Mrs. Peng was surprised and asked her why. After all, she had just said something completely different. Before her opinion changed, Rin said that she had collected the most important things, so now she would go look for Ryuan's student. Kan stopped her and said that it was not necessary, especially alone. He understood that if someone else wanted to, he would not be able to hold her back. Suddenly, the other students also said that they would go. The boys also answered that they had no luggage, so they could leave right now. Hyun also said that he was with them, and if the 4 of them went, the risk would be much lower. Kan laughed and replied that they were all the same. Selfish punks. Do they even see that? Seeing the holes in the coffin, Mrs. Peng said she didn't even want to know. The guy replied that it was the lid of the coffin. He just didn't understand what those holes were for. Ken said that these were breathing holes so that he could survive by receiving the devil's blessing, and he shouted at them to close them. During the trial, Namgung said that it was something like the face of the devil. Then it is not a blessing, but a curse. Ken asked them if they could see. They had two coffins that couldn't be shaken, so they would have to be carried by 8 people, plus there was more luggage. Yoon told Seol that she was carrying both his and Heron's luggage. Could she really handle it? Seol replied that he would have to carry Mr. Heron on his back, so she should take the luggage. But what if he woke up in the middle of the road? Chung Hong replied that he would block the acupuncture points to keep the noise down. After all, they were short of workers anyway. Suddenly, the Sam started yelling at his sister to stop putting things on. She wants them to carry all these things? It's better to just drag the coffin and not show off. Lady Tang told him to shut up. The Tang clan chief can't carry the coffin, and she won't leave everything to him. Hack looked at them at that moment and said that the world is so rotten that even the poor are forced to work. Ken said that people who have less things will act as guards and cover the rear. Moon told his mentor that the enemies were in front. There was no need to cover the rear. Meanwhile, Ryuen's student could die. Is that okay? Kan replied that everything was fine as long as they did what they were told. What he meant was that there was no need to worry about things that hadn't happened yet. Rin then started to say that it didn't seem like Ryuen's apprentice's life was in danger right now. Master Flameblade had set the right priorities. Mrs. Peng replied that this couldn't be. The scene they just saw was amazing, but there were several times more enemies there. Moon said that on the contrary, it might even be safer. Hyung said yes. The Iron Leg Cavalry wouldn't attack a single student as a crowd. The Blue Commander said that on the other hand, if they all moved out now, they could attack too. Rin replied that yes, that was true, but in her head she knew that she still couldn't read his heart. Kan looked and said that he had already told them earlier, let them watch the luggage. After all, Ryuen is just a little devil who usually does not have a trace of blood, sweat, or tears. But where did this particularly bad feeling come from today? Chung Hong also thought, what kind of guy is he? He usually just lazes around, but when he does something, it's pretty cruel. No, not at all cold-blooded. It was as if all his emotions had been erased. And was this really his true form? Sun couldn't believe it because he had destroyed the Storm 4 and the iron-legged horses in one fell swoop. And he doesn't even have a sword. How could he do this? He absolutely must be killed. He'll just trample on me, then he won't be able to do anything. San began to ask what he would do when 12 people with an iron fist directed 12 blows at him with the help of the art of encirclement and destruction. San attacked him himself and used 12 blows with an iron hand, and they aimed the crosshairs of spears at him. Ryuen looked at it and saw that it was continuous fire. But in response, he used his thunder-striking sword secret technique of movements. Phoenix Dance secret meaning. Ryuen started to dodge all the attacks. Khan and his team also got hit, and he thought, why did he come here? Mrs. Peng was afraid for Ryuen's student and started looking for him. Ryuen looked at them and asked what the two of them were doing here. After all, he generally thought that they would watch and pretend that they didn't know anything about it. Mrs. Peng started shouting that this was absurd. They were afraid that this would escalate the situation, but no one was thinking of just watching like a coward. San saw them and asked, who are these bastards? And he couldn't believe that the guy dodged the continuous fire of 12 blows with an iron fist. But once his gang has intervened, he can, without a twinge of conscience, fully utilize the art of encirclement and destruction. San started shouting that he would send them to hell together so that they wouldn't be lonely on the way. 12 blows with an iron hand. San raised his spear and told them to prepare to attack. Suddenly, the chief told San to stop and ordered him to look here. The chief said that the situation had changed. San was surprised and asked what had happened. The chief replied that it seemed to him that their target had appeared. But he understood that it was too late. But he sees that there are 2 coffins, and why is that? And it seems to him that someone has come to explain the situation. Chang Hong greeted them and said that he was a first-year student of the Heavenly Warrior Academy and asked, how about listening to their proposal? And now they are going to deliver evidence of this incident to the Academy of Heavenly Warriors. And they can go with them to watch and protect. And now they are invited to the Academy of Heavenly Warriors. Earlier, before leaving, Cheng Hong asked Yun if they could talk in private. Yun was surprised and replied that, of course. He stepped aside and listened to Cheng Hong and asked, "Is this really okay?" Cheng Hong replied that it was not only normal, it was supposed to be that way. Now they would go over the signals again to make sure he remembered everything correctly. Yoon said that this is the plan of the authoritative sister. As soon as the signal is given, he and Heron on his back cling to Miss Na's clothes, begging for protection. The next shot is a quick cut. As soon as the signal is given, he hides behind Ryosh Wen with Heron on his back. Next comes the plan to make him look like a corpse. As soon as the signal is given, he puts Heron in Myung Hui's coffin, making him look like a dead man. In an emergency, Hyun Wong, who is guarding the coffin, will help. Chang Hong replied that due to the circumstances, it will be difficult to explain everything in detail. Let him just know that many lives depend on him. He believes him, right? Yoon said yes, but he would be very ashamed to hide behind Ryuan, and would Miss Na listen to him? And if this was badly wounded, and if they put Heron with him? Chung Hong replied that Ray Wen was a fool. He wouldn't even notice if someone was hiding behind him. There was nothing to be ashamed of. And Hui himself was like a log, so everything would be fine. As for Miss Na, she would have no choice but to listen to him. And does he know where the plan's authoritative sister got its legs from? Yoon replied that he didn't. He only generally understood the meaning of the combinations quick transition and pass off as a corpse. But what does Miss Na have to do with the plans and with some little sister? Chang Hong replied that the Ice Phoenix and Cal Heron never addressed each other like that, but in fact they are brother and sister. The two are related on their mother's side, and thanks to this incident, she realized that Heron was Cal Heron, her cousin, although she probably knew about it earlier. And just before the proposal was voiced, San used 12 blows with an iron hand. Chang Hong saw this and shouted to Yunu to use the plan, authoritative sister. Suddenly, Yoon grabbed Rin by her clothes and asked her to wait a minute. He asked her if she could stay close to them to protect them, and not him, but Harina. He was told that she would help him, and he would definitely repay for this service. Yoon didn't understand what he was saying, but he had a feeling that if he blurted out that they were cousins, there would be trouble. And why did Chang make him do that? Rin replied that it was fine, and she would help him. Yoon thanked her and couldn't believe that she had actually succeeded. Sol, seeing this, immediately wondered, why Rin? And Moen at that moment tried to get out of the coffin, but the disciple did not let him do it. The student told him to be quiet, because if he continued to do so, he would leave his protection to the elder, that is, to the student Ryuan. Sol saw that if she went with them, the luggage would not be a problem. She also wanted to protect Mr. Heron. Currently, Chang Hong said that they are now going to deliver the evidence of this incident to the Celestial Warrior Academy. And now he asked them to go with them, to watch and protect. They invite them to the Academy of Heavenly Warriors. San asked him if he wanted to die too. Is the Academy of Heavenly Warriors a bunch of lunatics? The captain asked the boy if he had the right to invite them on behalf of the Celestial Warrior Academy, and it seemed like he just said he was only a freshman. San was unhappy with this and turned to the captain. Cheng Hong replied that he came forward because he had a clear voice. But they all had the same opinion on this matter. And if they don't believe, they can see for themselves. He decided that everything is going well, and now it is necessary to introduce them, depending on the forces. And the first one who can think faster and control these psychos. Shin Hong asked Rin if she agreed with him. Rin immediately realized that the Alliance had sent him. Then she agreed with his words and invited them. San was surprised to hear about the Ice Phoenix, and the captain understood that this was the precious only daughter of the head of the Heavenly Alliance. Then the one she protects is Cal Heron. Chang Hong thought about what to say after the Ice Phoenix. He asked loudly for the others to confirm it too. He saw Miss Na agree, so he quickly agreed too. And since he is close to the mentor, he needs to be convinced too. Ruin said that he would allow them to accompany them. Chang Hong got angry and mentally wanted to sew his mouth shut, but this was already a success. Kang thought about it and replied that he also gave his permission. But Mrs. Peng understood the same thing, that now was not the time to provoke enemies. And she said that the two were a bit tired, so they spoke out harshly, but she assures that they, like her, the Steel Heel Peng Haren, do not want bloodshed. The captain, hearing the name, realized that the daughters of the head of the Heavenly Alliance and the director of the Academy of Heavenly Warriors were here. San got really angry and started yelling at them to stop talking nonsense. They killed 6 people, and now they're talking about an escort? And they're even giving permission out of respect? Can suddenly asked what he had just said. Actually, they had all died because of him. He shouldn't have gotten so stubborn when he saw that mug. Ruin also confirmed and said that he was just standing in the middle of the road and even kindly warned them. San asked, "Why did this happen then?" After this, they expect that no one will touch them? Rywin asked him, "Will he send the hangers on again?" shaking behind his back like a human shield. "Let him stop hiding behind these poor kids and come out in one go. He'll make a roast out of him. And it's not for nothing that they called him the burning dog meat. He's completely nuts. Does he think that someone here can dare to go out?" The commander told Sun that the flame blade is one of the 5 blades whose flames cover the heavens, soul, and sword. Everything will be fine, right? Will be. Sun replied that this psycho would definitely be punished. Let the commander rely on him. Just before the first strike, Kan simply held out his sword and blocked San's attack. Kan said that it was good, and so it should be. But San did not stop and immediately made the first swing of the spear. After Khan blocked, Sun said that the frontal strikes of the 3 stages of the storm strike were repelled. Yes, he really is the flame blade from the rumors, but too far from his huge spear. Ken got tired of just taking the blows and using his speed. He simply pounced on him with both feet. But at that moment, he began to hear Ryuen's voice saying that he was teaching him everything and teaching him this from the first meeting, but he still didn't remember. When he tries to do something, it's like he sticks to the ground. And he can't fight without his deer? How much longer is he going to stand on the ground and bat his eyelashes while the others fly? Ken suddenly started yelling at him and calling him names, and asked him what he thought, that someone lives here stuck to the ground. Ruin, seeing this now, was a little surprised that his student was able to do what he taught him. Ken became even more persistent and dealt a large number of blows. But suddenly the captain intervened and repelled him with his spear. The captain apologized for butting in, but finding another one like him would be difficult. In exchange for saving him, he promised no more attacks. He understood that in any case, it was more important to understand the situation now than to rush into battle indiscriminately. Sun accepted his defeat and turned to the captain. And Kang came down and said that he had no strength at all. Chang Hong asked them if they accepted their invitation. San replied that they had suffered losses. Ryuan said that since even the deputy had lost to their mentor, naturally they should stop. But you also have to pay a fine for breaking the rules by getting stuck in a fight. Kan shouted that everything was right. He agreed with everything that was said. The captain replied that it was a fine. "And how much?" Ruin asked him. "How much cash did they have right now?" At this moment, the old man went with the lady from the other side of the forest. The old man asked Ran if she really didn't need to rest. It was a long way to the Celestial Warrior Academy. Rand said no. She wanted to get there as soon as possible, and there was no way she could delay. But suddenly, she remembered her last visit, and upon arriving at the Alliance, she fell to her knees and said that she welcomed the head of the Alliance. The chief told Rand to get up right away. She came in mourning clothes. He couldn't even see her face. Rand told the chief that she was engaged to him, so it was only natural. The chief replied that she was better than him. He was his father, but he couldn't even afford to grieve because his son was the criminal of that night, whom he personally sent, despite the fact that he was his own flesh and blood. Rand told him that he was the leader of the Dark Alliance, the Blade of Darkness. He would understand. She should blame herself because she couldn't do anything for him. The chief replied that no, and there is something she can do. It will be dangerous and painful for her. But could he ask for a favor? Rand realized that in order to identify the real killer, she had to observe the autopsy and not return until she received further instructions. The servant at this moment said that judging by the fact that he sent the Iron-Legged Cavalry and Sol Ran, the Blade of Darkness suspected something. Bloody Blade is killed, but the intervention of the twin killers of heaven and earth is revealed. Although these two are already hidden, and he is very ashamed. The second general of the Heavenly Demon Pavilion, the Shadow Brain of Evil, Chisahan asked, "What about the other characters, especially Renushka?" The servant replied that everyone was still alive. The Khan said that he had given him the power to control the twin killers of heaven and earth, and this was the result. He must be very sad. The servant simply started hitting his head on the ground and begging for forgiveness, and asked to let him die. The Khan simply pulled a stone out of the water and threw it straight at him. But he hit the statue, which immediately broke, and the servant was surprised. The Khan told him that if he wanted it that way, the servant replied that he was now asking for mercy from the great prince. If he gave him another chance, he would definitely destroy everyone. Khan told him to just keep in mind that he didn't have much time left, because he would be watching everything. But the Iron Leg Cavalry is the strongest of the symbols of the Dark Alliance, a squad that no one can stop. Over the past few decades, wherever they went, they left behind complete destruction. And that's exactly how it was. But now they walk on the ground on their own 2 feet. Now they are no longer iron-legged cavalry, but iron-legged infantry. San took command and started shouting in the past to carry out the slaughter of fresh fish, with minimal loss of net weight. While cooking, Ryuan asked them if they knew that salty food was bad for the cardiovascular system. And Chang Hong was in charge of the coffins and said that if moisture got into them, then everything would be lost. It was time to move. The blue student thought, is no one afraid of the consequences? He won't tell anyone anything, so maybe they'll explain why they all take this situation for granted. The blue student thought all this time and watched everyone, but he understood that they did not understand this yet. But later they would see worse things. And on the way, they came across bandits, and he robbed them. Sol was very scared at that moment and had to see it all. The boy knew that Ryuan was not in his right mind, but that he had the mind of a scoundrel. Suddenly, Khan began to knock and ask what he was doing there. And didn't he say that this cart, bought with the sweat, tears, and blood of the iron-legged cavalry, cannot be touched? The guy said the door was open, so he just decided to ask a couple of questions. Ken shouted to someone that if he ever came near the carriage with the girls and the unconscious boy again, he would fold him into origami, just like his favorite fan. The captain of the Blues told the boy to do as his mentor said. The less you know, the better you sleep. If he starts digging here, he might get hooked himself. Moan had already asked from the coffin how long he would have to stay here. Maybe they would let him out. The guy answered that no, the carriage was shaking a lot, so it was safer for him to stay in the coffin. And if he tried to escape, he would call Ryuan's disciple. Ms. Tan said no matter what that crazy guy does, just let him not interfere and leave him alone. Honestly, they are fine with everything, and they don't understand what the problem is. San said it was true. They would have had to drag the coffins on their backs the whole time, so they should be grateful that the iron-legged cavalry guys found and are pulling the cart. The student also said that everything was correct. They avoided such difficulties. And besides, they can also watch the spearmasters on the road. The student replied that no, it was that scoundrel who had tarnished the name of the Heavenly Alliance. Why is everything on him? Ren also said that she agreed the student Ryuan was a real scoundrel. But if it weren't for this scoundrel, I don't even know what would have happened to them now. Did he come to help them or criticize them? The student asked, isn't this too much? If they had gone a little further, other students would have come to the rescue. Ren asked, where is this scoundrel and troublemaker? The sky is strange. Jiren said that Ryuan's disciple had another argument with the deputy captain of the iron-legged cavalry. The captain and disciple Chang Hong went with them as judges, and it seems like it's going to rain soon. San and Ryuan were competing, and San was shouting that the guy was a bully and asking what he would say to that. Let him see this horsemanship. Ryuan didn't say anything and simply stood on his hands while eating on his horse and showed off his skills. Chang Hong suddenly spoke up and said that now that no one could hear them, the captain could speak. He would never have called him here to actually judge these two. But what did he want to say? The captain told the boy that he was quick on the uptake, and it seemed that he was their real leader. But who was he anyway? Chang Hong replied that he had already said that he was only a first-year student. He had matured prematurely because he had eaten the wrong medicine when he was a child. Chang Hong took hold of the spear and told him that if he didn't want to reveal his identity, then fine. They would do it another way. That metal stinking box that he wouldn't let go of for a second. But what is in it? Chang Hong replied that it couldn't be. What smell from his luggage was he talking about? The captain looked at him strangely and replied that it was blood. He could smell human blood. Chang Hong saw that the captain had pounced on him and asked what the point of this lie was. Although his nose was stuffy and he couldn't smell anything, even he could smell it. The captain told him the boy ducked, and he knew he wasn't a normal boy. If he wasn't lying, maybe they'd open the box and find out. Chung Hong asked him not to press him. What if something happened to the metal box? The captain answered the boy, does he mean that he will get into trouble then? Chang Hong answered that yes, isn't there such a thing as an explanation, a pay cut, or prison in the Dark Alliance? Maybe he would think about the main reason why the Iron-Legged Cavalry was accompanying them to the academy. The captain asked what was that reason. Chang Hong replied that the situation was explained, observation and protection of evidence. The captain asked him what he was saying, that there was evidence in the box. Chang Hong told him that he said he smelled blood, so he noticed something else. Of course, he put a bunch of things in the box, but the smell couldn't come from him. The captain thought that there was no smell in reality, but his actions seemed to be saturated with the scent of blood. And given the timing of their arrival, it would be difficult to prevent a disaster involving the brothers who inherited the blood of darkness. And when they arrived at the scene, there was another fake coffin there as a distraction, and lifted Moen up and told him to open his mouth because a plane with medicine was flying towards him. Moen told him that he could drink it himself. The captain told them that they were asking them to transport the coffin, but they said that identifying the body would be difficult. Chang Hong replied that he was asking for forgiveness, but if the coffin were opened in such a place, the integrity would be broken and this would accelerate the decomposition of the body. Ruin also said that any extra shaking would be dangerous for it, and now the captain understood that they had essentially been unable to check its contents. The captain approached the others too and asked, is this guy wounded? And why hasn't he come to his senses yet? And as for the remaining heir of the Dark Alliance, Rin told him that if he wakes up now, something that no one wants might happen. Let them give him time, and it is impossible for him to talk to him. But in the meantime, one oddity was discovered. San told the captain that a strange answer had been received from the subordinate responsible for transporting the coffin. A strange sound was coming from the coffin. And today in the afternoon, when the carriage was shaking a little, a rustling sound came from inside, like sand pouring. In fact, not only the sound, but also the sensations of transporting a coffin are very strange. And it looks more like a box of earth than a coffin, and it smells a little bit of resin. The captain thought about it and said that there was probably some coal added. It's embalming. San said the others said it was to prevent the body from decomposing. So they took care of everything? The captain knew that a body would not normally be treated like this. Sand would make the coffin heavier. And if it were to cover a body that did not have many wounds, they could be distorted. The captain said he understood everything, and to transport the coffin with special care. He understood that in the end, the body was inside. It had no blood or internal organs. But why did they do it? And it is unlikely that having taken such good care of the body, they would have thrown away its parts. But where? The captain said that no matter how much he looked, he never parted with it for a moment. In this strange box without windows or doors, there was definitely a part of a man. Chang Hong told him that he was perceptive and had a good instinct. The box looked so smooth because the part that opened was facing his back. The captain told the boy that he had finally admitted it. But for what reason did they desecrate the body of the Dark Alliance leader's relative? Chang Hong replied that they did not desecrate it but kept it for a joint investigation, because inside is the key to solving the mystery of the real killer. Suddenly, the security from the Alliance shouted that there were people there. The lady came out and told them not to make noise. They were expecting them. Ran looked and said that they really had arrived and she would send a signal right away. The lady thought that if she had known that everything would turn out like this, she would have insisted on training and gone with her sister. And why did everything turn out like this? And now is not even the era of disasters, but there are so many people of the Blade of Darkness here that this sight gives goosebumps. The elder said that this was the first time in decades that a bloody wind had blown, and even the people he sent out just in case all died, passing on the sad news to him. The relic of the era of disasters, the pen of heaven's law, has awakened again. The director replied that it was believed that 30 years ago, as a result of the joint tactics of the heaven and evil factions, all those who had secretly infiltrated both alliances were exterminated. But it seemed that there were those who were still hiding. And if they act as the pen of heaven's law in the age of disaster, and if everything goes according to their plan, it will be difficult to find out who the real perpetrator is. What did the twins of the killer of heaven and earth look like? Can replied that it seemed like they were following the instructions. They were originally villains, so why not call them heavenly feathers and pluck them like chickens? The director said that it was a wise answer to a stupid question. The Heaven Alliance and the Heavenly Demon Pavilion would conduct their own investigation, but he would pass on his remark to them. Just like the last words of the eldest son of the leader of the Dark Alliance, Snowman told the director that, as he said, in order to deal with the law of heaven, they would have to cooperate with the Dark Alliance. But shouldn't we first resolve the issue with the iron-legged cavalry that has set up camp right outside the walls of the academy? They can't really let Captain Shion Hawk in here under the pretext of an investigation. Ken told him to keep quiet since he wasn't aware of the situation. What else could he do if he was assigned to the body? If they kick him out or say they'll handle it themselves secretly, will Master Quan take responsibility? Snowman asked, is the problem just that Hawk stuck to the body? And he understands that they traveled together for 10 days. Probably during this time, they opened their hearts to the person from the Alliance of Darkness, Mentor Quan Yon Hee. Ken got very angry and asked him what he was talking about. The director got angry and told them both to shut up. And he understands their fears. Chun Hawk is skilled in secret intrigues and plans and hides his true feelings well. No wonder he is called the Snake of the Iron-Legged Cavalry. However, when the Dark Alliance 3 investigator arrives, they will all leave quietly. The elder told the director that he already has an idea of who it will be. Have they received information regarding the investigator's identity? The director replied that yes, this is the closest person to the deceased after his parents and brothers. Bride Bloody Blade Cal He Bum Flower of Evil. Yun Sol Ran the elder asked, is it really about opening the groom's body and she will come in person? The snowman replied that yes, after all, she enjoyed the trust of both the leader of the Dark Alliance and the captain of the Iron-Legged Cavalry. The director replied that it was worth preparing in advance and asked the mentor Quan, how is the condition of the disciple Moen Hui? Ruin was in his room at that moment and Moen had already stood up. The guy said that someone left and someone came. And he thinks this is a small gift from the Dark Mother of the Chill Chol community. It will be hard for him to clean the bed for now. Maybe bring him the coffin again? Moen replied that he refused. And suddenly Cheng Hong came in and asked Hui, can he move already? But the director is already looking for him. At this time, Ran came to the Academy of Heavenly Warriors, and she was very upset about what happened. Moen came to the director and asked him, what about security? The director answered yes, and he understands that it can be difficult because he returned less than a day ago and he is also wounded. But I have already heard that he was able to rest a little on the road, and I would like to give him more time to rest, but given the status of the security facility and the current situation. In the eyes of the Dark Alliance, among the male disciples, he is the only one who can be trusted. After all, he is the descendant of the Holy Sword who stays away from women. Moen asked if he understood that the object of protection was a woman. The director replied that she was the bride of the Bloody Blade Cal He Bon, but he has nothing to worry about. She will not pay attention to him while the examination of her fiancé's body continues. Moen replied that he understood everything. The director said that in front of him was a pill for healing wounds. He would take it 2 hours after eating, and tomorrow he would feel much better. Of course, it's urgent. He can eat it right now. Moen replied that he understood everything, and then he asked for forgiveness. The director laughed and asked, what's the point of apologizing? Let him do as he pleases. Moen pulled out his gloves from his pocket and decided to examine the pill. The director said that there would be no dangerous situation during this mission, but it would be difficult for the two of them in many ways. Since Unsol Ran is a woman, part of the protection duties will have to be taken on by him, Naya Rin. Rin said that if there is something that needs attention, let him say so in advance. The director replied that he had originally thought of appointing Heron as Miss Yoon's escort, but the Alliance asked to put her in this place, with the words that this was an order from the head of the Heavenly Alliance. Rin thought that this was definitely her father's order. The director said that it seemed like there would be special instructions. The leader of the Guardian Squad, the Lightning Sword Nam Gun Jin, was arriving today, although she herself probably heard it. And the head of the squad will personally oversee the investigation from their side. The Academy, for its part, will provide maximum support. So if you need anything, let him speak at any time. Rin thanked the director for such support, and she realized that her father did not want her to be discovered. So there must be a good reason why he appointed her as her escort instead of Miss Pan. She immediately used her dragon eye, and it seems to her that this mission will not be limited to just escorting. The director said that if you think about it, due to the issues regarding the protection of the young lady, they would both be provided with temporary housing for the duration of the mission. It might be uncomfortable in an unfamiliar environment, especially for him, Mo and Hui, everything will be okay, right? Moan immediately remembered his recent situation and answered the director that everything was fine. The director heard them and asked them both to take care of it. The boys replied that everything would be done. At this time, Ryuan came into the room and Chang Hong asked him why he came here again. Ryuan replied that the stupid misophobe was currently practicing breathing exercises, so there was no room to breathe in the room. And Heron was still sleeping? Chang Hong said, yes, so don't make noise and let him go to Junho's room. Ryu Yan said it was a bit messy, so he didn't like it, and they better play dice before Hyeryong woke up. Let him get some snacks. Chang Hong was surprised and said that it was better to play for money, but he was not going to play anything with him. At this time, Heron was still awake and just lay there with his eyes open. But Chen Hong still didn't shut up and shouted at the guy not to sit there and to go back to his place. Ruin suddenly looked up and told his uncle that he had woken the boy up with his chatter. Heron slowly got out of bed and Chang Hong gave him some water. The guy said that it was very strange that he fell asleep in his room. Heron laughed and asked why he was the only one who fell asleep here. Apparently that was why he had such a long dream that he couldn't remember it all. Ruin asked in surprise, a dream? Heron answered that it was true, and it was a terrifyingly realistic nightmare. Heron looked around the room and asked Brother Chang Hong why he and Ruin had such expressions. It was definitely a dream. Ruin suddenly told him to come to his senses already. Heron suddenly flipped through everything in his head and realized everything. Suddenly after that, Ruin went out for a walk, and Saul caught him and asked if Mr. Heron was okay. Ruin said no and said he had idiot disease, which greatly reduced his mental abilities. So he would go buy medicine. Saul was surprised and asked, medicine? At that moment, Chang Hong was telling the guy that tomorrow they would finish the preparations so that everything could be arranged the day after tomorrow. And Heron had to decide whether to attend. And the investigator from the Alliance of Darkness will be the deceased bride, the flower of evil, Yun Sol Ran. She should have arrived by now. Suddenly on the way, the elder asked Ran, is there any problem? The lady answered that no, it's time to go. She knew that in that direction was only the main entrance to the academy. And where was he going at such a time? Chang Hong said that the investigator from the Light Alliance side is the head of the guard squad that is under the personal control of the leader of the Alliance. Lightning Sword Namgung Jin. At this time, people on the street saw guests and said that this was definitely a tag of 3 horses. But to go out in such a situation. After all, the iron-legged cavalry was located outside. The guy asked him, what's wrong with that? He shouldn't worry. They don't care. Chang Hong told the boy that after the investigation, the body would actually be dismembered, so it would be cremated to be sent to the Dark Alliance. And until then, there will be a camp of iron-legged cavalry in front of the academy. Suddenly, going outside, San saw Ruin and asked, did he come to fight again? Ruin told him that only if he had trained enough in horse riding. San got angry and shouted that he was an idiot. And Heron can do as he wants. Let him decide for himself whether to join the investigation or not, to stay here after or to leave. Heron thought about it and asked why he needed to leave here. He was a simple student of the Heavenly Warriors Academy who came from the Tai Sword School, and they are not connected with the Bloody Blade Kal He bomb in any way. The warrior at that time told the guys that as soon as he informed them about the arrival of the investigators, they were both already here. And the mission starts tomorrow. So let them say hello, and then they can go. The guys replied that they understood everything. Suddenly, Rand came up to them from behind and said that they would live here for now. The warrior told the boys that here they were. The warrior told the lady that she must be tired after a long journey. The official program would begin tomorrow, and today he would introduce these 2 to her. And these 2 students will be responsible for escorting and communicating while she is on the territory of the Academy of Heavenly Warriors. And this is the Ice Phoenix, Narin, the daughter of the head of the Heavenly Alliance and a girl with outstanding abilities. And next to him is the descendant of the Holy Sword. The seventh divine sword, Mo and Hui, also has extraordinary abilities. The lady listened to them and replied that her name was Un Sol Ran. The old man asked who the people were that came with him. He wanted to know if they had the right to investigate the case with them. The elder replied that he would be leaving soon, so there was no need to say his name. Since Miss Ron and that child had arrived safely, he would handle the rest today. And it is not necessary to know the name of that child either, but he is an autopsy specialist, so he must definitely take part in the investigation together with Miss Yun. The old man said that if they all left, only Miss Yun and that man would remain. The elder replied that given the situation, all issues would be decided by Miss Yun and the man who was supposed to arrive the day after tomorrow. The old man said they had not received such a message, but who else would arrive? The elder replied that he was a porter who would take the ashes after the investigation was completed. His name was Cho Wo. No need to worry, he was a calm and quiet person. The old man asked in surprise, Cho Wo? He means he will be a porter, one of the top 10 masters of the Dark Alliance, the Sword Demon Wo, who is among the 10 pillars of the Dark Alliance? The elder said yes, and they say that Chun Hak is guarding him, so before handing over the matter to Miss Yun, I would like to go to meet my friends. The old man was surprised and asked him what he was talking about. Ran replied that she wanted to spend the night guarding her brother. He would change his clothes and then let her accompany him. The old man replied that it seemed that it was worth reporting this to the director and the head of the guard squad, the investigator on their side. Ren said that she would go to the director herself. And Ren said that she would walk to the place where the leader of the detachment was supposed to stay. The old man replied that it was fine, then he would take on the escort of the guests. Even though it's a day early, Hui can accompany Miss Yun to the Tranquility Pavilion. Right? Hui replied that it would be done. At this time, while Snowman decided to start the investigation, a man came and said that a guest of their Dark Alliance had arrived. The commander immediately stood up upon seeing the guest and said that he did not know that he would be the one to come. The elder replied that he was once the successor of the Dark Alliance, so he was obliged. The old man wondered who this man was, that even the captain of the iron-legged cavalry was so polite to him. The elder said that he heard that the ice sword of the top 5 sword masters had divine-level skills. Apparently, he is the ice sword. How long will the ice he created just now last? Ice Sword replied that he would be fine until tomorrow morning. And who is this guest? The elder looked at his man and asked, how, did they do okay? The guy replied that it was a sarcophagus, cold, dry. Everything was as it should be. If the autopsy was to be performed tomorrow, the coffin could be opened now. The old man asked him what he meant by the autopsy being done tomorrow instead of the day after. He thought it would be more appropriate to open the coffin when the official investigation had already begun. The elder got angry and told him to shut up. First, you have to tear apart the man who was the successor of the Alliance of Darkness, and then tell him what is right and what is wrong. And then the director came up and said that he didn't mean that. They just want to find the real culprit and avoid misunderstandings. But since the closest person to the head of the Dark Alliance himself came in person, they will prepare everything to begin the autopsy immediately. The elder said that there was no need for that. It was enough that when Miss Yun came to guard him tonight, the coffin was opened. The others would leave. And the captain will be back with him today too, so let him take the guys from the academy. Miss Yun Seo Ran and Cho Wo will take care of the rest. Ruin was at the market at that moment and asked if that stupid crybaby took the medicine. Wouldn't it help him regain his mental abilities? The seller replied that of course. No matter how much he cried, it would dry his tears, and his dull brain would instantly clear up. Ruin said that this was serious, then let him give 20 pieces and he can throw in 2 more for free. The seller smiled and told him to choose the roundest ones and would add 1 more thing for free. Ruin went straight home, and on the way he saw people mocking a man and throwing arrows at him. The man asked the offender why. After all, he promised half a liang in gold for a delay in payment. Ruin replied, didn't he already say that he hated waiting? And this is the only thing he can say to a customer who came after so long? The boy said no. No more clues could be found about the girl named Rin. She went with her merchant father and disappeared. Ruin started waving the arrow and told him that he was a good player. So why not lie more convincingly this time? In the evening, Chang took his men and led them out of the academy, but he considered Ruin an idiot. After all, at such a moment, to go outside to buy such nonsense. But what kind of terrible energy is emanating from him, he thought. But one day he will definitely avenge his subordinates. At that moment, the servant came to the chief and asked if he had told him too much. Perhaps it would be better to activate the mechanism and mobilize all forces. The chief replied that only then everything here would be destroyed, and they would suffer even greater losses. Does this psycho look like an ordinary person? After all, he's won first place at the Festival of the Three Holy Masters. The guy said that if they say that the girl is dead, and someone says that it was fabricated, the chief replied that on the contrary, it would be better if he got more angry and tried to dig deeper. And now he hopes the guy will fall into this trap. Rana also came out of the room and asked Moen to accompany her. Moen showed her around and said that he would return at the hair's hour. Ran entered the room where the coffin lay, and letting go of her veil, turned to her brother and said that she had come. Ran started telling him that he promised her that they would get married in 3 years. And does he know how many years she had to wait? But this is too much. She can't even cry. And she remembered her childhood when she mourned the coffin. But a guy came up to him and handed him a talisman. Ran looked at it and asked, "What is it?" The guy replied that it was a gift, and he congratulated her on her birthday. Ran started crying and saying that her mother and father had died. What birthday? The guy replied that he had to congratulate. The two asked him. Ran was surprised and asked, did the parents ask? The guy said yes. Since she was his fiancée, they asked him to take care of her and make her smile a lot. And so he will do this until they grow up and get married. And he will continue after the wedding because he likes the way she smiles too. And if anything happens while he's away, send her that jasper pendant he just gave her. He'll come running to protect her. And soon after some time, Ran asked him if he wasn't coming. The guy apologized and said that he would try his best, but he couldn't say for sure, because during close training, he loses track of time. Ran asked him if he was telling her to spend her birthday alone. He said he would be with her every year on that day. And now he thinks he's a liar. Then she'll send the pendant straight to her for a closed training session. The boy smiled and asked, so that's what she would do? But if he had received that pendant in advance, he would have preferred to postpone the training, because Ran's pendant is of primary importance to him. Ran asked in surprise, right? But this closed training is an opportunity strongly recommended by the head of the Heavenly Demon Pavilion himself. The guy replied that although it was a shame to disappoint the head, it was better than making his future wife cry. Ran agreed and told him to go to his closed training already. It's just a birthday, nothing special. The guy apologized and said he was very sorry. He really wanted to spend the day with her. He would try to finish the training as soon as possible. Ran replied that he was a fool. What if something happened because of the rush? She would stay with her grandfather for now, and he could train properly. The guy agreed and said that he would have to go after her as soon as he was free. She would smile at him radiantly, wouldn't she? Ran replied that it all depended on what he did. He didn't think she smiled happily every time she saw him, did he? And now Ran was saying over his coffin what she had said. It shouldn't have been like that day. It would have been nice to smile brightly at her one more time. But after hearing the news, she was shocked and asked the gentleman what he did when he dropped the glass from his hands. The man replied that this was complete nonsense. Heck God, this child would never do such a thing. Ran also said that it was some kind of mistake. No matter what happened during training, brother never. The man told her not to worry. He would help the leader of the alliance to reveal his grandson's innocence. Ran realized that even though she couldn't do anything, was it worth letting him go then? And if she had stopped her grandfather, then maybe she wouldn't have lost everyone who depended on him. Grandfather, uncle, aunt, nephews, everyone from the uncle with whom she had quarreled since childhood to the dog. That night, everything turned to ashes. But everyone got so mixed up that it was hard to tell who was where. And now she's asking for forgiveness. She tried so hard to smile brightly at him when they met again. But it feels like it's because of her that everything turned out this way. But not that first. First she has to show it and ask something. And now my brother once said that he would come running if he sent this jasper pendant. So why didn't he recognize her? Earlier, the chief asked her for forgiveness and said that the guy would not recognize anyone now, neither him nor the pendant. He should have come and apologized for not being able to keep his promise. And then she would have asked, and was this all because of her? The energy in his body was distorted, and he went crazy because he was in a hurry. Because of her childish request? If he had simply refused her then, she would have continued to smile at him. And now she asks him for forgiveness, because she is sorry. The elder said last night that it would be better not to leave the child of the Dark Alliance near the body. It seems he is not the only one who is worried about what is happening inside. The director replied that he simply felt sorry for her, and the noble sword was afraid of her. The elder said that he knew that this child was the bride of the Bloody Blade. But who knows what kind of insidious order she received in the Dark Alliance. And if the girl does something with the body to put all the blame on them, they won't be able to keep the situation under control. The director said that fortunately she doesn't do anything like that. Miss Yoon's parents were close friends with the leader of the Dark Alliance. They suffered while pursuing the remnants of the Heavenly Calamity members under a secret order. The maternal grandfather who took care of the young lady after that incident became a victim of a family tragedy during the investigation of the Bloody Blade case. But for the leader of the Dark Alliance, Miss Yoon is even more precious than her own son, Kal Ye-bong. She wants to know the cause of the Bloody Blade's death more than anyone else. After all, if it's about the Bloody Blade, only she can be trusted by the leader of the Dark Alliance. In addition, the flower of evil Yoon So-ran was accompanied by Old Man Jin himself. The fact that he came in person is equivalent to the arrival of the leader of the Dark Alliance, and his requests are the leader of the Alliance. The elder was surprised and asked, was there such a person in the Alliance of Darkness? He had never heard such a name or nickname. The director said that he doesn't deal with external affairs, so he doesn't have a nickname, and only 2 people know his name. Old Man Jin is the nickname that the leader of the Dark Alliance calls him. The elder understood and replied that this Jin was a shadow guardian, and the 2 who knew his real name were probably himself and the leader of the Alliance. The director laughed and said that, strangely enough, the current leader of the Dark Alliance does not know. Only his father, the previous leader of the Dark Alliance, the demon warrior Kal Junhek, knows his name. And Old Man Jin is a servant of the demon warrior and helps the current leader of the Dark Alliance according to the order of the latter. So it is the demon warrior who is the real master of this old man. The elder asked, does this mean that the god of war, who lives in seclusion, is also aware of what happened? The director replied that even if he didn't know now, he would know as soon as Old Man Jin finished assessing the situation. Fortunately, they still had one more trick up their sleeve. At this time, Heron was in his room eating, but he tried to say something, but his mouth was full of food. Ruin didn't understand him and said that since he couldn't speak like a human being, his intellect hadn't recovered yet. Here's another one for him. Chung Hong didn't like it and told him to stop. He would eat one at a time, and this is what he said. And he's sane, so stop shoving food at him before he chokes. Ryuin came over and asked if he could add another one. Chang Hong said that the idiot said that he was going to buy medicine that would help him come to his senses. But in reality, he went out to buy it in such a situation? Ruin told him that he didn't know because he blindly believed in the power of the bellflower root, but it was an effective medicine against whims and for fools. And suddenly Heron said that he had come to his senses now. He had a lot of things to do from now on. Chang Hong asked in surprise, a lot of things? He was talking about tomorrow's investigation? But that was impossible. Heron replied that he simply meant that he would train even harder from now on. As Brother Chang said, he was a disciple of the Heavenly Warrior Academy who had no relation to the Blood Blade. And he is grateful to Ruin, and he will eat everything with pleasure. Cheng Hong answered that they are friends, so he will only take 3 nyan per skewer and another 5 for delivery. Cheng Hong was surprised and wasn't sure if one of them had come to his senses or not, but the other one's mood had definitely changed after arriving. And why are these 2 so nervous? Tomorrow everything should go smoothly. In the evening, Sol and Rin were eating, and the younger one said that she thought Heron was still in a state of shock. What would happen to him now? After all, people from the Dark Alliance came. What if they take Mr. Heron with them? But that definitely won't happen. The girl told her that she was saying some strange things. Since he was following the dark path, shouldn't he return to the Dark Alliance? But the question is rather, why was the son of the leader of the Dark Alliance hiding in the Academy of Heavenly Warriors in the first place? Sol said that Mr. Heron is indeed on a dark path, but he is so kind and gentle, and so bright when he smiles. The girl asked her if she had really given her heart to a man from the Dark Alliance. How could she have been taken in by the appearance of a man, especially one who was walking the dark path? And no matter how sweet he may seem on the outside, no matter how kind he may be at first, in the end, he may plunge her into the abyss of hell. Saul said that this is nonsense. Mr. Heron is not like that at all. And since he studies at the Academy of Heavenly Warriors, it means that he is on the bright path. The girl asked her what kind of nonsense she was talking about. The fact that a person of such status came here was already a problem. Saul cried and replied that the master is not only the son of the leader of the Dark Alliance. And anyway, Rin, it turns out that she is his cousin, isn't it? Suddenly the girl realized and said that she was rude to her and asked her sister for forgiveness. Rin replied that everything was fine. She had never had any contact with them because apart from her parents, she had no other relatives and could not have any. However, she believes that a person's belonging to the dark or light path does not depend on origin or blood relationship. The girl thought about it and told her sister that it was true. She needed to cool down and sleep with this thought, so she would leave first. But Saul said it was curfew. Would Ren's sister be okay? And she was too carried away. But when someone said that Mr. Heron was a bad person, she couldn't stand it. Rin told her that since she knew it was late, it was time for her to go back too. Saul said that was it. Is it okay if she takes everything? He doesn't know where she got them. They're rare at the academy. Rin replied that she didn't buy it. Earlier, her sister saw Ruin come and asked him how he dared to come here. Did he want to die? Ruin replied that not at all. He was just passing by and decided to give the young lady a present. It's not a mortal sin. The girl said that it was nonsense, and the fact that he showed up at a women's dorm was already a crime. Rin walked up to him and asked what happened. His expression wasn't very good. Chang Hong replied as expected from Miss Na. It was nothing special, just a guy saying some stupid things. He doesn't even know where that person is or if he's safe. Rin asked him if he found out anything, and she remembered that he said he wanted to ask her something when he found her. And she realized that he was talking about the one he was looking for. Rin asked him if he had found out anything about her. Ryuen replied that he had. Then he remembered that she was also looking for someone, so he came in out of comradely sympathy. Rin asked him, so he heard bad news today? Let him tell her if there was anything she could do to help. Ruin replied that no, it was mostly just nonsense. But thanks to her, he was able to find a response in her soul. Rin said that she was pleased to hear that he wanted to help her. Ryuen said that was good. Then he would also help in the future to find the person she was looking for. Rin realized that he didn't know that the one he was looking for and the one she was looking for were the same person. Saul told her sister that she also received them from someone, and Mr. Heron is not really going to return to the Dark Alliance, is he? Rin told her to ask him if she was that worried. Sometimes even a simple question could change the outcome. Suddenly, Ren came out of the room and met Moen, but then Ran came to them after meeting with her brother. Moen saw that during the night she had changed the outfit that was under her morning clothes. Ran said that it was because of her that they had to wait so long. Hui said no, and in his mind he thought, what was that bright dress? It looked like a wedding dress. But he decided he shouldn't worry. That person had nothing to do with her. And then the director came in and said that the day had come. For the sake of darkness and light, they might as well begin. On the street, the guard said that it was very good that the Iron Leg cavalry had suddenly retreated. But what was going on now? The guy replied that they didn't know either. And he also didn't understand why the Iron Leg cavalry initially came with a team of Red Falcons and others. The second guy said he heard too. They brought a coffin. Wouldn't that be a problem for their side? The guy in the cloak replied that apparently a non-disclosure order had been handed down from above. He wasn't aware of the details, but it seemed like the eldest son of the leader of the Dark Alliance was in the coffin, so the situation was bad. The second guy was surprised and asked, the eldest son of the leader of the Dark Alliance? Why did they even drag this damn coffin to the academy? And where did he hear about it if everyone was ordered to keep quiet? The guy replied that his family's trading guild was passing by the Dark Alliance. So he learned about it from his older brother's letter. Many families of the Dark Path even throw parties in honor of this. The second guy asked him, what was he talking about? The boy replied that they were all said to be so happy that the bloody blade of Kal Hebon had finally died. And the family and friends of the clans that suffered from the bloody blade celebrate this event. Although, of course, another reason is given for the feast. a birthday or a wedding anniversary or recovery from an injury. The second guy was surprised and asked, "Does the head of the Dark Alliance allow this?" The guy replied that no, on the contrary, they do it so that the leader will notice. On the dark path, money and power rule. So if the opposition's power grows, one day they will even kill the leader of the Dark Alliance. The second guy asked, "But why was the coffin with his son's body brought here? Maybe one of them did it, but then a war will start?" Although their headache was destroyed, within the Dark Alliance itself, everything is not so clear. The guy answered that it was true. Maybe that's why the Iron-Legged Cavalry did nothing. Whoever did this, he contributed greatly to the split in the dark path. The guy said that he was definitely a hero, but it would be hard for the student who pulled this off to survive. And the head of the Dark Alliance, who lost his son, and then the demons, will try to kill him. Suddenly, someone attacked them and threw a stone right at them. They all scattered and got scared, but they didn't understand what had happened. The stranger said that a lot had changed here. Apparently, now at the Academy of Heavenly Warriors, students practice more with their tongues than with their swords. The stranger asked where Peng Su's stone hand was. At this time, the director was surprised and asked the guy. He said what was found inside the body.